Apocalypse. Is this how I'm going to die? The woman in the midst of the zombie tide had a face full of despair. Unwilling, so unwilling, Zhou Jing bitterly watched the two people standing in the air, the man handsome and charming, the woman delicate and gentle. The two she had devoted her heart to in her life had ultimately joined forces to put her to death. She hated their wolf hearts and dog lungs even more, and hated herself for being blind. After confirming that Zhou Jing had been bitten by zombies several times and had no chance of escape, Zhen Zhu buried her head in Ling Sang's arms and said, "Ling Sang, let's go. Quickly." This scene is truly painful to witness. As Zhen Zhu spoke, she glanced at the surrounded woman, her lips curling into a twisted smile. "Zhou Jing, once the proud daughter of heaven. What can you do now? In this apocalypse, without the protection of ability users, you aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes. How does it feel to be betrayed twice? The humiliation you brought me. I will take my time to take revenge on you, just as you once looked at me with pitying eyes." Ling Sang, however, said nothing. He simply held Zhen Zhu and left without looking back, as if he couldn't be bothered to spare her even a glance. Watching the two leave, Zhou Jing suddenly recalled a familiar voice. It was Zhen Zhu. "Zhou Jing, how could I bear to watch you die so ambiguously? You must be dying to know why Ling Sang abandoned you, right? Let me tell you, after all, you shouldn't die as a fool, right? Fool." Zhou Jing forced a bitter smile. What more could she not bear at this point? "Hee, I'm pregnant with Ling Sang's child. You should have realized by now that in this apocalypse, people without abilities hold no value at all. Of course, my taking advantage of the situation was only a matter of time. After all, Ling Sang has long been tired of you. Well, as for this zombie tide, I caused it, so what? Just go in peace." The pain had already numbed Zhou Jing. She merely watched the two departing figures, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. How truly unwilling she was. Zhou Jing seemed to relive a moment in her life, seeing that smile from her college days, the man who held her and said, "Even if we are so poor that we only have one bun left, I will give that bun to you to eat." That time, the reckless version of herself merely scoffed, "How could I ever be so poor that there's only one bun left? Besides, how could I eat something like a bun just by gnawing on it?" Ling Sang's expression was no longer so gentle, filled with bitterness. He only ruffled Zhou Jing's hair and sighed helplessly. Yes, the gap between them meant their conversations would never align. Would a proud girl like her really be willing to endure a hard life with him? Ling Sang stopped speaking, and a barrier seemed to form between them. And Zhen Zhu had always been considered her best friend. Zhou Jing was sharp-tongued but not truly malicious. She had always been there for Zhen Zhu whenever she faced difficulties. But it seemed that only she thought their friendship was pure. This fool did not see the jealousy in Zhen Zhu's eyes, and she believed that even if their lives were hypocritical, they could still live peacefully and happily. At that proud moment, she never imagined she would find herself under someone else's roof. In the blink of an eye, the apocalypse arrived. Earthquakes and landslides, humanity turned into zombies. In this crisis, Ling Sang held her hand tightly. In the vast campus, only 3 people escaped: Ling Sang, herself, and Zhen Zhu. Yet the coldness and selfishness of humanity after the apocalypse were undeniable. After the apocalypse, she seemed to have lived in a state of constant fear, which only erupted when Zhen Zhu and Ling Sang awakened their abilities. With only 3 people on the run, every encounter with zombies was a terrifying journey for her. As an ordinary person, how could she compete with zombies? Back then, she was timid and afraid of death. How could she be willing to get out of the car to attack zombies? Gradually, Zhou Jing realized the distance between her and the two of them was growing wider. Ling Sang no longer showed her that kind of care. Instead, there was more impatience. She couldn't cook or clean, even as an ordinary person. She was so lacking. Sometimes, when she was scared and wanted to say something to Ling Sang, she would be brushed off impatiently. Yes, they had become strangers on different paths, and their friendship seemed to have become a joke. Who was it that accompanied her during that time? All right, it was Zhen Zhu. At that time, she treated Zhen Zhu like a savior because she was the only one willing to talk to her. If only she had reacted a bit faster, perhaps she would have understood what others' contemptuous gazes meant. Her perspective was no longer centered on herself. It was as if her soul floated away. This was the first time Zhou Jing saw how Ling Sang and Zhen Zhu interacted. Ling Sang had dual attributes of wind and fire, giving him a significant advantage against zombies. Often, she would see a gust of wind carrying flames rushing into the horde of zombies, while Zhenju leaned toward the healing wood attribute. Their cooperation was harmonious, but it couldn't guarantee absolute safety, and sometimes Zhenju would be attacked by agile zombies. Yet Ling Sang would naturally protect her. The people in their small team often said to Ling Sang, "You don't like such a good girl like Zhenju, but you prefer the one who just hides in the car and eats for free." At that moment, Ling Sang wouldn't say anything. Zhenju would only blush and say, "Don't say that about you as a T first." They still knew to hold back, not showing any intimate actions in front of her. But gradually, they couldn't even pretend anymore. Zhenju would put on a face of Sister Zhou, "Don't misunderstand me," paired with a pitiful expression. Every time she said this, Ling Sang would accidentally pass by. Over time, Zhou Jing noticed that Ling Sang's gaze toward her was increasingly off, and what more could she not understand? As an ordinary person being protected, it was already difficult. Ling Sang indeed reduced his protection of her. The supplies she could eat were dwindling, and what did the others not understand? The gazes of other male ability users toward her were becoming increasingly disgusting. More and more disgusting. That time was truly hard to endure. She thought more than once that she had to hold on through this time, pretend not to know anything, and once she reached City B and saw her father, everything would be fine. But who knew these two would be so intolerant of her? As an ordinary person, she rarely went on missions, but this time, the two insisted on bringing her along. Wanting to escape the disgusting gazes, she agreed without much thought. At that moment, she thought she had to be strong, not to be a burden, and to try her best not to hold them back. However, the appearance of a massive zombie tide made her somewhat collapse. She thought it was an accident, but when she wanted to warn the two of them, she found they had already hidden in a safe place in that instant. What more was there to understand? It turned out it had all been a plan. She had always been just cannon fodder. After planning for so long, they finally abandoned her. Hatred. How could she not hate? Especially when she saw Ling Sang's hand around Zhenju's waist, the hatred exploded completely. Her soul floated back into the car. This seemed not a memory, but rather a scene after her death. Ling Sang and Zhenju returned to the base, seemingly relieved. Zhenju composed herself, got into the car, and announced to everyone the death of Zhou Jing. Ironically, no one showed any emotion, as if apart from Ling Sang and Zhenju, no one else cared about Zhou Jing's death. After a long silence, a bearded man finally spoke up, "Damn, I knew that stinky woman would die so quickly. I might as well have had some fun first." Laughter instantly filled the tent. It seemed that Zhou Jing's death was not as important as the bearded man's physiological needs. Zhenju twisted her smile again, thinking, "Look, Zhou Jing, you are so worthless. See how no one is touched by the news of your death." Ling Sang stood in front of the tent for a long time before finally leaving. He had been conflicted about this decision, but after watching Zhou Jing die in front of him, he suddenly felt something disappear, as if he would never again hear a flamboyant girl say to him, "Hey handsome, your girlfriend dropped something." When Zhou Jing woke up, she was still thinking that she really didn't want to face today's sun. Just let me die already. Wait, no, didn't I already die? I was clearly tricked by Ling Sang and Zhenju into the zombie horde. Oh my gosh, it hurts so much. Damn it, getting bitten by a zombie hurts this much. Just wait until I find you. I will definitely blow your head off without explanation. Huh? Shouldn't getting bitten by a zombie mean losing consciousness and becoming a mindless creature? Why do I still have thoughts and even feel pain? That's right, pain. My whole body hurts. This must be a joke. System initializing? Please wait. What was that sound just now? System initialization successful. Entering interface. Please wait. Am I hallucinating? Ding, ding, ding. The apocalypse system is officially activated. Hello, Master. I am Xiao Sang. The artificial service number 741 is here to serve you sincerely. What is going on? Could it be that everything about the apocalypse and my death was just a dream, and in reality, I have been transformed by future robots into some kind of experiment? Master, you're overthinking that. I am a fully virtual artificial service, Xiao Sang, a highly intelligent brain that chose you as the host mainly because your brainwaves sync with mine. After further observation, we found that you and I match quite well. So you can know what I'm thinking. Basically, yes, Master. After all, given your current situation, it's unlikely that you can even talk. Zhou Jing, disbelieving, tried to say something casually, only to find it hard to make a sound. After forcing her mouth open, all that came out was a hoarse string of ellipses. And the result of opening her mouth was a stream of drool flowing out uncontrollably. Master, please don't challenge my limits. After all, you're not a beauty. Right now you're a zombie with no aesthetic appeal. I'm sorry for your aesthetic standards. Okay, it's fine. I forgive you, system. So, Xiao Sang, what exactly is my situation right now? Returning to Master, the Apocalypse system is the greatest system, bar none. Xiao Sang is the greatest brain in the world, without exception. You're going off topic. Fine, if you're the first, then what about the person who created you? The person who created me. Sorry, Xiao Sang has a bit of a headache. It seems the issue concerning the host involved a brain shielding area. The system is updating. The system update is successful, and the host issue has been classified as a top secret. Currently, it cannot be queried. Repeat, it cannot be queried. However, since Xiao Sang is the first, then Xiao Sang's master must be in existence even greater than Xiao Sang. Alright, since this is top secret, I can't help it. So, Xiao Sang, what exactly are you? Xiao Sang is a system. For former humans, it's more like a system you use to play in online games. Do you understand? I get that principle. I'm just a bit curious. Automatically starting to scan the host body. Ding, the host current state is zombie state. Zombie level 1, skills learned 0, title, novice zombie. Current state, unable to stand or move, cannot see or touch. Would you like to enter the beginner course basic training? I just found out that as a zombie, I actually have to take a test. Are you kidding me? Master, your current state is simply unbearable to look at. Fortunately, you can't see it. I think with your aesthetic sense, you would faint. Can you not make sarcastic comment for once? Ah, you've noticed, Zhou Jing chuckled, then suddenly remembered something and asked hopefully, Xiao Sang, do you have space? Space? Xiao Sang quickly entered search mode. The space skill will be automatically learned when you reach level 3. Would you like to enter the beginner course basic training? Zhou Jing collapsed. No space. The all-powerful rebirth artifact doesn't have space. If I drink the spring water, I might become beautiful. Perhaps I could be a rising star in a zombie world. The phrase about entering the beginner course was completely ignored by Zhou Jing. Xiao Sang muttered to itself, is this really my master? Is it okay to lower my IQ by being with such a person? Xiao Sang, unable to tolerate Zhou Jing's daydreaming any longer, decided to start the task without even looking at Zhou Jing's memories. Ding ding ding. In 3 seconds, automatically entering the course. Countdown starts now. 3, 2, 1. Entering the course. Zhou Jing felt that Xiao Sang was simply out of control. She had just experienced a roller coaster of emotions and wasn't even allowed to rest. However, she had already calmed down to this sudden situation. Yes, she saw a big black hole, and that big black hole sucked her in. Actually, I'm quite calm. It's just a washing machine. Oh, this is the first time I learned that I get dizzy in a washing machine. Welcome to the Apocalypse space. This is the beginner course. This course will help you understand the Apocalypse system, and you can leave the Apocalypse space after completing the beginner task. A mechanical female voice echoed in Zhou Jing's ears. She looked at the still blurry world in front of her and silently cursed. Damn, having lost all hope in Xiao Sang's reliability. Now starting to calculate your physical fitness. Please wait. Strength 8, Agility 0, Intelligence 10, Spirit 9, Comprehensive Evaluation Value F. Cough. Maybe the scoring system is out of 10. Zhou Jing felt a bit frustrated but still comforted herself. This course is a beginner course. Successfully completing it will earn you 3 points and can be repeated. The challenge is to dodge stones. After the challenge starts, there will be a total of 100 virtual stones ahead. Successfully dodging 10 virtual stones will count as a successful challenge, and you will earn 3 points and 20 gold coins. Please prepare, Challenger. My goodness, where's the so-called basic training? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake with 100 stones? I can't see anything. Dodging 10 stones. Don't you see I'm blind? Dodging stones challenge. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Start. Oh my goodness. This can't be happening. I don't even have time to prepare. Ignoring whether Zhou Jing is currently lying on the ground, a stone suddenly flies rapidly towards her. Seeing the stone rushing towards her face, Zhou Jing can only shout, "What grudge do I have with you?" With a bang, it hits her face, but she feels nothing. Realizing this, Zhou Jing is still savoring the surprise when another stone flies over, and without any defense, there's another bang. Zhou Jing is amused. Does this body really not feel pain? It doesn't matter how hard she gets hit. Having figured this out, the former princess Zhou Jing becomes lazy again, allowing the stones to hit her repeatedly. Her eyes can't see this, but if they could, she would see her body visibly bruising from the stones. What Zhou Jing doesn't know is that this is actually the system's punishment system. If she could see it, she would definitely be screaming again. Not feeling any pain, time quickly passes, and Zhou Jing is happy she can finally go out and get back at those two bad guys. Hey. Task assessment level. F. Rechecking target physical condition. Detection complete. Adjusting target physical information. Task restarted. Why? Did you think this task was just to let you get hit by stones? The cold mechanical voice is gone, and a small, soft voice answers Zhou Jing's question. Originally, that small, soft voice is very pleasant, but when it speaks seriously, it carries a hint of severity. Every task will have a task assessment, and the minimum level to go out is C. F is the lowest level. You must repeat the task until it is completed to go out. How? Harsh. Just as Zhou Jing is still processing this, another stone is launched, still heading straight for her face. Bang! That hurt. Realizing this, Zhou Jing hurriedly pinches her thigh. There's pain. Her own body, target body detected with no pain sensation system, adjust pain sensation to 100. Task failure penalty. Pain increases by 50. Task continues. The system, having explained everything, doesn't give her a chance to prepare, and another stone comes flying. It really hurts. After this lesson, Zhou Jing feels foolish. After realizing this, she doesn't give herself time to ponder. She focuses on using her newly evolved hearing to discern the direction of the sounds. Perhaps due to the loss of her vision, her hearing becomes exceptionally sensitive, but unfortunately, her body can't keep up with the speed, and for a moment, all she can hear is the sound of stones hitting. The pain from each hit makes Zhou Jing's body twitch violently. Before she can recover, another stone hits her. Zhou Jing suddenly feels a bit wronged. What is this all about? One moment she is abandoned by someone close, the next she is bitten by a zombie. Being bitten is one thing, but now she's turned into a disabled persona, a disabled corpse. She hasn't even accepted her identity yet, and now she's being hit by stones. What's going on? The more she thinks about it, the more aggrieved Zhou Jing feels, and she no longer cares whether the stones hurt or not. With a belly full of grievances with nowhere to vent, the delicate little princess finally can't hold back and cries on the ground. However, the blood-red liquid flowing from her eyes and her body, covered in bruises, lose their beauty. The sound of stones hitting also seems to have disappeared, leaving only Zhou Jing's cries in the entire virtual space. Are you feeling wronged? The cold female system voice is gone, replaced by a soft, childlike voice. It's Xiao Sang. Woo, I won't talk to you. Think about the pain of being bitten by a zombie that must be even more unjust. Xiao Sang, having reviewed Zhou Jing's memories, feels inexplicably angry and helpless for his master. He must make her stronger. Wood, don't forget your purpose, revenge. I want revenge. Remembering the pain, Zhou Jing has forgotten that she is still crying, the overwhelming pain of being bitten and the sorrow of betrayal flooding her mind. If you can't even get through this little hurdle, how do you expect to seek revenge? Do you even have a right to talk about revenge like this? Xiao Sang's cold voice suddenly enlightens Zhou Jing. Yes, her life was stolen. She has already died once, hasn't she? What else is there that she can't get through? In this system, Zhou Jing thinks complexly no matter what its intentions are. As long as it can help her get her revenge, she doesn't care how it treats her. I will not harm you, you're my master. Xiao Sang's voice regains a hint of warmth, and he speaks this line with seriousness. Zhou Jing remains noncommittal. It's not that she doesn't trust him, but nothing comes without a price. Having come to this understanding, Zhou Jing wipes her tears fiercely. Facing the empty hall, she silently vows, "System, I want to challenge again." The emotionless voice of the system sounds again, as if Zhou Jing's emotional fluctuations had no effect on it. Dodge stone challenge, preparing again, countdown 3, 2, 1. The challenge begins again, and a stone flies rapidly towards Zhou Jing's face. Already prepared, she carefully listens to the sound around her, suddenly tilting her head to the left, and a stone grazes her hair, narrowly escaping. Yes, a good start. Before Zhou Jing can bask in her success for 2 seconds, she gets hit squarely by a stone coming straight at her, no more slacking off. Realizing this, Zhou Jing listens intently to the sound of the wind again, and the third stone is also narrowly dodged. Sometimes, when it seems she can't dodge, she shouts, "Don't hit the face," and drops to the ground, covering her head with her hands. Her mindset has changed, and her attitude towards the task is different. Zhou Jing now treats the task like a game, trying hard to dodge, and if she can't, she plays dirty. After all, she is now half a disabled person. The stones can only hit her face, and as long as she is careful, she can achieve good results. This is enough. Xiao Sang, who has been monitoring Zhou Jing's series of changes outside, finds it somewhat amusing. Did he think he was in a play? Don't hit the face indeed. Zhou Jing, who is challenging inside, has no idea what Xiao Sang is thinking. She only knows that her performance is improving with each attempt, and she is about to dodge the eighth stone. Zhou Jing knows that each improvement is a great encouragement for her. She cannot slack off. Becoming stronger is now her only belief alive. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the beginner task, Dodge Stone Challenge. Reward, 3 points, 20 gold coins. You need 97 points to level up. Basic Dodge Stone Challenge completed. Unlocking simple level, difficult level, and hell level of Dodge Stone Challenge. Huh? It takes 200 points to level up. I only get 3 points for dodging one stone. This is too difficult. Rubbing her face that has no feeling of pain anymore. It's really tormenting. Is there a quicker way to level up? There is. This time, the answer comes not from the cold female voice, but from Xiao Sang. There are various ways to gain experience. You can kill zombies for 1 point of experience per zombie. Later, you can team up for battles, gaining 2 points of experience per zombie. There's also a way to absorb crystal cores. The experience gained from absorbing crystal cores is based on the quality of the cores. The enhancement of abilities has 3 methods. One is to eat human brains to upgrade. I choose the second method. Zhou Jing decisively selected the second option. The second method is to eat the brains of zombies. What kind of option is this? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Then I choose the third one. Okay, master. Please listen to others before speaking. The third method is to consume the crystal core found in the zombie's brain. It is not only a tool for human upgrades, but also a tool for upgrading your abilities. My main upgrade tool is the crystal core. It can upgrade both my zombie level and my ability level. Yes, master. Personally, I do not advocate eating zombies. As fellow beings, the energy in their brains is far more abundant than the crystal cores. It's just that humans cannot consume them, as doing so would turn them into zombies. Well, after hearing this explanation, Zhou Jing still found it hard to accept. After all, she had once lived as a human. She wasn't a zombie. So how could she eat a zombie's brain without any qualms? How could I possibly be that sick? The little zombie, feeling somewhat speechless from Zhou Jing's reaction, said, "Although as a conscious zombie, you cannot be so barbaric, you will still feel hunger. Before your level reaches 5, you cannot live a normal life like humans. I suggest that if you can't stand eating the zombie brains, you can try the flesh and blood of mutated beasts. Since it's about eating meat, shouldn't any meat be fine? For example, cooked meat? I think you can give it a try. All right, but right now I'm not only in a blind state. More importantly, it seems I can't even stand up. It was fine when there was no pain earlier, but now that I feel pain, it feels like a heart-wrenching agony. Ow, what's wrong with my leg? Perhaps it could be understood as being left with only bones after being bitten by a zombie. The little zombie thoughtfully suggested, "Damn it, I'm such a severely disabled person. Just refresh my worldview and accepted reality, and this is how you treat me? You didn't even tell me such an important thing. Speak. Can this space raise my pain sensitivity? Can it restore my vision?" Theoretically, it can, but it can only temporarily restore it within this space, and it will have some impact on your practice of hearing and smell. It will create some dependency, right? Yes, it's not beneficial for practice. That I don't care. I must see what I look like now. Is it really okay to say that about myself? All right. The little zombie nodded helplessly. You need to be mentally prepared. I'm ready. The little zombie said no more and instructed the system to restore vision, then thoughtfully placed a large mirror in front of Zhou Jing and shrank away, playing dead. Ah! Although I couldn't make a sound, Zhou Jing's soul was screaming, almost fainting. I asked that person in the mirror me. In front of me is a zombie covering its face, with purplish blue skin and murky crimson eyes that humanly reveal panic. The right leg, devoid of flesh, exposed stark white bones, with black blood oozing from the wounds and several other wounds leaking pus. The creature I once detested the most is now myself. What thoughts can I have? The Little Princess Before the Apocalypse, the beautiful girl from the Zhou family, all are jokes in front of this self. Even an ordinary person would be unable to control themselves upon seeing their zombie-like self. Fortunately, zombies lack humanity. A zombie with humanity would never allow itself to be so ragged. Little zombie, take the mirror away. I want to be alone. The little zombie silently removed the mirror, leaving Zhou Jing alone in the space to daze. The shock of this day was too great. Zhou Jing needed some time to sort out her thoughts. From the moment she became a zombie, she was already a dead creature in the eyes of humans. The difference between her and other zombies was that she still retained some humanity, commonly referred to as memories and thoughts. Zhou Jing wasn't foolish, she just didn't want to think. How could a wealthy young lady's home be spotless? It was just that such a life was too exhausting and draining. Zhou Jing didn't want to think too much, and over time, she developed a straightforward nature. But now, the situation was so urgent that Zhou Jing couldn't afford not to think. Given her current situation, revenge had to be put aside. The most important thing was how to get herself moving flexibly. Now, even as a zombie, she was already several steps behind others. Some people with abilities had already reached level 3 at most, with the lowest being peak level 1. And as for zombies, some had evolved to level 4, making human ability users avoid them. Zhou Jing learned from Ling Sang and others that the higher the evolution level of a zombie, the better the integrity of its body. Aside from the color of the skin and eyes, they had also developed a certain intelligence, knowing to use lower-level zombies as shields and waiting for the right moment to strike. So, to upgrade faster and more completely, she needed to first get her body moving, then accelerate her upgrade speed. However, in her current state, she probably wouldn't want to look at herself for even a moment, let alone the little zombie. It was truly commendable that he could calmly talk to her. But how can I recover faster? As a zombie, humans with healing abilities probably wouldn't think of treating her. And more importantly, she was a zombie now. Would human healing spells really work on her? My IQ has a huge flaw. Understanding this, Zhou Jing felt even more distressed. What should she do? After a long silence, Xiao Sang finally quietly said, I can help you. Huh. After being troubled for a long time, Zhou Jing finally found some motivation. I'm not alone. I'm not a zombie. I'm a zombie with companions. Who is your companion? Xiao Sang seemed a bit shy as he spoke. Zhou Jing didn't say much, just waited with anticipation for Xiao Sang to continue. It's actually quite simple, just like completing game tasks. When you meet certain conditions, the task rewards can help you get through some current difficulties. So, I just need to focus on completing the tasks? Theoretically, yes. Okay. Zhou Jing was still a bit dazed. Would you like to enter the system page? This is too amazing. There's a system page? Why didn't you show me this earlier? Zhou Jing perked up and chose yes. Those familiar with online games know that system page, which has various options. And Zhou Jing was also someone who often played online games before the apocalypse, so she was quite skilled at this kind of operation. The system page was no different from the usual, with options like tasks, skills, character attributes, inventory, and store. Clicking on character attributes revealed the few things Xiao Sang had detected earlier, but now there was an additional display showing 1 for smell, 2 for hearing, and 3 for sight, all at 100. However, there was a note in parentheses saying temporary. Seeing this was really disheartening. She had those before. After venting her frustration, Zhou Jing clicked on skills and saw the message. The host currently has no skills. Please work hard to cultivate, dear. What the hell? Returning to the tasks section, Zhou Jing found it to be much more serious. Completed tasks. Beginner task 1, avoid stones. Unaccepted tasks. Beginner task 2, beginner task 3, beginner task 5. As for other tasks, none had been released yet. After all, she was still a newbie, and it would be a waste to release more tasks she couldn't complete. Realizing this made Zhou Jing feel less gloomy. After exiting the tasks, she checked her inventory, which was particularly small, with only 5 slots. However, it wasn't as empty as she had imagined. In the first slot lay a small gift bag, and Zhou Jing curiously checked its attributes. Level 2 beginner gift pack. Why isn't it level 1? I'll show you in a minute. Do you really think I'm a newbie? Although she felt a bit proud, Zhou Jing still exited the frustrating inventory. No matter what, it could still hold some items, which was better than having nothing. Finally, Zhou Jing clicked on the store. The store was much larger than the inventory, and upon a brief glance, it did resemble an online game shop, with items like life potions and energy potions. But when she saw the fifth item, she was stunned. Isn't that exactly what I need right now? The fifth item in the store was a small pink potion, with a label boldly stating Muscle Regeneration Potion. To Zhou Jing, this was like a drop of water in a desert. She moved her hand over to check its attributes. Muscle Regeneration Potion, 400 gold coins. This potion can regenerate dead muscle tissue and, with long-term use, can make the skin smooth, having beauty benefits. 5 bottles for a course. Okay. Haha, your advertising slogan is completely off. Also, what do you mean 5 bottles for a course? Explain that to me. Isn't that just a scam? Not to mention, completing one beginner task only gives 20 gold coins, which means I'd have to complete at least 20 beginner tasks just to buy 1 bottle. And to buy a full course. Haha, I'm definitely going bankrupt. But this also made Zhou Jing's determination to earn money even stronger. Living means calculating money. And even in death, one must calculate money. Beginner tasks can be repeatedly challenged, and since Zhou Jing had already passed the initial level, simple, difficult, and hell levels were now unlocked. This was quite a blow to someone who barely passed. It was like the English proficiency test before the apocalypse. After barely passing level 4 without studying, you expect to pass level 6? Looking at the 25 gold coins for the simple level, 30 for the difficult level, and 50 for the hell level, Zhou Jing swallowed hard and ultimately gave up, not for any other reason but to avoid losing those few experience points for failing. Only the beginner level tasks don't deduct experience points for failure. Although the experience points awarded are low and the gold coins are the least. There's a saying that having something is better than nothing. Another saying goes that even a mosquito's leg is meat. As a poor person, Zhou Jing deeply felt the malice in this world. Zhou Jing looked at the other items in the store. Well, great, besides red and blue. It seems she couldn't afford anything else. Wait, there is something that only costs 1 gold coin, an egg. Oh ho ho! Zhou Jing silently moved the cursor over it. The description said, plant a little zombie in spring, and in autumn, you can harvest a loyal little zombie. Current price only 1 gold coin. Coming by quickly, it won't last long. Again, with the deer. Zhou Jing shivered a bit, but as a former shopping addict, she had to buy it. No matter what it hatches into, at least it's the only thing she can afford right now. After buying the zombie egg, Zhou Jing tossed it into her inventory. So poor, too poor. But having come this far, Zhou Jing, who was barefoot, was no longer afraid of anything. After resting for half a day, she shouted to the system, Beginner Task 1, Level 1, Request a Challenge. Task Preparation, Countdown 3, 2, 1. During the waiting time, the light in her eyes gradually became blurry, and then Zhou Jing returned to a state of blindness. Indeed, as someone used to seeing the world with her eyes, suddenly losing her sight was quite uncomfortable. Before she could adjust, a few stones hit her. The pain level was still at 150, and Zhou Jing gasped. Adjusting her state, she became more careful with the upcoming tasks. Time passed amidst the cries of pain. Surprisingly, this time her performance was exceptionally good, quickly dodging 10 stones. However, Zhou Jing felt that only a little over half of the stones had passed. Given such training results, Zhou Jing was quite satisfied, but she didn't let her guard down. She carefully dodged the subsequent few stones as well. The good thing about being familiar with the task was that it not only gave her some free time, but also allowed her to adjust her posture. Task challenge ended. Score 3 points. Reward 20 gold coins. 79 points until the next level up. After several consecutive challenges, Zhou Jing noticed that her focus was becoming sharper. After one adjustment after another, she could now simply tilt her head slightly to let the stones brush past her. Zhou Jing felt very confident now. If it weren't for her leg injury, she could definitely dance on a pole here. Ahem, that's not the point. The most important thing now is to get her body healthy. Zhou Jing finally understood the pain of being a disabled person in the apocalypse. Walking was basically crawling, and she was a complete waste who couldn't even catch prey. How can I say such things about myself? I really don't know how those zombies bite. Why do they have to bite the legs? Are you all just lying on the ground biting people? I must say, Zhou Jing still hit the mark in some aspects. In this virtual space, without doing tasks, Zhou Jing made her vision return to normal, which allowed her to understand more about this space. The blue space was empty and devoid of any human presence. Even the main system's voice was a cold, mechanical female voice. Zhou Jing found it strange that after staying here for so long, she did not feel hungry at all. After asking Xiao Sang, she learned that theoretically, zombies do not have a sense of hunger. Their so-called predation is merely an instinct, and what truly stimulates them is the smell of human blood. This is also why they constantly seek out humans. Another important point is that they crave heat sources, perhaps because they once lived as humans and are sensitive to warmth. However, they're much more afraid of being burned by fire. After gaining some understanding of why she, as a zombie, did not feel hungry, Zhou Jing felt ashamed of her lack of knowledge. As a zombie, she felt utterly weak. What she did not know was that, even among zombies, the fear they know is not as much as hers. After all, as beings that have lost their thoughts, they act more on instinct. Therefore, there is no need to understand so much. After all, knowing more wouldn't be useful. No matter how much Zhou Jing learned, she would still do foolish things based on certain instincts. Thus, Zhou Jing spent her days leisurely, playing and completing tasks, while Xiao Sang intentionally avoided talking to her. Sometimes Zhou Jing thought that it was fine to go on like this, but the constant pain in her legs reminded her of what had happened to her. So even though she lived a relaxed life, she never stopped working on her tasks. Ling Sang hesitated as he approached Ling Sang. Today was their day off, and after much thought, Zhanzhu finally decided to bring up the matter. Ling Sang's tone remained indifferent, showing little expression even in front of his true love. With tears in her eyes, Zhanzhu slowly said, "I'm pregnant." Ling Sang fell silent. No matter how indifferent he was to others, he could not remain calm now. "What did you say?" "I'm pregnant. It's your child." Even in a weak state, Zhanzhu firmly stated this. She had not considered Ling Sang's reaction, thinking that as new parents, they would surely be excited, right? However, Zhanzhu never expected Ling Sang to turn and run out of the tent, completely disregarding the zombies around. Zhanzhu felt ignored by the zombies. This should be a display of surprise and excitement, right? Little did she know that less than 5 minutes later, Ling Sang returned, his body different from when he left, covered in blood and white liquid. "What are you all thinking? You're back." Zhanzhu approached Ling Sang as if nothing had happened, reaching out to tidy up his things as usual. However, Ling Sang sidestepped to avoid her touch. Zhanzhu felt a bit awkward, but said nothing, still smiling gently. "This child cannot be kept." "What?" At this moment, Zhanzhu could no longer remain calm. "What did you say?" "This is your child." "I know, but I'm sorry. In such a special period, its existence is a mistake." Ling Sang hesitated slightly, but still voiced his thoughts. "We still need to rely on Zhou Jing's father's power. After all, we will soon reach the city." Zhanzhu looked at the cold boy who made her heart flutter and gritted her teeth, saying, "Let me think about it." Zhanzhu lowered her head and turned away. She did not want Ling Sang to see her gloomy face. Zhou Jing, it was always Zhou Jing. This woman, even in death, constantly reminded everyone of her existence. What was she? Even in death, she still attracted Ling Sang's attention. At that moment, Zhanzhu wished she could run to the zombie crowd again. Only if that woman suffered could she feel happy. In a certain space, someone sneezed twice. "Who is cursing me?" Ling Sang coldly watched Zhanzhu leave in a daze, feeling no lighter in his heart. Many things were beyond his control, such as how he, who killed countless zombies, had pushed the woman he loved into the abyss, or how he had a relationship with a friend, and how the power and interests he once despised had now become what he most desired. He had thought that things would develop in such a manner, but he never expected such an outcome. The child's existence was a mistake, and his relationship with her was also a mistake. Finally, after Zhou Jing had become certain that she was very familiar with the beginner task 1, she decided to challenge the simple course. The difference between beginner and simple was not so obvious. Only the speed of the stones was faster, and the intervals were shorter. Since Zhou Jing was familiar with the beginner tasks, she was also relatively familiar with the intervals and speeds between the beginner stones, thus proceeding with the task. However, simple and beginner could not be compared. Using her previous reactions and speeds to dodge was impossible. Therefore, during her first attempt, Zhou Jing failed spectacularly. Task challenge failed. Deducted 4 points, 41 points remaining until the next upgrade. Seeing the deduction, Zhou Jing felt frustrated, thinking she had been careless. She was used to the beginner's frequency and could not keep up with the simple frequency, causing her reactions to be slower, leading to her failure. But who was Zhou Jing? Failure was nothing. Failure is the mother of success. She thought that as long as she focused a bit more next time, it would be fine. It could be said that Zhou Jing, who did not get stuck on trivial matters, was quite adorable. She adjusted her breathing a few times and challenged again. Her ears constantly caught the wind speed, and the sound of stones breaking through the air was exceptionally loud in the quiet space. Zhou Jing felt their position, tilted her head to the left, and bumped. She hit her forehead. Without thinking much, she went to catch the second stone, tilting right. Bang! Hey, I said, do these stones turn? Task challenge ended. Scored 4 points. Earned 25 gold coins. 21 points remaining until the next upgrade. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jing was speechless about her reaction ability. After her first failure, she had tried several more times. Her second reaction was on point, but the stone seemed to curve towards her forehead, making her feel as if it would swell. The more arrogant she had been before, the more miserable she was now. People should learn from their experiences. After getting hit multiple times, they would learn to dodge. Eventually, she seemed to have developed a beast-like instinct, subconsciously dodging stones. My goodness, am I training to become a zombie? Calmly shaking her greasy hair, Zhou Jing opened the shop system. Regenerating lotion. Zhou Jing's money was now enough to buy a bottle of regenerating lotion. She had just played too happily to remember to buy anything, but now she realized she had to recover quickly. Looking at her leg, which was almost rotten, Zhou Jing gloomily clicked on the regenerating lotion and chose to buy a bottle. After purchasing a bottle, she saw that she only had a little money left and gasped in pain. Then she discovered that she couldn't use it at all. Looking at the usage instructions after buying it, Zhou Jing was almost fainting. 4 small wounds. Oral use is required. For large wounds, clean the wound and apply orally. Bone scraping knife, friendship price only 50 gold coins. So she needed to pair it with a bone scraping knife to scrape off the rotten flesh. Although rotten flesh was terrifying and disgusting if it grew on you, you had no choice. Zhou Jing expressed that she got used to it while vomiting. Looking at the opportunistic system, Zhou Jing speechlessly bought a bone scraping knife. She requested the system to set the pain level to 0. In a place where no one was around, Zhou Jing had to take matters in her own hands and be self-sufficient. The speed of this bone-scraping knife is indeed fast. Looking at the rotting flesh on her leg, Zhou Jing made up her mind with a fierce determination and actually sliced it off. Since there was no pain, the only feeling she had as the flesh fell from her body was a bit of nausea, but also a sense of relief. Am I really a pervert? Chuckling at her own wild thoughts, Zhou Jing quickly applied the flesh regeneration serum. In addition, there was a larger wound on her shoulder, and she used the same method to clean and treat it with the serum. Seeing that there was not much serum left, she poured the remainder directly into her mouth for internal healing. If she had feelings at this moment, she would have sensed the pain and itching of the regenerating flesh. The reorganization of cellular muscles, combined with the healing of various small wounds. Zhou Jing sat there bored for 2 hours, watching the miraculous healing of her leg. It was so slow that she felt like pressing the fast-forward button. Well, although that was unlikely, the refreshing feeling in her heart was indescribable. Watching her once withered leg slowly plump up and seeing the wounds that should have been beyond saving gradually recover, Zhou Jing felt fortunate that she didn't experience any pain. It looked so painful, didn't it? I have to say, the products in the store are quite good. After 2 hours, the various wounds on her body had mostly healed, with the 2 most severe wounds on her leg and shoulder only leaving crescent-shaped scars, and the muscle looked to be recovering quite well. But can you tell me why this newly grown flesh is white? Am I not a zombie? Can my flesh grow white meat? System, are you kidding me? Just then, a somewhat awkward voice from the little zombie said, "Ahem, please wait a moment. There might be an issue." Not long after, she saw that the 2 pieces of white flesh actually started to turn black, as if they had mold spots. And in less than 2 minutes, they became the same color as the skin on her body. Little zombie, you better tell me, is this really my newly grown flesh? It's not an illusion or anything, right? How can it change color just because you said so? I didn't do anything. Then what is this? I think it's because your own cells are already zombie cells. The healthy flesh is just healthy cells produced automatically for growth. Once the growth is complete, it will likely be overtaken by your zombie cells, just like how you transform from a human to a zombie. So, does that mean it's impossible for me to return to my original state? In theory, it is possible. The higher the completeness of a zombie, the more it resembles a human after each upgrade. So I think you don't have to worry too much about that. All right, then I'll work hard to level up. Yes, ever since she got this system, Zhou Jing felt like she had a cheat code. Leveling up was easy, and her learning ability was also improving. However, she recently encountered a significant problem. She had hit a bottleneck. This story began a few days ago. Currently, Zhou Jing had basically treated leveling up like a video game, completing tasks for experience points, and it also allowed her to improve her basic attributes. But how can a zombie that has never fought be considered a qualified zombie? This statement seems a bit off. Thus, when her experience reached 80, she couldn't move forward at all, which made Zhou Jing extremely frustrated. No matter how many tasks she completed, she could only increase her basic attributes, while her experience points remained stagnant. Zhou Jing was troubled. Did she really have to kill zombies? No matter what, just leaving the system space meant she couldn't see anything, which was a big problem. Although she could now discern sounds and objects, that didn't solve her deep-seated fear of zombies. Out of fear of not being able to see this world, Zhou Jing went to the store and bought a rather useless pair of glasses. She couldn't see this world, but these glasses could do what she could in the system, allow her to temporarily see the world. But why did she call them useless? As a fragile pair of glasses, they could be knocked off or broken in a fight. It might even hurt her own eyes. But Zhou Jing really had no choice. She decided to wear them for now. At least she could see this world clearly. After making all the preparations, Zhou Jing left the system space and once again entered this disgusting world. A persistent smell of blood hung in the air, continuously irritating her nerves. She pulled out the glasses from her backpack and put them on, and once again, she saw the desolate land. The slowly moving zombies looked like they were just taking a stroll here. If one didn't understand their terrifying destructive power, they might mistake them for a group of elderly people leisurely walking in the square. But now, she was the same as them. Looking at her purplish skin, she sighed. If there were people around, they would see a zombie fumbling around, pulling out a pair of glasses and putting them on, looking lost in thought, then sighing again. Fortunately, no one saw her. If someone did, they would surely report to the base that a level 3 intelligent zombie had appeared outside the city and should be eliminated quickly. I really appreciate the high evaluation you've given me. Jing, the place we're going to this time is Zhongshan Town, and we will pass through a large open area along the way, which is now full of zombies. The town is to the south of the open area. You need to help me. In her memory, the man's words instructed her to carefully identify the direction. Relying on her memory, Zhou Jing headed towards the town, recalling that there really was a town there. With that in mind, Zhou Jing calmly walked over. As a zombie, she shouldn't take it too lightly. After all, no zombies attacked her. Originally, she was walking with trepidation, but then she found that this group of zombies actually ignored her. This was such a disappointment. Thus, this timid zombie headed towards Zhongshan Town. Zhongshan Town was a small town that had been bathed in sunlight year-round before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, the filthy blood had stained it black and gray. The air was filled with a strong odor of decay. Originally a clean and sunny town, it had become shrouded in dark fog. This densely populated town, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, had turned into a gathering place for zombies. Anyone without significant strength wouldn't dare to enter this town, and Ling Sang and the others had only used Zhou Jing's ignorance to trick her into coming here. Looking at the throngs of zombies, Zhou Jing's heart, which initially felt indignant, became calm. Only a fool like her would believe their lies. Even if she came to this town as bait, with their level of ability, it was impossible for her to leave unscathed. What zombie tied? There were originally this many zombies. It was just an excuse. Zhongshan Town had attracted wealthy people to buy houses and land before the apocalypse due to its good environment. After the apocalypse, the concentrated flow of people led to an overwhelming number of zombies, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. Who would have thought that after wandering around, Zhou Jing would actually find herself in a position to take advantage of this situation. As a calm zombie, Zhou Jing calmly watched the zombies passing by her side, while searching for what looked like a luxurious house. That's right. No one lived in the houses. The more luxurious they looked, the more likely it was that no one had lived there. She didn't expect to rely on food and drink. Her only hope was to take a shower. She was absolutely filthy, covered in suspicious liquids, silently gazing at the row of villas beside her. Zhou Jing felt a mix of emotions as tears welled up in her eyes. She used to be someone who had seen the world. She had lived in tents, not to mention villas. Now seeing this villa again made her heart flutter with excitement. Picking a villa that looked quite luxurious and appeared untouched, Zhou Jing attempted to pry open the door, but failed. She had never learned that skill. Thinking again, I'm a zombie, and I have brute strength. So, I kicked that door hard. Emma, looking at the slightly twisted shape of my leg bone, Zhou Jing still decided to give up. What to do? As a zombie, I'm weak. Other zombies break through doors or walls so easily. Kicking a door almost broke my bones. While thinking about this, my beady little eyes turned to the window beside me. It's at least as tall as a person. Zhou Jing challenged her own jumping ability as a zombie and decisively failed. What to do? Zhou Jing squatted on the ground, wanting to cry without tears. Am I really going to try each one? Looking at the row of villas, Zhou Jing let out a frustrated hiss towards the sky. Sure enough, it was that unpleasant sound again. Before the root of her tongue softened, she probably couldn't act. Zhou Jing was determined to give up. She turned around to stand up, but was startled by the dark mass in front of her. She saw a crowd of zombies with hollow eyes standing before her, swaying and pushing against each other, moving without any order. Observing their levels based on previous experience, Zhou Jing discovered a strange phenomenon. They were all the most basic, unevolved zombies. What could have attracted them here? Summoning. Zhou Jing didn't think too much about it. But her zombie instincts told her that this group of zombies had no malice, as if they were just summoned here by something. Having figured this out, she didn't hesitate any longer. She chose the strongest-looking zombie from the crowd. This male zombie had lost his left arm. Although zombies have strong healing abilities, that seemed to be at least a level 3 zombie. And it was incredibly difficult to think about a zombie that had never been complete from the beginning reaching level 3. Zombies don't feel pain. Although they can fall due to an unstable center of gravity, they definitely won't fall because they can't bear the weight. Zhou Jing awkwardly touched the wall, stepped on a small step, and cautiously climbed up towards the zombie. Soon, she reached the windowsill. With her pain-free arm strength, she pushed hard and actually climbed up. Breaking the glass was much simpler than the door. She kicked with her foot. The window shattered. Emma, thank you to the leadership. Thank you to the zombie committee. Thank you to the Lingjin combination. You all completely overturned my worldview. It feels so exciting to break into someone else's house. This is the norm in the apocalypse. Humanity's worldview has been almost destroyed. As long as you can be strong enough, then this thing is yours. Therefore, Zhou Jing entered the villa without any guilt. Hissing at the dark crowd outside, hiss, hiss, hiss. Thank you, go back. It's unclear whether that group of zombies understood her, but they slowly dispersed, making Zhou Jing feel that humans are even more loyal than zombies. Although little zombie felt a drop in IQ, it still spoke up, saying it wasn't that they were loyal, but rather instinctual. Zombies naturally have an instinct to summon their companions. Moreover, they can only summon zombies of a lower level than themselves. Although your level is still a level 1 zombie, fundamentally speaking, you belong to the late stage of level 1. And in the late stage, you can only summon early stage level 1 zombies. Then it quietly mumbled something about having no common sense. Zhou Jing, hearing this, roared back. Why should I understand such common sense after 9 years of zombie education? Little zombie, feeling a bit insulted by Zhou Jing's intelligence, silently replied. Report, Master, my energy is currently insufficient to last until dark and will soon enter sleep mode. The estimated charging time is 3 months. After little zombie enters sleep mode, other systems will operate normally, so please don't worry, Master. Wasn't everything fine before? Why is there no energy now? Zhou Jing hurriedly asked. Little zombie took too long to find its master, so long that it couldn't maintain its energy. If it hadn't met you earlier, little zombie might have disappeared with time. This made Zhou Jing feel a bit sad. This was the only companion she had in the apocalypse. If he goes to sleep, she would really have to venture out alone. Can't you stay with me a bit longer? Master, I'm sorry, little zombie's voice was full of guilt, making Zhou Jing feel a bit selfish. Oh, little zombie, you can rest assured. Didn't I buy an egg? Once I plant it, I'll have someone to accompany me again. Yes, master. Little zombie kindly reminds you that the egg needs your incubation. It's not really meant for you to plant it. Ahem. The advertisement slogan is just a bit of dark humor. Little zombie, can I uninstall the system now? The system has entered sleep mode. Players can seek help from the customer service system for any issues. Hey. Before Zhou Jing could finish being shocked, little zombie had already cut off all contact with the outside world. Little zombie, can't you let me finish my sentence? After not getting a response, Zhou Jing just wanted to curse. You really come and go quickly. I'm so disappointed. My first spiritual support after becoming a zombie is gone. Feeling melancholic, she went to the bathroom and turned on the shower, only to find that there were actually supplies. Although it wasn't hot water, it was already enough. Shampoo and body wash were surprisingly available too. The sudden surprise eased Zhou Jing's frustration about little zombie's sleep mode. She had always understood that it's better to rely on oneself than others, but now she was still a bit angry at little zombie. Like how long it would take for that incubating egg. His sleep mode was just right for Zhou Jing to relax her nerves a little. Being scolded for being stupid every day. How could she feel good? If little zombie knew, it would definitely scold her for being ungrateful. You should be grateful. After putting some leftover toiletries in her backpack, Zhou Jing turned on the water. Thus, immersed in the shower, Zhou Jing completely forgot about little zombie, humming a disjointed hissing sound while seriously washing herself. She didn't want to be too dirty. Looking at the clumps of black water washing off, Zhou Jing declared, I'm a clean zombie. After taking off her glasses and washing her face seriously, she quickly put her glasses back on. Not being able to see in daily life really makes one feel insecure. Looking at the clean woman in the mirror, Zhou Jing felt much more satisfied. If one doesn't consider identity, I'm also a beauty among zombies. After drying off, Zhou Jing staggered to the bedroom to find clothes. After searching high and low, she couldn't find a single piece of women's clothing. No choice but to pull out a few casual men's outfits. The clothes were long enough to reach her buttocks, and the baggy pants had to be rolled up several layers. She put on several pairs of clean white socks, and as for shoes, she'd have to find a pair in the supermarket later. Looking in the mirror, aside from her face, all possible exposed areas were covered. Unless something special happened, it seemed no one would know she was a zombie. After putting on these things and slipping on her old shoes, she jumped out of the villa's window, planning to go to the mall to pick a pair of shoes. As soon as she landed, she noticed a problem. Those zombies that had shown no interest in her before. Surprisingly, a few that were closer started to walk towards her, hesitating as they caught a whiff of her scent. Realizing something was off, Zhou Jing quickly dodged away. What was going on? Could it be that these clothes were worn by the original owner? So they carried a human scent, while her zombie scent was covering it up, causing those zombies to hesitate? In an instant, Zhou Jing felt she had figured it out. She vigorously wiped the clothes on her body and walked away from the zombies. Sure enough, a few minutes later, no zombies came to sniff again. Zhou Jing let out a sigh of relief. Even as a zombie, she didn't want to be dirty every day. If she was clean and still got attacked by zombies, she'd really be helpless. Without any obstacles, Zhou Jing searched for them all, and looking at the piles of zombies around her, she unexpectedly had a strange thought. I'm the same kind as them. If this world is really ruled by zombies, I could survive too. Oh my God, this thought is simply terrifying. I must be delirious from not eating, not daring to dwell on the evil thought that suddenly emerged. She hurriedly searched for them all and soon found a large department store. She rushed to the women's clothing section and picked out 2 sets of black sportswear and sneakers for herself. After thinking for a moment, she also went to the knives section and chose 2 famous foreign brand kitchen knives. In the apocalypse, guns would indeed appear, but they are not something an ordinary person could possess. Most are in the hands of the high-ranking officials of the bases. Having 2 kitchen knives is also to make herself feel a bit more secure. Crash! The sound of something falling from the nearby utensil section made Zhou Jing's heart tighten. The possibility of zombies in this mall is 100, but they rarely touch these things. So, until she entered, the mall had been relatively quiet. and this sound of something falling made Zhou Jing alert. Taking advantage of the dim environment, Zhou Jing quietly approached the source of the sound. Although she couldn't see clearly, with her keen hearing and sense of smell, she could roughly judge that there were people behind the shelves. Due to the dim environment and her poor vision, it seemed like there were 2 people present. If there are only 2 people daring to venture into this small town, it shows that their abilities must not be weak. So it's better for me to hide. There's no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Finding a corner to hide, Zhou Jing transformed into a professional eavesdropper. Mu Yin, are you okay? A man's voice sounded. I'm fine, just a little snag on my clothes. I'll be careful next time, a weak female voice replied. Wow, it sounds like a white lotus. That must be Mu Yin. Zhou Jing felt a surge of excitement. We can't stay here for long. I estimate that zombies will gather here soon. Let's go to the clothing area, grab some clothes quickly. There's only one road to the city. And if we don't go back soon, Lao Pang and the others will be worried. Okay, let's hurry. Mu Yin didn't say much. Just glanced at the corner Zhou Jing was hiding in, and without any hesitation, she set off. Zhou Jing, with her back to them, didn't notice Mu Yin's gaze. And at that moment, she was still feeling relieved. Luckily, she went to the clothing area first, watching the 2 leave with their swift movements and beautiful looks. Zhou Jing thought to herself that they were definitely winners in life. Envy is useless. It looks like they have another team with them. When did they arrive? How come I didn't know? Judging by the timing, it shouldn't be far apart. I can only hope that my actions in town weren't seen. Mu Yin, did you feel anything just now? I sensed an uncomfortable smell, Mu Yin said, lowering her eyelids, her long eyelashes blocking the emotions in her eyes. I felt it too. The strength is hard to estimate. I think it's better to retreat. Okay, at this moment, Zhou Jing was completely unaware that she was being watched by the very person she was wary of. Just now, she was at a considerable distance from the 2, so the zombie's instincts did not act up. If she had been closer, she might have instinctively attacked them, silently lighting a candle for his good luck. Advanced zombies. After leaving the mall, she quietly hid to the side, waiting for the 2 to come out, planning to take advantage of them to see how to proceed next. Zhou Jing had been living in confusion with their team, without navigation and no map. Although her goal was to go to the city, she had no idea how to get there. The conversation between the 2 also indicated that they were going to the city. Even if she couldn't keep up with their team, at least it would be good to know a simple route. This clearly showed that Zhou Jing was a girl who was not serious at all. Before long, Zhou Jing saw 2 shadows rush out of the mall, followed by a roar. Just as she was feeling a bit drowsy, she was instantly awakened by the roar. What the hell? What was that shadow that ran faster than a person? And most importantly, that shadow brought Zhou Jing a strong sense of oppression. A level 3 zombie. No wonder the entire mall was eerily quiet, and no more than a few low-level zombies could wander inside. It turns out that this mall already had a ruler, and Zhou Jing's admiration for the 2 had turned into a joke. Are they stupid? The main reason they angered the high-level zombie must be that they touched things they shouldn't have. Feeling frustrated, Zhou Jing still had to run towards them with all her might. She had no choice because she wanted to follow them. Luckily, there were many low-level zombies blocking the path they ran on, giving the big zombie time to catch up and also giving Zhou Jing time to chase after them. Before long, Zhou Jing saw the huge bridge. If she had seen this bridge before the apocalypse, she would have found it magnificent, but after the apocalypse, it seemed dilapidated, looking like it was about to collapse. As she approached, she could see 2 Hummers parked there, with 3 people standing outside, 2 men and 1 woman, watching the level 3 zombie warily, ready for a brawl. The Mu Yin from earlier was holding a long knife that looked incredibly sharp, while the other, Ling Jiao, had an ice-type mutation ability. The fat guy quickly supported himself with both hands and raised a dirt wall, but when the big zombie clawed at the dirt wall, it created a huge hole, and other areas also cracked at a visible speed. The enraged zombie relentlessly struck the wall with its claws, and in just 2 breaths, the thick wall was knocked down by the big zombie. The other members of the team were shocked. They knew how powerful the fat guy's dirt wall was, and it had even been jokingly referred to as the second fortress. Who knew it would be shattered in just a few breaths of time? Fortunately, they had worked together many times before and had an understanding. The moment the dirt wall was destroyed, Mu Yin's long knife sliced toward the zombie's neck. The zombie reflexively blocked with its left hand, and with a flash of the blade, the zombie's left hand was cut with a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. However, Mu Yin was also shaken back 2 steps by the zombie's thick skin, and Ling Jiao gently supported her. Then, Ling Jiao's expression changed. It became extremely serious, and blue light radiated from his eyes. Soon, his eyebrows and hands were covered with a layer of frost. Oh my God! Zhou Jing seemed to sense the cold and shivered. This was the rhythm of a big move, and dude, are you just standing there, not on a dodge? The big zombie seemed to sense something and nervously took a step back, suddenly howling to the sky. Haha, big brother. Do you think you can interrupt the skill with just a shout? Zhou Jing thought silently while watching the excitement. And that Ling Jiao guy, who comes out swinging big moves right away. Did you play cards before and just drop a bomb right away? Zhou Jing's mind was filled with absurd thoughts. Ling Jiao was indeed enraged by the damage Mu Yin received. Such a level 3 zombie was already somewhat challenging for Mu Yin, although he regretted his recklessness. There was no turning back once the bow was drawn. This zombie was indeed powerful. If he didn't go all out, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat it. The light generated by his supernatural ability grew brighter, and the fat guy's dirt wall was layered again. Although they couldn't see the situation outside, they could feel the dirt wall continuously being attacked. Fat guy retreat. With a loud shout, the dirt wall collapsed, and Ling Jiao unleashed a massive ice move that spread out like a storm. However, what they saw next shocked them. Outside the dirt wall was not just a level 3 zombie, but a horde of zombies. From the looks of it, it seemed like the entire town's zombies had been summoned. All I could see were the bustling gray heads, which made me lose my appetite. That level 3 zombie could actually summon. These minions not only disperse the power of skills, but more importantly, the level 3 zombie would definitely hide in there, waiting for a chance to attack. With this thought in mind, Mu Yin and Ling Jiao exchanged glances and called for the whole team to retreat. After saying that, they swiftly jumped into the car, ready to leave. Zhou Jing never expected that watching the commotion would lead to trouble. Just as she lamented that the zombie wanted to interrupt someone's skills, she found that her body was moving uncontrollably, and her target was the battlefield. Oh my God! Looking at the horrific battlefield, Zhou Jing wanted to retreat, but a horde of zombies coming from behind interrupted her plan. Did you all take some super strength pills? Why are you so strong? If you're strong, go fight them. Why are you pushing me? Zhou Jing, feeling hopeless, was being pushed forward while trying to squeeze her way out. After a lot of pushing, she finally reached an open area. Before she could catch her breath, she looked up and saw a pair of eyes that already had pupils. Wasn't that the level 3 zombie? At that moment, Zhou Jing was extremely flustered, one hand holding her glasses and the other gripping her clothes. She felt utterly awkward, and the zombie's emotionless, hollow gaze made her tense up. What do you want, sir? Before she could communicate with it, she heard someone shout retreat the earth wall, and Zhou Jing instantly understood what was happening. Hesitating for a moment, she grabbed the nearby level 3 zombie and shouted, "Hurry, follow me." If it obediently followed her, she would take it with her. If not, she would find a place to hide. Zhou Jing thought to herself. To her surprise, the zombie was quite obedient. As soon as she tugged, it followed her and quickly moved to the area dense with zombies. She pressed its head down and quickly crouched down. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed as a large area of ice covered them, freezing the zombies in place, unable to move. Zhou Jing was relieved that she had crouched down early. She turned to instruct the zombie to break the ice layer, but found it still staring blankly at her. Oh my God, didn't they say that level 3 zombies had developed intelligence? It couldn't even understand her. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Looking at the zombie that seemed to be at a certain level of stupidity, Zhou Jing had no choice but to accept her fate and went up to break the ice layer herself. No matter how hard she tried to chip away at it, the ice above her head just wouldn't break. Although she felt no pain, the frustration was palpable. This deeply made Zhou Jing feel small and weak. If she didn't have intelligence, she would definitely be as frozen as the surrounding zombies. Thinking of this made her eyes sour again. Damn it, she wanted to cry again. If she could move, Zhou Jing would definitely rush up to ask that frozen zombie, "What's so great about having a high skill level? Are you trying to show off?" Have you ever thought about as cannon fodder zombies? Frozen for miles. I'm impressive. What can you do about it? After a long time of useless effort, the nearby zombie finally understood what Zhou Jing wanted to do. Imitating her, it punched the ice block above its head, and the solid ice layer began to crack slowly. Following that force, the level 3 zombie punched again, and the ice layer that had been quite troublesome for Zhou Jing shattered easily. My God, you're the real man here. Zhou Jing looked at the level 3 zombie with admiration. Frozen for miles was nothing compared to this. Frozen for miles. Is it my fault? Once again, feeling invigorated, Zhou Jing discovered another serious problem. The level 3 zombie easily leaped onto the ice layer, while her poor jumping ability couldn't get her up there at all. After jumping onto the ice layer, the level 3 zombie ignored her and ran after a few people. Zhou Jing felt utterly helpless. Big brother, since I saved you, could you give me a hand? Just one big move completely drained Ling Jiao's color, leaving her weak all over. She stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, prompting several people to rush over to support her. What's happening outside? For now, it's sealed off, but I can't say for sure. After saying that, the fat guy frowned and said to Ling Jiao, you were indeed reckless this time. You just leveled up not long ago. You should have consolidated it properly. It might not be good for your future leveling up. The fat guy's level wasn't high, but his words carried a lot of authority. He had once been a special forces soldier, and aside from his abilities, his solid skills were not to be underestimated. I was too anxious. With a sigh, Mu Yin said, we need to leave quickly. I see that zombie will be coming soon. Before she finished speaking, they saw a black shadow rushing towards them. Not good. Run. They never expected that the zombie would be this powerful. The group hurriedly dashed towards a bridge, but the level 3 zombie suddenly leaped onto the car and began to pound on the glass frantically, just as it was about to shatter the glass. Mu Yin opened the car window and threw out a dark ring with all her might. Seeing this, the level 3 zombie disregarded the group and leaped towards the ring with all its strength. The group sighed in relief and drove towards the opposite side of the bridge without looking back. Mu Yin glanced at the zombie that no longer paid attention to them, her eyes flashing as she pulled out a bomb from her space. With a slight smile, she threw it hard towards the middle of the bridge. With a loud bang, the already weak bridge completely collapsed. As for the level 3 zombie, it vanished in the explosion. Did you all forget something? Zhou Jing, struggling to use her not-so-strong jumping ability to leap up from the ice layer, quietly watched the fight in the distance, wondering whether to slip away or stay. Sometimes, it's not just that people can't outsmart destiny. Many things require 2 words: character. This character doesn't just refer to morality, it often relates to luck. For example, Zhou Jing had spent the first half of her life being fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall, and had a wealthy father and boyfriend. It seemed like all the good luck had been taken by her. But bad luck soon followed, transforming into a blue zombie, being abandoned by her boyfriend, and unable to find her father. She thought she had gained intelligence and space, thinking her luck was about to turn, but bad luck clearly hadn't ended. When Zhou Jing fell off the cliff, she was still wondering, aren't those zombies already frozen? Frozen for miles really isn't as exaggerated as it sounds. How can the front zombie still move? Why did I strain myself to watch the battlefield? Clearly, with my intelligence, I'm not the material for a protagonist. After watching that fight conclude, Zhou Jing made up her mind to get far away from this place and this group of people. But unexpectedly, she made a foolish decision to check at the bridge entrance to see if she could still get through, even though the hope was extremely slim. When she walked over to take a look, she found that the entire bridge surface had collapsed. From afar, she could see the dust left by the cars of those people. Apparently, that was the road to the city. But I can't go there. Thinking of this made Zhou Jing want to cry. Although she cried ugly and looked messy, she missed her dad. She rubbed her face hard and finally calmed down. Transforming into a zombie was such a serious matter, and she had accepted it. What else could she not accept? Now she just needed to find a way to get across. Lost in thought, Zhou Jing didn't notice a zombie behind her that was frozen with only one arm. After the explosion, this zombie struggled to break free, and in its last struggle, it broke its arm and instinctively charged towards Zhou Jing. Caught off guard, Zhou Jing was knocked off the cliff, while the zombie barely managed to stand on the ledge thanks to her cushioning. Zhou Jing turned to glare at the zombie that had knocked her down and gave it the middle finger. Damn it, here I am, in my prime, transformed into a zombie, and now in my prime, I got knocked off a cliff by a zombie. What a cannon fodder life. After the female lead got the male lead, did she jump off the cliff to achieve success? Oh my God, I just want to quietly be a wealthy, beautiful girl. As I thought about it, 2 drops of crimson tears flowed out again, affecting my beauty. Heaven is jealous of talent. The fate of a beauty. Huh? Why am I not falling? Huh? Why did I land? Oh, right. I'm a zombie. I have no sense of pain. But can someone tell me what the situation is now? Zhou Jing struggled to prop herself up with her arms, but unfortunately, it was completely impossible. Moving her head, she realized she could still move her neck. Looking down, she discovered that her arms and legs were twisted at strange angles. To put it nicely, she had fractures. To put it bluntly, she had full-body fractures and shattering. Hee, let me quietly be a broken zombie. Manually goodbye. With a thought, Zhou Jing flashed into the game system in this state. In an instant, she shivered and screamed, "Ouch, it hurts! I want to get out." Completely forgetting that the pain in the system space was at 100%, completely forgetting that her current state was a complete shattering fracture. After flashing out of the game system, Zhou Jing still felt lingering fear from the pain she just experienced, as if the pain was still present on her body. She hurriedly adjusted the pain to 0 before flashing back into the game system. Once inside the system, she realized that even after entering, she still couldn't move. It was no different from being outside. With no other options, Zhou Jing finally did something she could never do in her previous life: act like a spoiled child. Lying on the cold ground of the system, she shouted for little zombie, finally managing to clean herself up a bit. Looking like a zombie, Zhou Jing's hair was frizzed from the explosion, a tangled mess, her body twisted, and with her loud shouting, it was quite a sight. As she shouted and got bored, with no one responding, Zhou Jing started singing, using her broken voice to shout out tunes that were barely recognizable. Just as she was about to lose herself in the music, little zombie walked out of the void with a dark expression. Zhou Jing didn't even notice that someone had joined her, only feeling her face being painfully pinched to one side, her mouth forced into a small round shape. And a bottle of strange-colored medicine was ruthlessly poured into her mouth. Just as Zhou Jing managed to swallow the medicine, she heard little zombie say fiercely, "I'll settle the score with you once I've recovered." With that, he turned and walked away, not giving her a chance to react. By the time she came to her senses, little zombie had already disappeared. Zhou Jing took a moment to think. Didn't it seem like little zombie had grown taller? Whether or not he had grown taller, Zhou Jing didn't think too much about it. Perhaps it was because she was lying on the ground, everything seemed taller. After being forced to take the medicine, she couldn't demand more, only hoping it was effective. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she didn't know how long had passed when she tried to move her fingers, and it seemed she could move. She tried to move her arms. And aside from being a bit sluggish from maintaining her position for too long, there were no other issues. Slowly propping herself up, she moved her arms and legs. Zhou Jing sighed. The stuff little zombie gave her was indeed top-notch. There's really no reasoning with it. She didn't even know how that level 3 zombie was doing. Here she was half alive, and if he was happily wandering outside, she would definitely take action. The road of the apocalypse, moving forward. Zhou Jing sat up, looking at her restored body and the empty space without little zombie, holding back tears. "Let's go out." As soon as she said it, Zhou Jing found herself standing at the spot where she had just fallen. Looking up, she was startled. That level 3 zombie was staring straight at her. Hey, wasn't the previous battle quite intense? Didn't this zombie come for that ring? How could it appear in front of me, still touching me, as if confirming something? I tell you, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat you, I would be yelling at you for harassment right now. Just thinking about it made Zhou Jing's legs a little weak. After all, this zombie could easily knock her unconscious with a single punch. She looked at the level 3 zombie's hand, which was tightly gripping the ring that person had just thrown, although she didn't know what significance this ring had for him. Judging by his earlier behavior, it must be something quite special. Looking at her current position at the bottom of the cliff, even a normal person would probably find it hard to climb up, let alone being a determined zombie. And beside her was a high-level zombie, who could treat her as food at any time. I'm a bit panicked. What should I do? Trying to calm down, Zhou Jing looked at the expressionless zombie, unsure of what to do when she noticed that the other hand of the zombie was holding a seemingly decayed zombie. Oh my god, how did I not notice such a large dead zombie earlier? She thought this zombie was going to tell her that if she didn't behave, she'd end up like that one. To her surprise, this high-level zombie actually threw the dead zombie in front of her and pointed to its mouth. If I understood correctly, it meant for me to eat it, right? But I really can't open my mouth. Zhou Jing shook her head. The high-level zombie seemed puzzled, pointing to its own mouth and making a single sound. Eat. Zhou Jing was surprisingly touched. My goodness, how long has it been since someone cared about me? Ever since the apocalypse started, I've been struggling to eat and stay warm, and suddenly having someone or zombie treat me so well makes me a bit unaccustomed. But as a zombie with some humanity left, I feel like I definitely won't eat it. Zhou Jing shook her head in refusal. After all, this zombie was a person in life too. This is the last little thing I can do for you. Zhou Jing hadn't even gotten over her own actions when she saw the high-level zombie lift its arm and start gnawing at it. The scene was extremely bloody and unbearable to look at. Better not to see it and not be bothered. Seeing that this zombie didn't seem to have any intention of eating her, and since the level 3 zombie had already gained some intelligence, all she had to do was behave and not make any moves. Suddenly feeling lost, Zhou Jing hugged the egg that she had almost forgotten. No matter what she looked like now, she wanted to see her father. But in her current state, she looked nothing like a human, just a standard zombie. In fact, she didn't even want to look at herself any longer. She was afraid that the first time she saw her father, it wouldn't be a reunion, but rather a death sentence. Looking at the carefree zombie gnawing on the brains of the other zombie beside her, Zhou Jing thought, if it comes to it, I'll just stick with him. At least he doesn't seem to have any intention of harming me right now. As she thought this, Zhou Jing moved closer to the high-level zombie. The high-level zombie paused for a moment, extending the half-eaten brain towards her. Ugh, no matter how you look at it, I have no appetite. She shook her head, about to refuse. Wait, hiss, hiss, hiss. The high-level zombie paused, coldly staring at her. Zhou Jing took the half-brain, suppressing her nausea as she pulled out a grayish crystal core from inside. After taking it out, she returned the remaining half of the brain to the high-level zombie. The zombie naturally took it back and finished it off. Zhou Jing ignored everything else and began to study the crystal core. This should be what little zombie mentioned. The crystal core that allows for upgrades when eaten, right? Now that she thought about it, she had indeed seen this before. Back when Ling Sang and the others were still at the base, they collected supplies, and she had one of these crystal cores in her hand. They didn't shy away from expressing their opinions during the allocation. After all, a waste is of no concern to them. Zhou Jing let out a self-deprecating smile, curiously fiddling with the lowest grade crystal core for a while. Although she didn't know how to absorb it, it seemed quite uncomfortable to just eat it directly. After thinking for a moment, she held the crystal core in her hand, trying hard to capture the power within it, as they had mentioned. Unfortunately, it was of no use. If I had water right now, I could wash it and then swallow it without pressure, unable to directly eat it. Zhou Jing tossed the crystal core into her backpack. Meanwhile, the high-level zombie had been sitting quietly beside her for a long time. I can't just call you Feed from now on. Do you have a name? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Although it sounded like a jumble of noise to others, Zhou Jing believed that the zombie brother should understand. After a moment of silence, the zombie opened its mouth and said, What? Hiss. Yanxian? Hiss. The high-level zombie nodded. Zhou Jing was almost ready to give up, but hearing the zombie speak still left her a bit incredulous, because this meant that a level 3 zombie could speak. She was currently at level 1, her tongue was stiff, and by level 3, she should be able to speak normally. The most amazing thing was that even though she couldn't understand what this group of zombies was saying, the low-level zombies clearly acted according to their own thoughts. Zhou Jing felt a bit excited about this idea. However, with Yanxian always beside her, it was quite difficult for her to enter her space. She wondered if she could bring him in. Zhou Jing's thought was a bit crazy. After all, her space was her lifeline. Should she go in first? But what if Yanxian saw her disappear and ran away? Let him run, as if I can't live alone. Zhou Jing looked at Yanxian, who had been guarding her since she came out of her space, and now she was about to leave, feeling a bit like she was abandoning him. She thought for a long time and said to Yanxian, Can you wait here for a moment? Yan Xian didn't move, still staring straight at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing didn't know what she was feeling now and turned to enter her space. Without the little zombie, the space still looked cold and indifferent. Zhou Jing thought about the things outside, and without much thought, directly asked the system, "How do I absorb the energy from this crystal core?" The cold voice instantly replied, "Humans need to absorb the psychic energy within the crystal core, and you can directly ingest it to absorb the energy." What if I don't want to ingest it? Zhou Jing was speechless. She really didn't want to put it in her mouth. After a long time, the system said no psychic energy was found in the host body. Only oral ingestion is possible. Suddenly, she realized she seemed to be talking nonsense here. Zhou Jing, who had received no help, silently exited the space. She felt a cold breeze blow past. Looking at the empty ground in front of her, Zhou Jing didn't know what kind of mood she was in, whether it was a premonition or a slight sense of loss. Anyway, in this world, she could only walk on her own. She slowly stood up. All right, being alone is also good. It's easier to travel light, so let's head towards. Suddenly, Zhou Jing felt something and turned her head to the side. The zombie that had just disappeared was looking at her expressionlessly, holding a zombie's corpse in its hand. Zhou Jing didn't know why, but she felt her eyes getting a bit moist. She had clearly promised herself to be strong alone. Yan Xian looked at Zhou Jing, suddenly appearing a bit flustered. He raised one hand, holding several crystal cores. They were still attribute crystal cores. Did he really run out to find a lot of food for her just in the short time she was gone, and still remembered that she needed this? What should she do? This was the first touch of gentleness in the apocalypse. She wiped her slightly moist eyes, knowing her current appearance wasn't very good, and accepted the crystal cores, saying thank you. She didn't know how her future path would unfold, but this moment of gratitude would probably be unforgettable for her. Now, she was going to set off towards the city. The zombie beside her, no, she should call him Yan Xian now, was also looking at her with a confused expression. If he were just an ordinary zombie, he might be able to dominate this place, but one day, he would be killed by much higher level ability users. However, following her was the real uncertainty about the future. Zhou Jing looked at Yan Xian and said, "You can still leave now, but if you want to leave now, I won't agree anymore." Regardless of whether he understood or not, she turned and walked away. As soon as Zhou Jing moved, Yan Xian followed her. Zhou Jing smiled slightly. The road in the apocalypse would no longer be lonely. Zhou Jing knew this journey wouldn't be easy, so she deliberately chose places with many zombies. Both of them were zombies, so there wouldn't be too much danger for now. However, Yan Xian's habit of eating along the way didn't give a good impression. Zhou Jing smiled awkwardly. Yan Xian was indeed fast and precise when killing zombies, grabbing their necks and twisting them off. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but his strikes were also quite steady and accurate, except for the less graceful way he ate. Zhou Jing also noticed that this zombie's healing ability seemed to accelerate with rising levels. Clearly, he had just been cut, but when she looked again, the wound had already healed. Zhou Jing inexplicably thought, if she reached level 3, would she also be a very formidable existence? She still didn't know how that group of humans was developing. Remembering those two people, Zhou Jing felt a bit down. Yan Xian seemed to sense Zhou Jing's low mood, tilted his head in thought, and ran towards a zombie, swiftly twisting its neck. The head fell off, and he pulled out a crystal core from inside, looking at Zhou Jing as if to show off. Just as Zhou Jing was about to accept it with gratitude, she saw Yan Xian hugging the remaining head and began to gnaw on it without any elegance. The handsome for less than 3-second series. The village. The road beneath the cliff was difficult to traverse, and given Yan Xian's abilities, bringing someone up might take some effort, so they could only take a small path. Fortunately, during their search for a route, they found a river. The water didn't look very clear. Zhou Jing had rolled in the dirt that day. Not to mention the zombie beside her, who didn't pay attention to hygiene at all. She was still wearing the clothes she had taken from the room that day, while the zombie beside her was already in clothes that were utterly filthy. Zhou Jing couldn't care less, and said to Yan Xian, "Can you turn around?" It was clear that Yan Xian understood, but he pretended not to. So he looked at Zhou Jing with a confused expression. "I want to take a bath. Just turn around." Although to others it sounded like a zombie howling, for the zombies, the command was clear enough. Yan Xian, turn around. But Zhou Jing noticed that his eyes were filled with grievance. For a moment, Zhou Jing felt guilty, jumped into the river, and started washing herself. The clothes she had borrowed from an unknown male had long been put into her space after she got new ones. Now, perhaps they could be used for Yin Xian. After washing up, she changed into new sportswear, and Yin Xian was still turned away. Yin Xian? Zhou Jing called out. Yin Xian still didn't turn around. And Zhou Jing swore she heard a tone of grievance when Yin Xian responded to her. All right, I feel guilty. Why don't you come wash too? Yin Xian turned around and, under Zhou Jing's guidance, jumped into the river with a splash, successfully soaking Zhou Jing like a drenched chicken. Yin Xian's shower was really quite simple. He didn't have many wounds on his body, and the dirt was quite obvious. So he just rubbed himself a bit and was done. Zhou Jing noticed that Yin Xian's face was actually quite handsome, although his skin was still a dark gray color. His features were very striking. TSK. This wasn't the time to be infatuated. Soon he finished washing up, and Zhou Jing directly put the set of clothes she had taken off onto Yin Xian. I promise I didn't see anything. Zhou Jing silently hypnotized herself. Once dressed, Yin Xian looked really good, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and the clothes fit him perfectly. Zhou Jing was almost moved to tears. When you eat zombies in the future, could you be a bit less rough? I want to see you like this a little longer. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yin Xian probably didn't hear a word. He was just touching the clothes and sniffing them. What's your smell? What? Zhou Jing didn't catch that. Unfortunately, Yin Xian didn't speak again, but kept looking at the clothes with a possessive expression. Zhou Jing had no choice but to let him be. It was also a good opportunity to clean the crystal core she had collected along the way. So the question arose, should she enter the system to eat this crystal core for safety? She looked at Yin Xian, who was playing with his new clothes, and said, Hey, I'll be gone for a bit. Wait for me here. Yin Xian looked up at Zhou Jing, confused. Where are you going? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Jing entered the space, only vaguely hearing Yin Xian say something. Once in the system, Zhou Jing quickly asked, Will there be any issues if I eat the crystal core directly to level up? That depends on the host's physical condition, but if you want to level up, it's recommended to do it in the system. The cold voice said flatly. Zhou Jing thought for a moment and decided to go out and tell Yin Xian. As soon as she exited the system, Yin Xian grabbed her arm tightly. Yin Xian? Zhou Jing was now a zombie and felt no pain. But seeing Yin Xian's expression still frightened her a bit, as she had no idea what was going on with him. What's wrong? You disappeared. This was the second time Zhou Jing heard Yin Xian speak a complete sentence. It seemed that ever since Zhou Jing guided him to hold her hand previously, his communication skills had improved. His current nervousness also indicated that he had the ability to think. Where did you go? Take me with you. Zhou Jing suddenly fell silent, listening to Yin Xian's words. She hesitated. In this apocalypse, she had no one to trust. But what if she gave her trust to this innocent zombie? Let us take this gamble. In the end, she decided to fully trust one person this time. You follow me. Zhou Jing held Yin Xian's hand and, after a moment's thought, entered the space. Yin Xian's behavior was quite strange. He showed no excitement or action, just stood there blankly, looking at Zhou Jing seriously. Zhou Jing smiled shyly and said, Welcome to my world. Yin Xian clearly wouldn't disturb Zhou Jing. He found a corner of the system and sat down, quietly watching her. Zhou Jing was also ready, took a deep breath, and tried to eat a gray crystal core. Congratulations, you have absorbed 2 experience points. You need 18 more points to level up. It seemed that the gray crystal core was worth 2 experience points. Zhou Jing moved her body and felt no discomfort. Then she ate a green crystal core. Congratulations, you have absorbed 10 experience points. You need 8 more points to level up. This crystal core was of average size and quality, but since it had color, it gave 8 experience points, indicating that cores of better quality would yield even more experience. She swallowed the non-existent saliva. Just 1 more core, and she could level up to level 2. She couldn't think too much about it. Zhou Jing took a deep breath and consumed the crystal core in one go. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. Zhou Jing thought she should be happy at this moment, but the sudden pain made her joy vanish instantly. So painful. She forced her eyes open, looking at her skin. The pain was emanating from there. It felt as if her skin was being scalded with boiling water, and the originally gray skin was now cracking layer by layer. It hurt, really hurt. She initially thought her system had activated pain perception, but later realized she hadn't turned it on, and the transformation during leveling up was unavoidable. This was the price of becoming stronger. Yanxian had already gone through this most difficult period. He could sense that Zhou Jing was very weak now, her blood soaking through her clothes, and even if the system refreshed, it would soon be stained red with blood. Yanxian felt powerless. Zhou Jing felt like she had been hit by a car and then run over again. It felt like she had been thrown into a pot of hot oil, being fried back and forth. Her entire consciousness was a bit hazy. After a long time, the bloody smell in the system became unbearable. Yet Yanxian was still quietly watching, showing no intention of leaving. A puddle on the ground, resembling blood, twitched slightly. Yanxian's eyes moved, watching the twitching object, slowly getting up and walking over. Zhou Jing felt that her current state was great. After experiencing immense pain, she now felt filled with strength. Yanxian had witnessed the entire process, standing next to Zhou Jing, watching her. Until Zhou Jing slowly sat up, Yanxian sensed that her aura seemed different. As a zombie, he was more sensitive. Looking at her workout clothes soaked in blood, Zhou Jing's first words upon waking were, "I'm so hungry. I need to take a shower." Yanxian tilted his head, looking at Zhou Jing. He hadn't felt hunger in a long time since he had been eating while walking all this time. But Zhou Jing truly felt an urgent hunger now, every cell in her body clamoring for food. However, the remaining rationality reminded her to be cautious about what she was eating. After releasing both of them from the space, Zhou Jing dove headfirst into the water. Yanxian understood Zhou Jing's hunger and quickly ran off to catch a not-so-dirty low-level zombie, returning excitedly. The moment Zhou Jing emerged from the water, she saw a zombie holding another zombie, and that zombie was being bossed around like a little chick. It looked really pitiful. Yanxian, holding the zombie, saw Zhou Jing come out and push the zombie in front of her, eyes full of expectation. She was surprised to see such expectation in a zombie's eyes. Moreover, he looked really cute and silly right now. It felt like if he had a tail, it would be wagging. Zhou Jing helplessly said, "I don't eat zombies." Yanxian seemed to not understand. Tearing open the zombie's head with his nails and holding half of the skull, pushing it in front of Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing pushed the skull away helplessly and said, "You eat it. I'll go find something to eat." After saying that, she quickly flashed into the space, fearing that Yanxian would get anxious. She quickly put on her clothes and came out, seeing him pitifully eating the half-skull. Zhou Jing also noticed that this time Yanxian was surprisingly careful about hygiene. Try not to let the blood and brain matter touch his clothes. Although she was a bit puzzled, she didn't think too much about it and said to Yanxian, "Let's move forward." As soon as Yanxian heard this, he dropped the skull and followed Zhou Jing ahead. Zhou Jing thought that her current state felt a bit like having this power but not being able to fully control it. Just like that door last time, she felt that in her current state, she could definitely kick it open. Of course, this was just how Zhou Jing felt. Lost in her thoughts, her stomach growled even more. All she encountered along the way were zombies, not even a feather in sight. Zhou Jing was almost in despair. What to do? Would she really starve to the point of eating something strange? She felt she was about to lose her sanity. Even wanted to take a bite out of the zombies around her. No, absolutely not. She resolutely told herself not to eat those. She walked on in confusion. Finally, she saw a glimmer of hope. At the bottom of this cliff, Zhou Jing surprisingly saw a village. This meant there was a high possibility of finding mutated beasts or food. Not wanting to miss any shred of hope, Zhou Jing pulled Yan Huan and cautiously advanced towards the village. Things were about to get interesting. The closer they got to the village, the stranger Zhou Jing felt. This village was not like others, filled with eerie silence. Instead, it exuded a bizarre atmosphere. When Zhou Jing and Yan Huan approached, they discovered that the zombies in this village had hardly evolved at all. Yan Huan even showed a face full of disdain. Zhou Jing was speechless. All right. It seemed the food was just too low level for him to find it appetizing. As it was getting dark, the two moved further into the village, only to find one house still brightly lit. It was quite strange to see someone living so well in this apocalypse. Zhou Jing smirked wickedly and carefully led Yin Huan to the wall of this house. Zhuang Chong used to be a pig butcher before the apocalypse. He could barely make ends meet. Though people in the village bought meat from him, he knew they looked down on him behind his back. With no money and still a bachelor at over 30, he had to suppress the hatred of being despised deep inside. He thought he could just live like this. But who knew the apocalypse would come? The villagers were in chaos, some dead, some turned into zombies. The survivors were terrified, and Zhuang Chong was also scared, fearing he would be the next to die. In this extreme fear, he unexpectedly activated his special ability, a power ability. He didn't know exactly what this ability was, but he knew he was the only one in the village who had activated it. Zhuang Chong felt a bit excited. With 2 pig knives in his hands, he was formidable. The zombies he encountered could be easily taken down with a single strike, and those he saved sought his protection, thus aligning with Zhuang Chong. Then, they took over the village chief's house. When they arrived at the village chief's home, the entire family had already turned into zombies, except for their daughter, who had been hidden in a cupboard during the crisis. Zhuang Chong quickly dispatched a few zombies in the house. They settled in. The village chief's house was the largest in the village, with a considerable yard. Closing the door created a small world. The survivors quietly followed him inside. The village chief's daughter, having no other choice, accepted the situation. They needed protection. In this village, Zhuang Chong subtly began to take on the role of leader. This made him feel a bit smug. The disdain they had for him before was now replaced with their helplessness. Looking at the young girls in the house, Zhuang Chong's heart raced. Before, he had only dared to think about it. Later, under Zhuang Chong's leadership, the zombies in the village were mostly cleared out, and the few that remained posed no real threat to the survivors. They began to plunder the food stored in other people's cellars. Maintaining this way of life, the few survivors in the village managed to stay alive. Perhaps due to a mindset of escapism, they seemed uninterested in the outside world, staying huddled in this small village, with no one daring to venture out or even suggest doing so. In this context, a side of Zhuang Chong that had never been revealed before emerged. Violence, greed, desire. The surviving girls were genuinely thankful to him. As villagers, they knew each other's backgrounds well. However, when relationships turned urgent, the dark sides of people's hearts would be released to an infinite extent. Finally, one night, Zhuang Chong dragged a pretty girl into a room. Watching that scene, the men outside didn't know whether to feel relieved or anxious. The previous harmonious facade would inevitably be shattered. It was just a matter of time. That night, those outside listened to the cries from within and couldn't quite figure out their feelings. The next day, the girl emerged with swollen red eyes, her expression blank. That day, she had her first meal of meat since the apocalypse began. Later, when others witnessed such events, they had grown indifferent, accustomed to it. Only those girls knew how bitter their hearts felt. Clearly unwilling, clearly resistant, but this life was worse than death. Zhou Jing and her companions seemed to choose a bad time to eavesdrop. Zhou Jing clearly felt that her hearing had changed significantly after leveling up. While she might not have been able to speak, she had no problem hearing sounds now. However, Zhou Jing would rather not hear anything at all. The unpleasant moans from inside made her heart sink. There were unhealthy sounds mixed with a woman's cries. Yet, it seemed that even in such circumstances, the man had no intention of stopping. After a long while, the sounds of crying inside subsided. She could vaguely hear the man cursing, "You bitch. What are you pretending to be a virtuous woman for? You're really killing my mood." Saying this, he opened the door, and Zhou Jing only heard a thud, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. There seemed to be some faint noises outside, but they were drowned out by the man's curses. Zhou Jing looked at Yin Huan. Yin Huan looked at Zhou Jing seriously and said, "Blood." Zhou Jing couldn't smell it, but she understood Yin Huan's meaning. The smell of blood. It indicated that the woman had blood on her when she was thrown out of the room. No wonder. Zhou Jing tried to calm her restless heart. The feeling of hunger was becoming more intense. Ignoring everything, Zhou Jing walked deeper into the village. She felt there was something more appealing inside. It felt like food. When she saw a pig that had transformed into a mutated beast before her, Zhou Jing swallowed the saliva that had risen. "Eat it, eat it." She swallowed hard, extending her hand. Her 5 fingers were dark, and her nails were long. But after Zhou Jing inspected them, she found they were different from her nails in life. sharp enough to rival a good kitchen knife. She moved her hand, looked at the pig, and with a clawing motion, she sank her fingers into its head, all while the mutated pig displayed a look of terror. In hindsight, Zhou Jing recalled how she had been driven by hunger, feeling like a cold and ruthless, true zombie. But this feeling was honestly exhilarating. The power she felt at that moment was something she had never experienced before. By now, after finishing the meat, Zhou Jing entered a house, treating it like her own, opened a water tank to clean the pig meat, then turned on the gas, lit the fire, and without caring about her image, she hungrily devoured the cooked meat. It had been so long since she had eaten, and she lost control the moment she tasted food. She completely failed to notice that after eating the mutated beast's meat, her experience bar was continuously running backward. After finishing a large chunk of pig meat, Zhou Jing collapsed in satisfaction onto a chair. She was so happy. The feeling of being full is so blissful. Meanwhile, Yin Xian looked at Zhou Jing's actions with curiosity. After being full, Zhou Jing suddenly remembered Yin Xian's presence and hurriedly grabbed a piece of pork for him. Yin Xian took the meat, chewed a couple of times, and disdainfully tossed it aside. Zhou Jing could tell from his expression that he still preferred raw meat, so she said no more and happily rolled onto the bed, holding her stomach. No wonder Yin Xian had been eating all the way. This meal really could replace 3 meals from before. She wondered if a zombie's body would get fat. In any case, she felt that her current body didn't seem to change whether she ate or not. Yin Xian, observing Zhou Jing, curiously followed suit and lay down as well. Seeing Yin Xian's actions, Zhou Jing didn't bother about anything else. Yin Xian seemed like an innocent child now, not knowing how to do much. Zhou Jing closed her eyes, wondering if a zombie could feel sleepy. Meanwhile, Yin Xian lay down, mimicking Zhou Jing, but he couldn't grasp the meaning of what she was doing. Turning to look at Zhou Jing, who had closed her eyes, he suddenly recalled the man he had seen earlier. Looking at Zhou Jing's face, he couldn't help but lean closer. Zombies don't breathe. He stared at Zhou Jing's face, mimicking what he had seen the man do, and kissed her. Zhou Jing's eyes flew open instantly, looking at the man in front of her who was frozen in place. She asked, "What are you doing?" Yin Xian remained silent. He didn't understand why he did that. Zhou Jing sighed, realizing that he must have witnessed what that man did. Looking at Yin Xian, she said, "What that man did, you'd better forget it all. Everything." Yin Xian nodded. However, the scene in his mind kept replaying. What had that man done to provoke such a strong reaction from Zhou Jing? It was truly an unpleasant experience. He just wanted to eat him. Yin Xian's face showed no expression, but his mind was filled with thoughts about what had just happened. Zhou Jing also decided to selectively forget what had just occurred. She had tried to see if she could sleep, but found that she couldn't at all. It seemed that, as a zombie, she couldn't sleep anymore. Considering her situation, she pulled Yin Xian into the system. She needed to work hard to recover as soon as possible. Once in the system, she tossed Yin Xian aside and began to study, while Yin Xian just obediently watched. After a night of studying, Zhou Jing checked her experience points and found that she had indeed hit a wall at 80. She really needed to practice in real combat tomorrow. Yin Xian had been staring so long that his eyes were sore, but he still kept watching. Zhou Jing felt a bit guilty seeing him like this. "Sorry, it must be a bit boring." "Not boring at all," Yin Xian replied, his speaking ability improving. Zhou Jing smiled at him and looked through the space to see what was happening outside. Sure enough, the commotion from the mutant beasts yesterday had attracted some people here. The man from last night had brought a few others with him. Seeing the man's chubby face, Zhou Jing sneered. Such a person was truly disgusting. She remembered when she was in the group with Ling Sang, that repulsive man. "Let's go," Zhou Jing said to Yin Xian. "Let's go cause some trouble." Although Yin Xian didn't understand what causing trouble meant, he could sense that Zhou Jing's mood was not good, so he nodded and followed her out of the system. They watched the wary people outside from the house. Yin Xian thought to himself that they were just a bunch of food. Zhou Jing, on the other hand, was contemplating how to kill that man. This time, Zhuang Chong seemed quite nervous, bringing several men with him. The brutal demeanor he had last night was nowhere to be seen, and he appeared somewhat serious. The men beside him held kitchen knives, nervously watching the interior. Zhou Jing and Yin Xian, however, looked like two not-so-disgusting zombies. Just when it seemed they would remain in a stalemate, one of the men said, I smell something meaty. They hadn't eaten meat in a long time. These mutant beasts were not only vicious, but they were also frustrating because they didn't dare disturb them. Today, they noticed that one of the fierce mutant beasts was missing. This indicated that a big shot they couldn't provoke had arrived. However, even so, Zhuangchang wouldn't admit that he dared not provoke them. After all, in this place he was still the boss. Swallowing hard, Zhuangchang said, "We don't know who the expert inside is. We mean no harm. If you have any dissatisfaction, we will leave." Though he said this, there was no sign of respect in his actions. He gripped the kitchen knife and quietly moved forward. The others, seeing Zhuangchang's actions, understood what they should do. After a night of training, Zhou Jing's hearing had reached the level a zombie should have, and this person clearly underestimated them. Zhou Jing licked her nails. "Then I want to hold back." Meanwhile, Yan Xian, feeling somewhat irritated, squeezed his fingers. A bunch of little bugs were coming to disturb his mood. When the group rushed into the house, they found that there was no one inside, only two zombies staring coldly at them. Zhou Jing had more thoughts. She disliked this man and wanted to kill him, while Yan Xian thought about getting a good meal. Thus, the two surprisingly reached an agreement. Zhou Jing would deal with Zhuangchang, while Yan Xian chose to eat the other three men. In the hands of the two, Zhuangchang, who originally possessed supernatural powers, was reduced to a state like a little chick, allowing Zhou Jing to toy with him. She coldly watched the man, not in a hurry to kill him. Instead, she held his neck until he was nearly unable to breathe, then released him. After several rounds of this, the man collapsed weakly to the ground, while the others had long been killed and eaten by Yan Xian. As he scooped out the man's brain, he looked at Zhou Jing with confusion, not understanding what she found amusing about this. Zhou Jing looked at this man and remembered the room full of girls. Feeling a surge of anger, she tightened her grip on Zhuangchang's neck. "Do you know that even in this apocalypse, there is no one who handles things like you do? It's truly disgusting." She looked at the mess around her, sighed helplessly. She had originally intended to let them send a message back, but who knew Yan Xian would be so quick? After thinking for a moment, she said to Yan Xian, "You tell him I'll spare his life for now." Yan Xian conveyed the message. Zhuangchang looked up, unable to believe the zombie in front of him. "Go back and prepare a vehicle for those girls. Tell them to head east, and there will be a place of refuge." All right. Zhuangchang was almost moved to tears. Being able to spare his life at this time was the best outcome. Zhou Jing released her grip, allowing Zhuangchang to stumble back. Yan Xian looked at Zhou Jing, puzzled. Zhou Jing thought to herself that she could only scare those girls with her current appearance. However, since Zhuangchang knew her secret of being a zombie, he couldn't be allowed to leave this village alive. With that thought, she and Yan Xian hid in the shadows and followed Zhuangchang. After Zhuangchang returned, he indeed conveyed Zhou Jing's message truthfully, causing the girls to burst into tears. Then Zhuangchang prepared a vehicle for them. Zhou Jing breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, she had saved some people. Regardless of how they would fare in the future, it was still much better than their current situation. The girl who was pulled into the house last night glanced thoughtfully at the spot where Zhou Jing was hiding. Zhou Jing was lost in thought, while Zhuangchang, who was about to come over, noticed Zhou Jing's hiding place. He looked at Zhou Jing's distracted expression and the dull look of the man beside her, and a bad idea formed in his mind. He quietly walked over, telling himself that if he could just hypnotize himself for a moment and kill this zombie, his abilities would advance again. At that point, he could do whatever he wanted. Zhou Jing sensed someone approaching from behind, and she wanted to take advantage of his moment of relaxation to kill him secretly. Meanwhile, several girls in the car were still excitedly chatting. Qingxing, the girl who was pulled into the house last night, glanced at Zhuangchang, who was moving. She suddenly got out of the car, and in the surprised gazes of everyone, she shoved him into the horde of zombies while Zhuangchang was completely unprepared. The incident happened so suddenly that even Zhou Jing didn't react in time. She heard Qingxing suddenly shout, "You all go. And thank you, although you didn't show your face. I know it was you who saved us. This is my way of repaying your kindness." Qingxing's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of crying. Zhou Jing stared blankly at Qingxing and the others. She knew how painful it was to be torn apart by zombies. She also understood how much courage it took for this girl to make such a decision. Zhou Jing suddenly felt like crying for this girl. She watched the light in Qingxing's eyes slowly fade away and heard the girls in the car softly crying, faintly calling out the name Qingxing. After a long time, the car started. They ultimately left. Zhou Jing saw a hint of a smile on Qingxing's face, and then the light in her eyes completely vanished. In the end, she became one of the zombies. I came to save you. How could you save me instead? After the car left, Zhou Jing slowly walked out from her hiding place. Yin Xian followed her, and when he saw Zhuang Chong, he mercilessly broke his neck and opened his head to take out a yellow crystal core, which was clearly much larger than the ones from before. This was proof of becoming an ability user. Meanwhile, Qingxing wandered aimlessly with the horde of zombies. Zhou Jing walked up to Qingxing and quietly watched her. Perhaps because she had just turned into a zombie, her face and wounds had not yet healed. She just kept walking like that. Zhou Jing suddenly didn't want to see Qingxing like this. All she could do was let her rest in peace. Zhou Jing hugged Qingxing and let Yin Xian break her neck. They buried Qingxing in the village. I was just too slow. She looked at Qingxing's grave and suddenly realized. Besides Zhuang Chong's malicious gaze, another gaze watching her must have belonged to Qingxing. She probably didn't even know when she had awakened her powers. There's not much I can do. I can only hope you rest in peace here. Zhou Jing and the others chose not to leave the small village just yet. The mutated beasts were too hard to find, and there were only a few pigs here. The rest was for her to quickly level up to level 5. The time when she would be almost indistinguishable from humans, and that would be when she truly embarked on her journey. After these incidents, Zhou Jing recognized her own weaknesses. I'm too weak, really too weak. And this state of mind is really too unsuitable for walking in this world. Since she had a shortcut, she had to take a risk. She glanced at her experience points. After dealing with a few zombies, she could eat the crystal core and level up. Looking at the crystal core that was larger than the others, Zhou Jing made up her mind. Then let's get started. On the other side, Ling Sang and Zhenju stopped near the city. Zhenju's face was somewhat pale, and their small team now only had 4 people left. Ling Sang frowned at Zhenju. I still underestimated the situation. He let Zhenju get rid of the child, which resulted in the smell of blood attracting a horde of zombies. Plus, the weakened Zhenju couldn't help fight the zombies or even heal anymore. As a result, 2 people were infected. Helpless, they could only escape quickly. All of this was due to his own mistakes. He suddenly felt a little irritated. If he hadn't listened to Zhenju's suggestion to frame Zhou Jing from the start, perhaps none of this would have happened. Ling Sang habitually pushed all the responsibility onto the women, Zhou Jing and Zhenju alike. Once it happened once, it became easier to do it again. He looked at the city base, thinking about how to climb higher. Zhenju noticed Ling Sang's somewhat disdainful expression and felt a chill in her heart. But what could she do? This was the path she chose. At this moment, Zhou Jing was also experiencing her second transformation in space. After swallowing the crystal core, Zhou Jing realized that she didn't have the same bloodthirsty demeanor as last time. In fact, this time she felt nothing, except that she could hear more clearly and even smell things. She looked in the mirror. She had improved a lot. There was no rotten skin, no various wounds. She looked like just a more intact zombie. If one could ignore her shallow pupil color, this was the second level transformation. The difference from the first level seemed quite significant. As for movement, she tried the second level task of dodging stones. It was indeed quite simple, indicating a considerable improvement in agility. Looking back at Yin Xian, who was already bored and had learned how to operate the system, she went off to complete her tasks. He was having a great time playing now. Zhou Jing looked at Yin Xian and suddenly felt much more at ease. Even though she had become a zombie against her will, she hadn't given up hope of living. At this moment, Zhou Jing was still narcissistic, filled with thoughts of how great and noble she was now. If it weren't for Yin Xian having fun over there, he might have mocked Zhou Jing, now a level 3 zombie. Zhou Jing finally remembered that she seemed to have a system manager. Although she didn't know how Little Sang was doing, she hadn't forgotten what Little Sang had said. I'm a zombie with a space now. Entering the dungeon. Humans had a fear of zombies that lacked pain and fatigue, so every time a zombie evolved, it was when they were most afraid. Unknown creatures always attracted attention. Zhou Jing was very happy the moment she discovered she had a space, as it at least meant she had a lifeline. However, she was disappointed once she entered. Where's my spring water? Where's my little world? You say it's a space, and you really just give me a space to put things? She felt like she was being teased. What was the difference between this and the system space? The only difference might be that here, she could freely put things without worrying about being thrown out by little Sang for being messy. All right, be content. While thinking about the space, Zhou Jing also recalled that cold and noble level 2 gift package. Now that she was level 3, she should be able to open it, right? She rummaged through her backpack and found the gift package. Zhou Jing, who had no more hope for the space, unexpectedly discovered something that could truly surprise her, a blood-replenishing pill. Just from the name, she knew its effect. It probably could bring her back to full health after taking it. Looking at the description, she found that it actually had side effects. After eating it, she would feel weak all over, with back pain and leg cramps for 2 days. Seeing the side effects were so severe, Zhou Jing directly threw him into the space. I knew there wouldn't be a free lunch. Used to the system's nature, Zhou Jing didn't feel any disappointment at all, and she didn't know if it was because she had evolved or if she had long stopped having expectations. Glancing back at Yin Xian, who had become a bit bored, Zhou Jing stretched her limbs. It was time to go out for a stroll. Having lost track of how many days she had spent in the system, Zhou Jing looked at the activity outside. It was very quiet. Then let's go out. She ran out with Yin Xian. Outside, everything was still the same. The mutated pig was still the same pig. The difference was that now there were 2 people who wanted to eat it instead of 1. Yin Xian had also been hungry in the system for a long time, and he could clearly feel that Zhou Jing's levels seemed to be getting closer to his own. Although he didn't know why she was progressing so quickly, his instincts told him that he needed to eat. The 2 of them arrived in front of the mutated pig once again. The pig was already in despair. Okay, we're not having an easy time either. Can we stop eating pigs all the time? Unfortunately, as food, they had no say. After 2 screams, Zhou Jing held a pig leg, and Yin Xian carried its head. To get to the city earlier, Zhou Jing also felt that she had a hard time. The girls had gone east, and how their future would be was up to them. She took a bite of the pig leg. For some reason, although she didn't plan to go east, perhaps due to the upgrade, her perception had increased again. She always felt that something in the east was attracting her. While the 2 of them were enjoying life with 2 corpses, Yin Xian suddenly raised his head. Looking at the empty village, he suddenly showed a threatening expression. Before Zhou Jing could react, she saw Yin Xian suddenly leap into the air, and when she looked up, she saw a pale zombie staring at her with its hollow eyes. This was a level 4 zombie. No wonder she felt nothing at all. Watching the 2 zombies fight so fiercely, Zhou Jing felt like running again. However, it was obvious that the zombie with the hollow eyes was fixated on her. As long as she moved, it would charge at her and be blocked. If she moved again, it would charge again. This makes no sense. Am I just that annoying? Watching them about to destroy the village, Zhou Jing finally couldn't hold back. I'm a zombie too. I don't need to be afraid of you. Seeing Yin Xian in such a disadvantaged position, Zhou Jing couldn't hold back any longer. She charged forward fiercely, landing a punch on the level 4 zombie's face. Meanwhile, Yin Xian took the chance to dig his claws into the level 4 zombie's arm. The level 4 zombie was not to be underestimated. It turned around and surprisingly broke free. It reached out towards Zhou Jing, its dark claws instantly expanding, aiming for her head. Oh my god, it's coming straight for my life. Although she knew zombies could eat their kind, this was too intense. Did it think I was tastier than Yin Xian? Extending her own claws, her nails quickly grew long, and Zhou Jing took a deep breath. Come on, do you think I will be afraid of you? While it was fighting with Yin Xian, Zhou Jing launched a sneak attack from behind the zombie, clawing off the last remnants of its clothing, and its pale back was marked with several bloody scratches, the color of which turned out to be purple. As expected, the skin could deceive people. Inside it was still zombie material. It seemed that only after reaching level 5 could one truly resemble a human inside and out. Reflecting on how she still had time to observe such things, the zombie clearly appeared enraged, turning to look at Zhou Jing. It was then that she noticed it actually had blue eyes. So was it a foreigner, or had it mutated into this state? Now, both she and Yin Xian were at level 3, which was still uncertain, so they could only try their best to entangle it. Just then, Yin Xian, taking advantage of the zombie's distraction, suddenly reached out and brutally pulled its arm off. Zhou Jing frowned as she watched them. Yin Xian, is it hard to deal with? Very powerful. As Yin Xian spoke, he began to gnaw on the zombie's arm. The zombie, seeing the scene, charge at Yin Xian as if stimulated, slashing fiercely at him. While gnawing, Yin Xian dodged, but when he was at a disadvantage, Zhou Jing charged in, grabbing the zombie's neck. Looking at it this way, her strength was quite considerable. She smiled bitterly as she watched the zombie turn its head, finally remembering that she was a delicious target too. Meanwhile, Yin Xian took a big bite, tossed the arm aside, and with blood all over his face, charged towards the zombie. With a punch, he struck the level 4 zombie's face. The zombie, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by Yin Xian's punch, and there was no movement. Zhou Jing thought Yin Xian would follow up with an attack, but suddenly there was a thud. Yin Xian also fell to the ground. Yet, the zombie appeared to be trying to get back up. Zhou Jing didn't have time to think. She picked up Yin Xian and ran in the opposite direction for where the zombie had come. Having strength meant being willful, and not knowing fatigue also meant being willful. Carrying Yin Xian, she ran for an unknown amount of time until she confirmed she couldn't feel that malicious aura anymore. Then Zhou Jing set Yin Xian down. She had felt it when she was carrying him. Yin Xian's body temperature was exceptionally high. Logically, as a zombie, he should have no temperature at all. But now his body felt a bit too hot to the touch. For a moment, she couldn't care about anything else. And Zhou Jing swiftly moved into the space with Yin Xian. Unbeknownst to her, a group of people arrived at the spot where Zhou Jing had just been a few minutes later. A man squatted down and looked at the ground. He said someone had just been here. Then he looked into the distance, but didn't approach. The others nodded, indicating they understood. If Zhou Jing came out, she would recognize these were the same 4 people she had encountered last time. The one checking the footprints was the chubby one. Mu Yin, do you really feel differently about this place? Yes. Mu Yin's eyes were fixed on that high mountain. It gives me a comfortable feeling. Mu Yin had a wood attribute, so she always felt particularly close to things of that nature, and the people in their group trusted what she said. If possible, the stronger the members of the team, the greater their help would be. The group did not linger and moved towards the mountains. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing had entered the system with Yin Xian and discovered that Yin Xian's temperature was rising even more, almost burning to the touch. His skin resembled her own during her evolution when all the flesh had burst open, spilling a pool of black and purple blood. He was also twitching slightly, appearing extremely pained. Zhou Jing couldn't help and could only anxiously watch from the side. However, Yin Xian's recovery speed was clearly much faster than Zhou Jing's at that time. In no time, she saw him starting to grow new flesh. The color, surprisingly, had changed from the previous bluish-purple to a pale color, just like that level 4 zombie. It seemed that Yin Xian had upgraded because he ate the flesh of the level 4 zombie. Knowing the situation, Zhou Jing felt relieved, because judging from the current situation, there was a significant gap between level 4 and level 3. If Yin Xian leveled up to level 4, then his speed and strength should increase significantly. But Zhou Jing rested her chin on her hand, looking at Yin Xian. He should be at his most vulnerable right now. Watching Yin Xian appear as if he wouldn't wake up for a while, Zhou Jing didn't hesitate and left the space, sensing that ominous presence. Looking at the nearby mountain hollow, Zhou Jing frowned. Since she had sensed it, she couldn't miss it. She gazed at that mountain hollow. This is a scene that just experienced a brutal fight. The ground is littered with zombie corpses, which she cannot ignore, indicating that the people who just entered must have considerable strength. Why not set a trap then? Zhou Jing smiled slyly and carefully walked in behind them. Zhou Jing had no experience in tracking, and even if she wanted to set a trap, it was not an easy task. As soon as she entered the cave, she felt that comfortable, enticing sensation intensifying. She looked at the zombie blood, which made her feel a bit restless. Was it a bloodthirsty impulse? Suppressing that slight itch in her heart, Zhou Jing hurried to catch up with the people ahead, but was stumped by the maze-like configuration in front of her. There were 4 holes in front of her, clearly 4 forks in the road. She didn't know which hole the people ahead had entered. Zhou Jing's mind surprisingly became clear. Those few people ahead were clearly not zombies, so how did they know there was something here? The zombies at the entrance were clearly attracted by that aura, but had been dealt with by the people ahead. This was quite dangerous for her as well. She could be dealt with at any moment. Remembering the person who unleashed a big move at the beginning, Zhou Jing smiled slyly. Ha ha ha. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Thinking of this, Zhou Jing didn't care about anything else. She could sense it, and so could others. Even humans could sense it. There was no time to hesitate. She randomly picked an entrance and walked in. No matter what dangers lay ahead. As long as I don't get my head blown off, there is no danger. With this thought, she charged in without hesitation. Zhou Jing initially thought something chaotic would pop up after she entered, but she was somewhat confused by the sight before her. It was a vast expanse of darkness, almost peaceful to the point of being excessive, if one ignored the various plants on the ground. In this apocalypse, anything could mutate, and plants could certainly mutate too. But for Zhou Jing, whether mutated or not, aren't they all the same species? They couldn't possibly. Still lost in thought, Zhou Jing suddenly felt as if she stepped on something soft beneath her feet. Upon closer inspection, it was the root of a plant. This was quite awkward. She should have been careful and had no issues, but her carelessness was her downfall. Watching the plant suddenly spring up, Zhou Jing felt like crying. If I could do it all over again, I would choose differently. Could you give me some buffer time? A vine whip shot straight towards Zhou Jing's face, and she dodged to the side, jumping to a distance just in time to narrowly avoid the vine whip that came from behind, and she turned around to grab it. Whether it was her strength increasing or the vine whip not expecting her to grab it, it seemed to be stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Jing exerted force and broke the vine in her hand. It was as if she suddenly heard a scream. Zhou Jing was startled by this scream. I mean, is this a horror novel? Don't scare people, okay? Unexpectedly, after that scream, the vine whip instantly retracted, leaving a large, empty space in front of Zhou Jing. Is that it? She walked forward and saw the exit right in front of her, and that comfortable feeling was also within reach. Just as she was about to exit, Zhou Jing heard a conversation between a few people. It seemed that it had not yet reached its peak. Once it reached its peak, I can absorb its wood essence. So for the next few days, let's southguard this place. It looks like it won't be long before it blooms. All right. The few nodded and sat down. Zhou Jing's mouth was so wide open that she could fit a fist in. It's those people, those very powerful individuals. What were their names again? Mu Yan, Ling Jiao, the fatty. Oh my God, these people are definitely not to be trifled with. Afraid of startling them, Zhou Jing quickly turned and entered the space. While Yin Xian was still sleeping, his skin had healed, looking very pale, resembling someone who had not seen the sun for a long time and was not in good health. She touched his body. It was still cold. Well, I guess I have to continue waiting. Although she was waiting, Zhou Jing was not idle. She was watching the situation outside through the space. She saw that just after she left, Ling Jiao walked to her previous position, looked around for a while, and said, I felt like there was something here. He said something, not someone. The seated individuals instantly became a bit tense, and Ling Jiao added, it might just be my mistake. The fatty nodded cautiously, saying it was better to be careful. This place was new to them, and apart from the pile of zombies at the entrance, it was quite quiet inside the cave. Zhou Jing was somewhat surprised by what he said. Could it be that they were in a cave with no issues at all? After wondering for just a few seconds, Zhou Jing tossed that question to the back of her mind. Yin Xian woke up. This relieved Zhou Jing. At least they could discuss how to grab the items next. Zhou Jing felt that perhaps because she had turned into a zombie, her sense of morality had significantly decreased. Doing things like killing and looting felt utterly effortless. Moreover, she didn't know why, but her intuition told her that she had to obtain that thing. In the space, Yin Xian moved his body. Aside from being quicker in response and resembling a human more, there didn't seem to be much change. Zhou Jing took a close look at his pupils. They were unexpectedly blue, just like that fourth-level zombie. This indicates that the color of the pupils truly represents his level. Zhou Jing glanced at her own color. Sure enough, it was still a light gray. So now, while Yin Xian could appear before others, she still had to wait a bit longer. After waking up, Yin Xian seemed to lose interest in the supplements of this place. So after waking up, he just kept circling around Zhou Jing. It felt as if his intelligence had increased. Although he had become stronger, his attitude towards her seemed to have improved. Your pupils are blue, Zhou Jing said. Yin Xian looked at her and asked, are they pretty? Oh, that hit the cute spot. They're pretty. Zhou Jing patted Yin Xian's head, and the two waited for what they called the best time, with plans already discussed. They just needed to wait for the right moment to seize the opportunity. The two sat in the space, waiting for the flower to bloom. Yin Xian rubbed his belly. He seemed a bit hungry. Seeing this, Zhou Jing hurriedly took out the mutated meat she had saved last time. This was actually her own food supply. In the middle of the night, Yan Xian suddenly stood up into space. Zhou Jing understood his appearance immediately. Looking into the space, sure enough, the flower bud began to slowly open, and a few people also stood up. This is the moment. Zhou Jing grabbed Yan Xian and jumped directly out of the space. Before the three people could react, Yan Xian made a gust of wind with his palm, while Zhou Jing focused on Mu Lian, who was about to pick the flower. Although he was about to pick the flower, it still needed a bit more time. It wasn't at its peak yet, and picking it now would be pointless. Just then, Zhou Jing chose to jump out. Yan Xian faced the two, while she faced Mu Lian. Mu Lian's expression was calm as she looked at Zhou Jing and smiled slightly, drawing out her signature long knife from her side. Zhou Jing felt a slight tension in her heart, knowing that Mu Lian was not an easy opponent. Meanwhile, Ling Jiu finally did not start with a big move. Instead, he cautiously engaged Yan Xian in battle. Clearly, they didn't realize that Yan Xian was the zombie they had fought before, and his skin color might have led them to think he was a human trying to snatch resources. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing's pure zombie appearance caught Mu Lian's eye. She wielded her sword, but Zhou Jing narrowly dodged each strike. Mu Lian had fought high-level zombies before, but this one seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It dodged and attacked without any of the reckless behavior typical of zombies. Zhou Jing smiled, thinking they really believed all zombies were fools. After evading Mu Lian's attack, Zhou Jing suddenly turned around, her fingers splayed, lunging towards Mu Lian's face. Instinctively, Mu Lian tried to dodge, but at that moment, the flower bloomed completely. Mu Lian realized the situation and, in a panic, reached for the flower, but Zhou Jing had already evaded her strike, grabbing Mu Lian's wrist and throwing her back while forcefully seizing the flower stem. The flower instantly vanished from Zhou Jing's grasp. She sensed a cold wind behind her, and before she could react, she rolled on the ground. Feeling something warm trickling down her back, she knew she was injured. Now that the others realized the flower was gone and they had lost their advantage, their attack power suddenly increased significantly. "Give the flower back," Mu Lian shouted furiously, and Zhou Jing, not wanting to complicate matters further, quickly shouted, "Run," in a zombie's growl. Upon hearing this, Yan Xian rushed over to Zhou Jing without hesitation, while the two behind them realized they couldn't catch up and decided to unleash their ultimate move. Seeing Ling Jiu's increasingly pale face, Zhou Jing knew he was about to go all out. Grabbing Yan Xian's arm, she forcefully threw him forward while glancing back at Mu Lian's grim expression. "I'm sorry, I can't expose my space in front of them." Just as she turned back, Yan Xian had already grabbed her arm, scooping her up in a princess carry and taking her out of the valley. The two of them quickly slipped into the space. By the time the other three emerged, Zhou Jing and the others had vanished. Mu Lian's face was ashen. Ling Jiu and the fat guy felt a bit embarrassed. They hadn't been able to deal with even one person, leaving Mu Lian to face the zombie alone while also snatching away what she wanted. "Mu Lian, don't be angry. We'll help you get your stuff back, okay?" Mu Lian looked into the distance, her anger burning hotter. She had lost her ring last time, and now the flower was gone too. Why did everything I need disappear? After a long time adjusting her mood, she finally calmed down and smiled apologetically at the others. "Sorry, I was a bit anxious just now." Mu Lian's eyes drooped slightly, as if regretting her earlier outburst. Ling Jiu nodded in guilt, while the fat guy nodded as well, pondering deeply. What was Mu Lian's true nature? The usually calm and understanding demeanor contrasted sharply with her earlier near-manic state. Which one was the real her? The fat guy remained silent, but thought a lot. In this apocalypse, no one could be trusted, yet Mu Lian always seemed to sense things they couldn't. At first, it felt like a bargain hunting experience, but as time went on, it seemed a bit too coincidental. As for the duo who snatched things away, the combination of a zombie and a human, there was something familiar about that person's skills. He needed to think more about it. The three of them had their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing was feeling extremely fatigued, collapsing to the ground in the space like a dead pig. Blood continued to flow from her back. It was only then that Yan Xian noticed the wound and became frantic. Zhou Jing managed to calm him down. It's okay, we'll be fine soon." Zombies have strong recovery abilities, but for some reason, the blood continued to flow. Zhou Jing felt helpless she was already in despair, sensing something wet continually oozing from her wound. Suddenly, Zhou Jing froze, realizing something. Yin Xian was licking her wound. "Big brother, is this really okay?" Zhou Jing couldn't care less, flipping over to sit up and staring blankly at Yin Xian, who had a confused look on his face with blood on his lips, which he licked away. Zhou Jing dazedly said, "You're helping me heal?" Yin Xian looked innocent. "Really?" Moving her body, Zhou Jing felt much better. At least the bleeding had stopped. Looking at Yin Xian, she felt like crying. That previous action was just too ambiguous. Zhou Jing glanced at Yin Xian again. This zombie, after evolving, seemed more human. Even his appearance was the kind that could attract girls' admiration. Zhou Jing's heart skipped a beat. She shook her head, choosing to forget what had just happened. Yin Xian didn't speak, just secretly glanced at Zhou Jing's back with a lingering expression. That scent from earlier, it was her scent. Yin Xian looked at Zhou Jing earnestly, trying to firmly imprint her scent and appearance in his memory. Since there was nothing else to do, Zhou Jing stood up and moved her hands. A tender green sprout emerged on her index finger. This was something she had sensed earlier, once in the space. She had time to think about the flower, and the moment her thoughts shifted, this little sprout appeared. At the same time, they both heard a female voice, finally out. The two silently stared at the little sapling, their faces expressionless. Yin Xian had no idea what this sapling could do, while Zhou Jing felt an ominous premonition. Neither spoke, but the sapling couldn't hold back any longer. "I finally got out. You two don't smell like humans. Ah, I remember you. You're the one who stepped on my root. You hurt me so much, and you even broke my beautiful branch." Zhou Jing understood now. The vine she had fought against was its main body, but she had grabbed it because she wanted to eat it. If it had consciousness, she would have a hard time taking action. The sapling, seeing that the two remained silent, suddenly seemed a bit panicked. "No way. You want to eat me? I can't be eaten. If you eat me, you'll become zombies." Zhou Jing finally spoke. "I am a zombie. Eating you would be a great supplement." I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. Please don't eat me. I'm telling the truth. I have great uses." Zhou Jing had too many of these little things on her. There was still an egg that hadn't hatched, so she wasn't interested in this cute creature. "I can mask the scent on you." Zhou Jing was a bit confused. Aside from her skin color, what about her seemed non-human? The little sprout, seeing Zhou Jing and Yin Xian's appearance, became smug, saying, "Those low-level humans can't easily distinguish between you and me. Once they level up, they will be able to tell the differences in aura and scent." Zhou Jing pondered, could they really sense all that? Humans now had all sorts of abilities. She wondered if they could truly distinguish themselves from Yin Xian once their powers increased. Moreover, she and the zombies outside were indeed different. She had complete consciousness, and so did Yin Xian. Whether it was because he was with her or for some other reason, it was clear he also had a consciousness. Thinking of the last zombie that had malicious intent towards her, Zhou Jing began to feel a familiar headache. Could it be that these last zombies will evolve, just like humans? Besides this, what else are you good for? Zhou Jing casually asked. "What else do you want me to do?" Xiao Yayao looked aggrieved, her leaves turning yellow, and said, "I can still talk to you and make you laugh." "Oh ha, so useful. Although I have this sprout, my level hasn't changed at all. Not even a bit of experience has moved. Clearly, it felt very strong before. But why is it so useless now?" Xiao Yayao looked at Zhou Jing's expression and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Actually, I have another function." Zhou Jing suppressed her anger. "Hurry up and say it. I can intimidate mutated plants." "That's great. So useless. Why is it so useless? What do I need you for? To happily soar in the forest? My goodness, can I just throw you away now?" "It definitely has something it hasn't," T said. That woman's attitude clearly showed she knew this sprout was powerful. Zhou Jing held back. "It's okay. You don't want to say it now. There will be a time to say it." In order to quickly level up to level 4, after seeing the 3 people leave, Zhou Jing and Yin Xian exited the space. Since they were here, the nearby refuge was their target. Before entering, she needed to make herself look like an ordinary person. Zhou Jing looked at Yin Xian and said, "Will you accompany me to fight zombies?" "Sure." Yin Xian had no idea how funny it was for him to say this. After giving Yin Xian a playful shove, The two ran towards the nearby refuge. Across from the refuge was a vast zombie forest. Every day, groups would go out to hunt for supplies. Mutated beasts. Otherwise, humans would have starved long ago. Some mutated beasts are those that have turned into zombies, covered in mutated bacteria, and a single bite would be fatal, while others have turned into edible creatures with strong attack power. The two entered the forest, feeling the darkness within. Zhou Jing moved her neck. This place feels so comfortable. Yan Xian seemed to feel a bit comfortable too, looking at Zhou Jing and saying, "I'm hungry. Let us go." Zhou Jing looked at the darkness that seemed ready to engulf people and said, "This is our place." Suddenly, as if she remembered something, Zhou Jing pulled out an egg from her backpack. "Almost forgot about you. We can't waste the evolution time. Let us use it to hatch you." Xiao Yayao looked at her master, then at the egg in her master's arms. Suddenly, she felt her choice might have been wrong. She didn't know why, but she always felt a bit desolate about her future. Zhou Jing thought that in this forest she could kill freely and become a powerful zombie. But little did she know that the most abundant things here were not zombies or mutated beasts, but mutated plants. Zhou Jing had thought about plant mutations, but she never expected them to mutate so quickly. When she saw one mutated plant after another rushing towards her, Zhou Jing finally realized how important it was to have another handy weapon. Remembering Mu Yin's long knife and Ling Jiu's magic attacks, Zhou Jing felt a strong envy. One melee, one ranged, and one for defense. Such a combination is rare even in the apocalypse. Envy aside, when Zhou Jing saw Yan Xian charge straight ahead, her eyelids twitched. She always said this egg needed a hatch, but holding the egg meant she couldn't attack. She couldn't just watch Yan Xian fight alone. Zhou Jing sighed and put the egg back in the airdrop, extending her claws to charge forward. The best thing about becoming a zombie is that nails can grow or shorten at will and can be used as knives, of course, if you can ignore the poison on them. Without saying a word, Zhou Jing rushed forward and slashed at the incoming vines. "Ridiculous! You think you can match my speed?" Zhou Jing's claw easily sliced through the branches, causing black juice to spray out. Zhou Jing disdainfully waved her hand to get rid of the black substance. Looking over at Yan Xian, he was already heading for the trunk. He was dodging the branch attacks while searching for something. Zhou Jing followed. "Wait, didn't that little sprout say it could intimidate mutated plants? Where's the intimidation? Why is this plant still attacking me? Hey, come out!" Zhou Jing shouted, and Xiao Yayao trembled and ran out. "Where's your intimidation?" Xiao Yayao wanted to cry, but said, level. Zhou Jing didn't have time to chat. "If you say the level suppression is very strong, then let me ask you, where's its weakness? It can't keep attacking like this." Xiao Yayao felt wronged, estimating that it could only be used this way. To its right, there was a crack-like area. That was where its crystal core was located. If it was dug out, it would die. Zhou Jing suddenly noticed that the tree's attack speed had slowed down. It seemed that it understood Xiao Yayao's words. It was indeed intimidated by them. Zhou Jing smiled unkindly. "Yan Xian, to the right." Yan Xian obediently jumped to the right. The speed of the tree branch's attacks increased significantly with Yan Xian's jump. Zhou Jing knew that the vine's reaction meant Xiao Yayao was right. While Yan Xian was entangled with the vines, Zhou Jing seized the opportunity, charging towards the trunk, and, when it was unguarded, reached out her claws and grabbed fiercely. The hard trunk was easily torn open by Zhou Jing, and with a deft move, she pulled out the crystal core inside. In an instant, Zhou Jing saw the originally powerful tree rapidly withering before their eyes, turning into a pile of ashes. She didn't expect mutated plants to die like this. Zhou Jing sighed and looked at the little sprout in her hand, saying, "This time you've done well. If you dare to hide important things next time, I'll just eat you." "I was wrong." Zhou Jing didn't think much about the little threat and pulled out her egg again. She officially began her egg-hatching upgrade journey. Meanwhile, Yan Xian watched Zhou Jing and couldn't help but smile. All he needed to do was protect her. Yan Xian seemed to remember something, licking his lips as he looked at Zhou Jing, his pupils turning red. Zhou Jing's scent was truly wonderful. Zhou Jing shook her body uncomfortably, thinking she might be overthinking it. The refuge, 1 month later. When Zhou Jing finally saw the light of day again, her clothes were already tattered, but her face no longer had the bluish-purple hue for being a zombie. Perhaps because of Xiao Yao's help. Zhou Jing didn't look as pale as Yin Xian. Instead, she appeared fresh and lively. Thinking that she could enter the refuge soon, Zhou Jing felt incredibly happy. She could take a shower. Yin Xian watched Zhou Jing with a doting expression. During this month, Yin Xian didn't evolve, but instead focused on solidifying his abilities, significantly improving all his zombie attributes. While Zhou Jing had successfully advanced a step closer to being human during this month, she was holding a baby tightly around her neck. Dressed only in Zhou Jing's old sportswear, the zombie egg had finally hatched, but instead of a useful assistant, it turned out to be a baby, so blue and thin, like a mushroom. However, during their training, they discovered that this baby had the ability of psychic power. This meant they now had a surveillance camera. The baby is quite useful, but it seems that he doesn't get along well with Yin Xian. Whenever the two of them are put together, various problems arise. So, this baby can only be held by himself. Yin Xian, let's go in. Sure. In this month, Yin Xian has successfully improved his language abilities, which has also deepened the relationship between the two of them. This is Zhou Jing's first time entering such a shelter, and it has been several months since the apocalypse began. Basically, there are no new people coming to the shelter anymore, so when Zhou Jing and the others arrived, the staff at the shelter took a few more glances at them. Where are you from? The city. This was already discussed among Zhou Jing and the others. The registrar looked up at them and said, "The city is not far from here. Why did it take you so long to come?" "Well, we stopped to take care of some matters along the way." "Do you all have abilities?" "Some do. I have space abilities, and he has strength abilities." The registrar didn't take their words seriously. It was just a routine procedure. And besides, these two abilities, one is supportive and the other is expendable. She slowly wrote something in her notebook and then said, "Each person must provide 1 kilogram of supplies. Don't tell me you don't understand." "We understand." Zhou Jing smiled, looked at the registrar, and then took out 2 kilograms of mutated beast meat from her space. Zhou Jing didn't know that this meat was their rations. Originally, they thought they could manage with a little, fearing it wouldn't be enough to eat, so they hunted a bit more. Who would have thought it would actually come in handy? Looking at the items, the registrar's expression improved a bit and said, "Go inside for a health check." "Oh, okay." When Zhou Jing and Yin Xian walked in, they saw that behind one door, there were 2 more doors labeled men and women. If one wasn't paying attention, they might think this was a restroom from before the apocalypse. Zhou Jing handed the little zombie over to Yin Xian and then ignored the way the two of them seemed to want to eat each other, walking straight into the examination room. Inside, there was a female doctor in a white coat. She looked at Zhou Jing and coldly said, "Take off your clothes." Zhou Jing was taken aback. They really went all out from the start. But after thinking about it, her clothes did look like they had been through a battle. So she kept hypnotizing herself, telling herself that it was just like taking a shower in a public bathhouse. When she finished her examination and walked out, she saw that Yin Xian and the little zombie were already standing outside, and the two were pulling at each other like children. When they saw Zhou Jing come out, the little zombie even sat down on the ground, extending his hands to Zhou Jing for a hug, his eyes watery. Zhou Jing knew he was pretending, but still felt a bit heartbroken and ran over to pick up the little bun. She pretended not to see Yin Xian's aggrieved little face and the little zombie's smug expression. The combination of the three also drew the attention of others already in the shelter. After all, at this time, everyone was emaciated and starving, while these two, despite their tattered clothes, looked like they could still get enough to eat. Just as the two of them stood still, they saw a crowd rushing in from all directions. Zhou Jing didn't quite understand the situation, but from what they said, she grasped about 70 to 80% of it. "Miss, can I show you around the base for just 2 packs of biscuits?" "Miss, I'm cheaper. I only need 1 pack of biscuits. Just give me a bite to eat." A familiar voice entered Zhou Jing's ears, and when she looked up, she saw a man angrily shoving aside a thin woman, causing her to fall to the ground. And then he was swallowed up by the crowd behind. Zhou Jing frowned, pushed through the crowd, walked in front of this familiar voice, and reached out to help her up. "Can you show me around?" The woman looked up at Zhou Jing in disbelief, her eyes appearing particularly large on her emaciated face. She wiped her face and said, Okay, I'll show you around." The man shot a fierce glance at the woman, and she lowered her head, avoiding him, awkwardly saying to Zhou Jing, "Please, both of you, walk this way. As they walked, the woman said, I'm called Greenvine. Zhou Jing nodded, and Greenvine continued. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Okay, Zhou Jing replied to Greenvine. MHM. A slight smile appeared on Greenvine's face as she said, I'll first take you to tour the office building inside. With that, the four of them made their way to the office building. The office building looked quite luxurious. Even in the apocalypse, it was evident that it was well maintained. Greenvine explained to Zhou Jing that in this area, one should be cautious when speaking and doing business, as the ability users inside are really not easy to get along with. After saying that, Greenvine still looked a bit restless. Zhou Jing nodded, indicating she understood. Then, Greenvine said, if you go straight from here, you will reach the civilian area. Following Greenvine to the civilian area, Zhou Jing furrowed her brows. This was not a civilian area at all. It was simply a slum. Temporary tents were connected together, various pungent odors mingled, and they seemed oblivious to it. There were 2 or 3 people living together, both men and women, each with expressionless faces revealing despair. But even so, they didn't want to die. Each relied on the bare minimum subsidies from the shelter, engaging in activities that involve a group of people fighting for resources. In their eyes, there was not a glimmer of hope, only endless despair. Meanwhile, some people were doing relatively easier work, earning supplies more easily. When a woman called out Greenvine's name, a hint of panic appeared on Greenvine's face. Zhou Jing turned around, and it was another familiar face, one of the girls she had saved. If it weren't for the somewhat familiar voice, Zhou Jing would definitely not recognize her. She had makeup on her face, dressed provocatively, and a cigarette hanging from her mouth. She looked quite disreputable. For Yin Xian, this was just not very tasty food, but for Zhou Jing, this was someone she had painstakingly rescued. The provocatively dressed woman lifted the tent flap, looked at Greenvine with disdain, and said, Greenvine, I've said it long ago. Why don't you join me in this? Look at what you're doing every day. You can't eat enough or stay warm. And you have to be bullied by those people every day. Is it worth it? Greenvine lowered her head, said nothing more, glanced at her, and hurriedly said to Zhou Jing and the others, I'll take you over there. That's the area where the ability users live. Zhou Jing nodded. On the way, Greenvine was unusually silent. Zhou Jing thought for a moment and couldn't help but say you all. Greenvine lowered her head and said, She is my friend. We originally lived in a small mountain village, self-sufficient, and it was quite good, but then the apocalypse suddenly appeared, and we couldn't protect ourselves in that mountain village. Later, one of us awakened an ability. Zhou Jing nodded. This was about what she understood. We thought we were all from the same village, but who knew we couldn't withstand reality? That ability user. Greenvine seemed unable to say that word, only managing to force a smile at Zhou Jing. Later, someone came, and she killed that ability user. We escaped. Saying it was an escape was also quite messy. We thought we could start a new life when we came to this shelter, but once we arrived, it was like jumping from the dragon's den into the tiger's lair. Greenvine smiled bitterly. Zhou Jing listened in silence. Without the protection of strong individuals, we are like meat on the chopping board, bullied and ridiculed. One girl among us was taken away on the 3rd day after we arrived, in the middle of the night, and we knew what was happening to her, but we didn't dare to speak up or cry. The next day, we still had to go to work, as usual, and that girl never came back. We couldn't even find her body. Green Luo crouched on the ground, feeling a bit overwhelmed, and started to cry. Zhou Jing just stood there watching, suddenly doubting her initial decision about what she had called saving them. Green Luo cried for a while, slowly stood up, and shyly smiled at Zhou Jing before continuing to lead the way. Zhou Jing finally asked the question she had wanted to know for a long time. Do you hate him? The person who saved you. Green Luo wiped her tears and said, At first, I hated him. Zhou Jing's heart tightened. But later, as I learned more and more, I realized that even if we stayed in that small mountain village and lived that kind of life, we wouldn't survive for long. So, even with the life we have now, I feel like I'm living better than I was then. After this, they arrived at the area of the ability users. Green Luo stood there and told Zhou Jing, This is the place of the ability users. Zhou Jing looked around, and it resembled a bustling street from her past life. And she smiled. Whether it's the apocalypse or the past life, it's always a world where the strong are respected. The environment here was completely different from the civilian area. Green Luo observed Zhou Jing's expression and stopped speaking, trying to minimize her presence on the street. Zhou Jing also remained silent, nodding as she looked at the street. Kidnapped? Soon, Green Luo led Zhou Jing to the Task Guild. This is the Task Guild. Zhou Jing nodded as she watched a group of people taking on tasks. The tasks here were also divided into levels, with the highest level tasks being the most difficult. Generally, the tasks involved exterminating zombies, requiring the collection of zombie cores to claim rewards. And of course, the cores you collected were yours to keep. Most of the remaining tasks were about gathering supplies. Indeed, in the apocalypse, supplies were the most important thing. Look over there. Zhou Jing pointed. That's the arena. If you win, you can get a lot of cores. But on that fighting stage, you have to sign a death contract, meaning life and death are not guaranteed. It seems like in the apocalypse, human life is worth less. Green Luo carefully looked at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing said, "Why don't you come with us to your tent first?" What? Green Luo didn't quite understand. Today you took their business. I'm worried about your safety. Green Luo's face instantly turned pale. We need to hurry back. Qin Kong is still there. Zhou Jing exchanged a glance with Yin Huan, said nothing more, and ran towards the civilian area. When they arrived in front of Green Luo's tent, it was indeed empty. The mats on the ground had been rolled into a ball, and the expressions of the surrounding people were a mix of fear and relief. Zhou Jing frowned as she looked at the now empty tent, while Green Luo, arriving late, saw this scene and tears fell from her eyes. Although Qin Kong always complained about her, when she needed help, it was only Qin Kong who truly helped her. What should I do? Green Luo felt a bit desperate. Zhou Jing opened her mouth, unsure how to comfort her, but Green Luo had already stood up, her face filled with despair. I want to fight that group of beasts. Wait. Seeing Green Luo's demeanor, Zhou Jing voiced her thoughts. Don't be anxious. In such a short time, nothing should have happened. Besides, I feel that those people might not be after anything else. Zhou Jing frowned in disgust, carefully sniffing the air around her. I think I might know where they are. Yin Huan, let's go. Yin Huan obediently followed Zhou Jing. Right now, it's best if you don't run around. I think if you stay here quietly, we can rescue your friends. Green Luo looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. She didn't expect Zhou Jing could really help her. After all, the gap between them was too great. Zhou Jing truly didn't have to help. Green Luo calmed her emotions, sincerely thanked Zhou Jing, and then began to pack up the tent. She needed to believe in them and also in herself. So she had to take good care of this place and wait for their return. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing, upon catching a faint scent, sensed Qin Kong's location. It was at the diagonal back of this civilian area. That place also gave Zhou Jing a sense of subtle threat. Zhou Jing smirked, not expecting that a small shelter would still hide such powerful figures. She walked towards the diagonal back, feeling more uncomfortable as she got closer. This discomfort wasn't fear. It was disgust. Zhou Jing arrived in front of the tent, where she saw Qin Kong tied up and the man who had failed to seize the business talking to her. Qin Kong appeared calm, neither hysterical nor shouting for help, but wore an expression as if she had resigned to her fate. Since she entered this shelter, she had already anticipated this day. Now, all she hoped for was that the silly Green Luo could live well. She smiled wryly at the few people. Oh, you're also lively. Zhou Jing cheerfully approached, observing the situation. The man looked at Zhou Jing and Yin Huan with an impatient expression. You two shouldn't be looking for trouble. You might not know, but Li Zhang is my sworn brother. In this shelter, not many dare to cause me trouble. Since you two just arrived, let me remind you, if you dare to cause trouble again, let us see who can protect you. Of course, Zhou Jing and Yin Huan didn't know who Li Zhang was. Even if they did, what could it change? We're zombies. Do you believe we can just call the undead to eat you? Zhou Jing and Yin Huan didn't respond, but Qin Kong looked terrified and anxiously shouted, I don't need your help. Don't meddle in my business. Yin Huan was about to leave upon hearing her words, but Zhou Jing pulled him back. Yin Huan didn't understand, but he knew he could handle it. He wasn't afraid of that Li Zhang at all. And he could tell that this girl seemed to be a good person. She was just saying that to avoid dragging him down. Looking at the man's expression, Zhou Jing felt nauseated. It really was true that no matter the time, The real harm to humanity came not from other species, but from humans themselves. Rubbing her forehead, she thought that in the past, she would never have interfered in such matters, but she remembered Qing Xing, the girl's life-risking rescue, which seemed somewhat ridiculous to Zhou Jing, made her eyes ache every time she thought of it. Looking at this girl again, trying to scare them away with childish words and bearing the burden alone. How foolish could she be? The man saw that Zhou Jing had no intention of leaving, and his expression gradually turned sinister. So, you want a medal? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jing nodded seriously. Just right. She wanted to figure out what that disgusting thing was on him. Qing Kong's face was filled with despair. She didn't know what to do anymore. Even if she survived because of these two, she was afraid Li Zhang wouldn't let her go either. Qing Kong smiled bitterly, thinking it might be better to die here quickly. The man didn't act rashly. Compared to Zhou Jing, he understood the rules of the shelter better. He smiled maliciously and said, "The first rule of the shelter is no private fights." So, the man grinned wickedly. "Little girl, do you dare to fight me in the arena?" Zhou Jing thought about the arena Green Luo had described. Life and death seemed quite random there. And suddenly she found it a bit interesting. This man didn't seem to have any abilities. His certainty must be because he had a backup plan. Zhou Jing's eyes focused on the man, noticing that his right hand was unconsciously touching the ring on his left hand. Zhou Jing carefully sensed it. This ring does feel a bit uncomfortable. Then this matter became interesting. 3 people brought the ineffective Qing Kong to the arena. At the entrance of the arena, there was an old man registering participants. His murky eyes looked at Zhou Jing and the others, saying it costs 10 level 1 crystal cores to register, and 5 level 2. For life protection, it's 100 level 1 crystal cores. The old man looked at Zhou Jing and the other 2, his murky eyes revealing a glint of sharpness. Zhou Jing laughed upon hearing this, realizing that it could be done this way. She teasingly looked at the man, remaining motionless. The man glanced at Zhou Jing and disdainfully asked, "What? Afraid?" "No, I'm just waiting for you to pay." The expression on the man's face vanished instantly. "What did you say?" "I said you need to pay. Can't you understand? Didn't you come to the arena? If you don't pay, are you expecting me to pay?" The man, embarrassed and angry, retorted, "You? What's wrong with me? Is it that you don't have enough crystal cores? Or are you scared? Oh, you must not have enough crystal cores." Zhou Jing successfully used the skill taunt. The big man was taunted. His face turned red. Zhou Jing helplessly looked at the old man who was watching the spectacle and said, "Then I won't fight." "No." Zhou Jing was speechless. The man who seemed quite sharp just moments ago suddenly turned dull, and she helplessly said, "Then come back when you have enough money." Who would have thought that the man steadied himself and said, "I have it." Saying this, he took out 20 crystal cores from his pocket. Zhou Jing found it interesting and looked at him a few more times. The man, slightly embarrassed and angry, said, "You wait." The old man, having watched a good show, looked pleased and said to Zhou Jing and the others, "Come on, write your names on this agreement and put your fingerprints. You can place bets before the match starts. Of course, once you sign, you can't go back on it. Otherwise, we will issue a wanted notice, and no matter which base you go to, people will block you." Zhou Jing nodded seriously, wrote down the betting agreement, signed it, and glanced at the name written by the man. Huang Qing. Zhou Jing merely glanced and said to Huang Qing, "That's it then. I'll take Qing Kong away. 3 days later, we'll meet at the fighting arena." Huang Qing's intelligence finally returned. He looked at Zhou Jing with a mocking smile and said, "I look forward to it." With that, he turned and left. Zhou Jing didn't care about the man's attitude. She untied Qing Kong and led her toward the civilian area. The green vine in the tent had already cleaned up and was waiting for Zhou Jing with tears in her eyes. When Zhou Jing and the others reached the tent, the moment Green Vine saw Qing Kong, she collapsed and rushed out, hugging Qing Kong and crying profusely. This should have been a touching moment. But Zhou Jing felt no emotional response at all. It seemed she was becoming more like a real zombie, almost losing all human emotions. After the two cried enough, upon seeing Zhou Jing and Yan Huan, their tears flowed even more fiercely. They had caused so much trouble for Zhou Jing to save them. Qing Kong couldn't help but say, "You two should leave. That man is not to be trifled with. His brother is the real deal. The people at the office building are not someone we can mess with." Zhou Jing waved her hand and said, "I told you it's fine, so it's fine." You two stop crying. I know what I'm doing. And Greenvine, don't you want your wages for this morning? Greenvine wiped her tears and firmly said to Zhou Jing, I don't want it. Zhou Jing was speechless. I was reminding you. I was reminding you to ask me for it. And now you just don't want it? This is quite awkward for me. Looking at Greenvine's silly expression, Zhou Jing really wanted to pat her head. Sighing, Zhou Jing sat down in front of the tent. Greenvine, can you cook? Yes. Come cook with me. Huh? A mission? Greenvine and the others never expected that in this apocalypse, they could still have a decent meal. A little salt and roasted meat could make it so delicious that it felt like their tongues would swallow themselves. The surrounding people were even more eager. Seeing them eating meat, they kept sniffing, and if it weren't for Zhou Jing and the others being hard to deal with, they might have rushed over to snatch the food. The two girls understood, each cutting a piece and sitting aside, eating it slowly, while the rest was given to Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing wasn't polite at all, devouring a large piece of meat in just 2 bites. The remaining bits of meat were left for Greenvine and the others to roast. There was no way. It seemed that whatever Zhou Jing and Yan Huan had eaten, humans couldn't touch, while the little zombie happily devoured a piece of meat. After finishing the meal, Zhou Jing looked at the two girls cleaning up the aftermath and then at the tent. She ultimately decided to stay there for the night. Today had been too eye-catching. She had noticed the unkind looks from the people around her. Zhou Jing felt somewhat troubled, unsure of what to do next. She could protect them for a moment, but not for a lifetime. The next morning, she made a decision. We need to go to the Mission Guild to accept a mission. Huh? Greenvine looked at Zhou Jing and the others, a bit anxious. So, are you two going to follow us? Greenvine and the other girl couldn't believe it. After all, they were completely inexperienced, ordinary people, and they were going to take on missions. Weren't they afraid of being a burden? Zhou Jing truly didn't mind, and also hoped these two could find a way to survive on their own. So when they voiced their doubts, she casually said, "It's fine." The two girls looked at Zhou Jing for a long time, as if they had made up their minds, and nodded. Zhou Jing smiled in satisfaction upon seeing their attitude. Soon, Greenvine led them to the Mission Guild. It was Qin Kong's first time outside that small tent. After all, she used to do that kind of work. So when they reached the Mission Guild, Greenvine took Zhou Jing and the others to accept missions while she awkwardly stood at the door waiting for news. It must be said that Qin Kong was indeed a rather beautiful girl. Just standing in the crowd could attract trouble. So when Zhou Jing and the others came out after accepting the mission, they saw a few lewd men circling around Qin Kong. Only when Qin Kong saw them come out did she run over as if she had seen her savior. Zhou Jing sighed helplessly, as she didn't want to cause trouble. But why were there always those who didn't know better coming up? When those men saw Qin Kong heading towards Zhou Jing, they reluctantly said to Yan Huan, "Bro, you're so lucky, so many beauties." Full of malice. Yan Huan didn't react. He only listened to Zhou Jing. To him, everyone else was just food. Who would talk to food? So when those men saw Yan Huan's indifferent attitude, they became furious. What are you being so arrogant about? Zhou Jing completely ignored them. The mission they received this time was a team battle, where 2 teams would go to a nearby large supermarket to obtain supplies. The reward was 1 kilogram of supplies in exchange for 3 level 2 crystal cores. Of course, as for the supplies, who would know if you claimed to have handed them all in? Zhou Jing was planning just that, to pocket some supplies, gain rewards, and the crystal cores from the zombies killed along the way would also belong to her. It seemed like a win-win situation. Moreover, that place didn't seem to have many zombies, making it perfect for the 2 girls to practice. Looking at the time, it was almost time to gather, so they headed towards the entrance of the shelter. The 2 girls followed Zhou Jing, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Upon reaching the entrance of the shelter, looking at the vehicle at the door and the group of people in it, they covered their faces. Where in life do we not encounter each other? If we weren't enemies before, why meet here? The people in the car were none other than those who had just had a conflict with them at the Union. When those few saw Zhou Jing and the others, they also smiled, but there was an unfriendly undertone in their laughter. Lang Feng, level 3 fire ability. Lu Qi, level 3 earth ability. Zhang Lang, level 2 space ability. After introducing themselves, they looked at Zhou Jing and her group. Zhou Jing was holding a baby, and behind her were 2 seemingly weak women, with only the man beside her looking somewhat formidable. Did they dare to take on missions like this? Zhou Jing looked at them and said, "Hello, I'm Zhou Jing, level 2 space ability. This next to me is a level 3 strength ability user. The two behind me are very experienced ordinary people. LVL, 2 space ability. LVL, 3 strength ability. Green Vine and Clear Sky were stunned. Zhou Jing was really speaking without a script. They didn't look experienced at all. And this, my son, a psychic ability. Zhou Jing proudly lifted the little zombie in her arms, shamelessly calling it her son. The little zombie was about to get angry, but was pressed down by Zhou Jing, the strong woman. The 3 people in the car frowned, but didn't voice their doubts. After all, as long as they could ensure their own safety, that was all that mattered. Even if these people died outside, it was their own choice. They just hoped they wouldn't interfere with them. Zhou Jing was the first to get into the vehicle. Yan Huan followed behind, and the 2 girls wisely sat at the back of the car, not disturbing the others' conversation. Once Zhou Jing was inside, she didn't say anything more. She just needed to get the items. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Zhou Jing took out 2 kitchen knives from her backpack and handed them to the 2 girls. The 2 girls looked a bit dazed at the knives. The trio was also bewildered. Were they planning to use these for combat? Were they kidding? They were worried they might be wiped out. Zhou Jing didn't care. In the apocalypse, people shouldn't overthink it. She was relaxed, while the others were on the verge of panic as they arrived at their destination, a small supermarket. Zhou Jing got out of the car first, Yan Huan followed, and the 2 girls quickly followed suit. The 3 men watched in shock as these people got out so easily. Didn't they check for zombies around? Is that out like that? And the 2 of you trust them so much. Just like that, you got out? The 3 men behind had expressions of disbelief. They had been on several missions, but it was their first time seeing such unconventional behavior. The 3, who had just been joking, now felt no humor at all, and instead, they collectively distanced themselves from Zhou Jing and her group to avoid being led into a pile of zombies. As soon as Zhou Jing got out of the car, she sensed there were quite a few zombies in the supermarket, and some seemed particularly difficult to deal with. She glanced at Yan Huan and saw a hint of eagerness in him. You food. The people around were puzzled, but Zhou Jing understood. That formidable zombie was probably going to become Yan Huan's food today. Watching the 3 carefully scouting the surroundings and slowly approaching the supermarket entrance, Zhou Jing looked at the 2 girls beside her and realized that this was indeed the correct way to gather supplies in the apocalypse. So, she followed the 3, and they happily entered the supermarket together. Inside the supermarket, there were plenty of items and quite a few zombies. When they encountered the first zombie, Zhou Jing quickly took care of it, as Yan Huan was too lazy to deal with such zombies. Turning around, she saw the 2 girls' faces had gone pale from fear. Zhou Jing grabbed their kitchen knives and pointed to the back of the zombie's head, whispering, "This is the spot. Remember, a stab here." The white brain matter oozed out, and inside was a gray crystal core. Zhou Jing took out the crystal core and stored it in her space, telling the 2 girls, "If you want to survive, it has to be like this. You need to get used to it." She expected them to be sickened, but to her surprise, the 2 girls only paled slightly and nodded seriously, picking up the kitchen knives and following Zhou Jing. The 3 men were stunned. Is this live teaching? What the hell is this woman? Isn't she a space ability user? How did she just subdue a zombie with her bare hands and then directly use brute force to crack its skull open? When Zhou Jing stood up, the 3 looked at her with expressions of disbelief. "Oh, I forgot to say, I have both strength and space abilities. One lie requires 10 more to cover it up." The 3 men looked at Zhou Jing with skepticism, but didn't say anything further. Zhou Jing wiped her cold sweat away. The 2 girls looked at her like she was an idol. That move was just too impressive. Zhou Jing pretended to be calm as she walked ahead, collecting items as she went. The man with the space ability was dumbfounded watching her actions. "So you collect items effortlessly with your abilities?" Zhou Jing led the way. Yan Huan followed her, and the 2 girls were together, secretly encouraging themselves to kill a zombie to prove their capabilities. Soon, they cleared the first floor, hunting down quite a few level 1 zombies and a few level 2 zombies. Zhou Jing dealt with 2 herself and left 2 level 1 zombies for the girls to practice on. The 3 men, for once, didn't say anything, turning a blind eye as they passed. First, Zhou Jing seemed difficult to deal with, and second, they didn't care much about 2 level 1 crystal cores. Zhou Jing looked at the 2 girls and realized there wouldn't be any more unnecessary matters. The second floor. She glanced upstairs. It seemed like something was there, a sense of discomfort she could feel. An unexpected mutation occurred. Having nearly cleared the first floor, the group decided to head to the second floor. As they reached the stairs, they looked at the blocked door and pondered for a moment. Ultimately, it was Lang Feng who gave the order. Open it. Is that really a good idea? Zhou Jing asked before they planned to open the door, suggesting that she and Yan Huan go in first. Lang Feng remained cold and indifferent. We really think there might be danger inside. The three men continued with their indifferent expressions. If you want to hoard the crystal cores, just say so. Why act coy? This was the true voice in the hearts of the three. Zhou Jing felt helpless. She knew her request was a bit excessive. But wasn't it for the good of everyone present? Unfortunately, this goodwill wasn't understood by everyone. Lang Feng glanced at Zhou Jing and said with a half-smile, Miss Zhou Jing is overthinking. Even if there is real trouble inside, I believe our numbers can ensure one another's safety. If you two go in and face danger, we wouldn't be able to help anyway. The earlier atmosphere dissipated, as if they had returned to when they first met. Zhou Jing suddenly felt a bit disheartened. After all, if you don't express your reasons, who would understand? But such words couldn't be said carelessly. In the end, she could only accept Lang Feng's words with a look of foolish humans. I'll listen to you. Lang Feng showed his satisfaction with Zhou Jing's understanding through his actions. Boom! The door instantly fell to the ground under a burst of fire. At the same time, Zhou Jing hid the two girls at the back as they blocked the entrance. After a moment of vigilant silence, they found no zombies rushing out. Lang Feng turned back and mockingly glanced at Zhou Jing before being the first to step inside. Zhou Jing was already at her wit's end. Who knew that the zombies here would be so unpredictable? She was holding on to two girls when she suddenly felt something tugging at her sleeve. Looking down, she saw a small zombie pointing in a certain direction. She pressed down on the little zombie's arm. Meanwhile, the three others had started gathering supplies. Watching them disperse with ease, Zhou Jing pulled her companions and seemingly nonchalantly walked towards the direction the little zombie was pointing. That area happened to be the daily necessities zone, and Lang Feng and the others didn't pay them any mind. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jing said to the two girls, You two stay close to them. We have something to handle here. Okay. Seeing Zhou Jing's expression, they understood that this matter wasn't something they could get involved in. So it was better to help Zhou Jing divert the attention of those people. After saying that, the two girls headed towards Lang Feng and the others. Lang Feng glanced at Zhou Jing and the others in confusion, but saw that they walked towards that side as if they hadn't noticed anything. Qin Kong, being the professional, quickly diverted Lang Feng's attention when he turned to look at Zhou Jing, asking him some questions about zombies. After a moment of confusion, Lang Feng was successfully distracted. At that moment, Zhou Jing and her group were worrying over the small zombie that was drooling continuously. Should they attack? If they did, it would alert the people over there, but not attacking didn't seem appropriate either. This was a level 3 zombie, and when it saw Zhou Jing and the others, its reaction was absolute obedience, but it still sniffed at their scent. Just as it was about to launch an attack, it was stopped by the little zombie. Zhou Jing sighed in relief as she watched the little zombie. Fortunately, it was a psychic type, which had a good effect on restraining zombies. Zhou Jing was still deep in thought when Yan Huan over there was sharpening his knife, preparing to hunt the zombies. He was hungry. Seeing this situation, Zhou Jing knew she had no choice but to expose their actions, and she let out a sharp scream. The few people over here immediately turned their heads and saw Zhou Jing holding a child at her left arm and pulling Yan Huan with her right, looking as if they were fleeing for their lives. Zhou Jing was feeling distressed. She had to hold the child, and if she didn't hold on to this one, it would charge up and eat them. Seeing this, the others were about to charge over, only to see a level 3 zombie jump out behind Zhou Jing and them. The group instantly became tense, and after a moment of thought, they decided to retreat, at least to get the two girls to safety. When they managed to escort the two girls outside to a safe place, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously quiet second floor suddenly erupted with 2 level 2 zombies. Lang Feng was about to go crazy. Everything had been fine just a moment ago. So why did they suddenly appear? The little zombie looked at Zhou Jing and quietly said, Psychic zombie. Zhou Jing understood in an instant. There was a big one here. Moreover, this psychic type could clearly control those lower-level zombies. She pulled Yin Huan over and whispered, "You can deal with the ones you can handle now. You can eat, but you can't get any on yourself. I'll attack these lower-level zombies, and when I'm done, I'll come back and we'll deal with the big one together." Yin Huan understood. His experiences in the forest had greatly improved his tacit understanding with Zhou Jing. The three people over there, seeing Zhou Jing and her group whispering, had just become alert, wondering if they were up to something bad, when the inconspicuous man suddenly jumped to the deepest part, leaving Zhou Jing and the three of them staring at each other. "He'll go in to eliminate the other zombies. We'll focus on our task here. If it weren't for the urgent situation, Zhou Jing would have really wanted to eliminate them right now." After hearing Zhou Jing's perfunctory explanation, the others were too lazy to complain. The situation was urgent, and they could only cooperate for now. Dealing with level 2 zombies was actually quite easy for Zhou Jing, as the level suppression was evident. But in front of this group of foolish humans, she still had to restrain her actions. It was so uncomfortable. She could have acted directly. The three of them watched Zhou Jing moving around in the zombie crowd as if she were strolling in her own home. The most outrageous thing was that she actually avoided their attacks and was accurately eliminating zombies without holding anything. The three of them realized that if they didn't work hard, they wouldn't get any crystal cores, and they quickly got busy themselves, while only Lang Feng harbored a hint of doubt in his heart. Soon, with everyone's efforts, most of the zombies at the entrance were eliminated, but Zhou Jing felt a bit anxious. "Yin Huan, hurry back." Feeling slightly impatient, her actions slowed down a bit. She had to give Yin Huan some time. Just as Zhou Jing was about to angrily rush in, Yin Huan finally ran back. His hands were dirty, but his body was still clean, and he looked at Zhou Jing with a face full of grievance, as if blaming her. "You wanted to eat cleanly and hurry up? Isn't it making things difficult for me?" The three people were about to say something when they saw Yin Huan extend his hand, holding a handful of crystal cores, 2 level 3s and many level 2s. No wonder it took him so long. He had eaten quite a bit. Zhou Jing calmly took the crystal cores Yin Huan handed over, and then, as if sensing something, looked behind Yin Huan, and the others followed her gaze. In that instant, everyone thought to themselves, "Why am I being so petty? Why look again?" They saw a new wave of zombies coming from all directions, and the few who had just barely rested were instantly dumbfounded. More? When will this end? Zhou Jing closed her eyes and felt for a moment, then said, "I don't think this is simple. These zombies are so organized. There must be something behind them." The others replied, "Duh, we could feel that without you saying." But it seemed that the source was not easy to find. Lang Feng added. Zhou Jing smiled proudly and raised her son. The others looked at Zhou Jing with cold expressions. "Come on, baby, find the source." The little zombie looked helplessly at this woman showing off. It couldn't get away from work. Thinking this, it closed its eyes. A few seconds later, the little zombie opened its eyes and began to babble, pointing in a certain direction. The others looked skeptical, but Zhou Jing absolutely believed it. She glanced at the zombie crowd and said, "You all hold on. I'm going to check the situation." Lang Feng didn't have time to stop her. Zhou Jing had already dashed out of the zombie crowd, running towards the direction the little zombie pointed. For those foolish humans who didn't believe in the little zombie, Zhou Jing really had nothing to say. "As long as I'm happy." So, by the time everyone reacted, Zhou Jing had already reached the front. Then, everyone saw Zhou Jing collide head-on with a zombie. It was the one that had been hiding in the shadows, controlling the lower-level zombies. It turned out to be a level 4 zombie. Everyone fell silent. What kind of luck was this? What kind of fortune was this? How could someone collide head-on like this? Although everyone was complaining, they still rushed forward, with Yin Huan charging to the front. Not for any other reason, but because all he could see now were the words food, food, food. That was food. Important food that absolutely couldn't be given to anyone else, except Zhou Jing. Watching Yin Huan rush over, Zhou Jing could only hope that he wouldn't just destroy the zombie right away, or it would be hard to explain. The others smiled slightly at Yin Huan's demeanor, thinking it was a sign of deep affection between husband and wife, not realizing it was merely the eagerness of someone who saw a delicious meal. Zhou Jing felt a bit flustered only at the moment of collision, but quickly calmed down and smoothly turned to avoid its attack, reaching out with her other hand to grab at the zombie's head. The people behind were on edge. This was too risky. What did they say she got bitten? Zhou Jing was completely unfazed, avoiding the zombie just before it opened its mouth, her expression entirely saying, "I was just playing with you. Why did you take it seriously?" The footsteps of the crowd rescuing slowed down a bit, not for any particular reason, but simply because they wanted to hit Zhou Jing after seeing her expression. Once Zhou Jing saw Yan Xian arrive, she no longer engaged in such dangerous actions. Instead, the two worked together to grab hold of the zombie's two claws. The zombie, realizing it was being restrained, turned its face to bite. If you're going to act, do it all the way, even if you're not afraid of it. You can't let others see that you aren't. Just when the two thought victory was assured, the zombie suddenly severed its own arms and attempted to turn and escape. Zhou Jing and Yan Xian were ready to chase, but they noticed that the mental state of the three people behind them seemed a bit off. Each of them had wide eyes and was slowly walking towards Zhou Jing and the others. It felt like they were being controlled. Not good. Zhou Jing and Yan Xian tensed up and ran in the direction the zombie had fled, while the three behind them followed closely, relentlessly pursuing. It seemed that they wouldn't wake up until the zombie was dealt with first. Zhou Jing thought this and quickened her pace once more. Yan Xian followed closely behind her, and soon they found the zombie hiding in a corner, looking at them in fear. Zhou Jing couldn't help but touch her forehead. "It wasn't tea that we wanted to trouble you." Although it was a bit amusing, Zhou Jing did not let her guard down. A zombie that had gained intelligence was definitely cunning. So, when she heard the zombie laugh, she snapped back to reality, glaring fiercely at it. Just now, she had absolutely zoned out. This guy had actually tried to control her. Yan Xian, beat it. Saying that, she rushed up and started to pummel it. This zombie was of the mental type. It didn't seem to possess much strength, and, as a zombie, humans generally wouldn't dare to approach it for fear of being bitten. But today, it had encountered tough opponents. These two were completely unafraid of it, not only relentlessly pursuing it, but also daring to hit it. The angry zombie opened its mouth to bite at the two. Initially, it thought they would panic, but unexpectedly, they not only didn't show fear, but instead gave it an eerie smile. Then it saw the wounds on the two begin to heal rapidly, returning to their original state. What's going on? This is unscientific. Did I just see that wrong? Watching the zombie's confused expression, Zhou Jing finally felt relieved. She smiled and stepped forward, giving a hard push. Finally, the zombie understood its fate. It turned out to be one of its kind. Yan Xian sliced open its head, took out the crystal core, and handed it to Zhou Jing, who didn't hesitate and casually put it in her pocket. After waiting for Yan Xian to finish eating, the two leisurely walked out. The three behind them caught up. They looked at Zhou Jing and Yan Xian, who were completely unharmed and were a bit incredulous. Zhou Jing raised the crystal core in her hand and said, "Now let us pack up the rest of the stuff." Lang Feng looked at the crystal core enviously, knowing he didn't have the right to ask for it. The memory of what just happened felt like a dream still lingered in his mind. Zhou Jing, while gathering items, said, "You were controlled just now. Yan Xian and I took care of it while it was still unresponsive. Otherwise, we might have been in big trouble." Zhou Jing's words were somewhat understated, without the intention of deep explanation, but Lang Feng understood. If it hadn't been for them, he wouldn't even have had the chance to ask here. He let out a bitter smile. He never expected that he could still be so arrogant. Thinking about how he had acted arrogantly just now, Lang Feng smiled wryly. Forget it. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't understand things. No matter what Zhou Jing had concealed, he would remember this kindness. Greenvine and Qin Kong slowly walked in, looking at the mess and the silent group, exchanged glances, and quietly moved to the side, ready to help whoever needed it. And if any zombies popped up, Zhou Jing let the two girls handle them. As night fell, they had almost packed up everything. The group followed Lang Feng onto the vehicle, and the atmosphere was much better than when they arrived. Lang Feng chatted with the three girls about the things they encountered along the way and talked about how they decided to settle here. He also asked Zhou Jing and the others how they got here. Zhou Jing's reaction was flat, but Qin Kong was chatty and excitedly engaged with Lang Feng. And inevitably, the conversation turned to Zhou Jing's bet with that man to protect them. Upon hearing this, Lang Feng frowned. He seemed to have heard about that person. Wasn't he that the one with a ring on his left hand? Yes. Qin Kong nodded repeatedly. He said his backer was someone named Li Chong. Lang Feng pondered for a moment and asked the driver Lu Qi, "Who is Li Chong?" Lu Qi, who was focused on driving, thought for a moment and said, "He seems to be the one guarding the office building's main entrance." Qin Kong burst out laughing. Seeing everyone looking at her, she smiled a bit shyly. No matter what, the strong dragon doesn't suppress the local snake. Who knows if that big brother of his has anyone backing him? Zhou Jing said. The others silently nodded. Only Lang Feng looked at Zhou Jing with interest. Zhou Jing was unaware, sitting there with her eyes closed, resting. Yin Xian, however, caught the moment perfectly. This food has been looking at my treasure. What should I do? Should I eat him? I'm waiting online, feeling quite anxious. Finally, when the group arrived at the refuge, it was already dark. They exchanged supplies for crystal cores at the district union, and Zhou Jing kept some food for herself, then shared some crystal cores with the two girls. When they reached the entrance of the two girls' tent, Zhou Jing suddenly changed her mind. Now that you both have crystal cores, would you like to join us to rest in the ability user street? The two girls exchanged glances and saw surprise and excitement in each other's eyes. When they arrived at the ability user district, they were astonished by the vibrant lights and sounds, with a few small taverns still open and people coming and going. At a hotel, they inquired, and it turned out that a double room for one night cost 2 level 1 crystal cores, while a single room cost 1 level 1 crystal core. The two girls were taken aback, realizing that the things they earned in a day's mission could only afford them one night. They had also killed a few level 1 zombies today, and with the crystal cores they had plus the task reward Zhou Jing had given them, they could stay here for several days. For safety, Zhou Jing booked a room for the two of them, while looking at Yin Xian, who seemed unwilling to leave her side. Zhou Jing finally conceded, booking a room under the teasing gaze of the hotel owner. I mean, didn't you see I was still holding a child? Did you not think we were a family? Zhou Jing, with an overactive imagination, went upstairs with the others. After settling their belongings, they decided to go out and eat something. Exiting the hotel, they walked toward the place where food was available. And when they found a restaurant and sat down, they realized they had run into acquaintances. Oh, Lang Feng, what a coincidence. You guys are out for a meal too? Lang Feng looked at Zhou Jing and their group, forcing a smile and saying, "If I could, I really wouldn't want to run into you." After saying that, he laughed. "Come on, since we've even met, you guys can order. Today it's my treat." Zhou Jing smiled and turned to the two slightly embarrassed girls, saying, "You two can order. Let us make sure to take advantage of him today." Lang Feng laughed heartily, and Zhou Jing smiled back at him. A few people ordered several dishes and sat there chatting. Zhou Jing felt that the current atmosphere was exactly what she had always longed for. Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing took a sip of wine, savoring it slowly. It was at this moment that she could feel how tense life had been in the apocalypse. "You really surprised us today." Zhou Jing smiled and took another sip. "What does this story tell us? Don't underestimate a woman, especially one who seems weak." The three of them laughed, a bit awkwardly, knowing they were being teased about their lightheartedness that morning. They were quite helpless. Isn't that how it is in the apocalypse? They wouldn't admit that Zhou Jing's performance had scared them. Zhou Jing didn't expose them either. She took a bite of her food and squinted to look into the distance. The apocalypse here is truly beautiful. It seems like everyone has forgotten their worries, leaving life and death to fate. Nothing is scarier than not being able to see the future. "Are you going on a mission tomorrow?" Zhou Jing thought for a moment and replied, "Well, we have so many people to support. We have to go on missions to survive. So, are we still on the same team tomorrow?" "No." Zhou Jing refused. "We have more people. We can take some independent tasks and share more resources." Lang Feng nodded in understanding. Zhou Jing, while eating, also had to consider Yin Huan over there. He rarely ate these things, and she was careless, not knowing if he could get used to them. But she saw Yin Huan effortlessly imitating their actions, continuously stuffing food into his mouth. Zhou Jing quietly asked, "Aren't you uncomfortable eating like this?" Yin Huan shook his head, looking at Zhou Jing's hand, and asked, "Can I drink?" Zhou Jing looked at her wine glass and firmly shook her head. "Absolutely not. Who knows what trouble you'll cause if you drink?" Lang Feng observed the interaction between Zhou Jing and Yin Huan, his eyes slightly darkening before returning to a teasing expression. "Yin Huan, you really are under strict management by your wife." Yin Huan didn't say anything. After all, he wouldn't speak about food, while Zhou Jing smiled shyly and poured Yin Huan a glass of water. She wasn't afraid of anything else. Just afraid that if Yan Huan drank too much and acted like a zombie, she would be left in tears. Yan Huan curiously took a sip, found it tasteless, and stopped drinking. After finishing their meal, when the group was about to part ways, a familiar yet annoying voice echoed in Zhou Jing's ear. "Isn't that Zhou Qingkong? Zhou Qingkong?" Zhou Jing turned back helplessly. This person was really annoying, constantly seeking attention and adding to her frustration. She wanted to hit him. It was Huang Qing. Beside him stood a man with a somewhat shifty appearance, dressed neatly and seemingly of some value, while Huang Qing still wore his usual outfit. Zhou Jing unkindly thought, "I wonder if that outfit smells." Huang Qing hurriedly introduced, "This is my older brother, Li Chong." After finishing, he still looked quite proud. Zhou Jing recalled what Lang Feng and the others had said during the day and suddenly felt like laughing. In fact, she did laugh out loud. Upon seeing Zhou Jing's attitude, Li Chong became angry. No matter what his status in the ability user area was, in the civilian area, he was definitely the boss. Just then, Lang Feng, who had just settled the bill, spotted Zhou Jing and the others arguing again. He thought helplessly, "Why does something always happen around me?" He walked over to Zhou Jing and said with a smile, "Can you introduce us?" Zhou Jing turned around and slowly said, "This is what we talked about during the day, Huang Qing and his older brother Li Chong." Lang Feng glanced at the two and suddenly laughed, saying, "I didn't expect these two to be so bold." Huang Qing immediately became unhappy. "What the hell? You dare to provoke my brother right away." Li Chong glared at the person who mocked him, instantly feeling a sense of being scared out of his wits. "Young Master Lang, huh?" While Zhou Jing and the others were still puzzled, Lang Feng had already walked up to Li Chong. "Do you know me?" I know. Oh. Lang Feng finally remembered who Li Chong was. He was indeed the doorman. Zhou Jing watched their interaction and said, "So you know each other?" Sort of." Lang Feng smiled slightly and said to Li Chong, "You have quite a bit of courage." After saying that, he nodded to Zhou Jing and left with his companions, wearing a smile as if they were watching a good show. Zhou Jing felt quite helpless, wondering what kind of image she had in their minds. Meanwhile, Li Chong was dumbfounded. "You guys are friends with young Master Lang?" "No," Zhou Jing stated factually. "Then who are you?" "We went on a mission together today." Li Chang's heart settled slightly. "This little brat, always causing me trouble." Li Chong shot a glance at Huang Qing and said to Zhou Jing, "You guys stay here. We'll be leaving now." Zhou Jing nodded, not saying much. On the other side, Qing Kong and Green Loach had never encountered such ability users. When had these ability users ever treated them well? With that thought, the two became even more determined to become stronger. After returning to the hotel, Zhou Jing felt a bit tipsy and couldn't help but throw herself onto the bed as soon as she entered the room. This soft bed was something she hadn't enjoyed in a long time. So happy, she gathered her strength, got up, and went to the bathroom, only to find as expected. There was no water. Nowadays, being alive and able to stay here was already a blessing. She pulled out a few buckets of water from her space and handed them to little zombie and Yan Huan, then took some water to the two little girls next door before returning to see the two zombies playing around in the bathroom, suddenly feeling disheartened. TSK. Who just said happiness? There were clearly two idiots here. After helping little zombie get dressed, she tossed a piece of clothing to Yan Huan, then entered the bathroom herself to wash off her dirty body. After taking a shower, she came out feeling a bit troubled. Where am I supposed to sleep? Little zombie and Yan Huan each occupied a spot, and she couldn't sleep on the floor. Helpless, she picked up little zombie and lay down next to Yan Huan. "I'm warning you. You mustn't move around." Yan Huan looked at Zhou Jing with a confused expression, as if he didn't understand. Zhou Jing suddenly felt helpless. Okay, I really overestimated him. That night, Zhou Jing slowly fell asleep, the fatigue of so long suddenly rushing to her heart. She didn't even know if she had fallen asleep or fainted. Meanwhile, Yan Huan kept watching Zhou Jing until she fell asleep, then slowly moved closer, gently wrapping his arms around her. Little zombie squinted, extremely dissatisfied. "I let her fall asleep, and you come here to take advantage of it?" It turned out that little zombie had used his mental ability. However, he was too small to compete with Yan Huan, so he could only watch as Yan Huan held Zhou Jing, sticking out his tongue to lick her face, and after a while, seemingly unsatisfied, he poked her lips. Little zombie was not happy. Who knew Yan Huan would kick him down to the ground? When he struggled to climb back onto the bed, he saw that Yin Huan had already embraced Zhou Jing and entered dreamland. What a zombie, pretending to sleep as if he could. This was little zombie's thought before he fell asleep. When Zhou Jing woke up, she felt a bit disoriented as she moved her body, as if something was wrapped around her. She opened her eyes and saw Yin Huan holding her, her face suddenly turning red. What's going on? I actually fell asleep, and I didn't even feel Yin Huan hugging me. Looking at Yin Huan's closed eyes, Zhou Jing's face flushed. Looking at him like this, he really was handsome. Yin Xian had not actually fallen asleep. Even when he sensed Zhou Jing looking at him, he pretended not to know. Soon, he felt Zhou Jing shaking him. It was time to get up. Only then did Yin Xian slowly sit up. The two looked at the little zombie at their feet, and Zhou Jing felt a rare sense of shyness. After washing up, Zhou Jing walked towards the two girls' room. When she knocked on the door, she saw that they were already ready and waiting for her. After a brief discussion, they set off for the task guild, which was already crowded with people. Zhou Jing chose a simple task and left the shelter with a few others. This time, the task was to clear the low-level zombies nearby. There was no reward for this task, but the benefit was that they could leave the shelter and all the crystal cores obtained would belong to them. Zhou Jing was quite satisfied with this task. The two little girls also looked excited. Since none of them had a vehicle, they began clearing the various zombies around the shelter. Compared to Zhou Jing, the two little girls seemed even more excited, wielding their knives and truly killing one zombie after another. Zhou Jing watched them with great comfort, and suddenly, as if remembering something, she asked, "Have you both eaten your crystal cores?" "No," the two replied, looking puzzled. "What is the use of eating them?" They didn't even know. Zhou Jing frowned and said, "Try eating the crystal cores tonight and see if you can gain abilities." The two were stunned. They had never thought about gaining abilities, and Zhou Jing's words caught them off guard, almost leading them to be injured by a zombie. "Don't get distracted." "Oh, sorry." The two quickly refocused and launched a new round of attacks. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Jing nodded in satisfaction. This way, they wouldn't have to be bullied in the mode. However, she had a question. Why didn't these people know the function of the crystal cores? But this question was quickly dismissed as she noticed a small sprout on her arm trying to grow outward. Zhou Jing pressed it down hard and asked the two, "Can you handle this area on your own?" The two were a bit confused by Zhou Jing's meaning, and Zhou Jing quickly added, "I have something to do over there. Try to finish up quickly." "Okay." Hearing Zhou Jing's tone, which was reminiscent of coaxing a child, they couldn't help but smile and replied, "It's fine. You go ahead and do your thing. We can defend ourselves now, so you can completely trust us." Their playful banter made it clear they were in good spirits. Zhou Jing nodded and said to the two, "Then I'll go over there. Don't run around. I'll be back soon." Worried for their safety, Zhou Jing left behind the little zombie that was clinging to her. "I'm leaving my treasure with you too. Don't be careless if there's danger. Just let it handle it." "That won't do." Elle was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhou Jing. It's fine. And the little zombie seemed to cooperate with Zhou Jing's words, reaching out its hand towards Elle and waving at Zhou Jing. Elle couldn't help but laugh at the little zombie's antics. She picked it up, feeling as light as a feather. "Then I'll take good care of it." "Good." The two obediently nodded, watching Zhou Jing take in Xian and run off into the distance. "Little zombie, let's go kill some zombies." "Is it heavy?" Qin Kong asked. "Not heavy." The two continued fighting zombies. As Zhou Jing ran, she complained to the sprout on her arm. It usually didn't bother her, so she had almost forgotten about its existence, but it suddenly made its presence known, making Zhou Jing a bit uncomfortable. "What were you fussing about just now?" "Oh dear," the little voice complained. "It must be because there are good things ahead that I got anxious. If there are no good things, I'll eat you." Zhou Jing threatened habitually. Feeling the little sprout tremble, Zhou Jing couldn't help but chuckle. "I feel like there's something strong in this direction that's related to wood. You don't even know what it is. How am I supposed to find it?" Zhou Jing felt like she had been tricked. Soon, a small mountain range appeared ahead. "Again with the mountains?" "Of course," the little sprout replied matter-of-factly. "Where else would trees grow if not in the mountains?" Zhou Jing didn't want to argue with this stubborn little thing and entered the mountain range. However, upon entering, Zhou Jing discovered that it was truly a hidden gem. She initially thought walking around would suffice, but under the little sprout's guidance, they unexpectedly entered an underground passage. The passage was somewhat damp and dark, but evidently, This environment suited the little sprout just fine as it led the way, and Zhou Jing could feel that the deeper they went, the more comfortable it became, like a gentle spring breeze. The little sprout grew more and more excited, and Zhou Jing could even hear it drooling. Are you really that impatient? Zhou Jing thought with a black line on her face. I had no idea you were such a glutton. When they finally reached their destination, Zhou Jing was silent as she looked at the precious treasure on the ground. Should she let the little sprout eat it? Such a good thing. She glanced sideways at the little sprout, but the little sprout seemed impatient, continuously urging Zhou Jing to collect it. After a moment of silence, Zhou Jing resolutely decided to take it. If she didn't take it, someone else would. Thinking of how the little zombie had been mistreated, Zhou Jing couldn't care less and walked over, just about to reach out when suddenly a snake sprang out from beside the plant. The snake was entirely green and looked very poisonous. Zhou Jing didn't act rashly. Seizing a moment when the snake relaxed, she charged forward. The snake didn't seem easy to deal with. It quickly dodged and blocked Zhou Jing's path. Yan Xian, thinking Zhou Jing was just playing a game, didn't follow. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing was thinking of a way to fight the snake while also trying to get the plant. The little sprout finally grew impatient. In an instant, it grew to 2 meters long and charged toward the plant. The originally delicate branches transformed into a terrifying mouth. Zhou Jing was still entangled with the snake and had no time to pay attention to it, but when she turned around, she found that the plant had already been devoured by the little sprout. You have quite the appetite. The little sprout took Zhou Jing's comment as a compliment and shamelessly accepted it. Zhou Jing had no other thoughts. The current problem was what to do about the little snake. It's fine. It's poisonous because of this plant. Now that I've eaten it, I'm not afraid of the poison anymore. We're equal now. If I'm not afraid, you shouldn't be either. The little sprout explained simply and bluntly. Zhou Jing was quite satisfied with this. That meant she wouldn't be afraid of any toxins from now on. Plus, she was already a zombie. My goodness, does this mean I'm invincible now? Zhou Jing thought. Well, invincibility can be quite lonely. Zhou Jing approached, unafraid of the snake's fangs, and grabbed it with one hand. The little snake looked desperate as it gazed at Zhou Jing. Can I still have snake rights? I finally found a treasure to protect, and now you want to cut off my source of income. Plus, I'm in such a humiliating position being held by you. You're going to die soon. Living has no meaning for me anymore. Zhou Jing grabbed the snake by its 7 inches, looking at it and finding it quite unappealing, so she disdainfully tossed it aside. Don't you want as a pet? Xiao Jing? Yan Xian asked. Hearing Yan Xian's words, Zhou Jing smiled and said, no, it's too ugly. The little snake swam away while shedding tears. Being a snake has no dignity. After the little sprout had eaten its fill, Zhou Jing and the others hurriedly exited the cave, as the 2 girls did not have any self-defense abilities. Zhou Jing had a bit of a headache. She knew she wouldn't be able to stay with them in the future. Her excessive sympathy now made her worry about being unable to let go later. While feeling troubled, Zhou Jing ran towards the 2 girls. When she arrived, she saw the 2 girls happily playing with a little zombie, fighting off zombies in harmony. Her anxious heart instantly relaxed. The little zombie called out to Zhou Jing, reaching out for a hug. Zhou Jing thought to herself that even a moment of peace was not allowed. Helplessly, she picked up the little one. The 2 girls seemed quite pleased, pointing to the ground covered in zombies to show off their achievements. Zhou Jing praised each of them, saying, good, good, good. Today's rewards are all yours. I won't take any. The 2 girls seemed a bit reluctant, saying, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to defeat so many. We still want to give you half. Zhou Jing smiled. They were the kind of people who knew how to be grateful. Zhou Jing's satisfaction did not mean Yan Xian was satisfied. Ever since these 2 food sources appeared, Zhou Jing's advantages were no longer unique. Yan Xian looked somewhat dissatisfied. Soon, the group that had cleaned up the mess returned to the shelter. Before entering the inn, Zhou Jing reminded them, after you go back, eat the crystal cores together. I'll wait for you outside the door. Come out when you're done, okay? Okay. The 2 nodded and entered the room. Zhou Jing stood outside waiting for them. As a zombie herself, Zhou Jing had no special abilities. If she had to say, her little sprout could be considered one, but otherwise, she was no different from an ordinary zombie. Now, because of this little sprout, she was immune to all poisons. Well, she was quite lucky, wasn't she? There was still no movement inside, and Zhou Jing felt a bit anxious, mainly because she didn't know how the two girls were doing. After waiting a while longer, Zhou Jing kept telling herself that if they didn't come out soon, she'd kick the door open. Finally, just as her patience was running out, the door opened. The two girls slowly walked out, looking somewhat downcast. Zhou Jing's heart tightened slightly. Just as she was about to comfort them, a gust of wind brushed against her cheek. And as she stepped aside in caution, she felt something under her feet. Hastily avoiding it, she discovered it was a small puddle of water. She quickly looked up and saw the triumphant smiles on the girls' faces. It was worth it for us to discuss for so long how to scare you. Zhou Jing then realized that both girls had gained abilities. She felt a bit relieved. After all, they had been bullied before, and now, with abilities, they could finally stand on their own and no longer live in hunger. Seeing Zhou Jing silent, the two girls panicked, thinking she was angry, and hurried over to ask, "Are you okay? We just wanted to play a joke on you." Zhou Jing understood that her silence had caused their misunderstanding, so she decided to play along. With a stern face, she said, "I'm very angry right now." The girls' expressions became even more frantic. "I need to eat the barbecue you made to not be angry." Qin Kong suddenly reacted and burst out laughing. The other girl, Livdu, also caught on, lightly punched Zhou Jing, saying, "I'll make it for you. If you can't eat it, I'll hold you accountable." Zhou Jing chuckled and patted Livdu's head. These two little girls were really cute. Meanwhile, Yan Xian, who had been watching all this, suddenly hugged Zhou Jing tightly when she returned to the room. Zhou Jing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to break free but realizing she couldn't. So she had to lean against his hard chest. "What's wrong?" Yan Xian thought for a moment and then awkwardly pushed Zhou Jing away, using his little fist to punch her chest. Although Zhou Jing felt no pain, the punch made her take 2 steps back, and she looked at Yan Xian with a confused expression. "You're so upset, and you don't even know how to comfort me." Zhou Jing, meow meow meow. Still in shock, Zhou Jing reached out to touch Yan Xian's forehead, finding no fever. "Then you must have taken the wrong medicine." Yan Xian thought for a moment, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong, and punched his own chest again. "That's a punch like Ibaraki Doji's. You're so upset. Did you ever think about how shocking it is for a big guy like you to say that?" Zhou Jing was still deeply shocked, and seeing that Yan Xian didn't let her touch his head made him instantly unhappy. This isn't what we agreed on. In that moment, he even thought about rushing out to ask that food source how it managed to get Zhou Jing to touch her hair. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became, grabbing Zhou Jing's hand and placing it on his head, his expression sulky. Zhou Jing finally understood. He was unhappy because he saw her doing things with Livdu. Thinking of this, Zhou Jing finally rubbed Yan Xian's hair, which was soft. Yan Xian's mood instantly brightened, and he happily hugged Zhou Jing again. Zhou Jing helplessly thought, how did he learn to act spoiled? Meanwhile, the two girls were busy showering each other with affection, while the little zombie was playing with the two girls. The girls were teasing the little zombie while practicing their abilities. The little zombie bounced around, constantly dodging, practicing its agility. Just then, the two girls heard a sharp exclamation from ahead. "How can you, two mistreat children?" They didn't expect this statement to be directed at them and continued playing with the little zombie. The sharp voice became even louder. The two girls looked up in confusion and saw a seemingly cute girl pointing at them. "Us? Yes. Meow meow meow." The two were completely bewildered, not understanding how they were being scolded for playing. How do we mistreat anyone? The little zombie also looked back at the food source in confusion. The girl seemed very interested. "Come here, baby, to your sister." After she said this, a man appeared behind her and said to the girl, "Lin Lin, don't meddle in other people's business." "Brother, I'm not meddling. Aren't they mistreating the child? Using their abilities to attack a child? How can I ignore this? Come here, baby, to your sister." The little zombie glanced at her, then ran into Livdu's arms. Livdu's water-type ability naturally made her approachable. Seeing this, the girl became a bit anxious and shouted, "Baby, don't be afraid. Come to your sister. Your sister will protect you." But the little zombie didn't even bother to look back. Inside, Zhou Jing heard the commotion outside and came out, laughing at the scene of the argument. What a lively scene. When the two girls saw Zhou Jing come out, they both breathed a sigh of relief. After all, compared to two babysitters, Zhou Jing, as their mother, had more say. Seeing Zhou Jing, the little zombie reached out. "Mama, TSK, What has this little one really learned? The girl, upon seeing Zhou Jing, hurriedly said, "You're the one? My child is playing with them. Do you have any objections?" "You." The girl gritted her teeth, tears in her eyes, saying, "How could you?" The man behind her quickly said, "All right, Lin Lin, I told you not to meddle in other people's affairs." Zhou Jing watched the commotion. The girl looked at Zhou Jing, then glanced up and saw Yin Xian walking out. Her eyes brightened. Then she bit her lip, looking pitifully at Yin Xian, and said, "Sir, what do you think?" Zhou Jing suddenly laughed. This girl seems to be a bit slow-witted. Naturally, Yin Xian wouldn't waste words on someone like her. So he just glanced at her and turned to leave, leaving her standing awkwardly alone. The two girls wouldn't pay him any mind. Zhou Jing looked at her with a mocking expression, and even the child ignored her help. Clearly, she just wanted to help this kid. Her brother behind her couldn't stand it anymore, sighed, and pulled his younger sister, apologizing to everyone, saying that his sister had been spoiled by him and was being so ungrateful at this time. Zhou Jing nodded in understanding. Her brother really wasn't the reckless type. But as for this sister, she chuckled. If she wasn't mistaken, that little girl had blushed while looking at Yin Xian just now. Zhou Jing chuckled again, feeling like there was going to be a good show to watch. After seeing Yin Xian turn and leave, Lin Lin's eyes turned red. And after a few moments of holding back, she fought back her tears while her brother apologized to everyone and pulled her away. After a few people finished enjoying the excitement, they turned and went back to their rooms. Zhou Jing needed to rest well for the night. She had to get up early the next morning to fight. Zhou Jing chuckled. Fighting was really an inappropriate term, but it was hard to deny that it was indeed fighting. After letting the little zombie give herself a status boost, Zhou Jing fell asleep again. However, her dreams weren't very harmonious. She kept feeling like there was a dog licking her face. After finally waking up, it was already morning. She stretched and felt that indeed, being in a state where she could sleep was the most comfortable. After tidying herself up, she took a few people and left the inn. When they arrived at the arena, they saw Huang Qing already prepared there. However, his face looked somewhat uneasy. Below the arena, they were actually setting up a betting pool. And the content of the bet was whether she would win or not. Well, perhaps because it wasn't a contest of abilities, there weren't many people watching. Zhou Jing silently retracted her claws. The atmosphere here was surprisingly enticing. It even made her feel a bit of craving for flesh. She walked to the edge of the ring and took a closer look at the betting pool. It was 1-5 against Huang Qing. This actually seemed to underestimate her. She looked up at Huang Qing and saw him shiver slightly. No longer teasing Huang Qing, Zhou Jing placed a few crystal cores as her bet. The few people behind her also placed several bets. Why not bet when it's a sure win? Just before the match started, Zhou Jing glanced at the three people coming from afar and raised an eyebrow. Lang Feng, what brings you here? Ha ha ha. Bet on Zhou Jing to win. Lang Feng laughed and tossed a level 2 crystal core to the betting person. I came to join the fun. You must not lose. Zhou Jing chuckled. I'm betting on myself too. How can I lose? While they chatted below, Huang Qing up on the stage seemed to be in agony. After all, Lang Xiao was not someone he could easily meet, while Zhou Jing could chat and laugh with him. Was he provoking a big shot? The more Huang Qing thought about it, the more despair he felt, and he instantly lost his fighting spirit. After Zhou Jing exchanged a few pleasantries with Lang Feng, she leisurely walked up to the ring. No matter what, she had to win this match. She glanced at the clear sky watching her below and smiled slightly. The match begins. Zhou Jing didn't beat around the bush. She just wanted to end the match quickly and leave. For some reason, perhaps because many people had gathered here today, she felt a bit hungry even after having eaten well. Meanwhile, Huang Qing seemed to completely misunderstand why Zhou Jing came up and used such heavy moves, showing no mercy at all. Huang Qing was almost in tears. In this arena, life and death were at stake. But sister, we don't have a deep grudge. Why are you trying to finish me off? Zhou Jing felt nothing. After all, her moves were trained against zombies and mutated plants, which could be acceptable for ability users, but for ordinary people, they were truly deadly. After taking a few hits, Huang Qing's heart hardened. Since you want to kill me, I might as well give it my all. If I can't kill you, I'll make it hard for you too. Zhou Jing originally found it boring since this person was really easy to beat and not fun at all. Just as she was about to hold back, she suddenly noticed that Huang Qing seemed to have transformed into a different person. starting to strike harder and faster, exuding a fierce energy. Zhou Jing suddenly smiled. Is this serious? With a turn, Zhou Jing also adopted a slightly serious attitude and began her attack on him. The crowd, which initially found it boring, suddenly realized that both of them seemed to be taking it seriously. Instantly, there was a chorus of cheers. In this atmosphere of cheers, Huang Qing felt as if his strength had increased, and he looked at Zhou Jing as if she was not that difficult to deal with anymore, throwing punches even more fiercely. When a punch came rushing towards Zhou Jing's face, she knew the timing was just right. She smiled slightly, as if praising him for his recent performance, and said, "Not bad." After speaking, she turned and kicked him off the ring. Huang Qing kicked off the ring, slid a distance before finally stopping, while the surrounding crowd was already stunned. Just now, this girl had clearly seemed exhausted. Huang Qing had obviously gained the upper hand. So how did the situation suddenly reverse like this? The crowd didn't care whether Huang Qing was injured or not. They only cared that those who bet on Huang Qing had completely lost. Instantly, a wave of lamentation arose. Meanwhile, those who bet on Zhou Jing were secretly smiling and ran to collect their rewards. Zhou Jing walked off the stage, high-fived Greengrass, and happily hugged the little zombie who was sleeping soundly. The little zombie was suddenly startled awake, looking at Zhou Jing in confusion. "Mommy, you won," then fell back asleep. "All right, I won't blame you." The group hurried to exchange the crystal cores, but after chatting with Lang Feng for a bit, they only exchanged things after he left. The group returned to the inn with freshly minted crystal cores, and after waiting for the two girls to absorb their cores, they went out. Zhou Jing had already become the center of attention here. A woman with a spatial ability had defeated a man. Well, in this apocalyptic world, privacy was almost non-existent. The group walked to Huang Qing's place. Upon lifting the curtain, they saw Huang Qing bare-chested, lying on the ground, while someone nearby was using clean water to wash him. Upon seeing Zhou Jing and her group, the person washing him hurriedly stood up and moved aside. Zhou Jing watched Huang Qing with great interest. Huang Qing's eyes showed some dissatisfaction. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Does he not understand that the victor takes all? Losing is losing. Can't he be a bit more magnanimous like a man? Huang Qing remained silent, still looking at Zhou Jing. This time, I didn't go all out either. You should know that if I did, you definitely wouldn't be lying here now. Let us not say we have a deep grudge. I shouldn't treat you like this. Look at these two girls beside me. I clearly remember how you bullied them when they were powerless, looking down on them just because you had a backing. Huang Qing's eyes instantly panicked. I'll let you live because I hope you won't do such bullying again in the future. Doing more good deeds is a way to accumulate virtue for yourself. Zhou Jing smiled and tossed a small packet of medicine before walking out. Just now, she was able to sense that Huang Qing's ring had a faint light attribute. However, due to his own strength issues and the attribute being too weak, it was no wonder that Huang Qing had not awakened his abilities yet. This also explained why she disliked the aura he emitted so much. Stepping out of the tent, Zhou Jing observed the expressions of the two girls. There was no longer that tension on their faces. Instead, they were smiling again. The shadow that Huang Qing cast over them would no longer exist after today. That's good. Zhou Jing smiled slightly. When they returned to the inn, Zhou Jing began to contemplate the matter of leaving. Her goal was the city, and she had already stayed here long enough. She had spent over a month in the forest behind, aiming to level up. Now, she needed to go to the nearby city to gather some supplies, and more importantly, she needed a vehicle. However, when she looked at her group, she felt a bit helpless, as it seemed like there was no one suitable to drive. Yan Huan was a zombie, and the two girls obviously weren't fit for it either. In her previous life, she had a chauffeur. Just as she lay on the bed for a while, she heard a knock on the door. Walking to the door and opening it, she saw Lang Feng and the three others standing at the entrance. Having just seen them, she was puzzled as to why they were back. "You're here because," Lang Feng started, "Zhou Jing, we want to formally invite you to stay at this shelter." "What?" Zhou Jing was momentarily taken aback. Lang Feng felt that his words were a bit too blunt, so he quickly added, "I went back and thought about it, and I wanted to ask you first if you could stay here long term." Oh, Zhou Jing understood that they wanted her to live there. No, she rejected him decisively. What? Lang Feng was a bit stunned. After all, Such a formal invitation represented various upper-level resources. I need to go to the city, there is something very important I need to do there. Lang Feng understood. He and T come with high hopes, so he said a bit dejectedly, well, that's fine. Huh, I thought you might stay. Yeah, this place is indeed nice, but I have important matters to attend to and must leave. Lang Feng's spirits dipped a little. I won't say much more. I just wanted to come here to say goodbye. What? Lang Feng was a bit lost at Zhou Jing's pace. I will leave at the latest tomorrow, so I'm here to say goodbye. Lang Feng thought to himself, as expected, but he smiled brightly, all right? Then I wish you a smooth journey. Okay. Zhou Jing smiled slightly, not noticing that Qin Kong and Lu Luo, who had just opened the door, had overheard their conversation. The next morning, Zhou Jing and Yan Huan got up, packed their things, and prepared to leave. The moment they opened the door, they saw the two little girls standing at the entrance, looking somewhat anxious. Zhou Jing suddenly felt like a heartless person, as if she were abandoning them. She sighed and led the two to a nearby seat to sit down. The two girls constantly fidgeted with their clothes, their expressions tense, carefully watching Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing also lowered her head, pondering for a moment. You go first, Zhou Jing said, looking at the two girls' nervous appearances, ultimately deciding not to interrupt them. We heard your conversation with Lang Feng yesterday. We were slow to understand. How could you stay here forever? We thought about it all night yesterday. Zhou Jing noticed their dark circles. They indeed seemed to have thought about it all night. Can you let us follow you? We know we were a burden before, but now we both have abilities and one TB a hassle. I can cook. Lu Luo glanced at Zhou Jing and added, I can help take care of the child. The two continued speaking, their eyes reddening. Zhou Jing sighed. These two girls were too sensitive, which was why she had never taken a clear stance. She just wanted to take them with her when she left. After they finished speaking, they looked at Zhou Jing with a worried expression. Zhou Jing couldn't help but smile. She remembered how they had cried together, and now, seeing them like this, she felt a tinge of reluctance. Sighing, since her mind was already made up, she might as well follow her heart. After all, it was just two people, and she had the space to support them. Hearing Zhou Jing sigh, both girls' hearts tightened. They weren't sure if Zhou Jing was struggling or if she didn't want to take them. Their expressions carried a hint of disappointment. We'll leave soon. Sure enough, the two looked a bit sad. So you two need to hurry and prepare your bags. Their gloomy emotions were knocked out of them by Zhou Jing's words. What? I said, you two hurry up and prepare. Once you're ready, we'll set off. The two stared incredulously at Zhou Jing, and after a while, Lu Luo's eyes were filled with tears as she said, Thank you. Thank you. All right, no need to say so much. I was going to take you with me anyway. So hurry up and pack. Let's set off early. Okay. Once they received the clear news, the two happily returned to their room to start packing. From a distance, Zhou Jing seemed to hear Qin Kong saying, I told you wouldn't amount to much. You just cried. Like you didn't cry. Lu Luo retorted. After they finished packing, Zhou Jing called Yan Huan, handed the child over to Lu Luo, and they all left the inn together. She thought they would encounter Lang Feng at the door, but to her surprise, the way was completely clear. Once they finally exited the shelter's main gate, Zhou Jing let out a sigh of relief. Lang Feng was clearly one of the people in charge of the shelter. They were not frivolous people and were not easily trusting. So, could the tasks and meetings really be described as mere coincidences? It probably wasn't that simple. She looked at the two girls behind her. No matter what, they were her companions, and so far, they were willing to stay with her. As for the future, she couldn't foresee what would happen, and when her identity was revealed, these two might want to leave, but so what? She wasn't afraid. Boss, aren't you going to send them off at the door? Lu Qi asked beside her, rubbing a lump of dirt in his hands. Forget it. Lang Feng's eyes were fixed on the documents, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. I thought you finally came to your senses, Lu Qi teased. Lang Feng remained silent, his thoughts drifting further away. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had awakened his abilities, expanded the shelter, and formed his own team. Zhou Jing's appearance was entirely unexpected. Two people with a child, surviving in the apocalypse, one with power abilities and the other with spatial abilities. Managing to stay alive for so long until reaching a shelter was indeed suspicious, so he had approached them with ulterior motives. He rubbed his forehead. If only he and T approached them back then. Who would have thought he would be attracted to such a woman? and she was already a mother. The man beside her, while silent, was evidently not lacking in ability. Both of them were probably hiding their strengths. But so what? It had nothing to do with him. She had a husband and a child, and it was clear she didn't want to have anything to do with him. So why was he being so sentimental? Thinking back to his impulsive invitation in the morning, Lang Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. It was probably better not to see them. It would save a lot of trouble. His fingers kept rubbing against the paper, lost in thought. Lu Qi glanced at him and fell silent. This person was just so dull. There was nothing anyone could do about it. Zhou Jing and the others headed towards the nearest city, Lin City, aside from the shelter, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhou Jing quietly released some high-level zombie pressure, keeping the lower-level zombies around them at bay. The benefit of this was that they encountered very few zombies along the way, which left the two inexperienced girls feeling a bit out of place. This apocalypse feels too safe. Since we left, we haven't encountered many zombies at all. Zhou Jing wiped the sweat from her forehead. The ones that had just charged in were 2 level 2 zombies, but thankfully they were easy to deal with. And Yin Xian handled them. If a few more vicious zombies had come, she really wouldn't have known what to do. Fortunately, the journey was relatively calm, and the group relaxed once they arrived in Lin City. They had been walking for half a day and even missed lunch. The two girls were hungry but didn't dare to say anything, fearing it would trouble Zhou Jing, who also seemed not to have reached the point of hunger yet. So none of them brought up the issue of food. Finally, when they reached Lin City, a rumble from Green Luo's stomach reminded Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing awkwardly looked at the two girls, realizing they hadn't eaten lunch yet. Let's hurry and find a supermarket to grab something to eat? Okay, Green Luo exclaimed excitedly, as she hadn't had chips or bread in a long time. The so-called junk food from before had now become a longing. The group quickened their pace into the city, and the sparsely populated scene made their movements less restricted. To train the two girls, Zhou Jing retracted her pressure. Suddenly, the lower-level zombies seemed to be summoned and slowly gathered towards them. Upon seeing this, the two girls couldn't hold their ground and bounced up like they were unleashed. Saying to Zhou Jing, "Look at us." They began attacking the small zombies they had. The little zombies were confused, wondering if they had said they wanted to fight together. But the two girls clearly didn't care what the little zombies thought, and the little zombies could only join the fight. One girl used water to slow the zombies' movements, while the other used wind to directly decapitate them. They gleefully ran over to dig out the crystal cores, like a man happily handing his wife her paycheck, and delivered them to Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing almost laughed to death. She suppressed her laughter and accepted the girls' offerings. And when they had dealt with most of the zombies, they advanced toward the supermarket. However, the two lively girls, after the battle, became like wilted eggplants, lagging behind. Zhou Jing thought they might have had some issue with their powers. "Are you okay?" After thinking, she finally asked. The two girls exchanged awkward glances, rubbed their stomachs, and said, "We didn't expect to be this hungry after using our powers." "All right." Zhou Jing chuckled mischievously, pointing ahead, saying the supermarket is just up ahead. "Oh." The girls excitedly shouted, successfully attracting a few zombies. After some effort, they finally made it into the supermarket. The two girls no longer dared to make a sound and followed Zhou Jing as they dealt with the zombies inside. Once most of them were taken care of, they began searching the shelves for food. Chips, instant noodles, and canned beef. Green Luo chanted, almost brought to tears, although Qin Kong was a bit more reserved. The sparkle in her eyes revealed her inner excitement. The group found a clear space to sit down, lit some charcoal from the supermarket, and set up a pot. The two girls happily busied themselves, pouring in water, adding noodles, and even throwing in some meat and seasoning packets. When a large pot of noodles was finally ready, the familiar smell made the girls' eyes well up with tears. Zhou Jing saw their expressions and hurriedly served them some, while she and Yin Xian took their time, starting to eat. Seeing Yin Xian eat slowly without revealing anything, Zhou Jing felt relieved and began to eat as well. It was indeed a familiar taste. The group quickly finished their meal, and the two girls were so satisfied they almost fell asleep on the ground. Zhou Jing, suppressing her laughter, nudged them awake and asked, "Which of you can drive?" Qin Kong raised her hand and said, "I can." "All right, you and Yin Xian go find a car. It should be one that can drive and is sturdy. You should understand, and once you find it, just drive it back. Don't be afraid of zombies. Just take them out. If it doesn't work, we'll come back and deal with them. Robbery. Qin Kong laughed at Zhou Jing's words. However, she had never gone out alone with Yin Xian before, so she nervously glanced at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing encouraged her with a pat on the shoulder, successfully silencing her desire to go out alone with the little zombies. Zhou Jing had considered sending Green Luo and Qin Kong out, but there were too many zombies outside, with too many uncertainties, and it was best to have Yin Xian accompany them. Meanwhile, she and Green Luo stayed in the supermarket to gather supplies and began searching for useful seasonings and food. In this apocalypse, Zhou Jing was determined not to treat herself poorly. On the other side, Qin Kong nervously walked outside with Yin Xian. Every time they saw a zombie, Yin Xian would always rush in first to deal with it, which left her in disbelief, realizing Yin Xian was just as capable as Zhou Jing. But in such a large city, where'd she find a car? Then she spotted an off-road vehicle that caught her eye. It looked like it had been recently purchased. The vehicle was still relatively new, and it seemed reinforced, but she noticed the car was locked tight. How could that be? Behind the car was a villa, and with the car parked there, then after silently muttering an apology, Qin Kong used a wind blade to cut the door lock and stepped inside, immediately hit by a foul smell. Seeing two zombies approaching her, she mercilessly decapitated them. After digging out their crystal cores, she began searching the house. Thanks to her years of experience, she successfully found the keys at the entrance. Thank you, she silently thanked the two fallen zombies. Yin Xian observed everything. He didn't understand why she was thanking the other two zombies for the food. With the keys in hand, Qin Kong excitedly ran out the door, already considering the vehicle her private property, and called Yin Xian to get in. Yin Xian naturally took a seat in the back. Qin Kong familiarized herself with the controls, driving the car straight into the approaching zombies as a way to test its sturdiness. She silently reassured herself, finally reaching the supermarket entrance. The number of attracted zombies had already grown beyond one or two. Suddenly, Qin Kong hesitated to get out of the car. Thankfully, Zhou Jing sensed that zombies were approaching below and instructed Green Luo to prepare before following her downstairs. Green Luo had just practiced condensing water into a line, and this was a perfect opportunity. Once downstairs, seeing the group of zombies, Green Luo helplessly glanced at Qin Kong, saying, "You really are confident in driving, huh?" Qin Kong shrank her head, indicating she didn't know anything. Green Luo reluctantly released a thin line of water, which didn't appear as weak as it looked. The mindless zombies charged at them upon seeing people, but they didn't notice the thin line suspended around their necks. With a forceful push forward, a sound was heard. Zhou Jing did not expect the destructive power of this move to be so great, but it was indeed very useful. Water is inherently contained in the air, so it can condense at any time. This was also the first major trump card of LL Green. She originally thought she could only take on a support role, but who would have thought it could be so powerful? However, the energy expenditure was also enormous. After a short while, she felt her physical strength waning. Zhou Jing hurriedly told her to take a break, while she moved her arms and hands, quickly dealing with the zombies. By the time she had taken care of most of them, Zhou Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Yin Huan's expression, she suddenly remembered that although Yin Huan was eating with everyone, it was clear that he wasn't getting enough. Moreover, his level wasn't increasing like this. Zhou Jing regretted her carelessness and thought of a reason to say to Yin Huan, "Why don't you go check the situation nearby? Let us see how we can get out more appropriately." The subtext was, "Go eat something." As they walked, she quietly pulled Yin Huan aside and said, "Let us go eat something. Don't get your clothes dirty." Yin Huan instantly perked up and bounced out in just 2 steps. Zhou Jing watched him and could only helplessly shout for him to come back soon. This person, why is he so happy? Now she had to come back and explain to the 2 girls. She turned her head, a smile on her face that she didn't even realize was there. She thought the 2 girls would ask something, but their attitude was surprising. They didn't ask anything, as if they hadn't seen anything. Discussing how to create the waterline, Zhou Jing didn't offer any further explanations and found a place to sit down. This was good. After all 3 of them had rested, Yin Huan returned, reeking of blood. He immediately ran to Zhou Jing's side and rubbed against her. Zhou Jing could feel that his aura had strengthened significantly, which relieved her. After he was done being clingy, he proudly extended his hand, presenting the crystal core he had collected outside. Zhou Jing didn't know what to say, but looking into Yan Huan's eyes, she felt much softer. It was always like this. Thinking about how he always handed her the crystal cores, Zhou Jing smiled slightly and accepted it. The two girls behind them quietly cheered, and after a glance from Zhou Jing, they obediently sat there eating snacks. After a good night's rest, the group set off on their journey again, led by Yan Huan along a path with very few zombies. With Yan Huan and Zhou Jing around, they could keep the numbers down. After leaving the town, they continued toward the city. Just as they exited the town, they saw a woman pitifully trying to hitch a ride by the roadside. Qing Kong and LL's compassion slightly stirred as they looked at the ragged woman. They also didn't know what to decide. "Can you spare me a biscuit?" "I'm willing to." The woman tugged at her already torn clothes. This seemed to remind Qing Kong of something. She lowered her head, her expression a bit unpleasant, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Zhou Jing glanced at her and pondered. Before she could speak, Qing Kong could no longer hold back and got out of the car. Zhou Jing watched Qing Kong's actions and said nothing. Her perception had grown strong enough to sense the faint breaths behind this woman, along with a few excited heavy breaths. Ambush. Zhou Jing's voice was very low. Qing Kong, who had already stepped out, naturally did not hear it. However, LL in the car did hear it, her face turning pale as she hurriedly shouted, "Be careful." It was too late. As soon as Qing Kong touched the woman, she was surrounded by several burly men. The woman, who had just looked pitiful, now held a knife to Qing Kong's neck, a smug smile on her face. "Oh, what a big haul." The woman squinted her eyes, kissed one of the big men on the lips, and slowly walked to the front of Zhou Jing's car, saying, "Everyone, get out of the car." Qing Kong was stunned by this sudden change, easily captured. Watching Zhou Jing and the others slowly get out of the car, her eyes filled with tears from anxiety. Zhou Jing, however, remained calm, holding the child, and got out of the car with the others, softly saying to LL, "Waterline." LL instantly understood and began to slowly condense the waterline. Seeing Zhou Jing still speaking, the woman shouted angrily, "Shut up," because now she realized that Zhou Jing was actually more beautiful than her. This made her heart start to beat faster. The men behind her were not good people either, and those in their line of work feared nothing more than being replaced. It was possible that the ones being held hostage now could be them next, and she could be discarded in the next moment. The woman glared at Zhou Jing, gritted her teeth, and stepped forward, the knife in her hand looking unfriendly. The man beside her clearly noticed the woman's movement and also saw Zhou Jing's face. His previously brutish face immediately became more lecherous upon seeing Zhou Jing. "Don't move, that woman is coming over." The woman's expression instantly turned ugly. She knew that this man was getting lustful again, and in an instant, malicious thoughts filled her mind. She quickly walked towards Zhou Jing, aiming to slash at her face. Zhou Jing hadn't moved yet, but Yan Huan was already angry. "You don't take me seriously, huh?" He jumped in front of Zhou Jing, reaching out, and before the woman could react, directly twisted off her head. The men were momentarily stunned by this sudden change. It was that easy to kill her? The man in charge, however, became even more cautious, knowing that they couldn't provoke these people, so he realized he couldn't scare them any more like before. A smile appeared on his face as he half-threatened, "Friends, we are really hungry. Could you spare us some food, and then we'll let your friend go, okay?" Yan Huan didn't respond. He always listened to Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing suddenly smiled, looking at these ungrateful people, saying, "I'm someone who can't be threatened. Whoever threatens me, I'll send them home." After saying that, the expressions of several people changed, and amidst Zhou Jing's smile, they heard her say, "Goodbye, friends." With a thud, the sound of a knife entering flesh rang in the ear of the leader. He turned in terror, only to find that the companions who had just been beside him were now decapitated, leaving him alone, perhaps because he still had Qing Kong as a hostage. He instantly dared not move. "If you let go now, I can spare your life. If you insist on being stubborn, do you believe I can eliminate you before you act?" The man believed her, loosening his grip under Zhou Jing's cold gaze, stepping back slowly. Zhou Jing's expression was indifferent, and at the moment he left, she shot him dead. Qing Kong walked back to the car, slightly dejected. After everyone got inside, no one spoke. LL looked at the silent group and opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Zhou Jing's expression was extremely cold. After Qin Kong started the car, she said, "If they're SA next time, we won't save you again." After a long time, they heard Qin Kong's low response. The group reached a forest in silence. "Let us rest here for a bit. He traveled all day," Zhou Jing said. "Okay," several of them replied as they got out of the car. There weren't many zombies in the forest, but there were many mutated beasts and zombie beasts. After assessing the terrain, they set up camp. Zhou Jing continued to exude pressure, preventing the zombies from getting close. While the mutated beasts and zombie beasts had to be dealt with on their own, the beasts only feel uncomfortable, not afraid. In just a short while, several zombie beasts and a mutated beast appeared. The zombie beasts were quickly dealt with, while the mutated beast was captured for meat. There was no usable water in this forest, but fortunately, they had anticipated this situation at the supermarket when they brought out large buckets of purified water. Qin Kong was stunned, as she hadn't thought that far ahead. Just as they were preparing to cook, they seemed to hear the sound of an engine starting in the distance. Qin Kong became alert, looking in that direction, which startled LV Luo. She was surprised at how proactive Qin Kong had become. When the vehicle got closer to Zhou Jing and the others, both LV Luo and Qin Kong's expressions darkened. This group clearly intended to take advantage of them. With such a large forest, why did they have to park nearby? The commotion also attracted quite a few zombies. LV Luo glanced at Zhou Jing with some dissatisfaction, but Zhou Jing remained calm. Not to mention that the zombies wouldn't dare to come here. As long as this group didn't have the thick skin to lead the zombies towards them, they could pretend not to see anything. Unfortunately, while the idea was nice, reality was harsh. When the group brazenly approached, LV Luo spoke up. "If you lead the zombies here, we can't guarantee what we might do." This statement successfully stopped their footsteps. Then a male voice exclaimed, "Aren't we all humans? Can't we help each other a bit? I believe you must have encountered similar predicaments." LV Luo looked at Zhou Jing's expression and pondered for a moment before saying, "We don't know if we will encounter difficulties, but your current behavior is already enough for us to ignore you." The man fell silent, but from the sound of their footsteps, it was clear that they did not want to let them off easily. LV Luo felt a bit annoyed. She had been clear enough, yet these people still persisted. "Sister Zhou Jing," LV Luo called. Zhou Jing nodded, stood up, and walked towards that direction. LV Luo was still a bit worried, but was calmed down by Qin Kong. As Zhou Jing moved forward, the darkness hindered her vision slightly, but didn't affect her ability to see those people clearly. She could now see their disheveled appearances and the low-level zombies behind them, hesitating as they felt her pressure. When they saw Zhou Jing step forward, they all became excited, as it indicated that someone was willing to act as a shield for them. However, Zhou Jing suddenly vanished before their eyes. By the time they reacted, she had already circled behind them, kicking one aside and twisting another's neck with a single move, snapping it in an instant. The men stared at Zhou Jing in disbelief. Zhou Jing didn't care and called over LV Luo and Qin Kong to collect the zombie cores. LV Luo and Qin Kong hurriedly ran over, excitedly starting to dig for cores, while Zhou Jing stopped after collecting a few. Given the quality of this batch of cores was relatively high, she decided not to fuss about it. Of course, this was because under her pressure, the low-tier zombies simply stopped advancing, while those that could still pursue were naturally of a slightly higher level. Zhou Jing didn't say anything further, and after taking the cores handed to her by LV Luo and Qin Kong, she turned and walked back to her camp. The two girls happily followed behind. The few men exchanged glances. The leader's expression changed several times, looking dark and sullen. After all, they had been saved by a few women, which was quite embarrassing. Just when Zhou Jing and the others thought it was over, they suddenly heard a man behind them say, "You all, shouldn't you share some of the cores with us?" Zhou Jing found it amusing and turned to look at them. The man seemed to gain confidence when he saw Zhou Jing turn around and said, "After all, we brought the zombies over. Because the zombies have been focused on us. It allowed you to take advantage of the situation. Should you give us some cores?" The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he became increasingly assertive. Zhou Jing laughed at his words. "If it weren't for me, you'd probably be dead by now." Where would you get the nerve to talk to me like this? She had no intention of giving them face. Their actions today were truly disgusting to her. The man seemed somewhat enraged by her words, as they indeed had acted unreasonably. However, in a mix of shame and anger, he probably didn't even realize what he was saying or doing. Seeing the high-level cores they had, greed compelled him to speak again. We were using our bodies to attract them too. Zhou Jing, too lazy to argue with them, turned and walked back to her camp. She could already smell the delicious aroma of meat. Hey, you guys stop. The man stepped forward and placed his hand on Zhou Jing's shoulder. If you don't want to die, take your dirty hands off me right now. The man and his companions were already having second thoughts, as Zhou Jing's earlier display had indeed shocked them. However, their companion was too stubborn to listen to reason. Zhou Jing's patience finally wore thin. She slapped his hand away and ignored him. The man and his companions quickly pulled him back, preventing him from doing anything foolish. Zhou Jing paid them no mind and returned to her camp, where the mutated beast's meat had indeed cooked down nicely, sprinkling on some seasoning. The taste was absolutely delicious. Zhou Jing looked at LV Luo with satisfaction, thinking she really could do anything, cooking and cleaning. Reflecting on her own cooking skills, she could only manage to make something edible, which made Zhou Jing laugh helplessly. As they enjoyed their meal, the few clueless people returned. LV Luo was speechless. Do you not know how to take a hint? Do your mothers know how clueless you are? How have you survived this apocalypse for so long? This time, the attitude of the group seemed much more sincere. The previously rude man now appeared pitiful, apologizing along with the others. Besides acknowledging his inappropriate behavior, he also greeted Zhou Jing and the others, emphasizing that their food must be very delicious since they had smelled it from afar. Zhou Jing responded nonchalantly with a and continued eating her mutated beast thigh. LV Luo and Qin Kong were stifling laughs, until Zhou Jing, after finishing her meal, finally looked up and asked, I receive your greetings. Is there anything else? If not, please leave. We need a rest. The expressions of the group turned sour, as if they had eaten something unpleasant. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. They should have praised them and then politely invited them to sit down, share a meal, and then each go their separate ways. The aroma was so enticing. They were eating biscuits while feeling pained, but this was the apocalypse, and Zhou Jing and the others didn't care about their opinions. After finishing their food, the group cleaned up their dishes, and, after washing them, Zhou Jing put everything back into her space, completely ignoring the astonished expressions of the two people. She then snuggled into her sleeping bag with the little zombie. The three of them felt somewhat helpless. This clearly meant that they didn't even regard them as a threat. Weren't they afraid of being ambushed? But it seemed that these people truly didn't care. After the three left, LV Luo quietly set up a few water lines around them. She was indeed worried that these people would come to ambush them at night. After a peaceful night, they got up the next morning, tidied themselves up, and decided to set off again. However, as their car started, they heard the sound of another vehicle behind them. Those people are following us, Qin Kong said after glancing in the rearview mirror. Levine frowned, wondering why those people were so annoying. What were they planning? Did they want us to lead the way so they could follow behind? Clearly, Zhou Jing thought the same. She frowned, feeling somewhat irritated. Those people should have been dealt with directly. It was wrong to show mercy last night. The people behind them were indeed thinking along those lines, remembering how formidable Zhou Jing and the others had sounded last night, but ultimately did not take action. They firmly believed that Zhou Jing and her group were just putting on a show, while they had real skills in fighting zombies. So following them would save a lot of trouble. Finally, after they exited the forest, Zhou Jing's patience wore thin. She stopped the car and walked to the back. Among the three people, only one had a slight fluctuation of abilities, and that person was the one who had been disrespectful. She knocked on the car window. What? The man rolled down the window, smirking at Zhou Jing. He was increasingly convinced that Zhou Jing and her group were just a bunch of pushovers. Sensing the man's ability fluctuations, Zhou Jing smiled slightly and placed her hand on his forehead. Say hello to King Yan. With a thud, the man fell. The two remaining people in the car looked at Zhou Jing in horror, not expecting her to actually kill her companion without any warning. You. The two finally understood what it meant to be scared and couldn't even speak. Zhou Jing sneered. What else do you want to say? Do you believe that if you don't get rid of your companion now, a horde of zombies will be attracted by his blood once we move away? After saying that, she turned and returned to her car, proudly sitting down after receiving unanimous praise from everyone inside. Just try to mess with me. Yan Xian didn't care about that. Seeing Zhou Jing return, he snuggled up to her, leaning against her side along with the little zombie. Qin Kong drove quickly, eager to reach the next shelter as soon as possible. Overall, they stopped and went along the way, eating and drinking without any issues. Occasionally, Yan Xian wanted to go out for some fresh air, while Zhou Jing needed to enter her space to complete some tasks. Ever since reaching level 4, her level had become harder to increase. Despite battling daily and consuming crystal cores, her experience bar barely moved, indicating that she had hit a bottleneck. The group was heading towards the next city, Nanhua City. Looking at the map, they estimated they had at most one more day of travel. But with only one person driving, fatigue was inevitable. Just before nightfall, they encountered a small village. It seemed there were no living souls in the village, and both girls sighed sadly. They casually found a house and settled in. However, while they were clearing out zombies and starting to cook, the noises outside made them tense up a bit. It was a rhythmic knocking on the door. The people inside suddenly became interested. Just moments ago, they felt like no one was around, and now someone was knocking. Levian pulled a wire across the door, and Zhou Jing went to open it. When she opened the door, she saw an elderly man with gray hair and a cane. Upon seeing Zhou Jing and the others, he burst into tears. I finally see living people. After saying this, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The group exchanged glances. Was this a new kind of scam? Meanwhile, on the road, a few people were chatting in a car. A heavily made-up woman sat on a fat man's lap, acting flirtatious while ordering the nearby mercenaries around. The mercenaries gritted their teeth, pretending not to hear her, while secretly thinking about how they would deal with her once they reached the base. The woman noticed the mercenaries' expressions and scoffed, then hugged the fat man, saying, "Chungjun, look at them with their cold faces. They scared me." The mercenaries continued their poker faces. "Why don't you just die of fright? Xiao Yuan, Xiao Wang, you two should show a little expression. You're too serious." The fat man wiped his sweat, feeling helpless. "Mr. Li, we're only taking you back to the base because we accepted your brother's commission. We're not your private soldiers, so we have no obligation to follow your orders. According to your brother's instructions, we just need to bring you back. Life and death are not our concern." Yuan Feng turned to look at the woman still curled up in the fat man's arms and finally smiled. But it was a smile that felt provocative. The woman was taken aback by his words, her playful grin vanishing in an instant, revealing the cheap makeup flaking off her face. She clenched her fists, burying her face in the fat man's embrace. "Is it okay if I don't speak?" After saying this, every 3 seconds, she saw a zombie's face pressed against the car window. "Oh, zombie!" After screaming, she fainted. The two men in front were almost in despair. "Sister, do you have to be like this? You said you wouldn't speak, but now you screamed. Your voice is going to attract all the zombies nearby." However, the mercenaries with their grim faces couldn't see the woman, who had fainted, which in some ways was a blessing, because the zombie she saw was a level 2 zombie. Moreover, it was a level 2 speed-type zombie, so no matter how fast they drove, the zombie was always following behind. Yuan Feng couldn't help but curse, his face dark as he looked at the woman who had passed out. The fat man hurriedly held the woman tightly, suppressing his anger. The two finally found a spot with few zombies and stopped the car. After making complete preparations, they got out, watching the zombie charging from a distance. They gripped their guns tightly. Just as the zombie was about to reach them, Xiao Wang fired a shot at its head. But the zombie naturally dodged and charged at Xiao Wang instead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yuan Feng threw 2 earth spikes at the zombie, which instantly enraged it. Realizing that Yuan Feng might pose a greater threat, the zombie rushed towards him, ignoring Xiao Wang's gunfire. This gave Xiao Wang a chance. He discarded his gun, grabbed a small knife, and snuck behind the zombie, stabbing it viciously in the head. Although it didn't kill it in one strike, the impact was significant, slowing the zombie's movements considerably. At that moment, Yuan Feng also seized the opportunity, throwing an earth spike that directly finished the zombie off. Both of them looked somewhat shaken. Not expecting that zombie to have such strong combat power, they had underestimated it. The zombie they just fought should have been at least on par with a level 3 zombie, if not a pinnacle level 2. The two of them dug, opened the zombie's head, and indeed saw a red crystal core, which was of high purity. Both of them were a bit surprised. This crystal core was a level 3 core. However, when they looked at each other, covered in mud and blood, they suddenly felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for her, would they really be this miserable? Looking at the two people in the car, Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang approached them. The woman, who had just been unconscious, was now awake, and she had witnessed their earlier performance. So when she saw the two of them coming over, her expression was as if she had seen two Azuras. "We were wrong. We won't dare again. Please forgive us." The two of them hugged each other, trembling like a sieve. Yuan Feng looked at them with undisguised disdain. "If you cause trouble again, I really won't care about you," he said seriously to the woman. Okay. The woman nodded repeatedly, no longer displaying her previous frivolity. Yuan Feng was very satisfied and got into the car. Looking at the late sky, he discussed with Xiao Wang and drove towards the village ahead. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing and the others, looking at the old man who was trying to scam them, had no choice but to move him to the bed in the back room, while they found a kitchen and started cooking. Levayu had never had a place to show off her cooking skills before, but now that she found a suitable place, she couldn't control her inner chef. She made fried meatballs, grilled skewers, a pot of soup, and steamed 2 large pots of rice. The others smelled the aroma of the food and were thankful they had brought Levayu along. They were truly carefree about food and drink. The aroma also clearly attracted the old man in the back room. He tremblingly came out, looked at the large pile of food, and tears came to his eyes. Good children. Who are you, old man? Are we familiar? Did you come here to eat without our permission?" However, they had already finished cooking and couldn't let themselves starve. So, suppressing their anger, they sat down and started eating. No matter what, they couldn't let this old man eat their food too, just because they were angry. Just as they were about to dig in, they heard a knock at the door from outside. Who was it now? Even Levayu, who had a good temper, was about to throw her chopsticks. She opened the door and saw 4 people standing at the entrance, saying irritably, "What do you want?" "Speak quickly." Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang were also quite embarrassed. They had indeed entered this village, and there were no problems, but they didn't expect that there were survivors here. And they could smell the delicious food right at the village entrance. This was quite awkward. The group had been eating nothing but biscuits and bread for several days and had had enough of it. Who knew they would smell such a tempting aroma upon entering? They were originally a group of people with dignity, but who knew the smell of food would be so alluring? Finally, between dignity and food, the two protected people chose food. At the moment they knocked on the door, their hearts were collapsing, because after knocking, the two protected people hid behind them. What was even more annoying was that they pretended to know nothing, leaving the two of them in front looking completely confused. After hearing the angry roar from the back room, they were even more embarrassed. They had never felt so humiliated in their lives. So when the door opened, Zhou Jing and the others saw 2 burly men covering their faces, gritting their teeth, and saying awkwardly, "You guys are eating, huh?" Hee. Levayu laughed first. Her laughter eased the atmosphere considerably, and Xiang Wang and Yuan Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, their behavior was quite inappropriate. Seeing that Zhou Jing and the others had calmed down, the 2 people behind moved to the front, rubbing their hands together with fake smiles. "Hey friends, we haven't eaten for several days, you know. What does it matter to me whether you have eaten or not?" Zhou Jing and the others continued eating, asking while they chewed, "Aren't we all humans?" Zhou Jing and the others didn't even lift their heads, while Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang were dying of embarrassment. Indeed, everyone was starving. What business was it of theirs? After eating enough, Zhou Jing finally said, 1 level 2 crystal core or 10 level 1 crystal cores per person. For a moment, the people outside were dumbfounded. They had seen people raise prices before, but never this outrageous. However, smelling the aroma, they thought maybe there was some reason behind this outrageous demand. Finally, Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang couldn't hold back anymore, exchanged glances, and made up their minds. "It's just a crystal core. We can get more later. This meal, if we miss it, it's really gone." The two of them walked in with their crystal cores. Zhou Jing looked at them and was quite satisfied with their understanding. She raised her hand and said, 2 of you, 10 cores will be enough." After saying that, She also flattered herself, saying that there were really few people with such kindness toward her now. Naturally, the two expressed their gratitude. After thanking her, they sat down at the table, not caring that it was all leftover food, and started eating heartily. Seeing them eat so vigorously, Levia was also very happy because it was satisfying to have someone appreciate her efforts. Watching the two eat without regard for their image while continuously praising the food. The men and women behind them showed undisguised expressions of disdain. Eating someone else's leftovers, how embarrassing. Although Zhou Jing and the others saw the disdain in the eyes of the two, no one said anything. You handle your own matters. They continued eating skewers while thinking. Who knew that Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang didn't take them seriously at all? After they were full, they slumped back in their chairs, feeling utterly satisfied. It's been a long time since I've tasted such delicious food. Hearing this, the two young girls were quite pleased, smiling while cleaning up the dishes, completely ignoring the two behind them. Seeing this group ignore them, the two angrily returned to the car. Once they left, the two finally relaxed. Their earlier demeanor vanished instantly, and they politely said, "We are mercenaries from a base near Nanwu City. My name is Yuan Feng. You can call me Xiao Yuan." Xiao Wang smiled and said, "I'm an orphan. I don't have a name. Just call me Xiao Wang." "Don't start. Didn't I give you a name?" "Huh. Wang Defa. Too ugly. I refuse." The two bickered, while Zhou Jing and the others watched with narrowed eyes. In this apocalyptic world, being able to relax was truly not easy. After their bickering, they remembered they were on someone else's territory. They smiled awkwardly and continued explaining. "Those two were jobs we took for our mercenary group. The intention was to send that man back, but he insisted on bringing that woman. He wouldn't leave without her. So we had to take him along for the mission." The two spoke, their faces a bit awkward as they recalled how troublesome those two could be. After roughly explaining, they stopped talking. Seeing that it was already late, they said, "Then we'll go look for other houses to see if there's a place to stay. Thank you for your hospitality today." Zhou Jing had a good impression of the two and thought about her own situation, saying, "No need." "Huh." The two were a bit confused. "You can stay in this house tonight. There are quite a few zombies nearby, and I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them if they attack at night." The two thought about it and agreed. Living alone was also dangerous, and staying with so many people provided some insurance. They quickly made up their minds. They went outside and dragged the two unwilling people down from the car. Two people were still eating cookies, looking pitiful in their own way. But Zhou Jing and the others all wore indifferent expressions as they walked into the rooms they had picked out in advance. As she entered the room, Zhou Jing said, "You two keep watch for the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. Any objections?" Good. The two were quite satisfied with this arrangement. At least they could get some proper rest now. Over the past couple of days, they hadn't really had a good rest while trying to protect these two useless individuals. They casually found a room for themselves, ignoring the complaints from the others, and squatted down outside. They started a fire and chatted. Who would have thought the apocalypse would come like this? Yeah, the two of them looked out the window, and even the sky where they could see the stars had turned gray. In such weather, it was hard to know when it would end. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing was coaxing the two older children to sleep in the room. If she didn't lie down, neither of them would, but once she did, they both curled up in her arms. However, if she chose the younger one, the older one would look like she was abandoned. But if she chose the older one, the younger one would really cry. Finally, after putting both of them to sleep, Zhou Jing lay down on the bed. After a long day, lying on the bed felt exceptionally comfortable. She set a half-night alarm for herself and fell asleep peacefully. Having such an automatic alarm was great. However, Zhou Jing wasn't woken up by the alarm. Instead, she was startled awake by a powerful threat. She suddenly opened her eyes to see Yan Huan, who had been sleeping beside her, already up and looking seriously into the distance. "Over there." Zhou Jing nodded. Getting up, she walked out of the room. The two outside looked a bit tired, and when they saw Zhou Jing come out, they hurriedly said, "There's nothing going on. You can rest a bit longer." Zhou Jing shook her head and said, "There's a powerful zombie coming." "What?" The two instantly perked up. "I'm not sure yet, but you can smell it. That stench is getting stronger." The two sniffed carefully and confirmed it. Zhou Jing frowned and said, "I'll wake them up to prepare for defense. You two should also wake up." "Okay." Zhou Jing hurried to the other rooms, waking everyone up before returning to the living room, where the stench had become even stronger. The closer the smell got, The more pressure Zhou Jing felt closing in on her, and Yin Huan over there was also subtly getting excited. Seeing Yin Huan like this, Zhou Jing knew she couldn't hold him back. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jing said, "How about I accompany you later? Don't rush here. Let them control the situation first." Yin Huan looked at Zhou Jing and nodded obediently. Of course, it was best with Zhou Jing accompanying him. He was willing to wait a bit for that. Everyone's nerves were getting tenser. When the first zombie appeared, everyone felt the tension snap. They didn't rush to attack. Their long experience told them that holding their ground would minimize damage. A few of them watched the zombies warily, conserving their energy as they carefully attacked. The zombies coming at them were clearly all level 1 zombies, slow in movement, but there were just too many of them. Meanwhile, the younger zombie sensed something and said, "There are level 2 zombies following behind." And level 3, everyone's hearts sank instantly. Zhou Jing understood that those zombies were probably coming for her and Yin Huan. The younger zombie, unsure if it didn't sense anything or felt it shouldn't say anything, hugged Zhou Jing after scanning the area and whispered in her ear, "Its level is very high. I can't sense it. Or it has a psychic ability shielding my detection." Zhou Jing nodded, understanding what the younger zombie meant. She began to arrange their battle strategy. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Yuan, do either of you have abilities?" "I don't. Brother Yuan has earth abilities." "Okay, Xiao Yuan, you build a dirt wall. Green Vine and Qin Kong, you two focus on attacking. Take out these level 1 zombies first. Be careful with the remaining level 2 zombies. There might even be level 3 zombies." "Xiao Wang, do you have firearms?" "Yes, I have plenty." "That's great." After Xiao Yuan builds the dirt wall Green Vine, find a way to trap these level 1 zombies together. Then you use firearms to blow them up. "Got it." Green Vine understood. Her water lines could easily trap them. Qin Kong, seeing that it seemed like there was nothing for her to do, suddenly looked a bit disappointed. "Qin Kong, conserve your energy. When the level 2 zombies appear, you'll be responsible for ambushing." Hearing Zhou Jing's voice, Qin Kong looked up, a bit confused. "Then it's up to you." "Huh?" Everyone looked at Zhou Jing, puzzled. What does that mean? Seeing everyone looking at her, Zhou Jing's tense face suddenly broke into a smile. "Well, Yin Huan and I will go to the back to check the situation. Actually, you two want to run away, right?" A male and female voice suddenly broke the harmonious atmosphere. Zhou Jing coldly looked at the two useless individuals huddled together, sneering, "Yes, I do want to run away." "So what? Then you have to take us with you." The expressions of the two turned a bit gloomy, as if Zhou Jing really intended to run away. Zhou Jing pretended not to see them, turning to the others and saying, "Let us settle on this for now. I'll try to get back early. Is that okay?" "Yin Huan is injured." "Sure." Green Vine and Qin Kong nodded without hesitation, while Yuan and Wang hesitated a bit. "You guys, safety is an issue." Zhou Jing looked at them and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The main issue is that there seems to be a very powerful guy behind us, and we need to check it out first. If there is no danger, we'll definitely come back early." This statement made Green Vine and Qin Kong, who had been very reassured, start to worry. Zhou Jing had never said anything like this before. In their minds, Zhou Jing had always been confident. They looked at Zhou Jing seriously and said, "We will definitely hold on until you come back." Zhou Jing smiled and ruffled the hair of the two girls, saying, "Wait for me to come back." After saying that, she handed the younger zombie to them. "You want us to take care of the child too?" A sharp voice rang out again. Zhou Jing didn't even want to glance at them, nodding to Yuan and Wang, and then she ran outside with Yin Huan. The two wanted to say something, but they were intimidated by Green Vine's cold expression. After all, this girl had always been smiling, and after a moment of hesitation, they stopped talking. Seeing that the two had quieted down, Green Vine nodded at Yuan. Yuan still looked a bit worried. What if something happens to them? Green Vine looked at Yuan and said, "Don't ask too much." Yuan nodded, adjusting his breathing. When the level 1 zombies reached the front of the house, he took a deep breath and built a dirt wall. Green Vine quickly used her water lines to encircle them. As more and more zombies poured in, she told Xiao Wang now. Xiao Wang didn't hesitate, quickly throwing out 2 grenades. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and the shockwave was entirely blocked by Yuan's dirt wall, while the zombies that had been there were blown to bits. Now everyone couldn't care less about crystal cores. That was a matter for later. The pressing issue was to deal with a new wave of zombies. Yuan looked at Greenvine, noticing how the once cute girl now displayed a maturity that didn't belong to her. The few of them worked together, while Zhou Jing's side was quite taxing. Although they were both zombies, the first-level zombie in front could still be dealt with, but the third-level zombie behind had already developed some intelligence. They knew that Zhou Jing and the others were good prey and would instinctively hunt them down. Being entangled by these annoying zombies and wasting energy to deal with them made Zhou Jing very irritated. She stretched out her hand, her 10 fingers transforming into sharp claws, the dark tips gleaming with a dangerous light. Even the third-level zombies had learned many combat techniques, and upon sensing danger from Zhou Jing, they turned and ran towards Yan Huan. However, unlike Zhou Jing, Yan Huan charged directly at them, tearing with his hands, creating a scene that was extremely gruesome. After dealing with the third-level quantum zombie, Yan Huan happily gnawed on its head to replenish his strength and handed a beautiful crystal core to Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing reluctantly accepted the crystal core, watching Yan Huan eat without regard for his image, and comforted him, saying, "Eat quickly, and once you're done, we can leave." Yan Huan was momentarily stunned. The previous Zhou Jing would have definitely scolded him for eating or preferred not to see it. Now, he instead felt a sense of helplessness. After taking a couple more bites and feeling his strength gradually returning, he finally set the food down and looked at Zhou Jing obediently. Zhou Jing also quickly absorbed the crystal core, and after regaining her strength, she said to Yan Huan, "Let's go." Taking a deep breath as she saw the approaching figure, Zhou Jing thought they were already fast, but who knew the zombie was even quicker. By the time she reacted, the foul smell was already behind her. Zhou Jing hurriedly turned around to block the zombie's attack, and Yan Huan rushed in from the other side, his claws mercilessly striking at the zombie's face. The zombie clearly didn't take Yan Huan seriously. It sidestepped and counterattacked towards its face using the same method. Yan Huan's response to its attack seemed a bit clumsy, and after narrowly escaping, he protected Zhou Jing in front of him. Zhou Jing helplessly patted his head and said, "You don't need to protect me. Just focus on attacking it." Yan Huan looked at Zhou Jing, confirming that she was indeed fine before he turned his serious gaze back to the zombie. With a whoosh, he charged out. This was the first time he fully used his speed and abilities in front of Zhou Jing. The previous prey had all been easy to deal with, so he had never put in his best effort. This time, he encountered a formidable opponent, so he dared not let his guard down. The zombie on the opposite side also charged forward upon seeing Yan Huan move, its expression absolutely unfriendly, and this time, their speeds were surprisingly similar. Seeing Yan Huan holding his own, Zhou Jing felt relieved and began watching the battle. Just as the zombie was about to get close to her, she threw a punch, causing them to get entangled again. Although she felt a bit shameless for this action, it was effective. Noticing that Yan Huan was struggling a bit, Zhou Jing knew she couldn't hold him back any longer. With a thought, she summoned Little Yi, who quickly transformed into a towering tree upon seeing the scene. The Vine Whips attacked during Yan Huan's moments of offense. The battle turned in their favor, but the other zombie suddenly halted its advance, glaring at Zhou Jing and them with malice before suddenly letting out a loud roar. Not good. It's calling for more zombies. Zhou Jing realized this and stood on Little Yi, watching several zombies rushing over from a distance, knowing that this zombie was summoning those higher-level zombies directly. To prevent Yan Huan from being distracted, Zhou Jing charged to the front herself. Those second-level zombies were easy to deal with. Even the speed-type ones were at a disadvantage against Zhou Jing. And even a few zombies with special abilities were quickly handled due to the level suppression and her own attack methods. However, she anxiously watched the two zombies still entangled above. "I know you're not afraid of tiring, but it should be time to determine a winner." She stood back on Little Yi, and when the zombie saw Zhou Jing return unscathed, it instantly erupted in rage, moving faster and attacking more fiercely. The attacks from Little Yi were even being swatted away. What the hell? What's going on? Realizing something was wrong, Zhou Jing charged in to join the fray. But that zombie seemed to be fixated on Yan Huan, not even glancing at Zhou Jing as it attacked fiercely. In such circumstances, Yan Huan was pushed back. Unable to fight back at all, the zombie suddenly appeared in front of Yan Huan, and before Zhou Jing could react, it tore open Yan Huan's chest. Zhou Jing only saw black-purple blood splattering out. Her mind went blank. She couldn't help but rush to Yan Huan's side, suddenly recalling something, and quickly took out a life-saving healing pill from her space to feed him, soothingly saying, "Wait for me. I'll avenge you." With that, she turned around. The zombie seemed completely unprepared for this, or perhaps it had underestimated Zhou Jing from the start. The earlier frenzy had consumed a lot of its energy, and its movements had slowed down significantly. It could have eaten Yan Huan and replenished its strength, but who knew this woman would interfere? Zhou Jing charged forward angrily, just like an ordinary zombie. Tear, withdraw, kick, bite, with little Yiya assisting from the side. Finally, at the moment when the zombie was distracted, Zhou Jing's claws extended long and pierced forcefully into the back of its head, twisting it violently. Silence. The once formidable zombie suddenly froze, as if it had crashed, and fell straight to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jing opened its head and extracted the crystal core inside. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. Holding a half of the zombie's head, Zhou Jing walked over to the weakened Yan Huan. Yan Huan's body had mostly healed, but he still looked weak. Seeing Zhou Jing approach with half of the zombie's head, his eyes lit up. Although he wanted to sit up, his body was too exhausted to move. Zhou Jing noticed this and placed the head in front of him. The previously weak Yan Huan suddenly extended his long tongue and devoured the entire half in one go, looking somewhat unsatisfied afterward. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the clean half of the head, Zhou Jing pondered, "This person really is handsome for only 3 seconds." After absorbing 2 crystal cores and regaining some strength, she put little Yiya away and rushed towards the gathering point. The zombies along the way completely ignored her, and as she neared the entrance, she released Yan Huan. Yan Huan was already awake. Zhou Jing could feel that after eating the brain of that zombie, Yan Huan was on the verge of leveling up. While thinking about this, she supported him, saying, "Once we get home, you can rest. I'll help them." Yan Huan naturally complied. When the two returned looking disheveled, everyone was stunned. Green Vine hurriedly rushed forward to support Zhou Jing, while Qin Kong was still dealing with a second-level zombie and couldn't break free, only shouting, "You guys go back and rest. I'll handle it here." Meanwhile, the zombie took advantage of her distraction and clawed at her. Before Qin Kong could react, Yuan Feng quickly cast a dirt shield to block it. They narrowly escaped a disaster. Qin Kong hurriedly thanked Yuan Feng, who replied, "You should take this more seriously." Zhou Jing sent Yan Xian back into the house and turned to walk out with Lu Luo. After asking about the situation, she nodded. When they got to the living room, Zhou Jing felt that the expressions on everyone's faces were just the kind of humanity one would expect in an apocalypse. Over there, Qin Kong was struggling, while Yuan Feng could only help from the side. Xiao Wang and Lu Luo could only assist as well. Zhou Jing looked at the group and smiled slightly, saying, "Let me handle it. You all have worked hard." "How can that be?" Lu Luo said, looking at Zhou Jing's blood-stained clothes. Zhou Jing had never allowed herself to be so disheveled. Not even Yan Xian had seen her like this, which could only mean they had indeed encountered a formidable zombie. They felt a little uneasy, thinking that every disappearance of Zhou Jing was to protect them. But they never said it out loud. Seeing that everyone was close to exhaustion, Zhou Jing stopped overthinking and directly stepped in to protect the already exhausted Qin Kong. With a quiet sigh about her maternal instincts, she quickly dealt with the level 2 zombie. She tossed the crystal core directly to them to handle on their own. The number of zombies here was already decreasing. After Zhou Jing and the others took care of the level 5 zombie, the originally gathered zombies began to scatter, leaving only a few high-level zombies still watching closely. Once Zhou Jing had nearly cleared them out, the remaining zombies fled or perished. After cleaning up the last few zombies, Zhou Jing finally sat down in the house, exhausted. She looked tiredly at everyone, while the others went outside to collect the zombie crystal cores. No one noticed 2 sneaky figures who had stolen car keys and ran outside. It wasn't until they heard the sound of the car starting that they reacted. Yuan Feng looked at the man and woman in the car and gritted her teeth, saying, "What do you two mean by this?" Unexpectedly, the two showed no signs of embarrassment and boldly replied, "Who knows what trouble you might cause? We're not sticking around. It's better to leave quickly than to risk our lives here." After saying this, they ignored the grim faces of Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang. jumped into the car, and drove off. Zhou Jing and the others watched in silence, while the two exchanged an awkward glance with Zhou Jing. Finally, Yuan Feng, being the older and more experienced one, looked at Zhou Jing and said with a resigned smile, "Since that's the case, can we join you?" A level 2 Earth ability user and a seasoned mercenary, both quick workers who eat little. Would you consider it? Lu Luo chuckled and looked at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing pondered for a moment, glanced at the two, and extended her hand. Pleasure to cooperate. The two felt genuinely awkward. After all, they hadn't been much help at first and had even taken a meal from them, while they had to endure the mockery from Zhou Jing's group. The most outrageous was the two of them. They gritted their teeth, thinking they must have a proper explanation when they returned. They would not let them off easily. After all, bringing them back was their task, and whether they lived or died afterward was their own business. With narrowed eyes, a hint of danger flashed within. Zhou Jing merely glanced back at him, smiled slightly, and said nothing. By the end of the day's battle, everyone was somewhat exhausted. Looking at the brightening sky, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Jing had released her pressure, ensuring that at least during her desired rest period, no low-level zombies would disturb them. Over there, Xiao Xiao said, "I'll keep watch. You all go rest." "All right, just an excuse." Zhou Jing returned to her room without politeness, looking at the still sleeping Yan Xian. She too sighed with relief and lay down beside him, soon falling asleep. Seeing Zhou Jing so at ease, the others weighed their own circumstances and decided to return and sleep as well. Xiao Xiao sat in the living room, closing her eyes to rest. With Zhou Jing's pressure, what other foolish zombies would dare approach? Only the old man, after watching everyone return, had a flash of insight. Seeing that only a child was left in the living room, he thought things over. His experience told him that when everyone was at their most exhausted, it was the best time to flee. He greedily looked at the supplies Zhou Jing and the others had dropped all over the floor. Glancing at Xiao Xiao, who seemed to be asleep, he sneered. Surviving until Zhou Jing's group arrived, he had his own methods. He was used to killing and looting. This time, Zhou Jing's group was simply a godsend opportunity. Everyone was tired and resting, leaving just a child behind. Wasn't that a joke? The old man took a knife and looked at the boy still with his eyes closed. He thought to himself, if the child doesn't make a sound, he would take the supplies and leave. If the child did make a sound, he would kill him instantly. Today's performance by Zhou Jing's group made the old man somewhat wary. However, the desire to survive prevailed. He picked up a bag and began collecting the scattered supplies. Just as he looked up, he saw Xiao Xiao's eyes open. Her dark eyes were devoid of emotion. The old man swallowed hard and said, "Good boy, Grandpa will help you tidy up." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao closed her eyes again and stopped speaking. But her mental energy had condensed into a needle, clearly perceiving the outside world. Seeing Xiao Xiao with her eyes closed, the old man sighed in relief and skillfully continued to gather the items. After standing up, he walked toward the door, knowing that the area he just cleared had no zombies. These people were good folks, even letting him eat, so he decided not to kill them. Thinking about how he could take the supplies to the basement and enjoy them for a long time excited him. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao remained in her usual position with her eyes closed, while the old man had already collapsed to the ground without a single wound. Only Xiao Xiao knew that a needle made of mental energy had already pierced the old man's brain. Humans, are eternally selfish. After Qin Kong woke up and saw the fallen old man, she looked at Xiao Xiao on the sofa without hesitation and picked him up. Xiao Xiao nestled into a comfortable position in Qin Kong's arms and continued to sleep. After Qin Kong entered the room with Xiao Xiao, she explained the situation outside, leaving Lu Luo shocked. "I really didn't expect that seemingly sinister old man to actually have bad intentions. What can I do? I'm helpless too," Lu Luo said as she took Xiao Xiao, making sure he was comfortable, and thought they could discuss any questions once he woke up. Lu Luo was the most indulgent with kids, so Xiao Xiao liked playing with her the most. When everyone woke up and looked at the scene outside, they were all speechless. The apocalypse is truly terrifying. That was everyone's thought. When Zhou Jing and Yan Xian got up, Xiao Xiao also woke up at an opportune moment and began to earnestly explain the whole situation to everyone, emphasizing how the old man threatened him, how he was brilliant and courageous, and how he outsmarted the old man. Although everyone knew that half of Xiao Xiao's words were nonsense, they still cooperated and applauded, leaving Xiao Xiao alone to bask in his own pride. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, everyone felt relieved and waited for Zhou Jing to make a decision. Looking at the trusting gazes from everyone, Zhou Jing felt helpless. "Who gave you the confidence to trust me?" With a resigned smile, Zhou Jing said, "Then let us head to the base first. After all, that's where our next stop is." Everyone nodded, while the two mercenaries exchanged awkward smiles with Zhou Jing and her group. Soon a few people packed their things and bypassed the old man lying on the ground, leaving the village behind. What happened to the village after them was no longer a concern for Zhou Jing and her group. "Tell me, where did you hide the supplies?" A strong man fiercely punched a weak man in the stomach. The weak man couldn't withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood, but the strong man, clearly still unsatisfied, kicked the man who had already fallen to the ground. "Damn!" The strong man kicked the weak man again in anger and turned to leave. After the strong man walked away, the weak man seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He struggled to stand up and limped towards the building behind him. Zhou Jing and her group then encountered a group of robbers on the road. These robbers were quite strange. Didn't they fear encountering someone tough? Didn't they worry about being directly dealt with? However, this time, Zhou Jing and her group really had no mood to deal with them. Upon hearing that they wanted gasoline, Zhou Jing's expression instantly became complicated. It seemed they didn't have any spare gasoline. What about those two cars? The expressions of the crowd instantly turned sour, leaving two mercenaries looking completely bewildered. What happened to them? Why did their expressions look so bad? Completely forgetting about the matter, the group looked at the red light flashing on the car, suddenly feeling confused, while the robbers felt a sense of humiliation at being ignored by this group. "Hey, we're robbing you. Can you at least show us some respect?" When the robbers noticed that everyone in the car was ignoring them, they became angry. "This might be the biggest blunder of my career." A few of them looked really angry, while Zhou Jing and her group hesitantly glanced at the robbers. Suddenly, they all revealed a tacit smile. When robbers become the robbed, one wonders if they still feel humiliated. As Zhou Jing and her group drove away with a barrel of gasoline and a car filled with gasoline, the robbers were left with expressions of confusion. What has happened? Who am I and where am I? The mood of the robbers instantly soured. This is really a humiliation, not my business. Zhou Jing didn't care about that and drove away loaded. But on the road, she pointed to a man and asked, "Isn't that the one we just encountered?" A few people, intrigued by Zhou Jing's words, looked up and saw a strong man choking a weak man by the neck. It seemed he was saying something. "Looks like it," Green Luo said, casually while feeding Lil Zong. After these events, Green Luo and Qin Kong stated that they would no longer meddle in others' affairs. Zhou Jing looked at the two girls, found it amusing, and didn't expose them. She said to the driving Qin Kong, "Stop for a moment. I'm curious about what's going on." Qin Kong nodded and pulled over. The two men also naturally noticed Zhou Jing and her group. The strong man shouted fiercely, "What are you looking at?" Upon hearing him shout, those in the car understood that this person was definitely not the one they had just encountered, although the two did indeed look similar. However, the mole at the corner of this man's eye was quite conspicuous. Even so, the scene of these two brothers being bad together and then getting dealt with by them was quite amusing to think about. Zhou Jing got out of the car. The man tensed upon seeing Zhou Jing. In the apocalypse, few people meddle in such affairs, but if someone does, they must be quite formidable. Such a person would certainly be someone they couldn't provoke. The man stopped his actions and looked at Zhou Jing and her group warily. "If I were you, I would leave quickly." Zhou Jing said such a pretentious sentence and instantly felt great. Oh my God, did I really say that? Although Zhou Jing felt she was incredibly cool, her teammates covered their faces. There was no helping it. This was just too embarrassing. Fortunately, Zhou Jing was just joking, but the man clearly didn't understand. After seeing Zhou Jing's expression, he discontentedly said, "You shouldn't meddle in others' business quietly. I am not a patient person." After saying this, Zhou Jing grabbed his face. "You should think about it. Since we made it here safely, we must have seen your brother. So, shouldn't you consider the reason for our presence?" After Zhou Jing finished speaking, the man indeed panicked. He hadn't thought about the reason, but he understood the situation. This meant that his brother must have encountered a problem. If this woman couldn't tell them apart, It meant they weren't here for revenge. Thinking of this, he glanced at the man lying on the ground and said, "Today, you're lucky to have a benefactor. Let's see how you fare tomorrow." After a cold snort, he left the scene. After watching the man leave, Zhou Jing turned and got back in the car, not wanting to meddle further. She had only come down to see the situation because she noticed someone who looked similar. After Zhou Jing got in the car, the man on the ground suddenly seemed to gain strength, crawling up and knocking on Zhou Jing's window. Zhou Jing rolled down the window and looked at the man, asking, "What is it?" The man looked at Zhou Jing's indifferent face, gritted his teeth, and said, "I want to ask you to save my mother." Zhou Jing's expression turned surprised. "Your mother? Did she hear that right?" In this apocalypse, there was still someone who wanted to save their mother. After hesitating for a long time, the man finally nodded and confirmed, "Yes, please save my mother. I have a reward." The reward is food and seeds. Seeds. This condition indeed made Zhou Jing waver slightly. In the current apocalypse, it was still possible to find food and some items from supermarkets before the apocalypse. But once it reached the later stages without food reserves, how could humans survive? Moreover, everything was mutating now. Even plants were starting to mutate. If they didn't start researching how to grow food soon, they would either be eaten by zombies or starve to death. Thinking of this, Zhou Jing looked at the man and asked, "Where is your mother?" In the grain field ahead, Qin Kong noticed Zhou Jing's hesitant expression and said, "Then let's go take a look. We aren't in a hurry." Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang also expressed that they weren't in a hurry. Seeing that everyone was unconcerned, Zhou Jing nodded. "Then let's go. You lead the way." The weak man, seeing that someone was finally willing to accompany him to take a look, suddenly became overwhelmed with emotion and said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you. Thank you." After saying that, the man led the way, running towards the grain field. If it weren't for the bruises on him and the smell of blood at the corner of his mouth, everyone would have doubted whether he was putting on an act with that pair of twins, looking so weak to lure them in. Soon, under the man's guidance, they arrived at the grain field. Looking at the terrain, they wouldn't have found it without someone to guide them. Everyone got out of the car. To avoid any accidents, Zhou Jing asked Yin Huan to stay in the car. If anyone comes, just kill them without mercy. However, Yin Huan had no intention of leaving Zhou Jing. His expression showed great dissatisfaction. After Zhou Jing coaxed him and even gave him a kiss, he finally relented and let Zhou Jing go, ignoring the teasing gazes of everyone. Zhou Jing blushed as she walked into the grain field, following the man's lead. There are indeed quite a few zombies in the grain yard. No wonder this man was too afraid to come find them himself. The more Zhou Jing and the others cleaned up, the more they felt something was off. The deeper they went, the more they sensed that the number of zombies was decreasing, but the atmosphere felt increasingly wrong. The man's expression was too unnatural. Looking at his face, there was regret, fear, and a hint of sympathy. Qin Kong tugged at Zhou Jing's sleeve, and Zhou Jing nodded, glancing at the others, who instantly became alert. Soon, they arrived at a door, and the man knocked on it, his expression seeming genuine. "Mom," but there was no response from inside. The man looked at Zhou Jing and the others for help. Sighing, she knew it was a trap, but they had to go in. She sensed a faint zombie presence inside, and it was clear that it wasn't a zombie to be trifled with. Frowning, she looked at the man, still calling for his mother. If his mother was truly inside, she likely wouldn't be alive anymore. But if not, Zhou Jing narrowed her eyes, looking dangerously at the man. If he didn't tell her where the seed was, she would definitely kill him first. The man shivered at Zhou Jing's dangerous gaze. He didn't want this either. Zhou Jing didn't dwell on it any longer. After greeting the others, she kicked the door open, and everyone's hearts raced. Sure enough, the moment the door opened, a fast-moving zombie charged out. Zhou Jing shot a cold glance at the man hiding behind. It was obvious he knew this was a zombie den. As everyone fought the zombie, Zhou Jing walked towards a man hiding behind. "I need an explanation." The man looked anxiously at Zhou Jing. He had realized who truly held power here. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, tears in his eyes, and said, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. They forced me to do this. My mother is really in their hands, and they locked her up. They said if I could bring people here, they wouldn't harm her. So you believe their nonsense?" Zhou Jing looked at the people coming out behind her and suddenly felt pity for the man. Once she was ready for a fight, Zhou Jing rushed towards a group of people. They were all focused on fighting the zombie, and she couldn't let them get distracted. And these men looked relatively easy to deal with. Zhou Jing chuckled and charged in. When these men saw a woman rushing at them, their expressions became inscrutable. But when they noticed that all the main fighters were women, their faces turned pale. What the hell is this? Are they looking down on us? You were supposed to bring some people, and you brought us a group of women. It was clear that these lecherous guys were overthinking it, and they confidently met Zhou Jing's punch. Bang! Everyone heard a man let out a muffled groan, followed by a terrible scream. Only those near him saw what happened. His arm had already broken, and the fracture was precisely where he confidently tried to block the attack. In an instant, these men fell silent. This was not what they had anticipated. Were the easy targets they were promised? Why were they all so tough? Zhou Jing smiled at the group. The men couldn't help but shiver. The man who had brought Zhou Jing here also fell silent. He wanted to cry. He didn't know whether bringing Zhou Jing and the others here was right or wrong. Soon, the situation began to tilt, and everyone couldn't believe their eyes as Zhou Jing and the others ruthlessly slaughtered their opponents. Before long, the speedster zombie was defeated, allowing Qin Kong to extract its crystal core. Now was time for a proper reckoning. The few men nervously watched the unfriendly-looking women swallowing hard. Oh my God, what kind of killing gods had they provoked? They were all women, but their combat power was absolutely not inferior to men, and their fighting quality was even better. Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang looked aggrieved. Were they really being ignored like this? But Zhou Jing and the others' expressions told the men that they were definitely not to be trifled with. After Qin Kong had tied them all up, Zhou Jing stepped forward. She lifted the chin of the frail man and asked, "Are you lying to me?" "No." The man's eyes were already filled with tears. "My mother is really in their hands. What does that have to do with me?" Zhou Jing scoffed. She entered the base, pointing at the men beside him and asking, "What about you guys?" The men clearly were the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing that Zhou Jing was genuinely angry, they hurriedly explained, "Actually, we just let this man deceive some people on the road. And then, rob them? Under absolute power, they dare not lie and could only nod in agreement. So is she in your hands? Be honest." The expressions of the men turned a bit grim. After exchanging glances, one of them steeled himself and said, "She was originally." Upon hearing this, the frail man's eyes widened. Then what happened? The man continued. Later, she accidentally got caught by zombies. Hearing this, the frail man began to tremble uncontrollably. You used this to threaten him, but you had no intention of telling him the truth while he naively thought his mother was with you. Letting one person after another fall for it, right? Zhou Jing said with a smile, but her expression was absolutely cold. Don't you feel guilty for doing such things? Like you were also tricked into the zombie horde. Zhou Jing couldn't calm herself. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and said, "To prevent you from doing this again," she smiled as she extended her hand and cut the throats of these men. She could feel that whenever she encountered such situations, her mood would become extremely foul. As she watched the frail man fall to the ground, Zhou Jing chuckled. "Let me ask you, is what you said true? The people he brought and those he attracted were two different groups, which indicated that he had some secrets." Zhou Jing looked at the man. If he dared to lie, but the man glanced at Zhou Jing, his eyes filled with pain, and said, "What I said is true. This group of people," he looked at the already lifeless bodies and said, "They threatened me with my mother's life, and those two brothers were our former colleagues. They treated me this way simply because I'm a senior staff member at this grainyard. I know some storage locations for supplies and seeds." He said cautiously, "They really exist." Zhou Jing was very pleased to hear this and said to the man, "Then take us there now." After saying that, she cut the ropes on his legs, and the man stood up, continuing towards the basement of the grainyard. The deeper they went, the fewer zombies there were, indicating that this place was either deserted or had high-level zombies stationed there. Zhou Jing sensed again, and indeed, there seemed to be no zombies. Everyone was very happy. This meant they could have some supplies and the ability to grow food. The man carefully pressed a few codes, and the door slowly opened. Everyone raised their eyebrows, not expecting that there would still be leftover power here. Once the door opened, tons of supplies appeared before Zhou Jing and the others. Not bad. Everyone's eyes lit up. This is food, and over here are seeds. The man looked at the things here with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He had clearly promised to protect them, but he watched Zhou Jing and the others busying themselves. They should be able to plant well, right? With that thought, he walked to a corner, took out a few books, and handed them to Zhou Jing. These books are about planting, and although I don't know if they will be useful in this model, I still give them to you. After thanking him, Zhou Jing took the books and watched the man sit down on the ground. Get up, we'll take you to the base. No, the man refused with a smile. My body can't hold out much longer. Saying this, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had been holding on with all his strength, looking for my mother. But now he had no energy left. Zhou Jing and the others didn't know what to say, while the man leaned against the wall, and everyone quietly watched him. After a long time, they felt his breath becoming weaker and weaker. He left with a smile. Zhou Jing and the others left the grain depot and closed the door. No matter what, I hope he can rest here without being disturbed. After a few of them tidied up, they prepared to return to the car. There were no obstacles along the way, and they returned to the entrance where Yin Xian had already been looking bored. Upon seeing Zhou Jing return, he immediately rushed into her arms. Looking at this spoiled person, the others expressed that they knew nothing. When Zhou Jing caught the smell of blood on him, she sighed helplessly. Someone must have come to try to steal the car, but Yin Xian took them all out. However, Yin Xian's habits have improved a lot now. No matter what he does, his clothes are always clean. Zhou Jing was very satisfied with this. After such a small episode, Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang became more aware of these people's strength. Throughout the journey, Yin Xian, who had been abandoned for a few hours, tightly hugged Zhou Jing. As for this somewhat pathetic news, everyone expressed that they were already used to it. Meanwhile, at the base, the pair finally arrived after a frantic run. But after being checked, they were assigned to the civilian area, because they had no one to vouch for them and no one to lead them, even though they kept emphasizing that they were Li Chengjun, who would recognize you. You said you came back with 2 mercenaries. Where are the 2 mercenaries? Without any confirmation, they would even bother with them. Thus, these 2 who had managed to escape were thrown into the civilian area, and it didn't matter whether they reported their brother's name or anyone else's. They could only eat the remaining supplies from the car, and as a result of being too ostentatious, they were beaten up and had some supplies taken from them. Li Chengjun, this big guy, lost weight during these 2 days of hardship. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing and the others, taking their time, had much better food and drinks, and the 2 mercenaries didn't want to leave. But no matter how slow they were, the journey was limited, and by the time they reached the base, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. They thought they would also have to hand in supplies here. But Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang looked at them and smiled, taking out 2 medals they had kept close at all times, saying that first-time entrants with someone leading them wouldn't have to hand in supplies. Zhou Jing and the others smiled at these few people. When the 2 were feeling quite proud, Zhou Jing said, "You 2 have already eaten enough of our food for the supplies here, haha." The 2 men's faces instantly turned red, and they awkwardly said, "Sister Zhou Jing." Well, actually everyone has already started calling Zhou Jing old, but there's nothing to be done. Her abilities are the strongest, making people overlook her age. She is still just a 22-year-old girl. Zhou Jing automatically filtered out their address and chuckled, saying, "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." The 2 nodded, knowing Zhou Jing meant no harm, and then they said that the inspection was necessary, and then they could test their abilities. There were people specifically for testing abilities, and once they were done, they could also receive an ability user medal. With this medal, they could basically roam freely in the base. In this world, it is indeed the strong who are respected, and the few nodded obediently. Then they followed the 2 into the base. The procedures at the base were obviously stricter than at the previous shelter. After confirming that Zhou Jing and the others were brought in, they took them to a room for a physical checkup. Everyone was familiar with this and had no objections. After everyone completed the process, they gathered in a room. Name, age, abilities, report one by one. The recorder was quite friendly toward them since they were brought in by someone, so they didn't make it too difficult for them. Zhou Jing went up first. Introducing herself, Zhou Jing, 22, spatial power ability. Demonstrate your ability. Zhou Jing's ability is not particularly rare, so the recorder's reaction was also calm. Zhou Jing looked at the stone handed to her, poked it with her finger, and a hole appeared. The ability is around level 2. Zhou Jing breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at the others. This is Yin Xian, my husband. He is a bit slow. His ability is also a strength ability. Saying this, she let Yin Xian poke the stone with his finger. Puff, the stone cracked. Zhou Jing's face was about to crack too. Why are you hitting it so hard? The recorder glanced at it and said, this is probably above level 3. By the way, his age? 26, Zhou Jing said without hesitation. The people around exchanged ambiguous glances at Zhou Jing, but didn't say anything more. After the two introduced themselves, they looked at the people behind them. Leviathan stepped forward a bit nervously saying, I am Leviathan, 20 years old, water attributability. After saying that, she condensed a ball of water in her palm. The recorder glanced and said beginner level 2. Leviathan breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier in the car, Zhou Jing had told them to hide their strength a bit. Although she didn't know why, everyone was very conscious of hiding some of their abilities. After taking a breath, Leviathan moved to the side, looking at Qin Kong. Qin Kong also wasn't nervous. After seeing that everyone had gone up, she stepped forward, smiling. I am Qin Kong, 21 years old, wind attributability. After saying that, she threw out a wind blade. The recorder watched their skills and nodded, adjusting all their ability levels to 2, giving them a little favor. After they were all given ability medals, they were led out of the room. Outside the room, Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang had been waiting for a long time. However, when they saw that they all had level 2 medals, the two were stunned. This isn't right. Li Qingjun, who was crying, was at level 2, while the levels of a few of them were clearly above his, yet they only got level 2 medals. They exchanged glances and didn't speak, as Zhou Jing and the others' plans naturally couldn't be shared with them. The two led them deeper inside, taking over the tasks of those people and introducing them to them. The people inside naturally knew much more than those who were just trying to earn a meal. Zhou Jing and the others followed them all the way to the civilian area, where they saw two very familiar faces. The big guy had actually lost weight in just 2 days, and the woman beside him also lacked her previous sharpness, looking dispirited. When the two saw them, their eyes turned green. They rushed in front of them, pointing and making a fuss. Me. We. Zhou Jing looked at these two, the corners of her mouth curling up, and asked, Who are these two? Do you know them? A few of them laughed, obediently saying, We don't know them. Yuan Feng continued, In this civilian area, it's easiest to encounter these civilian beggars. As soon as they see someone, they rush over to ask for food. These people have no shame. The two angrily said, How can you talk like that? Oh, these two beggars have quite the temper. The two of them were furious at Yuan Feng's sarcastic remarks. We don't care. You must take me to my brother. Yuan Feng replied. Do you know that your brother's conditions are life and death? Yuan Feng's expression was somewhat gloomy. It was clear that the incident of them stealing the car had greatly affected him. Thus, when he uttered this threat, it came out quite smoothly. Li Xinjun, on the other hand, was genuinely scared. He never expected his brother's demands to be like this. After hearing this, he became honest. Please, just take us there. Once I get there, I'll show you how I deal with you. Li Changjun thought fiercely in his heart, while Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang just chuckled. In fact, they weren't afraid of Mr. Li. They were merely in an ordinary employer-employee relationship, so no matter how fiercely Li Changjun thought, it had nothing to do with them. Where's the car? Yuan Feng asked. He actually knew in his heart that the car had definitely been sold by the two of them, but so what? They just wanted to aggravate the two of them. Sure enough, when Yuan Feng asked this question, the expressions of the two men instantly became guilty. We were robbed of everything here, and I was so hungry that I couldn't stand it. And then someone came to collect things. We could exchange food for our stuff. Oh, that's my fault. I should have loaded your supplies into a full car, and then hidden them well so that others couldn't steal them, and finally safely sent you home, right? The two men were already too afraid to speak. Even though they knew this was sarcasm, they dared not respond. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Yuan Feng felt he had no place to vent his anger. So he simply said, You two wait here for us. We'll come back to take you away in a bit. The two looked very anxious. Isn't this a joke? You say you'll come back to take us away. But what if you leave us here? The two insisted on following, but Yuan Feng was already impatient. I think you two might need to stay here for a while. As Yuan Feng introduced the layout of the place to Zhou Jing, he led them towards his mercenary group. Most of the supernatural beings here were gathered in several mercenary groups. Our mercenary group is somewhat famous in this base, haha. It's not particularly powerful, but it's decent. Although they said this, the expressions on their faces still revealed their pride in their mercenary group. As they walked, Zhou Jing observed her surroundings, while the people around were also looking at Zhou Jing and the others who were being brought in. After all, being shown around by members of a mercenary group must mean they were quite formidable individuals. Although they felt a bit out of place, they quickly calmed down. Soon, they arrived at the base of Yuan Feng's mercenary group. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim at the size of the base, and when they saw the approaching guard, Zhou Jing hesitated for a moment and decided to slightly suspect the identities of these two. Judging by the guard's attitude towards them, one could roughly guess their status was definitely not low. Even so, Zhou Jing didn't say anything and pretended to know nothing, entering the base with them. There were quite a few people in the base, and when they saw the two men, they respectfully stood up and saluted. At such a moment, even a fool could tell that these two had a high status. The two felt quite awkward. Something they were used to in front of this group of people felt like showing off. They awkwardly touched their noses and led Zhou Jing and the others to the highest floor of the group, the commander's office. "Do you want to come in for a visit?" they asked cautiously. Seeing her teammates' lack of enthusiasm, Zhou Jing shook her head and said, "Let's go out and wander around. We've already familiarized ourselves with the place. If there's anything, we'll come find you." Zhou Jing's refusal was very official. She certainly noticed Yuan Feng's intention to win them over. But first, her teammates couldn't make the decision themselves. More importantly, once they entered such an organization, their freedoms would be greatly restricted. Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang weren't fools either. Upon seeing Zhou Jing's reaction, they understood and nodded, telling them, "If there's anything, just report our names at the door." Zhou Jing smiled and nodded. After a few people exchanged pleasantries, they all left with Zhou Jing. After Zhou Jing and the others left, Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang straightened themselves up and entered the commander's office. "Are you saying that the protector left with your supplies when you were ambushed by zombies and even took your car?" "Yes." Yuan Feng looked somewhat ashamed. After all, this incident was indeed very frustrating. Two mercenaries lost their car. How could that be possible? The commander laughed unkindly. Looking at his two miserable subordinates, he said, "I'll inform his brother about the specifics, and there's also the issue of compensation." "So where are those two now?" Yuan Feng barely held back his embarrassment and said, "They're still in the civilian area. We're waiting to bring them back." "Good. Once you're back, bring them here. I'll contact Commander Li now." "Yes, by the way, Commander," Yuan Feng said. "What is it?" "We came back with a small team." The commander wasn't very interested. After all, he knew the abilities of these two subordinates, so he wasn't surprised that someone would bring them back. Additionally, the members of that team are all above average compared to mine. "Is that so?" The commander finally became interested, looking at Yuan Feng and asking, "Higher than you?" "Yes. You're already at the beginner level of Tier 3. So those higher than you would mean a team of Tier 3 and above. Are they interested?" "No," Yuan Feng said helplessly. "All right, you may go. I have an idea now." "Yes." The two received the order and went to the civilian area, where the two men were indeed sitting at the entrance with a pitiful expression, looking as if they had seen food when they spotted them. You're back. Yeah, let's go." Li Chongjun was about to cry upon hearing this. He had waited too long for this moment. The woman followed behind Li Chongjun, disdainfully lifting her head towards the group of civilians. "I told you so, but no one believed me, humph." At this point, Yuan Feng couldn't be bothered to care about how the two were doing. He just wanted to complete the task quickly and get his commission. Soon they arrived at the base, where Commander Li had been waiting for a long time. "Brother." Li Chongjun ran towards his brother with red eyes, as if he wanted to shake the ground. On the other side, Commander Li looked surprisingly handsome. Upon seeing his brother, a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes but was quickly concealed, and he perfunctorily hugged his brother before introducing him to those around him. "This is my brother, Li Xinjun." The people here seemed uninterested, and Commander Li didn't feel the slightest bit awkward. He smiled slightly and said to everyone, "My brother has caused you trouble this time. You can present all the rewards together and send them directly to my office. We won't disturb you any longer." "All right, Commander Li, take care," Yuan Feng's commander said, extending his hand. Once everyone had left, the commander, oh no, Commander Liu, began to ponder in his heart. These two brothers don't seem very close. What could be the reason he insisted on calling his brother back? But what did that have to do with him? Commander Liu stretched lazily. As long as there was a reward, that was enough. After Zhou Jing and the others exited the mercenary group, they began to wander aimlessly on the street. It feels like all the shelters are somewhat the same. The people in the civilian area have dull expressions, while those in the ability user area live a life of luxury and indulgence. They all seem a bit tired and lack the mood to go out and have fun. So everyone heads towards the inn. They don't care how much it costs. After everyone has divided the rooms, Zhou Jing gives each of the two girls a few level 2 crystal cores. Level up well. I'll be waiting for you. The two girls nod obediently, happily taking the crystal cores into their rooms, while Zhou Jing and the others also go into their rooms to rest, waiting for the two girls to level up so they can go out and explore together. A few hours later, Zhou Jing hears a knock at the door. The two girls look at Zhou Jing with bright eyes, and Zhou Jing can clearly sense that their auras have strengthened. You leveled up? I'm now at the peak of level 2, Qin Kong says happily. El Luo is at level 3 beginner. Qin Kong looks very pleased, showing no signs of jealousy. My mental strength isn't as refined as El Luo's, so I'm slightly below her. Seeing the two girls so happy, Zhou Jing is also very pleased to have these companions. Let's go. What do you want to eat today? It's on me. Wow, hooray. The two girls cheer, and Yin Huan also looks happy. Soon, they arrive at a restaurant outside, and after sitting down, they let the two girls order. Don't be nervous, we still have some crystal cores. Hearing this, everyone's expressions brighten, as this is a great opportunity to take advantage of Zhou Jing. A group of people orders their favorite dishes that they usually can't afford, leaving the surrounding diners dumbfounded. How long has it been since they've eaten like this? Can her crystal cores handle it? However, when Zhou Jing's table of dishes arrives, the people around them are filled with envy because it looks so delicious. They wouldn't dare to order that much for fear of running out of crystal cores. At that moment, the onlookers aren't even thinking about whether they can finish their meals. Instead, they're curious about how Zhou Jing will pay the bill. Their behavior catches someone's attention. Watching the girls eat heartily without a care for their image, and a man peeling shrimp for a woman while another child eats happily. One might think they were a family enjoying a meal together if this weren't the apocalypse. Time to pay. When Zhou Jing shouts this, everyone sits up straight. This is the moment they've been looking forward to. Your total is 3 level 2 crystal cores. 3? Everyone gasps. How outrageous. Yet Zhou Jing takes out 3 crystal cores without a change in her expression. To be honest, Yin Huan is becoming pickier, and the crystal cores she brings back are of increasingly higher levels. The level 2 cores are all given to the two girls to level up their abilities. After giving the crystal cores, Zhou Jing calmly walks out, while the diners inside wipe their mouths and leave after paying. So wasteful, so wasteful. Behind them, a man squints at Zhou Jing with interest. When they return to their accommodation, they see Yuan Feng and Xiao Wang waiting for her with anxious expressions. Zhou Jing walks over and curiously asks what's the matter. The two hesitate for a moment before finally speaking up. We want to ask you to take on a mission, and it's paid. Interesting. Tell me. I'll think about it. Can we discuss it inside? Sure. The two nod, clearly nervous. Our team leader recently received a very difficult mission. How difficult? Did it reach the point where you had to seek outside help? This question makes the two a bit uncomfortable, but their expressions turn serious. We lost 2 elite teams. 2 elite teams? Yes. We didn't expect this. We thought it would be a simple resource gathering mission. Who knew that when our people went, they were completely wiped out, and we haven't heard from them since. This is something Zhou Jing didn't anticipate. Seeing that Yuan Feng and the others have decent skills means their elite teams must also be quite formidable. Yet both teams were completely wiped out. So what's the reward? Let us consider it. 60 for you, 40 for us. All the crystal cores you kill will belong to you. Zhou Jing raises an eyebrow, surprised by such generosity. All right, we'll think about it. You can go back for now. Okay. After the two leave, Zhou Jing and the others lie down on their beds. What do you think about this mission? Should we accept it? El Luo and Qin Kong play with the child while casually saying, we can go anywhere. We'll follow you wherever. Zhou Jing rubs her forehead, contemplating the issue. What was life like before the apocalypse? But now, indeed, adversity and pressure are the best tests of character. She never thought about such problems before. After hesitating for a while, She sits up. Let us go. The others look at her. Not only do we have to go, but we also have to do it well. The resources we collect this time will be enough for us to last until we reach the city. And with the crystal cores, you two can at least reach level 4. We must go. Great. Upon hearing Zhou Jing's affirmative answer, the two girls feel relieved. They know that Zhou Jing still considers them. If she didn't, she would have taken on the mission herself. So, they must keep things light and not cause her any trouble. Should we head back first? What time should we meet tomorrow? Norus, you two get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we'll go find team leader Lu to give him a reply. Okay. The two girls look pleased and ask Zhou Jing, can you take Xiao Xiao with you? They always thought Xiao Xiao sounded unpleasant, so they took the liberty of calling him that. Zhou Jing waves her hand. Take him, take him. The two laugh as they bring Xiao Xiao to their room, while Zhou Jing lies on her bed, secretly smiling at her good fortune. These two girls are probably acting so relaxed because they're worried about her being anxious. They must be nervous too. But that's all right. Companions are like that. No matter what, she can protect them well. On the other hand, Yan Huan runs up to Zhou Jing, snuggling into her arms. Seeing his expression, Zhou Jing can only pat his head. Just when she thought she could rest for the day, she suddenly hears an unusual sound of footsteps outside. It sounds like someone is sneaking around. Yan Huan also clearly hears it and is dissatisfied with this intruder interrupting their rare moment together. He wants to rush out and confront the person, but Zhou Jing presses him down to prevent him from running out. Soon, the footsteps stop at their door. Zhou Jing squints her eyes, looking at the entrance, and seems to hear a heavy breathing sound followed by rustling, as if someone is marking something here. Coldly watching the person's actions, after a while, she finally hears the sound of the person leaving. Interesting. She puts Yan Huan down, telling him to wait patiently here, and after the person leaves, she opens the window just in time to see someone walking out of the inn. She grins and jumps out of the window, following the man from a distance. The man probably didn't expect anyone to follow him into the base, walking with such swagger. Zhou Jing followed behind him, completely unnoticed, even seeing him flirting with a few girls by the roadside. Then she saw him enter a courtyard. In this apocalypse, having a small courtyard means he still has some strength. But looking at the lazy guard at the entrance, Zhou Jing found it amusing. It was either unprofessional or the man was overly confident, thinking there was an absolutely secure space. How much confidence did he have in himself? Neither speculation was a good sign. She smiled slightly, pointed her toes, and entered the courtyard. The two people at the entrance were still chatting, completely oblivious to any anomalies. It was as if one of them had seen a shadow or something, but seeing his companion's lack of reaction, he dismissed it as just being dizzy from drinking too much. Zhou Jing went inside, observing the people there, each looking quite content, lacking any drive. It was evident that alcohol and lust had drained their vitality, and she felt a bit disdainful. Surprisingly, there were no patrolling guards in this small courtyard, which provided Zhou Jing with some convenience. She carefully followed the man in front, avoiding pedestrians, and managed to stay behind him without being discovered. Once again critiquing the unreliable guards here, Zhou Jing followed him to the entrance of a small villa. She saw the man knock on the door and walk in. Observing the lack of defenses, she stealthily approached the wall. As soon as she got closer, she heard a lavish voice. After waiting for a while, she saw a woman walk out, laughing charmingly, saying, "You'll come find me later." The man responded dismissively with a few words. "Boss, what is up? Did you find out about that woman?" "I did." Zhou Jing listened to the slightly aged voice emitting lewd laughter. "It's my first time seeing such a woman. I really want to see what she looks like underneath me." Zhou Jing frowned at this, but knew it wasn't the time to get angry. She suppressed her nausea and continued listening. "Boss, who can escape from what you want? When have I ever missed out?" Right. Boss, you're the best." "Hiss, but I saw that woman went into the same room with a man." Can't tell, looks pretty wild." Zhou Jing suddenly felt a bit nauseous. Such people were truly disgusting. Successfully nauseated, Zhou Jing turned to leave, but suddenly heard that lewd voice say, "That batch of supplies, Black Hand supplies?" Not expecting this unexpected gain, Zhou Jing slipped into the shadows and listened closely to their conversation. "That batch of supplies is too close to Jiangbei. Haven't you heard that mercenary groups have sacrificed many people trying to get supplies from Jiangbei? I don't know what exactly happened, but we can only wait for the right time to go. That batch of supplies is the foundation of my standing. That batch of supplies was hoarded by Lion Zhang before the apocalypse. He used to deal in arms and indeed hid quite a few good things. But when the apocalypse hit suddenly, he hurriedly fled, leaving that batch of supplies behind. Thinking about this, Lion Zhang's eyes darkened. I must get that batch of weapons back. Zhou Jing understood the gist of it and learned about the existence of such supplies, but the specific location was still unclear. Thinking about how they were going to mobilize in a few days, Zhou Jing pondered. She didn't believe this Lion Zhang wouldn't be tempted when the final gathering happened. His people would surely show up. Knowing the specific intel, Zhou Jing no longer wanted to stay in this place, feeling nauseous even for a moment. Listening to the man's departing voice and the sensual sounds coming from inside, she left in disgust. Zhou Jing circled around the base several times, ensuring no one was following her before returning to her hotel, where Yin Xian had likely been waiting there feeling wronged. Sorry I'm late. Zhou Jing hugged Yin Xian. Her feelings for Yin Xian were very complicated now. At first, she saw him as a formidable zombie, but later, seeing him act cute made her feel heartache. And now her attitude towards him was like raising a son. However, looking at the man who wanted kisses and cuddles, Zhou Jing's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. She swatted Yin Xian's face, looking at his aggrieved expression, feeling utterly helpless. Why does it feel like I'm the one being the husband here? Yin Xian, you can't keep doing this, you know? It's not good. Yin Xian finally lifted his buried head, looking at Zhou Jing, and seriously said, "You smell good." Zhou Jing's face instantly turned red, raising her hand to hit him. But Yin Xian caught her hand, seriously licking it gently. Zhou Jing was instantly stunned, suddenly unsure of what to do. Seeing Zhou Jing frozen, Yin Xian suddenly became obedient, sitting quietly and watching her. "Don't do that anymore." He glanced secretly and saw Zhou Jing really didn't seem happy, so he finally settled down. "Wife seems unhappy, what should I do?" No one paid him any mind. The two then lay down. Before long, daybreak came. Watching Yin Xian still sleeping soundly, Zhou Jing began to suspect that Yin Xian's behavior was increasingly resembling that of a normal human. When two girls came to knock on the door, they finally left the hotel. Looking at the old man outside the hotel with a lewd smile, Zhou Jing tightened her grip and seriously asked the people around her, "In this base, will hitting someone get you caught?" "No, it won't." After dropping this line, the people hurriedly fled, fearing being held accountable by Lion Zhang. Zhou Jing initially thought he was targeting the two girls behind her, but when his eyes fixated on her body, she realized that the old man was looking at her. Seeing the large group of thugs behind him, Zhou Jing's desire to fight grew stronger. It seemed she wanted to knock out that black tooth of his. Lion Zhang rubbed his hands and licked his lips, saying, "This little beauty is nice. What is your name, miss? It seems it has nothing to do with you." Zhou Jing had no intention of entangling with him further, punching the ground and stating, "I don't want to fight, nor do I want to say much to you." Lion Zhang looked at Zhou Jing's punch and actually thought about it. After all, there were more and more ability users now. While strength abilities weren't that significant, if it really came to blows, he wouldn't gain anything. Moreover, the people behind her didn't look easy to bully. After much contemplation, Lion Zhang finally revealed a faint smile. "Misunderstanding, right? Lion Zhang, just want to be friends with you, miss. Don't be nervous, okay?" His words made Zhou Jing seem like the bad guy. Zhou Jing smiled slightly and said, "Sorry, I don't even want to be friends with you. Please take care of your health." With a hint of mockery in her smile, Zhou Jing and Yin Xian's group left the hotel. Watching their figures fade away, Lion Zhang clenched his fist. "Zhou Jing, you really are something." As one of the leaders of the base, he had already obtained information about Zhou Jing early on. "Since you don't want to drink the wine offered, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhou Jing had already prepared for retaliation from him when she fell out with Lion Zhang. After repeatedly advising those around her, she warned them to be careful of Lion Zhang. A few people agreed wholeheartedly, and their expressions became much more vigilant. Finally, after entering the original Feng's mercenary group, they relaxed a little. After seeing Zhou Jing and the others come over, one of them led them directly to the captain's office. When Zhou Jing and her group entered, the captain finally stood up. "Hello, I am Lu Jin, the captain of the Tongji mercenary group." "Hello, Captain Lu. I am Zhou Jing, and this is my partner. Hello. I believe Feng has already explained the situation to you. The tasks here are relatively challenging. A large number of high-level zombies have suddenly appeared in that area, and there seem to be some zombie beasts as well. In short, they're extremely difficult to deal with. However, there are plenty of supplies and reports, and we really had no choice but to call you. I understand. All the zombie crystal cores you kill will belong to you. We will split the supplies 6-4, of course, Captain Liu said with a secretive smile. This is based on the amount of task supplies sent by the base. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Jing understood. This was a mission from the base, and 20 of the supplies had to be handed over to the base, with the remainder split 6-4. However, isn't the amount of supplies something they could decide? Zhou Jing chuckled. This deal seemed quite worthwhile. Then it's settled. The rest will be up to you. We will gather at the base gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Besides us, there will be other mercenary groups and base personnel. So please be careful. Okay, we understand. A few of them exchanged smiles, revealing a look only they could understand, leaving the two young girls looking confused. Zhou Jing, having received a clear answer, felt quite satisfied. This mercenary group didn't seem stingy at all, and their meaning was clear. The 6-4 split was based on how much she reported to the base. With a chuckle, she felt this deal was indeed worth it. Excited, she strolled around the base a couple of times and bought some things the young girls liked, returning with their arms full, while Lian Zhang's surveillance over them had never ceased. So, they're going on a mission tomorrow? Is it still the most difficult Jiangbei mission? Lian Zhang licked his lips. In that case, I need to adjust my plans. Originally, he had planned to threaten them at the end. The next day, Zhou Jing and her group arrived early at the gathering point. The mercenary group members all had serious expressions, and inside, Zhou Jing even saw Yuan Feng. After greeting him, they found a spot to sit down. Why are you so unruly? This is our Tongjin mercenary group's vehicle. Who are you? A female voice rang out. Zhou Jing's group, who had been dozing off in the vehicle, was awakened by this voice. The two girls had already matured a lot during this time, and no longer reacted to such provocations like they did at the beginning. As long as Zhou Jing was there to ensure their safety, they simply opened their eyes, glanced at her, and closed them again. Zhou Jing had no intention of entangling herself with this girl. After all, it was their mercenary group seeking their help. As an external aid, just staying without leaving was already a significant face-saving measure, so she also closed her eyes, waiting to see how the Tongjin mercenary group would react. Sure enough, Yuan Feng hurried over after seeing the situation and pulled the girl's hand, saying, Misai, what are you causing trouble for here? Yuan Feng. Misai wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yuan Feng. He awkwardly apologized to Zhou Jing and the others, saying, I'm really sorry. It's my poor supervision. Since we've met, this is Misai, our team's wood-type ability user, mainly capable of healing. I wanted to introduce her to you, and it seems we coincidentally met. Hearing Yuan Feng's slightly awkward voice, Zhou Jing waved her hand and nodded to indicate she understood, then lay her head on Yan Huan's shoulder, feeling somewhat drowsy. Seeing this, Yan Huan was thrilled and quickly adjusted his sitting position to make Zhou Jing more comfortable. Their interaction made Misai even angrier, pulling Yuan Feng and saying, Yuan Feng, are you sure these people are okay? She wanted to rely on men. Zhou Jing didn't hear the latter part of Misai's words. It seemed Yuan Feng had covered the girl's mouth. However, even if she had heard, it wouldn't matter. Zhou Jing wouldn't waste her thoughts on people unrelated to her. Soon, the vehicle started, and except for Zhou Jing's group, everyone else was ready for action. Their vehicle was driven by someone assigned specifically for that purpose, who kept looking at them suspiciously throughout the journey. They didn't mind, but halfway through, they suddenly heard shouting from outside. Zombies! All departments, pay attention! Jiangbei Building. Zhou Jing almost laughed out loud. This sounded too formal, making it seem like there was a massive zombie tide. After sensing a bit, it turned out to be just 2 or 3 level 2 zombies leading a group of level 1 zombies causing a ruckus. This could be easily cleared up. It wasn't even as severe as the time they were trapped in a small room by a zombie tide. Looking out the window, the people outside were busy fighting, while the commanding personnel continued to direct from within the vehicle. Since Zhou Jing's vehicle was in the back, when Yuan Feng came and knocked on the glass, they could only see the situation outside. It's nothing. The person in charge is someone sent from the base. when they really encounter something, they are more afraid than anyone else. You don't need to come out. The front is all road clearing troops. We will call you to get off the vehicle when we arrive. Okay. Zhou Jing nodded and continued to rest comfortably. Yuan Feng returned to his vehicle, looking at the angry Misai, feeling quite helpless. Misai, can you be a little reasonable? Yuan Feng, you're yelling at me. You're yelling at me because of some inexplicable people. Yuan Feng was really at his wit's end. This girl had probably watched too many stupid TV dramas. He looked out the window and chose to deal with it coldly. The young girl grew more and more upset, tears welling in her eyes, not knowing who she was angry at, doing nothing but making noise. No, I can't let you be fooled any longer. She gritted her teeth, rushed out of the vehicle, and before Yuan Feng could react, she found herself in front of Zhou Jing's vehicle. Opening the car door, she yelled, "Zhou Jing, right? Aren't you very powerful? Why aren't you getting up to fight the zombies now?" After being provoked repeatedly like this, even a saint would be unable to endure it. Zhou Jing looked at Yuan Feng, who was late to respond, and said, "This is my last bit of patience for her. Please take her away from me. I don't want to deal with your matters, okay?" Yuan Feng could tell that Zhou Jing was genuinely angry, though she hadn't expressed it yet, especially when she looked at him coldly. It always gave him a chilling feeling. "Who are you trying to scare here?" Misai angrily stretched out her hand, throwing a wooden spike, while the green vine on the side had already prepared, forming a water shield in front of Zhou Jing the moment she launched her attack. This was a new technique she had comprehended. As her water control ability grew stronger, she could now directly condense a water shield. Zhou Jing's patience had finally run out. "Little girl." She reached out and grabbed Misai by the collar. Misai tried to dodge, but couldn't get away, and was awkwardly pulled by Zhou Jing. She looked at this person in disbelief, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. "I'll warn you one last time. I don't want to deal with any of your matters. Whether you like Yuan Feng or anyone else, don't project your filthy thoughts onto me. I really might not be able to resist wanting to kill you." The unyielding face over there suddenly showed signs of collapse, as if his thoughts had been pierced by someone. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. "I'm sorry." Feeling the substantial killing intent emanating from Zhou Jing, Misai finally backed down. Watching this once arrogant girl calm down, Zhou Jing released her grip and threw her back to Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng took the now frightened Misai and returned to his car. "Brother Yuan." At this moment, Yuan Feng had returned to normal, looking at the person he had always regarded as a younger sister with a complex expression. "You shouldn't be so reckless. Zhou Jing can really be ruthless. I don't need to exaggerate their abilities. This mission can yield a lot, but it's also extremely dangerous. I won't take such risks for personal desires." The little girl still hadn't calmed down, looking at the person beside her with tearful eyes. She had always liked Yuan Feng, but after he returned from a mission, he kept talking about Zhou Jing. No matter what was said, it was all about Zhou Jing. Even the team leader knew about Zhou Jing's existence, and in her words, Zhou Jing was quite impressive, capable of taking on a level 3 zombie alone. It all sounded so unbelievable. She couldn't understand why he trusted such an enigmatic woman so much. Moreover, this time he even brought Zhou Jing along on the mission. She truly didn't understand. Just now, she saw Zhou Jing leaning against another man's embrace. She really didn't know what Brother Yuan was thinking, although still somewhat unhappy. Misai suppressed her urge to provoke. She couldn't let Brother Yuan dislike her, nor could she let that woman win. With this thought, she clenched her fists, determined to put in her best effort during the attack to intimidate that woman. Aside from the wave of zombies, the journey was quite peaceful. Zhou Jing's perception had not stopped, always alert to the movements around her. But it was strange. There really weren't any particularly advanced zombies along the way. When they arrived at the Jiangbei building, Zhou Jing's nerves suddenly tightened. Even the usually docile Xiao Sang in her arms began to fidget. "This place is very dangerous. Everyone camp here for the night. We'll enter in the morning." Hearing this, Zhou Jing's expression darkened. It was indeed afternoon, but with a little exploration, they could clear out the low-level zombies on the first floor. And those high-level zombies wouldn't act easily before humans moved. Seeing the expressions of the people around her, she knew that these ability users also understood this principle. It was already a gathering place for zombies. Building a fire and camping here was just openly signaling to the zombies, "We're here, come catch us. Heh, it's only amateurs who would do something like this. Even so, Zhou Jing looked at the expressions of the others and chose not to speak up. Everyone was dissatisfied but silent. Why should she go and make herself disliked? Anyway, she retracted her presence, allowing the high-level zombies inside the building to think a group of humans had appeared. If she released her pressure, it might backfire. Everyone was roasting their own supplies, and Zhou Jing didn't think much of it, directly bringing out her reserves for Greenvine to cook. As others thought their food was sufficient, the aroma of meat from Zhou Jing's group wafted directly into their noses. The commander also caught a whiff of this smell. Looking at the meat they were chewing on, he expressed some dissatisfaction to those around him. Asking if they couldn't just ask Zhou Jing's group for some. The people around could only awkwardly laugh. I want it, they have to give it. Under the gaze of his superior, he had to muster the courage to approach Zhou Jing's group. You guys, Seeing this familiar face, Zhou Jing truly felt helpless. What did this young master take this for? A vacation? Did he have a special attendant? Do you have enough to eat? Can you? Not enough, no. Zhou Jing decisively rejected the attendant's request. After the attendant returned with a bitter expression, the young master indeed held a grudge. Yuan Feng was also quite worried about their situation. In fact, he didn't particularly like that young master. But he couldn't deny that he was the overall commander this time. It didn't matter who else he ignored, but he certainly couldn't ignore the words of the overall commander. But when he saw the attendant returning with a bitter face, Yuan Feng realized that this grudge had grown large. Though a bit frustrated, he still had to endure it. After all, Zhou Jing's group was merely hired help. He couldn't let her influence his own people. He looked at Zhou Jing and her group with some guilt. They were still eating and drinking, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Sure enough, as night fell, that young master started looking for trouble. Tonight, everyone will camp here. Let me see. That group over there will take the night watch. Saying this, he pointed to Zhou Jing's group. Seeing the direction he pointed, some people couldn't help but laugh quietly. These people were also from a mercenary group that didn't quite get along with the Copper and Gold mercenary group. They already had inside information and knew that Copper and Gold would bring in external help. And this external help was these unfamiliar faces. As the child of the base leader, the commander probably really didn't know about this. Zhou Jing looked at the crowd enjoying the spectacle and suddenly smiled. That's fine. Before the young commander could even feel pleased, he heard Zhou Jing's next request. We'll be tired keeping watch at night, so we want to be in the middle for tomorrow's search mission. Before the surrounding mercenary groups could speak, the commander immediately agreed. Instantly, those people felt a wave of despair. This young master really knew nothing. If keeping watch at night could guarantee a spot in the middle, they would gladly do it. Zhou Jing revealed a triumphant smile, saying, Then everyone rest. I'll take the night watch. Truly so cunning. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng began to doubt whether Zhou Jing's actions were intentional or unintentional. As night deepened, Zhou Jing and her group showed no signs of wanting to sleep. Zhou Jing was completely unbothered, while the two girls forced themselves to stay awake with her. After she repeatedly assured them that she would wake them if she got tired, the two finally fell asleep. Zhou Jing could only helplessly eat while gazing at the sky. The apocalypse no longer had that pure blue sky. This sky felt like a world that had already decayed, a world where a moment's inattention could lead to death. They didn't even know if the air they were breathing was infected with a virus. Regardless, this night would pass peacefully, and Zhou Jing could sense the thoughts of those high-level zombies. After all, these foods would come in, so why should she go out? All right, they were being too arrogant. As a member of the zombie clan, Zhou Jing didn't even know what to say. Meanwhile, Yan Xian, seeing Zhou Jing silent, also kept quiet, just leaning against her, not knowing what to think. As Zhou Jing stroked Yan Xian's soft hair, she pondered what to do the next day. Looking at the already sleeping crowd, Zhou Jing had many thoughts. No matter what, she had to ensure that her people wouldn't be treated as cannon fodder. And if they wanted to sacrifice her people, turning to look at the two little girls who were asleep, a cold glint flashed across Zhou Jing's face. Then they should weigh their options carefully. Yan Xian seemed to sense Zhou Jing's not-so-happy mood and made an effort to act cute, successfully grossing out the commander who wanted to check if Zhou Jing was asleep. The next morning, everyone was ready to set off and prepare to enter Jiangbei building. Zhou Jing, who had stayed up all night, pretended to yawn and, under the jealous gazes of the others, joined the group in the middle, originally at the back with the Copper Gold mercenary group. The people behind them only wanted to curse them, secretly resenting why there hadn't been a zombie tide last night to wipe out these few people. The ones in front led the way while the ones behind guarded the rear. Zhou Jing and her companions acted as if they were on an outing, walking and stopping, munching on the jerky made from green radish. Life was so wonderful. Meanwhile, the people in front were already ready to curse. Weren't these people supposed to be hired help? Why hadn't they seen them do anything useful since they joined? However, Zhou Jing and her friends seemed to ignore the stares, and, while appearing to wander aimlessly, were actually paying close attention to their surroundings. There weren't any particularly strong zombies on the first floor, so they could afford to relax a bit. But when Zhou Jing looked up at the second floor, it was indeed not as quiet as it seemed. The dissatisfaction among the onlookers reached its peak, and with that dissatisfaction, they wanted to find something to do. So while Zhou Jing and her friends were leisurely enjoying themselves, a speed-type zombie suddenly appeared in front of them, pretending to have poor defense. Seeing the smug look on the faces of those in front, Zhou Jing could only lament the desolation of the world. She then reached out and sliced off its head. Everyone heard the sound of the crystal core hitting the ground, and then saw the unfriendly-looking woman pick up the core and toss it into her space. She actually just used her hand to decapitate the zombie, directly exposing the crystal core. It must be said this show of strength was overwhelming. Although no one spoke, Zhou Jing's display still intimidated most of the people. Even those who were unconvinced didn't dare to cause trouble, realizing they were all just trying to earn a living. They had originally thought Zhou Jing was all show, but under such absolute force, everyone quieted down. The most shocked of all was Green Radish. She hadn't expected that such an action could make them behave. Suddenly, the girl who seemed to understand something began to think about how she could show off her own skills. Zhou Jing saw through them, but chose not to expose them, letting them play along. Soon, the first floor was nearly cleaned up, and everyone looked up at the second floor, starting to consider whether to press on. They had no idea that Zhou Jing was waiting for them to go up before she would take down these people. Perhaps the original group had also become complacent. The first floor had indeed been too easy. Whatever. Zhou Jing told the two girls to remain calm, and she led Yanxian to the front, instructing everyone to retreat. At this moment, the group was particularly obedient. When life and death were at stake, no one complained about why she was in front. Once everyone reached a safe place, Zhou Jing stepped forward. Green Radish had already set up water lines at the door, delicate like spider silk. Qin Kong was also ready, waiting to unleash 2 wind blades as soon as the door opened. They had collaborated with Zhou Jing for so long that they had long since learned to understand her intentions. At the moment Zhou Jing opened the door, the wind blades and water shield surged ahead of her, and the creature, caught off guard, was instantly seized by Zhou Jing, who grabbed its head and tore a hole in it. However, that thing was clearly more resilient. It managed to break free and turned to swipe at her with a dark claw. In a brief moment, Zhou Jing turned. The two girls' skills had already struck that mass of blackness. There was a loud explosion. The people behind watched the trio's seamless cooperation and suddenly fell silent. They honestly didn't know what to say. Their earlier disdain had transformed into admiration at that moment. If someone had told them that these three would work together so well in the past few days, they would have never believed it. But where had Yanxian gone? While everyone was still pondering, they saw him emerge from inside, holding a handful of crystal cores. The group fell silent instantly, looking at the two seemingly unreasonable people. Their expressions were complex. Who would have the mood to go in at this moment, complete the kill, and collect so many crystal cores? Giving them all to Zhou Jing without keeping a single one? Everyone suddenly found themselves confused about the direction of events. Did crystal cores not matter to this man? They murmured in their hearts, yet their faces showed no major reactions. When the people in front saw the two of them coming down, they hurriedly approached, expressing concern. Zhou Jing was extremely unaccustomed to this behavior. While it was how things should be in the apocalypse, it felt a bit too obvious. The two girls also seemed somewhat uncomfortable, while Zhou Jing had already opened the door and they returned to the middle, beginning to rest their eyes. The biggest trouble on the second floor had been resolved, and now they just needed to clean up, but that previous creature, no, to be precise, that thing was harder than a zombie, and it brought to mind the rancid odor it emitted. It had a fishy stench. If it were just a mental-type zombie controlling it, it wouldn't give off such a smell. What exactly was that thing? It had no face, and its appearance was obscured, as if wrapped in something. What was that black thing that enveloped it? Little Bud, did you just sense the plant fluctuations? Plant fluctuations? Little Bud fell silent for a moment before finally saying, I didn't sense anything. However, given the current situation, it's possible that the opponent's level is higher than mine, blocking me out. Zhou Jing nodded to show she understood. Well, then, they could only take it one step at a time. She took out some water to wash the crystal cores, handing them to the two girls to replenish their mental energy. She ate one herself. The people in front were still battling, but no one came looking for Zhou Jing anymore. At this moment, Missy fell silent. If there had been a hint of unwillingness before, now it had turned into a creeping sense of inferiority. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't dare to rush in. She was even afraid to look at that creature's face. While treating the people who came running over, she was lost in thought, watching their support team heal. Zhou Jing suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Green Radish, You should go over there and take a look. You're water type, so you should be naturally good at healing. Okay, Green Radish replied, then ran to the back. Meanwhile, Qin Kong, watching this, looked a bit dim. Zhou Jing noticed his expression and suddenly smiled, saying, Qin Kong, why don't you try to think about whether there are any large-scale destructive skills aside from Windblade for the wind element, like a tornado or something? Of course, if it's too strenuous, you don't have to consider it. Also, wind can accelerate. Think about whether you can use it to enhance your speed. After hearing this, Qin Kong fell silent and thought carefully. It did seem possible. He had always limited himself too much. Abilities really rely on imagination. If your imagination reaches, you have to use mental energy to control it. But when it comes to control, you often find your mental energy seems insufficient. It's like this, constantly honing your mental energy while controlling your skills. Qin Kong nodded and sat down to meditate. Meanwhile, the people behind were watching closely. This is the rhythm of advancement. This is the first time Zhou Jing has seen a supernatural being advance. She can feel the aura of the person becoming stronger and stronger, and then, upon reaching a peak, it begins to fluctuate between strength and weakness. In this interplay of strength and weakness, the aura reaches a peak and then returns to her body. It is apparent that Qin Kong seems indifferent to whether she has advanced or not, as she is deep in thought about something. Meanwhile, the increasingly anxious Lu Luo has already rushed over. After confirming that Qin Kong is fine, she simply sits down, waiting for her to advance. This is the first time Qin Kong has entered such a realm. All along, she had thought that Zhou Jing might prefer girls like Lu Luo, who are obedient, clever, and, most importantly, never compromise. But she herself has compromised. She had resigned herself to fate, allowing them to save her and even granting her supernatural powers. And then she made another mistake. Remembering that woman who had tricked her, Lu Luo felt a twinge of guilt. This guilt became a heavy burden on her heart, growing heavier and heavier, to the point where she could not even cry. She always believed that Zhou Jing and the others would never forgive her, thinking that Zhou Jing had started to dislike her. Then, after experiencing Lu Luo's advancement to level 3, she truly felt no jealousy towards Lu Luo. Lu Luo had suffered too much, and this was what she deserved. However, seeing Lu Luo becoming increasingly capable while she herself could do nothing to help, this sense of inferiority weighed down on her heavily. Therefore, when Zhou Jing guided her, she couldn't believe it, couldn't believe that Zhou Jing was still there to guide her. The heavy burden that had been pressing on her heart felt like a joke, collapsing in an instant. The loosened mental energy began to burst forth. She continuously washed her mental energy, using it to reinforce her foundation of supernatural powers. The whirlwind was indeed a bit challenging for her, but creating a small wind vortex was still doable. The vortex that could trap zombies and humans had to be solid, strong, and adjustable in size. As she thought about this, she managed to create it. Everyone watched as the vortex suddenly flew out, and their minds were filled with thoughts of who was wasting supernatural energy here. After a while, the vortex calmed down, and Qin Kong also returned from her meditative state. As soon as she opened her eyes, she happily exclaimed, "I've advanced." Then she and Lu Luo hugged and jumped around together. Zhou Jing looked at her with a gentle smile and said, "Congratulations." The people around them, with complex expressions, also said, "Congratulations." So, it seems that the lowest supernatural power in their team has already reached level 3, and the speed of their upgrades is terrifying. I'm the elder sister. They were shocked, while a few others remained leisurely. After all, if it weren't for the commander's words, it would have been Zhou Jing and her team charging into battle today, and they were truly grateful for that. The few who had taken advantage of the situation were happily eating jerky, and as they proceeded slowly, everyone finally reached the 3rd floor. Everyone stood in front of the big door, looking expectantly at Zhou Jing and the others, while the few who had been entrusted with a heavy responsibility suddenly felt a sense of pressure. However, there were no high-level zombies behind this door. In fact, it seemed that the zombies on this floor were not particularly difficult to deal with. Zhou Jing walked to the front with a complex expression, stepped forward with a complex expression, opened the door casually, and casually eliminated 2 slightly higher-level zombies before walking to the back. For some reason, she felt particularly unmotivated in this building. With people protecting the front and back, how could so many have sacrificed themselves before? There weren't many zombies on the 3rd floor, but for some reason, it gave Zhou Jing a very dangerous feeling. Something was wrong. Looking at the group that had begun to relax, Zhou Jing finally sensed that something was off. It was too easy. The 3rd floor had been too simple. There were such strong zombies on the 2nd floor. How could there be none on the 3rd? But she couldn't sense anything. Seeing everyone chatting and laughing as they walked towards the stairs, Zhou Jing hurriedly shouted, "Come back." But it was already too late. A dark zombie suddenly surged out, biting one person's neck, and without hesitation, it lunged at another person. The two became zombies in this state of unpreparedness. Zhou Jing was anxious and rushed over, and when the zombie saw her, it looked like it had found a delicious meal. It immediately dropped the person it had bitten and charged at Zhou Jing. Realizing she was considered food, Zhou Jing calmed down, because she saw a shadow rushing towards her from behind. Blocking the zombie's attack, she kicked towards its retreating part. Those around her watched her struggle and finally couldn't help but shout, throwing a dagger over. Zhou Jing smiled and thanked them, catching the dagger and stabbing it towards the zombie's face. However, this zombie had developed some intelligence and wouldn't be injured by such a simple and crude attack. It dodged and lunged at Zhou Jing's outstretched arm. Afraid of being bitten, Zhou Jing barely managed to evade, and Yan Huan rushed over, extending her claws towards the zombie's arm. This move proved effective, as the zombie's arm was instantly clawed off and thrown aside, causing those nearby to dodge far away. While Yan Huan was entangled with the zombie, Qin Kong suddenly heard Zhou Jing shout, "Qin Kong, skill." Qin Kong was a bit unaccustomed to Zhou Jing suddenly calling her name, and before she could react, she saw that Zhou Jing and the others had already subdued the zombie. Instantly realizing what she needed to do, she stepped forward and took a deep breath. Everyone felt the wind around them growing stronger and stronger until it quickly enveloped the zombie that was about to take off. The zombie probably never expected that a small wind could trap it. It angrily lunged forward, but with each attack, it lost strength and turned aside, and with each attack, Qin Kong's face grew paler. Zhou Jing knew Qin Kong might not be able to hold on, so she hurriedly fed her a crystal core, saying, "Try to use these winds to form wind blades." Qin Kong instantly understood. Chanting something, she saw the previously gentle wind suddenly become sharp, with wind blades swirling and attacking the zombie trapped inside. Although the crowd couldn't see what was happening inside, they could guess from the sounds. The sound of the wind blades made people wince in pain, not to mention the zombie inside suffering. When everyone saw the wind turning redder, they knew that the zombie inside must be nearing its end. Zhou Jing took a deep breath and told Qin Kong to stop. The wind immediately diminished significantly, and the zombie stumbled out just as it was about to regain its footing. Zhou Jing rushed up and forcefully took its crystal core. Everyone couldn't help but shiver at Zhou Jing's actions. The speed, the technique, though this matter came to a close, it still left them feeling apprehensive. They looked at Zhou Jing and smugly said, "It seems your support came a bit late." "Really?" Zhou Jing looked expressionlessly at the two who had come to provoke her. So, when you were just ambushed, what contribution did you make? Were you watching in fear, or were you bravely charging forward? Oh, of course. You're all a bunch of brave people, haha. The tone sounded very much like mockery. Ignoring the two, Zhou Jing turned back to her team and patted Yan Huan's head, saying, "You did great today." Qin Kong happily accepted the praise. The others could only remain silent as they watched Zhou Jing and her team appear so relaxed. The recent zombie incident has caused many casualties. To prevent further harm, the group had no choice but to painfully execute their own comrades, confirming that there were no infected individuals left. They could only fall silent and regroup. Zhou Jing noticed that there weren't many people left. The important supply area on the upper floor was a place none of them had been to before. Most had already sacrificed themselves in the previous 2 stages, and now, in this unfamiliar territory, everyone fell silent. So what do you want to do next? Do you want to continue upward, or wake up here? The commander had already lost his nerve and was hiding with his servants, leaving no one to organize the group. Zhou Jing reluctantly took the initiative to organize a bit. Our mission is to obtain the highest level of documents. I can give you all the supplies from the next level, but I only ask that you take us to the highest level. Zhou Jing looked over and saw a man with a simple appearance, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd. Unexpectedly, he was one of the organizers from their group. All right, is there anyone else with a mission? Our mission is the same as his. A girl with a sharp voice stepped forward, her expression surprisingly relaxed. We also abandon all supplies from the next level. Hearing that the highest level has documents, Zhou Jing cast a sideways glance at Yuan Feng. This was different from what they had agreed upon. Does this mean that the mercenary groups have different levels and therefore different missions? Yuan Feng noticed Zhou Jing's gaze and felt a bit flustered, deciding to explain later. The remaining few who wanted supplies hesitated. They needed the supplies from the next level. But the prerequisite for obtaining those supplies was that their contributions had to be higher than Zhou Jing's. But how could they possibly have contributions higher than Zhou Jing's? After thinking for a long time, the group aiming for supplies raised their hands. We want to withdraw. Good. Zhou Jing turned around, smiling at these people. Once the first person withdrew, the others felt relieved and began to request to leave one after another. In the end, only 3 teams remained, and even the commander, after weighing the pros and cons, chose to leave. At this point, he no longer dared to look down on Zhou Jing. About what happened yesterday, I'm really sorry. It's all right, Zhou Jing replied nonchalantly. I should thank you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so at ease today. No need to thank me. The commander replied with a face like he'd eaten a fly. Forget it. There was no need to argue with her anymore. After everyone left, the remaining teams became much easier to manage. They sat down, ate something to replenish their energy, while the others checked if their ammunition and abilities were sufficient. Once everyone was prepared, they took a deep breath and headed toward the staircase. The people left behind were all ability users, and their skills were quite formidable. Most importantly, there was someone with lightning abilities, the very person who had been the first to say he wanted to stay, an unremarkable-looking man. As they groped their way inside, they remained alert to the movements around them. The perception ability began to fail on this level. Clearly, there were zombies that could block their senses. After everyone entered, they suddenly heard the door slam shut behind them. They were momentarily stunned. What was going on? No one wanted to close the door. They looked at the group of zombies slowly walking out after the door closed and instantly understood. The zombies had evolved to the point where they learned to ambush them. It turned out the reason they hadn't acted before was that there were too many people to bully. Now that the crowd had thinned, they directly confronted them. Zhou Jing turned around, equally astonished as the 2 girls, watching the zombie that was slowly emerging. This zombie was actually Qingxing, who had died in the village. She looked just like a normal person, and there were no wounds on her body. She appeared like a differently colored human. Everyone was taken aback, but Zhou Jing reacted. At that moment, Yan Xian had only broken her neck. She likely awakened her abilities at that moment. This meant that after they left, she had mutated again and, because of her abilities, had turned into a zombie with powers. Qin Kong, on the other hand, was losing control of her emotions, repeatedly calling out, "Qingxing, I'm your sister. I'm your sister." Zhou Jing was stunned by this revelation. She hadn't expected the two to have such a relationship. Watching LVLV and Qin Kong crying, Zhou Jing suddenly felt at a loss. This was unexpected for her. Meanwhile, Yin Xian clearly didn't care much about the situation, while the others were stunned. He rushed forward to eliminate a few zombies attempting to take advantage of the situation, standing aside to watch when it seemed there was no threat. Caught you. The teammates following him were confused. Why weren't these people attacking the zombie? And why wasn't the zombie attacking them? They recognized each other. But zombies wouldn't behave this well, right? The teammates behind were a bit bewildered, but the people in front couldn't remain calm. Qin Kong and LVLV were crying uncontrollably, while the zombie showed no signs of aggression or expression. This was quite awkward. Zhou Jing finally felt helpless watching the situation. What to do? Go for it, she thought, unable to care about anything else. With that, she dashed forward, expecting Qingxing to attack her upon seeing her. To her surprise, Qingxing abandoned her sister and LVLV and ran straight towards Zhou Jing. No, the situation made Qin Kong want to cry. If her sister harmed Zhou Jing, she would really. But Zhou Jing saw the trajectory of Qingxing's movements. This was clearly not an attack. She was coming to hug her. After thinking for a long time and unable to make sense of it, Zhou Jing could only hope that Qingxing would understand her instructions. Get out. Qingxing froze, looking at Zhou Jing with a pitiful expression, then hesitated for a moment. She didn't obey, but redirected her anger towards the other two teams watching. Because there were unfamiliar people around, Zhou Jing didn't dare to act too obviously. So, she didn't obey, leaving Zhou Jing both relieved and helpless. Relieved that her earlier rash order wasn't followed, but helpless that she truly didn't listen to her. Qingxing continued attacking the others, but unlike Zhou Jing's group, the remaining zombies were less particular. After eliminating a few zombies, they noticed that Qingxing was still entangled with them. Zhou Jing had no choice but to start fighting with Qingxing, all the while telling the others, pay attention. I'm leading her towards the door. The moment I get her outside, you all throw your hot weapons. Those that can kill her, understand? No, Qin Kong cried, tears streaming down her face as she watched Zhou Jing run away, but LVLV held her tightly. The others assessed Qin Kong's situation and their own safety, finally nodding in agreement. Zhou Jing nodded and moved towards the door, while Qingxing, upon seeing Zhou Jing move, also followed her towards the door. As they got closer, Zhou Jing found a gap to open the door, then quickly dashed outside. When Qingxing saw Zhou Jing rush out, she followed suit. At that moment, the others threw out their prepared items. Come back. Okay. They couldn't see Zhou Jing's actions, but could hear her voice. 2 seconds later, Zhou Jing slipped back inside and closed the door, dashing forward. Everyone heard a loud crash from outside and lowered their heads. Qin Kong instantly broke down. When Binlai arrived in that village, he had already lost his sister once. This time, I lost my sister again. Her tears burst forth, and the green vine nearby silently shed tears. However, Qin Kong did not resent Zhou Jing. She understood that it was necessary to act this way. Zhou Jing had already shown the greatest mercy. A few small teams discreetly moved to a corner, giving Zhou Jing and the others some space to talk. Zhou Jing crouched down, gently patted Qin Kong's head, and said, Your sister is a high-level zombie. Do you think she'd die so easily? As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Kong widened her red eyes and stared at Zhou Jing, carefully considering her words. After a long while, she quieted down and slowly stood up, looking at the waiting crowd. She said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for getting too emotional. The crowd chuckled. They all knew that if it were them, they would probably be unable to accept it either. After all, having a loved one turn into a zombie is not something anyone can easily get over. Seeing that Qin Kong's emotions had stabilized, they began waiting for Zhou Jing to collect the supplies on this level. Yuan Feng watched their interaction without speaking. After all, he only knew them a little better than others. But they were just organized people he encountered on the road, and he found them untrustworthy. Watching the girls mumble something, he could only lower his head and zone out, not even paying attention to Misai beside him. When Zhou Jing had tidied up most of the things, the crowd looked at her with complex expressions. How big was her space? It could hold so many items. Zhou Jing didn't think too much about it and led everyone straight to the last door. This door was different from the others, with a password lock. Surprisingly, it had a reserve of electrical power. Zhou Jing looked at the few people who needed to obtain the documents and said, I can't do this. It has to be you. The others looked at their leader with confused expressions. The woman suddenly smiled. Stepping forward, she said to the passerby man, "I've been wanting to ask you since just now, but I didn't want to draw attention in case something went wrong. Who is your employer? Didn't they tell you about the password?" The man's expression instantly stiffened. Of course, he didn't know the password. But soon, he calmed down and asked with a puzzled face, "Although I don't know who your employer is." "My employer indeed didn't tell me there was a password." The woman sneered. Looking at Zhou Jing, she said, "Thank you very much." The man's words can't be fully trusted. After all, the employer could also be someone trying to take advantage of the chaos. "So, I would like to ask a few of you to step aside. I need to input the password." Zhou Jing narrowed her eyes and stepped aside. After the woman opened the big door, she smiled. Interestingly, the documents inside seemed very important, and there wasn't a single zombie inside. Watching them walk in easily, looking around one by one, finally, the woman found a hard drive in a drawer. Seeing the notes on it, she was basically sure that this was the information she was looking for. Just as she was about to feel happy, a chilling voice came from behind her. "You found it, huh?" By the time she reacted, a dagger was already pressed against her neck. "I think I need you to be a little obedient now, okay?" The woman stiffly turned around and saw that Zhou Jing and the others had already been subdued. She couldn't believe it. Zhou Jing and the others weren't supposed to be like this. "Dear friends, I have an unpleasant request. I need you to help me. There's a supply location nearby that I need to retrieve supplies from. But as you can see, I can't do it alone. So I would like to ask you to assist me in going there so I can safely get the items. What do you say?" The woman said, somewhat dissatisfied. "Do you think you can handle our external assistance?" The man pointed at Zhou Jing, who had already been subdued, and said, "Of course, I've already thought about it. In my observations along the way, I noticed that she is at most a level 4 ability user, while I have a level 5 ability user with me." The man chuckled, his originally plain face looking somewhat twisted. "Then please follow me." The woman instantly understood. They wanted her to be cannon fodder at a critical moment. She hadn't expected that there would actually be a level 5 ability user among them. She had indeed underestimated them. Zhou Jing quickly realized who they were. Is it a lion or a tiger? Forget it, it doesn't matter. They're here to retrieve the supplies hidden in an unknown location. These are powerful, but in such a dangerous place, even having more level 5 ability users would be exhausting. That's why they tied them up to use them as cannon fodder. Looking at the overly confident level 5 ability user, Zhou Jing chuckled. From the moment that person attacked her, she had felt it and had no intention of countering, which directly led them to underestimate her. Seeing that the few people did not resist, Zhou Jing nodded in satisfaction. The ability users were not important. The main concern was that they might get injured during resistance, which would be a loss, perhaps due to enough confidence in her abilities. Once their group rushed down the stairs and got into the car, they stopped monitoring Zhou Jing and the others and headed straight for their destination. Zhou Jing's expression relaxed, and the surrounding group also eased up. Even Misai, who had murmured a couple of times at the beginning, stopped talking because she felt the power of that level 5 ability user at the moment she wanted to resist. She could really be killed. So under such circumstances, she chose to be captured obediently. Yuan Feng, watching Zhou Jing's relaxed demeanor, understood instantly and also relaxed. She was confident and composed. With a slight smile, Yuan Feng also eased up. This trip might turn out to be an unexpected delight. The car drove smoothly, but the man was still somewhat uneasy. Everything was going too smoothly, so smoothly that he couldn't believe it. Especially Zhou Jing, who had been captured without resistance. The ability user took a sip of water and confidently said, "Don't worry. With me here, they won't stir up any trouble." Although the man still felt a bit anxious, he had to listen to the level 5 ability user. So he sat down and ate his food uneasily. Soon, they arrived at their underground secret base. That batch of supplies was right here. He wasn't worried about Zhou Jing and the others escaping. After all, nobody knew this place better than he did. Once everyone got out of the car, he smiled and pointed to the area, saying, "Everyone, please explore the way first." Spider. Zhou Jing looked at that fake smiling man and didn't think much of it. She led her people and said, "All right, then we'll go in and scout the way for you." The man saw Zhou Jing smile and knew what she was up to. He coldly said, "Remember, my things are ultimately mine." Zhou Jing nodded, looking indifferent, and led her few people into the interior, leaving behind a meaningful smile. From the moment she learned about this place's existence, she had been eyeing it. since they were so generous to bring her here. She wouldn't be polite in accepting the items. Once inside, the woman who had been smiling seductively looked at Zhou Jing's group and said, "Although I'm not very clear about your plans, I need to leave here safely with the items. Is that all right with you?" Zhou Jing nodded and said, "Of course. We can take you to a safe place. What do you think? Regardless of whether they can find you, we'll help you clear out the zombies first. Of course, if you need anything, feel free to mention it." "Sound good." The woman nodded in agreement after hearing Zhou Jing's assurance. After all, her team couldn't defeat Zhou Jing or the people outside, so she had to seize this opportunity. Compared to those outside, she was more willing to trust Zhou Jing, who was also a woman. After receiving the definite news, the woman followed Zhou Jing and her group to explore the area, eventually reaching a corner. Zhou Jing sensed the surroundings and found that there really weren't any zombies. After getting the woman's consent, they set her down. "In a while, after we deal with those people, we will come look for you. If we don't come back and that group of people returns alive, you will have to find a way to get back on your own." Zhou Jing spoke lightly, but the woman could sense the seriousness in her tone. "All right, I understand. I hope you have a safe journey. After all, I want to return safely." "Okay." Zhou Jing smiled and turned to leave. The two girls following her poked each other and didn't dare to speak first. Zhou Jing finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Can you two hurry up and say something? I'm getting anxious just watching." The two girls lowered their heads, too scared to speak, and looked at Zhou Jing with pitiful expressions. Zhou Jing glanced around, and after confirming there were no particularly strong zombies, walked with them to a wall corner, her expression shifting. The two girls couldn't believe what they were seeing. The originally completely blown-up Qingxing was now right in front of them, looking at Zhou Jing with a wronged expression. Only then did they realize that Zhou Jing had let her out not for them to take her down, but to hurry and hide Qingxing so that they wouldn't be in danger. Qing Kong shyly wiped her tears, hesitated to step forward, wanting to touch Qingxing but afraid of being infected. Qingxing kept her gaze fixed on Zhou Jing, seemingly not noticing the two people beside her. But even so, Qing Kong felt satisfied. But what should they do next? They couldn't keep carrying Qingxing around. She was a zombie, and if they kept her with them, what if one day she couldn't control herself and hurt someone? As the two girls pondered this disheartening thought, they noticed that Zhou Jing actually reached out to pat Qingxing's head, and surprisingly, Qingxing leaned into it. Qing Kong instantly felt jealous. Hey, I'm your sister, okay?" She looked at Zhou Jing and her sister with a mournful expression. Although seeing her sister in a non-aggressive state was comforting, the worries in her heart couldn't be dispelled. Zhou Jing noticed that Qing Kong, who had just seemed very happy, now wore a face of concern. "My sister is now a zombie. It seems we can't keep her with us no matter what." Zhou Jing looked at the girl helplessly and said, "Don't be afraid. Look, Qingxing doesn't have any attack power right now." Looking at Qingxing, who was like a cat in Zhou Jing's hands, Qing Kong felt a bit relieved and looked gratefully at Zhou Jing. "Thank you." After going through all this, Qing Kong finally calmed down and hugged Zhou Jing. "No need to thank me." Zhou Jing ruffled Qing Kong's hair and said, "I know you're not bad people. In desperate circumstances, everyone wants to protect those they care about. So you need to become stronger, right? That way, you can protect your loved ones, okay?" Qing Kong looked at Zhou Jing and after a long time, nodded with a smile. The group stood up, smiling. The heavy burden in their hearts had been lifted, and they could finally start doing things freely. However, Yan Huan, who had just been ignored, was unhappy because he hadn't received a head pat. Zhou Jing understood Yan Huan's feelings, helplessly ruffled his hair, and hugged him. The sulking boy finally calmed down and looked proudly at the group. They could only smile awkwardly at Yan Huan, completely unaware that just moments ago, he had already thought about eating them 100 times. Seeing this situation, Zhou Jing thought for a moment and, under Qingxing's wrong gaze, put her into the space. There was no other choice. Everyone had seen her appearance, and if they encountered anyone on the road, they would immediately recognize her. Looking at the two girls, who didn't show any signs of discomfort, Zhou Jing wondered if they had accepted the fact that she was a zombie. Shaking her head, she decided not to overthink it. Regardless of whether they could accept it or not, she would let them avoid this matter for a couple more days. as they walked towards the winding interior while clearing out the zombies. It seemed that this place had previously been a location with many people. Therefore, there were indeed quite a few zombies. However, it could also be that there was not too much external contamination, so the level of zombies here wasn't too high. But their numbers were overwhelming. After clearing out the area, they only had a few second-level crystal nuclei left, while the rest were all first-level, which no longer served any purpose for them. Unless lower-level zombies appeared again, they would basically just be kept as pretty stones. It's fine, let's keep them. They're the currency now and can be used to buy things anywhere. All right. As they continued walking, they suddenly heard the sound of a distant door opening. Did they come in? Maybe. The group didn't seem to care much, as they would have to confront them head-on regardless. Should we wait for them to come over or head back a little? I'm afraid we might have taken the wrong path. Sure. After a brief discussion, they began to retrace their steps. But for some reason, as they walked, it seemed like they heard faint, scattered footsteps, and the sound was growing louder, as if something was running towards them. The sound was very soft, and the group could only hear it when they completely quieted down. And there was an enormous number of them. The sound grew closer and closer. Just as everyone felt a chill in their hearts, the thing finally appeared. Qin Kong was the first to sense something was wrong. After her ability evolved, her perception of the wind had become stronger. So, at the first sign of a change in the wind, she sensed it. It's here. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone saw the true form of the monster, a gigantic spider. The group couldn't help but take a step back, feeling goosebumps all over. This spider was so large that they could see every hair on its legs. And what was even more terrifying was the countless small spiders behind it. Green Ruo immediately couldn't handle it. This was a challenge to the psychological limit of all the girls. Green Ruo didn't want to open her eyes to look, but she had to see it, and it was truly disgusting. Furthermore, there were no fire-type ability users among them. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and Green Ruo suddenly splashed a large wave of water in front of her. I'm going to break down. Zhou Jing was also in a bad mood. Oh my god, there are so many of these things. It's really making me nauseous. She didn't want to look either, and goosebumps rose all over her body. And clearly, this giant spider that challenged human limits had no intention of giving them a chance to escape. With a long hiss, it charged at them. Green Ruo let out a scream that startled Zhou Jing, and then a water ball was thrown. But it was useless. For a spider this large, a water ball was like just washing its face. Zhou Jing watched this helpless scene and finally gritted her teeth. I'll take care of it myself. 2 knives were taken out from the space and rushed towards the spider with a charge. A line was wrapped around its leg, but instead of breaking, it got stuck inside. This was quite awkward. Zhou Jing continued to chop at the spider's leg with her knife, but it didn't break and the knife got stuck. It was ineffective and couldn't cause any harm. What to do? Everyone was already holding back their disgust to fight this spider, fearing that the others would come and hurt them after hearing the noise. For a moment, no one knew what to do, so they could only keep attacking. But the attacks were ineffective, doing no damage, just like scratching an itch. Oh, I really want to cry. Let's not deal with the big spider for now. Zhou Jing decisively told the 2 girls, you two, wrap up the big spider's legs. Yin Xian and I will clean up these small spiders. Just wait for us for a moment. The 2 girls could only nod in agreement, wrapping around the big spider while dealing with the small spiders that Zhou Jing and the others hadn't managed to clean up. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to finish off the small spiders, the big spider began to lay eggs without hesitation. What the hell? Everyone looked at the white eggs, as if they were staring at a demon, hoping it wouldn't be what they thought. Sure enough, before they could react, the eggs suddenly burst open a few seconds later. And one small spider after another jumped out. What the hell? Just finished cleaning up, and now there's a whole new batch. Everyone was in a panic, while the big spider seemed to have finally prepared a big move, suddenly spitting something out. Zhou Jing hadn't even had time to see clearly when she found herself unable to move. Looking at the girls beside her, they were also entangled in white thread-like substances, which could only be spider silk. Oh my god, so the big spider had been holding back a big move all along. Don't play with me like this. It was sticky and uncomfortable, and she couldn't move. Most importantly, that group of small spiders was rushing towards her as if they had seen a delicious meal. Oh my god, she thought. Am I going to die here today? Just then, Zhou suddenly heard a thin female voice calling, "Li Zi, come help." Zhou Jing's eyes lit up as she spotted the girl hiding in the corner. The girl's eyes were a bit cloudy, but she had a sweet smile on her face. And that Li Zi. Zhou Jing was stunned the moment she saw it, unable to believe that it was a cat covered in blood, with one eyeball hanging out. Is that the Li Zi this girl was talking about? She realized that the girl was not a zombie, but the cat was definitely a zombie cat. Where was Yin Xian? Zhou Jing looked around anxiously, and at that moment, Yin Xian was busy dealing with the small spiders. And a large number of them had already been killed. What to do? Just when she thought she might be bitten to death by the zombie cat, the cat suddenly jumped onto the drawing board's neck. Meow. The soft meow turned a bit harsh, and the cat bit down hard on a piece of soft flesh, making the spider seem to go wild. At that moment, Zhou Jing finally broke free from the sticky spider silk. The line. It's here. As soon as the voice fell, the line flew out, and Zhou Jing jumped onto the spider, pushing down hard at the spot where the cat had bitten. The big spider felt pain from below and began to struggle wildly, while the cat, caught off guard, suddenly fell down. Zhou Jing saw this and hurriedly wrapped the line with one hand while reaching down to catch the cat. The cat almost fell to the ground, and Zhou Jing's sudden movement startled it, causing it to bite down hard. Zhou Jing looked at the cat that had turned hostile and felt helpless. Luckily, she was also a zombie. Otherwise, she would definitely regret saving it now. Ignoring the wound on her hand, she realized that her attempt to catch the cat had caused the line to tighten even more, leaving the spider unable to shake them off. Finally, seeing that the two girls had both released their hold, Zhou Jing shouted, "Qin Kong, release the wind blade at this spot. Yin Xian, come over and tear this spot open. Lu Luo, thicken the line." The three of them quickly sprang into action upon hearing her. Although Qin Kong could use the wind blade, her speed was slow due to the attack position. Yin Xian, however, was much simpler. She charged straight up the spider's back, found the spot Zhou Jing mentioned, and tore it open fiercely. At that moment, Qin Kong's wind blade hit the same spot, and they saw a small opening being torn apart, causing the spider to go wild again. Not bothering to think too much, after several efforts, the spider finally stopped moving. Zhou Jing hurriedly put down the cat, which bared its teeth at her before running towards the girl, who hugged the cat and then hid back in the corner. Zhou Jing didn't know what expression to wear as she looked at the pile of loot. The big spider was easy to clean. Underneath that piece of soft flesh was its crystal core, which they managed to cut open through their efforts, touching the 2 level 5 crystal cores. Zhou Jing felt a bit greedy, but looking at the pile of small spider corpses nearby, she felt a headache. Every spider's body had a crystal core, but she really didn't want to touch any of them. If only there were a fire-type ability user to set fire to this place. Qin Kong, on the other hand, saw everyone looking worried and said, "Wait a moment, let me try, okay?" Zhou Jing and the others stopped and looked at her expectantly. Qin Kong's face was slightly red, her eyes filled with excitement. Wind rise. As soon as she finished speaking, a small tornado began to swirl, picking up the small spider corpses and throwing them out, while their crystal cores remained in the center of the wind. After a while, Qin Kong wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at the piles of small crystal cores on the ground with a smile, while Lu Luo had already happily gone to collect the crystal cores, because there were actually many level 2 and 3 crystal cores among them. Zhou Jing gave Qin Kong a level 3 crystal core to let her rest for a while, and then went to clean up the crystal cores with the others. After they had gathered all the crystal cores, Zhou Jing hesitated for a moment as she looked at the figure in the corner and walked over. The figure in the corner trembled when it heard Zhou Jing's footsteps and moved further in. The cat turned its head when it heard Zhou Jing's approaching footsteps, bared its teeth at her, and its dangling eye looked a bit scary. Zhou Jing sensed the threat in its voice. Realizing she might have frightened it, she quickly said, "We mean no harm. We just want to thank you." After hearing Zhou Jing's words, the thin female voice finally turned around and asked, "Are you bad people?" "Well, we could be." The girl seemed to not immediately understand Zhou Jing's words, and after hearing her finish, she trembled and tried to run away. "Don't be afraid. We're really not bad people." The girl paused for a moment, deciding to trust her instincts, and said, "Okay, you can go. Li Zi and I can stay here. Why don't you leave?" Zhou Jing asked patiently. I can't go out, the girl said as if she still hadn't reacted. Why not? Because. Because the little waist is a little waist. Is little waist your name? Yes. The girl still smiled sweetly, showing no signs of discomfort. Zhou Jing frowned and looked at the cat on the girl, asking, is this your cat? The girl immediately brightened up when talking about cats, happily saying, his name is Lizzie, and he's my good friend. He has always accompanied me. And Lizzie is really amazing. He can bite those bad guys to death. He can also bring food back for little useless people. How long have you been here? Zhou Jing asked. I don't know, but whenever I'm hungry, Lizzie brings me food. And when I'm thirsty, he brings me water to drink. Zhou Jing looked at the cat lying on the girl's shoulder, staring intently at her, and finally sighed helplessly. Your cat seems a bit unwell. Can I help you take a look? The girl immediately became very alert and hugged the cat tightly. Lizzie is not unwell. You're a bad person. You want to take Lizzie away. Zhou Jing didn't understand why she reacted so strongly, but she knew the girl must have gone through something. Sighing, Zhou Jing could only say, we really want to help you. You can ask Lizzie. If he agrees, we can help him, okay? After hesitating for 2 seconds, the girl said, okay, but you have to keep your word. You can't take Lizzie away, or I'll let Lizzie eat you. Zhou Jing smiled and said, all right. The girl seriously asked Lizzie if he was unwell and if he was willing to get treated by Zhou Jing and the others. After receiving a gentle lick from the cat, she finally reluctantly agreed. Once they had basically settled on a plan, Zhou Jing didn't take the cat in her arms. Instead, she let the little girl carry Lizzie over to her teammates. When everyone saw the cat, their expressions were best described as astonished, not for any particular reason, but simply because they had seen many cats before. This cat was not just an ordinary mutated cat. It was a zombie cat. The little girl had actually lived with a zombie cat for so long. They looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. Are we really going to treat this cat? Zhou Jing nodded and said to Green Ivy, you try using a water-type healing spell to help it heal its wounds. Okay, Green Ivy nodded. She couldn't refuse Zhou Jing's request. Looking at the docile cat lying there, Green Ivy still felt a bit nervous, worried that it might suddenly bite her, turning her into a zombie. But then she remembered how the cat had bravely saved people earlier and finally mustered the courage to reach out her hand. The healing spell infused with water energy unfolded instantly. Zhou Jing watched the cat, and it clearly didn't seem unhappy or uncomfortable. In fact, it even comfortably rolled onto its back and stretched. Green Ivy almost couldn't help but pet the cat, but was ultimately reminded by her last bit of reason not to provoke it. Soon, the healing spell was used up, and the wounds on the cat had indeed healed, but Green Ivy hesitated and said, Sister Zhou Jing, I can make it go back. But the ability might not be enough, right? Well, a little, Zhou Jing replied, not hesitating to hand over half of a level 5 crystal core she had. Come on, absorb this crystal core to treat it. Really? Go ahead. All right. Green Ivy took the crystal core and absorbed its energy while releasing healing magic towards the cat's eyes. Halfway through, she heard it say, put its eyes back. Zhou Jing knew that this was not a job they could handle, so she swiftly retrieved the eyes. The cat might have felt a bit uncomfortable and shot Zhou Jing an unhappy glance, but Green Ivy's healing continued until it was finished. And the cat then jumped back to the girl's side. The girl couldn't believe it, touching the cat all over. Lizzie's wounds are healed. She looked happily in Zhou Jing's direction. Thank you. The blind girl and the zombie cat. It was then that Green Ivy and the others noticed something strange about the girl. She seemed unable to see. The two were somewhat at a loss as they looked at her, but after Zhou Jing nodded, they had to accept the situation before them. A blind girl and a zombie cat? This cat must truly love the girl. It didn't eat her. They had always thought that zombies were those things that had completely lost their humanity. The little girl held the now healed cat, unable to let go. After a long time, she said to Zhou Jing and the others, thank you. No need to thank us anymore, Zhou Jing said as she looked at them. Do you want to come with us? As soon as she finished speaking, the two people on her side turned to look at her in disbelief. Yin Xian just thought of it as having 2 more reserves, so Zhou Jing could do whatever she wanted. The little girl thought for a long time and said, Lizzie and I can live well here. She was still a bit scared and didn't dare to go out because the outside world was still too tense for her. She was very afraid that if she went out, she would be captured again and experimented on. Zhou Jing didn't know what such a young child had gone through, but it was clear that she had lost trust in the people around her. Sighing, Zhou Jing was about to say something when she heard several footsteps approaching. She whispered, "You think it over slowly. I think I need to hide first." The girl was a bit confused, but obediently followed Zhou Jing and the others to find a dark place to hide. Meanwhile, the footsteps grew closer, and everyone involuntarily held their breath and looked outside. The man with a simple appearance was now full of pride. Those people were definitely either dead or injured. He didn't know much else, but he knew there was a high-level mutated beast among them. He couldn't remember if it was a spider or a scorpion, but anyway, according to the boss, it was something very difficult to deal with. He remembered hearing their voices when they entered, and now the man's face wore a confident smile, as if he had already secured that batch of arms. Brother Nyo is right. The man called Brother Nyo laughed proudly and said, "It's a pity those girls are quite pretty." Meanwhile, the level 5 ability user kept walking, not acting like the others who were so self-satisfied. Ever since he entered, he had a feeling of being watched. Those women couldn't possibly just sit back and wait for death. They might be hiding somewhere, ready to deliver a fatal blow when they least expected it. But it had been quiet up until now, and he couldn't help but suspect that those people might really be dead. They kept walking forward, and because it was quiet, Zhou Jing and her group didn't dare to get too close. Looking at Lizzie, Zhou Jing smiled wickedly. Sure enough, Lizzie followed behind those people with a helpless expression, thinking to itself, "Why is my master so silly? Why does she believe everything and listen to everything? She really let me come along without fearing those people are bad. If it could talk, it would certainly have a lot to complain about. That woman is too insidious." Yet, despite its grumbling, it still followed behind those people, not for any other reason than that its master was still in their hands. The group felt as if something was following them, but whenever they turned around, they saw nothing. The more they walked, the more nervous and irritated they became. Finally, they reached their supply base, and only then did they relax. The man went to enter the password. The door opened, and they hurried inside, shutting the door behind them. While Lizzie had already memorized the password and started to head back, returning to its master, it instinctively wanted to nuzzle and lick, seeking praise, and then impatiently looked at Zhou Jing and the others. After meowing once, it started to lead the way whimsically, and Zhou Jing thought for a moment, surprisingly letting the little zombie lead the little girl. The little girl was being led by someone similar for the first time, curiously holding and pinching the hand of the little zombie, who didn't team mind and let her play. Over the past few months, the little zombie had grown quite a bit and learned more, so while holding the little girl's hand, he told her stories about the outside world. Although the little girl's eyes were still cloudy, the blush on her face showed her longing. Zhou Jing looked at this little helper and didn't stop him. She was happy to let him find a playmate. When they reached the front of the gate, they were momentarily dumbfounded. How do we get in? Do we have to force it open? As if forcing it open would allow us to enter. Zhou Jing recalled how her leg had kicked the door open before. The fear of being dominated by the door. The cat glanced disdainfully at Zhou Jing, meowed, and jumped onto the control panel, pressing buttons until the door opened. What the hell, this cat is so smart. Everyone was amazed, and they saw the door had opened, while the people inside were staring in shock at Zhou Jing and the others who barged in. "Hi," Zhou Jing smiled, not expecting the door to actually open. However, with such a door, if you want to open it, it can't be hidden. After exchanging friendly greetings, the smiles on both sides faded. The guy Nyogu and the assassin's expressions were indeed not good. The reason he could say that this group was in deep trouble was that he saw the ground covered with spider corpses. And the level 5 ability user also mentioned that he didn't sense any human presence. But what were these people in front of him? Zombies? I have to say, Nyogu was right about this. Without giving them a chance to react, Zhou Jing rushed forward, directly attacking Nyogu's hidden spot. Niodali never expected that the first person Zhou Jing would target was him, and she came at him with a direct kick. What the hell? That's unimaginable. This must mean she has a grudge against him. He barely dodged and ended up getting kicked. Zhou Jing's second strike hadn't landed yet when it was intercepted by the level 5 ability user. Zhou Jing looked at him. He seemed to be of considerable age. Yet he had reached level 5, and more importantly, he was quite strong. When Zhou Jing exchanged a blow with him, her arm felt a bit numb. What type of ability user are you? Zhou Jing casually asked, not expecting him to answer. To her surprise, whether it was confidence or something else, he actually replied, I'm a wind ability user. I saw what your little girl did. It was impressive. If we weren't enemies, I would really want to spar with you. Zhou Jing flipped backward and saw the others entangled with other people, while the little girl stood aside with the cat and little zombie, quietly watching the fight. As long as they were safe, that was enough. At that moment, Yin Xian had already dealt with the person in front of him and ran to Zhou Jing's side, looking displeased at the old man attacking Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing felt relieved, but who knew that this level 5 ability user smiled and retreated, creating a powerful tornado. Zhou Jing's expression instantly became serious. It was clear that this tornado formed much faster than a clear sky, and this person didn't even look like he was trying hard. She initially thought the wind would come toward her, but unexpectedly, it was aimed at the little zombie and the little girl. The man suddenly wore a cruel smile. Zhou Jing knew this man couldn't just let it go. And just as he unleashed his attack, his two companions ran over to entangle Yin Xian. Zhou Jing realized they were doing this intentionally. Yin Xian didn't have the time to save the two kids, and the cat was already puffed up, but it wouldn't help. Her small size was too weak against this wind. Zhou Jing finally had no choice, clenched her fists, and shouted, Qing Xing, go protect those two. A dazed zombie suddenly appeared in this small area, and after understanding Zhou Jing's command, it dashed forward, hugging the two children. The wind arrived, lifting Qing Xing and them into the sky. The little zombie was still happily shouting, while Zhou Jing looked at the man with frustration and anger. This ability user originally intended to use the two children as hostages, but who knew this individual would have a backup plan. Most importantly, if he wasn't mistaken, the one called Qing Xing should be the level 5 zombie they encountered at the Jiangbei building. Wasn't this zombie supposed to be blown to pieces? How could it appear here? Moreover, Zhou Jing and her group were unharmed. This zombie could even understand Zhou Jing's words. That was simply impossible. This was a zombie. If it were a human, it could still take some damage, but this was a zombie. Zombies feel no pain, and more importantly, their skin is quite tough. While he was astonished, Zhou Jing had already flashed to his front, smashing her hand against his face. You think you can hurt the kids? Let's see if I can beat you to death today. Each punch she threw was with great force, filled with both resentment and pain. After being hit several times, the man finally became disoriented, causing the wind to stop. Qing Xing jumped down, placing the two children in a safe spot. Zhou Jing glanced over. Fortunately, aside from a bit of messy hair, they seemed fine. Yin Xian had also finished dealing with those two and returned to Zhou Jing's side, while the other two little girls had taken care of the remaining enemies and stood together. Qing Kong looked at Qing Xing, wanting to pet her, but remembered his identity and hesitated. Happy April Fool's Day. Looking at the ability user lying on the ground, Zhou Jing still felt a bit unsatisfied. This person was too despicable for directly attacking children. The two kids slowly approached. The others had long been tightly wrapped by the water lines from Green Low, and any slight movement would tighten the grip, making the feeling of being entangled in flesh and blood unpleasant. So those people really didn't dare to move. Looking at this man, Zhou Jing had Green Low bind him with 2 layers of water lines. The man looked weakly at Zhou Jing and said, I'm like this. Do you think I can still harm you? Zhou Jing smiled and replied, I know how much force I used to injure you. Do you think I fall for your trick? The man spat, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Zhou Jing smiled, knowing the depth of this man's scheming, and walked right up to him. Grabbing his clothes, she said to Qing Xing, bite him. Everyone instantly looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief, while the people on the other side said in terror, Zhou Jing, don't do this. He can be of use to you. He is a level 5 ability user. So what? What can a level 5 ability user do? These people who know today as Secret 1T be able to leave. Although Qing Xing didn't understand Zhou Jing's intention, she couldn't help but step forward, drawn by the scent of this level 5 ability user. In the terrified gaze of this ability user, she bit him hard. Blood flowed. The level 5 ability user felt somewhat despondent as he awaited his transformation into a zombie. Who knew that after a long time, he still hadn't turned into a zombie? This piqued Zhou Jing's interest. Are you a zombie? I'm not. He was a bit scared. Why hadn't he undergone any changes by now? Zhou Jing realized something was off and said to Qing Xing, "Go bite him again." The finger pointed at Niu Dali, and Qing Xing happily ran over to Zhou Jing's words, biting him amidst his desperate cries. A few minutes later, the body transformed. This confirms that Qing Xing's saliva indeed contains the zombie virus. But why didn't this person turn? Tell me, are you human or a zombie? I'm a human. The level 5 ability user was almost in tears. This was more upsetting than being hit. He thought that even if he went back like this, he would be suspected and beaten. Tears welled up instantly. Zhou Jing didn't care about that. This kind of mining could only be explained as, after reaching level 5, a person's body developed resistance to the zombie virus. After thinking it over, Zhou Jing shared this speculation with everyone, and they found it reasonable. Their gazes toward the level 5 ability user becoming even fiercer. Since that's the case, after dealing with the remaining people, Zhou Jing looked at him with not a shred of kindness on her face. Then let us keep this secret well hidden. Zhou Jing's smile was like a devil in this man's eyes. Yet he felt powerless because he knew that what he did today had angered her. Instantly, a hint of fatigue appeared on his face. He then said, "There's a back door. You can get out through there. The password is 1234. Zhou Jing smiled at him, saying, "Thank you for the reminder." Well, believe it or not, the man's eyes were filled with exhaustion, and the two young girls showed a hint of sympathy on their faces. "All right, do you have anything else to say?" The man shook his head. "Then goodbye." With a snap, the man's neck was severed, to prevent a repeat of Qing Xing's incident. Zhou Jing opened the man's head right before everyone's eyes and extracted the crystal core inside. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They hadn't expected that there would be crystal cores even inside a human head, let alone that Zhou Jing would actually do something like this. However, the ones truly shocked were those who followed Niu Dali. They had thought that Zhou Jing and her group were just a bunch of scare tactics. But after witnessing Niu Dali being bitten and the level 5 ability user being killed, they felt despair. Zhou Jing and her group were not to be trifled with. Zhou Jing smiled and shook her head, letting Qing Xing go and bite them all to death, then extracting their crystal cores. They absolutely could not let them end up like Qing Xing. Although Levi Yuan and Qing Sky felt a bit uncomfortable, they still held on, as in this apocalypse. If they didn't die, they would be dead anyway. They tidied up and looked at the mess around them. "Wait a moment, let me clean this up, and then we'll head back." Everyone nodded. Only the little girl hesitated for a moment, asking, "But didn't that person say we could go out the back?" Zhou Jing turned around, picked up the little girl, and said, "You see, sister is telling you at this time. There is no such thing as kind words from those who are about to die. Most people are selfish. They would rather drag someone down with them than genuinely warn you that there is a problem here. For example, here, leading everyone to the back door," she said. "It sounds like there is a safe passage out, but why didn't they come in through here? It's clearly closer to what they want." Zhou Jing gently kicked the dirt, saying, "Because there are things buried here." Everyone then seriously looked at the ground beneath Zhou Jing's feet. There was indeed a thin wire suspended in the air. As soon as someone stepped on it, it would explode. Everyone fell silent, not expecting that person's thoughts to be so malicious, truly intending to kill them. However, I don't really care about this issue, because let us not forget there are still a few people waiting for us outside. Levi Yuan slapped her forehead, realizing that she had forgotten there were still people waiting outside. She looked at Zhou Jing with a helpless smile, and Zhou Jing laughed cruelly at her. At the strong request of the little zombie, Zhou Jing put the little girl down and asked while walking out, "Do you want to leave here?" The little girl, holding the food Zhou Jing handed her, asked while eating, "Do you have some ulterior motive? Why do you want to take me away?" Zhou Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "You figured it out. I just want to abduct you to be my family's daughter-in-law." The little girl curiously asked, "What is a daughter-in-law?" Zhou Jing was momentarily at a loss for words, because strictly speaking, the little zombie truly wasn't her child. Looking at the two holding hands sentimentally, Zhou Jing could only helplessly say, "I just think you're not safe here. That's all." She found it strange that her once kind heart seemed to have faded, and she didn't know why she felt so strongly today. After hesitating for a moment, the little girl finally compromised, saying, "I'll go with you, but you have to give me and Lizzie lots and lots of good food." Zhou Jing patted this little girl who had suffered a lot, saying, "Fangxin, I want to treat you badly. Look at how well Xiao Zombie is living with me. Just like a little pig. Then why is she called Xiao Zombie? Zhou Jing fell silent, pondering how to tell her that she was bad at naming. Leviuan and Qing Sky quickly chimed in, saying, don't listen to her. She is saying Xiao Zombie. We call her Xiao Xiao, right? Ah, so her name is Xiao Xiao. The little girl ignored Zhou Jing's naming and said with a hint of envy, Xiao Zombie sounds nice. Leviuan and Qing Sky exchanged glances and said, let us give you a name too. Upon hearing this, the little girl looked at everyone happily, her previously unseen eyes sparkling with light. Leviuan thought for a moment and said, how about we call you Bao Bei? Bao Bei. The little girl kept repeating the name. Bao Bei, do you like it? Bao Bei. I like it. The bright eyes of Bao Bei looked at them, showing no signs of being blind. Thank you, Aunt Zhou Jing, Sister Leviuan, Sister Qing Sky. Call me sister. Zhou Jing turned around dissatisfied, only to receive a disdainful smile from the little girl. Oof. I want to give you anything good to eat. Zhou Jing reached out to grab her, but this loyal cat hissed at her. Zhou Jing held her forehead, feeling pained. These kids had grown up and no longer listened to her. Everyone laughed as they walked forward, relying on Zhou Jing's instincts to return to their hiding place. When they saw the members of the two teams, those inside looked at them in disbelief. Because not to mention anything else, they had heard the commotion outside. And when that group entered, they had been extremely cautious, not even daring to breathe heavily, which was why they had managed to stay safe here for so long. They couldn't imagine that these few had really defeated that group. Even Yuan Feng's expression wasn't great. When Zhou Jing first settled here, he was a bit unconvinced. But then he remembered that level 5 ability user, and he hesitated. Now that he learned that Zhou Jing and her group had defeated that ability user, he truly realized the gap between them and Zhou Jing. In fact, even Zhou Jing herself didn't know how she defeated that ability user. It was likely because that person didn't expect their plan to fail. This woman didn't take those heavy punches she landed on the guy seriously and selectively forgot that those punches had completely stunned that ability user. After everyone stood up, they realized that Xiao Zombie was actually still holding onto a girl. Zhou Jing looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd and said, this is our treasure, our new member, a newly discovered survivor. Clearly, this explanation did not satisfy everyone. How could such a small girl survive here for so long? However, the crowd chose to selectively ignore this question. On the way back to the base, everyone walked outside in silence. The few people there probably never expected Zhou Jing and the others to come out, so their vehicle was carelessly left outside. Everyone got into the car, feeling complicated emotions. This trip felt like a dream. Several original teammates had sacrificed, and seeing Zhou Jing and her group so lively made the woman feel a bit heavy-hearted. Never mind. They were lucky to have Zhou Jing and her team. They could still live to complete the mission and return to the base. Sighing and looking at the darkening sky, the woman glanced at Zhou Jing, wondering what their plans were. Let us take a break. Today has been too tiring, Zhou Jing said, looking at the two kids beside her, who were already leaning against each other. Okay, the woman smiled and replied, my name is Sheng Ying, and I really thank you today. Oh, Zhou Jing said, feeling more relaxed after completing the mission, returning to her former self, as she touched the child's face and continued. I want to introduce myself. You probably already know me. I'll reluctantly take the night watch tonight. You all should get some rest. That works for us. Zhou Jing chuckled, her face full of mischief. No worries, I'm just joking. We can take the night watch. You all rest well. Don't delay driving tomorrow. Thank you. We appreciate your hard work. Sheng Ying remained polite, while Zhou Jing waved her hand. No need to be polite. Just treat us when we get back. All right. Sheng Ying smiled and nodded at Zhou Jing. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng had been silent for a long time. Yuan Feng, are you okay? Misai looked at Yuan Feng, biting her lip, finally asking. Yuan Feng seemed to come back to his senses, staring blankly at Misai, and said with a bitter smile, I'm fine. He lowered his head, looking at Zhou Jing surrounded by everyone, a hint of bitterness flashing in his heart. He felt the distance between him and them was growing. Zhou Jing didn't pay much attention. After all, they were two teams, and there probably wouldn't be much interaction after this mission. So she didn't notice Yuan Feng's bitterness at all. They built a big bonfire, and everyone gathered around to warm up, except for Yuan Feng. who awkwardly stayed back. Misai watched for a while and chose to stay with Yuan Feng. Zhou Jing looked at them curiously, but didn't say much, taking supplies out from her space and letting a few people who could cook prepare food. Instantly, the aroma filled the air, and everyone hadn't enjoyed food like this in a long time. The scent relaxed their tense nerves. At this moment, everyone forgot about being in different teams, sharing food and chatting. The two kids, having eaten their fill, were playing with a cat nearby. Greenery and Qing Kong nervously debated whether they should intervene. But the cat seemed to understand them better, not opening its mouth or extending its claws, allowing the two kids to play. At this, the two finally relaxed and went to eat with the others. Zhou Jing drank a couple cups of wine, feeling a bit tipsy, and lay down in Yan Xian's arms. "How nice it would have been if I had met you before the apocalypse," Zhou Jing said. Yan Xian gently stroked Zhou Jing's hair, one stroke at a time. Zhou Jing's tears rolled down her cheeks. "How many ifs are there? I don't know. If I had met you first, would you leave me because of my willfulness? Would you dislike my nature like Ling Sang and end up with someone else?" Yan Xian didn't know what Zhou Jing was thinking, but his heart ached for her. She had changed too much. After a while, Zhou Jing sat up from Yan Xian's embrace. The surrounding people had already dispersed. "It's my turn for the night watch," Zhou Jing murmured as she stood up, but was pressed back down by Yan Xian. "Huh?" She still looked a bit sleepy. The two girls over there waved at her. "Sister Jing, you should rest for a bit. You're tired today. We could take the night watch." Zhou Jing looked at the two girls and thought about how tired she was. So, she greeted them and snuggled back into Yan Xian's arms. Yan Xian, expressionless while holding Zhou Jing, was actually overjoyed inside. Zhou Jing had never relied on him like this before. Pretending to casually stroke Zhou Jing's hair while admiring the two girls, he thought, "This assist is for you." The two girls raised their hands, hiding their contributions and glory. When everyone woke up, they couldn't believe that last night there had been no zombies surrounding them. Zhou Jing looked like she had just woken up, and everyone was instantly terrified, staring at the satisfied-looking man. "Why do I feel like something incredible happened last night?" Everyone silently pondered. Everyone got into the car and continued towards the base. Fortunately, there were no large zombie hordes on the way. There were a few small zombie beasts that attacked, but they were all dealt with by Sheng Ying and her team. Zhou Jing sat quietly in the car, resting. It seemed she had a not-so-beautiful dream last night, but now she had forgotten what it was about, yet she still felt a bit restless. Everyone saw that Zhou Jing didn't look well, so they didn't disturb her. Finally, when they saw the gate of the base, everyone was almost in tears. "We're finally back. This journey has been too hard." Everyone walked to the gate, and, after going through the checks, they entered the base, tears streaming down their faces. Taking a deep breath, they had never felt so relaxed. "We're going to report the mission. Thank you for this journey. If you need anything, you can come find us at the Sakura Mercenary Corps." "All right, I'll definitely come if I have the chance." Zhou Jing smiled at Yuan Feng and said, "Let us go. We need to report the mission too." Yuan Feng looked at Zhou Jing and finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. "Let us go. We should hurry so you can rest early. You don't look well." Zhou Jing nodded, and the family went to the Mercenary Corps together. Lu Jin was already waiting for them. We learned that they had acted separately for supplies. He had started to get anxious. But he never expected Zhou Jing could actually bring everyone back safely. He knew what level these people were at, so when he got the news, he quickly came to the office to wait for their return. When he saw Yuan Feng pushing the door with a heavy expression, Lu Jin's heart sank. But when he saw Zhou Jing and the others coming back, he finally felt relieved. "I'm glad to see you all back safe." Zhou Jing smiled, but Yuan Feng's expression still wasn't great. However, he adjusted quickly and nodded at Lu Jin when he saw him. Lu Jin hurriedly asked, "What exactly did you encounter? Why did you act independently? The base won't speak about this at all. I've asked many people and got no answer." Zhou Jing glanced at Yuan Feng, who nodded and said, "After we reached Jiangbei Building, we began to explore normally. However, we didn't expect that there were very powerful zombies on the upper floors, and that day was indeed a heavy loss. We underestimated the danger of Jiangbei Building. The base had already left beforehand. They didn't even have the courage to go to the next floor." Then Yuan Feng glanced at Zhou Jing and said, "Zhou Jing led us to the upper floor, And there were also people from Lianzhong and Sakura Mercenary Corps with us. If you remember correctly, Lianzhong Shun-Ti have had anything to do with this mission this time. Yes, indeed, it had nothing to do with them. But later we learned that they wanted to take advantage of the situation and sent us to Lianzhang's Arms Depot to help them clear out the zombies inside, so they could safely obtain supplies. However, among the returnees, Lu Jin quickly understood, since the ones who returned were Zhou Jing and the others. It meant that Lianzhang's people had. Yuan Feng nodded and said they had already been informed, casting a complex glance at Zhou Jing. Therefore, we are still considering how to report this, and regarding the supplies, the base's attitude should be that there is no need to submit them. As for Lianzhong, let him suffer in silence. He lost a level 5 ability user, after all. Lu Jin's expression showed disbelief as he looked at Zhou Jing and her group, not expecting that they were the ones who made Lianzhong suffer. When he turned to Yuan Feng, he saw Yuan Feng shaking his head, saying he hadn't participated in the battle, so he was clear on what exactly happened. Lu Jin looked at Zhou Jing in surprise, elevating her status in his mind from someone with a bit of ability to someone not to be underestimated. However, upon thinking about it, he understood why Yuan Feng had such a grim face. No man would be happy being protected by a group of women. He laughed and said, "How about this? You all go back to rest first, and tonight I'll hold a celebration for you, okay?" Zhou Jing saw the slightly excited expressions of the others and didn't refuse, saying, "Then thank you in advance. When the time comes, you can have someone lead us there." "All right." Lu Jin nodded at Zhou Jing, and Zhou Jing smiled slightly as she left the office with her team. Once they had all left, Lu Jin's warm expression faded. "Go on, tell me everything you know. I have a feeling that things are not as simple as you said." Yuan Feng expressionlessly recounted the events. "So, you're saying they voluntarily left you to act alone? There aren't any major issues with that, mainly because it doesn't fit a team dynamic, so it's normal to have concerns. Actually, my biggest question is how Zhou Jing dared to go pull zombies alone, especially high-level ones. High-level zombies can't just be taken out with a single shell." Yuan Feng nodded silently, as these were also his doubts. He just never found the opportunity to voice them. Lu Jin nodded, saying, "I understand. Let's not ask about these things anymore. There's no point in asking too much. Okay, to survive, one must learn to keep many secrets. Pretending not to know is the most important thing." After Yuan Feng nodded, Lu Jin let him go rest. He knew that this secret had to be kept very tightly, because that suspicion was simply too terrifying. And what about the child they saved? How did such a small child survive in a place that even they, as ability users, dare not venture into? Let these questions stay buried in their hearts. They can't be asked, or the one who ends up dead might just be oneself. Zhou Jing and her group returned to their quarters, and as soon as they lay down on the bed, their hearts finally relaxed. Zhou Jing sensed that both Yuan Feng and Lu Jin's expressions were off and realized they might have guessed part of her situation. But so what? Even if they guessed it, how could they confirm it? Would they make her bite herself? They valued their lives too much for that. The things that felt off about her would only become more exposed. This was a secret that couldn't be fully hidden. So, the more teammates she had, the better she could hide her identity. After all, how could so many humans be next to a zombie without being bitten or turning? That was Zhou Jing's goal. However, during their interactions, Zhou Jing genuinely considered them as friends. So she smiled. Perhaps they had all sensed her oddness too. But so what? She believed in them, and they should believe in her too. Looking at the two defenseless girls sleeping beside her, Zhou Jing felt her heart soften. No matter what, as long as they believed in her for a day, she would protect them and this person. Looking at Yin Xian, who was grinning foolishly at her, Zhou Jing's lips curled up. This person had been unconditionally by her side since their first encounter, always treating her so well. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jing relaxed and lay down. It was as if last night's dream was a farewell to that person. Meanwhile, far away in the city, Ling Sang suddenly woke up, staring blankly at Jinju, who was sleeping beside him, his face pale. He had a dream where he actually went back to the time before the apocalypse with Zhou Jing. Everything that happened during the apocalypse was just a dream, and at that time, Zhou Jing was still lively and cute. But for some reason, when she saw him, she slapped him hard and walked away, heading toward a strange little town. No matter how he followed her or tried to explain, she wouldn't listen or pay him any mind. Then, he saw Zhou Jing happily laughing with another man. In that instant, Ling Sang felt a sense of betrayal. Because this wasn't the apocalypse. Everything that happened during the apocalypse hadn't occurred, and Zhou Jing suddenly stopped loving him, suddenly being with someone else. This was a betrayal. Then he tried to pull Zhou Jing back, the feeling of betrayal driving him nearly mad. But he saw Zhou Jing's indifferent face. Ling Sang, if I could do it all over again, I would make sure you have a terrible death. This was the first time he saw Zhou Jing with such an expression. The Zhou Jing he knew, even at the moment of death, wore a face of disbelief and pain, not this heart-wrenching expression. It must be said that Ling Sang was truly a pure scumbag. He always thought he was right, never made any mistakes, and truly loved every woman, never wanting to abandon any of them. But he was also someone easily swayed. So, after realizing Zhou Jing was no longer useful, he abandoned her under Zhan Zhu's encouragement. In his mind, such things were just trivial matters. Thus, before Zhou Jing died, he was already with Zhan Zhu. But for someone like him, he could only betray others, not be betrayed himself. So, when he saw Zhou Jing leaving him, he was filled with rage. How could you? But Zhou Jing turned around, looking at him with disdain, saying, "Why don't you go look for your Zhan Zhu?" Ling Sang looked pale as he saw Zhou Jing with another man, whose eyes gleamed red, coldly staring at him. And then, he was frightened awake by that gaze. That gaze was devoid of emotion. It was eerily similar to how Zhou Jing had looked at him just before her death. He sat up in a panic, drank some water, and Zhan Zhu sat up beside him, sleepily asking what was wrong. He casually replied a couple of things, drank some water, and lay back down. His mind filled with the dream he just had. Would Zhou Jing still be alive? Could she be in some corner of the world? Impossible, how could that be? He was just exhausted and confused. Ling Sang rubbed his forehead. He had seen her being bitten to death with his own eyes. And now he was in the city. Ling Sang's eyes darkened. He still hadn't fully earned old Zhou's trust. But no matter what, he looked grimly at Zhan Zhu sleeping beside him. At a critical moment, if necessary, he could only sacrifice Zhan Zhu. After thinking that, he lay back down, his mind racing with thoughts of how to win that person's trust, how to secure the highest position. At that moment, Zhou Jing was being shaken awake by the others. After all, since she returned, her complexion had been poor, and now that she fell asleep, no one could wake her up. If it weren't for Zhou Jing finally waking up, they would have had to call a doctor for her. Zhou Jing climbed up, changed her clothes at everyone's urging, and then slowly followed everyone out. God knows, she used to hate such social events the most, yet here she was again. The baby felt so tired and pained. Drag along like this. Zhou Jing showed no semblance of a strong person, resembling a spoiled child instead. When they finally arrived at the venue, she stood up, adjusted her sleeves, and put on a polite expression. Everyone around looked surprised, except for Yin Xian, who thought Zhou Jing looked so cute in this state. Truly adorable no matter how you looked at her. Though the baby couldn't see, she could still gather the desired information from everyone's reactions. Laughing quietly, she followed everyone into the venue. The venue was crowded, and in order to take care of the baby, Zhou Jing and the others deliberately stayed close together. However, with such a large target being the main focus of the celebration today, how could they not attract attention? Just as they sat down, a few men approached Zhou Jing. Surrounding them were also many people. The cat in the baby's arms became a bit restless and bared its teeth, only to be slapped down by Zhou Jing. The cat, which immediately behaved, glared at Zhou Jing with dissatisfaction, but decided to forgive her since she kept petting it. Looking at the aggressive men beside her, Zhou Jing politely asked, "What do you gentlemen want? Are you the one who's even more formidable than Yuan Feng? Why did this dinner involve Yuan Feng?" Zhou Jing scanned the area and indeed saw that Miss Me, she was awkwardly looking over here. When she noticed Zhou Jing looking at her, she hurriedly walked away. So was her again. Zhou Jing helplessly told the crowd, "I'm not much stronger than Yuan Feng. I'm just lucky." Who said luck can make our brother Yuan Feng's face look so bad? You're so formidable. Why don't we have a good practice session? I said I'm just lucky. Can't you understand? Zhou Jing's face showed impatience. After all, she didn't really like such occasions and was being pestered by a few inexplicable people. Her patience was wearing thin. "Oh, don't be so cold. Let's just have a bit of fun." The man said this, but his actions were anything but decent as his hand reached for Zhou Jing's chest. Zhou Jing glanced around at the onlookers, and finally, her volcano erupted. The pent-up anger from the day exploded instantly. Dodging the man's hand, she struck his face with her own hand without hesitation, continuously punching him without holding back, then flipped him over and stomped on his chest twice. The surrounding people quickly realized the urgency and rushed over to mediate. Hey, isn't this a celebration banquet for you? You just wanted to spar a bit. Why take it so seriously? Oh, is that so? Zhou Jing stepped on the man, while mercilessly slapping the mediator. Meanwhile, Lu and Qin Kong each handled one of the aggressors, while Xiao Xiao protected the little girl and stopped the cat that was about to pounce. Seeing everyone subdued, Zhou Jing finally smiled slightly. Come on, who else wants to spar? Everyone fell silent. In their eyes, Zhou Jing was just a space ability user. Even if she awakened her powers, she was merely a woman with a bit more strength. Strength abilities were regarded as the least useful cannon fodder. The man she had knocked down was a small leader in their group, on par with Yuan Feng, but he had a flaw. He was quite lecherous. However, he had always been a leader that few dared to provoke. Today, he had met his match. Though no one spoke, they secretly felt pleased. Zhou Jing noticed no one else was stepping up to mediate, and then looked at the man on the ground. The man gazed at Zhou Jing in terror. Those punches were not something a simple strength ability user could deliver. Just when everyone expected something to happen, they heard the man scream. When they looked again, they saw Zhou Jing had stomped down hard on his weak point. Just looking at it hurts. Why are you so skilled? Zhou Jing smiled at everyone. Is there anyone else who wants to come up? The man's companions could no longer bear it. One rushed forward but dared not strike, saying, "This is too despicable." Oh, so him, a big man, want to spar with me isn't despicable? But if I win, that's despicable? You really are interesting, double standards at its finest. The man's face turned red and green from her words, while several young girls clapped lightly on the side. I can tell you, if you hadn't done such rude things today, I wouldn't have treated you this way. Don't you agree? I think you know exactly what you were about to do. I warn all of you here, if you continue to ignore what I say and act mindlessly when provoked, don't blame me for being rude. What happened? Hearing this voice, Zhou Jing coldly turned around to look at the latecomers, Yuan Feng and Lu Jin. It's nothing, we're just sparring, right? Zhou Jing spoke while her foot showed no mercy, crushing down harder, leaving the man in pain, unable to speak, only able to look at his leader with a miserable expression. Zhou Jing, if my subordinates have done anything wrong, I apologize on their behalf. How does that sound? Lu Jin looked at Zhou Jing with a face full of regret. But Zhou Jing raised her lips, wearing a mocking smile. You should know, I've never been a warmonger. If it weren't for being pushed to the limit, why would I fight at a perfectly good celebration banquet without eating? Yuan Feng looked at the man lying on the ground and immediately understood it was his provocation. After all, this man had provoked him more than once, but since they were part of the same group, he hadn't pursued the matter. Now, it turned out he had caused trouble today. I'm here to apologize on his behalf. Yuan Feng finally spoke, bowing his head in front of Zhou Jing, which made him feel uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he felt some admiration for her, or perhaps it was his ridiculous pride. Zhou Jing didn't make things difficult. After he spoke, she moved her foot aside, watching the man being carried away without saying anything further. In that instant, everyone in the room looked at Zhou Jing differently. Even in the apocalypse, strength was respected, and they had to admit the power of those who could take action. After all, in the beginning, everyone thought Zhou Jing was just bluffing, someone who got carried away after killing 2 zombies. At the same time, the man's subordinates began to look at me, Shi, unfavorably. Especially since it was me, Shi, who told them Zhou Jing was a good target for provocation. They didn't expect that woman to be so malicious. They always knew she was on Yuan Feng's side, but never thought she would use them to harm their leader. Mishi looked at these people in fear, knowing they hated her now, but so what? She had Yuan Feng's protection. They were just a bunch of fools being used, and who told them to be so brainless? The more she thought, the more she felt justified. After giving them a disdainful glance, she walked towards Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng understood her so well. As soon as he saw her expression, he knew she must be involved in this matter. So, Yuan Feng apologized. For him, this apology might also be the last indulgence towards Missy. However, Missy was unaware and happily walked towards him, not noticing the coldness hidden in Yuan Feng's eyes. Zhou Jing let the others loosen their grip and sat back down at the table. Lu Jin went up to speak while they continued to eat. The little one looked at the table full of food, drooling. Zhou Jing found it amusing and fed her a bit here and there, soon making the little girl full. But since there were still many things she hadn't tried, she had to endure the feeling of being stuffed and continued to eat. Zhou Jing saw how hard it was for her to eat, only letting her taste everything, and the little girl, happy with her food, even fed a few bites to Lizzie. Zhou Jing could only smile knowingly at the interaction between the two. The speaker on stage was almost done, and it was time for the people below to share their thoughts. The protagonist of today's celebration banquet was Zhou Jing. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Zhou Jing finally lost her patience and stood up, saying, "Actually, I'm not the main character in today's event. If it weren't for leader Lu giving me this opportunity, I don't think I would have gotten involved in this matter. So I must thank leader Lu for the chance." Lu Jin was grinning from ear to ear. After all, Zhou Jing's words were quite flattering. "Well, I also have something to say." Zhou Jing looked at the group, some of whom were watching the fun, while others were indifferent, and said, "Tomorrow, I will be leaving here, and I want to thank everyone for their help during this time." Lu Jin's expression changed immediately because Zhou Jing had never hinted to him about this. This meant that she had likely decided this on a whim. Lu Jin looked at his subordinates, each of whom wore expressions of glee, and a few small groups even showed signs of gloating. For the first time, he reflected on the original intention of creating this mercenary group. Was it to help his brothers live better? But now, the mercenary group felt completely foreign. In that moment, he even thought about giving up this place. Shaking his head, Lu Jin self-deprecated, thinking how could he waver in his resolve? He had become stronger to protect them, and protecting them could only start like this. However, looking at this group of people who hardly listened to him, Lu Jing began to question what position he held in their hearts. Their identities probably weren't as clean as he thought. Wait a bit longer, I will clean this up later. Although the plan was slightly delayed, this thought lingered in his mind. If it wasn't he resolved, it would lead to disaster. After Zhou Jing finished speaking, she sat down, and the people below looked astonished. After all, Zhou Jing hadn't discussed this with them, but upon learning that they could leave, they were quite happy, as this place indeed felt unpleasant to them. The hall didn't change because of Zhou Jing's words, but a few men exchanged glances and, after everyone started eating, approached Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing looked at the three men who had inexplicably come over and began to wonder what she had done to attract their attention, thinking, "Can I just eat in peace? I'm leaving tomorrow. Why can't you let me be?" Throwing down her chopsticks, Zhou Jing turned to look at the three men. Interestingly, they were all quite handsome. The three men were a bit timid. When Zhou Jing looked at them, their hearts raced nervously. Finally, one of the men mustered the courage to say, "Lady Zhou Jing, we have admired you for a long time. Would you like us to keep your bed warm?" Puffed, puffed. What does keeping a bed warm mean? The little one asked curiously. Levayu rushed over and covered her ears, saying, "Little child, don't listen to nonsense." Meanwhile, Qin Gong had already covered Xiaosong's ears. Zhou Jing was momentarily taken aback by their words. When she finally processed what they said, she was stunned. Looking again at the expressions of the three men, they didn't seem overly embarrassed, and sensing that they appeared to lack any special powers, she wondered, how do they live if they can come to this place? Is this how they survive? Zhou Jing's face was filled with questions, and the three men finally made her uncomfortable with their scrutiny. "What are your conditions, the three of you?" "What? I mean, if you're offering to share a bed, you must have conditions, right? So what are your conditions?" "We have no conditions. How could we dare to have conditions? We really admire you for a long time." The admiration on their faces turned pale. Zhou Jing interrupted them, asking coldly, "Why are you all so scared yet still coming over? I won't ask who sent you. After all, even if I find out, you can't retaliate. I'm leaving tomorrow, so no matter your intentions, tell that person for me that sowing discord is useless. Our relationship is not what you think." The three men looked at Zhou Jing's grim face and finally trembled back, realizing they could never do this again. It was too frightening. This woman could really do anything. Boring. Zhou Jing turned to look at the group beside her. The two who had covered the child's ears had now released them. The mage was looking around, avoiding eye contact with Zhou Jing, while Yin Xian, though he didn't understand what they were saying, had heard the word bed. Those few wanted to take Zhou Jing's bed. They wanted to claim the right to sleep with Zhou Jing. What the hell? I don't agree. Thinking of this made him angry, and he stared fiercely at the men, wanted to rush up and bite them. Luckily, Zhou Jing remained calm and grabbed Yan Xian. Eat well. Yan Xian, feeling wronged, looked at Zhou Jing, thinking I'm so wronged. You protect them, but not me. You're going to sleep with them and don't want me anymore. These thoughts looped in his mind until everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and said goodbye to Lu Jin before heading back. When they reached the hotel, Zhou Jing and Yan Xian indeed slept together. After being resentful all night, Yan Xian finally felt happy. He hugged Zhou Jing and playfully nipped at her like a little dog. At first, Zhou Jing didn't think much of it until she felt his hands becoming increasingly unruly, prompting her to pull him aside. Tell me, who taught you this? Taught what? Yan Xian looked at Zhou Jing with an innocent face, remembering Yan Xian's recently skilled movements. Zhou Jing instantly felt uneasy. Why are you so skilled? The original intention was still there. The next morning, when everyone woke up, they saw Yan Xian dejectedly squatting in front of Zhou Jing's door. Upon seeing everyone come out, his face looked even sadder as he knocked on the door and howled. When Zhou Jing opened the door, no one dared to speak. Zhou Jing had dark circles under her eyes, and the dark energy around her had thickened into substance. Everyone exchanged glances, not daring to speak, as her expression clearly told them, I'm in a very bad mood right now. You better not provoke me. With Zhou Jing's low pressure, the group silently moved towards the base's exit. Qin Kong and Leviu glanced at the entrance and saw no members of the Tongjin mercenary group, which relieved them. If a group of people had come to send them off, it would have been awkward. However, thinking again, we helped so much, and not a single person came out. They felt it was quite cold-hearted. With complex expressions, the few of them exited the base. On the other side, Yuan Feng, who was already on the road, looked at the persistent Missy beside him and said, Missy, can you understand a bit? I'm just going to see them off. Brother Yuan Feng, you like her, don't you? Yes, I like her, so what? What does my feelings for her have to do with you? You really are not the girl I used to know. I think it's best if we don't have any contact from now on. This was the first time Missy made Yuan Feng say such heavy words, and she felt as if she had been knocked down, standing dumbfounded by the roadside, watching him leave. When Yuan Feng hurried to the base entrance, Zhou Jing and the others had already left through the base door. I was still a step too late, Yuan Feng thought as he looked at the base gate, suddenly feeling a bit tired. So frustrating. Every time it's just a step too late. A step too late to know you, a step too late to understand my own heart, a step too late to protect you, even for the final farewell. It's still a step too late. Why am I like this? I even feel like I'm being too much. Yuan Feng looked at the gate, not knowing why, but he felt his eyes were a bit misty. He remembered the time they allowed him to sit down and eat, and Zhou Jing's generous demeanor. In the end, he still missed the opportunity. Then I can only wish you safety on your future journey. Oh, what's wrong? Caught a cold? I'll ask from the side. Shouldn't it be someone behind me whispering about me? You have so many enemies, they must be talking bad about you. Little girl, say that again, Zhou Jing said, pinching Elle's mouth. I'm not afraid anymore, hum. Zhou Jing released her hand and lazily leaned back in the car seat. Can we go back to the city? How long until we get there? Soon, if there are no problems on the road, we can get there in a week at the earliest. A week is so long. I miss the time when traffic wasn't paralyzed. There's no way. It seems all the bridges ahead have been blown up, so we can only take a long detour. I see. Qin Kong, you work hard. That's nothing. I was just thinking, when we encounter a town, can we go in and see if there are any buses? Buses? Those should be more comfortable, and we can lie down and rest. Great. Zhou Jing instantly became interested when she heard she could lie down. We must find a bus. I need to rest well. I feel like my bones are about to fall apart. Yan Xian hurriedly started to massage her back from behind. Zhou Jing remained silent, indicating that even if he was trying to please her, it wouldn't help. She would only talk when she calmed down. However, she had to admit it felt quite good. Everyone looked at Zhou Jing and Yan Xian, unanimously agreeing that their behavior was quite eye-catching. As they continued their journey, they saw a woman by the roadside looking pitifully at their car. Qin Kong suddenly remembered the last time and shouted at them, "Bad people, get lost. Don't think you can fool me. I don't believe anything you say." Then she pressed the accelerator and sped away. It would have been better if I could curse a bit more fiercely, was everyone's shared sentiment. After they traveled a bit further and looked back, they saw several men emerging from the bushes behind. Elle felt a bit anxious. Thankfully, it didn't linger too long this time. These people really. Seeing Elle's complex expression, Zhou Jing ruffled her hair. There's no way, in this apocalypse, to survive. One can only resort to any means. Qin Kong didn't care too much. The last incident was a thorn in her heart. So she had to maintain her attitude and not be soft-hearted when encountering such people. Fortunately, the town was not far away. After bypassing a large rock ahead, they approached the town. Next to the town was the road to the city. It was interesting. They skillfully broke through a gap. Since this town was a necessary route to the city, when they stopped, they were surprised to find quite a few people lingering there. It was their first time seeing so many people on the road, and they were somewhat excited, but after noticing everyone's vigilant expressions, they suppressed their excitement. Especially when they saw that the group getting off Zhou Jing's car was mostly women and children, their disdainful expressions grew even more pronounced. What attitude is that? Elle felt a bit unhappy. They arrived early, so they picked a relatively nice villa, while those who came a bit later either had to stay in their cars or find a room to make do. There were always some people who, seeing others having it good and noticing Zhou Jing's group seemed easy to bully, resorted to some bullying. After Zhou Jing and the others organized their things and were ready to go out, they were blocked at the door by a group of people. The leader was a big, bearded man who looked at Zhou Jing's weak-looking group and sneered. "Little girl, let me tell you a principle here. In this society, it's always the strong who are respected, right? Since you arrived a bit late, why don't you just give us this house?" "What nonsense is that? Complete rubbish." Zhou Jing looked at this uneducated man, pretending to be cultured with annoyance. "We got here first, and we occupy this place first, so it's ours. If you really want to stay, that's fine. You can fight me first. Didn't you say it's a world where the strong are respected?" The bearded man finally became dissatisfied with Zhou Jing's attitude and said, "Little girl, what kind of attitude is that? You'll easily suffer in society with that kind of demeanor." Oh, looking at these people, Zhou Jing decided not to say too much and just act. Sure enough, those few people had the same thought. Seeing Zhou Jing not responding, suddenly a man rushed out from behind. The man held a sharp ice shard in his hand, a strange smile on his face. Just when they thought he was going to attack, he unexpectedly controlled the ice from a distance and suddenly extended it by several dozen centimeters. If Zhou Jing hadn't dodged in time, it would have hit her. Knowing this person was malicious, Zhou Jing realized she couldn't be soft-hearted anymore. She dashed forward, grabbed the man's wrist, and forcefully knocked him to the ground, then turned and kicked the bearded man in the back of the head. After taking down the two, the remaining people just stood there dumbfounded, watching Elle and Qin Kong rush over. The two worked together seamlessly and soon took down the rest. Knowing there were many people around, Zhou Jing didn't go too hard. She smiled at the fallen men. "How about it? Do you still want to live in this house?" "We're sorry," the man said, blood in his mouth, speaking indistinctly. Knowing your mistakes and wanting to improve is a good thing. Young man, you still have a chance." "Who is young?" The man felt he was about to be enraged to death. After dealing with these people, Zhou Jing wasn't afraid of any more trouble, so they drove around to see if they could find a suitable vehicle. Along the way, they didn't find any cars but saw many sights they hadn't noticed before. Some ability users seemed to plan on living there, and Zhou Jing even saw some people cultivating land. This looks quite impressive. However, Zhou Jing thought for a moment. Given the current situation, with mutated plants and mutated aquatic life, she was skeptical about what they could grow. Despite this, Zhou Jing still held a glimmer of hope, wishing they could settle down and live stably there. Green Ivy went to ask them where there were buses nearby. They were very enthusiastic and pointed in a direction, saying that place used to be a bus station, but now that the world has been like this for so long, they didn't know if there were still any buses left. They suggested she could go take a look. Green Ivy happily returned to tell this news to Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing took out a bag of seeds and said to Green Ivy to take some over to them, as these seeds might be able to grow something, and it wouldn't be of much use for them to just keep holding on to them. The few people watched Green Ivy go and return, curious, and saw the little girl holding a bag of seeds. "Here you go. Thank you for pointing the way for us just now. These seeds are what we got from elsewhere. and since we were just wandering around, it's better to let you try them. Oh, thank you very much. The leading man thanked Green Ivy and shared the seeds with everyone. Green Ivy returned to the vehicle and got the exact address, pointing the way to that place. Looking at the happy expressions of those people, Zhou Jing suddenly felt that this apocalypse didn't seem so hard to endure after all, as there were still many people maintaining their original intentions. Following the directions from those people, they arrived at an old bus station. It was clear that this used to be a bustling place, but after so long without maintenance or protection, it now looked quite dilapidated. Most of the better vehicles had long been taken away, and the remaining ones were either missing wheels or had broken mirrors. None of them looked usable. Fortunately, the group didn't have high hopes, and after looking around and finding nothing of interest, they calmly dispersed. There was no choice. If there was nothing, they had to think of a way. They considered their journey and realized they were getting close to their destination. In fact, the bus issue didn't seem too important anymore. However, seeing the little girl holding the cat looking uncomfortable, everyone felt they should think of a way to hurry things up. On the way back, they passed a river. Zhou Jing looked at the not-so-clear water and suddenly became a bit worried. She remembered the last time they fished in the river, the water was still very clear. But now the water quality had obviously deteriorated. It might not matter for her to come into contact with this water, but what about ordinary people? She thought about how they would use this water for irrigation and consumption. Zhou Jing suddenly felt that this issue might not be so simple. Was the water quality contaminated? Stop the car. Qin Kong hurriedly hit the brakes, watching Zhou Jing get out of the vehicle. He thought there was something urgent, but saw her squatting by the riverbank, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, she reached out and caught a fish that jumped out of the river. Piranha? Everyone was a bit incredulous. How could there be piranhas in such a small river? I don't think so. It looks more like a zombie fish. But for some reason, it had developed sharp teeth. Maybe it's to bite people more easily? Qin Kong's words sent chills down everyone's spines. It was very possible that it was indeed to bite people more easily, which was quite horrifying. If humans biting humans was bad enough, now even fish wanted a piece of the action. Everyone was unsure if the water quality issue was the reason for these fish mutations. They had never considered this problem on their way here because they had always been drinking the water Zhou Jing provided or the water Qin Kong condensed. But once they started paying attention to the issue, they suddenly thought a lot more about it. What about those who had no access to clean water? Would they unknowingly become infected with the zombie virus? The more they thought about it, the more serious the problem seemed. Zhou Jing and the others hurriedly drove back, just in time to return to the few people working in the fields. Zhou Jing got out and asked them, "What kind of water do you use for the fields?" A man with a slick smile stepped forward and said, "I have water-related abilities. I can gather enough water for 3 days for this piece of land with some effort." "So it rains heavily, right?" The man laughed and continued, "My abilities are more gentle. During fights, people complain that I don't hurt them enough. So I ended up finding a few like-minded partners to come here and farm. After all, in the apocalypse, everything is lacking. Eventually, food might run out. So I thought I'd try planting some seeds. If they can grow and be eaten, it will be doing something good." Seeing the man's shy demeanor, Zhou Jing smiled. "Well, it's best to use your powers to water the plants. I feel like the water in the river is starting to become abnormal. So you shouldn't use river water for drinking or washing anymore. I don't think this water is safe." Upon hearing Zhou Jing's words, the others furrowed their brows, their expressions serious, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. "We understand. For safety's sake, we probably shouldn't use river water anymore," they said, glancing at the land below. "Yes. What if it mutates too? Then we really won't be able to survive." "All right." Zhou Jing stood up and thanked them. "Thank you for today. We're going back to rest now." "No, thank you. We should thank you for the seeds. We are still worried about that issue too." "Okay. I'll take my leave then. Goodbye." After saying goodbye to them, Zhou Jing returned to the vehicle and closed her eyes to rest. Now that the water quality had been contaminated and they didn't know the source of the pollution or how to solve it, that was the tricky part. How to manage the water source issue. Even if it didn't pose a problem for ability users, what about ordinary people? Would ordinary people become zombies because of the water source? As they thought about it, Zhou Jing and the others had already arrived home. They got out of the vehicle, excitedly tidied up their things, and headed toward the house. Chestnut couldn't wait any longer and jumped out of the treasure's embrace, rushing toward the door. Just as it was about to rush inside, the door suddenly swung open, and Zhou Jing, not having reacted in time, saw Chestnut let out a startled meow and jump back. Zhou Jing stared blankly at the scene before her. It was at this moment that Chestnut truly resembled a real cat. The ones who suddenly opened the door were the few people they had encountered on the road. Upon seeing Zhou Jing and the others, they were equally astonished, not expecting to meet them here. Sorry, this is our house. We came here first, so please find another place. You say it's your house. I say I got here first. Anyway, I didn't see you when I arrived, so you can't prove that you occupied this place first. But we've already set up our things inside. I don't know. You say you set it up. I say I set it up. How do I know you're not lying? What to do now? Talking to ordinary people could still involve some reasoning, but with unreasonable people like this, they could only resort to violence. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll take action. Zhou Jing suddenly remembered the man from earlier and what she had just told him. It was essentially no different. The more she thought about it, the more amusing it became. Zhou Jing smiled and said this, causing the others to burst into laughter as well. What? Are you really going to hit us? The woman was startled by their reaction, unable to believe it. Yes, if you don't leave, I really will hit you. And why? Because I feel like it. You. The woman looked at them in disbelief. I don't believe it. If you hit me, the people around will come over. Oh, I haven't told you yet. We were just here, and there were about 800 people trying to claim this place, and that's how we ended up living here. If you don't believe me, you could try to fight us again. Maybe I'll lose to you and let you stay. You. Zhou Jing smiled. What's up? What's up? What's up? Suddenly, several men's voices came from inside the house, and they walked out with a fierce look. Zhou Jing found it amusing and watched as the woman suddenly gained confidence, chuckling. So what's it going to be? You want to have another round, right? What do you mean by another round? A man pulled the woman over and asked vaguely. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jing lost her patience and said to the people inside, Come out. Let's get this over with. We need to rest after the fight. Upon hearing this, the people inside exclaimed, Wow, someone's really bold. A few rushed out of the house, and Zhou Jing couldn't help but laugh. Among them, there were only 2 abilities users. Why were they so bold? Calling over her companions, Zhou Jing confirmed, Are you sure you want to go head-to-head? The abilities users could already tell who among them had abilities, and when those 2 saw that Zhou Jing's side was all abilities users, they were dumbfounded. After all, they had always relied on surprise to rob others. They had never experienced a proper head-on confrontation like this. Moreover, the levels of these people were definitely higher than theirs, and they couldn't tell at all. However, the boss glanced a few times and disdainfully said, A few little girls? Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Levian raised an eyebrow, and Zhou Jing's mocking expression had been perfected. She casually threw a water ball over her. Bang! It hit the boss's face. Speak more politely. The boss looked at Levian with a somewhat displeased expression. She had truly embarrassed herself. Then let me take you as a sacrifice for my big knife. Saying that, he rushed forward. Zhou Jing looked at the man with sympathy. Levian had really been getting worse lately. She might look easy to bully, but she was actually the worst. Sure enough, when Levian saw the boss rush over, her eyes lit up with delight, and as he dodged a few water balls, she directly transformed her water into a strip of tape and fiercely slapped it onto the man's face. That hit was so loud that even Zhou Jing felt it. Who would have thought that it wasn't over yet? As the boss clumsily got up and charged forward, Levian had already set up a water rope to trip him. After he fell, she tightly wrapped it around his ankle several times. The boss immediately couldn't move. Zhou Jing looked at the group of people who were already having second thoughts and asked, Is there anyone else who wants to try? Our hits are lighter. I'm a strength user, and it really hurts when I hit. Trust me. The others checked with each other, and another abilities user quickly said, How about we clean up and leave, okay? Can you let our boss go? Sure. Zhou Jing waved for them to clean up, and Levian untied the boss. Levian reluctantly walked over, and in the boss's terrified expression, she untied him. Thank you, the boss said with teary eyes, finally learning to say thank you. Zhou Jing ignored their antics and went straight into the house, bathing. Seeing Zhou Jing go in, Levian and the others lost any other thoughts and followed her in. Levian suddenly remembered they hadn't properly bathed the treasure yet. However, thinking of that water, they hesitated a bit. Should we make Levian work harder? Zhou Jing looked at the family structure and said, "Hold on, I think the water here might be stored." Saying this, she turned on the faucet and, after seeing the clear water flow for a while, felt relieved. "I'll go boil some water and come back to give Li Zi and the treasure a good wash." "Okay," the two replied. Meanwhile, Li Zi had a bad premonition. "Is it too late for me to run now?" When the water was hot, Zhou Jing had them wash the treasure properly. On the other side, she was already prepared to catch Li Zi. The two girls were seriously bathing the treasure, and the more they washed, the more heartbroken they felt. The child had many old injuries on her body, clearly inflicted by someone, and even so, the little girl had never complained of pain or exhaustion on the road. After they finished bathing her and she put on a clean outfit, the little girl's face turned red with shyness. "The treasure is so beautiful." Levian and Qing Kong's eyes sparkled with unhidden affection. After they walked out of the bathroom, they heard a scream from Li Zi. "Meow, meow. Li Zi, what happened to Li Zi?" the treasure asked anxiously. "It's really nothing," the two said, watching Zhou Jing engage in a tug-of-war with a cat. "Sister Jing is just about to bathe the cat. This isn't something we can manage." "Oh, Li Zi really needs a bath." The little girl spoke very calmly, even sounding like she was looking forward to the show. When the screams ended, everyone saw Zhou Jing dragging her tired body out of the bathroom, followed by a golden cat with matted fur. Seeing Zhou Jing, the cat let out an unfriendly meow. "Li Zi, come here." At the call of the treasure, Li Zi happily ran over, jumped onto the treasure, and shook its fur. Watching the two cats play together, Levian and Qing Kong suddenly felt a bit hopeless. The treasure's whole outfit was probably washed for nothing. After they had enough fun, Levian finally got up to cook, and Qing Kong followed to help. The treasure thought for a moment and took Li Zi to the yard, enjoying the breeze with her eyes closed, thinking about something. Meanwhile, Li Zi lay next to the fire, warming its fur. Zhou Jing also took a rare bath. Looking at the person in the mirror, she contentedly brushed her hair. She really looked more and more like a normal person. This is quite good. Once her level rises a bit more, she'll be just like a normal person. She didn't want to rule the world. She just wanted to blend in quietly among everyone. But Ling sang Zhenju. She also had to thank this chaotic world. This way, when she punished you, she wouldn't have to put in so much effort. After getting dressed, Zhou Jing walked out, and everyone was almost ready. Zhou Jing sat down. "Let's eat." They hadn't eaten so formally in a long time. It was rare to be able to eat together, and they felt incredibly warm. The two fed the treasure while eating themselves, and the little girl happily ate on her own. People outside smelled the delicious food from Zhou Jing's place, and one by one, they were tempted, but fearing Zhou Jing's power, they could only drool outside. After they ate their fill, Qing Kong cleaned up the dishes, and the others went back to rest. The little girl helped Levian clean up, asking Sister Levian, "How did you all meet?" Levian recalled and slowly said, "We've known each other for quite a long time." The treasure nodded while listening, laughing at interesting parts. Finally, after Levian finished cleaning, she told the little girl, "Since you're here, let's have some fun. Sister Jing really isn't that strict. I'm quite happy here." The little girl thought for a moment, her expression a bit unreadable. Levian didn't see it and took her to sleep after finishing the cleaning. The little girl thought for a long time in Levian's arms. In the end, she closed her eyes. There were many things she still didn't know about happiness. The treasure smiled. Zhou Jing was awakened by being pressed down by a zombie. She ruthlessly kicked it off, thinking that living too comfortably was also a kind of sin. After all, being this happy for too long would make one lose their fighting spirit. After they tidied up, except for the door, they looked outside to see cars leaving one after another. They took a moment to rest, and then all got into the car. They drove steadily along the way, and the closer they got to the city, the more they felt the crowd increasing. Naturally, with a significant number of people, there were also more zombies. They saw people continuously fighting off zombies and more individuals begging. But in such a world, who still had extra compassion, Zhou Jing looked at the desolation around her and felt it was utterly absurd. She really wanted to go home, to be by her father's side. That was her greatest motivation. "How much further is it?" "It's still a 2-day journey," Qing Kong said. "All right." Yin Xian has been a bit down these past 2 days, probably because he is about to level up again. Thinking about how he has to go out for wild food every day, Zhou Jing found it amusing. In the evening, after they finished clearing the zombies, they were eating when they heard a man and a woman speaking nearby. "Can you let us have something to eat?" "No," Zhou Jing said without looking up. "Oh, is that so?" Hearing the tone of the person, Zhou Jing squinted and looked up at the two strangers in front of her, constantly wondering if she had wronged them. "Are you Zhou Jing?" Upon hearing this question, everyone's hearts dropped. They must know them and have come to stir up trouble. "I am." Zhou Jing smiled and stood up. Looking at the person in front of her, her smile was quite eerie. How could she not know these two? Not only did she know them, but she was also very familiar with them. "Zhou Jing, you really are Zhou Jing. Brother Long. Who is she? How do you know her?" The man called Brother Long looked at the now delicate Zhou Jing, and a familiar lewd smile appeared on his face. "That day Ling Sang and Zhen Zhu said you were dead. I didn't believe it, but you really didn't die, and you're living quite well." This man was none other than the big bearded guy from the group, with Ling Sang. After a few months, his beard seemed to have grown even bigger. "Haven't you had time to shave?" Zhou Jing asked casually, pretending to be familiar. "Ha ha ha, Brother Long doesn't shave, but there are still people rushing to me," he said, patting the woman's behind. Then he looked at Zhou Jing with a lewd expression and said, "I can tell you've been doing well these past few months. Look at this delicate skin, much better than when we first met." So disgusting. Remembering the words this man said after her death, Zhou Jing couldn't suppress her anger. "What are you talking about? Have you forgotten how I took care of you?" The man lewdly reached out his hand to touch Zhou Jing's face. Back then, Ling Sang protected her well, and he hadn't gotten a chance to lay a finger on her before she died. Now seeing this exquisite beauty, how could he not be tempted? As for the people around Zhou Jing, he didn't take them seriously at all. After all, he considered himself a high-level ability user. When he met Zhou Jing, she was just an ordinary person. Even if she awakened her abilities, she couldn't possibly be stronger than him, so he felt particularly unrestrained. Then he saw his hand twist into a distorted shape. He looked at it in disbelief, unable to believe he could be harmed by this woman. A scream was stuck in his throat, as the pain was almost enough to make him faint. The others stood up, looking at this inexplicable man. But Zhou Jing did not let them act. Although she didn't know why he wasn't with Ling Sang now. Just based on what he had just said, it was enough for her to want to kill him 100 times. After all, Zhou Jing had a cold smile on her lips as she stepped forward, reached out, and wiped her hand on his clothes, saying with disgust, "Say what you want to eat, but today might just be your last chance to eat." The man looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. This person was no longer the weak and easily bullied one from the beginning of the apocalypse. Now her smile was so cruel that it seemed she really didn't care about her life. "Come on, Green Ivy, tie them up." Green Ivy obeyed and tied the two up. Zhou Jing walked in front of the man. "You really haven't improved at all, still so weak after all this time. Didn't you just want to eat?" "Woo-woo." The man shook his head desperately. "Then let me ask you, why aren't you with Ling Sang and the others?" Upon hearing Zhou Jing mention that name, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. "You're still thinking about Ling Sang? He left with Zhen Zhu to the city a long time ago. As for me, I was left behind during another zombie attack, just like you, haha." The man recalled this with a smile, but it was a cold smile. "Oh, so you still want to follow them? Once there's a first time, there will be a second." Zhou Jing smiled and said, "I still remember what you said when you heard I died." The man's expression changed instantly. "How is that possible? Even if you didn't die, you wouldn't go back with them." The girls around Zhou Jing were already very angry, suppressing their fury and wanting to teach this man a lesson. Zhou Jing leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Who said I didn't die?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Jing, only to find her smile beginning to distort in his eyes. It was the spiritual ability of Xiao Xiao Sang, which had already begun to affect him. "Since I found out what I wanted to know, then goodbye." With that, Zhou Jing struck. The man's head fell off. Several young girls acted as if they hadn't seen anything, tidied up their things, and prepared to leave. When the woman saw this, she hurriedly shouted, "Take me with you. Please take me with you." "Crazy." "Oh." Zhou Jing looked at the woman's eager expression, intrigued. After the man she had relied on died, she was not only unpanicked but could calmly turn around and ask to go with them. This woman is quite interesting. "Sure." Zhou Jing became interested. Such a person was truly hard to come by and might be a great help. "Get in the car." Green Ivy untied her, and the woman thanked them as she got into the car. Once in the car, she started to introduce herself. "My name is Wang Qian. I am a doctor and have been researching the zombie virus in the city. I usually do routine checkups at the city base. Just a routine checkups for entering the base. Zhou Jing and the others nodded to indicate they understood, and the woman seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. So how did you end up with this man? I was on a mission with people from the base, but I got ambushed and separated. Then I ran into this guy. I don't have abilities, so to survive and get back to the city, I had to rely on him. The woman's expression showed no change. They didn't see any unwillingness in her emotions, as if everything was normal. It seemed that only such people could survive in this situation. Zhou Jing felt a bit of admiration for her. She handed over a piece of bread and said, "How about something to eat?" "Thank you." The woman accepted the bread without hesitation and ate it quite quickly, finishing in no time and giving Zhou Jing a grateful smile, completely different from her previous arrogant demeanor. Well, don't be surprised. There's a reason I was so arrogant. After all, as a subordinate, I have to pay attention to the actions of those around me. Although this wasn't my intention, I still want to apologize. After Wang Qian finished speaking, everyone laughed. Well, I have one request for you. Zhou Jing and the others looked at Wang Qian with blank expressions. I just want to ask you to take me back to the city. Once we get there, I will repay you well. Sure. Zhou Jing agreed without hesitation. Zhou Jing's quick agreement startled others. Has she been drugged? When has she ever agreed so readily? But she had already made her decision, and no one would argue against it. On the way, Wang Qian shared many interesting stories about the city, including the undercurrents between several families and the rise of new forces. During this time, she repeatedly mentioned Ling Sang and Zhou Xiaoyu. I don't know why, but it seems these two people suddenly appeared and were suddenly elevated, though the complexities behind it are not something I can know. I only know that they seem to be backed by the Zhou family. Zhou family? Zhou Jing pondered their relationship in her heart, since Ling Sang appeared. What about Jinzhu? Who is this Zhou Xiaoyu? Could be that Zhenzhu was abandoned halfway? That shouldn't be the case. Unable to untangle their connections, I could only listen to Wang Qian explain as she shared her amusing anecdotes. The only thing I know is this, because I'm just a minor character. Knowing too much about those intricacies doesn't benefit me. However, I discovered an important situation during this mission that might allow me to enter the central building of the city. Zhou Jing nodded, signaling her to continue. Wang Qian thought for a moment and felt she had nothing to hide, so she nodded and said, I discovered that the water quality is severely polluted, and if humans drink too much of this polluted water, they can also get infected. Really? Humans can get infected? Everyone in the car was shocked by this news, momentarily speechless. However, it seems that ability users might not have too many problems drinking it. Perhaps the issues only become apparent after a short period? Zhou Jing asked. I'm not sure. To see if there are specific problems, we need to go back to the lab, Wang Qian replied. Everyone nodded, thinking how lucky they were to have a water-type ability user, and with Zhou Jing nearby. They had food and drink and were well-equipped. Compared to those who had no choice but to drink contaminated water, they were much happier. Sister Jing, there's a wave of zombies up ahead. Qin Kong observed the movements ahead while driving. It seems someone is entangled with that group of zombies. Should we help? Yeah, helping is fine. Otherwise, it won't be good if they block our way. Zhou Jing agreed. All right, Qin Kong said as she got out of the car, and Zhou Jing stretched and followed her out. No combat ability? Looking at Wang Qian, Zhou Jing asked, her eyes revealing her unmasked doubt. Wang Qian realized she couldn't hide it anymore and got out of the car, holding a dagger and smiling at Zhou Jing. Since we're on the same rope now, why not be open about it and do what we need to do? Okay. Seeing Zhou Jing's insightful gaze, Wang Qian had no choice but to charge forward. As an ordinary person, she also had her own means of self-defense. Watching Wang Qian skillfully dodge an attack and then charge forward to decapitate a zombie, Zhou Jing smiled. She indeed hadn't misjudged. Wang Qian was far from being as simple as she appeared. After the two of them helped that group clear out most of the zombies, Wang Qian hesitated and looked at Zhou Jing. Since we killed half of these zombies, can we take half of the crystal cores? Although this seemed a bit petty, they shouldn't be at a loss in such matters, right? However, Zhou Jing appeared indifferent. They're just crystal cores. If I weren't worried about you two leveling up too quickly and your mental strength not keeping up with your bodies, I would have upgraded you both long ago. The crystal cores aren't important. What's crucial is whether you can control your bodies. Wang Qian understood the importance of crystal cores, but since no one spoke, she didn't know what to do. Thank you all so much today. Wang Qian turned around and saw a shy-looking boy scratching his head and talking to them. It's nothing, just a small effort. Zhou Jing watched the boy with some caution. The smell of blood on him was a bit too strong. No matter what, Zhou Jing didn't plan to get entangled with him too much, but Wang Qian hesitated for a moment and still accepted the crystal core he handed over. The boy looked at Wang Qian and asked happily, "Are you all ability users?" Zhou Jing felt something was off and stepped forward a few steps. The boy's companion, seeing Zhou Jing coming over, looked pleased and said, "We are level 3 ability users. What about you?" "Oh, we're level 4. Zhou Jing replied somewhat coldly. Just when she thought they could leave after a few pleasantries, she found the boy unusually enthusiastic, holding something in his hand. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." "Don't go." The boy's expression changed, and he grabbed Zhou Jing's arm tightly. At the same time, Zhou Jing suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist where he held her. Upon closer inspection, the boy was holding a zombie's finger, and the finger was poking into her wrist. Truly vicious. Zhou Jing was relieved that it was her who got hurt. First, she wasn't afraid of this zombie virus. And second, she was already level 5, so even if she needed to find an excuse, it would be easy. To avoid further injury, Zhou Jing hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, don't come over. I'll handle myself." Wang Qian, not understanding the situation, was a bit confused. Seeing the boy's companion suddenly charge at her, she panicked. Zhou Jing realized the situation was bad when she saw the companion also had a black finger in his hand, and disregarding the pain in her wrist, she ran over. The black fingernail left a long bloody mark on Zhou Jing's wrist. The shy boy's smile instantly twisted, and he kept muttering, "Become my crystal core?" Zhou Jing understood now. These people were truly insane. Knowing that ability users had crystal cores, they thought to use their human identities to make people relax, and then, while people were relaxed, they would turn them into zombies. Then, while they were weak from becoming zombies, they would seize their crystal cores. Whose idea was this? This is too. In that moment, Zhou Jing really didn't know what to say. She never expected that at this point, besides zombies being the enemies of humanity, humanity would also become the enemies of humanity. And they clearly didn't know that level 5 ability users couldn't turn into zombies. Over there, Wang Qian was suddenly attacked and still hadn't reacted when she saw Zhou Jing running towards her with a dark expression. Instinctively, she dodged, only to see Zhou Jing had already knocked out the attacker with a hand chop. Behind Zhou Jing, the shy boy was running over with a face full of disbelief. Zhou Jing knew this couldn't be delayed any longer. After turning around and knocking out the rushing boy, she headed towards Yin Huan, who was entangled with 3 people. Just as she was about to approach, she suddenly heard Yin Huan shout, "Don't come over. Protect the outside." This was the first time Yin Huan had ordered her like this. Zhou Jing knew he must have discovered something and didn't bother with him. Instead, she grabbed the person next to her and said, "Let him do what he wants. Leviathan, help me heal." Leviathan looked at Zhou Jing's hand in surprise. Sure enough, the areas on her wrist were already peeling, as if they had been cut by a knife. She hurriedly stepped forward and used her healing technique on Zhou Jing. This was the first time Wang Qian saw such a healing method. She never expected it could be treated directly. She hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, since she was in research, even if she didn't treat them, she wouldn't starve. Thinking about it like this felt really bittersweet. After Zhou Jing finished the treatment, she looked at the few people who had been taken away by Yin Xian and silently mourned for them in her heart. They probably wouldn't be coming back now. "I'm here." After a while, Yin Xian indeed returned, carrying a strong smell of blood, but the few people he had taken away did not come back. Wang Xian had a belly full of questions, but ultimately didn't say anything. After all, they had attacked first, so even if Yin Xian did kill them, it was just a matter of them being outmatched. Seeing Yin Xian return, Zhou Jing felt relieved and looked at the 2 people lying below, waking them up with a water ball from Green Creeper. The 2 woke up looking a bit confused, staring blankly at Zhou Jing and the others. When they saw that Zhou Jing showed no signs of turning into a zombie, the shy little boy looked completely frantic. "Impossible. It can't be. I clearly scratched you. How could you not turn into a zombie?" Zhou Jing found it quite amusing. This indicated that knowledge about level 5 ability users not being harmed by zombies was still only known to a small number of people. Even Wang Qian looked at Zhou Jing suspiciously after hearing the boy's words. Only their own group seemed indifferent because they were among those who knew this fact. Don't mind me for now, I want to ask you, how many people like you have done such insane things? I don't know. The boy was stubborn. Although he hadn't seen his companions, he still felt that these people shouldn't have the guts to kill. After all, they had just parked to rescue them. However, when Yin Xian walked over, they smelled the familiar stench of blood. You can tell me now, how many people can do the same thing as you? Among the people I know, there are 2 other groups, but I really don't know about anyone else. Zhou Jing nodded, looking at these young individuals, feeling a bit shocked that it had truly come to cannibalism. Forget it, I'll give you a quick end. The boy looked at Zhou Jing and her group in disbelief. They could really do it. After cleaning up the battlefield, they set off for the city again. On the way, Wang Qian was no longer as relaxed as at the beginning, hesitating whether to speak or not while looking at Zhou Jing's group. Speak up if there's something. Hurry and say it. Don't let it affect our mood. Seeing Zhou Jing finally open her mouth, Wang Qian thought for a moment before speaking. Why didn't you mutate after being scratched by a zombie? Zhou Jing chuckled. You've been troubled by this the whole way? Well, it's good to tell you. The whole car was secretly laughing, which made Wang Qian's heart flutter. How could a whole car of people be zombies? She was really overthinking it. The zombie virus has no significant effect after level 5. What? Wang Qian looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief as she said this, while everyone in the car remained calm. Clearly already aware of this news, yet it hadn't even spread in the city. We discovered it by accident. There was a level 5 ability user who was bitten by a zombie and surprisingly did not mutate, and that is how we learned about it. We don't know if level 4 will mutate, but at least level 5 won't. It felt like a watershed moment. Before level 5, they could only attack and had no antibodies, but after level 5, they had antibodies and could also attack. Wang Qian was stunned by what Zhou Jing said. If this information could be reported, it would definitely be a major breakthrough. The reason it had never been discovered before was probably that people had gotten used to hiding from zombies. Even if they leveled up, they wouldn't dare to test the waters, afraid of getting infected, so it made sense. After learning this, Wang Qian began to think crazily about what advantages this could bring her, while she kept glancing at Zhou Jing and the others. Understanding her thoughts, Zhou Jing sighed. This information can be reported, but first, if anything goes wrong, you bear the consequences. Second, if you really get close to the higher-ups, I want to know all the information. This was Zhou Jing's condition, with the second condition being the most important to her at the moment. By the way, no matter what, you must not expose me, unless I appear myself. Otherwise, I will make you know what it means to die quietly. Zhou Jing didn't trust Wang Qian, a person full of schemes, and knew that she couldn't be completely regarded as a friend. Moreover, she understood what was most important to her. So, it was better to negotiate a condition with her, which would allow her to control herself better. After Zhou Jing finished speaking, Wang Qian's face turned pale. She understood Zhou Jing's threat and realized that Zhou Jing didn't consider her a trustworthy person. They were merely using each other, and Zhou Jing's threat was even more significant. After thinking it over carefully, Wang Qian nodded. I understand. When I go back, I'll have to rely on luck. If I can really get close to the central building and manage at a high level, everything I know will be shared with you. Zhou Jing nodded in satisfaction. The few companions beside her shivered at her coldness. When did Zhou Jing become so scheming, thinking everything through like this, and negotiating conditions with such a strong threat? But they liked it. The group chuckled. With this connection, their chances of entering the city were even greater, even if they didn't understand at first. After mingling with Zhou Jing for so long, they had come to realize that if entering another Bay City was a temporary move, then the city was Zhou Jing's ultimate destination. She had plans in mind, and although she hadn't shared them with them, it didn't matter. They just needed to know that here, they would follow Zhou Jing's lead. Their life together for so long had made them blindly obey Zhou Jing's orders. No need to think. After all, Zhou Jing had her own plans. After discussing things, Wang Qian regained her cheerfulness, chatting with Zhou Jing and the others along the way. The car drove quickly, and everyone looked at the city base ahead, which resembled a fortress, and their hearts sank slightly. Only Wang Qian was excited. She was back. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhou Jing let Wang Qian down and said, "Go ahead, don't tell anyone you know us. We're afraid you might encounter danger. So from now on, we are strangers." Wang Qian nodded, smiling as she wished them well. After watching Wang Qian enter, a few people followed her. They immediately understood that Wang Qian must be relatively important since she was taken away as soon as she appeared. They really had to be careful. The group exchanged glances, and no one's face looked relaxed. This was the city. Looking at Zhou Jing's expression, everyone laughed. "Don't worry about so much. Who cares what it is? Since we are here, let's stir up this pool of water. We'll follow you, Sister Zhou Jing. Just go ahead and cause some trouble." Zhou Jing laughed heartily. "Let us go." The group arrived at the base entrance. A few people. The recorder lazily looked at Zhou Jing and her group. For adults, 2 children. The recorder then stood up and noticed the 2 children who were even shorter than the table. "You also brought a zombie beast?" "No, just a mutated beast. It doesn't bite or harm people." The recorder nodded, a glint of light flashing in their eyes. "All right, you can go in for inspection, but leave the cat behind." Zhou Jing then understood their intention, and her smile instantly turned cold. The reason this mutated beast was so docile was that there was a beast tamer in their team. Beast tamer? The recorder's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, which meant her chances of promotion were gone. After all, they had heard about the beast tamer, and there was said to be a base where a beast tamer resided, but they had never seen who it was. Zhou Jing let her pet hold the cat and walked out. After confirming that the cat would not suddenly attack, the recorder waved her hand, allowing the little girl to go inside. She recorded Zhou Jing and their abilities and levels, seeing nothing noteworthy, and let them in. Each of them was around level 3, which was uninteresting. Zhou Jing specifically downplayed their ability levels. After all, it was already known from Wang Qian that Ling Sang and their group held a relatively high status in this base, and once they had status, they would want to recruit high-level abilities as much as possible. However, she did not wish to attract attention or let any of their factions recruit her. The urgent task now was to figure out her father's status. Before the apocalypse, they had indeed been close, but after so long, Zhou Jing had to sound an alarm in her heart. No matter what Ling Sang said, her father had no doubts at all and even took the opportunity to promote Ling Sang. What was her weight in his heart? This was what puzzled Zhou Jing the most. Once they entered the base, everyone looked at Zhou Jing, waiting for her next instruction. To gather information as soon as possible, they decisively hired a receptionist to guide them. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Hua. You are currently in the central garden of the city base." They looked at the crowd of non-ability users and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Central Garden? What a nice name." Xiao Hua briefly introduced, saying, "Of course it sounds nice. Haha, I'll take you for a walk over there. This area is for ability users, and there's a task guild. You should all know that I'm just here to guide you." After saying that, Xiao Hua smiled flatteringly. Zhou Jing nodded. "Is there anything we need to pay attention to here?" "Yes. Fighting is not allowed in the base. That's the most important thing." Zhou Jing and the others nodded, indicating they understood. "Is there anywhere else?" "Yes. I'll take you to the central building." Xiao Hua's eyes sparkled when she said this. The central building was established by Lord Zhou Xie. There are specialized researchers studying antibodies for the lost virus, and there are also personnel to protect the base. Moreover, Lord Zhou often distributes water and food to us. In our eyes, Lord Zhou is like a god. Zhou Jing raised an eyebrow. She had already heard about this Zhou Xie from the second person. It seemed that everyone in the base thought this way. A person like a god, with a halo? Is Lord Zhou an ability user? Yes. Lord Zhou has wood-type abilities. I heard she is currently researching how to grow food again. If she succeeds, it will definitely be a great thing. Zhou Jing sneered. The town over there had long begun attempts at planting, and whether it succeeded or not, it would ultimately become her credit. This Zhou Xie was quite strange. After roughly understanding the operation of this base, Zhou Jing gave Xiaohua a few breads and took the group to the task guild. They were going to stay in the city for a long time, so they needed to check if there were any tasks suitable for them, to recognize people and familiarize themselves with the routine. After discussing, the group headed towards the task guild. Along the way, they were constantly being scrutinized by strangers. Zhou Jing and the others found it strange, but in this unfamiliar place, they couldn't make a scene. They could only assume that these people were curious about them. Upon entering the guild, They indeed found a bustling scene. People were selecting suitable tasks from the task board. Most ability users were picking level tasks, while some seemingly easy tasks were also level tasks, suitable for ordinary people. Although they had no good feelings about this place, they still had to admit that it was relatively friendly to ordinary people. After looking around, they finally focused on a level task. There was one task that seemed to have been posted for a long time, which caught Zhou Jing and the others' attention. Go to Spider Forest to find the missing young master of the Shun family, Shun Songji. The task reward was a 2-story villa with a garden and 2 level 4 crystal cores. 2 level 4 crystal cores were already quite a reward for people nowadays. Not to mention, they would also get a small villa within the city base. Just thinking about it was exciting. After discussing, the group decided to take this task first and then find a place to rest, waiting to set out tomorrow. Thus, Zhou Jing silently accepted the task, and a team of people came to take them away. This plot doesn't seem right. The few people looked at Zhou Jing with suspicious eyes and hurriedly explained, "We are from the Shun family. We heard that you accepted the task and are very happy. So our family head would like to invite you all to our Shun family for a visit." Seeing these people's demeanor, Zhou Jing and her group decided that since someone had invited them, they might as well go. It wouldn't be polite not to go. Zhou Jing felt no embarrassment at all. After all, they were looking for their child, and knowing more would be beneficial to them. So they followed along. Seeing Zhou Jing's attitude, the others chuckled and followed suit. What was there to fear? Were they afraid that these people would eat them? Soon, following them, the group arrived at the Shun family. The family head looked at the visitors with a worried expression. "Are you really capable?" This was the family head's first sentence upon seeing them. Zhou Jing was taken aback, having never encountered someone greeting her like this. She blankly replied, "Why wouldn't we be able to?" The family head saw Zhou Jing's expression and realized that his words might have been a bit excessive, quickly apologizing. "I'm truly sorry. I've been a bit flustered these days due to family matters." "It's fine." Zhou Jing generously waved her hand. "I understand. Such matters can indeed be quite troublesome. Can you tell me specifically what happened?" "Yes." The Shin family head finally regained his composure and said after a moment of contemplation, "It was about a week ago. My son formed a small team with a group of friends in the base to take on tasks. At first, I thought he was just messing around, but after seeing some growth in him, I stopped saying much. A week ago, he accepted a task at the Task Guild to go to Spider Forest to find a new type of mutated mushroom called spider mushroom. I definitely wouldn't agree to this. Small skirmishes are one thing, but the Spider Forest is known as the Death Forest." "Death Forest?" Zhou Jing raised an eyebrow and asked. "Yes. This forest wasn't always so terrifying, but I don't know when it started that the spiders mutated more and more. Now they are everywhere, no matter the level of ability user. Once you go in, you won't come out. Therefore, I didn't agree. Who would have thought that this kid would sneak out with his friends while I was away? And then there was no news. Later, I also released this task. As you saw, at first there were people who took it on, but it ended up being the same as before. No return after going. Eventually, no one took it anymore, and the task just sat idle. So I had someone keep an eye on it, and once someone took it, they would bring it back so I could explain the situation. If they could really do it, that would be the best." Zhou Jing looked at the family head who seemed to be in his 50s, with white hair starting to show, and understood he was really troubled. He clearly wanted someone to rescue his son, but was afraid that if the task was too difficult, it would cause unnecessary losses, so he had someone watch it. This family head, for what she could see, was truly a decent person at heart. If she could build a good relationship with him over this matter, it would be a good thing. "We have accepted this task, but how can we find your son?" "That's right." The head of the Shun family nearly cried tears of joy upon hearing Zhou Jing's words. After all, he was the first to agree so readily after hearing the details. "I embedded a positioning device in his backpack. This device can locate his current position, and I have many of the same devices. You just need to tune it to the same frequency." Saying this, he had someone bring out a small positioning device, adjusted it, and handed it to Zhou Jing. "The frequency is already set. You can see his location from here." Zhou Jing took it, looked at the position on the device, and nodded. "Good, very nice. If you don't mind, can I also put a locator on you?" After thinking about it, it seemed there was nothing too private, so Zhou Jing agreed. "It's fine. No worries." The head of the Shun family called someone over to bring another positioning device and said, "I really am getting old. The guards at home aren't particularly high level. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to let you go. With this device, I can keep track of your movements, and if anything happens, I can respond in time. A father's love for his son truly reflects the heart of every parent. He is so considerate even towards others. Zhou Jing had a plan in her mind. We can only do our best to find him for you. You know that there are many mutated spiders there. If he has already had an accident, we will bring the locator back to you. If he is still alive, we will bring him back in one piece. Thank you, thank you. The head of the Shin family looked exhausted and told the people around him to prepare guest rooms for these few, help them wash up, and get their clothes ready. If you don't mind, please rest here for the night. I'll have them prepare food for you. After you finish eating, you can have a good rest tonight and set off tomorrow morning. All right, thank you very much. Zhou Jing and the others were indeed a bit tired, and after being shown to the rooms prepared for them, they washed up well. Then they had a simple meal and returned to bed to rest. Zhou Jing was truly not idle. She could now hear sounds from afar. Calmly concentrating, she listened towards the head of the Shun family's room. He seemed to be talking with the butler, just hoping these kids can be safe. As for that Zhou family, they harm me like this, so I won't hold back. Just wait a bit longer. The young master's combat power has always been what they fear. If the young master is not there. I know. Zhou family? Although she knew the head of the Shun family had not made things particularly clear, she didn't expect this matter to be related to the Zhou family. Her own father was indeed not to be underestimated now. However, now was not the best time to meet. She decided to wait a bit longer. Not eavesdropping on their conversation anymore. Zhou Jing suddenly remembered Wang Qian. Really, after seeing her brought in, there had been no contact. She didn't know what her situation was like now. Since she was going out on a mission tomorrow, why not meet tonight? After settling everything along the way, Zhou Jing leaped outside, following the scent to find a building. She had to say that the zombie's nose was quite useful. It actually helped her find someone so quickly. Getting back to her old trade of sticking to the wall, Zhou Jing quietly listened to the conversation inside. Wang Qian was discussing how to solve the water pollution issue with a man. It was clear that she had reported everything she knew. Going out on a mission indeed, and she had been reused because of this report. Watching that person leave, Zhou Jing quietly climbed through the window and startled Wang Qian, who was fully focused inside. She almost cried out, but relaxed upon seeing Zhou Jing. What are you doing here? It's nothing, just came to see how things are going here. It looks like you've been reused. Yes, the issue of water pollution and the level 5 ability users are indeed being taken seriously by the higher-ups. I really have to thank you for this. No need for that. Do you know about the spider forest? The spider forest? Wang Qian's face became somewhat serious. I know about that. It's notorious for having many spiders, most of which are poisonous, and basically, no one returns once they go. So, you guys took on a task there? Zhou Jing nodded. Wang Qian indeed looked worried. This was Zhou Jing's last attempt to gauge Wang Qian, and the result was satisfactory. She whispered, "Don't worry about us. We have a solid plan for the mission. I just need you to keep an eye on the conflict between the Shun and Zhou families. I should be gone for about 2 weeks. When I come back, I'll ask you. All right, then be careful." The two listened to the sounds outside and nodded. Zhou Jing flipped back out, just as someone knocked and came in, asking if she had just heard someone talking. "Nothing, just talking to myself." "Well, I came to discuss something with you." Without lingering, Zhou Jing hurried back to the Shun family. After comforting Yan Huan, she entered the space. Little Sang hadn't come out for a long time, had he? Is he still not recovered? Remembering how Little Sang looked a bit bigger last time she saw him, it felt so familiar. Forget it. Seeing that he hadn't come out, Zhou Jing could only leave the space with slight disappointment. It was almost dawn, time to set off. Stepping out of the space, Zhou Jing saw it was nearly 7 o'clock. She went outside, and everyone was indeed already up. The Shun family should be a big family with dedicated water ability users providing water sources for them. After confirming with LV Luo that the water had only a slight energy element and nothing else, they all washed up and went out. Outside, people had indeed prepared meals for them. Zhou Jing smiled and said to the head of the Shun family, "You are really too polite. You don't fear we won't complete the task by eating and taking for free." The head of the Shun family chuckled and said, "I've been a family head for so many years without being overly naive. I still have some discerning eyes." Zhou Jing and the others smiled, and after getting ready, they stepped out under their expectant gazes. "They're treating us so well. Could there be any conspiracy?" LV Luo suddenly said this while sitting in the car. Zhou Jing couldn't help but laugh, and the whole car erupted in laughter. She didn't expect LV Luo to have come out of her naive phase and learn to be suspicious. I don't think there is any conspiracy. We took this task ourselves, that they didn't force us, and even the requests they made were things we agreed to. It can be seen as a safety guarantee for us. Really, there is no conspiracy. LV Luo's rare moment of suspicion dissipated with everyone's laughter. I'm so sad. It's okay, it's okay. Zhou Jing patted her head and said, having a vigilant heart is a good thing. You all have finally grown up. LV Luo squinted her eyes, feeling enlightened. A few people followed the locator's display, and when they saw the forest, everyone was a bit dumbfounded because it was truly enormous. This forest, let alone finding it. Our locator looks so small. Can it really pinpoint our location? After walking quite a distance, everyone began to doubt. No wonder people have been so nice to them. They really were like newborn calves. If they could still see people when they first left the base here, apart from themselves, there was no one else. Shall we go in? Zhou Jing looked at the others. Yes, we must complete the mission well. The young people charged in, but without anyone leading the way, they quickly got lost. I'm so hungry, Elle said, rubbing her stomach and whining. Zhou Jing was also feeling a bit hungry. The group stopped and found a place to sit down. After starting a fire, everyone gathered around, waiting for Elle to cook. Qin Kong hesitated for a moment and said, Zhou Jing, can we let Qin Xing out for some fresh air? Zhou Jing slapped her forehead. How could I forget about Qin Xing? With a guilty heart, she hurriedly released Qin Xing. Once released, Qin Xing spun around Zhou Jing with a look of grievance, making Qin Kong feel jealous for a long time. Since we are already in this desolate place, let's just let her out to run around, and she can help us as well. Zhou Jing's explanation made Qin Kong roll her eyes at her, but seeing her sister getting freed, she reluctantly agreed. While eating, Qin Xing sat quietly watching, which made the others feel pressured. After thinking for a while, Zhou Jing finally said, Yan Xian, take Qin Xing out to eat something. Don't let her watch. She is losing her appetite. Okay. Yan Xian stood up, and Qin Xing looked at him warily. Be back early, keep an eye on her, and don't let her run off. Got it. As Yan Xian said this, he grabbed Qin Xing's clothes, and she anxiously tried to bite him, but he pulled her away before she could. Qin Kong watched with her heart racing, feeling scared, wondering if he would get bitten. Thinking this, she voiced her thoughts. Zhou Jing looked at their distant figures and said, Don't worry, she shouldn't get bitten. You could trust Yan Xian's skills. And then Qin Xing, feeling scared, took a bite of meat. Should we leave some food for Yan Xian? Oh, no need. He should be able to take care of Qin Xing. I hope so. The group ate slowly, discussing how those two hadn't returned yet. Zhou Jing wasn't too anxious. Under normal circumstances, those zombies wouldn't harm Yan Xian and the others. But she feared those mutated beast zombies or zombie spiders. After all, the spiders here had almost become a specialty. Everyone talked about the spiders. I'm quite helpless too. After waiting for a while, when everyone began to feel a bit impatient, the two finally arrived late, covered in red and white. Qin Xing looked particularly disheveled. Upon seeing Zhou Jing, she seemed ready to pounce, but was pushed aside in disdain by Zhou Jing. Yan Xian over there also had a face full of disdain because he too had gotten smeared with stuff. So annoying. I never get dirty when I'm alone. But bringing her along makes Zhou Jing look down on me. Yan Xian felt very wronged. I wouldn't have been looked down upon if I had gone out alone. Then, they were ignored. Elle came out with a few water balls to wash them off. With a look of disdain, she said, If you two get this dirty again, I won't wash you anymore. Zhou Jing laughed uncontrollably beside her, leaving Yan Xian helpless to explain, It's really not me. After laughing enough, they headed towards the location on the navigation, only to find that the originally few mutated beasts had increased as they moved deeper in, and their levels were slowly rising as well. Zhou Jing tried to release some pressure, but it didn't help much. It felt like waves of them were coming. Could it be organized behavior? What a joke. What will we do if the mutated beasts start behaving in an organized way? This was the thought of the three. Zhou Jing, however, was a bit convinced. After all, both she and Yan Xian had thoughts. Now Qin Xing was also starting to understand slowly. She looked down at her treasure. Fortunately, she was an invisible little girl, which made them slightly relieved. However, Zhou Jing's eyes still darkened. She just hoped their trust in her Wu Ti be betrayed. The group cleared another wave of mutated beasts and sat down to rest, feeling slightly tired. This was already the 5th wave of mutated beasts they had encountered after moving deeper. The levels of these mutated beasts were gradually increasing, and their numbers were also growing. Although they had obtained quite a few crystal cores, they looked at the crystal cores in Zhou Jing's hand. Zhou Jing asked, "Treasure, do you need crystal cores for evolution?" The treasure, somewhat puzzled, replied, "But I'm an ordinary person. Giving me crystal cores is useless. Then we'll absorb them first. Later at the base. You can tell us what you want to buy, and we'll give you crystal cores. Okay?" "Okay," the treasure said understandingly, stroking the chestnut in her arms. The chestnut was comfortably purring. Zhou Jing distributed the high-level crystal cores to the 2 girls, absorbed 2 for herself to replenish her strength, and casually gave Yanxin a few. Meanwhile, Qing Xing completely refused, as she couldn't absorb the crystal cores anyway, and didn't want to eat something that had just attacked them, especially since those mutated beasts were poisonous. After they all absorbed the crystal cores, they set off again on their search. "Did you hear any sounds?" Elle asked, focusing her ears. The group quickly held their breath and listened seriously, saying, "Water?" "Yes," Elle said excitedly. "I think we're not far from a water source. If we walk a bit further, we should set up camp." Everyone looked at the already late sky and nodded in agreement. However, it seemed quite unsafe inside, and they didn't know what to do at night. Being ambushed would be troublesome. They thought a lot, but since they had accepted the mission, they must complete it well. They walked towards the water source. The closer they got, the more they could hear the sound of flowing water. Their footsteps unconsciously quickened. They had expected to see a lush scene, but the deeper they went, the more they found that the flowers, grass, and trees seemed to be wilting. The more they walked in, the more alarmed they became. If the outside was just wilting, then the inside was completely withered. The river. Near this pile of withered trees was a river. Their feet felt a bit weak on the ground, fearing they would be poisoned, and indeed, the soil in this area had already cracked. They strolled towards the river. Elle carefully held the treasure and reminded him to hold the cat well, not to let the chestnut run around. This area was very strange. When they reached the riverbank, they were also shocked by the sight. The water flowing in the river was the same color they had seen outside, but here it was much denser. The entire river was a deep black, and the swirling water was making everything around it lifeless. "What's going on? Let's go back," Zhou Jing hurriedly said, fearing that staying here too long would have an effect on everyone. Saying this, Zhou Jing led the group back the way they came. Then she said seriously, "I feel that the toxins here are rampant, and it has a certain relation to the water. Moreover, looking at its direction, it seems that this water should also be polluting the outside. Just now when we were standing there, I was really afraid that the splashed water or something would be inhaled by us. If that's the case, we might really be in trouble." After saying that, Zhou Jing looked at Yan Huan. "Did you see anything strange when you just came out?" Yan Huan thought for a moment, shook his head, and then handed out a crystal core. "This is food we obtained nearby." Zhou Jing almost facepalmed. The loopholes in that statement were too many. What on earth is food? Ainjadang? Zhou Jing hurriedly asked. "This crystal core feels very comfortable." Very comfortable. Zhou Jing realized something was off. If Yan Huan said it felt comfortable, it meant that the ability users would feel uncomfortable. Thinking of this, she snatched the crystal core and looked closely. Sure enough, the originally crystalline core was covered with black patterns. Zhou Jing just held the crystal core for a while and already wanted to devour it. A constant feeling of desire surged within her. Then she said, "It's this crystal core that makes you uncomfortable, right?" After saying that, she glanced at LV Luo and the others, who couldn't even speak. "What do you think about this crystal core?" LV Luo and Qing Kong seemed to ignore Zhou Jing's question and seriously felt the crystal core, then said seriously, "It does make us feel very uncomfortable." Zhou Jing nodded and said, "I know. Since we can't stay by the river," the few of them sat down. "It looks like we'll have to keep watch tonight." Zhou Jing thought that if these two didn't rest well, it would definitely affect their performance. So she and Yan Huan chose to keep watch at night. And it was strictly forbidden for Xiao Xiao to hypnotize herself. Originally, she wouldn't feel tired as a zombie, but now it felt more normal. The two had no choice but to hold their treasures and sleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing was carefully exploring the crystal core. These fine black patterns, although they felt very comfortable to her, when she calmed down to feel them, she found that the dark energy on the crystal core was quite violent. Even if she tried to sort it out carefully, it was still tangled. Not to mention the issue of absorption. She was afraid that if she absorbed it all, she would be directly destroyed and become a real zombie. Seeing them sleeping soundly, Zhou Jing could only slowly sort through it, listening to the sounds around her. The treasure zombie cat, Lizzie, actually didn't need to rest, but as a cat, it seemed to have cat-like habits, preferring to lie down there doing nothing. Even if it didn't sleep, it had to lie down. Then the two of them simultaneously looked up at the source of the sound. Fragmented living sounds kept coming out, and Zhou Jing and Lizzie were on high alert, while Yan Huan opened his eyes, and Qing Xing had already taken a defensive posture. Only those three girls were still sleeping soundly. The few zombies looked helpless because they smelled the scent of their kind. Zhou Jing couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Was a zombie beast or a zombie? When a fragmented sound grew louder, everyone was prepared to attack. Then, sure enough, they saw a zombie. A zombie? There are actually zombies in this forest? We thought there would only be zombie beasts and mutated spiders here. As a result, a zombie suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, the clothes on this zombie were already dirty, but it was not missing any arms or legs. It just looked off in color, almost a bluish purple. It was different from the usual grayish purple of zombies. It resembled the color of poisoning, similar to what they saw in that river. Zhou Jing carefully identified its appearance. It didn't seem to be the young master of the Shen family. Moreover, he was wearing clothes, and the locator still showed that the young master of the Shen family was far away. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jing put her hand down. I'll handle this. You all be careful. The color of this zombie's body is already off. The zombies from my family are all simple and brutal types. I'm afraid if they go up and kill this zombie, they would get contaminated with something they shouldn't eat. That would be terrible. When Yan Huan heard Zhou Jing was going, he relaxed, but his eyes still fixed on the zombie, while Qing Xing, although not quite understanding the command, nodded upon seeing Yan Huan's expression and sat down. Lizzie was even more relaxed. Upon hearing Zhou Jing's words, he licked his paw and closed his eyes to sleep again. Zhou Jing didn't look at them, but took out a long knife from her space. She had seen this in a small shop some time ago. Although it wasn't a magical sword that could cut through steel, it was enough to deal with this kind of zombie. So, this level 2 zombie, under Zhou Jing's gaze, was slashed down from a distance. This strike didn't hit anything else but cut through the skin on its neck. Instantly, the blood that spurted out corroded the long sword in Zhou Jing's hand with spots. This is a bit toxic. Zhou Jing hadn't thought much before, but seeing how corrosive this venom was, she immediately became alert. If the zombies here are this toxic, she really had to weigh her options. Thinking of this, she stopped hesitating, lunged forward, and chopped off the zombie's head. Luckily, everyone was far enough away. The moment the zombie's head fell, it polluted the ground with grass. Unbelievable. That was the only phrase Zhou Jing could think of. In any case, she had dealt with this zombie, and as for its crystal core, she thought for a moment and pried open its skull with a knife. Sure enough, she saw the crystal core. The color of this core was almost similar to the one in her hand, but the black stripes on it were much more abundant, as if it were crawling with black bugs. It might make ability users feel uncomfortable, but Zhou Jing found herself wanting to eat it. Suppressing that little bit of greedy feeling, Zhou Jing put this stone into her space. She hadn't sorted out the previous stone yet. After this incident, everyone looked around again, and after realizing that this zombie had probably wandered in unintentionally, they felt relieved and rested again. They also covered the previously polluted area with soil, fearing that someone would accidentally touch it. After dealing with all this, Zhou Jing finally had a quiet moment to sort through this stone. Although she had already gained some understanding of this crystal core, when she tried to explore it deeply again, she found that the energy was frighteningly violent. Thus, Zhou Jing fell into meditation once more. The result of this was that by the time dawn arrived, the stones still hadn't been sorted out. But Zhou Jing felt that her mental strength seemed to have improved a bit. Looking at the experience bar, indeed, after a night of cultivation, her level had reached a critical point again. Now what she needed to do was to consolidate it well. Slowly standing up, The few little girls had already woken up. They looked at Zhou Jing and the others, who didn't seem tired and couldn't believe that they had actually fallen asleep last night and slept so deeply. Under Zhou Jing's guidance, they saw what had happened last night. Their blood actually had corrosive properties. LV Luo thought for a moment and asked Zhou Jing to take out the knife. Using her water ability, she condensed a small water droplet onto the corrosive spot. However, the originally crystalline water droplet, upon touching this corrosive little black spot, slowly turned red, then deep red, and finally black. LV Luo shivered. You said that my water system ability will not flow back after being called upon him, and then it polluted me as well. My goodness, Green Ivy. How can you always get to the point? No one has thought about this issue. So, for this hunting activity, Green Ivy needs to be careful. If Green Ivy throws something into the water and gets polluted, and our own people encounter it, they will also get hurt. Everyone looked at Green Ivy. Haha, this time you have it easy. Green Ivy looked at the group of unkindly smiling people with a gloomy face, feeling really helpless. All right, stop laughing. Let us get ready to move. Our target is that young Master Shun. After we find him, we can discuss this pollution issue. I feel that the pollution outside has a significant relationship with here. So let's leave this place first. Okay. After everyone responded, they left the river. Looking at the injured locator, they all moved forward together. The deeper they went, the colder it felt, and when they reached a certain position, the frequency of zombie beasts appearing decreased significantly, and eventually they disappeared. The mutated beasts. The group, who initially had a hint of suspicion, became extremely tense as they got closer to the locator. Because it was eerily quiet here. There were no sounds of grass rustling, no insect chirping, and no sound of the wind. The whole place felt completely dead silent. Sister Jing, what should we do? Green Ivy couldn't help but ask. We can only wait for now. I feel like they're getting closer to us, Zhou Jing said, smelling a foul odor. The smell resembled something rotten. Suddenly, a sound of something sliding through the previously quiet surroundings broke the silence, and the sound was incredibly fragmented. Zhou Jing and the others instantly became tense, unsure how to deal with the sounds coming from all directions. They're coming. Zhou Jing's voice was tense and slightly distorted. She herself wasn't afraid, but she was worried that the two little girls would get hurt. They're coming. Suddenly, everyone heard an echo of something, as if mimicking Zhou Jing's words. They're coming. Something seemed to be imitating me. Here it comes. Swish. Zhou Jing turned her head, feeling a rush of wind on her cheek, and looked nervously at what had fallen to the ground. It was a small spider. It had a thread trailing behind it, and after seeing that it didn't hurt Zhou Jing, it retracted the thread and scurried away to hide somewhere else. Be careful. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged at Green Ivy. Zhou Jing hurriedly ran over, pulled Green Ivy away, and said to Yan Xian and Qing Xing, "You two protect them." Yan Xian nodded, but Qing Xing looked a bit confused, then moved closer to Qing Kong. In that moment, Qing Kong seemed to see her sister's original self again, always putting herself first, always thinking of herself first, and would also protect herself. It was all her own uselessness. The familiar feeling instantly gave Qing Kong strength. When she saw a dark shadow approaching her with a blade, she unleashed a wind blade. Whoosh! The black object was instantly sliced in half, but the liquid sprayed out. Qing Kong saw that she couldn't dodge it, and, just as she was about to get hit, Qing Xing pulled her aside. Safe now. Looking at the black liquid that splattered on the ground, Qing Kong finally relaxed a little. Thank you. She looked at Qing Xing. But Qing Xing turned her head and looked at Zhou Jing. I don't talk to food. Qing Kong's action seemed to annoy the people around them. One after another, dark shadows descended like rain. Be careful. Be careful. The voices seemed to extinguish their fighting spirit. Zhou Jing took out her long knife, thought for a moment, then took out several knives and handed them to everyone, saying, "You need to be careful. Cut down only if you can ensure you avoid the liquid. If not, just swat it away. If the knife gets corroded and can't be used, just throw it away, okay? Okay. Qing Kong, you're ranged. Try to cut the threads behind them to destabilize them, so we can attack in time." Sure, no problem. Qing Kong instantly found her confidence. This was something she could do. Saying this, she aimed at another shadow flying over, sending a wind blade flying. There was a bang, the thread snapped, and at the same time, Qing Xing stepped forward and slammed the spider to the ground with her knife. Zhou Jing moved forward and crushed the spider on the ground. The cooperation between the group was quite tacit, and soon the ground was filled with corpses. However, this endless situation wasn't a solution. There were so many spiders, and they couldn't keep up with their stamina. You all stay here and deal with this. I'll go check over there. Zhou Jing pointed to the location where the sound was coming from. That place was also where Zhou Jing felt the most pressure. It might have a breakthrough point. Thinking this, she left the group and quietly moved in that direction. Sure enough, the further she went, the more intense the oppressive feeling became, and she could see more and more small spiders emerging from that spot. It reminded Zhou Jing of that time in the base, where the spiders could lay eggs frantically. Just how many small spiders did such a large spider have in stock? She didn't know. After clearing the small spiders in front of her, Zhou Jing circled around to the back of the big spider. Perhaps because she was a zombie, the spider was very low on alertness. Or perhaps it simply didn't take her seriously. Thinking this, she lightly leaped onto a tree and then jumped onto the back of the spider. The big spider finally realized something was wrong and shook its body vigorously, trying to throw off what was on it. Because the frequency of its movements was too fast, it even stopped laying eggs. Zhou Jing held on tightly, not giving it the chance. Remembering the location of the core that Li Zi found last time, it seemed to be here. She felt around for the soft spot and, without thinking too much, plunged her long knife down. Eek! The spider let out a sharp sound that made everyone feel pain in their ears. But it seemed like the spider didn't notice and continued to shake its body wildly. Zhou Jing's knife had already penetrated deep. No good. Doing this would only anger it, and wouldn't injure its core. Right now, she had no capable assistants nearby. The few of them were dodging the small spiders. Even if they came over, Green Ivy couldn't help, and Qing Kong's ability didn't seem to be able to harm it either. At this moment, Zhou Jing didn't notice that at the spider's wound, a mass of black thread was quietly crawling up her knife and onto her hand. Just as Zhou Jing became aware of it, the black thread had already entered her body. Not good. Zhou Jing hurriedly let go, but it was already too late. The black threads had entered her hand. Just when Zhou Jing was in a dilemma, a blue-purple lightning bolt struck down beside her. Zhou Jing realized something was wrong and quickly dodged to the side. Without anything to hold on to, she slipped and fell to the ground. Immediately, a second lightning bolt struck down, hitting Zhou Jing's knife. The lightning traveled down the knife and into the spider's body, striking it repeatedly as if it had found the right spot. Everyone heard the spider's voice growing quieter. Meanwhile, a foul odor began to emanate from the surroundings. The people in front had almost cleared the spiders, and upon noticing something was off with Zhou Jing's situation, they hurriedly ran over. I saw Zhou Jing sitting on the ground, her right arm already burned black. Everyone looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief, and suddenly, from the spider, they heard a man's voice. "Are you human?" As soon as LV Luo heard this, she exploded with anger. "If we're not human, what else could we be? Have you ever seen a zombie act like this?" Zhou Jing covered her arm, frowning. The lightning attribute was indeed powerful, and it just so happened to counter the properties of zombies. So now her entire arm was numb, and that tingling sensation was continuously spreading throughout her body. "No, I can't resolve this myself." The man looked at the crowd watching him with a somewhat embarrassed expression, scratched his nose, and jumped down from the spider. When he saw Zhou Jing's completely blackened right arm, he felt even more awkward. He raised his head to look at the unfriendly gazes from the group and swallowed his words. After all, he had never encountered such a situation before. His big move had inadvertently hit a person. This was something he had never even dared to imagine before today. "I'm really sorry. Are you okay?" Qing Kong's tone was noticeably lighter, but her words were still unceremonious. "Which of your eyes saw that she's okay?" The man lowered his head and asked, "Is there anything I can help with? Who are you? What's your name?" Zhou Jing didn't have time to think so much. She used her last bit of strength to take out the locator from her space. Sure enough, the small dot was beeping at her current location. "My name is Shun Songji." Zhou Jing sighed in relief. It was him. Take good care of him. After saying that, she threw out a large amount of food and water from her space. "I can't hold on for much longer. I need to rest." You guys take care of him and clarify things. LV Luo, help me treat this. After saying this, Zhou Jing fainted, leaving the group looking at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Finally, Yan Huan sprang into action. He picked Zhou Jing up into his arms and hid Qin Xing behind him. At this moment, Yan Huan looked especially reliable. Having always been the man behind Zhou Jing, he finally issued his first command. You all gather your things. We are leaving this place. He pointed at Shen Songji and said, Where did you live before? Take us there. Shen Songji, having done something wrong, dared not refuse. He nodded quickly and led them to a cave where he had always lived. Once everyone was settled, Yan Huan told LV Luo, You cook and prepare supplies. Qin Kong, clean up the surroundings. If anything seems off, get rid of it. Go back to that spider and get the crystal core. As for you, Yan Huan looked at Shen Songji and said, You go with Qin Kong. Only then did everyone remember that, due to Zhou Jing's issue, they had forgotten about the crystal core. After Yan Huan finished giving orders, everyone hurriedly followed his instructions. Yan Huan held Zhou Jing, lowering his gaze, lost in thought. Zhou Jing's situation was indeed not good. The lightning had built up in her body and could not be released. Moreover, she was entangled by that strange black line. And with the lightning urging her, suddenly, Zhou Jing felt unwell. Little zombie came out. Zhou Jing was a zombie in every sense of the word. Although she had human thoughts, could speak, and had emotions, her body was still that of a zombie. Therefore, when those black lines entered her body one by one, she did not feel particularly uncomfortable. Perhaps it was due to the similarity in properties. She didn't pay much attention to it. However, those bolts of lightning hit her body hard. Hiss! Zhou Jing looked around, curious about where she was now. The surroundings were a cold blue, resembling her space. But this time, there shouldn't be any little zombie. She could feel her own body, but I clearly remember fainting at the last moment. As she touched her body, Zhou Jing was still puzzled when she heard a familiar voice. How did you get yourself into such a mess? Hearing this voice, Zhou Jing suddenly looked up and saw the person she had been thinking about for a long time. Little Zombie was completely different from when they first met. Now, Little Zombie had grown quite tall and looked somewhat familiar. Before she could think more, she heard Little Zombie's familiar, disdainful voice. Can't you make things easier for me? After saying this, he stepped forward and gently touched her hair. You were hit by a lightning ability user? Zhou Jing lowered her head in shame. It seems that way. No matter how much she had grown in front of Little Zombie, she still felt like a novice. She didn't dare to retort. Little Zombie looked at her and said, Now I need to listen to me, calm your mind, and feel those two energies in your body. Zhou Jing closed her eyes, listening to Little Zombie's words. What you need to do now is to guide that black energy and let it expel the electricity from your body. How? Zhou Jing felt troubled. Little Zombie thought for a moment. It was indeed a bit hard to understand. So he said, that black energy carries a trace of moisture. Use that moisture to guide the electricity out. You need to know your constitution. You can absorb that black energy, but the electricity will indeed cause great harm to your body. Zhou Jing nodded. Although she understood, she knew she had to try. She calmed her mind and attempted to let that black energy hook onto a small tail of electricity, then gently pulled it back. Hiss! That hurts! Zhou Jing didn't expect it to hurt so much. Little Zombie saw Zhou Jing's expression and felt helpless, saying, I can't help you with this. Your body is currently in a coma, and what's operating now is your consciousness. All I could do is guide you, with no other choice. Zhou Jing took a deep breath. This time, she chose a finer strand of electricity and gently pulled it outward. This time, she was mentally prepared, and it didn't hurt as much as she had imagined. Although she managed to grasp it, she didn't know where to expel it. Little Zombie looked over and said, You can try to guide it out from a place where you feel no pain. For my hair? Zhou Jing noticed the helplessness in Little Zombie's eyes. Wherever is fine. Then I'll give it a try. Zhou Jing wasn't joking. She really let it follow her hair. To her surprise, it didn't hurt at all. It was just that her hair got stuck together with static electricity. As she continued, Zhou Jing became more and more proficient. Aside from a bit of pain when pulling, she felt almost no pain afterward. Moreover, she could clearly feel that her control over her strength was getting stronger. That little bit of pain no longer affected her. Taking a deep breath, she scanned her body with her mental energy. There were still a few strands left, and she just needed to expel them. The black threads were becoming easier to handle. She couldn't help but feel a bit amused. She had thought that these black lines would affect her, but who knew they would actually be used by her and be quite smooth. Zhou Jing couldn't help but chuckle, but when she pulled out the electricity, she accidentally used a bit too much force. Little zombie, watching from the side, said with a straight face, "You're really something." Zhou Jing chuckled and gently pulled out the electricity. Little zombie looked at Zhou Jing, who had obviously grown a lot, and his eyes dimmed a little. All right. After the last strand of electricity was pulled out, Zhou Jing finally relaxed. Little zombie, how did you come out? Is the charging complete? Xiao Sang looked at Zhou Jing, shaking his head with a complex expression. Because he wasn't really going to recharge. Instead, he would automatically shield himself when his true master appeared. So, thinking he was going to recharge was actually just him hiding away. This was something he took a long time to understand. He had seen his master. At first, the garbled characters from his master directly turned into memories that were etched in his mind after seeing him. I only came out because I saw you were having difficulties. But every time I see you, you seem to be in such a mess. After saying this, Xiao Sang smiled. Looking at you now, you should be adapting quite well. Right? Adapting quite well. As a zombie, the benefits shouldn't be too many. Xiao Sang put away his smile and returned to a formal demeanor, saying seriously now, I will check the host body. The host body check is complete. Host level, peak level 5. Host body evaluation level. The host's entire state is like a real zombie now. The host's next goal, become the zombie queen. Zhou Jing found it a bit strange as she listened to Xiao Sang's lengthy speech, especially when she heard the words zombie queen. That sounds a bit juvenile. Young man, this zombie queen refers to. Zhou Jing asked. Once you reach level 7, you will be able to command advanced zombies. But I can command them now, she replied. In addition to commanding, you can also enhance the abilities of advanced zombies, equivalent to giving all zombies a boost. Zhou Jing understood now, but felt a bit amused. Did she really have any anti-human intentions? Even if she could indeed enhance the zombies and command them, what exactly would she have them do? Wash some dishes? Hunt some meat? That seemed rather meaningless. However, no matter what, since she had this ability, there would definitely be useful applications in the future. Zhou Jing felt relieved. Anyway, that name sounds quite powerful, ahaha. All right, Xiao Sang, can I go back now? Zhou Jing stood up, stretched a bit, feeling no discomfort anymore. And during the check, it said I was already at peak level 5. Am I really at peak level 5? Xiao Sang nodded. Your abilities have indeed improved while you were guiding the electricity. When you go back later, you will be able to integrate properly. Zhou Jing nodded. It was then that Xiao Sang seemed to remember something and said, wait, are those black lines of yours still scattered chaotically? Yes, Zhou Jing realized. It seemed her black lines had indeed not been resolved yet. Listen to me. Now gather all the black lines and compress them to the smallest size. Following Xiao Sang's instructions, Zhou Jing focused and gathered the black lines. However, those black lines were quite disobedient. Even after gathering, they kept running around, causing trouble. Zhou Jing exerted a lot of effort to finally form a mass, then kept compressing and compressing until that big ball shrank into a small dot. Yet this tiny little bead contained quite a large amount of energy. All right, now move it to your forehead. Forehead. Zhou Jing felt a bit flustered, seeing that the already compressed small dot expanded a bit again. She hurriedly calmed herself down and compressed it back down. Then she slowly moved it to her forehead. At her forehead, the small round ball finally settled down and began to rotate slowly. After waiting for a while and seeing that it showed no signs of running around, she slowly opened her eyes. Her hand unconsciously reached for her forehead. This feeling was quite strange. Seeing that Zhou Jing had settled it, Xiao Sang said from now on, every time you absorb black energy, compress it onto this bead. Then when you train your mental strength, use this bead to circulate throughout your body. It will slowly temper your physique. One had to admit, the things in this forest, although bizarre, were indeed quite beneficial, especially for zombies. Zhou Jing nodded, indicating she understood. All right, there's nothing left. You can go back. What about you? Zhou Jing asked. Me? I want to go back. I haven't fully charged yet. When will you be fully charged? When I'm ready, I'll come out to see you. Oh, okay. Zhou Jing looked at Xiao Sang's increasingly distant figure and suddenly realized his face looked just like Yan Huan's. This discovery caught her off guard. Then she felt her consciousness becoming more and more blurred. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a group of people surrounding her, all looking worried. She glanced over at Yan Huan and remembered the scene she had thought of before losing consciousness. How did it suddenly turn from an ordinary story into a horror story? Sister Jing, are you all right? Qin Kong and LV Luo looked very worried. Zhou Jing rubbed her forehead, slowly sat up, moved her body, and found that the burn area on her right side had disappeared, likely treated by LV Luo. The baby and Xiao Sang were lying in the tent. Zhou Jing looked around and noticed they had already moved away from the original place they started at, feeling a bit more relaxed as she leaned against Yan Huan's embrace. She didn't know when it started, but Yan Huan's back was already warm. What about that guy who injured me? Bring him to me. Zhou Jing didn't want to discuss whether this guy was Shun Xiaoyi. She just wanted to drag him over and punch him a few times. LV Luo seemed to have been waiting for this sentence from Zhou Jing for a long time. After she finished speaking, she brought over Shun Songji, who was peeking out nervously. Spidergrass. Sister Jing. LV Luo glared fiercely at Shun Songji. Shun Songji looked confused, staring blankly at the people surrounding him with unfriendly expressions. I want 10 minutes of uninterrupted time to explain. Speak. My name is Shun Songji. I entered this forest a long time ago. I don't remember exactly when. And there's nothing here to tell the time. Then, that big spider, because of it my teammates all died. After all, we had only heard about it. We had never seen it in person. That day, we charged in as usual, but unexpectedly, we were ambushed by a spider. After my teammates died, I managed to escape using my abilities and hid for a long time until you all came. Actually, I didn't want to harm you. I just really didn't see you and thought something was wrong with this spider. So I ran over and saw the spider seemed very agitated. My previous attacks barely hurt it, so seeing its condition, I just struck without thinking. I really didn't expect there would be someone up there, and then I saw my attack seem to work, so That's your reason? Zhou Jing had nothing to say and closed her eyes. How to put it? His statement always felt chaotic. He didn't clarify specific details, and he brushed over the deaths of his teammates lightly. He also didn't explain much about his time hiding here. Overall, he seemed to have hidden quite a few secrets regarding the deaths of his teammates. But it didn't matter. Zhou Jing didn't care about that. I'll reluctantly let you pass. Zhou Jing's face was still a bit pale as she slowly stood up. Shun Songji chuckled. How could a successor of a family not even be able to narrate the events clearly? Zhou Jing ignored him, moving her arms and stretching her legs. It seems I've leveled up. After a long time, when Shun Songji was about to be nervous to death, Zhou Jing finally spoke. I'm so hungry, Green Creeper. I want to eat. Green Creeper finally relaxed. With tears in her eyes, she said she would come. Zhou Jing really scared them a couple days ago. They didn't expect Zhou Jing to actually be unconscious for so long, and her body was always exuding a sense of death. Yan Huan also had a bad expression. Every time he looked at Shun Songji, it was as if he wanted to eat him. Fortunately, Zhou Jing really woke up. Luckily, they didn't wait in vain. After eating, everyone knew that Zhou Jing's situation was over. Shun Songji's expression was slightly unnatural, but he still thickened his face and followed them, no matter the reason. What he did was indeed inappropriate. We want to hold your identity against you. Anyway, the locator shows you. So we'll find out if you're human when we get back. I almost forgot to ask, what is your mission here? Shun Songji's expression changed, and he remained silent for a long time. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. Our mission is to rescue you, and I'm not interested in whether you completed your task or not. When Shun Songji saw Zhou Jing's reaction, he finally realized that his response was a bit excessive. He hesitated for a moment and said, Our mission this time is to collect the highly toxic plant, spidergrass. It feels suspicious to collect a highly toxic plant for no reason. Zhou Jing glanced at Shun Songji and nodded. Indeed, if things like this make others suspicious, it won't be good. The employer didn't show up. We just need to give this to the Task Guild to receive our reward. Because this matter is strange. I've always wanted to investigate whose handiwork it is. But this matter, I understand. It's because we just met and you're afraid to disclose. Worried it would attract our attention. All right, I want to say more. After we help you complete the task, you can help us finish ours. When Zhou Jing heard him mention the highly toxic plant, the plant they saw by the river suddenly popped in her mind. Although she didn't know if it was spider grass, it definitely had toxicity. Plus, relating it to the black water that affected the entire forest and mutated beasts. She was also very interested. And, thinking of the grass-type plant, she recalled that little sprout in her hand that was of no use. You can finally be useful. Are you happy, surprised, or shocked? Zhou Jing smiled. If that plant really caused the water to turn black, then the little sprout could definitely eat that plant. Looking at Shun Songji, who still looked pained, Zhou Jing smiled mischievously. Have you seen spider grass? Shun Songji suddenly looked up, staring at Zhou Jing's smile. Although he was a bit unaccustomed, he still seriously said he had seen it. Good, that makes things easier. Zhou Jing stood up, and after everyone packed up their things, she said, I might know where the spider grass you mentioned is. Shun Songji looked at Zhou Jing in surprise, not expecting her to help him, especially under the circumstance where he had some shadows. His eyes flickered, unsure what Zhou Jing wanted to obtain from him. Embarrassed, Shun Songji laughed twice and agreed. Then please take me to see it. Zhou Jing pretended not to notice his hesitation. After all, the two people who had just cooperated needed to present something substantial to gain trust, right? So after everyone was ready, they walked towards the plant they had just seen. They walked in front, while Zhou Jing and Yan Huan walked behind. Zhou Jing carefully observed Yan Huan. Sure enough, Yan Huan was different. He was not the silly and sweet Yan Huan she had known before. The current Yan Huan seemed to have a strong presence, though she couldn't quite say what it was. However, the current Yan Huan undoubtedly brought her a sense of security. She also recalled the little gloomy look she had seen. Zhou Jing's mind was a bit chaotic, which was also the reason she hadn't spoken to Yan Huan since waking up. She didn't know what to say to Yan Huan. Should she say, you seem to have grown up? You seem to have become more sensible. Why didn't you tell me about your changes? That was what Zhou Jing really wanted to ask. Initially, she thought Yan Huan was just a zombie she encountered on the road. She never expected that Yan Huan would have so many secrets, and she didn't know any of them. However, when she saw Yan Huan's previous actions, she would have thought he would be any different. Zhou Jing looked up at Yan Huan. Yan Huan also lowered his head, a smile on his lips, with loving eyes. What's wrong? Yan Huan asked. Zhou Jing's face suddenly flushed. She hurriedly lowered her head and quickly walked forward. It's nothing. What's wrong with me? Why do I blush when I see Yan Huan? Haven't I always treated Yan Huan like a child? Haven't I always equated his feelings with that little zombie? What's wrong with me? It must be because I saw the little zombie's face and thought too much. And now I'm sick. It must be like that. She was just sick because she saw Yan Huan. After taking a couple of quick steps forward, Zhou Jing gradually calmed down. What exactly is her relationship with Yan Huan now? Is he someone she can rely on? Or is he a person who can treat her well? Zhou Jing didn't dare to think deeply, but this question had already taken root in her mind. Yan Huan was different from before, but this Yan Huan was still the one who liked to cling to her. If he had changed in any way, it could only be said that he had perhaps become more mature, more stable. The more she thought about the terrifying nature of this matter. If Yan Huan really became a person, just as she was lost in thought, the group had already arrived at that barren place. Zhou Jing came back to her senses and secretly glanced at Yan Huan, who was still smiling at her, and forced herself to appear calm as she entered. Just like when she saw it before, it was still desolate, but if one looked closely, they could find that this area might have expanded a bit compared to some time ago. This meant that if they didn't stop it soon, this place could quickly become completely barren. Zhou Jing led Shun Songji forward, and when they reached the riverbank, they saw the black river water still flowing out. At the deepest part of this river, the emerald green plant was still standing there. Take a look. Is it the spider grass you mentioned? Shun Songji took a glance, frowned, and after a moment of silence said, I think it looks both like and unlike it. What do you mean? Spider grass is black-purple, but this grass is emerald green. More importantly, there must be spiders guarding the spider grass, which is why I've been lingering around that big spider. But this grass, in terms of appearance and size, is the same as spider grass. Zhou Jing raised an eyebrow. So this means that this might not be spider grass. So he wants to want it? Then let us consider it not being spider grass. I want this grass. Wait, do you have professional harvesting tools? Hearing Zhou Jing speak, Shen Songji hurriedly asked, I don't have any. I have the little sprout. If it can digest it, I'll just let it eat it directly. There is no need for any harvesting tools. However, he couldn't refuse Shen Songji's goodwill. I have a set here. You can use it first. After speaking, he took out a set of tools from his backpack and handed them to Zhou Jing. All right, thank you. You all go out first. Yan Huan can stay here. Huh? How can that be? Shen Songji reflexively said. Zhou Jing raised her eyes to look at Green Creeper and the others. Green Creeper and the others understood and set up a scene. Shen Songji said, Sister Jing, they have a way. Don't join in the fun. Then, he was half forced out. Hey, what the hell? The black mist saw them leave, and only then did Zhou Jing calm down. The black mist in this area was simply abundant, especially the black mist that coiled around the withered yellow leaves, which was not visible in the green outside, but could be seen in this withered yellow place. This indicated that the black mist in her body was indeed unique to this place. Thinking this, she greedily began to absorb the black mist around her. Continuously drawing the black mist in her body, she frantically rotated the bead in the center of her brow to compress it. This action made Zhou Jing's head ache a bit, but thinking that there wouldn't be such good fortune once she left, she suppressed the slight headache and started rotating again. The surrounding black mist seemed to have found an entrance, surging wildly into Zhou Jing's brow. Meanwhile, Yan Xian, watching Zhou Jing's pale face, furrowed his brow. This won't do, but he didn't dare interrupt Zhou Jing. Although he didn't know whether this was good or bad, he could only stand by and protect her. Sure enough, a change occurred. The speed of the black mist surging and became faster and faster, and Zhou Jing's compression speed couldn't keep up with the influx. The black mist that could originally be absorbed suddenly exploded, as if it were blocked, and the black mist that had surged and suddenly spilled out from Zhou Jing's brow. The speed was not slow, and soon, her entire body, startled, began to emit that black mist. Yan Xian knew from this that she had definitely overdone it and was facing a backlash. Fortunately, Zhou Jing still had a bit of clarity. Even though the black mist was in chaos, she was able to suppress herself. However, the influx of black mist became increasingly overwhelming, and the situation that she could originally control suddenly spiraled out of control. Yan Xian heard a long howl, and Zhou Jing suddenly stood up. Her eyes reddened. Her face turned blue, and her fingers showed signs of wanting to sprout claws. This commotion alarmed the people outside. LV Luo burst in, asking if everything was okay. Yan Xian stood in front of Zhou Jing and said, It's fine, you go out first. I'll call you if there's something. Seeing that the situation was off, LV Luo hurriedly ran out. If Zhou Jing was really in trouble, they could definitely solve it. Her task was to keep an eye on this girl and absolutely not let her see anything she shouldn't. Zhou Jing's breath became increasingly agitated, like a crazed zombie. Yan Xian didn't know what to do and could only gently embrace her. If this black mist had nowhere to release, then let it come into my body. Yan Xian thought this, and indeed, the black mist did just that. Some violent black mist began to surge into his body, and this black mist gradually became much more docile within Yan Xian's stronger body. Yan Xian slowly gathered this violent black mist, soothing it before gently sending it back into Zhou Jing's body, while the remaining chaotic black mist no longer surged in. Yan Xian tidied things up like this for a long time and finally calmed the turmoil in her body before Zhou Jing exploded. Looking at the fainted Zhou Jing, Yan Xian finally felt a bit relieved. This silly girl almost lost control for such a small benefit. He held Zhou Jing in his arms and softly said to the air, Little sprout, listen well, come out now. I'll take you to that plant to see. If you can absorb it, then absorb it. If you can't, I'll cut it off. Hearing Yan Xian's words, Little Sprout trembled. This man felt so powerful to it. If at first it felt like an ordinary zombie, now Yan Xian was undoubtedly in existence, not to be underestimated. Just like a human, it hurriedly responded. Under Yan Xian's guidance, it walked to the riverbank. There was that emerald green plant. If you can absorb it, do it now, but don't harm Zhou Jing's body. If you can't absorb it, I'll handle it. I can. I won't harm Zhou Jing's body, Little Sprout said. Absorbing this will nourish her body a bit. And this thing contains more dark elements than you think. If I really absorb it, I can continuously release elements to nourish her body. Yan Xian nodded and said, Go ahead. Little Sprout was still a bit shaky, but it was resolute in this matter. After saying that, it extended a long vine carefully to the side of the grass. After confirming that there was nothing guarding it, it pulled hard. The last plant they absorbed with Zhou Jing had already allowed them to absorb it without harming Zhou Jing anymore. However, this poison was obviously more domineering. After it pulled it out, Little Sprout's vine showed slight corrosion. Little Sprout hurriedly poked its head out and devoured this feast. After swallowing, Little Sprout worked hard to absorb it. Seeing Yin Xian looking at it with a curious expression, Little Sprout shrank back in fear. I think I can absorb it for another 2 days, but I want to leave because the master is about to wake up. It rarely used the title of master. Just after it finished speaking, Zhou Jing woke up, holding her head. Seeing Yin Xian's not-so-happy gaze, she lowered her head a bit shyly. She really didn't expect that she would be backlashed by this thing and even lose her rationality. She still vaguely knew about what happened afterward. Yin Xian held her and absorbed all that chaotic black mist, and after sorting it out, he returned it to her. Unable to help it, she covered her face. She really felt embarrassed to face people. Now, sort this out and consolidate it well. You just woke up, and it was only your subconscious working. Hearing this, Zhou Jing hurriedly nodded and compressed that large mass of black mist. The more she compressed it, the smaller it became, and she could feel the purity of that small mass of black mist increasing. Yin Xian nodded and said, "All right, let's go out. They have been waiting for a long time." After saying that, he walked out. Zhou Jing looked at the river water and asked, "Hey, what about that grass?" Yin Xian, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around and said, "Oh, right. I had Little Sprout eat that grass. This river water will probably be free of pollution after a while." Zhou Jing looked at Yin Xian, who simply explained and then walked away, feeling a bit dazed. Did something happen that she completely didn't know about? Little Sprout, where's your integrity? Yin Xian told you to eat, and you ate it. This kind of thing shouldn't be overthought. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Stretching her back, Zhou Jing also walked out. "Ah, everyone, sorry for the long wait." LV Luo and Qin Kong still expressed concern for her health. Although the treasure didn't say anything, it seemed to have something on its mind, and as for Shen Songji, he now had an unnatural expression on his face. It seemed that Zhou Jing's commotion had made him uneasy. The crowd saw through the facade, but said nothing. They all had a big question mark in their hearts about Shen Songji. He was not as magnanimous as his father. "Were you okay inside just now?" It was only Shen Songji who asked. Zhou Jing looked at him and said very seriously, "Of course I'm fine. If I had a problem, would I still be here?" This was already quite a biting remark. Shen Songji was taken aback and then noticed that the group that had originally softened their attitude toward him now looked at him coldly again. He lowered his head and stopped talking. After they confirmed that Zhou Jing's earlier howl was not a problem, the group decided to leave the forest first. The atmosphere here has always felt uncomfortable with a persistent sense of oppression. Now that the source of water pollution may have been resolved, Zhou Jing squinted, contemplating the situation. They say it's been resolved, but who knows how many of these toxic plants there really are? Who knows how much the pollution at various water sources is related to it? The current situation is that regardless of whether there's pollution or not, they need to quickly create something that can purify the water source. Otherwise, it will definitely lead to a major disaster. Since everyone is no longer considering Shen Songji's spider plant issue, they should be able to leave now. Everyone has been exhausted from staying here these past few days. "Let's go back," Zhou Jing said. "Okay." Over there, Shen Songji thought for a moment. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. He was just a rescued person. What right did he have to ask them to help him find something? Moreover, these people were incredibly sensitive. Even a slight suspicion of Zhou Jing led them to turn their backs on him. Zhou Jing looked at Shen Songji, who, despite being ignored by his own people, still showed no resentment, only a bit of indignation. Though suspicious, he has a good nature. Once they return, his attitude will determine their relationship. The thought of having a direct confrontation with them upon returning suddenly excited Zhou Jing. Ling sang, "Zhenju, I really miss you guys." Shen Songji saw the terrifying smile that appeared on Zhou Jing's face and felt a wave of dread wash over him. "Dad, save me." Watching the people who were ready to leave fall silent, Shen Songji was a bit confused. "How we go back? We just walk, right? It's a bit far, but it's not impossible to walk." Shun Songji was trying to lighten the mood when he heard the unfriendly voice of El Lu. Hey, are you coming or not? Huh? Shun Songji suddenly realized, looking at the few people who had just been standing around but were now sitting in the car. Ali? There wasn't a car just now. Ali? When did a car suddenly appear? Where did you guys get in? I feel a bit foolish. Until he sat in the car, Shun Songji still couldn't believe he didn't have to walk back. You guys, we have a spatial ability user. Do you have any questions? No. Shun Songji obediently sat in the car. He understood that a small team of people daring to come to such a place to find someone must have extraordinary abilities. As for his own petty thoughts, it would be best to wait until they reached the base to observe things properly. His teammates? He sneered. They weren't easy to deal with. Since they dared to betray, they must be prepared for sacrifice. Zhou Jing had no idea he had thought so much in such a short time, and just assumed he was being moody again. The car sped along, with nothing on the way to stop them. As they gradually approached the base, everyone relaxed a lot. This time they were really going to stir up some trouble. Upon arriving at the base entrance, they underwent the usual checks. After the inspection was completed, they entered the base and headed straight for the Shun family residence. And Shun Songji clearly seemed to miss home. When he pushed open the big door and saw his father, tears couldn't help but well up in his eyes. Dad, I'm back. The head of the Shun family was also a bit incredulous. After all, ever since Zhou Jing and the others left, he had been on edge, never expecting they would actually bring his child back. So after speaking with Shun Songji, he looked at Zhou Jing and the others, unable to take his eyes off them. Good kids, really good kids. Thank you. Zhou Jing and the others nodded, and the two young girls, seeing the head of the Shun family, remembered their own parents and felt a bit bittersweet. Seeing them all travel-worn, the head of the Shun family quickly invited everyone to eat first. Zhou Jing thought there was nothing else to do, so she agreed. Once everything was prepared, everyone took their seats at the table. Over there, Shun Songji finally washed up and changed his clothes, sitting down at his place. Now there was no longer any rule of not speaking while eating. To save time, Shun Songji ate while reporting to his father about what had happened in the jungle, including the incident where Zhou Jing was accidentally injured. Upon hearing this, the head of the Shun family looked guilty and said, "Look at my son. He can't do anything but cause trouble. Don't worry, I will definitely increase your rewards. Consider it some compensation for your injuries." Zhou Jing nodded, feeling grateful. After all, the pain of being injured was truly unpleasant, and she had also suffered a lot to eliminate those electrical plants. Shun Songji wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the head of the Shun family. Songji, how many times have I told you? You need to learn to be grateful to those who saved you. Shun Songji nodded and stopped talking. However, the head of the Shun family began to ask, "What about the people in your team? They all died." Shun Songji's tone was flat, but the head of the Shun family pressed for more details. "How could they all have died? I remember your levels were around level 3. Dad." Shun Songji's expression became noticeably stiff as he glanced at Zhou Jing and the others, remaining silent. Zhou Jing put down her chopsticks. "I'm full now. Can we stay here for one night?" Of course, of course. The head of the Shun family hurriedly called someone to take them upstairs. As Zhou Jing and the others walked upstairs, they heard Shun Songji quietly say, "My team members." Zhou Jing didn't mind his distrust of her people. After all, they were merely using each other. But that didn't stop her from eavesdropping. Once they entered the room, Zhou Jing released her mental energy, secretly listening to their conversation. The Zhou family is getting more and more outrageous. Their actions are so blatant. They actually bought off everyone in our team. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing's heart sank. She didn't expect the Zhou family to be rated so lowly in the eyes of these people. I thought they might consider a bit of sentiment, or have some regard for us. Who knew they would actually bribe everyone in the team and directly make a move against me in the forest? How can you be sure it was someone from the Zhou family? The head of the Shin family remained calm and pinpointed the key issue. Shun Songji's expression darkened as he said, "When I was about to kill my best brother, he revealed it to save his life. I was about to let him go. Who knew? The moment I turned around, he attacked me again. That was my best brother. I really don't understand what kind of benefits the Zhou family offered to make them treat me like this." The head of the Shun family fell silent. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Dad, we can't keep enduring like this. All along, I wanted you to lie alone not because I was afraid, but because I didn't want you to get mired in this mess. But I never expected that even after avoiding them for so long, they would still act like this. Forget it, forget it. This time at the base meeting, you should take the lead. I'm getting old, and it's better for me to step back quietly. Hearing this made Shun Songji's heart ache. Although his father held some power in B City, he hadn't been competing for a long time, so the resources obtained hadn't been fully utilized. Coupled with the watchful eyes of other families, his father's influence was shrinking. If this continued, their family would surely be swallowed up by them. Shun Songji's change in expression was not good, and the head of the Shun family felt very complicated. Old Zhou, you really have a ruthless heart. After hearing Zhou Jing's gossip, she felt a bit bored, but she had a slight admiration for Shun Songji. After all, someone who could take action against their own brother must have an extraordinary character, and being able to keep secrets in the deep forest while pretending to be somewhat incompetent to confuse others, plus his suspicious nature towards everyone. If he were to rise to power, he would definitely become a significant figure. With his powerful abilities, Zhou Jing thought it would be good to befriend such a person. Just don't make her attitude too obvious. She would wait for him to come to her. After all, her current usefulness to him was not important. What mattered was how much leverage she could offer him in the future. As for her father, it was better not to meet for now, especially since she hadn't figured out her relationships with Ling Sang and Zhou Xie yet. The next day, when Zhou Jing and the others went downstairs, the task was truly completed. The head of the Shun family looked at them with gratitude. Thank you all. Songji and I really have nothing to say. We discussed it and decided to give you another level 3 crystal core as a token of our gratitude. Zhou Jing accepted the 3 crystal cores without hesitation, and then saw the head of the Shun family handing over a key. This is the key to that house. I'll have someone take you there. In this apocalypse, there are no property certificates. You can just live there. I estimate that no one would dare to rob you. Thank you very much, Zhou Jing said as she took the key. After saying goodbye to the father and son, they left the Shun residence. Following the guide, they arrived at a small villa, which surprisingly still had furnishings and decorations. It was clear that everything was of good quality, indicating that the head of the Shun family was quite sincere in his dealings. The 2 young girls were already incredibly excited, looking around and discussing what to add here and there. The little treasure also joined the conversation, wanting a soft cat bed. While they were planning, Zhou Jing walked outside the house, looking at the land and suddenly feeling very happy. It was finally a bit of hope. She called Yin Huan over, and the 2 of them dug holes one by one, ready to plant something. With the seeds she had, 10 or 8 of these yards would be enough. They tried tossing the seeds into the holes they had dug, covered them with soil, and called the pot hose that was still inside to come out and water the area. They didn't bring anything else. In the apocalypse, everything had mutated, and to be honest, Zhou Jing wasn't optimistic about this batch of plants. But there was no other choice. They had to experiment. After thinking for a moment, she took a branch from the little sprout. It mustn't be toxic. It had to be clean and capable of allowing the plants to grow well. The little sprout obediently handed her a clean branch. Zhou Jing was satisfied and planted it in the ground. Looking at everything that had been planted, she proudly put her hands on her hips. Let's set up the yard like this for now. The expressions of the pot hose and Qin Kong were quite strange. Well, in a place where people plant flowers and grass, you planted a bunch of food. Food is one thing, but you actually think this looks nice. We really can't comment on that. Zhou Jing thought it was beautiful. Let's go. Do you need to buy anything? Today it's on me. Let's go add some household items. Hearing Zhou Jing's words, they finally realized the difference. In that moment, they felt a bit excited. Zhou Jing's attitude treated them like family. And this place would be where they would live for a long time. The thought of this made everyone feel a bit emotional. Although Zhou Jing didn't say it out loud, her actions had already conveyed it to everyone. All right, let's go get some furniture. This time, they were going to take advantage of her. Okay, as long as you're happy. Zhou Jing smiled, truly hoping they would always be like this. The group happily escorted Zhou Jing out. No matter what, today they were to make sure she bought them something nice. They laughed and joked as they arrived on the street. With so many people, they couldn't be too reckless. Upon arriving, they heard the lively calls from the vendors nearby. Most of the valuable items from before the apocalypse could now only be exchanged for a piece of bread. The stalls in front were mostly filled with useless items like gold, watches, and phones, which people used to fight over, but now seemed insignificant. Hey, you guys are new faces. Want to come see my stuff for the kids? Look, kids, I have fun things here. The adults in Zhou Jing's group considered whether they should buy something for the children, as they probably hadn't played with some games from before the apocalypse. And a few crystal cores plus a few pieces of bread weren't much for them. But surprisingly, the children refused. Although a bit surprised, Zhou Jing respected their choice and reminded them to tell her if they saw anything they liked. Both children nodded in agreement, and Zhou Jing nodded back in satisfaction. They passed by the useless items in front and ignored the two people trying to tempt the children, continuing deeper into the market. There was everything being sold on the way, even people selling their bodies. They ignored these and finally saw stalls selling toys for little girls and various furniture. After clarifying where they would be living, the two girls began a crazy shopping spree. I want a vanity. I want a wardrobe. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Jing touched her wallet and felt speechless. These two wouldn't be the legendary shopaholics, would they? After a shopping spree, the two girls finally felt satisfied. Happy. Just have them deliver the items, and you can pay her. After saying that, they teasingly looked at Zhou Jing. Yes. Please give me a total price. I'll give you the money, and then you can have them deliver the items. We have other matters to attend to. All right. It's a total of 2 level 2 crystal cores or 50 level 1 crystal cores. You can decide how to pay. Without thinking too much, Zhou Jing directly gave him 2 level 2 crystal cores. After paying, they were about to head out. Originally, they planned to see where they could find something to eat. But just as they were leaving, the pot hose was bumped into by someone entering the door. It was just an accidental bump, and the pot hose didn't take it to heart. But the person who bumped into her wasn't happy. What kind of attitude is this? You bumped into me and didn't even say a word? Let me tell you, I was injured today, and if you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving this door. The pot hose was also confused. After all, accidental bumps could happen anywhere, but it was rare to encounter someone trying to extort them like this. The pot hose no longer had her previous timidity and immediately retorted. Who says I bumped into you? I could just as easily say you bumped into me and are trying to extort me. The man looked at the seemingly sweet little girl, suddenly becoming so fierce, and chuckled. Oh, you want to challenge me? Do you know who I am? I am Lu Changjun, the younger brother of the secretary Lu Changsheng by the base leader. You still want to keep your life? Zhou Jing and the others had no reaction after listening, but the furniture store owner behind them was indeed flustered. I'm sorry. Our little store doesn't recognize the great ones. Mr. Lu, how did you come to our little shop? He chuckled awkwardly. My brother wants to get a filing cabinet for himself, so I came to take a look. Who knew I would run into such an unfortunate event right away? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingjun shot him a fierce glance. Although the baby couldn't be seen, she still nervously shrank back a bit. Zhou Jing noticed something was off, frowned, and stepped forward to block the path in front of the green radish, fearing he might cause trouble. The furniture store owner hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Whatever you came to buy today, it's all free. He said this while signaling Zhou Jing to leave quickly. After giving the owner a grateful glance, Zhou Jing and the others were just about to leave when they were suddenly called back. Hey, wait, you guys, that kid down there, turn around. The baby tightened her grip on Zhou Jing's hand, and Zhou Jing calmly turned around and asked, Is there anything else you need? I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to that kid down there. Little baby stiffened for a moment, then finally turned around. She thought Lu Qingjun might be looking for trouble, but to her surprise, after she turned around with a cold face, Lu Qingjun's expression turned pale. How can you be here? You were supposed to be in the arms depot, getting eaten by zombies. The baby's face darkened, and she lowered her head without saying a word. Zhou Jing also sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward, saying, Did you mistake someone? Our companion met us on the road. At this moment, anyone who spoke the truth would be a fool. Impossible. That arms depot was clearly closed by us. After saying this, Zhou Jing's expression changed. So, you mean the baby was acquainted with them before and seems to be quite familiar? Pulling the baby's hand, Zhou Jing asked, Baby, do you know him? Baby? Isn't she called Little Waist? Zhou Jing had already confirmed that this person was someone familiar with the baby. I think you might be mistaken. This is our teammate, Baby. You don't need to say so much. I know this person is not simple. She's a beast tamer, always accompanied by a mutated cat. At this moment, Everyone also saw the cat that the baby was holding. This already made Lu Qingjuan's credibility rise by 3 or 4 points. These statements are all correct. So this girl. Nonsense. Zhou Jing interrupted everyone's speculation with a shout. Our baby has never hidden the fact that she has a cat. Even the base knows that our little girl is a beast tamer. With so many people with eyes, you could just say whatever you want. Everyone felt it made sense. This little girl had been holding a cat all along. Anyone could see that. So, as they say, the masses are easily swayed. Whoever sounds somewhat reasonable, they lean towards. Impossible. Her cat was clearly bitten by a zombie, and it has already turned into a zombie beast. Then she got infected, and we escaped. Zhou Jing smiled. Then I would trouble you to take a look at our baby and her cat to see if they are zombies. Saying this, Zhou Jing reached out and gently ruffled the cat's head with a smile. Do you think a zombie cat would allow someone to touch it so casually? The cat, Li Zi, also clearly showed signs of impatience, but still held back, not taking a bite out of Zhou Jing. Even a mutated beast wouldn't be so obedient, right? Everyone believed about 1 or 2 points of Zhou Jing's words. This is a beast tamer. A beast tamer can actually make mutated beasts so obedient. This girl is a blind person. Her mutated beast is called Li Zi, right? The man finally shouted out the most important thing. By saying this, it indicated that no one should expect to have it easy. He was really scared now. Zhou Jing's eyes flashed with killing intent upon hearing this. This man could not be left alive, no matter what. Even if what he said was true, for her own safety, he had to die. Our baby is indeed blind. But this cat is not named Li Zi. I don't know where you got this information to frame us. How can you bear to make up such nonsense to hurt such a small child? We just bumped into you. Zhou Jing spoke with righteous indignation, and the people around nodded in agreement. There was no way, in this world, to sympathize with the weak. Even if the weak had no reason, they would still sympathize. Manipulating public opinion, Zhou Jing did not get carried away and quickly said, all right, although I don't know what your intention is, I still want to say that what you said does not match anything I know. So Zhou Jing gave them a look and said, let's leave it at that for today. I kindly ask you adults not to speak of such things again. We are also quite frightened. Saying this, she turned her group around to leave, leaving everyone with infinite speculation. It seemed they would really be persecuted by these people. The few people who were inexplicably slandered by Zhou Jing had no way to express their grievances. Zhou Jing ignored them and walked out. Avoiding everyone who had just watched the drama, they walked to a sparsely populated area. Zhou Jing was silent for a moment, then turned back and said sternly to the baby, I need you to tell the truth now. The baby lowered her head and slowly said, everything I told you is the truth. My name, my experiences, and even how long I stayed in that place is true. It's just that I am really a beast tamer and not a completely powerless ordinary person, but my level is only level 2. I can only control mutated beasts that are willing to be close to people. I was once the only beast tamer in a certain base, but because I only had Li Zi, I wasn't very valued. I was originally an orphan and later gained this ability, but it is a rather useless ability. The baby stroked Li Zi's fur and said, I was living well in that base, but one day Lu Qingjun and his brother, out of the blue, wanted to take me to find supplies. I wanted to be useful and raise my status in the base, so I went with them. Who knew they were going to an arms depot swarming with zombies? And the only reason they took me was that Li Zi could lead the way. But I still went. After we arrived at that arms depot, under the attack of that big spider, I tried my best to protect them and make Li Zi attack. But after Li Zi was attacked, they decisively abandoned us. They not only ran away, but also cut off our only chance of survival. I knew Li Zi had turned into a zombie beast, but for some reason, it still willingly listened to me, brought me food, and drove away nearby mutated beasts. So I thought I would die there, and then I met you. I'm really sorry for not making my situation clear and putting you all at so much risk. It's all right, the Green Radish said, looking at Zhou Jing with a bit of sympathy. Zhou Jing sighed and said, you should have said this earlier. All right, don't be sad. Let's go eat something. Zhou Jing's attitude was quite indifferent, which also gave the little girl some relaxing atmosphere. But only Zhou Jing, who was leading the way in front, had a cold look in her eyes. That man had to be eliminated. The baby's matters couldn't be known by more people. The group casually found a restaurant. Zhou Jing said to the others, I have something to do, so I'll step out for a bit. Yin Huan, Can you keep an eye on them for me? Yin Huan nodded, and Zhou Jing left the restaurant with a serious face. Avoiding the crowd, she took a shortcut and soon returned to the furniture store. Sure enough, Lu Qingjun had just finished selecting his items. Zhou Jing smiled. The opportunity had come. As expected, under the furniture store owner's assurances, Lu Qingjun left the store, and the few people he brought with him had already left to move the items. He himself was strolling back. Zhou Jing carefully followed him, waiting for him to reach a less populated area to deal with him. Sure enough, her tracking made him suspicious. Seeing him panic in an instant, Zhou Jing chuckled and, in his terrified expression, pushed him into an alley where there was no one around. The two of them were the only ones there. Lu Qingjun shouted nervously, "Who is there? Come out." He had special abilities, and his ability level was not low, so he wasn't really afraid. It was just this unexpected factor that affected him. Zhou Jing finally stepped out of the shadows, coldly looking at the man. "How much do you know about the treasure?" "How much do I know? The treasure you speak of is that useless thing, right? I really don't know how he has survived until now." Zhou Jing scoffed. "I thought you would have some remorse, but I didn't expect you would say such things." Then, she moved her wrist, but Lu Qingjun had already charged at her. Blocking his attack, Zhou Jing smiled. "What are you in such a hurry for?" Lu Qingjun was indeed a bit flustered. His earlier strike had been quite forceful, yet she had easily blocked it. "I wonder if this strike will surprise you?" After Zhou Jing spoke, she punched the man in the face. "This is for you. I just hope you remember to let people finish speaking. Who are you? What I am is not important, is it? I'm just an ordinary person. Aren't you afraid of my brother seeking revenge?" "Of course I am." So Zhou Jing coldly laughed, her expression looking increasingly terrifying. "That's why I won't let you leave." After saying that, she aimed for the man's head. A sharp stab pierced through his brain. "Also, take out his crystal core." Little obediently extracted the crystal core. Zhou Jing took the core and finally felt relieved. In this day and age, a person without a crystal core was truly useless. Looking at the silent alley around her, Zhou Jing clapped her hands, checked her appearance to make sure everything was fine, and then walked out, leaving Lu Qingjun's corpse lying in the alley. Once outside, Zhou Jing ran back to the furniture store, took out 2 level 2 crystal cores, and said to the store owner, "Thank you for your help just now. I have nothing else to say. Here are 2 crystal cores, and I've also paid for that guy's stuff." The store owner said it was nothing while putting the money away. Zhou Jing then left the furniture store satisfied. After all, one always needs an alibi. Thinking this, she hurried back to the restaurant. The others had already ordered their dishes. "What were you doing just now?" "Nothing. Just eat." Okay. Everyone understood that Zhou Jing's lack of response meant she had already dealt with the matter, so they didn't ask further. Soon, the smell of cooking oil in the restaurant covered the faint smell of blood on Zhou Jing. "Baby, if you had said earlier that you had special abilities, we would have given you some crystal cores to help you level up." Actually, Baby hesitated to say, "I do have special abilities, but so far, I can only control Chestnut. At other times, I can only make lower level ones rebel, but when I encounter higher level ones, it doesn't work. At most, I can make them pause for a moment. I think this might also be because of my low level. Let's see how it goes when you level up once more. I think it will be better." "All right." Baby obediently nodded and fed Chestnut a piece of meat. Chestnut carefully took the meat, trying not to hurt Baby. Once you reach level 5, you won't have to worry about Chestnut hurting you." Upon hearing Zhou Jing say this, Chestnut showed its teeth in dissatisfaction, as if saying, "I wouldn't hurt Baby." Zhou Jing could tell that the bond between the two was very deep, a kind of relationship that would never betray, which was why Baby could trust that it wouldn't harm her. After eating and drinking enough, it was time to go home. This was the most anticipated thing. Thinking about the things they had chosen for their home made everyone excited. This feeling was just like finally having a home after working hard in a foreign place. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly smiled. "Yeah, this is our home." Everyone looked at Zhou Jing, and the slight melancholy in their hearts dissipated. All right, choose your own rooms. Once you've chosen, let's rest for today." Everyone was indeed tired. After everyone was ready, they returned to their own rooms. Everyone felt a bit fatigued and didn't care too much. Only Zhou Jing and Yin Huan were in the room, listening to the rustling sounds outside, feeling helpless. Why were these people so amusing? Did they think they looked easy to bully just because new people had moved into the house? letting Yin Huan rest. Zhou Jing jumped out of the window to see who was so interesting, coming to check things out. Outside the window, she indeed saw a few people peeking around, looking at their house, murmuring, "Why is there suddenly someone living here after this house has been empty for so long?" Zhou Jing couldn't help but laugh. This person was quite entertaining. Then, as he muttered, he skillfully walked inside. Zhou Jing found it interesting and didn't stop him, but followed behind. She saw him go around to the back of their yard, and after waiting inside for a while, she saw him crawl through a dog hole to get in. Looking at this person's appearance, Zhou Jing understood. It seemed he had directly moved into the yard when he saw no one was around before. Although he had forcibly broken in, he had settled down in the yard. Zhou Jing thought for a moment. They also needed to go on missions. But once they left, this house would be left here, and she still had so much precious food. No matter what, having someone watching was a good thing. With that thought, Zhou Jing knocked on the door without hesitation. The previously calm-looking homeless man instantly jumped up, opened the door, and knelt on the ground. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I won't dare again. Please, have mercy and spare my life. What boldness did you have just now?" Big brother Zhou Jing didn't have time to retort when she saw this person almost burying himself in the ground. "It's all right. I just wanted to ask if you had been living here for a long time." Yes, no, I should quickly get out of here." Zhou Jing didn't know what had happened previously to make this person so scared. She had only asked a few questions, and he was already terrified. What happened to the calmness? Forget it. I mainly wanted to tell you. Do you want to live here long term? I don't want to what? I said, do you want to live here long term? I do. Well, let's discuss the specifics tomorrow morning. I called you mainly because I was afraid you wouldn't be here in the morning. You wait for me tomorrow morning. I have something to discuss with you. Okay. This person still couldn't believe that good luck had just descended upon him. After all, an ordinary person under the protection of a special abilities user had an extraordinary status in this civilian area. After Zhou Jing left, the boy did not sleep well all night and was waiting at the door early in the morning. When Lu Luo got up and saw the boy at the door, she was startled. "Who are you? Why are you in my yard?" The boy replied, A lady asked me to wait here last night." "Oh, that must be Sister Jing." "Sister Jing, someone is looking for you." "I'm coming." Zhou Jing hurried downstairs and saw Lu Luo cooking. She casually mentioned, "I want a half-cooked fried egg." "Okay, you're here." Zhou Jing walked to the door and asked the young boy, "How long have you been at this base?" "Altogether, it's been a few months. I haven't awakened any powers, so I've been in the civilian area," the boy said, rubbing his hair awkwardly. "Well, how about we build you a house at the entrance of this yard today? When you're free, just help us keep an eye on the yard, okay?" "Sure." The boy's eyes lit up. "All right, go wash up first. I'll take you. And then Yin Huan and Qin Kong will help you build a small house to live in." "Okay," the two answered. By the time the boy finished washing up, Yin Huan and the others had quickly built a small house. "All right, this is your house now." Zhou Jing looked inside and saw everything was complete. Then she added some bedding. "It's a bit simple." No, this is already great." The boy looked very excited. "Well, I'm glad you like it. So, let me tell you, your task is to help us take care of the plants here. These soils in front, I've planted grains in them." What? You can say it. I'm from a rural area, and I really know how to grow grains." "That's great. Then this place is entrusted to you. If you need anything, just find Sister Lu Luo." Lu Luo waved her hand. "By the way, my name is Zhou Jing. I almost forgot to ask what your name is. You can call me Xiao Luo." "All right, Xiao Luo. This glorious yet arduous task is entrusted to you. We'll provide food and shelter. If there are missions, we'll also leave enough food for you. Just hope you can help me keep an eye on this place, and also help us with farming when you have time." Xiao Luo nodded excitedly. I'm willing. All right. And the rest no need to say anything more. Just stay here." "Okay, then let us eat." "Lu Luo, make a bit more." "Okay." After they had their fill, Zhou Jing and the others went out to continue familiarizing themselves with the base, leaving Xiao Luo alone at home. The group arrived on the street, looking at things, while Zhou Jing was seriously listening to see if anyone understood or was discussing anything. After walking for a while, they indeed heard a few people discussing something. As they approached, they overheard that the arrogant younger brother of the Lu family had died in an alley. However, there were no witnesses, and there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. Even the fatal injury on the brother's head was particularly strange. A thin line, Not as thick as a finger, not as thick as an icicle or wooden spike. Most importantly, there were no traces of any powers on it, as if it was done by a power user. But the thickness of that hole wasn't something a power user could create. This incident quickly became a mystery. It was said that Secretary Liu had already arrested a bunch of people early in the morning, but none of the clients were willing to admit they were involved. It seemed it would soon be their turn. Zhou Jing moved her neck. Let them come. I'm just afraid they want tea. With a hint of purpose, Zhou Jing and the others walked around the street until someone finally approached them. The newcomers were a few base guards. Upon seeing Zhou Jing and the few people behind her, and after confirming with them, they stepped forward and said to Zhou Jing, "Hello. We'd like to take you to the central building to investigate something." "What's going on?" Zhou Jing asked, looking puzzled at the two. "It's regarding the death of Secretary Liu's brother. We'd like to take you to check it out." "Secretary Liu's brother is dead?" "Yes." This news came quite suddenly. "All right, I'll accompany you to investigate," Zhou Jing said, smiling at the people behind her. "They have something to take me to investigate. I'll go with them, and if you need anything, just find Uncle Shun, okay? I'll try to come back quickly. Don't worry about me." After saying that, she turned to the guards and said, "Please lead the way. Thank you for your cooperation. Let us go." They took Zhou Jing away. The others looked confused. They had no idea Zhou Jing had gotten into trouble, and that Liu had actually died. Oh my, why did he have to die after they left? However, they couldn't help but think that this matter definitely had something to do with Zhou Jing. But since she told them not to worry, they decided not to worry and went back to their house. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing leisurely followed the guards into the central building, which was said to be the most secure building. As they walked, Zhou Jing thought about what they would think if they knew they had brought a zombie in themselves. The more she thought about it, the more gleeful she became, until they brought her to the third floor, into a small dark room, and had her sit on a stool. Since Zhou Jing was also a power user, they naturally didn't dare to be rough with her. In fact, it was only because the secretary insisted on investigating this matter. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, it was quite normal for people to die. Name: Zhou Jing. Age: 22. What did you do yesterday afternoon? I went to buy furniture to the furniture store. I heard that you encountered Liu Chengjun when you came out? Yes. We did meet. According to those around you, did you have a quarrel? I would strictly call it quarrel. Then let me ask you, where did you go after you left? We went to eat. What did you do during the time you left in between? I went to the furniture store to deliver crystal cores to the boss because Mr. Liu, you all know, so I wanted to go into details. The boss helped us avoid some conflict and even didn't charge for the cabinet Mr. Liu wanted. We're just ordinary people, you know? Since they helped us so much, we felt quite embarrassed. So I calculated the time and went to the furniture store to deliver some crystal cores. You should be able to verify that, right? In fact, what these people had asked and what Zhou Jing had said was quite similar. So regarding this matter, either Zhou Jing was too cunning or they had really arrested the wrong person. They didn't know Zhou Jing well, so they could only follow the usual process and threaten her. We have already gathered enough evidence to prove that you did this, so you'd better admit it quickly. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. Go call Dr. Wang. With that, the people outside walked out. Zhou Jing remained calm, saying, "What I said is the truth. Your threats are useless unless you plan to force me to lie." The others in front also seemed unwilling to speak, silently looking at Zhou Jing. After a while, Dr. Wang indeed arrived. Zhou Jing looked up and saw, familiar face. The newcomer was Wang Qian. When Wang Qian saw Zhou Jing, her steps paused for a moment. What the hell? How did Zhou Jing end up in jail? But she quickly composed herself and asked, "What is the matter?" There's a prisoner who is being disobedient. We've thought it through. If he continues to be so dishonest, Dr. Wang, you should give him an injection. Inject what? I thought someone here was injured, but you're telling me it's to threaten someone? What do you take me for? Although Wang Qian was angry, it also served as a reminder to Zhou Jing that they only wanted to scare him. Zhou Jing chuckled internally and said seriously, "I said I didn't do it, and you don't need to do this. Even if you really drugged me, I still didn't do it." The two people noticed that Dr. Wang was genuinely angry and hurriedly apologized. While apologizing, they glared at Zhou Jing fiercely, hoping she would confess. Unfortunately, Zhou Jing was not foolish. She looked at the two of them with disdain and remained silent, her face full of grievance. "All right, You two are just doing your job. I want to say anything more. It's enough. Do you think this is the end of the world? Is anyone going to give you face over this? You're thinking too much. If a powerful ability user gets involved, you'll be the one suffering. After saying that, she turned and left. Zhou Jing leaned lazily against the back of the chair. The two were taken aback by Wang Qian's words. Oh right, this person hasn't even gotten angry yet. But if she did, they would really be in trouble. Realizing this, the two hurriedly walked over and untied Zhou Jing. I'm really sorry. We're just doing our job. If we offended you in any way, please don't hold it against us. Zhou Jing didn't mind. After all, she learned quite a bit during this visit. She stood up and moved her body, then heard the two say, "We'll take you back now. If there is anything you need to know, we'll come find you again." Okay. Zhou Jing was satisfied with their attitude and smiled as she followed them out of the small dark room. See, I've said this has nothing to do with me, and I want to come looking for you again. You can rest assured, but I still hope there won't be a next time. All right, thank you. The rapid change in their attitude made Zhou Jing laugh. They chatted with her as they went downstairs, while Zhou Jing looked around. Sure enough, in a distant corner, she saw a familiar figure. That person seemed to be Ling Sang and Zhenju. Zhou Jing's gaze was too intense, and Zhenju was still dissatisfied, wondering who else would dare to be so ungrateful in this central building. She looked around and saw no one. Maybe she was just being too sensitive. Just then, the person she was speaking to called her name, and she smiled and looked up, only to see a face she could never forget, smiling at her from afar. Ling Sang. Zhenju suddenly grabbed Ling Sang's arm tightly, startling him. What's wrong? And nothing. Zhenju looked back at that corner, but found no one there. Maybe I saw it wrong. As she spoke, she touched her chest. Was she too tired? That's why she thought she saw Zhou Jing. You really can't let it go even in death. After their conversation, Zhenju continued walking uneasily, while Ling Sang looked at her with dissatisfaction. That moment of Zhenju's reaction was truly embarrassing. When did she become so unrefined? Zhenju, what happened just now? I think I saw Zhou Jing. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Jing is right in front of us, Ling Sang said, wearing a pained expression. Since Zhou Jing passed away, he had been very sad and couldn't believe that the innocent and lively girl had really disappeared. His worst traits were showing quite clearly. No matter how much he loved Zhenju before, now Zhou Jing had become the beauty mark in his heart. And with Zhenju's recent emotional instability and the appearance of another woman, Ling Sang was already quite disdainful in his heart, even if he didn't say it out loud. All right, you must be tired. Just take a good rest these days. I'll go find Xiaoyu to discuss something. After saying that, he walked past their office towards Zhou Xiaoyu's office. Zhenju watched Ling Sang's back, feeling her eyes sting. What was going on? When did Ling Sang start to doubt his own words? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She watched Ling Sang walk away and suppressed her anger, heading toward the staircase corner they had just been at. When she walked over, the two men had just returned, and upon seeing Zhenju, they hurriedly stood up straight and greeted her. Miss Zhen, did you see anyone here just now? No. We've been around here the whole time. Was there anyone with you? If you put it that way, we really did just send off a suspect. Suspect? What is his name? What is the suspicion? Her name is Zhou Jing. What did you say? What's her name? Her name is Zhou Jing. Never mind. Continue. She was involved in the case of Secretary Lu's brother being murdered. While Zhenju was trying to understand the situation, Zhou Jing had already walked out of the central building. This situation came too suddenly and too simply. She hadn't expected the security of the central building to be much looser than she had anticipated, and she even ran into Zhenju. This was truly an interesting situation. Anyway, her current identity was no longer a secret and had already been targeted by so many people. She might as well take the initiative. Just thinking about it felt amusing. This matter was indeed interesting. When she returned to her house, apart from her usual group, she surprisingly saw a familiar face. Oh, young Master Shun, what brings you here? Shun Songji looked at Zhou Jing and let out a sigh of relief. I heard you were taken away, so I came to see if there is anything I can help with. Well, it's actually nothing much. It's just that Secretary Lu's brother died, so they came to ask me some routine questions. Upon hearing Zhou Jing's response, Shun Songji nodded and said, Well, I'll say it again. If you need help, feel free to come to me. Okay. Everyone accompanied Shun Songji to the door, and when they returned home, Zhou Jing flopped onto the sofa and said to everyone that something big might happen soon. What is going on? Everyone looked excited. That Lu Qingjun was indeed killed by me. But even though they have some suspicions about me now, they have no evidence to prove it. So they probably just monitor our lives and relationships, and nothing more. Oh, I left during dinner that day to deliver a crystal core to that home goods store owner. Everyone's expressions were understanding, while Zhou Jing was thinking that the most important thing was probably not this, but rather Jinju. She wondered when Zhu would come looking for her. Just thinking about their potential encounter made her feel amused. All right, I just wanted to inform everyone about this, and also, my enemies might be coming soon, so please be cautious. If there are any issues, let me know in time. Okay, everyone looked very excited. After all, if someone like Zhou Jing could have conflicts with others, it meant that person definitely had problems. This is called favoritism, absolute trust in one's teammates. After receiving the confirmed news, Zhu returned to her room, restless. Zhou Jing didn't die. That's impossible. Even if she didn't die, she must have turned into a zombie by now. But now she is still appearing everywhere, which shouldn't be the case. If she is already in the city, why isn't she showing herself? Ling Sang noticed Zhu pacing back and forth in her room. What is wrong now? Can't you be a little calmer? Ling Sang, Zhu shouted, and Ling Sang froze, looking at the startled Zhu with dissatisfaction, and impatiently asked what was wrong. Ling Sang, I'm not joking. I really saw Zhou Jing, and I even went to that place to ask. They also said the person they brought was indeed called Zhou Jing. Impossible. You clearly know that. Ling Sang felt that Zhu was really out of her mind. I told you I'm not joking. Fine. If you keep insisting, then you bring Zhou Jing in front of me, and then we can talk. Ling Sang, you are something. All right. I'm tired and need a rest. As Ling Sang said this, she threw down her clothes and lay down on the bed. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the beautiful Zhou Xia she had just seen. She truly was a captivating beauty, and the way she spoke and acted stirred Ling Sang's heart. If it really came to it, Zhu could be cast aside. Zhu, feeling angry, ran out of the room. After circling the hallway twice, she decided to go outside for a walk. The number of people she could mobilize was extremely limited. Unlike Zhou Xiaoyu, she wasn't the one being pampered. In fact, most of the people she could mobilize were Ling Sang's. So in this central building, there weren't many people who truly had her back. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but want to smash something. No matter what, she had to figure out the situation with Zhou Jing. She absolutely could not allow her to become a stumbling block. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing was still fighting for her farming career, with Xiao Luo's help. The land was growing quite well, and with the mutated plant from Xiaoya, the plants in this area were surprisingly not growing crooked. Moreover, they seemed to be growing faster and faster. This was quite rare. She never expected that her first time planting crops would yield such a great harvest. She was still happy when the people who had previously farmed looked at her with disdain. Only Xiao Luo was humming a song, looking at Zhou Jing with great interest. The few people in the room were surprisingly calm. After all, who would believe it was the apocalypse if they could just lounge around at home without any tasks? Just as everyone was still lazily resting, they suddenly heard a loud knocking at the door. Who is it? Routine inspection. Xiao Luo. Was there ever a routine inspection at the city hall before? Zhou Jing whispered. There wasn't before, Xiao Luo replied quietly. I see. They must be conducting a search for the new arrivals recently, and they even call it a routine inspection. I'll go upstairs first. You all just handle them. Saying this, Zhou Jing entered the house without paying attention to the noise outside. It's coming, it's coming. Upon reaching upstairs, Zhou Jing looked down and saw them taking notes while glancing around, which made her feel amused. If she really intended to hide her identity, she wouldn't use her real name. Jinju, you are still so foolish. You clearly already identified me, yet you search like this. Aren't you afraid of alarming the snake? Thinking back to how she had treated Jinju sincerely without considering her intentions, Zhou Jing couldn't help but smile. Sincere heart in exchange for dog lungs. But if I no longer have a shred of trust in you, Jinju, do you think you can harm me even a little? As for that man, she would gradually strip away all his power. That would be the best reward for both of them. Watching the searchers leave after a quick look around, Zhou Jing silently rubbed her hair. With such efficiency, they thought they could find her. What a joke. The few of them thought there was nothing to do. And since they were too lazy to cook, they planned to go outside for a bit. However, the atmosphere outside was tense. They didn't care, since they were idle anyway. Going out for a stroll could lead to interesting things. They casually found a restaurant, and under Zhou Jing's lead, ordered a few dishes. When the food arrived, Zhou Jing didn't rush to eat, as if she was waiting for someone. Sure enough, after a while, a person in a black trench coat hurriedly walked to their table and naturally sat down. As soon as he sat down, he started eating and drinking without treating himself as an outsider. This surprised both Lu Lu and Qin Kong. Isn't this Wang Qian? What's she doing here? I knew you would order me good dishes. After such a long time, I finally get to eat such a good meal. What are you doing here? Lu Lu asked curiously. Me? I'm here to report on work. Wang Qian's voice was very soft, and she only whispered this after looking around. Your setup is quite large. Now I hear Secretary Lu is after you, and even Miss Zhen is inquiring about you. Miss Zhen? Zhou Jing laughed upon hearing this. Isn't she just a young lady? Wang Qian quickly reacted to Zhou Jing's words and started to giggle. After enough laughter, she straightened her face and shared the gossip she had learned. You might not believe it, but in our city base, even though it's the apocalypse, it's still controlled by the 4 big families. Currently, the top rank is undoubtedly the Zhou family, followed by the Ling family. The Ling family was originally ranked 3rd, but they have moved up to 2nd because they have an ice-type ability user. This ability user is of a high level, and it said that he was originally from a branch family, but has returned and formed a small team with several strong individuals. Then there's the Shun family in 3rd place, and the Lu family in 4th. As for why the Zhou family is targeting the Shun family, I guess it's because the Shun family used to rank higher, and the sons of the Zhou and Shun families awakened their abilities later. At that time, the Zhou family was already dominant, so I think they want to eliminate this potential threat. I heard they have already sent someone to eliminate this young master of the Shun family, but it seems they haven't succeeded. She looked at Zhou Jing and the others with a teasing expression. You all save his life, and it seems the higher-ups are aware of this. So, for both public and private reasons, the higher-ups are coming to check on you. However, I heard that the Lu family doesn't care about anything and is always ranked at the bottom without any reaction. Whatever anyone says, they just go along with it. So I think we shouldn't underestimate them. Is there anything else? Oh, here's the biggest gossip. I think you definitely don't want to know. Go ahead. What else can I not handle? Well, it seems that Zhou Xiaoyu is the illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family. After the legitimate daughter went missing, this illegitimate daughter took her place and is now thriving, practically a goddess in the city. Illegitimate daughter? Zhou Jing was furious and amused upon hearing this. No wonder they weren't in a hurry when they heard the daughter was dead. No wonder they could elevate someone suspicious. Her father really was old and robust, but this illegitimate daughter was even older than her. If it weren't for the marriage certificate between her mother and her father, she might even doubt herself as the illegitimate daughter. This matter was indeed quite unpleasant. Wiping her mouth, Zhou Jing composed herself. It was possible that she and her mother had never seen through the father who had always loved them. This was indeed not beautiful news. Is there anything else? Zhou Jing deeply felt that the previous news was trivial. This was the most important thing. After stabilizing her emotions, she looked earnestly at Wang Qian. It seems there really isn't anything else. All right. Well, the current problem is that your little team has no standing in our base. Does standing matter? Well, only when your team's level is higher will the higher-ups take notice of you. Of course, if you exist as a lone wolf and have a very high level, you will also attract the attention of the higher-ups. Zhou Jing nodded, thinking it was quite good to be a free agent. Otherwise, once they caught her eye, she wouldn't have any freedom left. But the resources would be much better, right? Am I short on resources now? Wang Qian had nothing to say. All right, this group really doesn't lack crystal cores or anything like that. Fine, I get it, you guys are impressive. After Wang Qian said this in a perfunctory manner, she angrily took a bite of her food. All right, I'm heading back now. I'll come find you if something comes up. After saying that, she got up fully armed and hurriedly left. Sister Jing, how did you know she would come here today? Well, didn't I get caught? I ran into her where I was taken, and she told me to come here and wait for her, so I did. Sure enough, she showed up. Zhou Jing was quite satisfied with Wang Qian's efficiency. The news came quickly, and she got along well with people. After they finished their last bites, they settled the bill and headed home. At the door, they saw someone sitting outside the wall, looking frustrated, while Xiao Luo kept a close watch on them. It was Shen Songji. Young Master Shen, didn't you just come by? Why are you here again? Shen Songji felt helpless as well. He didn't want to come looking for them twice in one day, but an urgent matter had suddenly come up. I didn't want to. I have a temporary task, and came to ask if you want to take it. What kind of task would make you come all the way here to tell us? Shen Songji's expression became much more serious as he spoke about a large medical store near the already fallen city area. A medical store? Zhou Jing was very interested. She was always excited when there were collection tasks because it meant she could stash some supplies for her people. This is a good task. How did you think of us? As I mentioned earlier, the area has already fallen, and there are not only zombies but also zombie beasts, making it hard to defend against. Moreover, this task is a confidential mission sent down from the city, and basically, only people from the 4 major families can participate. But I don't have enough people here, and I don't want to give up this good opportunity, so. Once Shen Songji finished speaking, Zhou Jing understood and nodded to show she got it. That's right. How did you get to be so kind-hearted? Shen Songji was absolutely dissatisfied with Zhou Jing's comment. I'm being so sincere, and you actually doubt me. I want to cry. All right, I got it. When are you setting off? The day after tomorrow morning. But you have to remember, there will be people from the 4 major families. I'm familiar with the Liu family, and I'll introduce you. As for the other 2, you should avoid them a bit, but the important personnel from those 2 might not go out. They still want to control this base while we're not around. Shen Songji muttered there, but he didn't seem angry. Seeing Zhou Jing and the others looking confused, he hurriedly said, I've told you the situation. Don't be late at 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Okay. After sending Shen Songji off, they finally returned to their room. It had been quite a stimulating day. First, they entered the most mysterious building, then learned about their father's hidden side. And now they were being told about a mission for the day after tomorrow. Indeed, once you enter this base, don't expect to have any leisure time. The personnel are complicated and relationships are intertwined. If they want to establish a stable foothold here, it's really time to build a good relationship with the Shen family. The next morning, everyone got up and packed their things. Zhou Jing checked her storage. She still had quite a bit of water. She originally planned to have Green Vine store some more, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. See if there's anything you need to prepare. I'll go check on my vegetable garden outside. A group of people looked at Zhou Jing with complex expressions. Are you silly? Does your vegetable garden still need checking? But Zhou Jing wasn't really concerned about her vegetable garden. She was looking for Xiao Luo, who was still busy there. Xiao Luo, what have you been busy with while we were gone? Oh, I just went out to take on some tasks. Simple tasks that I can handle. I can earn a few biscuits in a day. Well then, Xiao Luo, I've left enough food for you in the fridge in my room. If you're hungry, just help yourself, okay? Sister Zhou, are you guys going out on a mission? Yes, we have a temporary mission this time, so we might not be able to come back to cook for you. Don't worry, Sister Zhou. I will take care of this place and not let any strangers in, and I'll look after the vegetable garden for you. Thank you so much. Zhou Jing looked at the young child and thought for a moment before asking Xiao Ye to leave 2 branches here. If outsiders attacked, they could help protect Xiao Luo. Zhou Jing then felt relieved and returned to her room to lie in Yan Xian's arms. Do you think we might run into old acquaintances during the mission tomorrow? Yan Xian gently brushed Zhou Jing's hair and thought for a moment before saying, I think we will. I think so too. Green Vine chimed in. I'm thinking, if we do, it will definitely be quite a spectacle. I wonder who we might encounter. Little Zombie and Baby were playing house, and Lizzie was being passed around between the 2 of them without a fuss, lying there as if melting. Such days are really beautiful. I don't know how long they can last. A zombie bird. The group stayed home, dawdling all day. Zhou Jing, even rare, made a meal. And after they finished eating happily, the next day was time to go to battle. Early the next morning, everyone dressed neatly and headed towards the base gate. However, when they arrived, instead of the many people that should have been there, only a few lazy-looking individuals were loitering around. After a while, Shen Songji drove over, and seeing that his team had arrived, he confidently opened the car door. Zhou Jing walked up and asked Shen Songji, what is going on? Why is no one here? Shen Songji patted his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and said, Humph, They've been spoiled by the base, thinking there's something special. Each of them thinks they're a big shot. Just wait and see when they arrive. Heh, you seem to be quite displeased. How can I get used to it? Whatever, I'm not the boss, so why should I care about so much? Who is the overall commander this time? Oh, I think it's someone named Jinju. TSK. Zhou Jing frowned. This was troublesome. If the overall commander was Zhenju, who knows how she would make things difficult for them. However, even though she was the commander, it was unclear what the Zhou family was thinking in letting someone without much foundation command here. She had to command, and the other 3 families had to listen too. Haha, are you saying the city can defy orders? What is there to be afraid of? So many people are watching here. As long as she dares to make any moves that the 3 families disapprove of, the remaining 3 families can make her doubt her life. So, it all depends on whether Miss Zhen understands the situation. Even though our Shun family has declined, we're not as easy to bully as she imagines. Shin Songji looked at the cars slowly approaching in the distance and smiled disdainfully. With her good eyesight, Zhou Jing spotted the person sitting in the passenger seat, smirked maliciously, and waved at her. Then she ignored her. Jinju, who had already started observing the situation from afar, trembled when she saw that familiar face. Miss Zhen, are you all right? The driver asked anxiously. I told you not to call me Miss Zhen. Call me Commander. Sorry, Commander. Are you okay? Me fine. Just feeling a bit uncomfortable just now. Zhou Jing, it really is you. You're still alive? Zhenju couldn't believe such a thing. As soon as the car stopped, she quickly got out and looked at Shun Songji with a fake smile. Young Master Shun, is this your team? Why don't you introduce them? Shun Songji took a puff of his cigarette, threw away the butt, and looked at the woman with a strange expression and said, Don't say that. This team is not mine. It's Captain Zhou Jing's, right, Captain Zhou? You are Zhou Jing. Zhenju exclaimed in surprise as she turned to Zhou Jing. Your name is exactly the same as that of a deceased acquaintance of mine. I always regarded her as an older sister, but when the apocalypse came, she accidentally wandered into a zombie horde and was eaten by zombies. So, Captain Zhou, I feel a sense of closeness when I see you. You really look so much like my late friend. Even the name is the same. If I didn't know she had passed away, I would definitely think you were her. After saying that, she even shed a couple of crocodile tears. Zhou Jing felt disgusted but had to feign politeness. Well, you really have deep sisterly feelings. But it's a pity your friend has passed. Please accept my condolences. We've been waiting for you here for quite a while. And it's not good for you to keep talking to me. Hurry up and organize everyone. Zhenju was taken aback. She had initially calculated her late arrival, but chatting with Zhou Jing had delayed her. The people from the major families seemed friendly on the surface, but in reality, they wouldn't give her any face. If it weren't for this achievement, she wouldn't have taken this task. That's true. Zhenju chuckled awkwardly and hurried to the front to say some encouraging words, then got into the car amidst the impatient expressions of the crowd. Zhou Jing truly wanted to laugh. Seeing Zhenju's embarrassment was her greatest pleasure right now. Sister Jing, do you dislike Shinju? Green Roan asked while peeling an orange in the car. Yeah, I dislike her. I really want to retort. Then we don't like her either. I'm good. She patted Green Roan's head and casually took half of her orange. The Ling family really isn't the level 5 ice ability user. It's just their current family head. Lu family has my childhood friend, Lu Qing. You can call him Lu Shu. When we take a break later, I'll introduce you to him. Okay. Zhou Jing was indifferent. Jinju seems to have a small-minded temperament. It's better not to confront her if possible. I don't know what the Zhou family is thinking, sending out this outsider. Is there anything else to instruct? No. Just don't be too polite with them. Okay. With Shun Songji's words, everyone in the car felt assured. After a bumpy ride to a wasteland, everyone got out to rest. Shun Songji indeed led a few people toward the approaching Lu Qing. Looking at this carefree Lu Qing, Zhou Jing really couldn't understand how they were mixed together. Hello, beautiful, I'm Lu Qing, 28 years old and still single. Are you interested in considering me? Lu Qing directly bypassed Shun Songji, standing in front of Zhou Jing to introduce himself, while Zhou Jing merely smiled slightly and pulled Yan Huan over. Lu Qing glanced at Yan Huan and then at Zhou Jing, ultimately lowering his head and walking over to Shun Songji, pretending to cry on his shoulder. Why is it so hard for me to find a partner? Shun Songji chuckled lightly. Not my problem. All right, stop messing around. This is the reliable one I told you about. Lu Qing's expression finally became much more normal, looking at Zhou Jing with a friendly face. I was really abrupt just now. I'm Lu Qing, the one from the Pearl. Zhou Jing smiled in understanding. I came here this time to tell you all to be careful of that woman sent by the Zhou family. She is truly a tough character and could do anything. Zhou Jing smiled, indicating her understanding. Now, the situation had reached this point where no one trusted anyone, and the friendship between these two might also be seen as an alternative by others. Zhou Jing expressed her blessings for their friendship, providing an important clue. Zhenju must have been living poorly in the Zhou family, which is why she took on this thankless task. How do you know she's not doing well? She looks fine to me. That's just the surface. When has the Zhou family ever supported her? They want to tie Ling Sang and that Zhou Xiaoya together. As for Zhenju, just cannon fodder. Zhou Jing didn't say the word cannon fodder, but the meaning was clear. Everyone shuddered at Zhou Jing's seemingly gentle smile. When did this woman know so much? This is my friendly reminder to you, so there can be a little more trust between us, right? Of course. It would be even better if you could introduce me to a partner. As she spoke, Lu Qing sneakily glanced at the two girls behind Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing had gotten a sense of this person's style, and, after introducing the two girls to him, left the area to prevent him from acting inappropriately. At this time, Zhenju was also busy building relationships with the Ling family members, her face adorned with a hypocritical smile, but she was constantly cursing inwardly. The Ling family members were really stingy. The leader didn't show up, and these few people seemed unresponsive. She didn't know what they were so proud of. Watching Zhou Jing and the Lu family's young man laughing and joking over there, Zhenju felt angry. Zhou Jing seemed different from before, but so what? She would always be stronger than her. You couldn't compete with me before, and you still can't now. As Zhou Jing was speaking, she suddenly felt a chill. Looking up, she realized the source of the chill was that malicious-looking woman. With a slight smile, Zhou Jing knew that Zhenju's mindset was already off. She didn't know if it was stimulated by those two or by herself. In any case, those whose mindset had been destroyed wouldn't accomplish anything. Gathering her hair, Zhou Jing cast a disdainful glance and entered the car with her team. Zhenju looked at Zhou Jing's expression, holding back her urge to curse. But her mood to speak with the Ling family was completely ruined, and after a few words of response, she angrily returned to the car. The Zhou family's people saw Zhenju, who had just been talking to the Ling family, sitting back in the car without any issues, and asked with some dissatisfaction, "Weren't you talking? Why are you saying so much? If you're not satisfied, get out." Zhenju snapped back. The person frowned at Zhenju's tone, snorted, and said nothing more. This woman only looked like she had Ling Sang backing her. But it wouldn't be long. When Ling Sang and Miss Zhou Xiaoya saw how she would still bounce around. Although the man stopped speaking, he was constantly thinking about how to deal with Zhenju after she lost her power. Zhenju was currently full of anger with nowhere to vent. After yelling at that person, she regretted it a bit, but it couldn't be helped. The words had been spoken. Might as well leave it like this. She calmed her emotions, sat in the car, and began to consider what her next step should be. Her power was currently small, and this group of people had an unfriendly attitude toward her. Zhou Jing, every time I encounter you, you throw me off balance. You really should die. The convoy continued to drive, and Zhou Jing, in a rare good mood, sang songs and shared how dark Zhenju's face was just now with everyone. It made her so happy to see Zhenju eat dirt. Warning: zombie beast detected ahead. The crowd's expressions tightened. Zombie beasts were entirely different from mutated beasts. Zombie beasts had lost their reason and would attack living creatures without hesitation. The types of zombie birds made Zhou Jing and her team anxious as they listened to the reports from above. They had already seen it. The sky was filled with them. Even a fool could see that. Why were they still keeping a secret? It was obviously a zombie bird attack. Even if you can't handle it, you need to let us defend ourselves quickly. Just then, the zombie birds seemed to have finally spotted their target and flew rapidly towards them. Zhou Jing sensed trouble and ordered her people to hide in the car, while she released a small amount of pressure in their area, which had some effect. Those zombie birds flew straight past them. Zhou Jing saw this scene and chuckled, advising everyone not to run around, and then she and Yin Xian got out of the car. As they walked forward, several zombie birds that had been attacking the front convoy charged at them again upon seeing the two. They quickly dealt with them and hid behind a car. The people inside the car couldn't believe that anyone would dare to come out at this moment. Zhou Jing pointed upwards and then at the car roof. The people outside were confused, and Zhou Jing, feeling helpless, asked them to open a small gap and said, "You need to attack from the sunroof. Take turns. You can't just hide like this, or these birds will keep attacking until your car is destroyed and you're all dead." Upon hearing Zhou Jing's words, the expressions of the people inside turned serious. "We understand. What command has the commander given?" they asked. "None," Zhou Jing replied. The people in the car were from the Ling family, and Zhou Jing had just memorized their faces. After they spoke, they heard Zhenzhu's voice coming from the radio. "Everyone stay in the car and don't come out. Just endure it." Zhou Jing's expression soured, pointing at the dents on the car in front, and said, "Like this? How long do you think this car can hold up?" The Ling family members looked at the car in front, which was starting to sway under attack. "It's not going to last. The car in front is also our people." The people inside finally couldn't hold back any longer. The highest-ranking person opened the sunroof and stood up, launching a large-scale attack. Zhou Jing saw it was indeed that amazing move. She had seen Ling Jiao do the same before. He had thrown a big move, and indeed, that move was some kind of ice or snow spell. Many low-level zombie birds were instantly frozen, and Zhou Jing nodded in satisfaction as she walked forward towards another Ling family's car. The people inside were equally surprised that someone would dare to come out at this time, and even knocked on their window. After knocking, they asked them to open the window. "We just spoke with the car behind you. These birds must be attacked. If you don't fight them, they will eventually kill you. The inside may seem safe, but they will keep attacking. When they finish their onslaught, you will be trapped in this supposedly safe spot." The people inside realized that Zhou Jing's words made sense. Finally, one person came out. He used a single target attack to finish off the frozen zombie birds. The two worked in perfect harmony, and the people behind them recognized that something was off. The Liu family members also followed suit, opening the sunroof and releasing their skills. Zhou Jing and her team also moved forward a bit, aligning with the attacking vehicles. Now they had reached Zhenzhu's vehicle. However, a quarrel was happening inside. What is going on?" Zhou Jing heard Zhenzhu angrily saying, "I am a commander. You must listen to me. What is wrong with me ordering them to stand by? But the current situation is that if we don't attack, we will definitely be wiped out. The major families are all here, even if you die. You can't take on that responsibility. Impossible." Stubborn. After the man finished speaking, he fell silent, while the driver said that the rear convoy had started attacking. "What? Didn't I tell them to stand by?" Zhenzhu's contradiction was evident. Just after she finished speaking, the car shook violently. They looked up and saw a gigantic zombie bird pecking at their car roof. The originally smooth car roof had started to dent under the assault. One person inside couldn't hold back any longer and said, "If you're not going to attack, then I will." Zhenzhu looked at the situation, her face turning pale with anger. "Attack. You all wanted to attack, right? Go ahead." The people inside looked at Zhenzhu, who was acting strangely, with a serious expression. This woman was truly unreasonable. She didn't even think about who they were following orders from. After calming down, they said, "You all go down. You don't need to say anything more. We know what we're doing. We will report your performance truthfully to the family head." Zhenzhu was so angry, she didn't want to speak. This outing had truly turned chaotic. It was one thing that no one listened to her, but they were also working against her. What was worse was that she had encountered Zhou Jing, which really affected her mood. Originally, she had come to win over the Zhou family members around her, and then take the opportunity to get to know people from other families. But now, because of Zhou Jing, it was all ruined. Zhou Jing was also at a loss. After all, this person had pushed all the responsibility onto her, and she felt helpless. Who knew what scheme you were up to? The mood among the people in the convoy was also not good. The person who had just spoken met Zhou Jing as soon as he got out of the car. Zhou Jing nodded as a greeting. Although the man felt a bit awkward, he still nodded back. Seeing the man respond, Zhou Jing said, "The current situation is not good. There must be a commander among these birds, but there are too many of them, and we can't find it for now. All of us have already started attacking. You all." Zhenzhu, unable to contain her anger, walked out and rudely asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhou Jing looked innocent. "I was worried about you, so I came over. We've already started attacking from behind, and it's starting to show results. there are already fewer zombie bird behind. The man looked back and noticed that indeed, there were significantly fewer zombie birds. Zhou Jing Wunti say it was her doing. She just wanted Zhenju to lose support and isolation. The man nodded and called the others to come down and collectively attack the zombie birds that had been causing trouble in the front. Only Zhenju remained in the car, glaring fiercely at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing, looking unconcerned, loudly said, "Commander, everyone is working hard to attack. Why are you hiding in the car?" Zhenju's body stiffened. Her fists clenched as she stepped out of the car. With a slightly stiff expression, she said, "I was just thinking." "Oh, really? Then take your time. I'll head back first." Zhou Jing turned and went back to her car. Yan Xian had also been attacking for a while, and there were fallen zombie birds everywhere. Meanwhile, Bao Bai, Xiao, and Li Zi were running around picking up crystal cores. Having successfully irritated Zhenju, Zhou Jing felt particularly good. The people in front were diligently attacking, while the others conserved their abilities and continuously used their guns to attack. Zhou Jing truly hadn't expected that these mission participants could all use guns. Previously, their identity. No, it was possible that they developed it later, but these people also basically all had abilities. It seemed that abilities were easier to manifest in those with good physical fitness. Watching the continuously decreasing number of zombie birds, everyone felt a slight sense of relief. However, they still hadn't discovered the so-called leader that Zhou Jing mentioned. They initially thought the biggest bird would be the leader, but to their surprise, that bird wasn't even one. After it died, these birds showed no unusual behavior. Knowing that they couldn't drag it out for too long, everyone had their limits. After resting for a while, the person from the Ling family said that he could unleash one more powerful move, hoping to force the leader out. Zhou Jing watched the scene and could only nod. If you can take it, then go ahead and unleash a big move. All right, by now, everyone had completely forgotten that their commander was Zhenju. Compared to that person who made a wrong judgment, they trusted this person who could abandon their own safety, mistakenly, to protect them in this crucial moment even more. Zhou Jing was genuinely unaware that she had caused them to misunderstand her like this. When the person from the Ling family unleashed the powerful move, Yan Xian finally noticed the zombie bird that had been hiding at the back. The smallest one. It was the leader. Although Zhou Jing did not know how Yan Xian figured it out, due to her trust in Yan Xian, she finally made her move. Xiaoya had already prepared, just waiting for Zhou Jing to take action. Zhou Jing smiled as she was waiting for this moment, leaping forward as Xiaoya responded, throwing a long tree whip. The leader bird saw the tree whip coming and tried to fly up, but Xiaoya would not give it that chance. The prepared poison mist sprayed directly upwards. The bird was caught off guard and got sprayed right on the head, and in that instant, Xiaoya exerted herself and finally wrapped around the zombie bird. At that moment, the zombie bird, which had been in the air, flew away with a startled cry. Zhou Jing knew she had caught the right one. The beak of the zombie bird was also sealed by Xiaoya. The crowd approached Zhou Jing when they saw she was safe, only to discover that she was holding a tightly wrapped zombie bird. Everyone suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The people in front breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that the zombie bird had stopped attacking, but then noticed a crowd gathering behind them. Curious, they walked over and saw Zhou Jing holding a green pupa. "What is this?" The leader of the zombie birds. "It's so small?" A member of the Zhou family asked curiously. I originally thought it would be the biggest one. So how should we deal with this one? What else can we do?" "Extract the crystal core. This zombie bird is not a mutated beast. Even if we have tamers, it can't be tamed." Everyone nodded in understanding. Zhou Jing then took a knife and opened the head of the zombie bird, extracting the crystal core inside. Then she said to the ability user who was recovering behind, "You worked hard releasing your big moves twice just now. This crystal core is for you." Everyone remained silent. This zombie bird was taken down by Zhou Jing, and it was also this person from the Ling family who released the big move. So no one spoke. The Ling family member was somewhat moved. After all, no matter how high the ability level, releasing two big moves in a short time would consume a lot of mental energy. The high-level crystal core Zhou Jing gave truly solved an urgent problem. Everyone felt a bit greedy, but still said nothing. However, Zhenju couldn't help but speak up. "As a commander, shouldn't I be the one to distribute the crystal core?" Everyone fell silent. This commander sent by the Zhou family must be a fool. At such a time, it would be better to just stay quiet. The Zhou family members were also frustrated with this petty woman. It was too embarrassing. They had lost face in front of other families. Zhou Jing, however, calmly said, "This crystal core should go to the person who contributed the most, right? What do you all think?" Zhua and others hurriedly agreed. Yes, we think so too. Zhenju suddenly realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly explained, "I meant the other crystal cores." The Zhou family members felt like banging their heads against a wall. "Can you just shut up?" Zhou Jing looked at her, took a bag of crystal cores from her report, and said, "This is all the crystal cores the kids collected today. You can distribute them however you like." Zhou Jing said, as she handed it to Zhenju. Zhenju instinctively reached out to take the bag of wealth, but was blocked by the Zhou family members around her. They now knew that Zhenju was a short-sighted person, but there was nothing they could do since she had already been appointed as commander, so they could only endure. They initially thought Zhou Jing's actions were well-intentioned, but after observing, they found that the more she did this, the more it would make other families look down on their own. So they didn't know what to do, only able to prevent her from taking this thing. The commander might be feeling a bit uncomfortable. This thing must be shared among everyone, not just for us. You all can see how to divide it, and we'll take the rest. Zhou Jing knew she couldn't push too hard, so she nodded and said, "Then let's do it your way. Everyone come over and divide it. It doesn't have to be exact, just take what you want." However, the Zhou family members did not step forward, instead taking Zhenju back to the car. The man who spoke earlier looked at Zhenju and said, "Miss Zhen, you weren't this reckless before. Please stay a bit more clear-headed for the rest of the journey, so we can report back." Upon hearing the man's words, Zhenju's eyes flickered with clarity. Right? She had never been this flustered before. She didn't know why. Was it because she saw Zhou Jing? Or because Zhou Jing's way of handling things was better than her own? No. The most important thing was that a person who had died in front of her could still be standing alive in front of her now. Moreover, no matter how she talked to Yin Xian didn't believe her. Now no one believed her, and she could only bear it alone amidst all this chaos. Why didn't Zhou Jing return to the Zhou family, but instead join the Shun family? Why did Zhou Jing appear wherever she went? Zhou Jing's body was slightly cool, but certainly not cold. Was she human or a ghost? These questions twisted into a chaotic ball in Zhenju's mind. No, Zhenju, you have to stay clear-headed. You can't let these interruptions break your thoughts. Her breathing became heavier, and Zhenju forced herself to stay alert, gratefully looking at the man who spoke. "I'm sorry. I was reckless today. I apologize to everyone. My thoughts are a bit disordered, and I'll try to adjust." The others nodded. Since she had apologized, it wouldn't be good for them to keep holding on, and Zhenju's face indeed looked unwell. Perhaps she had encountered some setbacks. But this setback, although they had doubts in their hearts, everyone said nothing. After expressing that they didn't mind, Zhou Jing came to their car. She gently knocked on the car door. "Everyone, I brought you the crystal cores." "Thank you." The man reached out to take the crystal cores, and Zhou Jing smiled apologetically. "We took a bit of time to divide the crystal cores. I'm really sorry." "It's nothing." The man felt that Zhou Jing was very good at handling people. As one of the few women in the team, she made Zhenju seem completely unreasonable. Moreover, every time Zhenju mocked her, she could always appear innocent and seek forgiveness. Either she truly didn't care, or this woman was too deep in her schemes. She really wanted to undermine Zhenju's authority in this team. But if she really did that, what would be her reason? Did they have a grudge? The man, unable to figure out the reason, chose to remain silent. Since it was not something he could control, he decided not to worry about it. After all, he was just there to complete a mission. The man held a small position in the Zhou family, and the person he truly pledged loyalty to was Zhou Xiayue. So what if she was an illegitimate daughter? Now Zhou Xiayue was treated like a cherished daughter by the leader of the Zhou base. As for this Zhenju girl, she was probably worried about being treated as cannon fodder. So she hurried to complete missions to appear in front of everyone and increase her exposure. They were all not easy to deal with. However, it must be said that Zhou Jing now considers herself to be much more skilled than Zhenju. But what does that have to do with her? The man thought of himself as no good person either, happily watching the excitement from the sidelines. After Zhou Jing handed over the items, she returned to her car. They didn't divide many crystal cores, but there were a few more first-level crystal cores here, which they treated as currency. Li Zi and Yin Huan also enjoyed themselves during this chaotic battle, although Zhou Jing didn't see it. She noticed that the fur around Li Zi's mouth was all white, and she couldn't help but have Lu Luo wash his face. After all, even if everyone thought he was just picking up crystal cores, it looked too unseemly. After this battle, the barriers between everyone had somewhat dissipated. After all, even though they belonged to several major families, it was better to be united on this life-and-death battlefield. This time, Zhou Jing also rarely changed her demeanor. After all, no matter how much she hated Jinzhu, she couldn't show it, and she also wanted to leave a good impression on a few families. She rarely acted like a girl her age. Being able to discuss Jinzhu was the best outcome. After a fierce battle, everyone was a bit tired, so they moved a little forward and found a clean spot to rest. Everyone got out of the car to stretch, and those who had just exerted themselves were slowly absorbing the distributed crystal cores while sitting on the ground. Zhou Jing set up her stall and thought about asking the other convoy who had fire abilities. A man stood up. "Could you please help us throw a fireball?" At a certain level, ability users can control fire with their minds. The man agreed and threw a fireball for Zhou Jing and the others. Zhou Jing calmly set up a pot and had Lu Luo cook. They watched in shock as Zhou Jing took out item after item from her space. What the hell? How many abilities does Zhou Jing have? Some people who had seen the information recalled that, if they remembered correctly, Zhou Jing's reported abilities should be strength and space. However, the skill she just used should be a plant-based ability, right? 3 abilities? That's almost impossible in nature. Zhou Jing didn't care much about what they thought. After all, her information was filled in randomly, and they would naturally think along those lines. When the aroma of food wafted out, everyone had already forgotten about those conspiracies. Their minds filled with thoughts of why they could only eat instant food and biscuits. They wanted to cry. Zhou Jing smiled as she served a few bowls of dishes to the convoy that borrowed fire and called over the Lu family members to eat. Everyone looked at their food with envy and jealousy. After all, even if they had space, they didn't have anyone who could cook, especially the Zhou family. Looking at Jinzhu beside her, they really didn't know what to do, let alone cooking. It was already the best if they didn't have to prepare food for her. So hungry, so wanted to eat. After eating and drinking to their fill, even those who were exhausted had recovered, tidying up the aftermath as everyone knew it was time to hit the road again. Although this journey wasn't far, there were still plenty of obstacles. Every now and then something would jump out, which was really quite annoying. Fortunately, Zhanzhu's command didn't have any major issues afterward, and everyone pressed on toward the pharmacy. They noticed Zhanzhu's mood had stabilized. Zhou Jing felt a bit regretful. She thought she could provoke her a bit more, but who knew she would recover so quickly, occasionally able to trip herself up. This was good. This was the cunning and treacherous Zhanzhu I know. Previously, it was just that you weren't prepared, right? I really look forward to that moment when we face each other. Zhanzhu looked coldly at Zhou Jing, who was laughing and chatting with the people around her. Jealousy was swelling up inside her. Why? Why are there so many people around you? Why? Why is it that until now, no one can stand by my side? Zhou Jing, I can make you die once, and I can make you die a second time. A second layer. Feeling the malice coming from nearby, Zhou Jing glanced at Jinzhu and smiled back. In front of them was the pharmacy. This journey had been quite arduous, and they hadn't expected to face an attack from zombie birds. They thought they could just come over easily, but the human and material resources were wasted. Looking at the not-so-usable vehicle, everyone silently thanked Zhou Jing once again. If it weren't for her, they would probably have to scrap the place. Looking at the pharmacy, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, Zhanzhu surprisingly said something important. I've heard that there are high-level zombies inside, so we mustn't let our guard down. Moreover, according to old Zhou, it seems that a group of people has already been lost here, so we must be careful. The group, which had already relaxed, instantly became alert. They looked at Zhanzhu with gratitude. Zhanzhu just smiled generously and said, "Now we are a team. We must be united." Everyone instantly seemed to be inspired, casting grateful glances at Jinzhu. The doors slowly opened, and Zhanzhu walked to the front, carefully observing the surroundings. As expected of a pharmacy, just the upper floor was already unimaginably large. The first floor, of course, had nothing. To avoid future troubles, everyone seriously searched the first floor thoroughly. After dealing with a few zombies, they finally felt at ease going to the stairs. Looking at the steps that only went down, they were a bit confused, but Zhenju stepped to the front. She indeed knew that this pharmacy only had rooms below and not above. She just hadn't mentioned it outside. If she said it, how could she reveal her bravery? Moreover, there was something here that she must obtain. Her ability leaned towards healing, but her healing abilities weren't as strong as she had imagined. She heard that this pharmacy had a drug developed during the apocalypse that could enhance a person's abilities in a short time. How could she let others know about this? This drug seemed to be hidden in a small drawer on the lowest level. She didn't know how many there were. The Zhou family wanted her to take it back. But what if I take it all for myself? Wouldn't your Zhou family still have to trade with me? Although a bit dissatisfied, Zhenju still took on this task with ulterior motives, waiting for the task to succeed so she could slap them in the face. When they reached the second underground level, it was indeed filled with medicines that were nearly extinct in the apocalypse. Although the base also produced some, they couldn't do it in bulk, so only a small number of people could use them. They had come to get these items so that their family members could use life-saving medicine. A group of people rushed in, and Zhenju also had her spatial ability user follow her. They frantically searched for the most useful items. The other families were not to be outdone, as the amount taken was a testament to their abilities. Zhou Jing looked at the anti-inflammatory drugs and bandages in front of her and nodded. This was really good. These basic items could be used by many people. She also took a few cold medicines. Soon, this level was about to be emptied by everyone. Shen Songji, who didn't have spatial abilities, could only watch Zhou Jing anxiously. Why are you so slow? How much have you taken? As he spoke, he gave Zhou Jing a look, indicating her to see how fierce the other families were. Don't worry, I've packed quite a lot. Don't forget, there are still several levels below. What if I fill up here? Everyone was bickering, and no one noticed the danger approaching. Suddenly, they heard a person scream, which made everyone instantly alert. When they looked closer, they realized it was someone from the Ling family. And the one who had screamed was a young man whose neck had already been cut with a bloody mark. The bloodstain seemed inconsequential at first, but the young man was speechless, clutching his neck with his hand. Then, with a puff, blood gushed out. The young man fell to the ground, lifeless. Everyone stared at him. The members of the Ling family turned red with anger. They looked at the fallen person, as if frozen in place, staring blankly at him. After a long time, a small boy's sobs broke the silence. He had been with this boy since entering the Ling family, thinking they could continue to be together and learn more. But unexpectedly, in just a moment, a vibrant life had been extinguished before their eyes. They thought someone would comfort him, but instead, the seemingly warm-hearted middle-aged man from the Ling family slapped the child's face. The boy stared blankly at his leader. Now was not the time to be sad. It was better to stay quiet and not disturb everyone. Otherwise, there would be no chance for revenge. The boy looked at the leader, nodded seriously, suppressed his tears, and said to everyone that he was sorry for disturbing them. Well, it's not a crucial issue. The key question is how we find that guy hiding in the shadows. After Zhou Jing finished speaking, everyone fell silent again. The enemy was hidden while they were in the open, and what was more terrifying was that the zombie clearly understood what it meant to maximize its effectiveness. It didn't bite or injure. It simply severed the person's neck directly. The speed was like a fleeting shadow. Moreover, if he hadn't called out, perhaps no one would have noticed. That was the most terrifying part. After hearing the captain of the Ling family speak, everyone remained silent. Zhou Jing sighed and said, I understand. Everyone quieted down. The higher level ability users protected those with slightly lower powers. The Zhou family's grateful ability users will accompany me to look around. Why us? Zhenju, displeased with Zhou Jing's commanding tone, asked somewhat unhappily. Because you're the highest-ranking commanders. Shouldn't you charge into battle if a problem arises? Aren't the top ability users from the Zhou family here? In fact, that wasn't the case. The Zhou family seemed to have a different plan this time. Clearly, they were leading the team, yet they didn't assign several high-level ability users to Zhenju, just one to fill the gap. Zhenju was momentarily speechless by Zhou Jing's words. Everyone present knew that if someone was in charge, they must bring along high-level ability users. They naturally wouldn't take care of the others. However, for the Zhou family, as the leading team, Not bringing a few high-level ability users was unreasonable. I understand. Zhou family. Follow Miss Zhou to investigate this floor. Okay. Only that high-level ability user, upon hearing the title Miss Zhou, felt a tightness in his heart. Although the surname Zhou was common, the old man's name seemed to be Zhou Jing as well. Realizing this, the man immediately fell silent. After all, he had only joined the Zhou family later, so he wasn't very clear about what had happened with them. As for the appearance of the original Miss Zhou, he had never even seen her. However, noticing her familiarity with Zhenju and recalling the tension between them indicated that they had known each other before. But why was their relationship so poor? That was still worth investigating. However, he didn't show his doubts outwardly and instead became a bit wary of Zhenju. If things were indeed as he suspected, then what Zhenju said to Ling Sang might not be entirely credible. After sorting out his thoughts, the man's expression softened a bit as he asked Zhou Jing, Miss Zhou, do you have any plans? Not at the moment. Let's disperse for now. Other families' high-level ability users. Please protect your juniors. After a few responses, Zhou Jing instructed Lu Luo to extend water lines throughout the room so that she could notice any movement immediately. She then led Yin Huan and the remaining members of the Zhou family to spread out, each person being exceptionally careful. They feared that the first one to encounter that terrifying creature would be themselves. Zhou Jing and Yin Huan, being together, felt less worried. But for some reason here, she couldn't sense the presence of the zombie. This meant that either its level was higher than hers, or its abilities could conceal its aura. According to Xiao Yiya, it seemed that the wood system could hide its aura. However, such a vital ability could actually linger on a zombie. After considering herself, it didn't seem impossible. Unable to sense the zombie, Zhou Jing and Yin Huan walked forward cautiously. Suddenly, they heard Lu Luo say, "He-s up there." This indicated that he had just triggered the rope above. Everyone instinctively looked up and indeed saw a dark figure with its foot entangled in the water lines. As soon as it noticed someone had seen it, it forcefully pulled forward. Regardless of the entanglement on its foot, that movement directly cut into its flesh. Everyone heard its piercing scream as it left its spot, leaving behind a pool of black blood and flesh hanging on the waterline. Knowing that the creature was injured made it easier to find. Everyone just needed to look down at the bloodstains below to follow the trail. Sure enough, everyone found the gathering bloodstains after a short search. Yin Huan dashed forward. He had already spotted it. When the creature saw someone rushing at it, it screamed in panic and tried to break free, but there was no chance. Yin Huan had already firmly grasped its neck, thinking it was helpless and could be easily eliminated, when suddenly a green glow emanated from its body. After that green light, green vines wrapped around Yin Huan's body and hands. Zhou Jing saw this and exclaimed, "Not good." She rushed forward and saw that Yin Huan had already been paralyzed. Her expression hardened, and her eyes were filled with fury. "How dare you hurt my people?" Fortunately, they were high enough that the people below couldn't clearly see what was happening. Zhou Jing, feeling extremely displeased, extended her fingers and sharply dug her nails into the zombie's body. The zombie let out a miserable cry as Zhou Jing summoned Xiao Yiya. Xiao Yiya understood and wrapped the zombie into a cocoon. Then, it peeked over at Yin Huan, as if sniffing, before completely enveloping him. When it released him, the green vines on Yin Huan had disappeared, and the numbness in his legs gradually faded. "Are you okay?" Zhou Jing asked anxiously as she retracted her nails. "Yeah, I'm fine." Yin Huan moved his body. The earlier vines had released a bit of toxin when they wrapped around him, which had paralyzed him. However, although Zhou Jing had detoxified him, some of that toxin still entered his body. For some reason, it didn't seem to have a significant impact on him, as if he had absorbed it, or perhaps the toxicity of the zombie had merged with the toxins in his own body. Despite feeling puzzled, Yin Huan still appeared somewhat weak, which naturally pleased Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing supported his arm, allowing Yin Huan to lean on her shoulder. Yin Huan said, "Plan successful. My wife cares about me. I'm so happy." To prevent the people below from becoming suspicious, Zhou Jing hurriedly called over the idol, Xiao Yiya. "Xiao Yiya, call Z up here. This zombie is still moving around, and we can't control it." Xiao Yiya wanted to refute, but a few people looked at the zombie wrapped like a dumpling, and then at Zhou Jing, who lied without a script and silently lowered their heads. "Your leader is right. Everything you say makes sense. The people below wanted to jump up, but the space was small, and on top of that, the zombie that Zhou Jing mentioned was still moving around. For a moment, no one dared to go up to verify the truth of Zhou Jing's words. It was better that no one went up. Zhou Jing quietly watched Bao Bei talk to Li Zi while drinking. Then she saw Li Zi bouncing up to her. He directly found his crystal core, and Zhou Jing whispered, "I know you can do it." Although Li Zi understood, he still gave Zhou Jing a disdainful glance before lightly landing on the green cocoon. With his claws spread open, his long nails dug deep inside. With a flick of his little paw, he pulled out a green crystal core. Wow, it's not low in level. Holding the 4th level crystal core, Zhou Jing jumped down with the people above. The people below looked at Zhou Jing with complicated expressions. They knew she was quite powerful, but they didn't expect Zhou Jing to be so bold. She dared to go anywhere and rush at any zombie. The most outrageous thing was that she came out unscathed. What the hell? Why are you so amazing? Aren't we at a similar level? Zhou Jing didn't say anything, but inside she felt quite helpless. I dare to rush up because I'm not afraid of becoming a zombie. What if you rush up and mutate? Of course. She didn't say this and continued to maintain her cold and noble demeanor. Yan Xian leaned weakly against Zhou Jing. Is your friend okay? Others asked with concern. He's fine, just temporarily lacking strength. Your boyfriend won't be infected with the zombie virus, right? Upon hearing this, the concerned looks of everyone instantly turned a bit vigilant. If this person really got infected with the zombie virus and didn't tell them, then that situation would be very dangerous. Zhou Jing's expression was cold as she looked at them and said, "You're overthinking it. Look at who he is leaning on right now, me. If he mutates, I'll be the first to get bitten. Do you think I would ignore the bigger picture for such a small matter?" Everyone fell silent. It seemed to indeed be the case. They weren't fools. As abilities users, they understood a lot. So they suddenly felt a sense of being looked down upon. But there was nothing they could do. After all, they had been misled too. They habitually turned their attention to Jinzhu, who said, "You guys misjudged and made me the scapegoat. Is that reasonable?" However, although Zhou Jing said this, she still took Yan Xian aside to eliminate everyone's doubts. Qing Tian and the others wanted to come over, but Zhou Jing stopped them. After they had waited for a while until it was safe, everyone had no more doubts in their hearts. He was healthy, so he wouldn't turn into a zombie. "We misunderstood you. It's all Jinzhu's fault." Yeah, that is how it is. People love to shift blame. Zhou Jing and Yan Xian stood up and brushed themselves off. After all, it was quite rare for a person who had just been a hero to sit on the sidelines under someone's suspicion. They all felt a bit embarrassed. After saying a few soft words to Zhou Jing and the others, everyone prepared to head to the 3rd level. Zhanzhu looked nervously at the ground. What would be on the 3rd level? Everyone looked forward to the staircase. There were so many things on the 2nd level. There must be even better things on the 3rd level. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhou Jing said, "I'm looking forward to it too." She surveyed the 2nd level once more. Zhou Jing still felt that this place shouldn't be underestimated. After letting Leviu pull a few water lines, they descended to the 3rd level. Bugs. This was Zhou Jing's habit. She preferred to complete tasks as thoroughly as possible. Since Leviu's waterline skill evolved, she had used it frequently. The entrance of the entire floor had been connected, and the 2nd floor had been laid out as well. After all, zombies nowadays were truly unpredictable. You never knew when someone might get hurt, especially the zombie from earlier. Thinking of that innocent life, Zhou Jing sighed helplessly. Fortunately, Wei Ve avenged him. Everyone descended to the 3rd level with a bit of excitement. The 3rd level was obviously not as bright as the 2nd. Looking at the somewhat dim lights, Zhou Jing's heart was full of questions. Since there was enough power to support it, why was the 3rd level so dim? Just like on the 2nd level. Zhanzhu commanded everyone, leading a few high-level ones to scout first. Only after confirming there were no major zombies did she allow the various space abilities users to go up. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing kept an eye out for anything strange while collecting items. Because this level was too quiet. After they finished clearing, it was eerily quiet. Like on the 2nd level, apart from their breathing, they could hardly hear any other sounds. This situation either meant there were strange things here, or there were high-level zombies aiming to catch them all at once. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jing said, "Everyone, please listen to me. This level is too quiet, so I hope everyone stays alert. If you notice anything unusual, Please inform everyone immediately. Everyone responded half-heartedly. But in their hearts, didn't T take it seriously? Didn't they say they were already prepared? Why were they feeling uneasy now? Looking at this group of people who forgot their lessons, Zhou Jing felt a moment of displeasure. These people are always like this. They flatter you when you're useful and doubt you when you're not. If that's the case, then don't involve me from the beginning. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like she was fueling the fire. Zhou Jing's eyes gradually darkened. Yan Xian noticed something was off about Zhou Jing and gently shook her. After seeing her gradually regain clarity, he asked with slight concern, "Are you okay?" Zhou Jing recalled her earlier thoughts, shivered, and said, "I think I just thought of something not so good." How could she think about wiping these people out? And that feeling of resentment came so suddenly, as if someone was pulling her thoughts. It came out of nowhere, and it felt like she was losing control. If Yan Xian hadn't shaken her awake, what would have happened? What happened to me just now? Your aura was particularly unstable just now, as if you were about to darken. Looking at Yan Xian's concerned face, Zhou Jing snapped back to reality. "I'm fine," thinking of her somewhat inexplicable emotions. Zhou Jing looked around once more. No wonder no one dared to come here. It was so eerie. Even she had fallen for it. She rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit tired. After all, she had never been hypnotized like this before. That's right, she felt she might have been hypnotized. After calming down for a while and seeing that everyone seemed fine, Zhou Jing relaxed slightly. She just hoped it was her own illusion. Liu Bei felt particularly unlucky. Ever since he got this name, he had never been comfortable. Every day, he was either bullied by this person or laughed at by that one. He often encountered some misfortunes. This time, he came out on a mission because Lu Qing dragged him along. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't come out to get hurt. However, he moved his foot. "What is wrong today? My foot is so itchy." Looking down, he saw two small bugs crawling on his instep. He didn't care after all. Who hasn't seen bugs before in the apocalypse? Skillfully brushing the bugs off, he stepped on them and squashed them. How interesting. There are actually golden bugs here. Zhou Jing's earlier words had completely slipped his mind. What is a little bug compared to an anomaly? Women are just troublesome, making a big deal out of nothing. While collecting items, he chatted and laughed with the people beside him. No one noticed the small bugs slowly gathering at their feet. And by the time Zhou Jing discovered them, it was already too late. Who knocked over the bug nest? After someone shouted this, Zhou Jing was instantly stunned. Looking down at the densely packed bugs around people's feet, they were almost submerged. Strangely, these bugs weren't doing anything. It was as if they were just crawling around. Burn them all. Zhenju looked at the bugs on the ground and felt a wave of disgust. Yet, the group of men still had the nerve to tease the two of them for being cowardly. "Are you all out of your minds? Everyone get away from here now. Shake off the bugs on your feet and come to me." Only then did they notice that there were no bugs around Zhou Jing. "Why are there no bugs around you?" Who has the mood to ask that now? Just listen to me. Some people complied, and after cleaning off their feet, they moved into Zhou Jing's circle, while some others chose to take risks. At that moment, even if Zhenju didn't like Zhou Jing, she would still rush to Zhou Jing's side for her own safety. The remaining few, hurry over, Zhenju ordered. After a few more people came in, one or two stood outside with disdain, as if they weren't afraid at all. "Stop messing around. Come back. Women are so timid." Before she finished speaking, Zhou Jing closed her eyes. Because she had already seen the ground full of bugs, it was as if they suddenly received some encouragement. And the bugs that were still running around on the ground instantly became entangled with little bugs with codes on their bodies. The people standing inside the circle looked in disbelief at the two who had just been outside. Why did they want to take such a big risk? Watching the densely packed bugs crawling on the two people, everyone's hair stood on end. Hearing the screams of the two, they didn't know what to do. Then everyone just stared blankly at the two people still outside, their figures getting smaller and their screams growing weaker until they heard the sound of something crisp hitting the ground. Looking at the two piles of white bones left behind, no one could believe it, didn't want to believe that these bugs could really do such a thing, nor could they believe that their teammates, who had just fought together, had now turned into bones. They just disappeared like that. The speed at which those little bugs crawled also shocked them. If there were still one or two left on their feet. After all, they had looked down on Zhou Jing's attitude. For a moment, they couldn't believe it, and they quickly looked down at their feet. But they found that there really were one or two left. Instantly, Goosebumps rose. Zhou Jing heard the sound of people stomping their feet behind her, knowing they must not have listened to her. But it didn't matter anymore. The people behind quickly stomped their feet, but what they saw were the bugs on their feet, their legs curling up as if dead. A kick sent them flying. Everyone saw that theirs were the same, and they couldn't help but look at Zhou Jing with confusion. What is going on? Zhou Jing calmly showed them the black and green striped little bug. This is the reason. Looking at the strange black stripes, everyone understood. You are the one with poison in this system? To be precise, it was accidentally contaminated with poison during a previous mission. And that's how it happened. Although the poison wasn't strong, it was enough to kill these little bugs. Didn't you see this circle? It's not that I did something, but that these bugs dared not approach. So do we have to find their leader among all these bugs? When this was said, Zhou Jing also felt troubled. The birds were easy to talk about. At least they had a number, but these bugs were completely uncountable. Liu Bei from the Liu family silently raised his hand. I report, I am willing to be punished. Before Zhou Jing could speak, Zhang Zhu interrupted. Actually, I noticed these bugs long ago. I just didn't think much of it and then stepped on one. That bug was golden. Everyone fell silent. If this Liu Bei really stepped on a golden bug among all these black bugs, then that bug might be the leader. Everyone was silent. They didn't know what to say. This person's luck was hard to determine as good or bad. If it was good, how could he encounter the leader of these bugs? If it was bad, perhaps this bug disaster wouldn't have happened if it weren't for him. So everyone looked at Liu Bei with complex expressions. Liu Bei also closed his eyes, looking helpless. All right, fire-type ability users, come on, burn all these bugs. Without a leader, they won't form a threat. Liu Bei stepped forward. I'll do it, everyone said, as long as you're happy. Looking at the raging flames, everyone felt calm inside. After all, if they didn't die, it would be humanity that died. To survive, everyone smelled the somewhat rotten odor, their expressions unchanged. Teammates, rest in peace. After the fire, everyone looked at the gradually calming area, still feeling a lingering fear. If it hadn't been for Zhou Jing's reminder, yet someone still spoke up. Zhou Jing, how do you always predict those dangers? Predict? Of course not. Who has precognitive abilities? I've said it before, as long as it's a mission. One must never let their guard down. Look at my teammates. Which one of them is disobedient? They know that a little negligence could cost them their lives. So far, all my premonitions have been due to good luck, and my teammates have saved my life more than once. This only reinforces my belief that we must pay attention to every abnormal situation. After all, I'm someone who almost died because of carelessness. Zhou Jing said, glancing over at Jinzhu. Jinzhu knew Zhou Jing was talking about her, closing her eyes without saying a word. The remaining people fell silent after hearing Zhou Jing's words. What they lacked was that sense of vigilance. After all, they were high-ranking members of various families. They rarely considered these issues, always being led by the commander. But this time the commander was unreliable, and situations kept arising. As a result, a civilian was put in charge, and they were still doubting. Seeing everyone quiet down, Zhou Jing didn't say anything more, quietly packing her things before everyone walked down together. A somewhat embarrassed member of the Zhou family finally began to explain to everyone. Actually, the medicines above are just superficial. The most important things are on the very bottom layer. That bottom layer contains drugs produced during the apocalypse. It seems they have developed a serum that can prevent zombification. Everyone listened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhu was almost furious. Why reveal such important information? There are also some drugs that can trigger abilities in ordinary people. This foolish Zhang Zhu was almost beside herself with anger. Clearly, these things could have been monopolized by them. Why say it out loud? Fuming, the man speaking also cursed Zhang Zhu in his heart. She was just a woman who could only see immediate benefits. Clearly, if she had just spoken, she could have taken away the other important things. But Mr. Zhou's words went in one ear and out the other for her. She didn't make good relationships with everyone and didn't say what needed to be said. So what use was she? Just a woman who knows how to compete for favor, with no brains. Zhang Zhu had no idea how low her reputation was among the Zhou family now. What does it mean to only know how to compete for favor? Clearly, that woman was setting traps for herself. People listened to what the man was saying while lowering their heads. It turned out that the water here was so deep. How did the Zhou family know so much? Not to mention that this matter might be hiding some selfish motives. Regardless of what these people were thinking in their hearts, Zhou Jing herself didn't take it to heart. Zhenju's selfish thoughts had existed for more than a day or two, so she didn't care at all. As for what others were thinking, it was none of her business. Looking at Zhenju, who had her head down with bruises on her face, Zhou Jing couldn't help but laugh unkindly. Everyone's thoughts were racing, but they still maintained a bit of face. After all, they were considered big shots in the city and couldn't afford to lose face. The fourth floor was clearly more tightly monitored than the upper levels. However, as everyone looked at the glass door, they didn't know what to say, because inside there were actually 3 zombies. They didn't know how these people got infected with the zombie virus or why they hadn't gone to the top level. But it could be seen that the levels of the 3 were not high, and they didn't seem to be eating each other. Moreover, they hadn't even broken through this door. After confirming this, they sent a superpowered person to smash the glass with a punch, and as the glass shattered, the 3 zombies rushed out. They were quickly subdued by those who were already prepared, since they were all wearing researcher uniforms. They didn't extract their crystal cores and instead burned them when they came out. After cleaning up the laboratory, everyone went inside. There were very few items here, so they could quickly see what was available. However, looking at the 3 zombies outside, everyone wondered why, if they had really developed a non-mutating drug, it had mutated now. Zhou Jing looked at the 3 people, whose skin was wrapped around their bones, and finally felt helpless. They must have starved to death, right? Starved to the point of having no strength left, and then infected each other? Looking at these 3 pitiful people, everyone sighed for them. Let us go and see if there are any valuable medicines. A group of people dispersed, and they quickly looked through everything. They actually found a few items. Looking at the 4 bottles of green potion, which had a hastily written label saying detox, everyone was puzzled. Detox from what? However, even so, there didn't seem to be any other suspicious items, so they decided to take them all. Is this it? People were a bit incredulous. Is this really the end? The 4th floor had no expectations at all. Everyone walked back, a bit disappointed. Zhou Jing, however, noticed Zhenju's unusual expression and understood. It seemed there was still something here that they didn't know about, so Zhou Jing didn't hurry to leave. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, "Didn't we say not to touch these people as crystal cores? Who dug out the crystal cores?" No one spoke. Everyone was silent. Who would dare? Seeing no one speak, the discoverer scratched his head in confusion. How strange. Who could have done this? Zhou Jing heard this and felt something was wrong. Quickly shouting to everyone, "Run!" Zhanju didn't know what Zhou Jing was up to, but instinctively retorted, "What are you chattering about?" She seemed to see something, but with so many people around, she felt embarrassed to act rashly. "You guys go ahead. I twisted my ankle and feel a bit uncomfortable." Zhenju feigned weakness. Uncomfortable? Someone from the Zhou family should take Miss Zhen quickly. I'm not joking with you. Better hurry. Zhou Jing, can you stop acting like you're so reasonable just because I've been quiet? I've tolerated you for a long time. Zhou Jing saw that Zhenju was already unhappy and felt that there must be something she hadn't said. However, she didn't have the heart to care anymore. These things definitely weren't done by them, so it must be something else. Then this something else was something they hadn't even noticed. So many people and no one noticed. What could it be? Therefore, Zhou Jing felt they couldn't stay any longer. But this Zhenju, knowing it was a small benefit, still insisted on obstructing. Forget it. I can't do anything about it. I won't care anymore. Everyone, hurry and leave with me. Okay. Zhou Jing's team nodded in agreement, indicating they understood. They didn't care about others, nor did they want to. The Zhou family members were still hesitating, but others who had already tasted the bitterness chose to follow Zhou Jing, because at least Zhou Jing could guarantee their safety. And Zhenju, although knowing she was being willful, still wanted the good stuff. She just sat there in silence. The Zhou family members saw her like this and could only hold back their anger and give Zhou Jing a good farewell. Sorry, we'll check on her condition. If it doesn't work out, we'll carry her on our backs and catch up with you soon. Zhou Jing's expression was cold as she nodded to show she understood. Seeing Zhou Jing's demeanor, the Zhou family members could only grit their teeth. The rest. Hurry and leave with me. After taking one last look at Zhenju, Zhou Jing turned and left without mercy. You reap what you sow. Just as Zhou Jing and the others were leaving the fourth floor, the originally quiet level suddenly felt as if it was filled with something. And those standing at the stairway felt afraid, listening to the commotion inside. Although they didn't know why those things hadn't come to disturb Zhou Jing and the others who had already reached the corridor. They could hear the screams of people inside. Zhou Jing closed her eyes. She really didn't know what they were doing. Was life or profit more important? Couldn't they think clearly? Did they have to do this and end up with a result that everyone would blame? It was truly pointless to create trouble for themselves. The people outside, listening to the sounds, felt their hearts ache. What were those inside experiencing? Probably only they themselves knew. Should they save them? Hearing the people inside shouting for help and screaming, those outside felt a pang of compassion and hurriedly asked. Now they really regarded Zhou Jing as a pillar. If you think it's necessary, then go. That person, after hearing Zhou Jing's words, blushed and stepped aside. How could he go? His power level wasn't high. He had brought it up just to let Zhou Jing and the others help. Zhou Jing naturally saw through his intention, so he stepped back. Listening to the screams inside lessen, they then heard the voice of that Zhou family member, who was considered a small leader. There aren't many things left inside now. Li Chong, beg everyone to come in and help. Those few brothers have already died. I've dealt with them personally. There really aren't many things left here. I won't lie to you. If I deceive you, may I die a terrible death. Li Chong understood this concern, fearing the outsiders would think he was looking for a scapegoat. Zhou Jing thought for a moment and let Lu Luo take a water shield and enter the room. Sure enough, there wasn't much left. But Zhou Jing and the others also saw the true face of the monster. How to put it? The first impression it gave was disgusting. It had two large incisors like a rat protruding outside. Its eyes emitted a green light as if assessing something. Its entire body was devoid of hair, exposing bare flesh. Coupled with its long tail, it was truly nauseating to look at. The ground was littered with corpses, making people feel uncomfortable. So Ding sighed. Looking at the already battered Li Chong and the well-protected Jinju, she asked, "What are you trying to achieve?" Saying this, she rushed forward and knocked over a few rats with a vine, trying not to touch them, because just looking at them was already quite disgusting. She definitely didn't want to touch them. Then, using a sharp branch, they directly stabbed at their brains, watching the remaining mice gradually being eliminated. Li Chang's expression finally relaxed. "Thank you all," he said. "Are you okay?" Seeing the wounds all over Li Chong, Zhou Jing still asked, "I took that medicine. It's just right to let everyone test whether that medicine is really effective against mutations." "That's good." Zhou Jing didn't speak, waiting with everyone on the fourth floor. Even if he mutated, he should be given a dignified way to die. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Jinju stepped out from behind Li Chong, looking at Jinju, who had no injuries except for some bloodstains, and then at the corpses of the mutated beings all over the ground. It felt so ironic. Indeed, once you get used to betraying your teammates, the first time will lead to a second time. Once you're used to the third time, there will be a fourth time. In short, it never ends. Watching Jinju's slightly pale face, Zhou Jing smiled at the grim-faced Li Chong. 10 minutes passed. "All right, you shouldn't be infected. Green Wan, clean him up." "Okay." A large water ball smashed down directly onto Li Chang's head. "Am I fine now?" Li Chong stared blankly at himself, thinking he would also meet his end here. Well, mutations usually occur quite quickly. Since you've been like this for a while and haven't mutated, you should be safe. Thank you so much." If Zhou Jing and the others had chosen to leave, then even if he didn't mutate, he would have been torn to pieces by those mutated beasts. Looking at the unscathed Jinju, his eyes were filled with gloom. Just now, when those zombie beasts appeared, he saw Zhanju take something out from the drawer and then hide behind. Whenever a zombie beast attacked her, she would pull a teammate forward. And that is how their teammates ended up sacrificing so many. As for himself, remembering the teammate who handed him the medicine, Li Chang's eyes turned red. He remembered that teammate's last words: "Survive, carry our share, and punish this poisonous woman." Zhanju hid very well. The words of those charging at the front couldn't be heard in this noisy place. So when she saw Li Chong, all she could think about was how that non-mutating medicine made him drink it. What about herself? Wouldn't she have nothing to account for? Originally, she planned to keep that medicine for herself. Moreover, that space ability user had died, and even before dying, they didn't spit out the supplies. They just died with the supplies. The more Zhenju thought about it, the angrier she became. These Zhou family members are all so selfish. They die and it's all over for them, but what about me? How can I explain to the Zhou family without any supplies? She gritted her teeth in resentment. The group headed back. Because the Zhou family space ability user was dead, the return trip was quite awkward for them. There were only 2 of them, and no car. Looking around, several families had enough seats. Zhou Jing and the Liu family's car had 2 empty spots. What to do? Not agreeing wouldn't be good either, Zhou Jing pondered. But then Zhenju spoke up. Zhou Jing, you can't be that heartless, right? Look at how many of us from the Zhou family sacrificed on the 4th floor. And now there are just the 2 of us left. You can't be that heartless, can you? Just let us sit in your car. Zhou Jing was still considering the issue. But upon hearing Zhenju say that, she instantly became displeased. Why should I? Zhou Jing smiled at the somewhat stunned Zhenju. I just want to know why. Did I owe you something, Zhou Jing? Or oh, haven't you been enduring me for a long time? What? Now you don't find me annoying anymore? Zhou Jing wasn't a villain, but she wasn't a saint either. Since you say that, I really don't feel like taking you. You can either walk back or cling to someone else's car. Zhenju's face turned a mix of blue and red. She thought that out of face, Zhou Jing would let her into the car, and then she'd have plenty of chances to annoy her. Who knew Zhou Jing wouldn't fall for it at all? She didn't even give her a chance to get into the car. Clenching her fists, she looked around at the other teams with a pleading expression. Unfortunately, after seeing Zhenju's true colors, everyone was completely indifferent to her pitiful face. Are you kidding? Do you think we haven't seen the world? What kind of woman can't we handle? Why would we like a ruthless, man-eating flower like you? Zhenju looked around, seeing no one showing sympathy. Feeling regret for her earlier arrogance and her provocation toward Zhou Jing. It was a lesson for her, and she silently lowered her head, no longer speaking. Since I can't do it, let Li Chong go. After all, he's just a dog of the Zhou family. Li Chong noticed Zhou Jing's severe disdain and smirked. No matter what, with his powers, he still had some standing among these families. I gave you face, and you really think of yourself as a dish. Li Chong nodded at a few people around, and Ling's family nodded without much thought. Seeing their differential treatment, Zhenju's heart boiled with anger again. You better wait for me. Don't let me find your weaknesses. The hatred in Zhenju's eyes was seen by everyone, but most didn't care. After all, would a lion fear a rabbit? Seeing this scene, Zhou Jing's lips curled into a mocking smile. Zhenju, I just quietly watch you become isolated. Someone provoked. The return journey had no major obstacles, but Ling's family felt a bit off seeing Zhenju's sour face. What do we owe you? You're the commander, and you led everyone like this, yet you're still feeling wronged. How's that reasonable? So, in Ling's car, the atmosphere was heavy. Zhou Jing and the others were happy to watch the show. Luckily, they didn't bring this woman along, or else they would be the ones feeling depressed. Even Shun Tsongji, who initially thought Zhou Jing was a bit reckless, felt her decision was simply stable. After all, he didn't want to face such a bitter face on the way back. The Ling family had never looked forward to seeing the base gate. Hurry up and get this woman out of here. After returning to the main gate, Zhou Jing and the others underwent the usual checks. When they saw that the person checking them was the beaming Wang Qian, Zhou Jing's expression turned sour. Wasn't Wang Qian working internally? Why suddenly here? Was she demoted? Wang Qian was also a bit surprised to see Zhou Jing, as they returned faster than the base expected. After glancing at Zhou Jing, Wang Qian calmly lowered her head. Hurry up one by one, come in for checks. Saying this, Wang Qian entered the inspection room. Zhou Jing and the others followed her in. Hurry up and undress, don't waste time. Wang Qian's attitude was quite poor, but Zhou Jing saw a hint of malice in her performance. Sure enough. Hey, why did you step on me? Zhenju's sharp voice rang out. Me step on you? Are you joking? Wang Qian looked at everyone in the room and said, Did I step on her? Did you see it? No. The group shook their heads calmly, saying they didn't see it. Wang Qian looked at Zhenju and said, But you're all ability users. How would a small staff member like me dare to step on you? Did you misinterpret something? Want to check again? What do you mean check again? It's surprising that Wang Qian could say that. You. Feeling Wang Qian's hostility towards her, Zhenju was speechless and turned to put on her clothes. I'm not done checking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Qian spoke while reaching out her hand, as if she intended to grab Zhenju's hair inadvertently. However, Zhenju's eyes flashed, and something in her hand was about to be thrown. Zhou Jing saw this and quickly stopped Zhenju. Wang Qian did not expect Zhenju to attack her in such a situation. When she saw the sharp wooden thorn in Zhenju's hand, her heart sank slightly. If it weren't for Zhou Jing's timely intervention, she would have been hurt. Wang Qian nodded slightly to Zhou Jing in gratitude and forcibly made Zhenju put on her clothes. Miss Zhen, it would be best for you to come with me to the base and explain your attack just now. Wang Qian had some words she did not have time to say, such as how her current status was vastly different from before. Zhenju was no longer someone she could bully at will. When the escort personnel came in from outside, Zhenju panicked. What's going on? I've only been away for a few days, and the city has turned against me. Zhou Jing and the others then left normally. When Zhou Jing saw Li Chong still waiting at the door, she smiled and said, "You don't have to wait." "What? We still need to report together." Zhenju was taken away by the base personnel for attacking the medical examiner. Upon hearing Zhou Jing's words, Li Chong felt his face was completely lost. After bowing to Zhou Jing, he said, "Thank you for informing me of this news. I'm very ashamed for underestimating you at first. I just hope you can overlook my past disrespect. Although I, Li Chong, am still affiliated with the Zhou family. If there is anything I can help with, please do not hesitate to tell me." Seeing this person who had turned over a new leaf, Zhou Jing nodded in agreement. "All right, you go back to report. I'm heading home first." Looking at Shun Songji in the distance, Zhou Jing said, "Okay, goodbye." Watching Li Chong walk away alone, Zhou Jing and the others walked towards Shun Songji. "What are you thinking about here?" "I was thinking, why don't you just marry me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Shun Songji felt a strong killing intent and turned around to see Yan Huan's unfriendly expression, as if she wanted to swallow him alive. Shun Songji shivered. Zhou Jing looked at the two of them with great interest and said, "Continue. Why did you stop?" "I dare not. I originally thought you were a strong woman. Who knew you had a real tyrant behind you?" Zhou Jing laughed heartily. "All right, go find Uncle Shun. I'll drop off the things and head home. I really haven't been eating or sleeping well these past few days." "Okay, I'm driving now." Although Shun Songji said this, he felt the gaze from behind had never left his neck, making him unconsciously want to check if his head was still in place. "Big brother, I was wrong, okay? I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. I still want to live." Meanwhile, Qin Kong and Lu Luo looked at the two lovebirds in the back seat and expressed, "We'll ignore you." That silly Shun Songji was just asking for trouble. Suddenly proposing like that. Shun Songji really wanted to slap himself. What was he showing off for? Messing up a good life with a sudden impulse. The few of them all had things hidden in their hearts. It was not easy to arrive at the Shun family, and when they saw the family head, everyone revealed smiles. "Uncle Shun, long time no see." "Yeah, long time no see. I hope my family hasn't caused you any trouble." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Everyone looked helplessly at Shun Songji. "Are you a young lady? Why are you so shy?" After making everyone feel nauseous, Zhou Jing seriously said, "Uncle, it's like this. We have also gained a lot these past few days, and these things are a little token of our appreciation." Shun Songji had a helpless look on his face. "This is your token of appreciation? This is clearly my information. Okay." However, looking at his empty hands, aside from driving a car, he hadn't done anything, and the gasoline was still paid for by others. He instantly felt deflated. "What should I do? I'm so useless." "Just know it's fine." Shun Dad chuckled and said, "This kid of mine is like this. Don't mind him. By the way, do you want to eat here?" "No, we'll head back first. Someone is still waiting at home." They were referring to Xiao Luo. After such a long time away, they needed to hurry back to check on how Xiao Luo was doing. Shun Dad understood, accepted the gifts, and then asked them to go home. "So, what do you think of this girl, Zhou Jing? She is pretty good, but..." Shun Songji hesitated a moment and said, "She already has someone she cares about, and that person is about her level. Of course, she would look at me. Is that so?" Today I also carelessly said something ambiguous. He didn't dare to say that he directly proposed to her, so he said it this way. As a result, her man kept staring at my neck. Almost came up to beat me to death. It scared me. Listening to his son's useless revelation, Shun Dad could only sigh helplessly. Looking at the pile of supplies on the ground, roughly around 30, Shun Dad sighed. They really had been generous enough. As for the daughter-in-law issue, it all depended on fate. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing and her companions were looking at these uninvited guests in their home. Who are these people? Sister Jing, you finally came back. What's going on? Zhou Jing looked at the wilted branches of Xiaoya and then at Xiao Luo, squatting there shivering. The man sitting inside looked at Zhou Jing disdainfully and said, "Are you the owner of this house?" "Yes, do you have something to say?" "We requisition this house. Is that okay?" "On what basis?" Zhou Jing smiled at the man's righteous tone. On what basis?" "Little girl, do you know who my grandfather is in the city? Then I want to ask you, do you think someone who can have this house in the city would be afraid of you?" Zhou Jing's words startled the man. After all, he hadn't really considered this issue. He had only superficially investigated Zhou Jing, and the few low-level ability users had saved the Shun family once, which was given as a reward. But they had given it, so they gave it. It seemed that these big families in the base didn't care about what was given away. Once given, whether they could keep it depended on their own strength. It was generally like this, so once this house was given to them, it was only natural for Zhou Jing to take over the task. And they had also naturally occupied it. They didn't care about what tasks Zhou Jing and her group had taken on. After all, they were just a few small figures. What high-level tasks could they complete? Zhou Jing completely ignored them. "So, Xiao Luo, have they stayed in this house?" Xiao Luo's eyes were filled with tears as he finally nodded helplessly. Zhou Jing was instantly disgusted. "You actually lived here?" Just thinking that everything inside had been carefully selected by them, and now it had been lived in by others, made several girls feel unbearably nauseous. "Come on, let us settle the score. Xiao Luo, you stand aside." Xiao Luo stood obediently to the side, tears streaming down his face. "Let me see." Zhou Jing completely disregarded these few people and began to seriously discuss how to quickly deal with them. The few men were taken aback upon hearing their conversation. What the hell? Do these people not even plan to talk to them? "You." Zhou Jing still didn't speak and had already taken out a long knife from her space. She was genuinely very angry now. The two little girls also rarely wasted words and began to prepare to attack. Fighting is not allowed in the city. The few men panicked when they saw Zhou Jing and their stance. However, Zhou Jing and her companions were not afraid at all. Smiling at Xiao Luo, she said, "What do they mean by being here when we returned? They just want to scare you, to drive you away. As a result, you're not scared at all." This is what Xiao Luo didn't say. The special ability user, Zhou Jing, didn't care. The actions of this group really angered him. "Xiao Luo, you say? When the door is closed, who can know what we did?" Although Xiao Luo still had traces of tears on his face, he soon regained his composure. He wiped his tears and said it was fine as long as they didn't leave any evidence. Zhou Jing looked at the few people who were already pale with fear and said, "I'll give you a chance to speak." After saying that, "Killing me won't benefit you. After all, who am I to you? I couldn't care less. After all, dead people don't snitch, right?" Upon hearing Zhou Jing's threat, the man finally said, "I can't die. I have many secrets. If I die, you will never know these secrets. What does that have to do with me? I don't want to know any secrets. Knowing so much isn't helpful, right?" The man looked at Zhou Jing, who was unyielding, and finally helplessly said, "I was sent by someone." "Oh, you should have said that earlier." Zhou Jing sheathed his knife and asked, "Are you a lay?" The two young girls looked confused. "What? Did you get someone else involved?" The man finally sat down on the ground and told the two people behind him, "We can't let this out. Otherwise, we will definitely lose our lives." The two behind him nodded heavily. The man then looked at Zhou Jing and said, "We were sent by the Zhou family." Zhou Jing's eyes were filled with coldness. "Who from the Zhou family?" "Zhou Qingquan, the old Master Zhou." "Really? What is your purpose for coming?" "To investigate the reality." "Huh, I'm just an ordinary person. Who would want to investigate me? You don't have anything worthy of investigation, right?" "I'm afraid not. Miss Zhou, the young lady of the Zhou family." Everyone looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief upon hearing the man's words, while Zhou Jing wore a blank expression. "So who is it?" "Of course. It's someone who doesn't want you to show up. Stop beating around the bush and make it clear. There's no one else here." The man looked around and finally said, "Miss Zhou sent me under the guise of the old Master Zhou. In fact, the old Master Zhou doesn't know about this matter. Who knew you were so ruthless that if I didn't tell the truth, my life would be in danger?" "Zhou Xieyue, what have I done to offend her?" "Actually, you haven't offended her. It's just that compared to your identity, his is naturally less glorious. But such an important secret, I don't think Zhou Sheiyue would tell you, right? The man chuckled proudly. I overheard it. Oh, impressive. You could even overhear her? Well, to be honest, my ability is insectability. Unlike this beast tamer, I can create a little bug myself to help me listen in on things I want to know. That's basically a spy. Aren't you afraid I'll silence you for revealing such an important secret? No, I have a good eye for people. Otherwise, with my useless ability, I would have been eaten in this apocalypse long ago. Listening to the man's words, Zhou Jing thought for a moment. Are you revealing this secret to pledge allegiance? Yes. The man nodded straightforwardly. I can see it. You are very loyal to your friends. After returning from this mission, even a child without abilities can be protected so tightly. So, I came here to both help others investigate and to pledge allegiance. How can I trust you? After all, before pledging allegiance, you were someone else's soldier. I know this, and I will show my utmost sincerity. I have actually learned a lot of secrets with my ability, and if I don't find someone willing to protect me, I feel I will eventually die from knowing too much. Zhou Jing thought carefully about the man's words. Although she didn't understand why Zhou Sheiyue had targeted her as soon as she arrived, if she truly had ill intentions, she needed to be on guard. So now, aside from Zhou Sheiyue, there was also Jinju. These few people were the ones she needed to be wary of. Then the old Master Zhou. Although the old Master Zhou still has control over the base, who doesn't know about his precious daughter? Seeing Zhou Jing's expression, the man touched his nose and corrected himself. Illegitimate daughter. Right now, everyone in the base is praising Miss Zhou. Little do they know that the old Master Zhou's power has been undermined by Miss Zhou and Ling Sang. Undermined? Zhou Jing seemed to have heard something interesting. A wicked smile spreading across her face. That's right. He's been undermined. So, strictly speaking, the old Master Zhou can't make any big waves anymore. Well, is there anything else to say? The man thought for a moment and said seriously, My name is Yichong. Can I place a bug here? If you need anything, just call me. If there's anything else you need, just let me know, and I can find out. So impressive. Zhou Jing was very interested in his ability. After nodding in agreement, Yichong dug around in the dirt, found a little beetle, and after making some modifications, handed it to Zhou Jing. You could just throw it anywhere. If the Peng family needs anything, it will come to the yard by itself. Zhou Jing looked at the obedient little bug and was quite satisfied as she placed it back in her yard. You stay here for now. I'll call you if I need anything. The little bug obediently wiggled away. Zhou Jing then turned to Yichong and said, Fairy, I am willing to trust you. Likewise, you must know that once I discover that you are engaging in treachery, you could believe that I can really eliminate you. I understand, aside from my few brothers. No one else knows my ability. Everyone thinks I'm a power type. Zhou Jing looked at the two people sitting behind her and chuckled. This ability is so precious. Yichong is probably also monitoring these two behind. After all, if he doesn't do this, he wouldn't even know he's been sold. The bugs over there were all secretly placed by me. You can rest assured. If you want to know anything, just tell me, and I'll try to clarify it for you. Well, the condition for exchange is... Zhou Jing smiled and said, No matter what unexpected incident happens, I will welcome you here. Thank you. Now, restore our house to its original state and clean up the places you touched. Okay. The three of them were nearly in tears. Had they known, they wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. If they had known they could reach such an agreement, they wouldn't have acted so cocky. Watching the three clean up the house, a few young girls sat outside. It's fine now. There's no need to be afraid anymore, said Xiao Luo. But then, what about our little sprout? Looking at the ground, where there was nothing left but a pile of dead vines, Zhou Jing suspiciously looked at the little sprout. Didn't you leave 2 branches here? How could Xiao Luo still get hurt? Well, one of them is fire type, and as soon as the little sprout attacked, it burned all the little sprouts to death. No wonder. Zhou Jing nodded in understanding. Fortunately, she returned in time and didn't let Xiao Luo suffer too much. Let them clean up. Green Luo, let's cook. Okay. The little girl nodded with a smile and took a few people to the kitchen. This time, they brought back some medicines, and there were many other things in their space. Xiao Luo felt a bit embarrassed looking at Zhou Jing. He had taken good care of the house. Yet, Zhou Jing didn't blame him and even cared about whether he had eaten well. Xiao Luo felt a bit shy as he helped out beside her. Once the three finished their work and smelled the aroma in the house, they were teary-eyed. What should we do? Should we eat lunch here before leaving? But when they looked at the food prepared by Zhou Jing and the others, it seemed they had no intention of inviting them. This treatment was really heartbreaking. Watching the three of them finish tidying up and pitifully standing at the door, Zhou Jing felt frustrated looking at them. How could you come to stir up trouble and still eat a meal at someone else's home before leaving? It just seemed impossible, right? After Zhou Jing spoke, the three felt even hungrier. They were so annoyed that they couldn't go back to report after finishing their meal. The three of them left Zhou Jing's house in a huff. Zhou Jing and the others secretly smiled. In fact, they just wanted to give a small punishment for their behavior. After finishing their meal and returning to their clean room, they felt quite satisfied. There was also no smell in the room, indicating that they had not caused any trouble. I wonder how they're doing now. On the other side, after entering the base, Li Chong did not pay attention to the already captured Jin Zhou and went straight to the central building. The members of the Zhou family had long been waiting there. Whenever Li Chong thought of Jin Zhou, his heart was filled with hatred. Entering an office in the central building, Li Chong found 3 people inside. After bowing to them, he said, "I apologize, we have failed this mission." "Go on," one of them replied. Hearing the old voice, Li Chong felt a stir in his heart and said, "Originally, we had completed all tasks and were preparing to evacuate the medical warehouse. But Miss Zhun suddenly said she twisted her ankle." Twisted her ankle? An ability user saying she twisted her ankle is a huge joke. The others all knew this was just a flimsy excuse from Zhun Zhu and did not expose it. Instead, continuing to ask, and then, while we were waiting for Miss Zhun, suddenly mutated zombies came rushing out. We don't know how long they had been hiding, but everyone else had evacuated that level, and only we were left when they emerged. The Zhou family's ability users, except for the 2 of us, were completely wiped out, and only one from the Ling family died among the others with no injuries. Irony, it's really ironic. Others could escape unscathed, while the team leader was completely wiped out, not because of being on the front lines, but because of someone who twisted her ankle. Zhou Qingquan's expression was quite subtle. He knew Li Chang's abilities. He was good at socializing, never spoke ill of others behind their backs, and treated his friends quite well. However, since Li Chang entered, he had not said a single good word about Jin Zhu. If not for being used by someone, it could only mean that Jin Zhu had really done something wrong. "Why didn't Jin Zhu come back with you?" Li Chang revealed a mocking smile. She attacked the base staff when entering the base and was taken away by them. Absurd. Does she think the base is her home? Old Master Zhou's expression looked very bad, but he only said this before stopping. Then he turned to look at his daughter, his face full of anger. "It's all your fault. You strongly recommended this Zhun Zhu." I reluctantly agreed. "And this is how she does her job. Father, please don't be angry." This ISNT. Su Xiu secretly glanced at Ling Sang, her eyes full of grievances. Ling Sang's heart ached in an instant. After all, this matter was also discussed with Zhou Xiaoyue, and he hurriedly said, "I'm really sorry. Old Zhou, forget it." Zhou Qingquan finally stopped complaining. He looked at Li Chong. "Do you have anything else to say?" "Not for now." Go wait for me in the office inside. I'll come over in a bit." "Yes." Li Chong nodded. "This is the person you recommended to me." Li Chong heard Zhou Qingquan yell at the 2 people outside before entering. By the time Zhou Qingquan came in, the 2 people outside had already left. Li Chong hurriedly stood up. Zhou Qingquan waved his hand for him to sit down and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Li Chong's previous performance clearly indicated he had something to say, but was hesitant. "It's like this. I met someone on the way, and since I wasn't quite sure, I wanted to report it to you." "Go ahead." Zhou Qingquan closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead, showing signs of fatigue. "So many people sacrificed this time. My foundation might also be unstable. I don't know how many of these ability users will want to leave. This Jin Zhu is really more trouble than she's worth. On the way, I met a girl." "Oh, interested in her?" Zhou Qingquan perked up upon hearing this. After all, this capable aide of his rarely spoke like this. "Yes, but not in that way." Zhou Qingquan looked at Li Chong with interest as he took a sip of water. "This girl, her name is Zhou Jing." The entire room fell silent after Li Chong finished this sentence. Zhou Qingquan held his cup and did not speak for a long time before he slightly trembled and said, "What did you just say?" Li Chong realized he might have touched on something he shouldn't have, but still gritted his teeth and said, "Her name is Zhou Jing." "How old is she?" "About 22 or so. but she has 2 children and some teammates. The age matches, but with children? I think those children might also be ability users, and she looks clearly like a young girl. Li Chong felt a bit embarrassed saying this, while Zhou Qingquan was stunned by the news. Because when Ling Sang and Zhun Zhou came, he firmly believed that Zhou Jing was dead. But suddenly learning that Zhou Jing was not only alive, but seemingly doing quite well, threw him into a bit of panic. Can you confirm it, sir? Old Zhou, I haven't seen Miss Zhou. Oh yes, look at me, I'm getting old and confused. Zhou Qingquan rubbed his forehead. After all, she is my daughter whom I have spoiled for over 10 years. How could I not love her? It's just that when he decided to use this illegitimate daughter, he probably had already cast aside his legitimate daughter. Regardless, this was a choice he had to make. Zhou Qingquan felt a headache coming on and advised Li Chong, "Don't tell anyone about this for now. I'll wait until I have some free time to see her in person. By the way, you said she is basically commanding everyone?" "Yes." Li Jiang Rubelia. Not only her judgment ability, but her intuition and reaction are also top-notch. How so? Also, she seems particularly unfriendly towards Miss Zhan, as if she sees an enemy. Whenever they meet, they always end up arguing. And Miss Zhan appears to be in a daze whenever she sees Zhou Jing. Dazed. Yes, she would unconsciously argue with her. If that's the case, then what Ling Sang and Zhun Zhu said needs to be verified. And also, with their relationship being so poor, what undisclosed matters could there be? Zhou Qingquan felt a bit of a headache. If their conflict was significant, and if he still wanted to stabilize his position with his legitimate daughter, then he couldn't recognize her. On the contrary, could his current way of handling things win his daughter's approval? It seems that the current Zhou Jing was not so easy to handle. Moreover, Li Chong's description also made Zhou Qingquan slightly vigilant. If his daughter was not on his side and was even against him, Zhou Qingquan closed his eyes. In life, one must make choices. Zhou Shiyue returned to her room, her mind in a jumble. This shouldn't be happening. Wasn't this mission supposed to end in total annihilation? How did Li Chong come back alive? Zhun Zhu actually returned too? This is different from what she remembered. Where did the changes occur? And Zhou Jing actually arrived safely in the city this time. Zhou Shiyue clenched her fists, feeling a bit angry. Why is she so lucky this time? However, it doesn't matter. This time I know everything. If you manage to come back alive, I can make you die. Zhou Jing, you must die. Thinking that she is the goddess of this base, Zhou Xiaoye relaxed a bit. After all, the effort she put in over all this time was not in vain. Relying on her experience from her previous life, she easily became the object of admiration for the people in this city. But why do you always have these clueless people coming to cause trouble? Zhou Jing, do you know how much I hate you? You always show up when I'm at my proudest, telling everyone that I'm an illegitimate child and how unworthy I am. You'd really be better off dead. Just as Zhou Xiaoye was still wallowing in self-pity, a sudden knock on the door interrupted her. Who is it? Miss Zhou, it's Yi Chong. Call me. Zhou Xiaoye closed her eyes and slumped in her chair. The door was pushed open, and 3 people entered, looking guilty. Miss Zhou, how'd it go? Miss Zhou, you didn't mention that person was that powerful when you sent us. We were completely beaten up by them. Zhou Xiaoye kept her eyes closed, her face devoid of the warmth from earlier, looking at the few people with impatience. With your little skills, you can never get things done right. All you do is ruin the mood. Forget it. I don't care how you did it. What about the situation? We didn't find anything suspicious at their home. And after they realized we were causing trouble, they dealt with us severely. That's not what I want to know. I just want to know how many of them there are now, what abilities they have, especially Zhou Jing. What is her ability? Zhou Jing's ability hasn't been exposed. But the 2 girls beside her have one with water abilities and one with wind abilities. Nonsense. Why are you telling me this? Zhao Xiaoye was schon what is schetisch fand. It was her own carelessness for not expecting them to come back today. She thought they would definitely not return. But not only did they come back, they ruined her good plans. Li Chong must have said something to the old man. While being loyal to her, he couldn't bear to abandon the old man's influence. If she weren't in urgent need of people, and if Li Chong didn't actually have some real skills, she wouldn't have tolerated him until now. Yi Chong looked at Zhou Xiaoye's somewhat inscrutable expression and lowered his eyes. This Miss Zhou is becoming increasingly difficult to read. Thinking of her demeanor towards those around her, Yi Chong's heart grew cold. This smiley-faced lady is not as forgiving as she pretends to be. After Zhou Xiaoye finished speaking, Yicheng continued. As he was an understanding subordinate, he knew what to say and what not to say. Get out, Zhou Xiaoye said with a not-so-good expression after he finished his report. Yicheng nodded and obediently left the office. Outside the office, Yicheng closed his eyes and listened to Zhou Xiaoye's muttering, smiling mockingly. This Miss Zhou's habit is quite interesting. She enjoys talking to herself, and he has learned quite a few secrets from her self-talk. It was amusing to think about. This Miss Zhou is actually plotting how to kill Zhou Jing, and from the sound of it, the feud between the two is quite significant. How interesting. When did the two intersect? Why is it that whenever she mentions Miss Zhou, Zhou Jing only seems to have heard about her? The waters here are indeed deep, but he only needs to watch the show. Thinking about the food at Zhou Jing's house, Yicheng suddenly felt a bit hungry. Brothers, let's go. We're going to eat. Let us go. Let us go. Today we must have a feast at your expense. After being so scared for so long, thinking Zhou Jing was really going to take action and that they might not come back alive, the three turned to leave. Zhou Jing, however, was extremely calm at this moment. After gaining various secrets, she couldn't help but laugh. Her father turned out to be a playboy, and besides her, there was another daughter, and her silly mother was completely unaware. Zhen Zhuling and Ling Sang were even considering flying away. The waters among these families were murky and deep. Thinking of her maternal grandparents' family, Zhou Jing sighed. She would go back once things were handled. That night, Zhou Jing and the others were still cooling off in the yard when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Considering the time, it should be Wang Qian. Sure enough, when Xiao Luo opened the door, a person who was wrapped tightly sneaked in, grinning upon seeing Zhou Jing and the others. The whole room looked speechlessly at this eccentric woman. Who are you? Our yard doesn't welcome strange people like you. Zhou Jing's voice was clearly teasing. After Xiao Luo closed the door, Wang Qian took off the things from her face, looking gleeful. You guys have no idea how miserable Zhenju was today. The whole room became interested in Wang Qian's story. Wang Qian finally found a sense of importance in this place and cleared her throat to say, "While I had them take her away, Zhou Jing was still shouting, 'Do you know who I am? Do you know who my fiancé is?' The administrator completely ignored her and directly took her to the interrogation room. Then I followed behind because I was involved too. I had to answer questions. I then heard her continuously shouting, 'Zhenju, you all call Ling Sang over. Do you think she's foolish? How could Ling Sang, who is currently at her peak, come out to rescue her? Is this kind of thing glorious?' After I finished recounting the events, Zhenju had become much more obedient. But throughout, the people there showed no intention of coming to her rescue. I don't quite understand why. Perhaps they have their own concerns? If I had to guess why, I might know. How? Hurry up and say it." Wang Qian rarely showed a gossipy expression. Of course it's because. Zhou Jing smiled. In this mission, besides Zhenju and another man, all the people sent by the Zhou family died. They all died. Why? Wang Qian gasped. If this was a collective issue, that wouldn't make sense. Zhou Jing and the others should not have returned alive either, which means, well, it's quite simple. Because of Zhou Jing's selfishness, she put all the ability users from the Zhou family at risk. What happened? Wang Qian understood, but still wanted to know more details. When we were about to return at the end of the mission, Zhanju unusually refused to go back, saying she twisted her ankle. ISNT that a joke. So, we didn't pay her any mind. The Zhou family members stayed behind, probably thinking Zhenju found something good and wanted to keep it for themselves. As soon as we left, less than a minute later, they were attacked by mutated beasts, which were of a very high level and clearly had a purpose. We, who left early, escaped a calamity. Zhou Jing didn't elaborate on her rescuing others, just briefly mentioned that in the end, their strongest ability user took a drug that wouldn't mutate, while the rest weren't so lucky. Their levels, well, the highest was peak level 4. Wang Qian nodded in understanding. Then there's nothing to be done. But Zhou Jing had a sarcastic look, even when we rescued them and left. Zhenju didn't show what she had found. So, I can basically say that she never intended to bring that thing out from the beginning. The group of ability users from the Zhou family all became her cannon fodder. Wang Qian felt a chill run down her spine as she listened to this. How terrifying can such a person be? Why does she feel no guilt at all about doing such things? And even argues with me in high spirits when she comes back? Doesn't she fear? Oh, right. Since you're here, let me tell you. We have a new friend. Zhou Jing shouted outside, "Little bug, come here, come here." Yicheng, who was eating outside, spat out his food and shook his head under the worried gaze of his companions. This is the partner I want to introduce to you. Wang Qian stared blankly at the beetle and said, "Are you kidding me? How could it be?" Zhou Jing replied seriously, "Its owner is Yicheng, and I call her Little Bug now. The owner can hear our conversation here, but for now, we've formed a temporary alliance. So you don't have to worry about her leaking what we say. Is that reliable?" Wang Qian asked. "It should be reliable," Zhou Jing said nonchalantly. "If it's not reliable, we could just make her keep quiet forever." Zhou Jing's expression said it all, and Wang Qian nodded in relief. Then it's settled. "Oh, by the way, why did I see you at the base gate today? Did you get demoted?" Wang Qian hadn't planned to mention this, but she looked at Zhou Jing with a curious and concerned expression. Wang Qian's face turned red little by little. "Actually, it's not like that. I just fell in love." After Wang Qian said this, the entire room fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Yicheng in the distance spat out again. "Are you sure you're okay?" his friend asked. "I'm fine, really fine." That's great." Zhou Jing truly didn't expect this, and the other girls behind her also looked surprised. "Why? How could you fall in love so quickly?" Actually, don't look at me like that. I'm shy too, okay?" The group looked at Wang Qian, who was different from usual, and they all understood. She had truly fallen in love. Thinking back to that glamorous and powerful woman at first, they concluded that the current Wang Qian was cuter, or rather, this Wang Qian was the real Wang Qian. The previous one was just a facade to survive. What's the background of the person you're with? Is he reliable? Obviously, both young and old girls were very interested in this gossip, and several of them surrounded Wang Qian, continuously asking questions. Wang Qian's face turned even redder, and finally, under their gazes, she summoned the courage to say, "He is from the Liu family, named Liu Cheng." The Liu family has very creative names. How old is he? 36. Wang Qian's face was a bit red. After all, nowadays, people basically don't care about age, and 36 is still a prime age. What is Liu Cheng's relationship with Liu Qing? You know Liu Qing? Oh, Liu Qing really went out on a mission this time. Liu Qing is Liu Cheng's nephew. Nephew? Yeah, Liu Cheng is his uncle. In the distance, Yicheng finally resisted the impulse to spit again and forcefully swallowed the saliva in his mouth. What are these women planning? That little tyrant from the Liu family can be caught? But you still Haven T answered how you ended up at the base gate. Actually, it's not like that. Liu Cheng went out on a mission today, and I just wanted to pick him up. Sisters, you're too clingy. Wang Qian said a bit shyly. That's not. All right, we're not interested in your show of affection. It's good to know you're fine. Is there anything else to say? If not, you can leave. Oh, there is nothing else, but be careful of Zosiaya. I don't know why, but she seems to have sent someone your way. Zhou Jing glanced at the little bug hiding aside, nodded, and said, "Okay, I got it. Is there anything else?" "Nope." "Then I'll go. Hurry up and leave. Stimulate us single dogs." The two girls behind were enviously whispering to each other. "We need to hurry up and find boyfriends too." "Exactly. Look at those two showing off." Zhou Jing listened to them and looked at Yan Huan, who was gazing at her gently, then at Bao Bei and Xiao Xiao Sang over there. No wonder these two girls were so resentful. They were clearly two single dogs. But then she thought, it seems that in others' eyes, she and Yan Huan have already become a couple without even needing to be told. She leaned comfortably against Yan Huan. Looking at the two little girls, she said, "You two should find someone too. I can help you vet them." "Pa!" The two looked at Zhou Jing disdainfully. All right. Go to sleep. We have to go out early tomorrow." "What did you decide to go out?" "Just now." "What is the outing for?" To watch the excitement." "What excitement?" "Well, I think it could be Wang Qian's excitement. Or maybe Jinju's. Tomorrow, the senior management of their base will come to the civilian area for inspection." "How do you know again?" Well, young people shouldn't be too curious." All right, you're the best." The group yawned and said, "We'll follow you to watch the excitement tomorrow, okay?" Hurry up and sleep." Zhou Jing and Yan Huan got up and walked towards the inner room. She was actually quite looking forward to it. If Zhou Jing and T said there would be a good show today, they wouldn't have gotten up so early. Everyone sat up yawning. Looking at Zhou Jing, who had already dressed, they felt a bit bitter. You really have good spirits." The rest of them, who had lazily put on their clothes, finally stepped outside. Looking at the rare good weather, their moods seemed to brighten. In the morning, they learned that last night, Zhou Jing was acting mysterious because Xiao Luo had told her, forget it, as long as you're happy." Everyone had complex feelings towards Zhou Jing. Sometimes she was a very reliable captain, but more often than not, she acted like a child, unreliable, and loved to play tricks on them. But it was precisely this kind of person that made them trust her and willing to follow her. You could say this was personal charm. Although thinking this way, everyone was still quite angry at her. Dragging us out so early. You wicked woman, your conscience is seriously bad. This was Xiao Luo's first time doing this kind of reception work, and he was a bit nervous. As he walked, he introduced to Zhou Jing and the others. This is the morning market. Since most ability, users go out to take on missions in the morning or afternoon. To avoid disturbing them and to allow them to buy some things, we chose to set up stalls in the morning. Looking at the dazzling array of goods, one couldn't help but admire that even in the apocalypse, people's will to survive is quite admirable. How much is this? Zhou Jing asked a woman who was selling a variety of women's products laid out in front of her. Zhou Jing also realized that she hadn't really paid attention to this issue before. What will you two do when that time comes? Zhou Jing quietly asked. After all, it seemed like she hadn't had any for a long time, and she wouldn't know what to do. Upon hearing Zhou Jing's question, the two girls' faces turned bright red, and they looked at her in disbelief. What are you asking about? You never asked us before. The two finally surrendered. We have ways, but if you have something better, it's even better. Looking at the pile of items, some were clean while others looked a bit dirty. How do you sell them? 1 cookie for 1 crystal core. So cheap? 1 crystal core can be exchanged for a lot of cookies. All right then, I'll give you 5 level 1 crystals and 3 packs of cookies. And you give me all these things, okay? Okay. The woman nodded excitedly at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing took out the crystals and waved her hand, causing everything on the ground to be absorbed into her space. If you have nothing else to do, just ask me. The two of them were so exhausted, they didn't even have the energy to blush. As long as you're happy. I have to say, there really are some items that can't be found after the apocalypse here, like some electronic products. But then I thought, the kids are still young and haven't really played with anything. If they suddenly have games, will they become obsessed? After discussing this with the two girls and receiving unanimous agreement, Zhou Jing chose to give up on the electronic products. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo was wandering around them, looking around. Over there. He excitedly pointed in one direction. Zhou Jing and the others stood up and looked in that direction. Sure enough, a large group of people was bustling through the crowd. It seemed they even saw Zhan Zhu's shadow. Has Zhan Zhu come out? Zhou Jing asked the two people nearby. They confirmed and said it should be her. Perhaps the Zhou family felt embarrassed. Embarrassed? Zhou Jing scoffed. The Zhou family is rotten to the core. They only look slightly glamorous from the outside. If we're talking about embarrassment, they've long lost their face. Listening to Zhou Jing's sharp words, the others who were not familiar with the situation shrugged, not knowing how to respond. It seems those people noticed us. Xiao Luo whispered. So what if they see us? Why should we be afraid of them causing trouble? Zhou Jing, in a good mood, patted Xiao Luo's face. Yan Xian, who was not very pleased, pulled Zhou Jing's hand back. It was one thing to pat a woman, but now he dared to touch a man? Zhou Jing, somewhat guilty, put her hand down, made a face, and didn't dare to move again. The Zhou family over there also noticed the commotion. Zhou Qingquan looked in disbelief at the girl who was smiling like a flower. That face he could never forget. Even Ling Sang, standing beside him, was staring at that face in a daze. It's really been a long time. Zhou Qingquan looked at the person over there in disbelief and suddenly asked, "Isn't she dead?" Ling Sang, standing beside him, seemed to wake up suddenly and said, "Right? How could she be?" Ling Sang couldn't believe it, just as he couldn't believe when Zhan Zhu told him that Zhou Jing was still alive. "How can you make me believe you too?" Zhou Qingquan was very angry. If Zhou Jing was alive, didn't that make everything he had done before worthless? Ling Sang lowered his head. At this moment, he no longer cared about what this man was saying. All he could think about was that Zhou Jing was not dead and that she was really living well, just as beautiful as she was back when the apocalypse hadn't happened. That pure and lovely girl who would forever be in his heart. Why are you still so beautiful? Making me want to hold you in my palms? Zhou Jing didn't know that she had been watched by these people for a long time. Only when prompted by them did she realize that this group was actually looking at her. What a joke. 2 people who brought me to death. 2 people who ignored my death, and 1 who wants to kill me. Let us not pay attention to them anymore. Let us leave. Zhou Jing wanted to see them, and also wanted to ask them why they were so heartless. Even her father, whom she now completely didn't trust. Adversity always makes people grow, and in this process of growth, without these people, once she truly grew up, she wouldn't need them anymore. The few of them decided to leave, but those who had been watching for a long time became anxious. Don't go, Zhou Qingquan muttered as he ran toward Zhou Jing. Don't go. Hearing this call, Zhou Jing finally turned her head helplessly. Mr. Zhou, Jingjing, how did you end up here? The people behind Zhou Qingquan arrived late, and Ling Sang, upon seeing Zhou Jing, looked at her with tenderness. Zhou Jing, you're actually alive. Watching their hypocritical pleasantries and awkward tones, Zhou Jing turned to look at the woman beside Zhou Qingquan. That woman had just been sizing her up. After seeing Zhou Jing's gaze, she revealed a warm smile. Warm? No, it was probably a provocation. Zhou Jing didn't care about their attitude. Zhenju, Zhou Xie, Ling Sang, and Zhou Qingquan. These 4 people clearly didn't want to see her, but still had to put on this act for her. Is this interesting? Under Zhou Qingquan's shaking, Zhou Jing finally smiled and said, seeing that you all are living well, I can rest assured. Jingjing, where have you been all this time? I thought you had been harmed. Well, if we're talking about it, I really was harmed, but the process was a bit twisted. No need to go into details. These few are my friends, and I don't think we'll have any future interactions, so I want to introduce you in detail. Jingjing, how can you say such things? You've suffered so much outside. Look, you've lost weight. Dad really misses you. Hearing this, Zhou Jing only felt her ears burning. Miss me? You probably wish I were dead. Finally, Zhou Jing, who couldn't even be bothered to put on a facade, shook off Zhou Qingquan's hand. All right, aren't you tired? If you're not tired, I am. Let us stop this pretentious game. Why don't you introduce me to this deep woman beside you? That's right, Jingjing. This is Xia Yu, your sister. Sister or younger sister. If she is my sister, does that mean you were having an affair with her mother before I was born? Zhou Jing's words were harsh, but they still made Zhou Qingquan shut his mouth. Because sooner or later, Zhou Jing should be his biological daughter. But now, his daughter looked at him with disdain. All right, I see you really don't need to say much. Your complexion doesn't look good. Why don't you go rest for a while? Zhou Qingquan looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. The sweet little girl he had known was really gone. The one who appeared now was a Zhou Jing he didn't recognize. Calm and resolute, she could even leave him speechless. Behind, Zhou Xie felt a bit embarrassed by Zhou Jing's words, and she stepped forward with a weak expression. Sister, how can you speak like that? Look, you've upset Dad. Oh, so close, huh? Your dad. After saying this, Zhou Jing smiled. The crowd looked at her smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. All right, I'm leaving now. You all continue. Looking at her companions beside her, Zhou Jing waved, and everyone calmly followed her away, leaving the Zhou family looking like a joke. Dad! Zhou Qingquan waved his hand and said to the people beside him, I think I need an explanation from you. Zhou Jing returned home with a blank expression. She didn't even know what she was thinking. She originally thought she would be calm and composed when she saw her father, but she didn't expect to lose control like this upon seeing him. This man, she found herself unable to help but want to mock him. Remembering when she saw the white hair on her father's head and thought about how to be filial to him. Zhou Jing entered the house and climbed onto Yin Xian. Tears began to fall one by one. I thought I wouldn't cry anymore. I thought I was strong enough. Yin Huan gently stroked Zhou Jing's hair, silently comforting her. The others also remained silent and returned to their rooms. I always thought he loved me. I always thought he only loved us. I never expected him to be like this. I came back just to see if he was doing well. And even when they bullied me on the way, even when they killed me, I didn't feel sad. I just wanted to come back and see him. How could he do this? As for the others, they had already returned to their rooms and did not try to find out what Zhou Jing had said. Even that little bug was carefully taken back to its room by the attentive green vine, preventing it from overhearing any secrets it shouldn't. Meanwhile, the civilian district was in an uproar under Xiao Luo's propaganda. What? Miss Zhou is an illegitimate daughter? Is that true? Who did you hear that from? Do we need to ask? This morning at the market, everyone present heard it. Who would have thought? Miss Zhou, who looks so imposing, is actually an illegitimate daughter. In the upper echelons, gossip spreads quickly, and while only a few knew before, now it has become common knowledge, and it's impossible to silence everyone. The bitter fruit of one's own making must be swallowed alone. Zhou Xiaoye regretted her impulsiveness that morning. She should have been more cautious. She never expected Zhou Jing and the others would come to the morning market, nor did she anticipate Zhou Laozu's attitude would be so subtle. Weren't they saying he didn't really like his spoiled daughter? But from what she saw today, he looked quite sad. It shouldn't be like this. What went wrong? While she was troubled, Zhou Qingquan was equally furious. Because Zhou Jing's two so-called boyfriends and best friends had delivered false information. You two said Zhou Jing was dead, right? Yes, but she ended up in a horde of zombies. We saw it with our own eyes. Ling Sang waved his hand, stopping Zhen Zhu from speaking. What fools? No, Mr. Zhou, we knew Zhou Jing was in the zombie tide, but we didn't confirm it. That was our negligence. But we truly didn't expect Zhou Jing to be safe and sound. We were both very saddened. After all, before Zhou Jing left, it was always you she cared about. Otherwise, how could we have come to contact you? Zhou Qingquan nodded. Perhaps he was indeed getting old, missing even the slightest possibility. Whether these two were telling the truth or lies, he had to let them go, because now, to stabilize his position, he needed these high-level ability users to help solidify his power. So, he couldn't afford to offend them. I understand. I just didn't expect to see Jing Jing in such a sudden situation, and she seems a bit different now. She looked at me with a wary expression, and there was no longer any sense of intimacy. Thinking of his current situation and what they said, Zhou Jing shone brilliantly on this mission. Zhou Qingquan suddenly felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have rushed. He thought Zhou Jing was dead, so he hurried to put Zhou Xiaoye on stage. He should have been more careful. But now it was already too late. Not only Zhou Jin's attitude, but more importantly, he and Zhou Xiaoye's faces had been completely lost today. Thinking of Zhou Jing's gaze, Zhou Qingquan felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He should have been so anxious. It was a mistake. If he really abandoned Zhou Jing, would he be able to bear it? You two can go out now. He needed some quiet time. Zhen Zhu and Ling Sang walked out, with Zhen Zhu feeling cold all over. The atmosphere in the room had been too oppressive. She was confused about whether the people around her could be trusted now. Zhen Zhu's mind was also in disarray. Let us go back first. Ling Sang's expression was indifferent and cold. Zhen Zhu could only silently follow Ling Sang back into the room. Did you really see Zhou Jing in the building last time? Yes, I told you it was true. Ling Sang regretted it deeply. At that time, he was focused on Zhou Xiaoye, and he couldn't absorb what Zhen Zhu was saying. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't think about Zhou Jing anymore. His current goal could only be Zhou Xiaoye, and he had to elevate her to the pedestal. Zhen Zhu, what you did this time has disappointed us greatly. Zhen Zhu looked at Ling Sang, her heart full of disappointment. I disappointed you? Did you ever think about whether you disappointed me? You left me in that prison for a whole night. If the Zhou family hadn't felt embarrassed the next day, I'm afraid you wouldn't have pulled me out. This is how your group operates. You only care about yourselves and disregard others, willing to throw those around you away when necessary. But I've already stepped onto your sinking ship. Zhen Zhu had never reflected on herself, never thought about how she had conspired with Ling Sang to trick Zhou Jing into the zombie horde, and how they had also deceived another teammate. They say familiarity breeds contempt, and what they did could only be described as madness. Even so, they still felt wronged, believing that everyone had let them down. They didn't know where their arrogance came from. Now, they even turned around and felt that it was Zhou Jing who had let them down. Ling Sang lowered his head, thinking hard about his plan. Zhou Jing's return had disrupted everything, but that couldn't stop his ambition. He didn't know that the central tower had already been thrown into chaos because of her appearance. Zhou Jing had fallen asleep in Yan Huan's arms. Yan Huan held Zhou Jing, feeling a mix of tenderness and a sense of connection to her heartache. Those people were truly too much. How dare they hurt the person he valued the most? The remaining people in the villa quietly returned to their rooms, too afraid to come out. Sister Jing, stop talking. You're exposing more and more. The next day, when Zhou Jing woke up with two swollen eyes, she looked at Yan Huan, feeling wronged. My eyes are swollen. I don't look good. Green Vine came over. The little girl hurried over upon hearing the call, quickly restoring Zhou Jing's red and swollen eyes to their original state under Yan Huan's cold gaze, and then very obediently went to cook. After crying once, Zhou Jing returned to her mischievous self, almost like a baby, wanting everyone to pamper her, insisting that food be served to her before eating, and requiring Yan Huan to carry her while walking. This made everyone look down on her. So now she was dependent on Yan Huan. After stabilizing her emotions for several days, Zhou Jing finally decided to leave her room. After tidying herself up, she asked those around her if anyone had come to find her in the past 2 days. Yes, but they were all stopped by Yan Huan, who said there were urgent matters to discuss later. Looking at the person who used to cling to her, now becoming a source of pride, Zhou Jing finally smiled. This was well done. I wasn't in a good state a couple of days ago, and even if they wanted me to do something, I had no mood for it. Fortunately, those people left notes or messages after not seeing her. Looking at the unnutritious messages sent by the Zhou family, Zhou Jing threw the notes aside. Boring. Seeing Zhou Jing's attitude, a few people understood her meaning. It seemed that Zhou Jing did not intend to have any further dealings with the Zhou family. This note was left by the Shun family. Zhou Jing glanced at it. It read that their family was about to hold a family banquet on the evening of the 18th, and she was welcome to come if she was free. Looking at the invitation to this family banquet, Zhou Jing thought, such a big event must be attended. On the 18th, I glanced at the time and realized it was the 17th, which means tomorrow we can go. I don't know what the Shan family suddenly wants to do with this family banquet. We're not really clear on it. I think maybe old Master Shun feels that Shun Songji has finally become obedient and can take on big responsibilities. So he's organizing a blind date party for him? Now that I mention it, it does seem possible. Such a big event would be a pity to miss. Yichong, can you help me check who will be attending? Zhou Jing said this directly to the air. That evening, a panting Yichong walked in. I found it. So quick. Of course. Yichong was quite proud of his efficiency. He raised a piece of paper and said, the 4 major families will definitely attend. No matter how serious their internal conflicts are, they still need to maintain appearances. Then there's a small team leader from certain district, a powerful ability user. A group of people quickly understood the relationships among these individuals as they listened to Yichong. Zhou Jing nodded frequently. Yichong, you're reliable. Haha, of course. I said, since I want to rely on you all and believe in you. I won't have any relations with others and will definitely work hard for you. Zhou Jing nodded, gaining a new understanding of Yichong's capabilities. What do you think he's organizing this family banquet for? The Shun family is gradually declining, with no other family alliances. Although their son has lightning abilities, the lack of supporters has led to significant uncertainties, and they might very well become one of the 3 major families in the future. To stabilize, I think the most likely scenario is still marriage alliances. That's pretty much what we guessed. But speaking of it, the Liu family has several young, unmarried girls. Or they might choose a female ability user from a few powerful ones. All right, I get it. Thanks, Yichong. Are you coming to dinner? Yes. Yichong nodded seriously. Lovdro shot him a glance and wandered off to cook. Yichong smiled at Lovdro and followed her into the kitchen. Thinking about how these two looked, Zhou Jing suddenly pulled over Qin Kong, who was watching from the side. Do you think they could be a couple? Qin Kong was caught off guard by Zhou Jing's sudden gossip. After a while, she replied, probably not. I can't say for sure. Lovdro is currently just trying to stick with you. If they really have feelings for each other, you can help them get together. We'll see when the time comes. Though she said this, Zhou Jing noted it down in her heart. If the two really had a bit of chemistry, she would definitely support it. Okay, let's eat. After Yichong left, Qin Kong said, can I see my sister now? Sorry, I forgot about Qingxing again. The Hongmen banquet. The next day, people looked at their sportswear and silently glanced at Zhou Jing. It seems you're going to a banquet, not a sportswear exchange. Oh, at this time, having clothes to wear is good enough. Do you want to wear a dress? Yes, I do. Lovdro looked at Zhou Jing. Looking wronged, Zhou Jing looked at Yan Huan and said, I want it too. What do you want? A clueless voice suddenly appeared. Everyone looked at Shun Songji standing at the door, their expressions clearly unkind. Shun Songji shivered under their gazes. What do you want? I tell you, my innocence is reserved for my wife. Everyone looked at him disdainfully. All right, I got it next. Zhou Jing couldn't even be bothered to give him punctuation. If you're talking about clothes for the ball, Our family actually has several sets. Your family has them. A few girls thought about it and realized it was true. The Shun family hadn't left this place, and being a big family, no one would dare to rummage through their things, so there might really be good stuff. Thinking of this, the girls were a bit tempted. Which girl doesn't like beautiful clothes? Then let's go. The banquet is still being prepared. You can come and try on the clothes first. Seeing Yin Huan nodding, Zhou Jing and the others instructed Xiao Luo and promised to bring back delicious food before following Shun Songji back to the Shun family. Uncle Shun, they greeted obediently. After hearing they were there to try on clothes, Shun's father nodded. Songji, take them. Okay, this is the dressing room. You can choose freely. All the clothes are clean. All right, thank you. They looked at the room, full of clothes, in disbelief. So beautiful. The two girls felt extremely moved. And Zhou Jing also felt a bit emotional seeing this scene. Her own clothing rack used to be about this size, but unfortunately, it's no longer hers. Forget it. Who cares? She looked at the labels on the clothes. These brands were top tier even before the apocalypse. Come on, try them on. There are cosmetics over here. Let's not be polite with them. That makes sense. Then we won't be polite. After a few people changed into clothes and did a little touch-up with makeup, Shin Songji had also changed clothes with Yin Huan. I have to say, there's a reason people rely on their appearance. Yin Huan looked completely different in his new outfit. The two little girls couldn't help but fangirl a bit. Zhou Jing saw Yin Huan like this and directly pounced on him. How are you so handsome? Yin Huan was quite pleased with Zhou Jing's reaction and playfully ruffled her hair. Is it starting? Yes, most people have arrived, and my father has started speaking. So I said as soon as he starts talking, he gets long-winded and annoying. Shun Songji said dissatisfiedly. Hurry up, you should go up there, Zhou Jing said. Got it. Got it. Shun Songji walked out with an impatient expression and then went up to the stage with a fake smile. The speed left the girls dumbfounded. This guy doesn't seem like it. Well, this should be something people like them must learn, even if no one teaches it. This kind of thing is necessary to know. Fake smiles, convincing speeches, etc. In short, it's all about bluffing. Zhou Jing leisurely said while eating cake on the side. Most people were in front listening to the speeches, while they were off to the side eating, which inevitably drew attention. However, they didn't mind. By the time they finished speaking, Zhou Jing and the others still hadn't finished eating. It seems like our appetite has increased after becoming ability users. Of course, all abilities consume energy. Zhou Jing continued eating while Yin Huan was handing her food. The two girls rolled their eyes. Look at Shun Songji. Zhou Jing quietly pointed at Shun Songji while eating. The two looked over and almost burst out laughing. What the heck? Indeed. Shun Songji was smiling politely while talking to a man with a girl. I told you this is a disguised blind date. Ha ha. The few of them laughed unkindly, attracting Shun Songji's glare. I want to eat too. I want to eat something delicious. Just as they finished watching the excitement, Qin Kong suddenly said, Look over there. Is that a person? If I'm not mistaken. They turned their heads and indeed saw a familiar figure. The person had long hair flowing, her head resting on a man's shoulder, occasionally covering her mouth with her hand. The few of them shivered. Is that our acquaintance, Wang Qian? From here, we can see what it means to be flirtatious, sister. Why are you so calm doing this? Don't you think it's awkward for a woman like you to be infatuated with a man and laughing like that? It seems that Wang Qian over there also feels like she's being watched. She looks around, and when she sees Zhou Jing and the others, her face instantly turns red. Zhou Jing and her group, not being very considerate, raise their glasses. Wang Qian immediately flees. And you can even see a man lowering his head to ask her what's wrong. After a few of them feel they've had enough fun, they slowly put down their things and pick up their glasses. Because someone has arrived. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jing raises her glass, smiling politely at Zhou Qingquan. Zhou Qingquan looks at Zhou Jingda and can only awkwardly raise his glass. How have you been these past 2 days? Thanks to your blessings, I'm still alive. Jingjing, can you not be so sarcastic when you talk to Dad? The commotion over here attracts the attention of nearby people, and Zhou Jing, who is too lazy to speak, takes a sip of her drink, points to the person behind him, and says, Isn't she your precious daughter? Don't you think so, Miss Zhou? Zhou Shiyue is now truly shocked. The man standing behind, Zhou Jing, looks so familiar. No, it's not just familiar. It's someone she's always remembered. That was in her past life, the person who saved her, the one she's been thinking of. She looks at Yin Huan in disbelief. How could this person be with Zhou Jing? Clearly, the last time she knew him, he didn't know Zhou Jing yet. Later, as Zhou Jing's reputation grew, she became more and more humble, and Yin Huan naturally got together with Zhou Jing, while this man she could never see again. But this lifetime is different. So she thought that after some time, when Yin Huan appears, she would be able to present herself as someone worthy of being by his side. She never expected to see him here. He already knew Zhou Jing, and they even came to the city together? What about me? Was everything I prepared here in vain? I clearly wanted to stand beside Yin Huan. Now, Zhou Shiyue was lost in thought, while Zhou Jing looked at her with dissatisfaction as she kept staring at a certain spot. What's wrong? Is Wan Ling saying not enough? Do you want to covet my Yin Huan too? Miss Zhou, it seems you have no intention of giving me face, huh? Zhou Shiyue snapped back to reality and said, I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted. The gentleman behind you looks a bit familiar. Is that so? Then you're great. Zhou Jing couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Familiar? Familiar with your sister. Who has seen you since I walked here with Yin Huan? Who's familiar with you? I wonder if Mr. Yin remembers the girl you saved in a certain city? I don't remember. Yin Huan, however, rarely spoke and his words were absolutely blocking. Zhou Shiyue didn't know why, but hearing this made her feel a little bitter. Clearly, in the last life, I recognized you first. But because I had no power and couldn't be with you, in this life, I have power, yet you still ended up with this woman Zhou Jing. Why is it so unfair to me? Looking at Zhou Shiyue's expression, Zhou Jing could basically confirm that she knew Yin Huan. So if what she said was true, then Yin Huan saved her before turning into a zombie? But what does that have to do with me? My Yin Huan is naturally with me. What's missed is missed. Jing. Zhou Qingkun wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Zhou Jing. That's enough, Mr. Zhou. Thank you for the drink, it's very good. And thank you for your daughter remembering my husband and me. Your husband? Zhou Qingkun and Zhou Shiyue exclaimed in unison. Yes, we're married. But you? The expressions of the Zhou family members could no longer be described as surprised. Before they could finish their sentence, Shen Songji chimed in from behind. Oh, Uncle Zhou, when was this? Did you still think it was before the apocalypse? Nowadays, young people just have to find the right partner, and that is called getting married. Zhou Qingkun nodded, while saying he didn't know what else to say. Now Zhou Jing is not close to him, and he truly has no room to speak. Looking at their premeditated expressions, he could only sigh helplessly. Well, you all continue eating and drinking. We'll go check out over there. Mr. Zhou, safe travels. Hey, I was also shocked when I found out you were Zhou Qingkun's daughter. What is so shocking about that? It's just a fact. Now she has a good daughter by her side, both famous and beautiful. If I were in her shoes, I would hold on to this girl tightly. As for the other girl, well, if she comes back alive, then we'll take care of her. If not, then that's even better, right? What you said makes so much sense, I can't even argue. Over here, Shen Songji looked confused, while Wang Qian also looked puzzled. Although she seemed to sense that Zhou Jing and the Zhou family's relationship was a bit different, she never expected you would be like this. But looking at Zhou Jing, it seems she doesn't want to have too much connection with the Zhou family. She told the person beside her, I'll go check that out. After getting the person's permission, Wang Qian ran over. After observing Zhou Jing up and down and confirming that she was indeed the Zhou Jing she knew, she breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. How could anything happen? What about you running over here? Isn't your boyfriend worried? I'm worried about you. The Zhou family may not be the Zhou family you once knew. The current power is said to be your father, but it's actually leaning more towards Zhou Shiyue. I know that. Well, I'm just reminding you not to get tricked and not even know it. Yes. Zhou Jing chuckled and ruffled her head. Go on. Your boyfriend is probably waiting anxiously. What's wrong with making him wait a bit? Although Wang Qian said this, she still ran over. Although her father's attitude was ambiguous, her few little friends were still quite reliable. Wang Qian's performance today was a bit obvious. She didn't know whether the people here would treat her as someone who knew her identity to flatter her, or if they had already accepted her. Whatever. Since I've already appeared, I'm here to stir up your waters. A few people had eaten enough and looked at the brightly lit mansion, feeling even more unreal. Our little home is still the best, Guoluo murmured. Yeah, I always longed for this kind of life, but when I actually got close to it, I found it was really too hypocritical. Qin Kong said while sipping juice. This is life. Everyone has their own way of living. Look at these rich people. They all seem pretty wealthy, but their lives might not be better than ours. They have too many things to consider: family, groups, and power. But what about us? We just need to focus on ourselves and the people around us. Yeah, a group of people looked at the room full of smiling people, but no one knew what each person was really thinking. I want to go home, Qin Kong suddenly said. I want to go home too, Guoluo said, a bit shyly playing with her fingers. Then let's go home. I'll go find Shin Songji to say something. You guys go change clothes. Okay. Zhou Jing went to find Shin Songji to talk, while the other two girls took their children upstairs. Wow, so great. Hearing this voice, the two of them froze for a moment. There are children here. How could they let the child hear that voice? The two made a quick decision. One covered a child's ears and blushed as they walked down. As they walked, it seemed they could still hear a man's voice saying, "You really are a..." accompanied by faint sounds of water, leaving the two completely speechless. This is someone else's home. That woman's voice is strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing, after finishing her conversation with Shin Songji, was thinking about walking over there when she saw two girls, their faces flushed, standing there awkwardly with two children. What's wrong? The two approached, shyly explaining the situation upstairs to Zhou Jing. Interesting. Zhenju? Looking towards the hall. Indeed, Zhenju was nowhere to be seen. But Ling Sang was still there. This means there is something she doesn't know, right? What could it be? With a malicious smile on her face, Zhou Jing and her group quietly waited at the door. Do you think when they come out, they will be surprised to see us? The two had been thoroughly embarrassed by what had just happened and dared not think about the sound from inside. What were those two in such a hurry for? In someone else's house, no less. Zhou Jing could indeed hear their voices, and after confirming it was Zhenju, she stopped listening. It was much better to wait here and see their expressions when they came out. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the door opened. The first to come out was surprisingly a short, chubby man. Although he was dressed in a suit, he still looked very uncomfortable. What is this? Upon seeing the woman coming out behind him, Zhou Jing and the others confirmed their suspicions. Isn't that Zhenju? Has Zhenju really fallen so low? She used to hang out with Ling Sang, and now she's so debased. The man looked satisfied as he said to Zhenju, "I will consider your matter." Then, while walking down, he glanced at Zhou Jing and the girls with an ambiguous expression that was extremely uncomfortable to look at. At this moment, Zhenju also saw Zhou Jing and the others. For a brief moment, panic flashed across her face, but she quickly composed herself, lifted her head, and walked towards them. What are you looking at? Never seen anyone like me before? Yes, never seen anyone so impatient. You, Zhou Jing shrugged. I just didn't expect you to be so indulgent. I thought you at least had some principles. Zhou Jing, do you think you can just survive in this apocalypse without any principles? I not only want to survive, but I also want to live better than you. Why are you suddenly feeding us this bowl of poisonous chicken soup? We don't care whether you're doing well or not. However, Zhou Jing still asked, why are you doing this to Ling Sang? You still care about Ling Sang? Not really. Watching you two fight like dogs is quite amusing. You, forget it. Since you're so concerned, I'll tell you. Ling Sang has long been with your sister, Zhou Xiaoyue, without you knowing. Really? What does that have to do with me? Don't you feel upset? Zhenju was a bit curious. I just find it interesting. He and I ended things long ago when I died. Don't you think? What did you say? Zhenju looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. When I died? Yes. When I died. Zhenju, I'm now a ghost rising from hell. I will let you know what despair truly is. Besides, what he does with you is none of my business. I don't care what he does with others either. Everything you do has nothing to do with me. Zhenju, enjoy your last days. Zhenju looked at Zhou Jing's face, suddenly confused about what she was doing. But she quickly regained her composure. No matter what, I must climb to the position I want. She knew clearly what she wanted, which is why she could initially cling to Zhou Jing and then Ling Sang. When she saw Ling Sang showing her no patience, she amusingly turned to find someone else. So, he looked at Zhou Jing and said, "You don't have to look down on me. This is just who I am. Think what you want, I'm still like this." Zhou Jing nodded, indicating she understood. But so what? How you act is your business. Whether I respect you is mine. She ignored Zhenju and continued up the stairs. Zhenju felt a surge of anger at Zhou Jing's disdainful gaze. Zhou Jing, Do you think you can always be so smooth sailing? Impossible. The man beside you will eventually leave you out of boredom. And you will end up just like me. Zhou Jing turned back. I won't end up like you. I have principles in my life and work, so my friends and the people around me also have principles. Therefore, I won't share the same fate as you. No one truly cares about you. No one values you because the people around you are all a bunch of people without principles. After saying that, Zhou Jing turned and left, not giving her another chance to speak. The few people behind her looked at Zhen Zhu with pity. Zhen Zhu, seeing their expressions, felt even angrier. Unsure of what to say, she thought that since there was nothing to say, it would be better not to see each other and live in peace. While Zhou Jing and her group changed clothes, they sighed. This apocalypse really does extinguish humanity. Yes, although I don't want to admit it, I must say it's quite terrifying. This Zhen Zhu is different from the one I used to know. The two girls closed their eyes. They were unwilling to think back to the events they encountered at the beginning of the apocalypse. If possible, it would be nice to continue living like this with Zhou Jing. A simple and peaceful life is the real deal. Speaking of which, after the few of them changed their clothes, they went downstairs through a small path, and Zhou Jing suddenly said, "What do you think?" Zhou Qingquan has been keeping Zhou Xiaoyue by his side, showing her off in front of everyone while also wanting to cling to me. What do you think his intention is? Maybe he thinks his daughter has finally grown up and can be sold for a good price. Qing Kong said gloomily. When she was at home, her parents often said such things like how they raised her and she should get married. Listening to Qing Kong, Zhou Jing finally understood. This possibility seems quite likely. Is he trying to use me to arrange a marriage? But looking at Zhou Xiaoyue, it seems she is also just a tool for him to arrange a marriage. Thinking this way, Zhou Jing felt she definitely couldn't follow such a father. She might end up being sold off one day. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingquan, after returning home, felt a little discouraged thinking about how Zhou Jing refused to acknowledge him. He originally wanted Zhou Jing to arrange a marriage, hoping to have Zhou Xiaoyue, who had gained some fame, secretly control things. But now Zhou Jing was out of control. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyue, who sat behind him with a gentle expression, and made plans in his heart. He would find a suitable time to marry her off. After realizing he couldn't steal the chicken, even Zhou Qingquan, after shouting that line, suddenly noticed the strange expressions of the crowd. Did the situation change? This was still what Zhou Xiaoyue told him last night. She said she had taken a liking to someone. Originally, Zhou Qingquan planned to hold a martial arts competition to choose a husband. But now, suddenly saying she liked someone made him somewhat dissatisfied. After all, he had invested considerable effort in raising this daughter. If she whimsically married someone else, what would happen to his investment? All his efforts would be in vain. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Who is it?" He initially wanted to pair Zhou Xiaoyue with Ling Sang, as Ling Sang was a good puppet and a good ruler. At least that's what he thought, but in order to have better support for himself, he still had to decide on a process. However, at the moment, he closed his eyes. Yin Xian. Who are you talking about? Zhou Qingquan couldn't believe it. That man Yin Xian was clearly with his daughter, accompanying Zhou Jing to the city. But now Zhou Xiaoyue said she liked Yin Xian? Was this a joke? Zhou Qingquan steadied himself and asked, "Weren't you with Ling Sang recently?" Ling Sang? Zhou Xiaoyue rolled her eyes disdainfully. Comparing him to Yin Xian was an insult to Yin Xian. Dad, you don't understand. Yin Xian is not only capable in the city, but his special ability is even more impressive. Nowadays, it's all about special abilities, right? We don't even know what his special ability is. Dad, please believe me. Yin Xian is really amazing. Well, has your daughter ever made a decision based on personal gain? I always consider things comprehensively before making a decision, right? Although Yin Xian might be harder to control than Ling Sang. Wouldn't it be better for us to have a stronger person to help you? Zhou Qingquan was vaguely persuaded. Indeed, although he could still say a few words in the city, that was only because he had enough people here. When there were fewer people and no authority, even Ling Sang's control wouldn't matter. Since that's the case, he might as well trust his daughter once. He looked at her with a complicated expression. Ever since he came here, he hadn't had to worry much. Instead, this daughter had given him many good suggestions and helped him manage the base well. So trusting her once more wouldn't hurt. As for that other daughter, his expression darkened. That daughter was not obedient enough, not easy to handle, and more importantly, She currently held a lot of hostility towards him. So, he could only make her suffer. Suffering was just a joke. In Zhou Qingquan's eyes, only power could prevent him from suffering. So for the sake of power, he could make anyone suffer. So, do you have a plan? Of course. Zhou Xiaoyue's face shone with confidence. In that moment, Zhou Qingquan felt that this daughter was truly remarkable. Even if they couldn't get along well, they absolutely couldn't become enemies with someone like her. Fortunately, she was his daughter, and fortunately, their goals were the same. Father, tomorrow I will have Yin Xian come to my room to change clothes. During that time, I will tempt him while letting your people outside see. Of course, you can rest assured that I will not reveal any clues, and you need to cooperate with me. You think, in such a situation, a solitary man and woman in a room, even if there are rumors, it can't be clarified. Moreover, I still have a bit of confidence in myself, believing that Yin Xian might not be able to control himself at that time. Zhou Qingquan nodded and said, as long as you know what you're doing, don't embarrass us, protect yourself, and if something goes wrong, push it onto the other party. Don't get yourself in trouble. Okay, father. Zhou Xiaoyue secretly smiled. She had a second plan that was also in progress. The protagonist of the second plan was, of course, Zhou Jing. She had long prepared a few homeless men in the next room. When Zhou Jing became impatient and went upstairs, they would take her to the next room. And, taking advantage of the crowd, just like that, even if Zhou Jing lost her virginity, there would be few men willing to be with a woman who had been touched by homeless men. After sending Zhou Qingquan away, Zhou Xiaoyue proudly sat on the bed. Zhou Jing, oh Zhou Jing, can you outsmart me? This matter couldn't even be told to her father. Otherwise, what if he softened his heart? Thinking of this, Zhou Qingquan felt a little uneasy as he pushed through the crowd to the door, just in time to see Yin Xian standing at the door, neatly dressed, while Zhou Jing smiled at him, as if mocking their plan. Meanwhile, inside the room, there were women's exclamations. Seeing something was wrong, the people outside hurriedly opened the adjacent door. Who knows if these people were genuinely enjoying the misfortune? When the door opened, everyone was shocked by the scene inside. Several homeless men were disheveled, and the smell from them hit people as soon as the door opened. The woman inside, who had originally been wearing a low-cut dress, was being pulled at by these homeless men. The woman could only cover herself and rush outside, while the homeless men looked intoxicated, with one even drooling and staring at the woman in front of him. The woman in a panic was Zhan Zhu. Zhou Jing watched the farce of the Zhou family and walked out of the room with Yin Xian. Come on, why aren't you pulling those people away? Hearing Zhou Jing's words, the people around finally came to their senses and hurriedly ran over to pull the entranced homeless men away. Another man, looking very gentlemanly, took off his coat and draped it over Zhan Zhu. Watching these busy people, Zhou Jing just wanted to laugh. Who knew they were pretending to forget to pull them away just to watch the drama? At this moment, Zhan Zhu's tears kept falling, not pretending. After adjusting her clothes, she shouted at the homeless men, "Get these people out! Skin them alive!" Upon hearing this, the homeless men were dissatisfied. "We were invited in. Why do you want to pull us out and skin us alive?" "Miss Zhan, don't be anxious. We need to finish the questioning before considering skinning them alive, right?" Zhan Zhu, with red eyes, looked at Zhou Jing, who had a look of enjoying the show, and knew that doing this was indeed right, barely suppressing her urge to curse. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing, having resolved the situation, chuckled and said to the onlookers, "Everyone, don't rush to leave. This matter is not yet resolved. We won't leave. We want to see how you resolve this." One man watching the show laughed and shouted, "We really didn't expect to see such chaos here." "So just now, Mr. Zhou, what were you shouting about?" Zhou Jing looked at her father, her eyes glinting coldly. "It's nothing. I just want to know what happened here." Zhou Qingquan, worthy of being someone who had been in charge for many years, was able to respond calmly after Zhou Jing asked. Zhou Jing shrugged indifferently. She no longer cared what her father shouted. After all, once this incident occurred, it meant that they had torn their faces apart. And what was that waiter shouting just now? I don't know. I don't know anything. So the question arises, could Miss Zhou, hiding inside, come out for a moment? Silence. Appelle maintenant silence. Looking at the slightly awkward scene, Zhou Jing smiled. "Are you afraid to admit what you've done, Miss Zhou? I think you must have forgotten how to write the word shame and honor after being used to being above others. That bright red mole on your snowy chest wouldn't agree, right?" You have the guts to tempt my husband, so you should also have the guts to come out and admit it. Do you really think my husband is the same as someone like you? You have the ability to do it. You have the ability to come out. Zhou Qingquan outside also felt that he was losing face and shouted, Zhou Jing, you need to know when to stop. Oh, Mr. Zhou, are you reprimanding me? If you want me to know when to stop, shouldn't your daughter know what righteousness and shame means? Enough. That's enough. Do you want to make this matter bigger? I don't think I'm the one making it bigger. It's your good daughter who is making it bigger. I just want to express my grievances. What's wrong with that? Is it not allowed? Fine. Why not? The people behind laughed and said, and the smiles on Zhou Jing and the others' faces were about to overflow. The one shouting from behind was none other than Yichong. Zhou Jing was holding back, and the two young girls were also holding back. After all, they had known the plan for a long time and still had to pretend not to know. It was tough for them. All right, Miss Xiao, I think you should stop hiding. It's better to come out quickly, resolve the matter, and then go to sleep. No matter how you hide, it won't help. Zhou Xue remained silent in the room for a long time before finally coming out. Everyone looked at her tightly wrapped body with a bit of regret. Zhou Jing, if you have anything to say, hurry up and say it, and once you're done, get out. What's wrong? Can't people talk about the dirty things you've done? All right, let me speak fairly. Zhou Qingquan finally came out to mediate, as this matter had gotten too big, and if he didn't mediate, the consequences could be unimaginable. This matter involved a child who may have acted without thinking, possibly out of admiration or other reasons, but I won't delve into that further. I ask Ms. Zhou for your understanding, and we will provide some compensation later. A few days later, at the Zhou residence, the identity of Goddess Zhou was spread everywhere by various gossip outlets, with rumors about illegitimate daughters, how old Zhou abandoned his biological daughter, and how Zhou Jing returned with a heart for revenge. The rumors were even more fascinating than novels. Meanwhile, the Zhou family had been thoroughly exposed during these days. After all, the more high-profile they were recently, the more people want to step on them. Even if the ethics of people in the end times have been lost, it didn't mean we had no reason to step on you. Zhou Xiaoyue's mood had also been quite poor these days. The way people looked at her, and Ling Sang's dazed expression. Most importantly, she saw Yan Xian, the man who had once saved her and whom she secretly admired. However, even though he was now back together with Zhou Jing, it didn't matter. With her current identity and everything she possessed, she didn't believe any man could remain indifferent to her. As long as she tried a little, what was Zhou Jing? Regardless of what the old man of the Zhou family thought, Zhou Jing and the others had their worldviews refreshed after that day, sitting dumbly at home for several days. They believed they could never achieve what a woman like Zhenju did. However, the two girls also looked at Zhou Jing with gratitude. Without her, they might have been eaten, sold, or even died in that sanctuary. That dark memory had been soothed in the company of Zhou Jing and the others. Because this is trust, this is the happiness of being together. So, Sister Jing, where's my sister? Oh no, I forgot about her sister again. Released like someone from prison, Qing Xing happily went to cultivate feelings with this zombie. It just didn't seem to be going too well. Her sister only ate brains now. She couldn't possibly give her own brain to her, and besides eating, she just loved following Zhou Jing around. When Zhou Jing was digging the ground, she dug a big hole for someone to lie in comfortably. And when Zhou Jing and Yan Xian were being sweet, she ran over to show her teeth at Yan Xian. My dear sister, do you not want to live anymore? Despite saying that, Qing Xing still had a blissful expression as she was ignored by her sister. A few days later, Zhou Jing and Yan Xian went out for a stroll and saw the city goddess, Zhou Xue. She was chatting with a street vendor about something. As they got closer, they saw the vendor selling some seeds and even some successfully cultivated branches. Seeds. No wonder Zhou Xiaoyue was so interested. She had been wanting to develop agriculture in the city recently. As Zhou Jing approached, Zhou Xiaoyue seemed to sense something and looked up. She saw Zhou Jing and Yan Xian behind her. Zhou Xiaoyue blushed when she suddenly saw the man she admired and completely ignored Zhou Jing, asking, Yan Xiange, are you out shopping? Yan Xuan Yi. Who's your Yan Xiange? This is my man, all right. Zhou Jing hugged Yan Xian's arm, smiling with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, isn't this Miss Zhou? What can I do for you? This was the first time Zhou Jing had expressed her feelings so openly, looking like a little squirrel protecting its food, nearly puffing up her cheeks. Yin Xian looked at Zhou Jing in surprise. He had never seen her like this before. Previously, as a zombie, he had no emotions, but he knew this person was the most important to him. However, now, after his last breakthrough, he felt like he was no longer the same person. And for Zhou Jing, he felt his affection growing more and more, unable to get enough of her every day. But he was troubled by Zhou Jing's always subtle demeanor, so when she showed such a reaction, he was pleasantly surprised. Without even looking at Zhou Xiayue standing before him, he suddenly hugged Zhou Jing back and rubbed his head against her shoulder. Zhou Jing was taken aback. When did Yin Xian start doing this? But it didn't matter. She didn't care, after all. It was the first time Yin Xian acted like this, and she was so moved. Although they often cuddled at home, they rarely acted like this outside. The vendor watched Zhou Jing and Yin Xian's actions, then looked at Zhou Xiayue's previously charming face, which had now turned extremely stiff, and shivered. What is going on? Is a fight about to break out? Oh my god, this is our goddess, Miss Zhou. She was just so excited about this man in front of her, wanted to call her relatives to come and watch the fun. Zhou Xiayue didn't expect Zhou Jing to be so unconcerned about face, just staring at her like this while hugging Yin Xian's arm. No wonder she probably thought that using such a clingy tactic would keep Yin Xian around. But Zhou Xiayue didn't want to believe that Yin Xian really had feelings for Zhou Jing. What is love? In the face of absolute strength, feelings are just a handful of sand. It's nothing. I'm sorry, I didn't see you just now. It's fine, I look relatively small, so it's normal if you didn't see me. Also, let me say it again, I'm not your sister. Sister? Zhou Xiayue looked at Yin Xian with a pitying expression, hoping this man would feel something and perhaps reprimand Zhou Jing a bit. But Yin Xian didn't look at her at all. He was only thinking about how long it had been since he had gone out to hunt. Even though he could manage in his current state, he still missed the taste of wild food. Unfortunately, their thoughts were not on the same wavelength. Seeing their reactions, Zhou Xiayue finally felt a bit humiliated, bit her lip, turned around, took a few deep breaths, and said, Sister Yin Xian, when would you both like to come to our house as guests? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing suddenly laughed without warning. Miss Zhou, do you know what my name is? You are Zhou Jing, right, sister? Even knowing Zhou Jing was being sarcastic, she had to continue, or how would the people around her see her? Zhou Jing laughed even harder, nearly in tears. She suddenly looked coldly at Zhou Xiayue and said, Miss Zhou, do you know where I lived before the apocalypse? Do you know where I grew up until I was 20? And now you want to take us to your house to have a look? Are you kidding me? Oh no. Zhou Xiayue finally realized she had misspoken. She really didn't think too much about it. It was just because she wanted to show off her status. After saying this, Zhou Jing stopped talking. There was nothing more to say. The home that had always held such significance for her had become someone else's home. It's even ironic that she needed to be invited to go see it. But after saying this, everyone felt like there was nothing wrong with the statement. Even she felt that way. Now, perhaps the small villa she had now was her real home. All right, when I have time one day, I will naturally visit Mr. Zhou. Do you have anything else to discuss now? Zhou Xiayue, listening to Zhou Jing, felt embarrassed and instinctively took a step back, saying there was nothing else. Zhou Jing's expression just now was very much like the Zhou Jing from her past life. Her expression was always disdainful, always that condescending look, always asking, do you have anything else? She closed her eyes. No, I can't be like this. Zhou Jing didn't pay attention to her emotional changes. At that time, Yin Xian's reaction amused Zhou Jing, but once she got home, no matter how she teased, Yin Xian didn't show the same responses that day, which left Zhou Jing feeling quite frustrated. However, that frustration was nothing compared to the annoyance brought by Zhou Xiayue, who actually sent her an invitation. An invitation to gather at the Zhou residence. I've become part of gathering now. Although she was angry, Zhou Jing didn't react strongly. She just tossed the paper aside, letting whoever wanted to go. But the next day, another piece of paper arrived, filled with old master Zhou's nostalgia and overflowing paternal love for Zhou Jingde. The entire base was abuzz with news that one day, the Zhou family would invite everyone in the city for a proper gathering. What is this? After seeing the Shun family's matchmaking banquet, the Zhou family couldn't sit still. Most people were watching these prominent families, hoping to catch some gossip, but the calm city began to change after Zhou Jing arrived. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiayue, during the last mission, discovered that things were quite different from her past life. In her previous life, Zhou Jing did not participate in missions, ignoring that mission, which led to a total collapse. But this time Zhou Jing went, so things changed again. Who knows what else will change? But I also need to work hard. After all, the next event is Zhou Jing's engagement to Yan Xian. However, Zhou Shiyue quietly thought that in her past life, it was you who got engaged to Yan Xian. So in this life, the person getting engaged must be me. Thinking of the sweet moments between Zhou Jing and Yan Xian in her past life made Zhou Shiyue feel a pang of jealousy. This time, inviting them also had a purpose. No matter what, the person engaged to Yan Xian must be herself. Not only because Yan Xian saved her, but more importantly, she murmured that Yan Xian's management skills were really strong. In the later stages of her past life, the entire base was managed by Yan Xian, while Zhou Jingji just needed to eat, drink, and be merry. Plus, Yan Xian's abilities were so strong that he could walk all over the base. Then in this life, I will be a good wife to him. Zhou Jing, you can't compete with me in this life. Looking at that page of disgustingly sweet paper, Zhou Jing finally fell helpless. Damn, fine, I'll go. I just ask that you don't disgust me anymore in the future. Moreover, thinking of the relics of her mother still left in the Zhou residence, Zhou Jing fell silent for a long time and finally said that she must go to the Zhou residence. Yichong, help me investigate what conspiracy there is between Zhou Shiyue and my father. I know you can do it. Cough, as for the reward. She secretly glanced at the oblivious Greenvine and said, I can let you have another meal. Good things are about to happen. After receiving Zhou Jing's instructions, Yichong grinned. He was quite skilled at this kind of thing. Although in the eyes of Zhou Jing and her group, he was considered unreliable and had a bad impression, that didn't stop him from redeeming himself. So, a few days later, when Zhou Jing and the others went to the Zhou residence, they already had everything figured out. Let's put on a good show together. Their invitation was quite impressive. It was old Master Zhou's birthday. 50th birthday. Oh, how coincidental. Zhou Jing actually remembered this day, because before the apocalypse, she and her father had often celebrated their birthdays together. But now, that warmth had turned into irony. Zhou Jing could only glance at him amidst the blessings of others. This was all she could do for her father. Although Zhou Jing's mood wasn't very high, others were not the same. They were a bit surprised to see Zhou Jing appear on this day. After all, the city's population was quite fluid now, and only the old families really recognized Zhou Jing, while Zhou Shiyue's Chui Zai had provided them with new dynamics. It had to be admitted that Zhou Jing's appearance had disrupted their plans. It wasn't that Zhou Jing couldn't appear. It was just that the variables between her and this illegitimate daughter were too great. They didn't know who would be stronger in this situation. To say everyone might be a bit of an exaggeration, but most people who arrived at the venue today wanted to see the Zhou family's joke. Zhou Jing rubbed her forehead. They really were a group of people who thrived on chaos. With nothing much to say, Zhou Jing expressionlessly followed everyone into the Zhou residence. Looking at the familiar decor, everything felt so familiar. Suddenly, her eyes felt a bit sore. She missed her mother, the one who would gently comfort her. Watching Zhou Shiyue, dressed formally and following Zhou Qingquan to greet guests, Zhou Jing really had nothing to say. Today, we're not doing anything else. Just eat. Understand? Got it. The young girls cheered a little. The food here was indeed enticing. The fragrant cream cake, paired with perfectly grilled steak, felt like a kind of happiness. A happiness in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyue and Zhou Qingquan also approached after seeing Zhou Jing. The people around Zhou Jing, except for Yan Xian, had already dispersed. Zhou Jing didn't really want to talk to them, but there was no choice. Since they had seen her, she had to exchange pleasantries. Sure enough, Zhou Qingquan spoke first. Jingjing, you've come. Those are all your favorite things. Go eat some. Okay. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Zhou. Happy birthday to the director. May you live long. Even knowing Zhou Jing's indifference towards him, in this situation, Zhou Qingquan still felt a pang in his heart. In the past, he used to celebrate his birthday with Zhou Jing, who would buy gifts in advance, and even cook dishes and bake cakes, but now, there was nothing left. Only false pleasantries and cold indifference. This was his choice, his retribution. Before Zhou Qingquan could say anything, Zhou Shiyue spoke up. Sister, can you stop talking like that? Do you know how sad Dad has been these days because of you? Why can't you show a little understanding towards Dad? Zhou Jing silently looked at this woman. Are you sick? Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoyue's target was not Zhou Jing, but Yin Xian. After all, why were you staring at Yin Xian while saying this? Aren't you talking to me? Is Yin Xian your sister? Ugh. Zhou Jing's irritation didn't show, but she seriously said to Zhou Qingquan, if you have time, you should manage your daughter properly. After all, her etiquette and manners are far from up to standard. I wonder where your education has gone. Zhou Qingquan was left speechless by Zhou Jing's words. Looking at Zhou Jing's indifferent face, he suddenly felt a pang of heartache. It wasn't he supposed to be like this? Thinking of his final thoughts, Zhou Qingquan grew increasingly irritable. Should he get rid of his daughter? After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Jing didn't he leave him any face and turn to leave. Watching Zhou Jing's departing figure, Zhou Qingquan sighed and put on a smile to chat with those around him. Zhou Jing and the others left the previous spot and moved aside, eating and chatting with Yan Huan. When Zhou Jing spotted a sneaky figure, a strange smile appeared on her lips. The good show was about to begin. Zhou Jing chatted with several people from old prestigious families. They were of varying ages, but all had seen Zhou Jing before and recognized her. It was a rare meeting, and they chatted a bit. I heard you were studying abroad. I didn't expect such a disaster to occur. Yes, I went through so much trouble to come back, but I didn't expect the city to have changed so much. We who have been watching from the sidelines also feel it's a bit too fast. Will something bad happen because of this change? Maybe we're just getting old. You're still so young. How can you be old? Zhou Jing laughed and clinked glasses with the elders, while Yan Huan seriously ate his cake. The taste aside, the texture is quite nice. Much softer than the food I usually eat. She had thought those people would act quickly, but when Zhou Jing looked back at the entrance, the troublemakers had disappeared. Was it a mistake in the information from each home, or had their plans changed at the last minute? After bidding farewell to the people in front, Zhou Jing looked towards the center of the venue. It seemed a bit chaotic there. What happened? She walked over with Yan Huan and saw Zhen Zhu arguing with an unknown woman. What's going on? Standing at the outermost edge, Zhou Jing listened as the woman continuously berated Zhen Zhu, calling her a vixen and a little mistress, and she had basically come to a conclusion in her mind. Did this Zhou Xiaoyue intend to take them all down tonight? But wouldn't this method be a bit clumsy? The woman scolding Zhen Zhu was the same one they had seen that day, mingling with Zhen Zhu at the Shun Family-esque performance. Yet that man, who had been leering at the time, was now watching Zhen Zhu with an unreadable expression behind his wife. Zhen Zhu felt a wave of nausea. How had she ended up with such a man? No sense of responsibility, and now he was shrinking back at a critical moment. Remembering what this man had promised last time, she looked at him with a complicated expression. The man glanced around and nodded, which eased Zhen Zhu's mind. No matter what changes occurred, even if she was scolded terribly today, she wouldn't waver. According to the information she received from this man, she had to take on the next task, not just for the substantial rewards, but more importantly, it seemed Zhou Xiaoyue was also going to that place. Zhou Xiaoyue rarely left the base. There must be something there that attracted her, so she definitely had to go. Zhou Jing found their argument somewhat boring. She turned to leave, but saw a girl who had just been watching the commotion holding a cake, and, as if feeling bored, she turned and accurately threw the cake at Yan Huan. Zhou Jing was a bit taken aback. This didn't seem to match the agreement. Yan Huan looked at the mess on himself with a headache. Zhou Jing didn't like him to be dirty, so he needed to clean it up. The girl, looking panicked, rushed forward to wipe him off, and Zhou Jing paused for a moment, while Yan Huan instinctively stepped back. He was still not used to being touched by food. Watching the girl in a panic, Zhou Jing began to think. If this was real, then there was nothing to say, but if this was part of Zhou Xiaoyue's plan, then this girl's acting was too good. She could easily win an acting award. The girl looked at the increasingly dirty clothes, helplessly glancing at them. After all, she was just a small ability user, and being here was already a stroke of luck. If she caused trouble, never mind, let us just leave it at that. Zhou Jing glanced around and indeed didn't see Zhou Xiaoyue. Actually, I'm quite curious about how you're going to play this out. How about this? You go upstairs to change into a spare outfit. The girl said earnestly, seemingly without any other intentions. Here they come. Zhou Jing looked at the girl, who was comparable to an actress, and smiled expectantly. Great. That's wonderful. Waiter, please take this gentleman to the changing room upstairs to change his clothes. Looking at the coincidentally appearing waiter, Zhou Jing was full of anticipation. "Sister, let us wait for him here," the girl directly said to Zhou Jing. "No need. This gentleman is my husband. I'll accompany him to change." "This way, please, sir," the waiter said, seizing the opportunity, but Yin Huan remained motionless. "Sister, just let your husband go up. Are you afraid something will happen to him here?" Zhou Jing shook her head, smiling at the girl using provocation, and said, "I'm not afraid, but my husband decide for me. Doesn't he listen to anyone else's words? And I can't help it. You can have fun slowly. I'll go up to change clothes with my husband now." After Zhou Jing finished speaking, she walked to Yin Huan's side. "Lead the way." The waiter looked troubled. You mentioned the men's changing room. Don't be afraid. What are you afraid of? This is my husband. I haven't seen any part of him." After saying this, Zhou Jing felt a bit embarrassed herself. The waiter could only helplessly glance at the acting girl, and after receiving the same helpless look in return, nodded. "This way, please." Zhou Jing followed the waiter up to the second floor. The girl behind looked worried and frustrated, but Zhou Jing pretended not to see and smiled as she followed. The waiter was also anxious. If this matter went wrong, what would she do? If Miss Jun caught her, her life would be in danger. The actress below was also regretting. What should I do? If they just go in like this? TSK. She should have stopped Zhou Jing. But now it was too late to regret. Oh well, thinking so much was less useful than running away quickly. The actress didn't know what to do. Zhou Jing smiled at the door. When the two walked in, they indeed saw a rather different space inside, compared to the hustle and bustle outside. This place was not only quiet, but also much darker, with layers of pink gauze that were intoxicating to behold. Was this going to be a beauty trap? Zhou Jing and Yin Huan exchanged glances and chuckled. A beauty trap also depended on whether the other party accepted it. Zhou Jing remembered that this room used to be a storage room. Due to poor lighting and its small size, it hadn't been occupied. Now it seemed to have become a room for Zhou Xieyue. Moreover, it seemed she had managed it quite well. At least it looked full of allure. Zhou Jing nodded repeatedly. In such a time, the dim light became the best flirting tool, creating a hint of temptation. Zhou Jing felt a bit uncultured. She asked about the room carefully and noticed a faint fragrance. No wonder Zhan Zhu knows how to enjoy life. The scent in this room indicated that she didn't have to worry about food and clothing in this apocalypse. Remembering her own most pitiful times, Zhou Jing felt a bit unhappy. Truly, different people have different fates. Just as she was still reflecting, she heard a voice from inside. "Is Mr. Yin here? Mr. Yin, please don't rush. I'll be ready soon." As she spoke, the sound of water began to rise and fall, and the previously mundane space suddenly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhou Jing thought, if I were a boy, I might not be able to control myself. Holding her breath, she wanted to see what plan Zhou Xiaoya had. Zhou Xiaoya was stirring the water, looking very pleased with herself. "Can you always keep your man close by? Can you always keep an eye on him? I really want you to see, in this situation, your man just needed me to say a few words, and he wouldn't move anymore, right?" However, it seemed that Yin Xian was quite a gentleman. Despite her temptations, he hadn't come in yet. Looking at her own body in the bathtub, she felt quite proud. "I don't believe that after Yin Xian sees me like this, he can still like you. Mr. Yin, can I call you Yin Xian?" Yin Xian turned to look at Zhou Jing with a sly expression, remaining silent as she instructed. "Since you didn't agree, I suppose that doesn't count as opposition. Actually, I've liked you for a long time." "A long time?" Zhou Jing raised an eyebrow, looking at Yin Xian, who also appeared surprised. "It was at the beginning of the apocalypse when I was studying in a certain city, and it suddenly descended, catching me off guard. I was supposed to go back to find my dad, but unexpectedly, I was knocked down by a zombie on the road. Of course, it was a level 1 zombie. But at that time, it seemed like the scariest thing to me. I fell to the ground, thinking I would die and mutate, but then I met you. You appeared so suddenly, striking the zombie's head with a heavy blow, sending it flying. At that moment, I looked at you as if you were a deity descending from the heavens. I was truly moved. I thought to myself, I must repay you well, even if it means offering myself. I asked your name, and you said you were Yin Xian. Yin Xian. It might have just been a small act of bravery in your life, but to me, it was a ray of light that gave me the courage to survive in the apocalypse. Zhou Jing heard the sound of Zhou Xiaoya leaving the bathtub, the sound of water, the dripping of water, and the rustling of wrapping. Is she getting ready to come out? Zhou Jing expressed her anticipation. Yin Xian remained silent. Not only might he not remember, but even if he did, he probably wouldn't care about someone he saved casually on the road. If every person rescued had to repay with their body, she would probably have enough to form a harem. Hearing that Yin Xian was still quiet, Zhou Xiaoya became a bit anxious. Time was running out. Why was this man so difficult? A woman of decent looks had just confessed to him. Shouldn't he have rushed in by now? At least he should come in and do something. Did he want her to go out instead? Thinking of Yin Xian's appearance made Zhou Xiaoya blush a bit. Just seeing Yin Xian going out would not be a loss as long as it could solidify this matter. She gathered her courage slightly. This recent confidence had also made her slowly swell with pride. If you won't come in, then I'll just go out. Mr. Yin, I know you like my sister. As long as you are willing to accept me, I am willing to assist you in this position, which can offer you more than my sister can. Zhou Xiaoya walked out with her head down. She was wrapped in a bath towel, her fair chest exposed. And below her collarbone, a bright red birthmark was visible to Zhou Jing and the others. She wasn't even wearing slippers, just walking out barefoot. Water droplets continuously sliding off her body, falling to the ground and soaking into the towel. Zhou Jing looked at Zhou Xiaoya, who boldly walked out. Unsure if she was crazy or what. Did she not lift her head from the moment she stepped out? Did she trust that she would let go? Zhou Xiaoya indeed did not lift her head. She was very confident in herself and knew what poses looked best. Keeping her head down exposed her delicate neck, adding an allure to it. She could also appear shy. Who wouldn't want to do such a good thing? However, because of this, a blunder occurred. Zhou Jing looked at her sister and thought repeatedly, if I were a man, I would definitely be tempted by such a stunning person. She had everything. Her mind was sharp, knowing what to do and what not to do. Most importantly, she could give off a feeling of being a little bunny. Oh my God, a little bunny. Even I, as a woman, would be tempted. Zhou Jing looked up at Yin Xian, but he still had a look as if he were staring at food while looking at Zhou Xiaoya. Zhou Jing didn't know why she suddenly felt a subtle balance. This man, in his world, probably only had food and non-food items. She guessed wrong. In Yin Xian's world, there was only Zhou Jing and food. Zhou Xiaoya kept her head down for a long time, waiting for a reaction above, but there was none. No one rushed over, nor did anyone refuse. What was going on? She slightly raised her head and suddenly saw 4 feet on the ground. She froze instantly, stiffly lifting her head. She saw Zhou Jing standing next to Yin Xian. Did that mean everything she had just said had gone into this woman's ears? Embarrassed and furious, Zhou Xiaoya suddenly raised her head, pointing at Zhou Jing, who was in a good mood, and shouted, You! The sound was so intense it felt like time had been announced, a sharp scream. With Zhou Xiaoya's shout, the good show began. A strange man suddenly burst into the already closed room, starting to shout. Oh my God! Miss Zhou, what's wrong? What's going on? Mr. Yin, what are you doing? Let go of Our Lady. Zhou Xiaoya stared stiffly at the person who shouted without even looking inside, feeling extremely anxious, wanting him to shut up while fearing that her actions would appear too obvious and arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, those below were also intrigued by the shout and began moving up. The originally empty second floor was suddenly crowded with people. The previous actress and the waiter also looked stiff. What to do? It was indeed messed up. At that time, Zhou Xiaoya had ordered a shout after opening the door without considering anything else, blocking the door and not giving them another chance to close it, while she would be disheveled and tear-streaked in Yin Xian's arms. This scene was meant to be seen by everyone, but this fool started shouting without seeing the situation inside. Zhou Jing was holding Yin Xian's arm, watching the drama unfold. When everyone came upstairs, they saw this awkward scene. Zhou Jing was looking at Yin Xian, who was watching Zhou Xiaoya with interest, while Zhou Xiaoya was wrapped in a bath towel, exposing most of her chest and a thigh, giving off a cold feeling even though it wasn't winter. It clearly wasn't supposed to be like this. Zhou Jing wondered why she didn't go into that room. No, it wasn't that. The people outside had already started shouting. Some even whistled at Zhou Xiaoya's good figure. Zhou Xiaoya finally seemed to realize what had happened. She truly cried this time, tears in her eyes, and rushed towards the inner room. Zhou Jing and the others turned to look at the people outside as if they hadn't seen anything, saying, "What's going on?" We're a bit confused. Just after Zhou Jing finished this sentence, everyone suddenly heard the elderly Zhou patriarch downstairs shouting with great vigor. What is going on upstairs? Yin Huan, You must give our Zhou family an explanation. After the old man finished shouting, the onlookers' expressions instantly became subtle. They were all cunning foxes. Who could trick whom? The mention of Miss Zhou implied that their relationship had indeed soured. Zhou Jing held back a smile and said, "Thank you then. Since you said that, I won't hold it against you. Daughter, you still need to manage yourself well. Don't embarrass yourself with such shameless acts in the future." Yes, yes. Zhou Qingquan felt as if he had been slapped hard by Zhou Jing. It was clear that she was his own daughter, yet she had become so estranged. Moreover, his daughter was indeed ruthless but lacked cunning. However, that daughter looked at Zhou Jing with clear eyes. Zhou Qingquan suddenly began to doubt whether his decision was right or wrong, but there was no turning back now. Zhou Xiaoyue, I warn you, this is my husband. Please don't waste your efforts. Instead, you should investigate why your Zhou family is in such chaos now. Each of you seems to have lost your minds. Zhou Jing's words were indeed quite disrespectful. If she were an outsider or someone of high moral standing, it wouldn't have mattered. But Zhou Jing was a member of the Zhou family, even one who had been abandoned by them. For her to say that was quite a slap in the face, because Zhou Jing really wasn't as chaotic as they were. Yawning, Zhou Jing linked her arm with Yan Huan's. I can't be bothered with your family's mess. I'm leaving. I'm afraid if I stay a little longer, some more trouble might find me. If I'm not lucky, maybe the one in that room will be me instead of Jinju. As Zhou Jing said this, she was looking at Zhou Xiaoyue. Zhou Xiaoyue crossed her arms tightly over her chest, adopting a defensive posture, as if she hadn't heard Zhou Jing's words. Zhou Jing didn't expect her to respond and turned to her people, saying, "Let's hurry and leave. I'm worried there might be some nonsense about zombies attacking or someone getting killed, and we won't be able to explain." The few young ladies chuckled, but their eyes clearly showed more than just casual amusement. It was obvious they were truly worried about them. "Then we'll leave first. Everyone enjoy yourselves." After saying this, Zhou Jing wore a cold expression and led everyone out of the Zhou family home. Once Zhou Jing left, the onlookers glanced around as if a switch had been flipped. A person who could frame their own family members. How good could their character be? Who knows? They might even frame innocent people around them. I think I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll leave first. They contacted me for something. I'm leaving. I haven't fed my pet at home. Watching the departing crowd, Zhou Qingquan suddenly felt a bit suffocated. He wasn't old, and his health was fine, but now he truly felt a tightness in his chest. That feeling of rising blood pressure. What did I say? Protect myself. Protect the Zhou family. Which of you has done it? All right. There's no point in saying anything now. Zhou Xiaoyue looked at the now empty Zhou residence and chuckled. If you want to blame someone, blame your precious daughter for not giving you face. Meanwhile, Ling Sang, standing at a distance, was silent, her head lowered, deep in thought. Zhou Qingquan pondered for a long time before saying, "After this mission, I will find a way. You just focus on how to carry out the mission now." Understood. Zhou Xiaoyue closed the door and said nothing more. Zhou Qingquan closed his eyes, recalling how Zhou Jing used to say, "Dad, happy birthday," before going to bed. Looking at his current state, he suddenly understood what it meant to be a lonely person. Zhou Jing and the others were on their way home, feeling a sudden urge to laugh. Today's farce felt like a dream. They hadn't expected such events to unfold afterward, but for this group of villains, it was no surprise. To be honest, Yicheng really helped a lot this time. The group nodded, still feeling a lingering fear. If they hadn't already known the plan, they might have fallen into a trap. They couldn't help but laugh when they thought of Yicheng, who had been shouting in the background while they were talking. Do you think he usually acts like this? He is just hilarious, a real assist, right? I never realized he had such a comedic talent. Lu Luo laughed the hardest. The others looked at her and stroked their chins. Who knows, he might actually make it big. Once home, Zhou Jing recalled the message Yicheng had sent yesterday and felt a chill. She had thought they were just minor troubles. But it turned out Zhou Xiaoyue really had her eyes on Yan Huan. Remembering Zhou Xiaoyue's words about Yan Huan's abilities being impressive, regardless of others, Zhou Jing still couldn't see it. In her eyes, Yan Huan was just a zombie that could fight. As for his abilities, she hadn't seen anything noteworthy. It was obviously just a zombie that knew how to eat, and now she was told his powers were amazing? What a joke. Looking at the paper Yicheng had handed her, which detailed Zhou Xiaoyue's plans, Zhou Jing sighed. Having a small listening device was indeed crucial. It also mentioned that Zhou Xieyue would be going on a mission in a few days, although she wasn't quite sure what that meant. Zhou Jing decided to keep it safe. If it were something simple, he wouldn't have notified her specifically. The next day, the triumphant Yi Chong swaggered into Zhou Jing's home. Looking at the smug Yi Chong, Zhou Jing could only smile and shake her head. A person who could still act so recklessly in the apocalypse must be quite an interesting character. As soon as Yi Chong entered the house, he started to take credit. See, I told you I was right, but if I hadn't heard it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. That beautiful woman has such a vicious mind. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Only she could invite a beggar into her home. Clearly, she didn't inform the old man. If we hadn't known in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You have to admit, she's really composed, not telling anyone. Yes, a person like that is frightening. She's ruthless to everyone, including herself. The group nodded, acknowledging that they didn't possess her intelligence or ruthlessness. It was better to be honest. With a cheeky grin, the one who had just advocated for honesty now approached Lu Luo. Miss Lu Luo, I've come with an empty stomach after several days. You must cook something delicious for me. Didn't you just attend a banquet yesterday? Lu Luo asked with annoyance. Yi Chong stiffened, chuckling awkwardly. In that situation yesterday, how could I eat? I was worried you'd reveal something to her and was just keeping an eye on you. Really? Then we truly need to thank you and treat you well. As Lu Luo spoke, she pulled out a kitchen knife. Now tell me, what gossip did you hear yesterday? Spill it. Yi Chong turned his head stiffly to look at Zhou Jing, confused. Where's my little green vine that looks like a little white rabbit? Zhou Jing laughed heartily and told Green Lo to stop teasing him and go cook. All right. Putting away the knife, Green Lo smiled mischievously and walked toward the kitchen, leaving Yi Chong looking bewildered. All right, stop being confused and come over here. Mi Chong walked over when he heard Zhou Jing's call. Zhou Jing pointed at the paper on the table and asked, Is this what you reminded us about that day? Oh, you mean this? Yi Chong straightened his mind and said, Zhou Xieyue is going on a mission after today, and this mission is issued by her. Through my observations of her over time, I've found that her missions are not just simple tasks. Each time she goes on a mission, she gains some benefits that ordinary people find hard to obtain. Benefits? Yes. Just like the last time she went on a mission, it enhanced her abilities. But no one can say what exactly she gained, and no one knows. Maybe she gets these benefits when people aren't paying attention. Zhou Jing nodded, knowing that Yin Huan has abilities combined with her hatred towards me, plus knowing the specific locations of some rare treasures. If someone says she's not a reborn person, I wouldn't believe it. It's simply insulting my intelligence. However, this guess is a bit childish, so Zhou Jing had to keep this matter under wraps for now. Looking at Yi Chong, she said, with her animosity towards me, I'm afraid I can't blend into her team. I think so too. So why don't we leave the city ourselves? Then follow them or go to their destination first and intercept them. Makes sense. Zhou Jing and Yi Chong exchanged smiles. If they did that, Yi Chong's abilities would be like a cheat code. If they could really reach the destination before her, it would be hard to say whose treasure it really is. So for the next couple of days, you should observe her movements closely. I'll wait for your news. Sure, I also want to intercept. Looking at Yi Chong, who was grinning, Zhou Jing firmly believed that his plan had been premeditated for a long time. Dinner's ready. Stop talking and come eat. Okay. Zhou Jing put down her work and pulled Yin Huan to the dining table. The food was already laid out. Oh, our Green Lo is so virtuous. Whoever marries her in the future will be lucky. Zhou Jing chuckled while looking at Yi Chong. Meanwhile, Yi Chong's gaze was wandering, seemingly lost in thought. Intercepting. After sending Yi Chong off, everyone slumped in the living room, unsure what they were all thinking. I really didn't expect I've been surviving in the apocalypse for so many days. Me too. Everyone stared at the ceiling. Now we already have a lot of information that puts us a step ahead. I think we're doing great, right? Yeah. So let's lift our spirits. Being downcast doesn't help at all. Yeah, I've been a bit down lately. Zhou Jing looked at her two kids and chuckled. The two had just finished eating and were now sprawled on the floor like two little maggots. I thought when I came here, I could find my father and settle down well, but who knew this city is no longer the one I remember. And the people here aren't the ones I knew either. It's still quite upsetting, but it's okay as long as I have you guys. Don't be down. Being down doesn't help either. Yes, you all make good points. Let's take a good rest for the next couple of days and wait for Yichang's notice. Okay, the group, living in the other world, replied lazily. Zhou Jing hugged Yanhuan. I really don't want to go back to that home. All right, whatever you say. Just when she thought they would have to wait a couple more days, Yichang's message came quickly. They had a mission to go on tomorrow. She didn't know what Zhou Shiyue was in such a hurry for, but since they were preparing to set off, she also needed to get the car and other items ready so they could follow Zhou Shiyue when she departed. This time, Zhou Shiyue's actions indeed did not call Zhou Jing and the others, and even a mission was not posted in the Mission Guild, but rather privately recruited a group of people. This group had all sorts of identities, mainly consisting of private mercenaries and ability users. Do you have an idea of where they are going? Not yet. Yichang was supposed to follow Zhou Jing's group this time. Otherwise, he would have time to inform them if he got news. His two brothers stayed back at the base in case of any sudden changes. A few minutes after Zhou Shiyue's group left the base, Zhou Jing also left the base under the pretense of going on a mission. After they left, she learned from Yichang that Zhun Zhu and Ling Sang had surprisingly joined the team as well. This is interesting, Zhou Jing murmured, to avoid exposing their whereabouts. Zhou Jing and her team kept a distance from this group. As long as they didn't change their plans, they wouldn't lose track. I think Zhou Shiyue likely already knows someone is monitoring or eavesdropping on her. She didn't mention their exact destination this whole way. Guessed it. After her last plan failed, she should be cautious. She doesn't trust anyone, probably not even herself. Can someone who trusts no one be happy? Living so tense every day. Who knows? It has nothing to do with us anyway. Zhou Jing remained calm. She spoke, heading southeast, which would lead them through a small town where they might rest for a while. Zhou Jing nodded. Resting in a small town is definitely fine. But if they get discovered, that won't be pretty. Following Yichang's navigation, the group took a slight detour and stopped in a corner of the town. After the apocalypse, the temperature was quite unstable. Yesterday was pleasantly cool, but today it was hot enough to make one question life. Taking a sip of water, Zhou Jing silently asked her little sprout, "Have you found anything suspicious nearby?" "Not yet. Maybe it's a bit far away, or we haven't reached the destination." "I think so too. What could it be? Celestial treasures or artificial products?" "I think celestial treasures are more likely. After all, in this chaotic world, having nothing is truly strange." "That makes sense, but why do I feel so anxious?" "Why are you anxious?" "I don't know." After saying this, Zhou Jing fell silent and tightly grasped Yan Huan's arm, looking at him. "What is wrong?" "Nothing, just wondering why you're so good-looking." Yan Huan squeezed Zhou Jing's hand. "Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll be by your side." Zhou Jing felt as if Yan Huan's words had set a huge promise. It was inexplicably a bit alarming. "They've left. Let us follow." "Okay." Fortunately, this time they had a team to follow, and Qin Kong could finally take a little break. Having these people around who wouldn't drive made her quite troubled. Switching to Yichang to drive, everyone started to feel drowsy. How can I put it? Having someone who knows the way drive is a very fortunate thing. If anyone says Yichang is a traitor, Zhou Jing would be the first to get angry. Having such a useful person, even if he was a traitor, they would accept it. If you're tired, you can rest for a while. The road ahead is still quite long. All right, the group was indeed tired. Since the person in front was clearing the way, they hardly encountered any zombies. But the scenery along the way was getting boring. Having someone to lead the way is happiness. Zhou Jing's unkind words instantly made everyone in the car laugh. All right. Are you afraid others don't know you are going to do bad things?" Just as the group was on the verge of dozing off, Yichang suddenly said alertly, "Something's happening ahead." "What is it?" The nearly asleep crowd instantly perked up at Yichang's words, sensing something stirring. "Zombie rats." "Are they zombie rats or mutated zombie rats?" Zhou Jing's expression turned serious in an instant. "It's zombie rats." "That's not too bad. Mutated zombie rats will be more troublesome. The people in front are all elite team members. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" "Yes, luckily, a few of them have already surpassed level 5. And that Zhun Zhu is a healer, so she can quickly keep up with the pace." "Well then, let us just watch the show." Zhou Jing spoke lightly. But the situation was clearly not that simple. Even though they were far enough away, some zombie rats still rushed over. Zhou Jing looked down at the unfriendly-looking zombie rat glaring at her with a fierce expression. Don't ask her how she saw its fierce face. It looked like it wanted to swallow her whole. What else could it mean? Forget it, as long as you're happy. But that zombie rat seemed to have the expression of, no, I want you to be happy too. It charged at Zhou Jing's arm. Zhou Jing, however, remained unhurried, delivering a punch that sent it back to the ground. This startled Yi Chong, who was watching from the side. You can't be this brutal. Aren't you afraid it will come up and bite you? Zhou Jing replied that she wasn't afraid at all, though she didn't say it out loud. From Zhou Jing's contemptuous expression, Yi Chong surprisingly understood her inner thoughts. Is it really okay for you to be like this, big shot? Watching Zhou Jing quickly deal with the group of zombie rats that slipped through, Yi Chong felt a bit unsettled. At this moment, Zhou Jing realized that she hadn't released her pressure, which allowed those little creatures to slip through. All right, it's all cleaned up. Let us go. Okay. Staring at the ground covered with corpses from which Zhou Jing had extracted the crystal cores, Yi Chong found it hard to believe. Looking at the nonchalant expressions of the people behind her, she felt dazed. What kind of people have I gotten myself mixed up with? After Zhou Jing finished cleaning up, it seemed the people ahead had also reached the end. They left. Then let us follow them. Okay, why hasn't T mentioned the destination yet? There are two possibilities. One is that the destination doesn't have an accurate name, and the other is. I'm more inclined to think that there's no specific name, and the person is holding back from saying it, but they might get called out by their companions. After walking for a while, just when their patience was running out, their vehicle finally stopped. After a whole day of hassle, the people over there had set up camp, and Zhou Jing felt she needed a good rest. Sitting in the vehicle all day was exhausting. This area is all wilderness. If we light a fire, they will definitely see us, so it's okay, I have bread and beef, eat up. Seeing Zhou Jing resembling a treasure chest, Yi Chong finally accepted this harsh reality. Comparing people can be infuriating. After eating, we'll quietly go up front. I have a feeling that this Zhou Xiayue won act honestly. What do you mean? Green Luo was still a bit confused. Since she wants to monopolize the good stuff, she must act sneakily while everyone is resting. And since she dares to act, it means she has a backup plan, or she is sure it's safe inside. It's safe inside? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? In this apocalypse, we're safe. I always feel like this Zhou Xiayue knows a lot more than we do. Green Luo finally asked. Zhou Jing and Qin Kong nodded. This strange feeling made everyone uncomfortable. After all, if you don't have any powerful abilities, relying on shortcuts like this. Zhou Jing thought it was fine. She had worked hard enough. Who cares about everything else? The few of them packed their bags and quietly crept forward, and soon they heard the people ahead having fun. They looked so relaxed. Zhou Jing and her group, looking a bit dirty, felt quite unhappy. What is going on? Are you here to take things, or to play? Not happy, although a bit displeased. Zhou Jing and the others still quietly hid in the surroundings, watching this group of people having fun until the middle of the night. Zhou Xiayue finally made her move. Everyone had already fallen into dreams, and after a long silence, Zhou Xiayue quietly walked out of her tent. Villains die from talking too much. Zhou Jing and the others exchanged glances. This Zhou Xiayue indeed had secrets, and it was obvious their suspicions were correct. No wonder every time people went out with Zhou Xiayue, they didn't gain much, and no wonder she could reap many benefits every time she left. Moreover, she wouldn't say how much she gained, but it was evident that she benefited every time. No wonder. Goddess. Zhou Jing shook her head. Follow her, and keep it down. Okay. Everyone followed with a strange excitement. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiayue felt a chill for some reason. What's going on? I didn't feel this way when I did this before. Zhou Jing, taking advantage of Xiao Yaya's abilities, essentially moved invisibly. The sounds along the way were well managed by Xiao Yaya. The few of them followed Zhou Jing unprofessionally, and surprisingly no one noticed. Watching Zhou Xiayue's face slightly redden with excitement, Zhou Jing felt helpless. How could someone so slow in reaction and so malicious be reborn? Zhou Xiayue didn't seem to know the terrain very well, walking clumsily and occasionally looking around. Her expression didn't seem worried about being followed, but more like she was looking for a path. Isn't Zhou Xiayue supposed to be very clear? Isn't this the place she wanted to come to? The people behind were curious, but still quietly followed Zhou Xiaoya, anticipating something strange would appear. However, after following for a while, nothing happened. Zhou Xiaoya's expression became increasingly unpleasant, and Zhou Jing and the others truly discovered that there were really no zombies here. This indicated that Zhou Xiaoya's confident demeanor at the beginning was because she really knew something. But now it seemed she didn't know clearly. Haven't found it yet? So boring. Just when everyone was about to give up, Green Luo seemed a bit uncomfortable, constantly fidgeting. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? They gestured quietly. It's nothing. Green Luo shifted uncomfortably. I feel like something is guiding me. Zhou Jing's expression became serious, saying, let us not worry about Zhou Xiaoya now. Everyone follow Green Luo with full strength. Zhou Jing suddenly realized that this opportunity might not belong to Zhou Xiaoya after all. It was very likely Green Luo's. Since it's one of their own, they shouldn't continue following her. Green Luo, over there. Green Luo pointed in a direction. Zhou Jing and the others quietly followed behind. Unlike Zhou Xiaoya, who searched in circles without finding anything, Green Luo seemed to follow her instincts, and, in less than 100 steps, they arrived. They stood there, staring blankly at the large rock. How do we get in? Green Luo looked awkwardly at everyone, saying, I don't know. I don't know if brute force can get us in. Zhou Jing was eager to try, but was pulled back by Yin Xian, who couldn't watch any longer. Don't be foolish. There are either traps or secret passages around. Zhou Jing felt a bit unhappy looking at the discouraging Yin Xian. I'm not foolish. You're not stupid. You're the smartest. Yin Xian hugged Zhou Jing and gently rubbed her. Under the sugar-coated shell, Zhou Jing succumbed. Looking at the two who were feeding each other dog food, Lu Luo felt quite helpless and chose to ignore them. The rest of the group seriously searched various places and were suddenly awakened by a meow. Meow. They looked at a small cave. So are we stupid? Why didn't we let this chestnut do this long ago? There was no time to explain. Everyone squeezed in. When they saw the scene inside, they finally understood why Zhou Xiaoya wanted this. It was simply too magical here. Who said there were no good things here? Zhou Jing was the first to rush over. What caught their eyes was a huge pearl sitting on an oyster. Underneath this glowing pearl, there was a small pool with a slight indentation. In that indentation, there was actually a small bit of water. The water was milky white, resembling milk but thicker. As Lu Luo approached this place, it was as if she was drawn in, walking forward in a daze. Zhou Jing and the others did not stop her, as this was a good thing for them. Just as Lu Luo was about to touch the water, everyone suddenly heard a dull sound from the big stone. Someone was coming. Who is it? This is my thing. I won't allow you to touch it. Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Jing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It was Zhou Xiaoya. Seeing Lu Luo standing there in a daze, Zhou Jing hurriedly said, Hurry up, Lu Luo, put that thing away. Okay. Lu Luo was indeed quick to act. Right under Zhou Xiaoya's nose, she directly drank the substance. She didn't even know why she drank it, but she really did. In the blink of an eye, the small indentation in the pool was left with only a bit of residual water. Do you feel anything? Not at the moment. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Luo suddenly fainted. Yicheng hurriedly caught Lu Luo. Let me take care of Lu Luo. You all go ahead. Aren't you being too calculating, classmate? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoya was not idle either. She found the cave entrance and, with a fierce expression, rushed in, glaring at everyone and asking, When did you come? Just before you. Zhou Jing lied without a script, not expecting her to believe it. Zhou Xiaoya looked at Zhou Jing with indifference, saying, I don't care how you got here, but since you've stolen my thing, you won't be leaving today. Looking at Zhou Xiaoya's confident face, Zhou Jing found it a bit ridiculous. Zhou Xiaoya, do you look down on us? Wait, what kind of ability does Zhou Xiaoya have? Suddenly, she remembered that she didn't actually know Zhou Xiaoya's powers. Anyway, since we're all here today, I think I don't need to hide anything from you. You've already stolen my stuff. I think you shouldn't leave. It's worth it to exchange a little thing for all of you. Zhou Xiaoya's words made everyone's hearts race. Since she could say such a thing, it meant her ability was not ordinary. I'm a poison-type ability user. Ordinary ability users really can't resist. Zhou Jing's expression stiffened, and the members of Zhou Jing's team also froze. Everyone exchanged glances. For some reason, at that moment, They felt like bursting into laughter, while only one person looked worried. What should I do? I'm an insect. Insects are also afraid of poison. What if I die? The water-type ability could somewhat block poison, but Lu Luo was still asleep. What to do? To be honest, Zhou Xiaoye really could prevent Zhou Jing and the others from leaving. After all, this was an almost enclosed space. And if the poison was concentrated enough, Zhou Jing and the others might truly be in danger. But perhaps they just needed to not inquire about Zhou Jing's constitution. Immune to all poisons, sister, as long as my little sprout comes out, everyone around won't be afraid. Thinking back to what happened in the spider forest, Zhou Jing really had to thank Yicheng. My dear sister. Zhou Xiaoye looked at the people across from her with unusual expressions and thought they were nervous and scared, not knowing they had been holding back their laughter for a long time. So today, I have to say goodbye to you thieves. No one will know you were ever here. You will be buried here. Zhou Jing looked at Zhou Xiaoye, who was mumbling, and felt that the current scene was overflowing with a sense of melodrama. Dear, don't you know that villains die from talking too much? The people behind laughed out loud, looking at Zhou Xiaoye, who had been rendered dumbfounded by Zhou Jing's words. Aren't you afraid of dying? Don't you believe I can really make you die? We are afraid, but whether you can make us die is another matter. Zhou Jing felt quite good. They had taken the stuff, and she had just managed to restrain her sister. Zhou Jing scratched her head. You can unleash your powers if you poison me. It's my loss. This made the people behind laugh even harder and made Zhou Xiaoye even angrier. Are you looking down on me? Yes. All right. You all have abilities. Hurry up and unleash them. Although our time isn't that precious, the way you two are talking is too funny. Zhou Jing didn't want to drag this out with Zhou Xiaoye anymore. Come on, little sprout. Go. The little sprout quietly released its purifying aura. Zhou Jing herself was also immune to all poisons, so when Zhou Xiaoye really unleashed her ability, she was stunned. Zhou Jing and the others watched as dense purple smoke emerged from behind Zhou Xiaoye, and they all believed in her power. While Zhou Jing's pre-release purification really absorbed the poison gas from the other side. Watching the poison gas being gradually consumed, the people on Zhou Jing's side looked at her. Your taste is quite heavy. You can actually swallow that. Zhou Jing glanced at the little sprout with a hint of embarrassment, thinking that eating it really had an effect on the little sprout, so she didn't mind. The people on the other side really seemed fine, and Zhou Xiaoye couldn't believe it. Watching her poison being consumed entirely, she suddenly felt a bit panicked. What to do? Zhou Jing can really restrain me. If she hadn't used this move to kill people before, she wouldn't have believed it. How could this be? Zhou Xiaoye felt she might not be able to leave alive. Do you have anything else to say now? Looking at Zhou Xiaoye, who was slowly sliding down to the ground, Zhou Jing and her group stretched lazily. To be honest, when Zhou Xiaoye unleashed her powers, they were indeed a bit nervous for a moment, but it was just for a moment. Thank you, Big Lazy Flower. Today's double update. We've taken the stuff and watched the show. It's time for us to leave. Huh? Everyone looked at Zhou Jing in confusion. Even Zhou Xiaoye across from them had a look of disbelief. She thought she was doomed. Did Zhou Jing not want to eliminate her? If she eliminated her today, no one would trouble her again in the future. But Zhou Jing had a look of indifference. What you want to do in the future is your business. I just did what I had to do. After Zhou Jing finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to the person slumped on the ground. All right, support Lu Luo. Let's go. Okay, Yicheng. Zhou Xiaoye muttered that name. Sounds a bit familiar. I think it's better if you don't remember me. Yicheng said with a grin. All right, let's hurry up and leave. It's almost dawn. Yeah. The group ignored Zhou Xiaoye and quickly exited the cave. After leaving the small stone house, Zhou Jing looked back. What's wrong? It's nothing, just two little mice. A group of people left the cave, and those two little mice also poked their heads out. Ling Sang and Jinju. How did she find us? I don't know. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. Let's just go back. But that water, it's already been drunk by Zhou Jing and the others. We just went out for a walk in the morning, and we still don't know about Zhou Xiaoye's abilities, do we? Okay. Zhenju was still obedient at this time. After all, Ling Sang was much smarter than her and thought things through more thoroughly. Zhou Jing and the others returned to the car, and after driving for a while, someone in the car asked, "Why didn't you kill him?" Qin Kong asked while driving. Ling Sang and Zhenju were outside. How could they? Maybe they also suspected Zhou Xiaoye, Anyway, they are both outside, we can't act. That's true. I'm just afraid they might talk nonsense. That's what I'm afraid of, and if Zhou lets them know about their abilities, it will only bind them closer together. Dog bites dog is the most interesting. Everyone shivered at Zhou Jing's words. Zhou Jing glanced at the green vine lying beside her. The green vine had been asleep for a while, breathing steadily, so there was no need to worry. But seeing Yicheng smiling foolishly above her was a bit of a headache. Forget it, everyone has their own fate. Worrying too much is useless. Zhou Jing closed her eyes and leaned against Yin Xian to rest. When they arrived at the base, a few people pretended to hand in their tasks and returned to their homes, while the green vine still showed no signs of waking up. Yicheng, you can go back first. We will take care of the green vine. Is that okay? Yicheng seemed a bit uneasy. Don't worry, we won't harm her. Qin Kong rolled her eyes, wondering what Yicheng was afraid of. Would their team, who had been together for so long, harm him? After Yicheng left, Zhou Jing kicked the green vine's bed with a disbelieving expression from Qin Kong. Wake up, everyone has left. What are you pretending for? It's surprising you didn't laugh out loud the whole way. You can really hold it in, huh? Qin Kong stared blankly at the green vine, who had opened her eyes. I thought you really passed out. Hee, I really did faint at first, but then I woke up, and you just pretended until now. Zhou Jing didn't want to look at her. Oh my gosh, Sister Jing, let my sister out. I want to leave quickly. Your human world is too scary. Zhou Jing released Qin Xing and then ignored that siscon. Looking at the green vine, she asked, Are you feeling shy? Zhou Jing thought the green vine might be feeling shy. A little bit, the green vine scratched her head. It's mainly because of what he said when he hugged me. I didn't think much of it at first, but he kept saying it, so I felt embarrassed. Silly girl, if you like someone, you should go for it. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Zhou Jing patted the green vine's head. She felt a bit heartbroken for these two girls. She had released them and also gave them another life. They could have lived ordinary lives, but she had brought them into this whirlpool. Actually, I understand the reasoning. It's just that, how should I put it? I feel a bit inferior when facing him. Zhou Jing looked at the girl and said, Inferior about what? Don't feel inferior. There's no need to feel inferior. You're great. You're the best in our hearts. I'll think about it carefully. The young girl fiddled with her fingers and said, Good. Zhou Jing was very happy that she could think it through and was also glad that these little girls could find their own place beside her. The green vine has already found hers. Next, her eyes fixed on Qin Kong. Qin Kong, who was feeding her sister the crystal core, shivered. What the hell? Why do I suddenly feel a chill? And having already known that the person in front of her was her sister, she disdainfully scoffed. I don't even know what I like to eat. How can I be a big sister? All right, now that you're awake, come eat something. You drank that strange liquid. Don't you feel anything in your body? I do feel something. My ears are clear and my vision is sharp. Maybe my abilities have enhanced? She tried to release a strand of water. Everyone stared blankly at the water line, which seemed to have turned pure white. Moreover, Zhou Jing gently pulled it. The water line became more elastic. Is there anything else besides this? Oh, maybe my abilities have become more refined. Now if I want to release my abilities, I can do it directly. Then you're amazing. Zhou Jing flicked her forehead. Maybe you don't know yet. Take your time. I think the answer will be revealed soon. Come on, eat. Coming. The green vine cheered and ran over. It felt great to cause trouble. No wonder everyone loved to do it. She felt a bit embarrassed eating such heavenly treasures all by herself. The green vine secretly resolved to treat Zhou Jing and the others better in the future. After all, they were the best to her. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Zhou Jing looked outside and said, I think if they don't have any other goals, they should be back soon. Not necessarily. Zhou Xiaoyu went out with so many people. If she didn't achieve anything, she can't let others come back empty-handed. Otherwise, they would definitely scold her. That makes sense, so at least today, the 3 most annoying people won't be back, right? I think that's reliable. Then that's good. Zhou Jing smiled. Since they're not here, let's go check out the layout of the ability users in this base. In a base, there must be both high-level and ordinary ability users. There are hidden talents in this city. Let's go. Looking at the green vine bouncing out, Zhou Jing felt even more heartbroken for this little girl. They had endured too much at their age. When they stepped outside, they happened to see Shan Tsongji, who had promised to meet them, sneaking over from the side. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Kong asked. "Don't mention it. My old man used to be a cultured gentleman, but now he's so keen on setting me up on blind dates." The girls didn't know how to respond since they didn't have such troubles. All right. You should be grateful that you still have a dad worrying about you." Shen Songji knew that discussing these trivial matters in front of them was pointless, so he simply dropped it. "You guys are going to check the layout of the ability users in the city, so the Mission Guild is the best place to go. Then take us there. Don't you know where it is? Do I need to take you there? I have things to do. I'm not going. If you say you won't go, then you won't go. That would be so embarrassing for me." Shen Songji didn't even realize how he had been kidnapped to the Mission Guild. "I think I might have amnesia otherwise. How'd I end up at the Mission Guild? I don't remember anything. I don't know." Shen Songji claimed he was feeling wronged. Zhou Jing laughed. This Shen Songji was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. They just said a few words and had already convinced him. This group was one of the more powerful mercenary groups in the city. Don't be fooled by their seemingly ordinary appearance. They were quite formidable. Their captain, a short guy with an innocent face, was a dual-element user. One big move, and it was quite impressive. "We can relate to that." Zhou Jing nodded repeatedly. The captain saw Zhou Jing and her group of idle people. Although surprised, he still nodded friendly at them. Zhou Jing also nodded back. "That team over there, the one full of women, their strongest ability is charm. It said that no one can resist that charm ability. One hook, and they get one." "Wow. Is their team all women?" "Yes, it is. Just like the Sakura mercenary group, with Sheng, Ying, and the others." Qin Kong just remembered that Sakura mercenary group. Nodding, she agreed that it was indeed so. It seems that in this apocalypse, there are some women who are unwilling to be subservient and have stepped up on their own. Zhou Jing nodded. Shen Songji also introduced her to more mercenary groups here. Even if there is no opportunity to work together in the future, it's still a good thing to get to know them first. "Yes." Zhou Jing nodded, and Shen Songji continued the introduction. He also learned that in this group, Yan Xian doesn't manage things, but is indispensable at critical moments, while the rest are managed by Zhou Jing, and the other girls completely obey her. So, strictly speaking, Yan Xian is the boss here. After introducing enough, Shen Songji took a bottle of water from Green Low's hand and said, "I heard that during old Zhou's birthday last time, you guys seem to have caused quite a scene. Don't mention it. It was simply a joke." Zhou Jing was unwilling to bring it up. Seeing Zhou Jing's reluctance, Shen Songji didn't say much more, but revealed his internal news. The Zhou family seems to want to wait for Zhou Xiaoyue to return and hold a public martial arts matchmaking event. "You make a good point," Zhou Jing said while drinking water. "That's a good thing. That girl from their family is really a disaster. She can harm anyone, just don't let her harm me. Hurry up and get her married off." "But her reputation is really not good right now. It seems like it was caused by that incident you all had." "Ha! Her bad reputation has nothing to do with me. It's not like she didn't do those shameless things herself. If she wants to court suitors, we can just watch. After all, it's just a joke. Then I won't join in the fun. That's just a sticky plaster. Once it sticks to you, it's hard to pull away." Hearing Zhou Jing's reminder, Shen Songji's expression became serious, indicating that he understood. "I'll stop here for today. I need to head back." After finishing his report on the intelligence he knew, Shen Songji finally seemed to wilt. "I won't keep you guys company." Zhou Jing didn't press further, as she had already basically grasped the stakes involved. "They'll be back soon. Better be careful." With this remark, Shen Songji quickly dashed off. "So how did you guys find out so quickly about what we did outside?" They clearly didn't know, but he was well aware of Zhou Jing and their nature. "They left, and you went off to do missions right after. They haven't returned yet, and you've come back first. You return all happy, while the people on the other side have to stay longer than planned. Who would believe that you didn't play a role in between?" No matter how Zhou Jing thought, she never expected that Shen Songji had seen through them and was still feeling pleased. That evening, Yicheng ran over to inform them that Zhou Xiaoyue and the others would be arriving that night. After Zhou Jing acknowledged this, Yicheng ran to Green Low to express his loyalty, during which Zhou Jing heard Green Low's shy voice and Yicheng's shameless confession. Quite ear-piercing. After a while, the love-struck Wang Qian also came over. "What day is it today? Why are you all rushing over? What, not welcome?" Wang Qian was clearly more casual, sitting on the sofa and saying to Zhou Jing, "Your elder sister is going to be sold off by your old man. Oh, you know about it. So you already know. Wang Qian nodded, saying, I thought you didn't know. I was worried you might get trapped or something. That's not going to happen. Anyway, I've already fallen out with their family, so even if it's a blind date, it won't involve me, right? You make a good point. I can't argue with that. Just be careful and don't let him play any word games with you. That is possible. Thanks for the reminder. No problem. Wang Qian lay back. I can't believe I've been back alive for so long. Anyway, I have to thank you. My identity should have been exposed by now. If they come looking for trouble, you must protect me. Sure, your orange won't care about you? Of course he will. But right now, he doesn't have enough power to help. Well, if anything happens, I will definitely rush in to save you. Then, thank you very much. They should make a big move tomorrow. Is a change in the weather coming? Has the tea already changed since the day you arrived? The two exchanged smiles. The next day it was sunny. News spread through the city that Zhou Xiayue had returned in triumph, and they also brought back a lot of mutated beast supplies. The commoners were excited about the goddess Zhou Xiayue, while Zhou Qingquan issued a marriage announcement in the city. He was looking for a capable husband who truly loved Zhou Xiayue. This message quickly spread throughout the city. While the commoners were marveling, the upper echelons remained eerily calm. After all, they hadn't forgotten what Zhou Xiayue had done a few days ago. To say that Zhou Xiayue was indeed a stunning woman and a rare smart person. If such a smart person was treated poorly, it could be very dangerous. Moreover, even if nothing truly happened between the two, having witnessed such things was still quite uncomfortable. When it came to casual affection in the commoners' area, it was nothing, but in their high circles, it was disgusting. After all, they had clearly seen that day. That pure white body. The high-ranking officials thought about it. To be able to catch this woman while also not disgusting themselves, they could only send their subordinates, who might even enjoy some unexpected benefits. They could only plan like this. The specifics would depend on the situation. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiayue, after learning about her father's plan, stopped talking. She appeared indifferent to the arrangements regarding her clothing, and Zhou Qingquan also clearly had no intention of letting her speak. Perhaps because the last incident had left a significant impact on him. Zhou Xiayue's quietness this time also stemmed from recalling the frustrating experiences she had in that cave, and she still hadn't gotten over it. Moreover, thinking of her grievances without a place to voice them made her feel even more stifled. She didn't get what she wanted, and these people couldn't explain themselves either, so they could only go around in circles and lure back some mutated beasts. These people didn't think much of it. After finishing the fight, they collected a bunch of high-level crystal cores and didn't say much. But Zhou Xiayue knew that they were not satisfied. Perhaps they were following her hoping to gain some benefits. But since they didn't get anything, they were naturally unwilling. This incident actually failed because of Zhou Jing. Zhou Xiayue narrowed her eyes. Just you wait, I will find a way to get back at you. Zhou Jing. On the other side, Zhou Qingquan contacted Ling Sang. Ling Sang. Zhou Qingquan sat on the sofa, speaking earnestly. Old Zhou, you speak. Do you like Xiaoyu? Of course I like her. Ling Sang's expression was a bit subtle, but Zhou Qingquan couldn't care less. The disgraceful daughter Zhou Xiaoyu must be married off. It's good that you like Xiaoyu. This time, I just created a bit of hype. You are basically the designated one in my heart. I'm just waiting for you to go and take Xiaoyu away. Really? Ling Sang's face was full of surprise. Thank you, old Zhou. I will definitely live up to your expectations. I will definitely bring Xiaoyu back. Good, that's a good child. I'll be waiting for your good news. Zhou Qingquan smiled and turned to leave. Ling Sang watched Zhou Qingquan leave, his expression growing colder. It sounds good, but if you encounter someone stronger than me, you'll be the first to abandon me. Thinking back to the time outside the cave, when she heard Zhou Jing say that, the frost in Ling Sang's eyes softened a bit. It seems that Zhou family only has Zhou Jing as a good person. Yet, such a good person allows these two to bully her. Clearly, killing Zhou Xiayue that day was the best decision. Who would have thought that after surviving the apocalypse for so long, she could still have such a heart? Zhou Jing, oh Zhou Jing. What do you want me to do? Little did she know that Ling Sang had completely misunderstood Zhou Jing, who was still planning how to stir things up at Zhou Xiayue's blind date event. Their event would definitely be grand, but she didn't want to participate, and those around her didn't want to join either. It seemed that causing trouble wouldn't be that simple. She touched her chin. Forget it. I'll just go see the commotion that day. The blind date event had already begun. After Zhou Jing and a few girls finished preparing, they strolled to the venue. Zhou Jing seemed to have directly commandeered the stage of the arena, and the outside was already crowded with people. There were all kinds of clothing, and it was clear that many were from the civilian area. After all, she was the goddess of the civilian district. Zhou Jing understood that. However, it looked like there weren't many high-ranking people present. There were a few who seemed to be around some high-ranking individuals. That made things a bit intriguing. The higher-ups didn't come, but their subordinates did. That indicated that Zhou Shiyue had lost her value in their eyes, right? Or perhaps they thought Zhou Shiyue was no longer worthy of them. Zhou Jing found it laughable. They weren't good people anyway, and watching them fight amongst themselves was quite enjoyable. Hee hee, everyone, today is my daughter's blind date day, and thank you all for coming to support us. Do you want to prepare a bowl? We can throw some crystal cores in. This is a will battle. Everyone who wants to come up can come up. When there are no opponents left, you can marry my daughter. The crowd instantly erupted into noise, and in that moment, Zhou Qingquan saw Zhou Jing's amused face. Zhou Jing's expression clearly told him, I'm just here to enjoy the show. Zhou Qingquan's face darkened slightly as he cleared his throat and said, then let's get started today. I won't say much more. Good. The crowd shouted. Seeing the look Zhou Qingquan was giving her, Zhou Jing rolled her eyes. It seemed a bit hot down there. The heat was indeed not that pleasant. Zhou Qingquan stepped down from the stage, knowing that his relationship with his daughter was thoroughly broken. He couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. This was all his doing, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Ice pop for sale. Ice pop for sale. Zhou Jing perked up at this shout. Who was so good at business? Selling ice pops at this time was like a timely rain after a long drought. Turning around, she saw a smiling man holding an ice pop looking at Zhou Jing, with cold air still emanating from his palm. An ice-type ability user? Yes, miss. Would you like an ice pop? Thinking about how long it had been since she had this, Zhou Jing waved her hand and said, I'll take 6. Then she looked at Wang Qian, who was walking over, and said, make that 7. All right, a total of 35 first-level crystal cores. Here you go. She handed the crystal cores to the man and gave the ice pops to those around her, holding 2 and looking at Wang Qian, who was approaching. Here you go. Wang Qian accepted it without hesitation. Pretty generous, buying ice pops here without being ripped off. Even if I was ripped off, these ice pops are delicious. Isn't it just rock candy and water? Then why are you enjoying it so much? Give me back my ice pop. Oh, come on. Can I say a few words? Zhou Jing laughed, ignoring Wang Qian, and said to the ice pop vendor, little brother, your ice pops are really good. Of course. I don't make them directly with my powers. I have a water-type ability user extract the water and mix it with rock candy, then freeze it in molds. The taste is naturally different. It does have a bit of a pre-apocalypse taste. Zhou Jing looked at the 2 children carefully licking their ice pops and felt a bit of heartache, thinking about how hot it was that day. She came up with an idea. Little brother, what's your name? Oh, you can call me Wang Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo, I have a long-term business proposal for you. Are you interested? Please tell me first. To be honest, I'm a bit weak, which caused my ability to awaken, but my ability level isn't high. I can only produce some ice cubes. My ability isn't offensive. It's more of a support route. So if you want to take on tasks, I'm afraid I can't complete them. Oh, you spoke so much before I even had a chance to say anything. I didn't mean to ask you to take on tasks. I just want to know if you could produce some ice for us every day, because as you can see, we don't have an ice-type ability user. And it's hot. We're worried the kids will suffer. If you can produce some ice for us daily, we will pay you according to the market price. How's that sound? Wang Xiaoluo was dumbfounded. He never expected that a spontaneous idea could attract such a big client. Of course I can. I can produce at least 2 kilograms of ice every day. That's enough. Just give us 2 kilograms daily, and we won't let the kids suffer. All right. Originally, it was already quite difficult that his ability couldn't be used for offensive purposes, and there were several family members relying on him for a living. So after gaining Zhou Jing as a customer, Wang Xiaoluo was genuinely excited. As for the price, you can decide. It's hot, so raising the price is fine. That's fine. This woman has money, so you can charge her more. Wang Qian was not short on demanding food. Well, you all need to live. What she said makes sense. How about 2 second-level crystal cores for that day? Zhou Jing thought for a moment. 2 second-level crystal cores were really not expensive. That's fine. Then let's do it as you said. We live in District Garden. Just say you're looking for Zhou Jing when you come in. Okay, I'll come by tomorrow? Yes, just come by tomorrow. Otherwise, it's heavy to carry. All right. After getting the confirmation, Wang Xiaoluo happily went to share this good news with his family. Meanwhile, the civilians around Zhou Jing looked at her in astonishment. They never expected that someone like her would exist. Since she didn't have an ice-type ability user around, she had to hire someone to produce ice for her. 2 second-level crystal cores a day. And it could even go up in price when it's hot. What kind of logic is that? Some people couldn't help but voice their disbelief. Zhou Jing glanced at him but didn't speak. She knew exactly what kind of people were standing here, so she didn't care at all about what they would say. After seeing that Zhou Jing didn't respond, that person grew bolder and said, "How can you just enjoy yourself? Can't you see the many poor civilians in the inner city? Don't you want to help them?" Meow. Meow meow. Zhou Jing looked confused. Was this person a saint? Seeing Zhou Jing not responding, the man grew even bolder. What can an ability user do? There's so many people here. Can she still hit me? Why can't you learn from today's heroine, Zhou Xiaoyue, and use your spirit in a more selfless way? Zhou Jing rolled her eyes. May I ask, what is your surname? What does my surname have to do with you? The man retorted. Then what does my spending my money have to do with you? Your logic is quite strange. Zhou Jing looked at the shabby man. But how can you live so extravagantly? Why can't I spend the money I earn myself? You, did I spend your money? Or did I earn money from you? Well, no, but what? Your logic is quite interesting. Why can't I spend the money I earned with my life? You make me protect you every day, but I can't spend a bit of my own money? And you want me to learn from Miss Zhou? Where do you get the face? Zhou Jing's expression changed, and she retorted without hesitation. But Miss Zhou can? Miss Zhou enjoys the city's resources. Is it wrong for her to contribute a bit? I haven't enjoyed your resources. I'm just spending my own hard-earned money, and that's a mistake? If you had a bit of courage to face the zombies, you wouldn't be in this situation. The man's expression changed, and he said that Miss Zhou is a goddess. Can his spirit be the same as yours? Just as the two were still arguing, the goddess came over. Sister, why are you arguing with the commoners? They're so pitiful. How can you? Miss Zhou, don't bring your stinky mouth so close to me. It's too smelly. If you want to give out money, do it now. Each person here gets 2 level 2 crystal cores. If you can't, then don't talk nonsense. How can you talk to Miss Zhou like that? Shut up. You all just know how to talk back. Zhou Jing disdainfully flicked her nails. If you really cared, stop wasting time and just give out the money. Don't flaunt in front of me. I see you're annoying. Be careful, or I'll reveal that you have a red mole on your chest. After Zhou Jing said this, the saintly man fell silent, instinctively glancing at Zhou Xiaoyue's chest and swallowing hard. After Zhou Jing said this, her companions laughed. This person is too bad. She just said it out loud. Zhou Xiaoyue's face turned purple as she took a deep breath, suppressing her anger as she left. Zhou Jing didn't speak during their argument. The battle above was already in full swing. Because of Zhou Jing's words, the quiet audience below was also attracted by the situation above. Zhou Jing just wanted to know the final result, watching the battle above, which seemed like a performance, without any interest. In her eyes, the battle, which seemed like a show, was so unattainable to the common audience. So this is how humanity is now. So this is the kind of people who protect our safety. Bored, she looked at those people, who clearly seemed to be up there just to show off, each move not likely to kill many zombies, but quite suitable for performing. That fire element ability user. Are you setting off fireworks? I've never seen anyone use abilities like that. It was evident that those people above didn't seem to have victory as their goal. It was more like a show for the audience below, and indeed, the audience looked quite admiring. Well, perhaps the Zhou family has gained quite a bit. After all, such opportunities for show are hard to find now. Just when she thought it was boring, she heard enthusiastic shouts from below. Looking up, she saw a suave man walking onto the stage. Although it was summer, he gave a refreshing feeling, and the warm smile on his face made the men and women below even more excited. Zhou Jing's expression became somewhat subtle. Ling Shou truly live Xiao Xiaoyu. After all, compared to the previous people, Ling Sang indeed had more elegance, and at the moment he stepped onto the stage. Some people's expressions below turned sour because they indeed couldn't compete. Moreover, even if they could, it wouldn't matter. They didn't want to marry that cold-hearted woman. But he came up so early. The Zhou family's expressions were certainly not good. Seeing that there wasn't a high-ranking person or senior ability user, their faces couldn't hold up. What does this mean? Is it a blatant disrespect for us? None of the senior ability users came up. The ones who did looked like they were performing tricks. And the people sent by the various families were just their little lackeys, not a single serious big shot among them. They had been hoping for a surprise, but it seemed unlikely now. The expressions of those little lackeys below were also not good. You put this strong opponent up so early. What chance do we have? Are we just cannon fodder? To be fair, there were indeed two people who wanted to try Ling Sang's divine beast, but unfortunately, as soon as he came up, he was thrown down by Ling Sang. Indeed not ordinary. Although Ling Sang was forced up, he wasn't in a good mood, but he managed to hold back and stayed silent. Otherwise, with the good deeds Zhou Xiayue did, how would any of the high-ranking people not know? And who would want to marry her? He took a deep breath, and his expression changed again. I am Ling Sang. Does anyone else want to challenge? Ling Sang was the second recognized person in the commoner area after Zhou Xiayue. If it was Ling Sang, they wouldn't say much. Ling Sang also knew that his entry marked the end of this competition. With a sarcastic smile, he looked at the eager father and daughter, afraid of losing face. They made him come up early, not afraid of no one challenging them and losing even more face. Indeed, upon seeing Ling Sang come up, the remaining little lackeys also gave up on challenging and went back home. Report back, then go home for dinner. How he loved to stay in your place. Zhou Qingquan felt embarrassed for the second time. He gritted his teeth and stood up after no one challenged for a long time. Grandma, heroes emerge from youth. Heroes emerge from youth. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and challenge? This competition had been organized for 2 days, starting early in the morning, and everyone had already been gathered. How could it be ending in less than 2 hours? Zhou Jing almost laughed out loud. Some of the uninformed people found it a bit strange, but said nothing, while those in the know sneered. Given what the Zhou family had done these past few days, they could basically conclude that the Zhou family was finished. But who exactly is the one secretly sabotaging the Zhou family? Zhou Jing didn't care. Watching the embarrassed old man above, she yawned. It's almost over. I really want to go home and sleep. If I had known it would be this boring, I wouldn't have come. Ha ha. You said you were here to watch the excitement, but you're still watching the excitement. A few people looked at Zhou Jing with an unkind smile. Yes, I was wrong, okay. Since no one wanted to challenge anymore, listening to the voices above, this farce finally reached its end. Then the winner is Mr. Ling Sang. The commoners below applauded, while those who knew the inside story looked at Ling Sang with complex expressions. No one would believe they had no secret agreements. After all, Ling Sang wasn't someone who knew nothing, and it allowed him to act so boldly. Everyone couldn't help but think of that song. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. Now Ling Sang's head is covered with a patch of green grass, and Ling Sang's expression seemed to say, of course, I choose to forgive her. Well, as long as you're happy. Zhou Jing was too lazy to watch the farce that followed and went home with everyone. The next day, after getting up, she heard people outside discussing how festive and grand their wedding was yesterday, how beautiful the bride was, and how handsome the groom was. The groom, she once thought about how her feelings for him would go. But now she has Yin Xian. This person is even better, treats her better, and she likes him more. No matter what, she has to be responsible for her choice. Zhou Jing happily leaned into Yin Xian's arms. On the other side, Zhou Xiayue and Ling Sang both sat up from bed with cold faces. The two of them indeed had a marital relationship yesterday, but so what? Aren't they still in the same bed, but with different dreams? Looking at the red marks on the bed, Zhou Xiayue's expression turned very unpleasant. Although she didn't care about whether she was a virgin, she still maintained it for the sake of greater benefits. But she never expected that after yesterday, everything was gone. Her husband was not what she wanted, and everything she had maintained was lost overnight. Forget it. Each has its own benefits. There are greater benefits to be gained, but some will be lost, yet without any potential benefits, the loss is even greater. Zhou Xiayue was very good at managing herself. After all, the two of us were harboring other thoughts toward each other. I have nothing to say. Just want to tell you that it's best if we don't disturb each other. Otherwise, this is what I want to say. Please, Miss Zhou, don't hold on to these matters. Of course, as your husband, I will also fulfill my responsibilities and do what a husband should do. And we don't expect you to uphold the duties of a wife. Just please don't let me lose face in such an embarrassing way. I'll try my best. Zhou Xiaoyue pulled at her lips with a difficult expression. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Before Zhou Jing arrived in the city, the two of them, one wanting to flirt and the other wanting to entice, had developed a bit of ambiguous feelings. However, after Zhou Jing came, they became like enemies. After all, not many men can be indifferent about such matters. Moreover, basically everyone in the base knew about it. Ling Sang closed his eyes. What if they say I'm living off a woman? Just wait until I truly stand at that position. Then I'll see who still dares to say a word against me. He thought of Zhou Jing's smiling face. Zhou Jing, wait for me. Once I climb to that position, I will take you to where you deserve to be. ISNT, it said, that what cannot be obtained is often the most cherished. After Zhou Jing left him, it ironically made this man who only loved himself feel guilty and sad. How ridiculous. Zhou Xiaoyue coldly headed to the central building, and Ling Sang followed her there as well. Along the way, everyone congratulated them with smiles, but whether there was any real joy, who knows. Zhou Jing got up from the bed and blankly looked at the pot hose that came in from outside. What? What is 3 days later? What is the family ranking? It's literally what it means. The pot hose felt a bit awkward. Yesterday, Yichong came over wanted to talk about this, but they ended up playing around and missed the main point. The family ranking, as Yichong said, should be a tradition from the beginning of the apocalypse. Because there were constant reshuffles, the higher-ups simply decided to create a family ranking system, where each family sends out their 3 strongest ability users to compete against another family's ability users. Strictly speaking, in the city, the families that are well known are just those top 3 families, while many lower-ranking families go unnoticed. So this reshuffle is also to give those lower-ranked families a chance. However, most resources are still controlled by the top 4 families. So even if there are changes, they want to be significant, right? Yes. Zhou Jing was well aware of the intricacies within these big families, but she had previously been too lazy to think about it. Yet now she had no choice but to consider it. All right, let me change clothes first. You scared me by just running in like that. Hee hee. It's because I saw Yin Huan go out that I dared to come in, otherwise I would have forgotten again. You're right. Fine, go ahead and be busy. Okay. Zhou Jing hurriedly put on her clothes, and as soon as she opened the door, she picked up her baby who wanted a hug. While Qin Kong was holding Xiao Sang. Sister Jing, someone is looking for you. It was Xiao Luo's voice. Who is it? Coming to find me so early in the morning? Zhou Jing swayed to the door, but saw an elderly woman with tears in her eyes looking at her, shedding tears as she stared. Jingjing, oh Jingjing, Grandma. Zhou Jing's words became choked. Grandma, why did you come in person? Come in and sit. Come in and sit. Oh, good child. The elderly woman let Zhou Jing support her into the room, and after looking around, she sat on the sofa. The pot hose hurriedly brought a glass of water. The elderly woman nodded, seemingly satisfied with the environment. Zhou Jing looked at her relative with a complex expression, her eyes suddenly feeling a bit sore. She remembered the time when her mother left, and this elderly woman with gray hair held her and cried, also remembering that at that time, this woman had said she would protect her as she grew up. But after that, she never saw her again. Grandma. The elderly woman turned and looked carefully at Zhou Jing. You look so good. Her eyes were smiling, without a hint of insincerity, as if she could see another person through her. Why didn't you come to find Grandma when you returned this time? Grandma, I originally wanted to handle this matter before coming to find you, but who knew, for various reasons, it got delayed. I only found out a few days ago that you went to the Zhou family to celebrate Zhou Qingquan's birthday and hesitated for a few days before deciding to come. As the elderly woman spoke these words, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to deepen. Your mother left early. I originally wanted to accompany you as you grew up. Who knew that after Zhou Qingquan became powerful, he wouldn't let us contact you. After we forcibly tried to contact you, the elderly woman's eyes filled with tears. I don't want to recall that time. Your face was filled with fear. Perhaps you didn't understand why we would rage your father, why we forcibly took you away like a robber. That was our first and last time forcibly contacting you. Then, when you left the city to study, I could only watch you from afar. The elderly woman closed her eyes, but the tears on her face pricked Zhou Jing's eyes. When we learned that Zhou Qingquan actually had an illegitimate daughter older than you, we were shocked. We never expected that man didn't he want you to be close to us. Who knew he was such a morally corrupt person? That daughter is older than you. But this apocalypse gave him more opportunities. Those of us who were either killed or severely injured. Later, our Han family also fell. The Han family is Zhou Jing's maternal surname. I didn't know so much had happened during this time. I always thought you all didn't want me. But in fact, even the things you mentioned, I can't remember clearly. Indeed, if you had told me all this before the apocalypse, I probably wouldn't have believed a single word. But after the apocalypse, Zhou Qingquan's true nature was revealed. I have to admit, he hid it very well. He deceived us all. Zhou Jing looked at her grandmother, who was not young anymore, yet came here in person after learning about her news. She sighed. Regardless of whether there were any benefits involved, she didn't want to think too much. Even if there were benefits, so what? Just based on the elderly woman's attitude, she was willing to be used. He and his daughter should be living well in the Zhou family now. So let us not mention them. Grandma, why did you come? Grandma 1T beat around the bush with you. Currently, the Han family ranks 6th in the city. The elderly woman said this with a hint of pride on her face. Don't look at us having declined before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, several of your cousins actually awakened rare abilities, which greatly improved our ranking, and many ability users are willing to come to us. The Han family? That's great. Zhou Jing was genuinely happy. It wasn't easy for the elderly woman to maintain the Han family alone. This time I came to ask you to take over the Han family again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing's expression suddenly became subtle. Are you asking me to take charge of the Han family? Yes. I'm old now and willing to pass the position to you. From now on, the Han family will listen to your orders. No, Grandma. Don't joke around. How can that be? I know nothing. How can I take charge just because you say so? I believe in you. The elder's expression was serious. I do have this plan, and I trust you, so you don't need to worry. But Grandma, I'm fine the way I am. Zhou Jing pointed to the people in the room, saying, they are my partners and my family. This is my husband, Zhou Jing said, pointing to Yan Xian. Yan Xian nodded at the elder. What's his name? Yan Xian. Yan? The elder frowned. That surname is not common. You say he's your husband, but that's just a saying. The elder wanted to say more, but saw Zhou Jing's unhappy expression and sighed instead. The child has grown up and has her own ideas. Thinking about how she hadn't been there for Zhou Jing's childhood made the elder's heart ache even more. Forget it. I won't say much. I believe you're a good child and know what you're doing. Just don't blame your grandma for being chatty. Men should still be cautious. I know, Grandma. I can assure you that Yan Xian will always treat me well. Well, since you can say that, I won't meddle anymore. How about this? When you have time, come and accompany me to the Han family? Zhou Jing looked at the people behind her. They all had expressions suggesting she should go. Finally, she was speechless. This group of idiots. Is it really okay to sell out their teammate so readily? If you want to go, you can go now. It's a good time to send your grandma back too. Yan Xian saw Zhou Jing's dilemma and finally offered a suggestion. All right, Zhou Jing said. Since everyone is saying so, I'll listen. Zhou Jing stood up, helped the elder, and walked out somewhat dejectedly, only to see Yan Xian following closely behind. What are you doing, young man? The old lady asked. I am accompanying Zhou Wuzhen. Yan Xian said with a look of certainty. Zhou Jing and I have hardly been apart since we met. You can't expect her to go to a strange place alone, right? Yan Xian's natural demeanor made Zhou Jing blush. You said that. So hurry up and come help over there. Coming. Yan Xian smiled and stepped forward to assist the elderly lady. Although slightly dissatisfied, the elder didn't resist. Regardless, Yan Xian's actions showed his feelings for Zhou Jing. The elder suddenly felt relieved, even more than when her daughter was about to marry Zhou Qingquan. This boy is so outstanding, not seeking anything from Zhou Jing, and he is so attentive to her. The elder smiled slightly, not saying anything more, and walked with the two towards the Han family. On the way, the three chatted about the situation at the Han family. Because there has been no one to manage things at home, and I'm getting older, I can't help it. Now your cousins are temporarily in charge, but this isn't a solution. I kept thinking that when you returned, I'd let you take charge. When Zhou Qingquan said you had died, I was already in despair. Fortunately, you're still alive. Now I can finally rest assured. As the elder chatted, she often drifted back to old topics, repeating things over and over. However, Zhou Jing didn't know why, but she didn't feel annoyed at all. With the elder, she seemed to feel genuine love and concern. Yes, I'll come back alive. Along the way, she smiled and shared her experiences during the journey, while the elder listened attentively. To outsiders, their relationship looked genuinely good. This scene was so warm, not uncommon before the apocalypse. In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to talk to a healthy elder was such a luxurious thing. The distance wasn't too far, but the elder needed to rest for a while. I'm old and no longer capable. Why didn't anyone come pick you up? Realizing this, Zhou Jing's expression slightly darkened. If Grandma no longer had the strength to manage things I didn't tell them, I came secretly. I was afraid they would investigate and delay things. The elder laughed heartily, appearing completely unconcerned. Zhou Jing felt a bit relieved, even though she still had some worries. When they arrived at the Han family and the door opened, seeing the expressions of the people rushing out, she finally felt a sense of relief. Oh my, Grandma, why did you run out by yourself? Do you know how worried we were? Next time, at least take a driver with you. It's much more chaotic outside now. Watching the familiar faces help the elderly lady inside, while chattering away, made Zhou Jing feel at ease. Their concern was genuine. Smiling, Zhou Jing didn't treat herself as an outsider. Knowing they probably didn't recognize her, she followed them inside. Once the elderly lady was seated on the sofa, the others finally seemed to notice Zhou Jing and Yan Xian. Sorry, our elder has caused you trouble. I don't know how to address you two. They regarded the two as the good Samaritans who had found the elder. However, there was something familiar about the woman. She seemed a bit like someone they knew. You know how to address yourself, so let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Jing, and this is my husband, Yan Xian. Hello. Yan Xian nodded coldly. Zhou Jing seemed to have become addicted to introducing their relationship lately, and he naturally enjoyed it, shamelessly accepting it. Zhou Jing. The person looked incredulous. Zhou Jing's name had really spread throughout the city in the past few days, both good and bad. Most of it was related to her and the Zhou family's affairs, due to the issues of the previous generation. The relationship between their family and the Zhou family wasn't good, which also delayed their family's ranking. However, because of the elder's insistence, they didn't say much. What? My name is well known even to you busy people. Zhou Jing knew Grandma hadn't revealed her identity, and it was normal that these peers didn't recognize her. Well, we're not that busy, it's just your name has been going around these days, both good and bad. Can you share? Recalling that the elder was brought back by Zhou Jing, the man didn't hesitate any longer, welcoming Zhou Jing in and saying, the most famous thing is probably what you said at Zhou Qingquan's birthday party. Everyone has been talking about it in high society these days. Also, someone wanted to marry Zhou Xiaoyue, but after the incident of her seducing your husband, no one is interested anymore. That is why no one showed up at the marriage proposal that day. Her reputation is ruined, haha. The man wore a look of glee. After all, they had a long-standing feud with the Zhou family. They were happy to see the Zhou family in trouble. Zhou Jing couldn't help but smile at the boy's expression. The elder behind her also laughed and finally said, all right, Jing, don't tease your brother anymore. Han Xian, let me introduce you. This is your sister Zhou Jing. Sister? Han Xian looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. You are my aunt. Yes, her daughter. Zhou Jing smiled. Hearing this news, Han Xian looked at the elder in disbelief. Sister Han Xian felt a bit anxious in her heart. What did it mean for the old lady to bring Zhou Jing back at this time? Zhou Jing, even if she was close to her mother and the old lady, was already a person who had passed away. Moreover, Zhou Jing was a girl who had been raised in the Zhou family for so long. Even if she had now severed ties with her father, it was hard to say what their relationship really was. And the Han family had worked hard for so many years. Was it all for Zhou Jing? Just thinking about this made his expression turn sour. After all this effort had cost them quite a few people. Seeing Han Xian's not-so-good expression, Zhou Jing smiled helplessly. Mr. Han Xian, please don't be anxious. I'm just here to bring the old lady back. You don't need to overthink it. I think I still need to consider other matters carefully. Zhou Jing was also expressing her position. I want to compete with you for your position, and you don't have to worry about me changing my mind. It was the old lady who came to find me. I just brought her back. Han Xian then realized that his attitude was inappropriate and smiled awkwardly. Zhou Jing didn't mind. After all, If something that she had carefully managed was taken away by someone else, she would feel uncomfortable too. She smiled and walked to the sofa, saying to Han Xian, "Grandma just entrusted me with a task." Zhou Jing used the word entrusted instead of requested. They weren't foolish. Han Xian certainly understood how it should be, but it was just a matter of leaving face for both sides. Han Xian's expression became serious. "Tell me, you know what day it is in a couple of days, right?" "Yes." Han Xian's expression showed slight surprise. He expected the old lady to entrust this matter. "Well, I will represent the Han family in a competition. What do you think?" The mention of the competition left Han Xian stunned, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, the old lady over there was leisurely sipping water with a smile. Zhou Jing found their demeanor endearing, but waited for Han Xian's response, as the opinion of this acting family head was also very important. "Actually, I should refuse," the acting family head Han Xian said with a. "But there have been too many troubles recently. The Zhou family has been oppressing us too much lately, and a few young people in the family. But they were powerless. Can you confirm that it was indeed the Zhou family?" Zhou Jing asked. "Even Zhou Qingkuan wouldn't do such a thing, right? I can not only confirm that it was the Zhou family, but also that it was Zhou Xiaoyue who did it." Zhao Xiaoyu. Zhou Jing's lips curled into a smile. If it was done by Zhou Xiaoyue, then it's not surprising. Even if he didn't act personally, he must have come up with quite a few ideas. Zhou Jing smiled. "So tell me, how many people are missing from the Han family in this match?" "We are currently short too." Even Han Xian felt a bit embarrassed to say this. "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Jing had not yet spoken when the previously calm old lady suddenly became anxious. "Didn't you say there was one yesterday? Why is there another today?" Don't rush. Han Xian felt quite wronged. "It's still that Zhou Xiaoyue. Today there are more people. If this continues, I'm really afraid the Han family will collapse one day." "Why were you attacked?" Zhou Jing finally asked the key question. At first, it was because they acted alone, and later it became 2 or 3 people acting together. But those people are like shadows, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, often coming out of nowhere to beat them up fiercely. After beating them, they would run away without leaving a trace. That really is too much. Yes, the higher-level ability users in the Han family have all been attacked, and today it was our own clan members. All right, I understand. 3 days later, Yin Xian and I will replace the other 2 in the competition. You all should stay at home and don't go out. Keep a low profile these days. Okay. Han Xian nodded after hearing Zhou Jing's words, indicating that he understood and felt ashamed of his initial hostility. After resolving the matter, Han Xian hurriedly asked, "Do you want to stay here for dinner?" Zhou Jing smiled. "No need, we'll just head back. You all be careful. Don't let the old lady go missing without you knowing." "Okay." Han Xian nodded quickly. Zhou Jing felt there was nothing more to discuss, so she followed Yin Xian back home. Speaking of which, we really haven't strolled around together much. Yin Xian looked at Zhou Jing and said, "Then shall we go for a walk?" "Yes, take me to a place. Let's go eat." "Let them eat by themselves." "Sure." Zhou Jing chuckled, took Yin Xian's hand, and chose to show affection. Meanwhile, the people at home, holding their chopsticks, waited silently for the 2 to return for dinner. But no matter how long they waited, they couldn't see them. "Shall we eat first?" "I guess we have to." The few of them looked helpless. Those 2 were too willful. How could they be like this? After the 2 showed off outside, they returned home and claimed they were already full, nearly getting beaten by the people at home. "Do you know how long we've been waiting for you? You really deserve a beating." After 2 days of uninterrupted peace, the few of them felt like their bones were going to melt. Just then, they heard a familiar knock on the door. "Who is it?" Me. With a lively commotion, they knew it had to be Shun Tsongji. This kid was always unreliable. Why was he in such a hurry today? "Hey!" As soon as the door opened, they saw Shun Tsongji grinning, dressed particularly smartly. "Do you know what date it is today?" "Yes." "Today, What do you know?" Shun Tsongji looked confused. "ISNT at the day you change rankings?" "That sounds about right. That means we're going to fight. Do you want to watch?" "Not only do we want to watch, but we're also going to participate in the fight." Zhou Jing smiled. Shun Tsongji looked puzzled. "But I didn't invite you. How are you going to participate? You really think too highly of yourself. We must join your team." Zhou Jing looked at Shun Tsongji's silly face with an evil smile. "Today we will represent the Han family in the competition. Young man, you better be ready." Shun Songji shivered, unable to believe what he was hearing. Sister, don't scare me. When have I ever made such a joke? Zhou Jing stood up, put on her coat, which indeed had a small Han character on it. Shun Songji was dumbfounded. He could handle others, but when it came to Zhou Jing, first, he might not have the heart to fight, and second, he wasn't sure if he could win. The 3 people sent out by the Shun family were all top-notch, so he had trained specifically for this. Who would have thought his opponent would be Zhou Jing? He felt a bit dazed. Zhou Jing, however, was very calm. There was no way around it. From a moment she agreed. She knew she would be fighting against people she knew, so she had been prepared long ago. Whether those people were ready or not was none of her concern. But how would the competition work? Well, it seems like it's always different each time. I'm not too clear either. We'll know when we get there. All right, you better hurry back. Otherwise, if you lose to us, people will say you threw the match on purpose. Come on, you really think you can joke like that? When I say throw the match, I mean it. You might as well throw me a bone. You know how much I fear you. Okay, I'll give you some face and let you off a little. All right, let's agree on that. I have a feeling I've been set up. The few of them walked to the arena. In the past, it was always a wheel battle from back to front with 3 people, 2 people, or 1 person. The choice of participants not only represented the family, but also represented the family as strength. The 3 people chosen were all the best of the best. But where exactly this best was in which circle was hard to say. Zhou Jing was quite looking forward to it. She didn't know how it would turn out. She was ranked 6th. Well, maybe I'll still be challenged. When they arrived at the competition venue, many people were already waiting there. Everyone was in high spirits, but their expressions were quite vigilant. Most of the people knew each other. The appearance of Zhou Jing surprised a small number of them. This woman had been appearing quite frequently lately. It seemed she was from the Zhou family, a reinforcement from the Zhou family. Under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, Zhou Jing walked over to the Han family's team. The expressions of everyone had shifted from subtle to completely bewildered. What the heck? Why is she joining the Han family's team? That is essentially taking a side. Zhou Jing and her group didn't mind the eyes on them. They greeted the Han family team and sat down. The expression on Shun family's father's face was also somewhat subtle. Zhou Jing, the Han family is her maternal family. I see. No wonder she is here to help her relatives. After all, her relationship with the Zhou family isn't good, so helping anyone is fine. It's a bit of a pity that she didn't get on their side. Shun Songji looked at Zhou Jing joking with an elderly man over there and said, they must have a good relationship, right? Who knows? After they finished discussing, they stopped thinking too much about it. After all, their focus now wasn't on Zhou Jing, but on the upcoming competition and how to deal with it. They were ranked 4th. And the teams coming up behind them would definitely attack them first to be safe. Today's match was still going to be a tough battle. However, once things settled, they could challenge the top 3 themselves. The competition began amidst the cheers of the audience below. Zhou Jing was carefully observing the competitors above. Each competitor had different techniques, and it felt like she could learn a lot here. While watching, she discussed this with Yan Huan, who nodded and pointed at one of the competitors, saying that this person had practiced before. Zhou Jing looked closely and indeed saw that this man's moves were very standardized, attacking every position accurately, and most importantly, his predictive ability was very strong. He stopped the opponent's movements just as they attempted to launch a sneak attack. The most important thing was that his ability was the most ordinary power ability. Apart from enhancing physical strength, he had no advantages. Yet he managed to win this match solely based on this seemingly weak point, thanks to the support of his teammates. Among the 3, one had wood abilities and the other had water abilities. They were effectively dragging down their opponents while supporting the man. This was actually 2 supporters with 1 output. Exciting. When the match ended, the audience erupted in cheers. After all, those abilities seemed so distant to ordinary people. Only such raw brawling could give them a sense of immersion. This man's ability was clearly impressive, as the opponent's abilities were constantly interrupted in his hands, and more importantly, he could judge their moves in an instant. This ability was something others couldn't replicate. Zhou Jing frequently nodded below, actually wanted to fight him. Fighting against such an opponent, she felt she could make great improvements. Yeah, I think so too. This kid might become this year's dark horse. The old lady's attitude was very calm, but the topic was quite heavy. If this was a dark horse, It implied that their situation today was quite precarious. Zhou Jing didn't mind. After all, she publicly claimed to have power abilities, and if she could spar with this person, it should be a good learning experience. Zhou Jing was eager to give it a try, while Yan Huan expressed, "Whatever Zhou Jing wants to do, I'll accompany her." In the competition, this dark horse was indeed impressive, surprisingly making it to 9th place among the 10 competitors, leaving everyone in disbelief. At this time, the organizers decided to let this dark horse take a break. After all, if he continued competing, winning wouldn't be honorable, right? Zhou Jing looked at this person with admiration, saying, "I'm so looking forward to fighting him later." Yeah, to make this waiting period less dull, the organizers decided to have the top 8 competitors compete first. The later competitors could challenge them, and those in the front only needed to accept challenges. The 8th-ranked individual was clearly quite strategic. She glanced at the 7th and 6th places, then smiled. Recently, the Han family had a lot going on, which everyone knew. Even outsiders wanted to laugh upon hearing it. They were retaliated against by the Zhou family. It was known that their seed competitors had been defeated one by one, and now the people from their family were behaving very cautiously. The 8th-ranked woman smiled and, with a crisp voice, said to the organizers, "8th family, Chun Qingling, challenges the 6th-ranked Han family. The 7th-place side, someone got ahead of us." They also wanted to challenge the Han family, as everyone could see their current state. It would be foolish not to target them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing excitedly stood up, moving her arms and legs, and declared, "Han family, accept the challenge." Chun Qingling was a bit confused. Who was this woman? Why did she stand up? Shouldn't it be the elderly and weak from the Han family coming out? Zhou Jing couldn't help but laugh at Chun Qingling's expression. Did she really think there was no one left in the Han family? The Zhou family members, upon seeing Zhou Jing stand up, had their faces drop. "Zhou Jing, isn't it better to stand aside and not provoke openly like this?" Zhou Jing chuckled. "I just want to see your expressions change. I wonder who you think you're intimidating here." Zhou Jing took Yan Huan and another boy from the Han family onto the stage. This boy, Han Lu, had earth abilities and focused on defense. Zhou Jing and Yan Huan were both straightforward and aggressive types. Once Zhou Jing stepped onto the stage, the ability users who had seen her before instantly became lively. They looked at Chun Qingling with expressions of anticipation. "Hey, little sister, we have nothing more to say. Let us just fight and get it over with. Don't get hurt." Although Zhou Jing had appeared frequently in the higher-ups' ears, very few knew her true strength. The moment she appeared, the noise below nearly shattered their eardrums. Seeing the audience's attitude, Chun Qingling realized she might have kicked a steel plate. "TSK, I don't care how strong you are. Zhou Jing, today I will definitely defeat you." "Girl, your confidence has already taken off, hasn't it?" Zhou Jing couldn't bear to look. This was her first collaboration with Han Lu, and to be honest, she felt a bit nervous. But after glancing at Yan Huan, she stabilized herself. No worries. Even if they both got knocked down, there was still Yan Huan. She smiled as she walked onto the stage, her smile seeming increasingly dazzling. Zhou Jing had, of course, heard of Chun Qingling's name, but so what? There were many so-called god-tier ability users who had been hyped up every year, but in the end, they were merely fleeting moments. If Zhou Jing didn't have those eye-catching means, how could she get so many people to speak for her? Chun Qingling looked down on Zhou Jing a bit. "I am Chun Qingling, the 8th-generation heir of the Chun family." Zhou Jing replied, "I'm nothing now, hee." Chun Qingling took a deep breath. Regular training had been enough. Even the elders had said she was impressive. This time, she was out to make a name for herself. Competition, start. The moment the referee announced the start, Han Lu instantly erected a wall of earth on stage. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing jumped up onto the wall as it was being built. Yan Xian bypassed the earthen wall and threw a punch at the person sneaking up from the opposite side. Well, Yan Xian never plays tricks when fighting. He just goes for a punch, knocking them out first. However, that person had water-based abilities and initially intended to sneak attack the one hiding behind the wall when coming up, who knew things would go wrong. And before he could even confirm the opponent, he was punched. At that moment, Zhou Jing had also climbed onto the wall and greeted the two individuals below. That attitude was a provocation, right? It must be a provocation. The people on the opposite side instantly felt a bit angry. Zhou Jing's actions seemed to have stirred Chen Qingling. She took a step forward, and her fist instantly turned golden. The people below gasped, recognizing it as a metal-based ability. No wonder she was so aggressive. Metal abilities like strength abilities focus on body refinement, but with the enhancement of abilities, even body refinement is stronger than pure strength abilities. When she punched the earthen wall, it instantly crumbled, causing Han Lu, who was behind, to take a couple of steps back. Zhou Jing, however, calmly jumped down from the wall, using the momentum to leap behind Chen Qingling, lightly tapping her. Chen Qingling was taken aback, but quickly retaliated with a punch, which Zhou Jing dodged in 2 quick steps, running towards another ability user from the Chen family. That ability user was still focused on dealing with Han Lu, but Zhou Jing didn't hold back, delivering a sweeping kick that knocked her off the ring before she could even prepare. Chen Qingling was somewhat puzzled by Zhou Jing's actions. That last move had made her break into a cold sweat. If Zhou Jing had intended to kill, she would have ended the match right then and there. But Zhou Jing didn't. She merely tapped her lightly. It was unclear what her intention was. Seeing Zhou Jing take action, Yin Xian also didn't hold back. The man was still trying to use water to attack Yin Xian, but he couldn't hit him even once. This made the man feel a bit disheartened. However, Yin Xian clearly didn't give him a chance to feel disheartened. The moment the man regained his strength, Yin Xian delivered a punch that knocked him to the ground. Poor guy. A ranged mage was actually being pressed down and rubbed into the ground by a melee zombie. Zhou Jing, witnessing Yin Xian's attack from a distance, clapped her hands and smiled at Chen Qingling. This girl was also her target. She could learn many melee techniques from them, so even if they were a bit careless, Zhou Jing wouldn't defeat them. There was still much for her to learn. After their side lost 2 major generals, Chen Qingling decided not to hold back anymore. Before Zhou Jing could react, she suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Jing, and instead of following the usual fighting rules, she aimed directly for her jaw. Zhou Jing thought she would be punched in the face, but was caught off guard by an uppercut instead. She couldn't dodge in time and had to take the punch head-on. Surprisingly, it hurt quite a bit, but Zhou Jing's zombie body was no joke. She didn't feel like it was unbearable pain at all. If it had been a human, they might have been incapacitated by now. Stepping back 2 paces, Zhou Jing's eyes were filled with admiration. Really impressive. You're the first person I've met who can take a punch and still calmly talk to me. Seeing Chen Qingling's expression, Zhou Jing lowered her head silently. Well, there was really no way around it. Zhou Jing rubbed her chin. Ouch, that hurts, haha. She chuckled a couple of times, realizing her resistance to damage seemed a bit unreasonable. Chen Qingling instinctively touched her own chin. All right then. Has my strength diminished? Now that you've hit me, it's my turn. Zhou Jing smiled, acting as if they were playing a turn-based game, taking turns to hit each other. Fortunately, Chen Qingling wasn't foolish. She dodged as Zhou Jing attacked. Zhou Jing charged in without hesitation. On the other side, Han Lu attempted to follow, but was stopped by Yin Xian. Let Zhou Jing play. They wouldn't interfere. Zhou Jing was indeed getting addicted to the fight. Although Chen Qingling wasn't the type to toy with techniques, her attacks could still teach Zhou Jing a lot. Since they were going to lose anyway, she might as well enjoy the game with her. Chen Qingling was quite straightforward too. She smiled brightly at Zhou Jing and said, all right. The 2 girls didn't care about anything else, throwing punches straight at each other, one after another, making the spectators panic. These 2 weren't competing. They were fighting for real. Zhou Jing hadn't fought this freely in a long time, and it was clear that Chen Qingling felt the same way. Ever since she transitioned from being a girl to a metal ability user and began body refinement, no one had played with her anymore, which made her very sad. For some reason, after this battle with Zhou Jing, she felt that they could become good friends. The audience watching the 2 fight was intimidated. The 2 up there were girls, right? 2 beautiful girls, right? Why were they so fierce? Then they glanced at the man standing nearby with an admiring expression. Is that girl's husband? Why does he have the same expression? Aren't you worried? Your wife is so strong. We're all panicking. Yin Xian, however, was not worried at all. As long as Zhou Jing was happy, that was enough. But glancing at the time, he could only remind her, that's enough. If you keep fighting, you'll tire yourself out. Okay, Zhou Jing replied, taking a moment to say to Chen Qingling, Let us fight again when we have the chance. Sure. Chen Qingling smiled. Zhou Jing didn't linger. She jumped up, letting the little vine, Xiaoya, wrap around Chen Qingling. Hey, you're still a wood-based ability user? Yes. Zhou Jing smiled as she lifted Chen Qingling and gently placed her down on the platform. After getting down, Chen Qingling could only think of one phrase. I actually didn't break free from this vine. Xiaoya was proud. Of course, it was her vine. After the battle ended, Zhou Jing and the others were still ranked 6th, while Chen Qingling remained in her 8th position. Since the two of them had just had an intense match, they couldn't compete again, so they could only watch the others. The 7th place was taken by an older man who decided to challenge the 6th place. The crowd erupted in murmurs. They clearly understood that the man wanted to take advantage of the situation, but there was nothing to be done. Zhou Jing could choose not to challenge, but she couldn't refuse a challenge. Looking at the confident man smiling, Zhou Jing took a deep breath. So annoying, sir. The man shrugged, showing no remorse for his actions. All right, since you insist. He nodded, and they walked onto the platform. Rong Fa, with water-based abilities. Rong Qi, with earth-based abilities. Rong Yen, with psychic abilities. Oh no, this is going to be tough. Psychic abilities, Zhou Jing thought, looking at the boy wearing glasses. I've never fought against psychic abilities before. It should be interesting. If I can entertain you, I'll be honored. As long as you're honored, that's good. Zhou Jing chuckled. The match begins. Zhou Jing actually felt like she wasn't tired at all. She had just stretched a bit. Usually, she was too lazy and forgot that zombies didn't feel fatigue like humans. Therefore, the idea of wearing them out with a war of attrition was basically impractical. Zhou Jing silently got up and assumed a stance. Yan Xian was beside her, focused on helping Zhou Jing. The two of them were unlike ordinary people, so their control over their mental strength was not very obvious. If zombies had mental powers, it might have had a greater impact on them. As soon as the match started, Zhou Jing charged in and got into a scuffle with Rong Fa. Although this person had chosen the wrong tactics, his attitude was still quite infuriating. Let us defeat him first. Thus, while Rong Fa was throwing various water-based abilities, Zhou Jing had already closed in and landed a punch on his face. Very happy, you can entertain me. With a light leap, she jumped to the other side and effortlessly threw another punch. Even though an ability user's body is stronger than an ordinary person's, it would withstand another power user's blows like this. Don't go too far. Huh? When you chose me, didn't you say you were going too far? Did you not think we still have energy left? Or do you think you can wear us out? Daydreaming. Zhou Jing was not polite at all, no longer wasting words with this person, and kicked him off the stage, leaving only a puddle of water behind. Meanwhile, the earth ability user next to them actually threw a clump of mud at Zhou Jing using the water. What the hell? A clump of mud? How dirty is that? Zhou Jing frustratedly dodged the mud and charged forward. They just happened to be two earth users attacking together, but the ability user opposite was clearly stronger than Han Lu, and he could still spare some attention for Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing ignored him, dodged another clump of mud, and broke through his earthen wall. Unexpectedly, the man was not the least bit flustered and conjured up another earthen wall. As Zhou Jing punched it, she realized something was off. This earthen wall wasn't the kind that could be shattered like before. It resembled mud. After she punched it, it actually wrapped around her. Zhou Jing struggled a couple of times, but couldn't break free. What the hell? The earth ability user looked at Zhou Jing and smirked. I knew you would come at me with a simple, brute force punch. How is that? This slurry is not easy to escape from, right? Yes. The suction is indeed quite strong, but Zhou Jing raised her hand. Don't forget, my strength is quite large. Watching Zhou Jing lift a section of the wall with sheer force, the earth ability user's face changed. Are you cheating? This is too much. You can lift something so heavy just like that? I have no dignity. Zhou Jing burst out laughing, almost losing her grip, and quickly said to them, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Enough of that. Hurry up, do whatever you want. The earth ability user said defiantly. Am I in a hellish arena? Zhou Jing was quite helpless. I just lifted a wall. Why do you act like I'm going to do something to you? Lifting it is tiring. Okay. After putting down the wall, while the earth ability user was conjuring up earth spikes, Zhou Jing struck him down with a knife hand strike. In an instant, The earthen wall in her hand had completely disappeared. She sent the earth ability user off the stage. And Zhou Jing and the other two quietly watched the mental ability user. It seems mental ability users are quite rare. You could say that. I was also quite confused when I awakened. Yes, I understand. Does it hurt to hurt people? Well, it hurts a bit if it's light. If it's heavy, that person might end up silly. Then please be gentle. Okay. Rong Fa below couldn't take it anymore and shouted. What are you chatting about up there? Hurry up and take care of them to win. It seems the Rong family is quite confident in this man. Then let us begin. Good. The man smiled, and as soon as Zhou Jing finished speaking, he closed his eyes. In that instant, he and the earth ability user behind, Yin Xian, let out a scream. Han Lu, how are you? Zhou Jing hurriedly turned around. If you're uncomfortable, just step down. Without hesitation, Zhou Jing let Han Lu down and said to Rong Yin, you're very impressive. Rong Yin didn't deny it. Zhou Jing thought, I must have a cheat. Where's my protagonist's golden finger? Remembering how little zombie loved to use mental strength when playing with them. But his mental strength was quite calm and could be captured in a peaceful state. Zhou Jing calmed her mind and had no intention of getting into a hard tug-of-war with him. On the other side, Rong Yin smiled slightly upon seeing Zhou Jing's actions. Are you not planning to resist? That's fine. I'm sure I'll win this round. I've said it so many times, don't set it up, don't set it up. Just listen. Zhou Jing ignored him and focused on feeling the mental strength in the air. Sure enough, at the moment he unleashed his mental power, Zhou Jing felt the little tentacles appearing from the air. They looked a bit disgusting. She didn't think too much, dodging before one of the tentacles could attack her. Rong Yin also let out a slight, and then began to attack Zhou Jing fiercely. Yin Xian was not afraid of that little bit of mental attack. It was just that in the current situation, Zhou Jing didn't move, so he wouldn't move either. As Zhou Jing kept dodging, she gradually familiarized herself with this person's attack pattern, and to outsiders, it looked like they were dancing, one attacking with eyes closed, and the other spinning and jumping without rest. Yet in such a situation, Yin Xian was surprisingly able to stand aside obediently, unaffected. How low is this person's presence? Zhou Jing, having summoned his presence, felt proud. Look how great my wife is. Zhou Jing didn't pay attention to the reactions of others and finally discovered a flaw in his attack while dodging. Right now, suddenly, Zhou Jing opened her eyes and charged down. Rong Yin didn't react in time and looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. Zhou Jing landed a direct punch on his shoulder blade. A sharp pain shot through. Rong Yin was defeated. The spectators below, who were anticipating a reversal, let out sounds of regret, while Rong Fa looked on in disbelief at the scene. Rong Yin couldn't possibly be slacking off. Zhou Jing relaxed slightly. Her mental state not as tense, but just as she was about to pull Rong Yin up, she felt a sharp pain in her head. Below, the originally calm Rong Yin now wore a victorious smile. Yin Xian, noticing something was off with Zhou Jing, hurried over, dodging several of Rong Yin's attacks along the way, finally catching Zhou Jing before she fell. You're dead. Yin Xian looked at Rong Yin. His expression definitely not good, wishing he could kill this person. Rong Yin, still immersed in the joy of impending victory, spoke a few more words in a good mood, not noticing how easily Yin Xian had dodged his attacks. It's fine. I have control. She'll just sleep for a few hours. I'll spare your life for now, but if there's any problem, just be careful. I might take your life directly. Rong Yin immediately launched an attack, but found that his attack had no effect on this person. After he finished attacking, Yin Xian kicked him out. Watching Rong Yin crash to the ground, still muttering it can't be, it shouldn't be, Yin Xian had already carried Zhou Jing off the stage. Little zombie, come and see how she is. Little zombie hurried over, using mental strength to soothe Zhou Jing's slightly chaotic aura, then carefully examined her and said, she's fine. She just needs to sleep for a bit. It's possible that her mother was a bit lax at that time, which allowed him to take advantage. After hearing this, Yin Xian suddenly regretted not kicking that man to death. Casting a cold glance at the Rong family, he said, if anything happens to Zhou Jing, you could just wait for it. Rong's family knew they were in the wrong and didn't dare to speak. This time, the promotion match was ruined, and the next family they could challenge was Han's family. Han's family chose to delay their promotion and received approval for it. Now, the selection for 5th place was taking place, and Han's family's attack quota was reserved for tomorrow. That's fine. Yan Xian was still satisfied with this decision. He nodded and left the arena with Zhou Jing. We'll come back tomorrow. You all can fight as you like, he said, turning to leave. Qin Kong and Lu Luo hurriedly followed with the children, while only Han's family lingered for a moment before also catching up. Yan Xian looked at the Han family members trailing behind and said, "You don't need to follow us. Just watch the match closely and report back to us later." Okay. The person took a furtive glance at Yan Xian. Yan Xian's brows were icy, and he looked like a block of ice, radiating an aura of displeasure. All right. We'll come by tonight to tell you about the abilities and ranks of the other families. Yan Xian didn't say much more and took Zhou Jing home. Xiao Xiao saying knew Yan Xian was unhappy and realized it was due to Zhou Jing's mental abilities, so he busily tried to comfort her. Zhou Jing gradually became steadier under his guidance. Watching Zhou Jing's pale face slowly regain its color, Yan Xian's expression finally softened a bit. Almost there, in a little while. Mom will wake up. Okay, you all go back. I'll take care of her. Xiao Xiao Sang was no longer the jealous little one competing with Yan Xian. Besides Yan Xian's increasingly strong aura, he also had someone he liked more, his precious little friend. So after leaving the low-pressure zombie, he chose to go find his precious little friend. To let them have some peace, no one disturbed them. Yan Xian sat quietly beside Zhou Jing, waiting for her to wake up. Zhou Jing eventually opened her eyes after a long sleep. Yan Xian, she said, feeling a bit dizzy and unsure of what had happened. Just feeling a headache before she fainted. It's okay. As long as I'm here, you're fine. Yan Xian hugged Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing was still a bit dizzy. She must have scared Yan Xian just now. I'm sorry, I let my guard down. No, it's my fault. I should have kicked him off the stage earlier. Zhou Jing laughed at Yan Xian's words and said, Don't say that. He did well without using his full strength. If he had used his powers, he would have been done for by now. So Ying sighed. Yan Xian really could do such things. All right, I'm fine now, but what about the match? It's okay. We can postpone our challenge until tomorrow. Zhou Jing breathed a sigh of relief. If we lose the match because of me, I would feel very guilty. Don't say that. You've been great. Yan Xian hugged Zhou Jing again. Zhou Jing relaxed in his embrace. I had them make you some food. You can drink some light soup later. They will keep an eye on the situation in the arena, and we'll know by tonight. Okay. Zhou Jing felt at ease with Yan Xian handling things, so she trusted and leaned into his arms. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. The emotions in Yan Xian's eyes were complex. He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. You just need to know that the person who loves you the most is me. Don't think about anything else. As long as I'm here, I can protect you. I will never let those things happen again. Yan Xian didn't say this out loud. At that moment, Lu Luo knocked on the door. Dinner is ready. You can come out. Coming. After eating, they sat there waiting for the Han family to report back. Although Yan Xian's expression wasn't good, it was much better than in the morning. At least he didn't look like the Han family owed them something. The Han family, seeing that Zhou Jing had woken up, cautiously greeted her. Are you all right? Is there anything uncomfortable? I'm fine. Zhou Jing smiled and nodded. What was the situation in the matches today? Well, we wanted to talk to you about that. The current rankings are, the first is Zhou's family. The second is Ling's family. The third is Shun's family. And the fourth is Lu's family. Good. And then, the people from Ling's family suddenly appeared. Led by the head of the family, Ling Jiao, along with two others, a fat man and a woman. The fat man is Earth type, and that person is Plant type, right? Yes. That Ling family is quite impressive. The members of Han's family still seemed a bit apprehensive. So why are they still in second place? Why didn't they attack the first-ranked Zhou family? It might be because of Zhou Jia's sudden attack by Zhou Xiayue. No one expected her to be a poison-type ability user. People have been guessing, and her poison ended up incapacitating everyone on the opposing side, so it was quite unexpected. Zhou Jing hadn't anticipated she would reveal her abilities at that moment. But she had to reveal them, right? Ling Sang and Zhun Zhu already knew about her abilities. And even for her to secure her position, Ling Sang would force Zhou Xiayue to use her powers. Zhou Xiayue had to do it. Zhou Jing smiled. It's good that it was exposed. This way, it won't seem so abrupt when I take precautions. What do you think about us challenging the Zhou family directly tomorrow? A mischievous smile appeared on Zhou Jing's face. If you want to go, I'll accompany you. Don't worry, Yan Xian said indulgently. Zhou Jing instantly gained confidence. Did you hear that? My man said he would accompany me no matter what I do. The members of Han's family trembled in fear. Oh my goodness, miss. Please don't stir up trouble. The Zhou family is very formidable. Finally, Han Xian, who had been standing aside, spoke up. Actually, I don't agree with going directly to the first place. What's the reason? Zhou Jing asked, shaking her head nonchalantly. Let's put it this way. I know you have the ability to take us directly to first place. Being first sounds great, but our foundation is unstable right now. We can only rely on your support to reach first place. Even if we get there, the people won't be many, and our foundation is too weak. If we go to Zhou's family, Ling's family will trip us up. So what do you think is a better rank? Second or third? Then let's aim for second place. Han Xian didn't expect Zhou Jing to take it so lightly. Being first is easy, right? Second place is easier, isn't it? Why not aim for third? Actually, I prefer third. The third-ranked Xin family is my friend. I won't challenge them. The fourth-ranked Lu family is a friend of my friend. You really have a lot of connections, he said with a forced laugh. He hadn't expected Zhou Jing to form so many relationships in just a few days and to be so loyal. Is that really okay? Zhou Jing silently thought about how to deal with the 3 members of the Ling family tomorrow. The big move from that Ling family member was a significant problem. Remembering the last time when they froze an entire horde of zombies, Zhou Jing could only cover her face in despair. What the heck? I just thought of that ice ceiling move again. It's terrifying. And then there was that Milan. She had taken his little sprout. And this time, she would definitely recognize him. That fat guy's control over his abilities was quite impressive, much better than Han Lu's. To be honest, Zhou's family was easier to deal with. But Han's family wouldn't allow her to do that. Thinking about it, she sighed in regret. By the way, are the later challenges going to come first? Yes. Today's abilities can still challenge once more. I feel like he's going to challenge me. Zhou Jing got a bit excited at the thought. I believe this must be mutual admiration. What? Yan Xian's expression turned a bit dangerous. Zhou Jing didn't realize it and said, I think he's definitely very interested in my hand-to-hand combat skills. I want to fight him tomorrow. Yan Xian then quieted down. For some reason, today this silly girl, Zhou Jing, left 2 groups of people speechless. The 2 men exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a bit tired. All right. Zhou Jing was a bit fatigued. You guys go back first. I need to rest. Tomorrow we'll talk about tomorrow. I must get second place. I won't settle for anything less. Then she told Han Lu to go back and rest well, and to think about how to make that soft earthen wall. Okay. After giving instructions, the group turned to leave. Zhou Jing, with her group of girls, felt a bit dazed. I need to work hard tomorrow. I'm so tired. Hey, Levialo said, looking at Zhou Jing. We'll cheer for you underground. Zhou Jing turned around. Don't worry, I will definitely win tomorrow, and I will win beautifully. Yan Xiong. I'm so tired, I want a hug. Relying on Zhou Jing to take things seriously really is a joke. I feel like I've been overly worried for her. On the other hand, Zhou Jing was secretly making up her mind. She couldn't let everyone down. The next day, Levialo made breakfast, and Zhou Jing, feeling full and energetic, walked out of the house. The small crops outside had already grown lush. Xiao Luo was there weeding. Xiao Luo, you've worked hard. Sister Jing, you all are out. Xiao Luo wiped his sweat. I want to finish this while it's not so hot. Yeah, don't rush. Wang Xiaoluo will come over soon. Just prepare the ice and cool off while you work. Okay, thanks, Sister Jing. Wang Xiaoluo had been around for many days, even missing the chance to sell popsicles. Happily leaving after preparing the ice every day. Zhou Jing gave him money for ice every week, and he was very satisfied, not at all pretentious. Coming on time every day, and also giving Xiao Luo some ice to help him not feel so hot while working outside. By the way, it's really hot today. When you see Wang Xiaoluo, tell him to make more popsicles for the arena today. We all want to eat some, and the more, the better for others too. Okay, I'll remember. Zhou Jing could then feel assured about entering the arena. Staying there under the hot sun was really torturous, and they didn't provide any good food or drinks. Having popsicles would be much better, and it would also help Wang Xiaoluo get some work with so many people around. She happily thought as she headed to the arena. It's a conspiracy. It's all a conspiracy. Chen Qiling from the Chen family had a good sleep last night. Even though she was scolded by the elders of her family, she still looked indifferent. After all, in this apocalypse, those capable should take credit, and she was now the pillar of the Chen family. Regardless of her performance, they had to rely on her. With my help, you all didn't drop out of the top 10. What more could you be dissatisfied with? Although Chen Qiling said this, she still felt a bit depressed. She didn't expect to encounter setbacks. No matter what, if there was another opportunity today, she had to challenge other families. Oomph. An elder dressed, not listening to her words. Today was the last day of the competition, and all the top 10 families would have another chance to challenge. This time it was still from the back to the front, and they could still challenge freely. However, it was also likely to encounter the possibility of seeing through the opponent's tricks. No matter what, they could only take it step by step. Elder Lang could only leave quietly. After all, in this family, Chen Qiling was truly in charge, and they had no choice but to comply with her. Chen Qiling was really foolish. She just hadn't chosen the right people. This time, she would definitely choose someone who wouldn't make her look bad. When she arrived at the competition venue, she saw Zhou Jing lazily slumped there. It's so hot today, Chen Qiling said. So, do you have any plans for today? Chen Qiling asked curiously. Zhou Jing's current ranking was ahead of her, and avoiding Zhou Jing would also allow her to consider which families to challenge. I want to directly challenge the second place. Yeah, the Ling family? The Ling family is very strong. You didn't see it yesterday, but I did. I think if it weren't for the Zhou family's tricks, the Ling family might have won. I think so too, but my family doesn't let me challenge the Zhou family, saying it would attract too much attention. Otherwise, I would directly challenge the Zhou family. Chen Qiling rolled her eyes and said, "You could do it this way." Zhou Jing saw that Chen Qiling seemed to have an idea and leaned in to show her interest. You can directly challenge the first place. Then you'll be the first. When the Ling family challenges, they will definitely challenge you. You can pretend to fight a bit and just surrender. Today's competition rules allowed the top 10 families to have another challenge. Oh my gosh, this is a huge opportunity. Zhou Jing excitedly grabbed Chen Qiling's hand. Sister, you're a good person. From now on, let me take care of you. Okay. Chen Qiling also didn't feel awkward at all, appearing very natural. All right, I'll discuss this with them and see if this method is feasible. Okay. Chen Qiling turned to discuss with her people about which family to challenge, while Zhou Jing also turned to discuss with the Han family members. The Han family frowned. This method is feasible, but we're afraid that the Ling family might choose not to challenge. If they don't challenge, then I'll be first. I don't believe they will really let me go. Zhou Jing's words left the Han family members puzzled. What do you mean they won't let you go? What have you done? Zhou Jing shook her head. Can't say. This was also the main reason she dared to take risks. Ling Jiu didn't say anything. Mulian definitely wouldn't let her off. So, she could attack with confidence. Zhou Jing rubbed her claws, looking at the black horse ranked 9th entering the arena. I'm ready to go. And that black horse, looking at Zhou Jing, even showed an excited gleam. He had a mission, so he couldn't attack Zhou Jing right away. Today, as competition is about to begin, please think about your desired challengers. The competition begins. 10th place, please choose your opponent. Basically, the later ranks, except for the black horse, were just going through the motions. After all, they couldn't really beat the people ahead of them, but they had to challenge a bit to feel like they participated. The current 10th place was originally the 9th place and was already very satisfied. Today, there are only 10 families, and there wouldn't be another black horse. They didn't have to worry at all. At worst, they would be 10th. Why compete with a black horse? We choose to give up. Are you sure you want to give up? The organizers were a bit incredulous. Yes, we give up. At worst, we'll be 10th, haha. They were quite satisfied. The 9th place nodded at them. Good, they knew their place. Then an exceptionally interesting match began. The 10th place forfeited, and the 9th began to fight the 8th. The 8th responded, and Chen Qiling looked at the black horse, excited to witness this person's strength. Then, the two had a fierce battle, leaving the audience on edge. Are the current power users this strong? Are they really attacking recklessly? Luckily, the platform was relatively sturdy. Otherwise, they might have ruined the venue. As expected, Chun Qiling lost. However, she didn't seem upset at all, still swaying back to her seat, chatting with Zhou Jing across the 7th place. What could the 7th place do? They were also quite helpless. These two were completely ignoring her. Then the dark horse reached 7th place, and 7th place fell down. When Zhou Jing saw the dark horse smiling at her, her cells jumped with excitement. So thrilling. I really want to fight. They stepped onto the stage and looked at each other. The referee trembled a bit as he walked up. The destructive power of these two was too great. He had to be careful. The match began. After quickly saying this, he dashed off the stage. The people below laughed. However, Zhou Jing and her team rarely rushed into a fight right away. I'm called Black Panther. I'm Zhou Jing. I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you. They were both pleased to meet such a worthy opponent. Yin Xian was not satisfied. He took the initiative to attack first. Zhou Jing was caught off guard. She originally wanted to attack Black Panther first, but Yin Xian rushed towards Black Panther without even looking. This was the first time Zhou Jing saw Yin Xian react like this. What happened? Did this Black Panther provoke him? There was no way out. Zhou Jing could only charge towards the water ability user. Yin Xian was firstly concerned about Zhou Jing's health, not wanting her to get hurt again, and secondly, he was provoked by the mutual admiration he saw between the two. I'm your husband. Why are you so close with him? Then, filled with a bit of frustration, he attacked Black Panther. Black Panther didn't feel much at first. After all, this person hadn't done anything significant, so he casually blocked the attack. But then, Black Panther felt as if his arm was ruined. How much strength did this man use? However, seeing his calm expression made him doubt. Could it be that the strongest in this team wasn't Zhou Jing, but this guy? Yin Xian didn't care what he thought. Filled with jealousy, he launched fierce attacks. Black Panther was retreating step by step. This was bad. There was no chance to fight back at all. But it was clear that Yin Xian's anger had not been released. I'll let you have mutual admiration. I'll let you have her interested gaze. I'll let you be all chivalrous in front of my wife. I'll let you be the one she admires. Yin Xian's resentment was clearly beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. Black Panther felt humiliated. He finally found a chance to jump out, only to see Zhou Jing joyfully battling with the water ability user on his team. Strictly speaking, they were having fun. Originally, this water ability user was more of a support type, but because of Zhou Jing, he couldn't join in. Zhou Jing blocked him while using her wood ability to show off, and every time he threw a water ball, she would use her wood ability. Each time she managed to water the sprout in her hand. Their water ability user was almost in despair. Am I here to fight or to water plants? Zhou Jing, however, was having a blast. The wood ability user, although slightly restrained by the water ability, had trained all night and could now create a fluid earthen wall. The wood ability user sent several wooden spikes up, not shattering the wall, but wrapping it up instead. Then, with their combined effort, they actually threw the wrapped wooden spikes out, catching the wood ability user off guard. What the heck? Is this how you play? This is what they call tit for tat. They didn't know how the people above felt, but those below were about to enjoy some snacks. The fight above was quite exciting. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhou Jing was eager to fight Black Panther. So she quickly defeated the water ability user and said, sorry about that. Yin Xian watched Zhou Jing kick the opponent off the stage and then started to slyly glance towards her. He was not happy and looked coldly at Black Panther. Black Panther was feeling a bit uneasy. This attack power is definitely not human. You are correct. Just now, he found a flaw and attacked directly. Yet Yin Xian didn't flinch at all. He didn't dodge, just charged straight in, and then nothing happened. His full force attack had no effect on him at all. And after that, he actually took a punch. It felt like, this person must think my previous attack was disobedient, right? He must want to punish me. What the heck? Meanwhile, Zhou Jing helped Han Lu deal with the wood ability user, leaving just this one left. Seeing Black Panther smile, Yin Xian stopped attacking. At this moment, Black Panther had already lost all strength. Zhou Jing went up and knocked him out. KO. It wasn't too hard, right? Before Black Panther fainted, he saw Yin Xian's evil face and Zhou Jing's mumbling voice. Then, forget it. I must have been so angry I fainted. Otherwise, I'd be even angrier. The Dark Horse Team's match ended here, leaving a group of people with regretful expressions. They thought there would be more exciting matches to watch. Next up was the 8th place, Chun Qingling, who was about to challenge. Zhou Jing knew the order of the matches, so she didn't say much. At that moment, Wang Xiaoluo also squeezed through. He didn't have the qualification to approach Zhou Jing's side, but Zhou Jing could see him. She waved him over, and Wang Xiaoluo walked to the entrance. The guard at the door let him in when he saw Zhou Jing waving. Wang Xiaoluo, carrying a basket, walked up to Zhou Jing. "Sister Jing," Xiaoluo said, "do you want to eat popsicles?" "Yes, I want to eat." As soon as Zhou Jing finished speaking, Chun Qingling's match ended. She defeated the original 7th place. Now 8th, Rong family's member. The 7th place was Black Panther, who directly refused. Refusal meant surrender. Black Panther didn't mind. He had come to practice anyway, and even if he got to the front, it didn't concern him. Chun Qingling glanced at Zhou Jing, who was eating popsicles, and said, "Ah, you're eating good food. You didn't bring me. Quick, let us fight." "No," Zhou Jing replied without hesitation. "I surrender, and so do you. It's enough that we fought a bit." All right. The way Chun Qingling and Zhou Jing ignored each other was indeed quite infuriating. "5th place, I want to challenge you." The 5th place stood up, silently wiping sweat. "What did I do wrong to deserve this treatment?" This Barbie wasn't going to win against them. As expected, the situation unfolded as he anticipated, and they fought like crazy. Then, she lost dramatically. This Barbie was indeed a killing machine created by the Chun family. After being silent for so long, it was right for her to rise now. Just when everyone thought this Barbie would charge into the top 4, she hit the brakes. No more fighting. Now she was in 5th place, and when Zhou Jing went in, she would be 6th. She had already moved up 2 ranks and was very satisfied. The expressions of the Liu and Shun families in front were a bit subtle. It seemed that the Chun family had improved relations with Zhou Jing, which meant they would be in the same boat in the future. And this killing machine from the Chun family, if she really went crazy, they wouldn't be able to handle it, so it must be Zhou Jing who said something. The current ranking changes were quite significant. Aside from the top 4, there were changes. The Chen family was in 5th place, 6th place was the X family, 7th was Zhou Jing, and 8th was the Rong family. Now it was Rong family's turn to attack. The 3 members of the Rong family looked at Zhou Jing, who was eating popsicles, feeling a bit puzzled. "What the heck? Is it really okay for you to be so leisurely?" Looking at Zhou Jing and the boy selling ice pops beside her, she said a few words before the boy took the basket and went to deliver ice pops to the Chun, Shun, and Liu families. No wonder the Chun family didn't attack anymore. Have they already formed an alliance with the Han family? No matter what the Rong family is thinking, they should fight when it's time to fight. They recalled the fear instilled by Yan Huan. The mental type ability user Rong, Yin remembered being kicked down by Yan Huan and felt a bit anxious. Zhou Jing, on the other hand, was not concerned at all. The real effort would come when she had to fight the 2nd-ranked opponent, and for now, relying on Yan Huan was just fine. Zhou Jing silently stood up, still holding an ice pop in her mouth. Han Lu had already finished eating and was standing obediently there, while Yan Huan took a couple of bites of Zhou Jing's ice pop before she pushed it away in disgust. The 3 of them stood on the stage, and seeing Zhou Jing's nonchalant demeanor, everyone had nothing to say. After all, that's just how she is. However, when the 3 of them started fighting, Zhou Jing didn't participate at all. Han Lu and Yan Huan rushed in and started throwing punches without holding back, especially Yan Huan, who was intent on avenging Zhou Jing for what happened yesterday. Then, the match ended in a strange atmosphere. Zhou Jing didn't lift a finger. She just watched them finish fighting. So happy. She came down from the stage while eating her ice pop, shocking everyone. "That's it. You guys fought so casually. And Zhou Jing, your attitude is really asking for a beating." Wang Xiaoluo happily patted the money in his pocket. Zhou Jing really helped him earn a lot of money. He felt like he wouldn't have to worry for the whole winter. He stroked his chin. Zhou Jing was also quite happy. This way, it would stop the Rong family from advancing further. With a smile, she said, "Thank you." And it was time for Zhou Jing and her team to choose their challenge targets. The faces of the Rong family members turned green with anger. What the hell? They had fought hard against them yesterday. Why was it so easy today? Did you let them go easy? Looking at Rong Yin, Rong Fa was a bit displeased. "I gotta let them go. Didn't you see how Yan Huan just threw me down yesterday? That freak didn't need to go easy. It was like he could kill me directly, and it seemed like he could block all abilities. What could I do? I was also quite helpless. After Rong Yin finished speaking, he stopped explaining. Believe it or not, he felt wrong too. This time, Yin Huan seemed to be venting his anger. He was also in pain from being beaten. I really want to cry, okay? Rong Yin looked at others eating ice pops with a grievance. I also want to eat. After the Rong family's challenge, it was Zhou Jing's turn. Looking at the familiar faces in front of her, Zhou Jing grinned. The few of them shivered at the same time, saying, "We let you. Isn't that good enough?" The Han family challenged the 5th place. The Chen family forfeited. The Han family challenged the 4th place. The Liu family forfeited. The Han family challenged the 3rd place. The Shun family forfeited. This series of developments left the audience stunned. What kind of benefits did the Han family offer them? Why is everyone forfeiting one after another? Are they really letting the Han family reach 3rd place so directly? The Han family challenged the 2nd place. The Ling family accepted the challenge. Finally, things returned to normal. What fun is there in watching you all not fight, right? The Ling family members were also confused, wondering why the ones ranked behind them weren't fighting. If they didn't fight, wouldn't their acceptance of the challenge be bad? Ling Jiao, however, didn't care too much. He looked at Zhou Jing, who showed no reaction, but felt a strong sense of familiarity when looking at Yin Huan. That Yin Huan. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Lian, gritting her teeth, said, "That's the person who stole our lotus last time." Hearing this, Ling Jiao recalled. His originally soft gaze towards Mu Lian became much sharper. Well then, I want to see if they have improved after so long. Last time, they relied on a sneak attack to get what they wanted. This time, we should be alert. The Ling family must take 1st place. They have stayed in 2nd place for too long. He must lead the Ling family to a new glory. Zhou Jing looked at the Ling family's demeanor and thought for a moment before discussing with her team. Do you think if I say I only want to fight the Zhou family, they would believe me? The group looked at Zhou Jing's expression as if she were an idiot. Cough, what if I negotiate with them to let them take 1st place? Would they believe that? Forgetting the competition rules made Zhou Jing a bit of a headache. If she fought the Ling family now, it would be a bit harder to fight the Zhou family later. Rubbing her head, Zhou Jing still decided to walk over to the Ling family. The Ling family's members watched the approaching figure warily. Zhou Jing noticed Mu Lian looking a bit awkward. She could tell from their expressions that they recognized her. This was quite awkward. I can't help it. I didn't want you to recognize me. Zhou Jing looked at Ling Jiao and chuckled. You must be Ling Jiao, the current head of the Ling family. Yes, what do you want? Ling Jiao's expression was indifferent, but there was still a hint of vigilance in it. Well, I want to discuss something with you. Feel free to speak. I want you to forfeit directly. Are you joking? Ling Jiao laughed instead of getting angry. No, I mean no offense. My target isn't you. Zhou Jing pointed at the Zhou family, who were peeking around, and said, my target is them. Ling Jiao became interested and asked, what do you mean? I'll fight them, and you challenge us last. I promise to forfeit. Why should I believe you? Because I'm the only one who can block his poison abilities. In the distance, Zhou Sheiyue jumped up after hearing their conversation. Ling Jiao, do you trust him that much? What if he doesn't keep his promise and doesn't forfeit? Ling Jiao ignored the talkative woman. I can consider it. Well, let us put it this way. If I went against you, I still challenge them. If I lose, I just end up one position behind you, but you will no longer have a chance to move forward. I don't aspire to first place. If I take a step back, I think it's good for both of us. All right, I accept the challenge. Let's go up and spar a bit. How's that sound? Sure. Zhou Jing smiled. Spar just to a point. They wouldn't use their full strength. And both of their goals were the same, to defeat the Zhou family. No matter how you look at it, this deal was worth it. Mu Lian felt a bit unhappy on the side, but she also understood the bigger picture. So she didn't say much. As soon as Ling Jiao finished speaking about the spar, she stood up and walked onto the stage. It was just a spar. They wouldn't use all their strength. After all, if Zhou Jing reneged later, they would still have the energy to fight her. Then it's settled. The match begins. Oh my, what is happening? A bunch of people fighting casually and playing tricks. Headache. The referee, with a headache, ran down. Zhou Jing and their match officially began. Yin Huan charged forward. Ling Jiao's impression of being harmed last time was too deep. If Zhou Jing hadn't told him to crouch, he would have definitely turned into a frozen popsicle by now. So, even though it was just a spar, Zhou Jing wanted to give Ling Jiao an attitude. You see, it's not that we can't beat you. It's just to save trouble. We keep our promises. Otherwise, even if we defeat you, we wouldn't let you take first place. This was Zhou Jing's thought, to show them her strength. I'm not afraid of you. I sincerely want to cooperate with you. Ling Jiao initially didn't take it to heart, but when Ong Yinxian landed the first heavy blow, his expression changed. Just based on Yinchuan's reaction, if it really came to a fight, he wouldn't last 3 rounds, especially with Zhou Jing's presence. The two of them were like 2 solid shields, and this Earth-type ability user provided them with a fortress. They knew his ultimate move, and moreover, thinking back to the last mission, his clan members highly praised Zhou Jingda. Ling Jiao hesitated slightly, and when Yinxian charged again, he softly said, I agree. Good, Yinxian replied, nodding back at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing was satisfied with their choice, as this was the current situation. You guys can't beat us, we'll help you fight. And when I'm done, you can pick up the leftovers. How could it be this easy, right? Zhou Jing smiled and charged forward. After exchanging a couple of looks with Ling Jiao, it made Ling Jiao even more determined in his thoughts. If they really got serious, the 3 of them might not be able to match these 2, so it was better to admit defeat. Zhou Jing pretended for a moment, and Ling Jiao raised his hand and said, we concede. You guys haven't even started yet. Do you think we're fools? And those 2 sentences you just exchanged, I suspect you guys are making some kind of deal. Zhou Jing didn't care about that, instead smiling at the 3 members of the Zhou family. Ling Sang, Zhenju, and Zhou Xieyue. I really want to meet you guys. I truly want to thank you 2 for not burning me to death back then and instead turning me into a zombie. So now it's time for me to repay you. Han family challenges the first place. Zhou family, we accept the challenge. This was about dignity. The previous families had all given up on the battle, and even the Ling family ended with a concession. So, they looked at Zhou Jing's face with that malicious smile, their hearts filled with caution. Only Ling Sang looked at Zhou Jing, thinking that this girl was still the same. Bro, wake up. Zhou Jing has a wicked smile on her face. Stepping onto the stage, just looking at Zhou Jing's expression, her face didn't look good. Her ability was to be used as a secret weapon. She truly didn't expect Zhou Jing to get involved in the competition. That basically meant she was done for. Zhenju's ability leaned towards healing. This match was going to be tough. However, Zhou Jing didn't mind at all. Tough. I think it's going to be easy. Just wait and see. I will definitely win. Oh, the match begins. As soon as the referee's words fell, Zhou Jing turned into a shadow and rushed towards Zhenju. Before Zhenju could react, she landed a punch on her face. The crowd was shocked. Are you really hitting a delicate girl? Zhou Jing didn't care, returning to her original position before Zhenju could react, leaving her standing there in a daze. What the heck? What is going on? Zhou Jing, who had already returned to her position, happily checked her nails. They were fine, and her speed had increased. It seemed she was very sensitive when facing Zhenju. This sensitivity also enhanced her speed. Zhou Jing smiled at them, but the crowd was terrified. Zhou Jing had just struck without holding back. Looking at Zhenju's swollen face, Chen Qingling couldn't help but touch her own face. She had been so nervous just now. The next target was. Zhou Jing swiftly turned towards Zhou Xieyue, but halfway there, she was blocked by Ling Sang. Seeing Ling Sang frowning, Zhou Jing suppressed the urge to punch him and took a step back. After avoiding Ling Sang, she returned to her position. Regardless of whether they truly loved each other, Ling Sang's attitude was quite obvious. He couldn't harm my nominal wife. Zhou Jing grinned. You handle Ling Sang well. I'll deal with Zhenju and the others. Han Lu, stick with Yinxian. Han Lu was a bit confused, but still followed Zhou Jing's instructions. Can you handle it alone? Han Lu asked with concern. Zhou Jing nodded. Don't worry. I want to fight them for a long time. Hearing this, Han Lu shivered, feeling a chill from her words. Ugh. Sister Jing is about to unleash her ultimate move. Yinxian, upon hearing Zhou Jing's words, charged at Ling Sang, and Han Lu followed suit. While forming an earth wall, he disrupted their line of sight. Zhou Jing looked at the 2 girls with an evil smile, scaring them into shivering. Zhou Xieyue knew her ability was of little use against Zhou Jing. She looked at Zhenju with a hint of expectation. Zhenju should have a powerful ability. Zhenju was also panicking. She was mainly supportive. Zhou Jing knew she couldn't play dirty in this situation. and neither could the two of them. So a direct confrontation was the most important, and she wasn't afraid of direct confrontations at all. Smiling at the two, Zhou Jing charged forward. The two were on high alert, watching this obviously malicious woman. Their hearts trembled, and they quickly took a defensive stance. Zhou Jing wasted no time and immediately attacked Zhou Xiaoyue. Just one hit drew complaint from the crowd. Hey, you're hitting our goddess too hard. Zhou Jing, who are you? Are we close? Ignoring them, she got more into it. The two were tossed around by Zhou Jing, not daring to show any displeasure. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are paper tigers. After venting her frustrations, Zhou Jing began to focus on inflicting pain. One hit on the shoulder blade, one on the back, here and there. Watching their expressions, Zhou Jing suddenly found it a bit boring. When she was weak, she had been bullied by these two, but now, with strength, she didn't have to be afraid at all. I now possess absolute power. She smiled as she approached the two. Are you going to step down on your own, or do you want me to knock you down? Zhou Xing gritted her teeth, looked at Zhou Jing, and walked down with her head held high. Zhenju, after glaring at Zhou Jing, also walked back, then suddenly turned around and threw a small knife before stepping off the stage. She thought Zhou Jing would be heavily injured this time, but when she turned around, she saw her knife lodged in a tree trunk in front of Zhou Jing. Did you think I would make the same mistake as Tong Yao again? Zhenju felt a chill all over her body. Zhou Jing would definitely retaliate if she wasn't dead. Zhenju regretted her recklessness, especially with Ling Sang's recent attitude towards her and Zhou Jing. She had been the one to stick her neck out. Ling Sang would never appreciate it. Now it was even worse. Why did someone who was already dead have to reappear? Yin Xian, unsurprisingly, after Zhou Jing resolved the situation here, kicked the exhausted Ling Sang down. Zhou Jing looked at Yin Xian and could only sigh. The biggest boss was indeed Yin Xian. If she went up, forget winning. Even lasting this long would be impossible. The Ling family, watching the duel between Zhou Jing and the others, found it utterly absurd. Zhou Jing truly wasn't afraid of the poison she desired, and she could so easily and happily handle the two, while simultaneously preventing their support. Zhou Jing's strength is formidable, and although I had never heard of Yin Xian before, his performance over the past few days suggests that his abilities are not inferior to Zhou Jing's. They won. A new first place has emerged. Now, let's look forward to the attack from the fifth place. We give up. The fifth place is not an ambitious family to begin with. Upon seeing the current situation, they realize it is safer to step back. Fifth place concedes. Please let the fourth place, the Liu family, challenge. Give up. Give up. What are we even fighting for? The casual attitude of the Liu family shocked everyone present. Then please, third place. We also give up. I can see it now. You guys are clearly colluding. Second place, the Ling family. We challenge the first place, the Han family. The Ling family members stated it directly. They all stared at Zhou Jing, their eyes showing a hint of disbelief. The Han family concedes. Zhou Jing's words brought a 2-second silence in the venue. Then it became lively. A new first place has emerged. Is the Ling family. Let's congratulate the new second place, the Han family. The subsequent rankings will be posted on the warning sign at the entrance. Please pay attention, and now. Our competition is over. Thank you, everyone. Looking at the hurried conclusion from the organizers, Zhou Jing shook her head in amusement. To so easily determine a family's position. How is that possible? It's simply a swap of power. Rankings are not important. Zhou Jing got up and walked back. Those people will still choose the families they think are powerful to align with. Han Xian stepped forward and asked Zhou Jing if she would come to their house for a celebration tonight. I'm not going. I'm not in the mood. I'll come over tomorrow to discuss the details. Okay. Han Xian could only nod. No more words. There will always be troublesome people trying to harm me. Back home, Zhou Jing looked at the room full of people and lay down on the sofa. Everyone in the room looked at her. Sister Jing, you must be tired. Let's cook for you. A few girls took the little ones to cook, while Yin Xian stayed by her side. Did you have fun today? Yes. Zhou Jing covered her eyes, unsure of what to say. I was just thinking, what is the meaning of this life? I really feel so tired. Don't you want this kind of life? Yin Xian gently stroked Zhou Jing's hair. Just a bit tired. Then how about I just conquer this city for you? Zhou Jing sat up in disbelief. What did you say? Conquer the city? Yes. Yin Xian's eyes were filled with tenderness. Aren't you tired? Then I'll conquer this city so these people won't bother you. Okay? No. Zhou Jing was so frightened, she was almost in tears. How can you have such thoughts? Wake up. I don't want to play a single-player game. Yin Xian just smiled. It's okay. Don't be afraid. As long as you're happy. I will always be with you, no matter what. After confirming that Yin Xian wasn't joking by looking into his eyes, Zhou Jing lay back down. Yin Xian's earlier expression was too serious, making her a bit scared. She was worried that if Yin Xian really got upset, he would conquer the city. She smoothed Yin Xian's hair, feeling emotional. Where did my soft and cute Yin Xian go? Why do I have this darkened version of Yin Xian? The next day, the news of the re-ranking of the major families had spread throughout City B. The sudden emergence of the Dark Horse, the Black Panther, and the inexplicably second-ranked Han family became hot topics of discussion, while the Zhou family, now dropped to third place, was in silence. Zhou Qingquan's expression was not good. He thought he would finally become the top leader of City B this time, but little did he know that his woman had pushed him down to third place. Dark clouds loomed over his face, and behind him, Ling Sang and Zhou Shu did not dare to speak. Only Zhen Zhu stood aside, seemingly lost in thought. Look at what you all have done. Zhou Xiaoyue said, I even considered you a trump card, but how could you not use it? Zhou Xiaoyue looked at Zhou Qingquan with sarcasm. Who do you want to blame for not doing your homework in advance? How did you not know that the Han family wanted to invite Zhou Jing? And did you not know what Zhou Jing's ability is? What is it? What could it be? Isn't she just a power ability? Zhou Qingquan was very dissatisfied with Zhou Xiaoyue's attitude. This is what happens when you raise children poorly. Huh? You believe whatever is casually reported at the base's entrance. Zhou Xiaoyue said with a sarcastic face. Your beloved daughter's real abilities are space and plant-based, not just wood-based. She can control plants. And the most important thing, she is immune to all poisons. Did you know any of this information? Zhou Xiaoyue was dissatisfied, while Zhou Qingquan was also in shock. He couldn't believe that the seemingly unimpressive girl he had was so powerful. How did you know she is immune to all poisons? Zhou Qingquan focused on this point. You tried to assassinate her? Zhou Xiaoyue smiled and said, Yes, but I almost got killed by her. Didn't I tell you not to lay a hand on her? Zhou Qingquan didn't care about what Zhou Xiaoyue said. He only heard that Zhou Xiaoyue had indeed tried to assassinate Zhou Jing. Am I not your daughter? You can't even care about me? Zhou Jing is immune to all poisons and almost killed me. That was your own doing. The Zhou family's father and daughter were in a heated argument. While Zhen Zhu was getting a bit impatient, she recalled the promise made by that chubby man last time. As long as you can leave the Zhou family, I can offer you much more. I will provide you with a group of people dedicated to you, and rest assured, I do not belong to any family. However, I manage the Ability Users Association in City B, so I can give you priority for any good opportunities. It would be impossible for Zhen Zhu not to be tempted. Now that her strength has increased, even if they band together, without strength, it would be useless. It would be better to find someone who could help her climb up. If it doesn't work, she could just kick him away after getting to the top. The more she listened to their argument, the more annoyed she felt. Zhen Zhu finally lost her patience. She waved her hand and stood up. I'm so sick of this. You two argue every day. Isn't it annoying? If you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed. The two arguing heatedly turned to the person who suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Zhou Xiaoyue blurted out. I mean nothing. I just simply find you two quite annoying. I came to your Zhou family just to borrow some influence. But I didn't expect you to be here plotting against each other. Ha! And this Ling Sang, I have to say you two are really the same kind of person. Don't you know who Ling Sang's boyfriend is? Seeing Zhou Qingquan's old face losing its composure, Zhen Zhu said, You all know, but you choose to forget selectively. You only need whoever is useful to you, and you will only act for your own interests. Short-sighted and clueless. Trying to take my boyfriend just because you can't get Zhou Jing's boyfriend. You have quite the nerve. All right, I want to say more. Your family is rotten to the core. Goodbye. If possible, I never want to see you again. Zhen Zhu didn't care about anything else and turned to leave. Why wait for them to react? Let them stew on it. Cough. The shocked trio was first to be brought back to reality by Zhou Qingquan, who looked at the two and said, Let's not talk about that for now. Let's discuss another matter. The two also regained their senses, seemingly forgetting what Zhen Zhu had just said. However, what they truly forgot was their own issues. Zhen Zhu happily threw herself into her new embrace. And after waking up in the morning, Zhou Jing also wobbled her way to the Han family. The Han family, still buzzing from a night of revelry, was quick to welcome her as soon as they saw her. Sister Jing. Everyone now referred to Zhou Jing respectfully as Sister Jing, and she silently accepted it. Now that you've secured the second position, what are your future plans? Well, we're thinking of recruiting a batch of ability users first, and then start taking over the power in B City. You all understand these matters better than I do, so I won't say much. I'm just here to discuss the matter of me helping you get on stage, which is a result of our hiring relationship, and I want to elaborate further. All right? But I know we are relatives, but I think we shouldn't cling too much to this relationship in the future, don't you think? The Han family members looked at Zhou Jing's expression and finally nodded with difficulty. The joy of victory from yesterday had quickly faded. After all, with Zhou Jing's reputation, many people would come seeking her, and the Han family still felt a bit weak. Now Zhou Jing said they couldn't use her name. It's important to note that out of 3 competitors, 2 were Zhou Jing's people, while the last one, Han Lu, was just there to tag along. Zhou Jing's words posed a dilemma for everyone in the room. However, they couldn't say much, as it was her decision. We understand. Well, if there is nothing else, we'll head back now. Say hi to my grandma for me. After Zhou Jing finished speaking, she was about to leave. Han Xian didn't know what to say and could only nod in agreement. Zhou Jing left the Han family's door with Yan Huan. The two discussed what to do in the future, even if they no longer had the Han family's name to rely on, how to establish a foothold in B City. Sister Jing, Mr. Yan. The two turned around at the sound of someone calling them. What's the matter? Mr. Han is asking for Mr. Yan. Han Xian? Yes. What does he want with Yan Huan? The person shook his head. We don't know. We're just delivering the message from the family heads. Zhou Jing looked at this somewhat unfamiliar face and then at Yan Huan. Go, see what Han Xian wants with you. All right, you head home first. Don't wander around. Yan Huan was not worried about Zhou Jing being harmed and nodded to show he understood. Let us go. Okay. Watching the two walk away, Zhou Jing raised an eyebrow. What was Han Xian up to now? As Zhou Jing walked along the road, she noticed little things along the way and suddenly felt someone bump into her. Fortunately, given her current state, even if she was bumped, it wouldn't be a problem. However, the person who bumped into her suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his leg and shouting, "It hurts! It hurts! An ability user hit me!" Zhou Jing looked at this puzzling person and the gradually surrounding crowd, her mind calculating. Was this a setup? But things were clearly not that simple. The security team appeared just in time, assessing the situation while keeping a wary eye on Zhou Jing. They certainly recognized her and were aware of her formidable attack power. Someone else hitting someone. Miss Zhou, we're very sorry, but given the circumstances it's hard for us to handle this. The two looked troubled. It's not good for an ability user to hit an ordinary person. I know. I didn't hit him. He bumped into me and then fell down. No one can prove that. Outside, not a single person spoke up. Everyone had only come after the commotion started and had no knowledge of the actual situation. They were just there to watch the fun. Seeing this, Zhou Jing frowned slightly and said, "Then forget it. You can follow the normal procedure and take me away." The two exchanged glances and said, "We're sorry." Zhou Jing did not miss the glimmer of joy in their eyes. Quietly, she was taken to the central building. Throughout the journey, Zhou Jing did not struggle, which brought some relief to the two. As long as she didn't move around, they led her straight to the laboratory on the top floor and brought her into a fully enclosed space. Then the two stepped out, smiling at Zhou Jing, saying, "What happens next is beyond our control. Please bear with us." Zhou Jing nodded, not saying anything further, and the two left, heading towards the office. Zhou Jing remembered that Wang Qian seemed to work here. She inquired about the smell, but found nothing. It seemed this place was well shielded. She tried knocking on the glass. Surprisingly, it didn't break, and there was not a single person around her. She didn't even have a chance to ask anyone. She quietly sat down, trying to listen to the sounds outside. There were footsteps and faint voices of conversation. "Miss Zhou." Zhou Jing opened her eyes to see an unfamiliar man standing in front of her. The man wore a greasy smile that made one feel uncomfortable. It was hard to tell how long it had been since he last washed his hair, as it looked greasy too. "Hello, who are you?" I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a researcher at the base, specializing in the antidote for the zombie virus." Before Zhou Jing could respond, Familiar footsteps sounded behind the man. Sister, we meet again. Zhou Xiayue looked at Zhou Jing with a broad smile on her face. I don't want to see you at all. Just say what you need to say. Sister, you have no idea how much trouble your actions yesterday caused me with Dad. Huh, what does that have to do with me? It's not your concern, but if I say it will soon be your concern, I wonder if you'll be happy. Zhou Jing knew this matter wouldn't be simple. Huh, sister, you can only blame yourself for being too confident. Someone. Zhou Xiayue's cheerful demeanor suddenly changed as she called out, and several men appeared behind her. Very impressive. All level 5 ability users here to deal with me? ISNT that right? Knowing how powerful you are, we VE brought in the best this time. Zhou Jing closed her eyes and shook her head. What time is it? And you're still talking about experts. To see what her sister was planning. Zhou Jing chose to quietly watch her performance. Now we know that level 5 ability users 1T fear mutation. But what if it's the mutated zombie virus? Injected directly into the body, do you think it might cause mutation? Zhou Jing's expression was blank. What nonsense is that all? If it were other ability users, it would be hard to say if they would mutate, but my sister. Zhou Jing's expression was extremely complex, a mix of mockery and pity. Poor Zhou Xiayue. After performing for so long, she and T gotten a single thing right. When you get the needle, don't cry. Oh, what if I mutate? How will you explain it? Huh. We'll say you were ambushed by a zombie. Oh, so you're pinning it on the zombies, huh? As long as you're happy. After Zhou Jing finished speaking, a big smile appeared on her face. For some reason, Zhou Xiayue sensed a hint of sarcasm in that smile. You clearly know that sometimes one shouldn't say too much, but you just refuse to remember. Zhou Jing's words sounded like she was scolding a disobedient child, but the relaxed expression on her face made Zhou Xiayue uneasy. Give me the injection. The greasy-haired man took orders and had them open the door. The several ability users immediately rushed in and subdued Zhou Jing. Miss Zhou, I'm sorry. We didn't want this either, but it's not good to block someone's way, the man said as he took out a syringe. The red liquid inside made Zhou Jing feel a bit excited. Are you all using the zombie virus? Yes, don't be afraid of the pain. It will be over quickly. All right. Zhou Jing was too lazy to resist. She preferred seeing the looks on these people's faces when their perceptions were challenged. By the way, after you finish, just throw her out. This mutation will take a bit longer, and I don't want her to pin it on me later. Understood. They all wore faint smiles of excitement. Zhou Jing, however, had calmed down. She didn't know what this serum was for, but she needed to contact Wang Qian after returning. This group would definitely do anything to get their hands on the serum. She felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. When she looked again, the serum had already been injected into her body. Just throw her back. All right. A few of them supported Zhou Jing as they walked outside. Zhou Jing looked at the confident Zhou Xiayue, wondering where her confidence came from. However, she was indeed convinced that this thing was the zombie virus. After being injected, she felt a surge of heat in her blood. At that moment, Zhou Jing felt desperate. Fortunately, it was just a virus. If it were blood, who knows if there would be any rejection or something like that. What if it's not my blood type? Zhou Jing was thus escorted back to the original spot, where Yan Xian was darkening his face nearby, searching for her. When he saw Zhou Jing returning with a few men behind her, he almost couldn't contain his anger. What's going on? It's nothing. I'll explain later. Zhou Jing waved at a few of them and left the market. What happened? Zhou Xiayue's people took her away. What happened? What's going on? Yan Xian's expression was tense. Zhou Jing couldn't help but smile. They injected me with the zombie virus. Yan Xian's face suddenly brightened. What the hell? Both of them understood the situation and found it increasingly amusing. I think they're a bit foolish. I think they're just foolish. Zhou Jing nodded, and the two laughed so hard they couldn't stand up straight. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiayue was still waiting for Zhou Jing's mutation, followed by some commotion. Who knew that a day passed with nothing happening, and 2 days passed with nothing happening? But Zhou Jing had not appeared again. Zhou Xiayue closed her eyes. Perhaps Zhou Jing was dead for some reason and didn't explode? Zhou Jing was indeed a bit busy because after being injected with the zombie virus, she had leveled up to level 6. However, because this experience increased rapidly, her realm was unstable. This meant that she might not be able to overcome this hurdle due to being forcibly leveled up. So for the past 2 days, she stayed at home, diligently consolidating her spirit, nourishing little Yiya, and taking care of her own body. Finally, on the morning of the third day, she successfully leveled up. She squeezed her claws. It felt like she had more strength. Moreover, her whole body was filled with power. Lilia also poked its head out. I think I can control more things now. Zhou Jing looked at her with disdain. Like what? Well, I can control all the plants outside and even increase their growth speed. At least you're somewhat useful. Zhou Jing nodded, indicating she was somewhat satisfied with this answer. Lilia was in tears. She wasn't as useful as those plants outside. Zhou Jing knew that the underground was already depleted of nutrients, and the crops outside could grow well, all thanks to little Yi. However, she absolutely couldn't let it get arrogant. Absolutely not. The mischievous Zhou Jing decided to find an opportunity to strike it down. Just when the family was happy about Zhou Jing's level up, there was suddenly a loud banging on the door, along with Xiao Luo's constant pleading. Sister, stop banging. If you keep banging, the door will break. The people outside seemed a bit embarrassed, stopping the banging, but started to shout. Zhou Jing, open the door. Don't hide inside and be silent. I know you're home. Open the door, quick. Everyone was feeling black lines on their foreheads. That voice belonged to none other than Chen Qingling. What was this girl doing here so early? A few curious ones went to open the door, while Zhou Jing sat on the sofa, looking at Chen Qingling with confusion. What is going on? Why are you out so early? Who knows? Chen Qingling didn't seem to want to answer, but instead ran up to Zhou Jing, inspecting her and constantly poking and tugging. What's wrong? Zhou Jing could no longer tolerate it and pushed her hands away. Finally, as if relieved, she said, Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I knew the rumors outside were false. What rumors? Zhou Jing's family was baffled. Because of Zhou Jing's level up, the family hadn't gone out for a few days and had been said to be relaying messages from the outside. The word outside is that you were taken by zombies and mutated into one, which is why you haven't appeared for so many days. Zhou Jing chuckled. Do I look like I have a problem? I don't look like it. Thank goodness you're fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who to play with. As long as you know I'm fine. Zhou Jing laughed uncontrollably. I'm doing great. I was leveling up these past few days. Didn't you notice I leveled up? Chen Qingling then realized that Zhou Jing had indeed leveled up. Pouting, Chen Qingling poked Zhou Jing unhappily. You leveled up again. Why can't you wait for me? I didn't want to. It's a sad story. Chen Qingling expressed that she didn't understand and didn't want to understand, as it seemed like a serious matter, and Zhou Jing's expression was so strange. A smile mixed with anger? What the hell? So creepy, sister. All right, as long as you're fine, I'll head back now. Oh, be careful these days. It seems like the news came from the Zhou family, and recently Zhou Sheiyue has been acting more cocky. I truly want to hit her. If you want to go, just go. I believe you can do it. Zhou Jing wore an unkind smile. Do you think I'm foolish? The guards following her aren't pushovers. All right, I think I should go out for a stroll. Not appearing for these few days has made some people swell with pride. All right, I'll head back first. Go ahead. Face-lapping Zhou Jing stood up and told her family that they had worked hard these past few days, and today they could go out for a walk. Just have fun. I'll pay when we go out. Good. Listening to Zhou Jing meant she didn't want to go out with them. She wanted to go out with Yin Xian. They naturally understood and highly praised this behavior, since they didn't have to spend money. Zhou Jing smiled. She and Yin Xian went out. Meanwhile, Lu Luo also left with Yi Chong, who had just appeared, with a natural expression. He had always known Zhou Jing and their movements. Seeing them so calm, he knew, and with the rumors flying outside, he understood Zhou Jing was leveling up. So he didn't disturb them. Qin Kong took the two kids out, and the three of them ran towards the snack street. She hadn't exercised recently and felt her figure was starting to develop sideways. But who cares? Eating comes first. Zhou Jing and Yin Xian walked towards the Han family, while the people along the way looked at Zhou Jing's appearance, all with expressions of disbelief, as if they had seen something incredible. When they returned to the Han family, they sat down under the amazed gaze of the Han family. The matriarch of the Han family came out with red eyes. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. I knew you wouldn't have any problems. It's good. It's good. I felt that the silence from your side was the best kind of silence. Grandma, it's okay. You don't need to worry. Hey, is there something going on this time? There is indeed something. Zhou Jing's expression became a bit serious. How much power do you now have in the city? We have some, but the Zhou family is a bit slow. Have you taken control of the laboratory? Not yet. That area belongs to the highest mechanism. Even the number one ranking person doesn't dare to interfere. You know, scientists have rather strange tempers. Well, if that's the case, then there's nothing else. You can just proceed in the current order. Okay. The Han family members nodded. They didn't dare to speak in front of Zhou Jing. Perhaps because the memory was too deep and he really had nothing to worry about. Didn't they say there was an infection of the zombie virus? Each family had different thoughts, and Zhou Jing felt a hint of hostility from them, but didn't say anything. Whatever, as if it has anything to do with me. Besides the Han family members, she walked straight over to the Liu family. Wang Qian didn't know how to find her, so she could only look for Liu Cheng. When she arrived at the Liu family, the people there were a bit surprised that Zhou Jing suddenly came to see them. After Zhou Jing explained her intentions, they called Liu Cheng. Liu Cheng looked at Zhou Jing and felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she was shy about past events. Where's Wang Qian now? How can I contact her? Is something wrong? When it comes to serious matters, Liu Cheng is quite reliable. Well, there's indeed something. The laboratory is where Wang Qian is supposed to be, right? Yes, what's wrong with the laboratory? I can't explain it clearly right now. Can you help me contact Wang Qian quickly? I'm afraid she might be in danger. After Zhou Jing finished this sentence, Liu Cheng became a bit nervous and said, She just left here this morning. I'll help you call someone now. Okay, thank you. No need. After saying that, Liu Cheng ran up. Each family has some special channels to contact people. Sure enough, after 20 minutes, Wang Qian returned. Looking at Zhou Jing sitting there, she frowned. Are you okay now? I'm fine. It's good that you're okay. The base has been buzzing about it these past few days. I thought since you didn't contact me, you must be fine, so I didn't come looking for you. What happened to you these days? He leveled up. Wang Qian, being an ordinary person, couldn't feel it, but she was happy for Zhou Jing after hearing she leveled up. It's good if you leveled up. Did you call me back for something? Well, let's talk about this matter inside. Zhou Jing's expression was very alert, and Wang Qian also became cautious. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jing led her to the bedroom where she and Liu Cheng were staying. Liu Cheng gentlemanly helped them close the door. What's wrong? Is it that serious? Is there a greasy hair guy in your laboratory? Oh, him. Wang Qian seemed unwilling to speak more about this person. What's wrong with him? He's from Zhou Xiaoyue. Zhao Xiaoyu. Wang Qian's expression was somewhat subtle. What's wrong? It's nothing, just a bit surprised. Well, I'm just telling you this. That man is very dangerous. So, what happened a couple of days ago? Well, the events from a couple of days ago were quite coincidental. He injected something into me. Wang Qian's expression became alert. What was it? Zhou Jing's expression was subtle as she said, a red substance, a small vial. Wang Qian's expression changed immediately. What? He dared to bring out such a dangerous thing. Well, then, there's no need for me to say anything more, right? Well, I'm Fine. Maybe I leveled up and suppressed that thing. Thank goodness for that. Wang Qian didn't doubt it. I understand now. I'll be cautious in the future. This thing is too dangerous, and it's time to clear him out. The people in the laboratory have tolerated him for a long time. No wonder he's been so arrogant lately. It turned out he was holding onto a big thigh. Well, I won't say much more. Just be careful. Okay. Wang Qian nodded in agreement. No wonder this matter had to be discussed privately. The current Liu family is not very secure, so it's better to be more cautious lately. Okay. After Zhou Jing finished her warning, she felt relieved. She hadn't shown up for a while, and Wang Qian's comfort didn't affect her. Now that she had appeared, Wang Qian might be targeted by them instead, so it's better to be careful. After leaving the Liu family, Yin Huan walked down the street, and there were still strange looks from people watching them. I didn't expect the news of my mutation had spread throughout the Holby city. Everyone's gaze on me is like looking at a ghost. It's a bit excessive. Yin Huan looked at a few people coming from afar and said, They're coming. Let them come. I'm not afraid of them. Who's feeling guilty is still uncertain. When the newcomers saw Zhou Jing's face, they were completely stunned. How are you still alive? Zhou Xiaoyue could hardly believe it. Which link went wrong? Thanks to you. Zhou Jing smiled. Although the people nearby were just onlookers, they could understand what had happened and felt that these two from the Zhou family were definitely not as rumored. There must be more secrets that everyone didn't know. Thinking of this, the onlookers became excited. What? Is something interesting about to happen? Zhou Jing had no intention of sacrificing herself to entertain the public. Ignoring Zhou Xiaoyue's expression of disgust, she turned and left. As long as my goal of making people feel disgusted is achieved, that's enough. Zhou Shiyue watched Zhou Jing's distant figure, feeling like she needed to pinch herself to see if she was dreaming. What is going on? This person was supposed to be dead already. Why? Why is she walking on the street as if nothing happened? There can only be one possibility. The greasy-haired man lied to me, ignoring their dog-eat-dog thoughts. Zhou Jing was thinking about whether she should go on a mission soon, or do something in B City. Sitting idle like this is not a good idea. But it doesn't have a very good influence, haha. After returning home, she let Qing Xing out. Qing Kong rushed up to hug her sister with shining eyes as soon as they got home, only to be pushed away by Qing Xing. Zhou Jing had kept her confined in the space, and the situation hadn't changed much, but even so, it made Qing Kong chubby from being fed with crystal cores. Zhou Jing was also considering that Qing Xing was becoming more and more like an ordinary person, and there should be a suitable opportunity for her to appear in public. After all, the few of them had been appearing, and Qing Xing had not. Recently, her personality had stabilized, so it might be time to say, when someone is sleepy, someone offers a pillow. While Zhou Jing was pondering whether to go out and give Qing Xing a proper identity, Shun Songji arrived. He had a complex expression on his face when he saw Zhou Jing, and the first thing he said was, "You didn't die. It's so good that you're still alive." How does this kid talk? It's a miracle he hasn't been killed yet. Speak up, what's the matter? There's a particularly suitable mission for you guys. We were just thinking about whether to go out for some activities recently. Otherwise, this fat meat will keep increasing, and it won't look good. Stop it. Don't be so sarcastic. Shun Songji weakly took out a mission. You need to go to Spider Forest again, find that black water, and bring it back. What, there's no black water? Zhou Jing asked somewhat nervously. After all, she had poured out herself. Then just bring back some soil from there. Even if the water is clear, the soil that has been soaked for years must be contaminated. You just need to bring something back. Why aren't you going? I'm going. If I go again, I'll be ruined. Isn't it enough that I almost died last time? Moreover, it's toxic there. I can't stand it. After receiving this task, I'll give it to you because I think you are more suitable, and you don't even have to meet the employer, which is great. If you think it's okay, then go ahead. It's quite good. We've been there before, and going again doesn't matter. Plus, we are very familiar with it. Zhou Jing's strange smile made Shin Songji feel uneasy. As long as you're happy, you should hurry back. Just don't act all cocky there. All right, thank you for the task. No need to thank me. Shun Songji turned and left, leaving those behind laughing so hard they couldn't stand up straight. The Spider Forest, going there again is quite good. Zhou Jing's immunity to poison was obtained there, so she wouldn't be afraid of the toxins there. Instead, what kind of mentality does someone who knows their poison hold? Do they think they're treasure or something? Can her strange constitution be the same as theirs? She touched her little belly. I don't care. If someone wants to deliver a head, I'll just assist and get involved. But it's very possible that someone knows her immunity to poison came from there. Anything is possible. Who cares? The next day, everyone packed their bags and set off on their journey. Inside a building in City B, Zhenzhu was proudly admiring her nails. She already knew how Zhou Jing was immune to poison, so as long as she got that thing too, she could also be full of poison and immune to it. She happily looked at the man next to her, who was the chubby man Zhou Jing and the others saw at that time. The man was also looking at Zhenzhu's body with a look of intoxication. My little beauty. You call her your little beauty? Speak. Did you fool around with that little beauty again yesterday? The man's face showed slight embarrassment, but he still shamelessly said that only you are my little beauty. The others are just for fun. Oh baby, don't be jealous. Zhenzhu, as a wood-type ability user, always had a faint, subtle fragrance on her body. And since she was a woman who knew how to take care of herself, constantly using her abilities to nourish herself, she looked much more beautiful than ordinary women. This is also why the man couldn't bear to let Zhenzhu go, no matter how many other women he had. Now that Zhenzhu had a significant resource from the chubby man, even if he didn't want her anymore, she could live well. However, being a woman with support is also quite good. She relied on the man. Now, she was just waiting for Zhou Jing's immunity to poison to come back. So, the employer was her nemesis, and Zhou Jing knew nothing, happily going to do the task. I wonder if Zhenzhu would cry or laugh if she knew Zhou Jing took the task. Zhou Jing and the others easily headed towards the Spider Forest, with Xiao Luo occasionally going over. They were quite at ease, and with Wang Qian keeping an eye on things, Zhou Jing had nothing to worry about. Right now, the atmosphere in City B was tense. They couldn't easily act to break this balance. Her mind was a bit chaotic, and she didn't even come to her senses after entering the spider forest. The few people beside her were also reliable, and they walked straight towards the spring that had been polluted for a long time. There wasn't much change here, perhaps because not many people were willing to come. Things weren't too damaged. They followed the sound and found the water. Looking at the withered yellow leaves here, they could only sigh. The water wasn't as black as before, but it was still a bit murky. There was no way around it. As Shun Songji said, the soil here had already been polluted, and if they wanted it to become clean water, it would probably take many years to achieve that. Zhou Jing cautiously probed the water. When she pulled her hand out, she indeed saw faint black mist swirling above it. But it wasn't as thick as it was back then. She couldn't understand why someone would want the water here, even if they drank it. They wouldn't be immune to poison, right? And they might get entangled with something that couldn't be resolved. But whatever, I've already got it. Zhou Jing took out a small bottle and scooped up a bottle of water, then took out another bottle and scooped up some soil from the ground. Yes, this should be about right. Well, with these two things, I want to head back. This task was too easy for them. They could return in a day. Before they had time to be happy, Lu Luo stepped out of the toxic area first, but unfortunately, as soon as she did, poor Lu Luo was taken hostage. What's going on? A group of people looked at the outsiders in confusion. Who are you? Why are you in the spider forest? Huh? That's the question we want to ask you. Zhou Jing stepped forward, saying, "We're not bad people. Can you not? Step back. Don't come over." The person said, tightening their grip. Seeing the blood marks appearing around Lu Luo's neck, they said, "We'll step back. Just don't hurt her." Zhou Jing took 2 steps back while also regretting letting her guard down in this place. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" Zhou Jing asked. That's what we want to ask. How did you appear here? We're from City B, here to do a task. Doing a task. What task? We just need to bring some of the water back. Do you know that the water here is cursed water? No, we don't. Zhou Jing coldly retorted, which left the man speechless. To clarify, we really don't know what cursed water this is. I just want to know why you're holding my partner hostage. I now suspect you want to use this water for some dangerous purposes. You should hurry and come back with us. So you're not from City B? Of course not. Oh, that makes sense. Lu Luo was about to get depressed. Can you not do this? It's awkward for me to be hanging like this. Can you loosen a bit? I'm feeling quite uncomfortable. Then the person on the other side tightened their grip even more. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. The group continued to drag the 2 men out of the forest and followed them to their car. Their car was quite ordinary, but it was clear that the safety of this vehicle was very good. They sped along and surprisingly reached a flat area. One of the men parked the car. Are you going to kill us and silence us here? The man looked at them with disdain. Don't think we're as stupid as you. After saying that, he opened a secret passage. Ugh. The expressions of the group were as if they had seen something incredible. Do you usually come and go through here? Yeah, otherwise what? The people here seemed to have a peculiar confidence, thinking their place was the best, while other places were garbage. Zhou Jing was not worried about anything else. Although the underground looked safe, they considered that some mutated beasts might attack them. Although she thought of this, Zhou Jing didn't say it out loud, and instead followed them down the passage. A pale Lu Luo still had a look of despair while being held hostage. Zhou Jing and the others would definitely have a new reason to mock themselves in the future. Her heart felt so tired. Meanwhile, this group of people cautiously made their way deeper inside. When passing through a security door, they said, "All of you, go there to change clothes, enter this place for disinfection, then put on our protective suits before coming back in." Watching them so tightly wound, the middle-aged man felt as if he had entered some magical institution. Green Ivy was finally released. Hatred for Zhou Jing and the others. She entered the room. Why do I feel like I was brought here for no reason? I clearly don't care about what is going on here. Green Ivy's eyes were filled with tears. Okay, we're here now. Zhou Jing thought about the disinfection room while taking off her clothes and walking in. After feeling as if she had been sprayed with a bunch of gases, she moved forward and put on their protective suit. All right, you all come quickly. I don't feel anything right now. It should be safe. Stop pretending you're immune to everything. The two of them cautiously walked in. Little Zombie followed Yin Huan into another changing room. The two girls, carrying their treasures, also entered the disinfection room. After being disinfected and confirming there was no problem, they changed their clothes. I really don't know what they want to do here. I'm so exhausted. I just came out to complete a mission. Green Ivy kept mumbling, the wound on her neck quite noticeable. All right, being angry won't help. Let us just honestly see what they want to do. Nodding in agreement, they walked out the door, where several men had been waiting for a long time. You really are slow, one man said impatiently. Oh, Zhou Jing couldn't be bothered to respond to him. They followed them into this magical place. Entering that small door, they could see the full view of this place. This is simply an ant city. Everyone looked at the place in disbelief. It was layered like the decorations of a Meow village. But all the decorations and buildings were made of earth. Strictly speaking, this was indeed a beautiful place, but also felt very oppressive. Because everyone here was wearing protective suits, it felt solemn yet oppressive. This is our city, the underground city. The man finally introduced formally. My name is AI, and he is Bao. AI, why is your name so simple? Well, because our names are just code names, and names are unnecessary here. Our guardian is our elder. Talking in a disjointed manner. We refuse to talk to you. What is your purpose in bringing us here? AI's expression became somewhat subtle. Naturally, it's for your own good. Here you will have the highest honor. What does that have to do with us? We don't want to know what is going on here. If there is nothing, we'll leave. Zhou Jing and the others were not helpless people. If they hadn't been caught due to carelessness in the first place, they wouldn't have to come here at all. We don't want your supreme honor. If there is nothing going on, we'll leave first. Once you're in, it's not that easy to leave. AI's expression turned slightly sinister. And after he finished speaking, the surrounding people closed in. Zhou Jing noticed that there were very few women here, and those present were mostly older, regardless of gender. Their faces bore a hint of emptiness. They had no abilities and were all ordinary people. Zhou Jing looked at Green Ivy, who was talking to her. They have no abilities, but can survive here. What about those two men? They also have no abilities. That is strange, but they are very strong. Green Ivy talked about being kidnapped and unable to break free. Their quiet murmurs caught AI's attention. What are you talking about over there? Nothing. We were just discussing whether to settle here. AI's expression relaxed slightly as he asked, have you come to a decision? Of course, we decided. We want to stay. Zhou Jing said. The few people beside her were a bit surprised but didn't say anything. They just nodded and said, all right, I'll take you to see the elder now. Good. I also want to know what they're up to. Zhou Jing naturally followed them. A group of people walking alongside AI. AI had a strange expression on his face. Zhou Jing and the others pretended not to see and followed them downstairs. The building was in the form of a mud house, like a giant ice cream cone. In the middle, there was a staircase for people to go up and down. In this large mud house, each floor had hundreds of rooms, and each room was filled with people. As Zhou Jing and the others walked down, they observed the expressions of the people around them. Some faces were filled with indifference, some with numbness, and some looked at Zhou Jing and the others with a hint of pity. Although they didn't know what the pity meant, Zhou Jing continued to follow them down. The biggest discovery along the way was the absence of young girls. There were indeed many men, but most of them were over 40. Their faces, though not heavily wrinkled, bore a look of numbness, and some even had expressions of despair. This place is not simple, Zhou Jing thought while observing AI walking ahead. Their actions are too strange. I must figure out what they want. Living here will guarantee your clothing, food, and housing. You don't need to worry about not having clothes or food. We will meet all your needs. What about compensation? Zhou Jing pretended to be interested and asked. What compensation? AI turned back with a puzzled expression. I mean, are we supposed to eat and drink here without any compensation from you? Of course not. Although we're not a charity, we have our own system, so you don't have to worry about us abandoning you. Looking at AI's ambiguous words, Zhou Jing found it amusing. Full of holes. If it weren't to see what you really want to do, I wouldn't bother with you. Soon, they reached the bottom level. It was evident that this floor seemed to be the elder's residence. I don't know how this elder Zhang has accumulated such prestige to have so many followers here. The elder is right here. You can go in. Remember, be respectful. Yes. Zhou Jing and the others walked in. It was a slightly dim little room. Zhou Jing's nose was quite sensitive. She seemed to smell a strange odor here. There was a bit of a bloody smell, and some. She looked up. A somewhat withered old man appeared in front of her. The old man had a scruffy beard on his chin, and his face was covered with loose skin. His eyes were cloudy, and he wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. For some reason, even though he should be a kind old man, he made Zhou Jing feel uncomfortable. What is wrong? Are you my new guests? Gusts isoposizo. Zhou Jing nodded and smiled. Welcome. This is the safe fortress I built for ordinary people here. You can have everything here, safety, food, you can have it all. Elder. At this moment, AI walked into the room, and the elder looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Why did you come in so suddenly? Sorry, Elder, I forgot to report. These people appeared at the cursed spring. We noticed something was off with them, so we brought them back. The elder's face was filled with disbelief. You went to the cursed spring? If you're talking about the place where we met, then it should be. Oh no, this is terrible. The old man's face was filled with anxiety. For some reason, Zhou Jing felt no waves in her heart upon seeing this scene, and she even wanted to laugh. Excuse me, is there a problem? The problem is huge. It was a cursed spring. Didn't you notice that the water there was dark and murky? It really is. Zhou Jing smiled, looking at the old man, as if saying, please start your performance. The old man indeed panicked, saying this is really bad. The curse in this spring is a very terrifying curse, and apart from me, no one can break it. Worry was written all over the old man's face. But Zhou Jing felt something was off. Classmate, you seem to be too deep into your role. If you say there's something inside, I believe it. But if you say there's a curse, I can only laugh. Do you think I'm foolish? Even if curses exist, you can't just spout nonsense like that. She stopped watching the old man's performance and lowered her head to think about something. The nearby green vine interjected, we didn't touch it. We just looked at it from outside. Can't we even look at it? Of course not. Do you think a curse is a joke? Do you think curses are that easy to remove? I have my people patrolling there to prevent some from accidentally entering the cursed area and leaving with curses all over them, then spreading the curse. Zhou Jing wanted to laugh. When the spiders were rampant there, were your patrols. I cleared the place up mostly, and you all went to patrol. You're great. It was obvious that even his own people didn't believe him, but to prevent the performance from falling apart, Zhou Jing still spoke up. Then what should we do? What to do? The old man pretended to be deep in thought. After a long time, when Zhou Jing and the others thought the old man had fallen asleep, he finally spoke. Then I'll remove it for you. He said this with a face full of righteousness. AI cooperatively said, Elder, your health. It's fine. The elder waved his hand and said, this is my mission to save the world. As long as I can save someone immersed in this world, I will be happy. AI's face was filled with reverence. Elder. You. It's fine. A few guests. Please wait a day or two for me. When I've gathered my energy, I'll help you remove it. How does that sound? Sure. Zhou Jing couldn't help but laugh, but still insisted on finishing the act. Otherwise, it would waste the cooperation of two people. Go on. The old man seemed a bit tired and sat cross-legged on the bed. AI promptly led them out of the room. The elder needs to rest well. You are truly fortunate. The elder can not only help you remove the curse, but anyone who can be treated by the elder will eventually become a saintess. The saintess is really powerful. I don't quite understand. Aren't you the elder? How does this connect to the saintess? You don't understand. It's okay. Tomorrow is a small festival of ours. By then, you will know. Zhou Jing and the others nodded with complex expressions, indicating they understood. As long as you're happy. Unable to hold back, Zhou Jing retorted, is this room prepared for you? It's on the second floor. Zhou Jing just noticed they were on the second floor, and there were very few people there, as if it were specially prepared. Saintess, this is what we prepare to receive guests. No wonder. Zhou Jing and the others understood. Prepared for the guests. What an honor. Why not kneel and worship? Looking at the seemingly larger room than the ones above, Zhou Jing and the others nodded and thanked AI. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first. AI nodded and left the room. Watching AI walk away completely, Zhou Jing and their group finally relaxed. This was a small suite. Several girls decisively pushed Xiao Sang and Yin Huan into the small room inside, while they laid down in the outer room. I really don't know how this Zhao Lao has such authority. He looks like an old scammer to me. I feel the same way. Qin Kong said a bit uncomfortably, I always feel her expression is a bit lewd, and that gaze is strange, making me uncomfortable. You feel that way too. I thought I was the only one. Green Vine hurriedly said. Yes, I also think this old man is a bit off. So what should we do? Run? No, let's not run yet. I also want to see what they're trying to do. This is an underground world. Even so, it can guarantee the appearance of light, indicating they have something we don't know about. The few of them could only nod in agreement. In this place, if they didn't shrink their necks, they would probably be eaten by them. Xiao Sang walked in from the inner room while they were talking. Mom. What's wrong? Zhou Jing patted Xiao Sang's head. The others looked at the rarely speaking Xiao Sang. This old man has supernatural powers. What? Everyone in the room was a bit incredulous because they really didn't feel any supernatural powers from this old man. Not at all. How did Xiao Sang know? Yes, it's a mental type supernatural power, and he seems to have a kind of cognitive blockage that makes you unable to sense his powers. Of course, this cognitive blockage has a bug. While you can't sense his powers, he also can't sense yours. Xiao Sang, do you have this supernatural power? I do. Okay. Then tomorrow you also give us cognitive blockage. No matter where we go, you give it to us? Okay? Sure. Xiao Sang thought for a moment and agreed. We have no major issues with this. I estimate this old man is also doing this to dispel your doubts, making you mistakenly think he is just an ordinary old man, so that you let your guard down. Haha, how is that possible? Today was also quite dangerous. I used the same supernatural power as him, so I could feel what was happening on his side. Zhou Jing knew Xiao Sang was just rambling and that there was definitely something they didn't know, but Xiao Sang was unwilling to say more. Okay, having this information is enough. Zhou Jing told Xiao Sang, now go to Dad. Mom. Xiao Sang thought that after saying this, she could stay with her, but she was still ruthlessly rejected. So heartbreaking. There's no love left in this world. Zhou Jing and the others laughed as they watched Xiao Sang enter the inner room. To prevent anything strange from being in their food, Zhou Jing took out some bread and shared it among everyone. Let's just sleep like this for now. All right. They had run all day, and by the time they reached the spider forest, they were already very tired, and they were forcibly brought to this place, which was simply absurd. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied, they still fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Sang and Yin Huan said they were in another room, but neither of them fell asleep deeply. Instead, they listened intently to the situation around them. Tonight was eerily quiet. Didn't they say there was a festival tomorrow? Are festivals always this quiet? With some doubts, the two of them still couldn't sleep. They even knew that a few people had come to their door in the middle of the night. Those people didn't come in, but stood sideways as if listening to something. At last, one person even bent down. They didn't know what that person was going to do, but since they were in the inner room, they couldn't see her specific actions. From her attire, she should be a woman. Yin Huan frowned, looking around with no unusual movements, pretending not to know. The night passed without incident. After Zhou Jing and the others got up, they found a piece of paper stuffed under the door. They picked up the paper, which had one sentence written on it. Danger, run away. Does this mean they should leave here? Zhou Jing certainly understood the strangeness of the situation, but having come this far, what was there left to do? They put away the paper and stepped out of the room. AI just happened to appear at the stairway on the second floor. How was your rest yesterday? Pretty good. It's been a long time since I've rested so peacefully. Zhou Jing and the others smiled slightly. They indeed had a good rest yesterday. That's great. I told you our place is absolutely safe, and you can sleep soundly and feel at ease here. There's food in the morning. Would you like to join us? Zhou Jing and the others had already finished eating inside, so they politely declined. AI didn't insist, but stayed nearby with them. Do you have anything else to do? Not really. Just that today is the festival, and I'm here to accompany you in case you have trouble finding your way. Is the festival held here? Isn't it at this venue? It is here, but it will get chaotic soon, so I'm staying here to watch over you, in case you can't find your way later. In other words, it was just surveillance. Isn't that silly? The green vine rolled its eyes almost to the sky, but ultimately didn't expose him. Meanwhile, the people below were bustling with activity, and soon everything was ready as noon approached. Looking down at the orderly crowd, some people on the upper floors were peering down. Those watching from above were not qualified to participate in the festival. They could only observe, while those below were qualified participants. What about you? Zhou Jing deliberately wanted to annoy him. Haha, my task today is to accompany you. Okay, they truly didn't mind. You can monitor us all you want. It's not like you can see a flower bloom. Soon, the festival began. They didn't know how the timing was determined. But the old man they saw yesterday emerged from the shadows, standing in the middle, saying something incomprehensible. And soon a beam of light appeared in the center of this underground world. Sounds of surprise or delight came from above. Zhou Jing and the others looked up at the circular opening without fear. Isn't it just a light shining down? Then they saw the old man reciting something as several young girls walked out from the shadows. This was Zhou Jing's first time seeing girls in this place. So there are girls here after all. They were all dressed in pure white gauzy skirts, holding various unknown objects, each one different. They approached the old man, knelt on one knee, bowed their heads, and raised their items. What is this, a coronation? So grand. The old man was groping for something. Then one girl's crystal ball floated up according to the old man's movements, heading towards the beam of light. The moment the beam touched the crystal ball, light filled the underground world. The girls slowly stood up, except for the girl with the crystal ball, who remained behind. The others were all ushered out of the venue. Zhou Jing observed the girls and then looked at the one who stayed. She didn't look happy. In fact, there was a hint of despair. After she stayed behind, a chorus from the crowd shouted, "Saintess! Saintess! Saintess! Is this the Saintess?" The old man took a crown from behind and slowly placed it on the Saintess's head. This was the birth of the Saintess. AI looked on with longing and said, "Each Saintess bears the glory of our city. They can bring us light and warmth. What about your elders? Elders are the ones who find the Saintess for us. Unfortunately, the term of these remaining girls won't be long, and soon we will need to find a new Saintess." "Why?" Zhou Jing asked. "That's not something I know." AI clearly didn't want to say more, but Zhou Jing sensed the unspoken message behind AI's words. The most important information hadn't been revealed. So, the biggest question is, where did the Saintess go? Why are there no young girls here? Did they all go to compete for the position of Saintess? And why did that girl not show any joy after becoming the Saintess? Instead, she seemed to carry a hint of despair. Zhou Jing and the others were puzzled. But the ceremony had already ended, and they just needed to follow the crowd to the dining hall. It was supposed to be a feast, yet there were quite a few people. They casually found a spot to sit down. They overheard people around them talking about the elder. Everyone looked at him with admiration, each talking about the elder's miraculous deeds, how the crystal ball could float, and how it attracted light. Zhou Jing and the others felt it was all untrustworthy and chose to ignore it. If they didn't know that the old man had psychic abilities, they might have discussed it like everyone else. But now all the answers had already been revealed, hadn't they? They looked at the dishes being served and felt a bit nauseous. There was no aroma at all, as if everything had been boiled in plain water. Some dishes looked dark and had no oily smell, while others appeared unappetizingly greasy. The people here looked as if they had seen treasures, expressions of gratitude on their faces, reminiscent of devoted believers praying with their hands clasped together. Zhou Jing and the others felt their spirits collapse. Is it really this bad now? Why are these people still grateful? They had absolutely no appetite. They stood up wanting to leave. The true face of evil. AI beside them pressed them down. "Don't go, the elder is coming. Quickly sit down." They sat back down, wanting to see what the elder was going to do. The elder indeed sat in the main seat, raised a cup of wine, and looked at the crowd. "Thank you all for your support. This cup of wine is to wish our underground city to prosper, and I will protect you until the day I die." The scene erupted into tears, leaving Zhou Jing and the others dumbfounded. How did it turn into a crying scene? The elder was just saying this casually. He didn't actually mean to cry. Beside them, the little one nudged Zhou Jing and shook her head. "Today is also our day to welcome newcomers." After the elder spoke, he raised his wine cup towards Zhou Jing and the others. Zhou Jing and the others awkwardly stood up and raised their cups slightly. No one drank. Who knew what was in it? The elder seemed satisfied and let them sit down. Soon, a group of people began to eat and drink. Although Zhou Jing and the others had never been to a slum, they had never seen food like this. Even the two little girls frowned. "In the slums, we'd rather eat dry buns." The sight here was truly unappetizing, but it seemed to be the daily norm for the people here. Zhou Jing and the others found it hard to say anything, but they were increasingly certain that they had to leave this place. They ate very little, pretending to go through the motions. AI beside them looked at them and asked, "Are you full?" "Yeah, we're not hungry. You didn't eat breakfast. And you're still not hungry now?" "Yeah, what can we do?" Looking at the people around them, this kind of food should be considered high standard in their eyes. But they should have to endure this kind of suffering. Why force themselves to do so? The crowd, who initially wanted to put on a show, ultimately decided that they would just not eat, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Indeed, they couldn't do anything to them. They simply emptied the plates in front of them. Zhou Jing and the others didn't mind. When it was time to leave the table, they hurriedly got up. By this time, it was already afternoon. AI looked at them and asked if they wanted to go rest in their rooms. "That works." Zhou Jing smiled. "What are you guys going to do?" We're going hunting. These people's livelihoods have to be accounted for." The group nodded, looking at AI, unsure of what to feel. The atmosphere here was truly unpleasant, even somewhat sickly, but they couldn't leave now. Too many things made her want to understand what was going on. So they returned to their room. Zhou Jing took out some stored food for everyone. "I'm so hungry, but looking at their dishes, I have no appetite at all," Levayu said while nibbling on bread. Zhou Jing smiled at her, saying, "If you were hungry for 3 to 5 days, you'd eat anything. Don't they have food every day? How could they still feel tempted by these things? Perhaps the meals they usually eat aren't that filling? Who knows, we can't see it, but I did see 3 plates of food in front of that elder, and it looked quite delicious. He's an elder. Do you want to become one too?" Zhou Jing looked at Qing Tian with a sly smile. "Come on, to be their elder. You'd have to be good at deceiving people. I can't do anything but get people killed." The group laughed unkindly, while Qing Tian quietly ate her bread. "So what should we do? Stay for a few more days?" "Yeah, I want to stay a few more days. I just feel something is off here." "But, yeah, I know something is off, so everyone must be careful. If anything seems wrong, remember to call us." "Yes, we just arrived." They certainly haven't relaxed their vigilance towards us yet, so we should avoid any actions that might be misunderstood to prevent unnecessary trouble. "Okay," Qing Tian asked. "I still don't understand what that vague performance was about today." Xiaoxia chimed in. "First use psychic powers to open a hole in the air to let the light through. Then use psychic tendrils to lift the crystal ball. It's that simple. So their selection of virtuous women? Isn't that just deceiving people?" "Yeah, I also feel something is off. I'll go take a look tonight." "All right, be careful." "Okay." After discussing their plans, the group relaxed. They wondered what the purpose of keeping so many idle people here was. I think it's definitely not just out of a pure maternal instinct. There must be some hidden issues we don't know about. Well, it's hard to say anything right now. The people here are too strange. Let's prioritize safety. Sure, it's really annoying to encounter such disgusting things while doing a task. Although they weren't saints, they still wanted to resolve these ant goo issues. Soon, the hunters returned. Today's haul was not much, just a few mutated beasts, which were naturally not enough for the people in this building, but no one complained. The women went to cook, and the men went to clean themselves. Zhou Jing and the others leaned by the door, watching them. If this were before the apocalypse, it might have been a common sight, but in this apocalypse, sure enough, he walked into the kitchen and saw those women working with blank expressions, while the best meat was marinating on one counter and the leftovers were tossed into a large pot of rice. Too much water, too little meat. There was hardly any salt or flavor. It was just thrown together in a pot. They had become so accustomed to serving this fishy pot of food at the table before going to cook for the elders. The cooking methods were clearly different. The marinated meat was cut into pieces, the fat trimmed from the meat was rendered into oil, and then they stir-fried the meat, using seasonings as if they were free. How to say about the stir-fried dishes? They actually smelled quite good. Zhou Jing left the kitchen with a smile and happened to see AI coming over. "You're here to check the kitchen?" "Yes, I've never been here, just looked at it from the door," to show that she hadn't done anything wrong. Zhou Jing said she had just been standing at the door watching for a while. AI, as expected, didn't think much of it, just nodded and said, "If there's anything unclear, just ask me." "All right, I understand. Thank you." Zhou Jing smiled slightly at AI. AI's gaze slightly avoided hers. She didn't know what it meant. Zhou Jing didn't care about these people. Instead, she turned and left, feeling that the current atmosphere was a bit dangerous. AI standing aside. looked at Zhou Jing, leaving with an unclear expression. Back in the room, everyone looked at Zhou Jing and asked why she seemed off. It's nothing. Just that I was disgusted by a lingering gaze today. Our sister Jing is quite popular. Ugh, stop it. I really don't want that, okay? Leviao looked at Yin Xian, who was quietly drifting past behind Zhou Jing. Hey, sister, you blew it. What? The two girls pointed at Yin Xian behind them. Zhou Jing turned around stiffly and saw Yin Xian smiling friendly. Dad, I'm sorry. The people in front laughed unkindly. Zhou Jing was really at a loss. Let's not make a fuss. I'll go take a good look at what secrets they have here tonight. Yesterday, I caught a whiff of blood in front of that elder. Although it was faint, it felt strange. How could a man smell of blood? Zhou Jing's expression was a bit odd, and the girls understood, bursting into laughter. Yin Xian looked confused. What's going on? Seeing Yin Xian's expression made them want to laugh even more. That night, Zhou Jing quietly left the door. Zombies don't need to breathe, and her stealth was useful, so when Zhou Jing quietly reached the first floor, surprisingly, no one noticed. She looked at the lax guards outside and wanted to laugh. In a place like this, with no proper organization and no one with abilities, it truly was a good place to bully people. Zhou Jing chuckled. She quietly approached the faintly lit elder's room. This earthen building might be trying to save energy, as there were hardly any lights on at night, with only a few people carrying torches patrolling. Perhaps it was due to long-standing guards. And the people here were very lax in their patrols. She approached the room with the dim light and indeed caught a whiff of that blood smell. It was faint, mixed with a stench. Instantly, she felt a bit nauseous. She got close to the window and looked inside through a gap, but to her surprise, there was no one inside. Zhou Jing's heart skipped a beat. No one? Why is the light still on? Scared, she looked at the situation and cautiously glanced back. Then she patted her chest, realizing she had watched too many horror movies, thinking someone might actually appear behind her. She suppressed her imagination and reached toward the door. After listening for a while and confirming she didn't hear any other sounds, Zhou Jing closed her eyes and carefully listened to the noises around her. She heard the footsteps of patrolling people. Not them. There were also noises of people arguing. Not them. And also, crying. Zhou Jing was startled when she heard the crying. The direction of the crying was the kitchen. She carefully walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen was indeed on the first floor of this earthen building, and something was definitely odd. She approached the kitchen, carefully listening to the sounds inside, but found the noise was still a bit faint. If it weren't for her sharp hearing, she probably wouldn't have heard it all. She cautiously pushed open the kitchen door. The pitch-black kitchen had no light. But that also proved that the old man was indeed not in the kitchen. Not in the bedroom, not in the kitchen. Zhou Jing quietly entered the kitchen, carefully listening to the faint cries. In a corner of the kitchen, Zhou Jing walked over and saw a large empty space here. If she remembered correctly, when she was here during the day, this place had a big vat. It seemed that the water source was drawn from here. That means there's a secret passage underneath. She carefully moved the wooden board and decisively saw the hole above. A bloody smell wafted from the secret passage, thick enough to choke Zhou Jing's nose. Looking at the ladder-like thing, Zhou Jing quietly stepped in. It's no wonder that the zombie-esque body is so useful. When she quietly landed, she was shocked by the scene inside. The entire underground pit looked like a torture ground, blood splattered everywhere. And the elder, who had looked human during the day, was now sitting carelessly on a chair. In front of him, 4 girls were kneeling on the ground. And in front of them, the sadist from the day was being hung before this old man. Naked, the cries were coming from her. She was crying and pleading, "Elder, I was wrong. Please, Elder, you still know you were wrong. Just now when I asked you to come down and serve me, why didn't you come? Now you know you were wrong?" The 4 girls below were even more terrified after the elder finished speaking. They trembled and snuggled up to the elder submissively. "See, this is how you should behave." The elder seemed very satisfied with the attitudes of these young girls and casually pulled one over to kiss her. The sound of slurping made the entire empty cellar feel ambiguous. The girl who was being hung suddenly looked up and saw Zhou Jing behind the old man. And Zhou Jing made a shushing gesture to her. The girl was terrified, but seriously remained silent. She wanted to survive, even if she was humiliated now. She wanted to live. Looking at this hellish scene, Zhou Jing finally understood the sense of incongruity she felt during the day. This old man was simply a pervert. The saintess he selected was not really chosen to be a saintess, but merely to imprison these girls to serve him. Zhou Jing felt a wave of nausea in her chest. She hid in the shadows, continuing to watch what he would do. The old man kissed for a long time, seeming to be a bit reluctant to stop, then said, "It seems I should get some new toys. I still prefer fiery young girls." He had long grown bored with these few girls and suddenly remembered the appearance of Zhou Jing and her companions, which piqued his interest. When the old man finally finished having his fun, he slowly walked to the side and began to leisurely put on his clothes. His eyes kept scanning these girls, and his lewdness and helplessness were evident. Y&T he encountered such a good opportunity earlier. Y&T he found a right time earlier. He kept lamenting. Zhou Jing, however, had hidden herself in the deepest darkness as he began to dress. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't need to breathe, she would have been gasping for air by now. The air here was too oppressive, resembling hell. No, it was 1,000 times scarier than hell. The few girls didn't dare to serve him, afraid of getting a scent on them. The old man seemed to be in a good mood as he said, "Tomorrow, you will have new sisters. Don't be anxious." The few of them stiffened, not daring to speak, and trembled as they knelt down. "All right, I'm in a good mood today, so you can rest early. I still need to conserve my energy for tomorrow." After the old man finished speaking, he laughed heartily and walked out of the cellar. Just as he passed by Zhou Jing, she felt the level of this person. A level 3 ability user could be so rampant. It was truly outrageous. After the old man left the cellar, Zhou Jing only showed herself when she heard the sound of a bucket moving. Upon seeing her, all the girls cried. There was nothing to cover their bodies inside, so they could only be seen by Zhou Jing like this. "Don't cry." Zhou Jing frowned and walked over to the girl who was hanging. "Don't bother." The girl's cold voice rang out. "This is his specially made chain. No one can open it except him. This iron chain." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Jing forcefully snapped the chain, holding the already limp saintess. Zhou Jing brought her to a nearby bed. The few girls looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jing could only regret not bringing the green vine. She rummaged through her space, finding hemostatic and pain relief medicine, and handed them to the girl. "You handle this quickly." "Thank you." The girl's expression calmed down as she began to bite her lip and apply the medicine to herself. It was obviously painful. She held back the tears in her eyes and applied the medicine. "I thought you were leaving today," the girl said after applying the medicine. "So it was you who passed the note last night?" "Yeah. Yesterday we were going to make an appearance as the saintess in the North Courtyard. So he didn't torture us. But I didn't expect you all not to leave and ended up here. I came in because I heard your cries." "Then you should leave quickly. The elder is very powerful. If he finds out you came in, he will definitely kill you to silence you." "Do you think I'm powerful?" Zhou Jing smiled as she walked up to the girl. "You are very powerful, but you're still girls." Seeing the saintess speaking calmly and clearly, Zhou Jing felt heartache. Why do such good girls have to suffer this kind of pain in this apocalypse? "I think you don't have to worry. Tomorrow he should bring me here. Or it's possible he will bring us all. Aren't you running away?" "We're not running. We will come to save you." TCH. Dreaming. The saintess turned her head, her face full of sarcasm. "Rest assured, today's amount is safe to consume." Zhou Jing was not angry. She felt that this girl might be trying to provoke her, at least to drive them away. But this time, she truly wanted to save them. "Just let me be a dreamer. Is it okay if I help you unlock the chains?" "No problem." A girl said. He won't come during the day. This is his secret place. During the day, he still has to act as the elder. So we can move freely here during the day. "Of course, if it weren't for you, Lil Bai would definitely be hanging here," another girl said. Little Bai refers to this saintess. "All right, besides this, do you have anything else to say?" "It's almost dawn. I have to go out." "Nothing else. If possible, please take care of yourself, and don't just say you want to save us." After Little Bai finished speaking, she shot a meaningful glance at a girl who had been silent the whole time. Zhou Jing also noticed this girl and had a plan in her heart. "Okay, here is some food, and here is some medicine. Don't forget to apply the medicine and eat something. Tomorrow, I think I'll be able to meet you openly." Little Bai didn't say anything, holding the food with a meaningful expression. After Zhou Jing smiled and turned to leave. After Zhou Jing left, Little Bai looked at the girl with the ambiguous expression. "I advise you to be smart. If you don't want to die, just stay quiet." I'm not afraid that you will go and tell on me, but you should be careful. Whether the old man is interested in you will determine if you can live a little longer or if he has already bored with you. You won't last long. The woman stopped talking, but her eyes were filled with a trace of hatred. Zhou Jing walked to the entrance of the tunnel, gently pushed it, and felt something pressing down, so she simply used a wooden board to push the entire water tank up. After stepping out of the tunnel, she placed everything down. Once everything was done, she returned to her room under the cover of night. As soon as she entered the room, everyone was overwhelmed by the bloody smell on her. Where have you been? Why does it smell so bloody? Greenlow, quickly help me get rid of the smell. Zhou Jing also felt uncomfortable inside. Greenlow hurriedly prepared a water film and wrapped it around Zhou Jing, and when it was removed, there was no strange smell left on her. How is it? Did you find out anything? Zhou Jing sat down. Tonight's exploration had truly turned her stomach. She quietly recounted what she had seen and heard in the cellar, making the two girls feel nauseous, and Greenlow even had red eyes and wanted to rush over immediately. All right, calm down. I heard that old man means to take us tomorrow. Qin Kong said calmly. When we first arrived, that old man said he would help us lift the curse, which means he's been planning this for a long time. Zhou Jing looked at them and said it should be so, and his words implied that as well. So we just wait for tomorrow to take on the challenge? Yes, the old man is a level 3 ability user. Don't bring any treasures, it's a bit dangerous. If he is a mental type ability user, should we let Yan Huan and Xiao Sang follow? No. Let Xiao Sang follow the old man and protect us if necessary. Yan Huan must stay home to protect the treasures. That is fine. The girls agreed. Fortunately, there was a Xiao Sang, a mental type ability user. Otherwise, even a level 3 ability user would be enough for them to handle. After they discussed and made a decision, they returned to bed, but they couldn't fall asleep. Their minds filled with thoughts about how to deal with that damned old man tomorrow and what to do about the underground city. Seeing their dull expressions, it was clear they knew something, but they still didn't dare to speak up because they needed protection and a mental support. If it were really for such a ridiculous reason, allowing this demon to violate the girls, then the people here would be beyond redemption. Remembering the way he looked at her, Zhou Jing seemed to understand something. Perhaps the old man's senior disciple knew something as well. That's why his expression was so strange. That so-called affection was probably some kind of desire. Thinking of this made her feel nauseous instantly. A level 3 ability user could just die. Such a person should be hanged and executed slowly. During the day, the girls lost their appetite. After discussing their decision with Yan Huan, he expressed his support. There's nothing to fear with a level 3 ability user. And Zhou Jing and the others just needed to see what they were really up to. The next day, after they finished packing, they heard someone knocking on the door. When they walked over to open it, it was AI standing at the door looking at them. So today the elder will lift the curse for you. So I wanted to ask you to prepare first. How to prepare? Zhou Jing looked at this conspirator and felt sick. Well, we specially prepared a pool of water for you to bathe, you know. All right, hubby, we're going to bathe. As soon as Zhou Jing said this, AI's expression changed. This is prepare for the ladies. The gentlemen can wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow? Zhou Jing had an innocent look. We'll wash together today. It will be a waste of water otherwise. AI's expression stiffened, not knowing what to say, while Yan Huan said, all right, you all go. I won't interfere. Okay. Zhou Jing pouted and smiled, following a few people to the so-called large bath. Looking at the pool and the hot water inside, feeling around confirmed that there were no prying eyes. The few of them relaxed and got into the water. While bathing, Zhou Jing felt like she was the lamb to be slaughtered, letting them pluck her feathers first before eating them well at night. Ugh, so disgusting. Zhou Jing couldn't even bear to look at her own thoughts. When they finished bathing and came out, AI appeared just in time, unable to contain himself after hearing the sounds of water inside. If the elder was willing tonight, he might even get a share of the feast. He licked his lips. All right, you all stay in this room. When the time comes, someone will take you to the elder. Thank you. The three girls exchanged glances and sat in the room. It was still only noon, and they were already being denied food. It was clearly to starve them. The girls all understood what they meant. But Zhou Jing didn't play by the rules. The three of them ate until they were full and then threw the garbage back into space. Aside from the faint fragrance in the air, who would know that we had eaten. After the three of them were full and satisfied, they began to rest with their eyes closed. They didn't know how much time passed, but when they were getting impatient waiting, someone finally appeared. It was three women. The women were older, plump, and looked at the girls with dull eyes. They knew that these girls would also follow in their footsteps. Zhou Jing and the others remained expressionless. They followed these ants toward the elder's room. Upon entering the room, the faint, bloody smell once again invaded their nostrils. The elder seemed very pleased with their understanding and said, "Today, I will help you lift the curse. Don't be anxious. This is not a place for talking. Follow me to the secret room. Only there can we be unaffected." Zhou Jing knew this was the old man's big move. The three nodded obediently, and when they walked out of the room, they found that no one was moving on the floor anymore, and Zhou Jing also smelled Xiao Xiaosang's scent. Instantly reassured, the few of them followed the old man to the kitchen. Still in the same spot, the old man moved the water tank and said, "This underground is the secret room. Lifting the curse will be particularly complicated and may very well destroy our city, so I specially made a cellar." Zhou Jing and the others nodded, indicating their understanding. The cellar door opened. The elder gentlemanly invited Zhou Jing and the others to go down first. Zhou Jing walked down. The two girls behind her gave the elder a cold glance and then followed her down. Upon entering the tunnel, the familiar bloody smell indeed greeted them. And after they entered, the door above, which still had some light, was instantly closed. The hearts of the few slightly tightened. Zhou Jing led her group deeper inside. Sure enough, they saw 5 girls standing there, looking numb. "Welcome to my underground kingdom." Once underground, the elder's true face was indeed revealed, and he laughed recklessly. The girls lowered their heads. Zhou Jing and the others pretended to be frightened by the scene and remained silent, while the saintess stepped forward with a somewhat eager demeanor. "Elder, good." The elder looked at the three who were already too scared to move and said, "Don't be nervous. Here you will be sisters from now on. Tonight, I will help you lift the curse." The saintess unusually hugged the elder. "Why did you suddenly bring people back? Do you not want us anymore?" The old man was somewhat surprised by the saintess's reaction, but to give Zhou Jing and the others a warning, he still complied. He even forgot how the saintess got off the chain. The saintess didn't say much. The rare display of a hint of charm made the elder's wariness drop significantly, thinking that it was just a new arrival that made her nervous. He kissed the saintess. The saintess had a charming expression, watching Zhou Jing and the others giggle. Zhou Jing didn't know what to say. This girl, she must be the queen of cinema. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing and the others perfectly played along with the performance of these girls, pretending to be genuinely scared. The old man seemed quite pleased to see their frightened expressions. After dismissing the saintess, he said to Zhou Jing and the others, "Shall we begin the extraction ritual?" Zhou Jing looked at him and sneered. "Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this?" "Retribution? Naturally, I'm not afraid. I'm a god here." Seeing this extremely confident man, Zhou Jing was speechless. The saintess over there had already turned cold, glancing at Zhou Jing and saying, "Sister, are you perhaps scared? The elder is a very good person, and he can protect us well here. Be good." The elder was perplexed as to why the saintess was so obedient today, but after seeing Zhou Jing and the others' expressions, he finally gave the order. "You, take off your clothes." This was simply intolerable. Zhou Jing had already sensed the arrival of Xiao Xiaosang, and she knew that the battle could begin. Just as she was about to charge forward, she saw the saintess's expression harden as she bit down fiercely on the elder's finger. Blood instantly splattered everywhere, and the old man cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Zhou Jing was astonished by the saintess's ruthlessness and admired her decisiveness. "El Luo, protect and cleanse them. Qin Kong, come with me." The two nodded, and Zhou Jing stepped forward, mercilessly kicking the screaming man down. Xiao Xiaosang then revealed herself, using her ability to lock onto the old man. "Mom, let's go. Don't be afraid of him." Zhou Jing, knowing Xiao Xiaosang was reliable, rushed forward without hesitation. She then stomped hard on his injury twice more. Afterward, Zhou Jing took out a few pieces of clothing from her space and handed them to the girls to put on. After Xiaobai dressed, her expression remained fierce, like a long-suppressed female firebrand bursting forth. Once she finished, she seemed to collapse from exhaustion, sitting weakly to the side. The other girls looked at Xiao Bai in disbelief. Just then, the door panel moved again. Zhou Jing and the others became serious, realizing someone was coming, and then they heard footsteps descending. Zhou Jing had already blocked the old man's mouth and tossed him aside. The others stood ready, wondering who was coming. It's AI. The expressions of the crowd turned somewhat anxious. If the elder was mysterious and powerful, then AI was truly formidable. AI was very strong. So every time they went on a mission, he would be the one to lead. What to do? AI is coming. Don't be afraid, Zhou Jing reassured them. When AI appeared before them, everyone's hearts raced. AI looked at the scene before him, seemingly different from what he had expected. Hadn't they been subdued yet? Why was everyone dressed? And their expressions? Realizing something was off, AI immediately became alert. What happened here? The girl who had been warned by Xiao Bai yesterday finally couldn't bear the pressure and shouted, "It was them! It was them!" She pointed at Zhou Jing and her group. Zhou Jing remained calm. Do you think it's me? AI looked at the group of women and felt a bit of fear for some reason. Since you're here, why not stay? Zhou Jing smiled and pointed to the corner, where the old man was looking terrified at this group of women. The pain was causing him to almost faint, so he had no strength left at all. Seeing the elder like this, AI understood immediately. He instantly took a stance, ready to attack. But Zhou Jing was already prepared. She swept her leg, causing AI to stagger. Oh, didn't expect you to have some skills. Then she didn't let up, charging in and hitting his face hard. AI also didn't expect Zhou Jing's speed to be so fast and her attacks so strong. So he was caught off guard and blood gushed from his nose. When Zhou Jing attacked again, AI surprisingly managed to block it. You have great strength, but this is where it ends. Is it? You're just one person, but we are a group. Zhou Jing didn't like to waste time on others. But given the current situation, this AI had to be dealt with. Waterline. Instantly, water lines flew around, wrapping around AI's hands and feet. AI felt immobilized, looking at Zhou Jing in panic. What kind of sorcery is this? Are you a fool? Zhou Jing didn't bother to respond, tightening the binds. Before AI could react, she pulled hard. AI felt a sharp pain in his limbs and saw Zhou Jing looking quite pleased. By the time he tried to exert strength, he felt his hands and feet go limp. How could this be? Zhou Jing felt a bit guilty. She had severed this person's ability like this, and he was quite helpless, but there was no other choice. She could only sever his tendons at this moment. These people were not good, so there was no need to let them live. The old man, seeing his capable subordinate subdued so easily, finally exclaimed in surprise, "You are also ability users?" "Yeah, why else?" Zhou Jing replied innocently. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have to watch you act mysterious. You did quite well, but how about this? You start your performance, and if I enjoy it, I might let you go." At this point, the elder had already lost all strength. He looked at Zhou Jing and her group, never expecting he would fall here. This was his haven, and also his burial ground. "Ha, do you really think this is over? I won't let you live peacefully." He was about to self-destruct. Xiao Xiaosang, who had been quiet, finally spoke up. El Luo put a water shield around him. A level 3 ability user isn't too much of a threat. "You guys hurry up and go. We'll hold the rear." Okay. Xiao Bai had a strong idea at this moment, leading their sisters to the surface. Zhou Jing and the others didn't want to witness the old man's tragic demise. So after El Luo put up another layer of protection, she said, "Let's go up too." Looking at AI, who was sprawled on the ground, Zhou Jing asked, "Do you want to come up?" "Heh, no need just like this." He and expected to end up in such a state today. Meanwhile, the elder, who didn't want to self-destruct, found he could no longer contain it. After El Luo and the others went up, Zhou Jing heard a muffled explosion behind her. I didn't glance back. This person deserved to die. She went to the surface, and the girls cheered at being able to return, while the girl who had just snitched looked at them in horror. "Actually, I should have thrown you down earlier," Zhou Jing said to her. "Your elder is dead now." Xiao Bai opened her mouth, but didn't speak. "It's good he's dead. This evil man has finally died." Seeing Zhou Jing and the others, Xiao Bai hesitated for a moment and said, "I want to follow you." Zhou Jing looked at her. "Follow us?" "Yes, I think you are very strong, and I don't want to remain weak anymore. I don't want to be used and discarded." El Luo and the others looked at Zhou Jing with anticipation. All right. Knowing they agreed too, Zhou Jing didn't say anything further. The other girls opened their mouths but didn't speak. They didn't dare to make a decision or take risks. Well, if there's nothing else, let's leave tomorrow morning. Sure. Xiao Bai's face showed a hint of excitement, the kind of light that only someone who has found direction can emit. Xiao Bai, eat this first and see if anything changes. Okay. Xiao Bai took the white crystal core that Zhou Jing handed her and ate it. Everyone watched her expectantly. After a long while, the expressions of Zhou Jing's group froze. Xiao Bai seemed to understand something and gave a bitter smile. Am I going to fail the test? No. This isn't a test, just a welcoming gift we prepared for you. But it seems it might not be useful. Will you abandon me then? No, we are friends, teammates. Betraying teammates? Xiao Bai's expression turned much redder. From Zhou Jing and the others' expressions, it was clear that her reaction was not what they had hoped for. But even so, they did not give up on her. For Xiao Bai, this was still a source of happiness. As for the other girls, Zhou Jing looked over at them. They had never made an effort to escape their fate and continued to submit to this demon. Even more so, they looked at that girl. No matter what, I've saved you today. The path ahead is yours to walk. The girl looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. Is this how you let us go? Zhou Jing was too lazy to respond to her. Now that they had killed the elder and AI was locked in the cellar. The remaining question was what would happen to the people here after they left. What should we do? Xiao Bai said coldly. It would be better if they just died. They're all in cahoots. What do you mean? Zhou Jing was also very interested. I escaped from the city at first, tricked by their people to come here. And then you know the rest. Xiao Bai seemed unwilling to say much about her past experiences. This place is just like those remote villages from before, thriving on human trafficking. Huh. The other girls gritted their teeth and said, please take us out. As long as we're not here, we can do anything. The outside may not be safe either. Nowhere is safe. If you don't have a skill, you'll just be bullied like now. Then we could just follow you. One girl said casually, what? Is this a welfare home? But you killed the elder. We could still live here, but now there's no one left to save us. I can take you out, but how you live after that is your own business. I won't play your silly game of saving people to the end. You, how can you talk like that? So harsh. Zhou Jing was too lazy to deal with them and closed her eyes to rest. Xiao Bai also flashed a hint of sarcasm. These people have always been like this when problems arise. They don't look for themselves, but only know how to blame others and expect others to save them. They don't even think that if Zhou Jing hadn't saved them, their ultimate fate would have been to be toyed with until death. Dying without dignity is still better than following Zhou Jing. Do you still have family? Zhou Jing chatted with Xiao Bai. No, they all left. When she talked about this topic, she didn't seem sad anymore, while the others fell silent upon hearing the question. Well, then just follow us. Being unburdened feels good. Yeah, Xiao Bai remained calm. After witnessing Zhou Jing and their strength, she believed that one day she would be like them. Looking at the time, it was already daytime. They all went to Zhou Jing's room together. The cat in her arms seemed unfriendly towards the newcomers. Yan Huan also fell silent upon seeing their group. Is something going to happen? What? Zhou Jing didn't understand Yan Huan's meaning. Why did he suddenly think something would happen? I feel something's not right here. He pointed to the ground. Zhou Jing understood. She told those around her that this underground city was never the safest place. Any little disturbance could provoke attacks from surface animals. Yan Huan's meaning was clear. An attack was likely coming. So did they want to go out with them? Sure. Xiao Bai was the first to agree. Okay, then let's not delay. Just as they reached the door, they saw the angry residents. They were all holding things and glaring at Zhou Jing and the others. Do you have something to say? You killed the elder, didn't you? Huh? Why do you ask that? Don't waste time with her. Lord AI said. It's this group of people who caused the elder's death. Zhou Jing stepped forward, just in time to block the few sanuses behind her. Where did you learn that your elder is dead? Where? It must be from the cellar. So, you all knew what your elder was doing, right? Zhou Jing finally hit the nail on the head. Those people fell silent. Looking at Zhou Jing, there seemed to be a hint of mockery in her eyes, and their hearts were slightly panicked, but they were still overpowered by their evil thoughts. We don't know what you're talking about. We only know that killing requires paying with your life. Enough, Zhou Jing said angrily. Have you ever thought about those poor girls? Their lives don't count. all you think about is yourself. Just living here, fooling yourselves to survive. Don't you think your lives were exchanged for those girls' lives? If you had stopped it earlier and resisted, would it be like this now? You only know how to deceive yourselves. What elder? Can he truly protect you? If he were really a god, how could he die? He is still a person. He can still be hurt and die. But you remain silent because of the lies he told you. Now that you feel unsupported, you come out to resist? I tell you, it's too late. Your actions will bring down divine retribution. Just as Zhou Jing's words fell, she felt the underground start to tremble slightly. The people outside also stood dumbfounded, staring at Zhou Jing as the ground began to shake. Zhou Jing remained expressionless and told those behind her, "Let's go." Okay. The few followed Zhou Jing, while the people in the underground knelt down, praying for the divine retribution not to descend. But this was not divine retribution. It was the movement of the zombie rats. This underground was originally the dwelling place of the zombie rats. There had been no significant movements to disturb them, and this time the elders' self-detonation had likely disturbed them, leading to this large-scale movement. Zhou Jing was naturally not afraid, but she couldn't ignore the few ordinary people behind her. Xiao Bai had lived with them for a while and turned to say, "If you want to survive, you should run quickly. Leave here." Zhou Jing glanced at her, but did not stop her. After they finished speaking, Xiao Bai led the group along the path she was most familiar with, which she had prepared as her escape route. Once Xiao Bai finished speaking, the people who had been kneeling finally seemed to wake from a dream, frantically thinking about the exit and rushing towards it, pushing and shoving each other. Everyone's expressions were fierce and disheveled. No one wanted to die, so at this moment, those who fell behind were the ones who would be left behind. Zhou Jing did not help organize them. Watching their appearance was somewhat amusing. They were all good people, yet they had been ground into bad ones by their environment. As for the remaining bad people, some were lucky enough to be called alive bad people. With Xiao Bai leading the way, they quickly reached the exit. After confirming it was safe, Zhou Jing let the two children go up first, followed by the girls, with Yan Huan covering the rear. Once everyone was up, Zhou Jing looked at the cave and felt as if the past few days had been like a dream. Taking a deep breath, I saw the people below indeed start to surge upwards frantically. The ground on the first floor was already crowded with a dense mass of zombie mice. Meanwhile, the child, who had just been treated as an adult by everyone, lay all alone on the second floor, with no one coming to lift him or help him. The child was overwhelmed by the zombie mice, and aside from him, they also saw the women and children who hadn't made it to the front, all swallowed up as well. Only a group of men continued to charge forward. Finally, one man reached the exit. He excitedly climbed up the ladder and, seeing that Zhou Jing and the others hadn't closed the door, reached out his hand, wanting Zhou Jing to pull him up. Zhou Jing did not extend her hand. Xiao Bai did not either. A woman behind them, seeing Zhou Jing's indifferent expression, reluctantly extended her hand, and then watched helplessly as the girl was dragged down by the man, mercilessly crushing those behind her. Then the man climbed onto the ground. After doing this, he showed no remorse and smiled at Zhou Jing and the others, saying it was a close call. Zhou Jing raised her lips, agreeing that it was indeed a close call. The girl looked at the man, whom she had tried to help, in disbelief as he was engulfed by the crowd. Even if she wasn't eaten by the zombie mice, she would probably die in a stampede. The few girls who made it to the top looked at the man in terror. It was as if he didn't see them, as he kept his head down, staring at the hole in the ground. Soon, strong and sturdy people began to come up bit by bit, and a few children were also brought up at the pleas of the women. Zhou Jing felt like she was watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Soon, she saw those zombie mice surge up and bite a person's foot. The person let out a scream, and then one after another, people were bitten down. When the last uninfected person climbed up, Zhou Jing looked at the first man, who seemed unbothered. "Tell me, will you go down by yourself? Or do you want me to throw you down? What did you say?" The man widened his eyes, and it was indeed a bit fierce. He took 2 steps forward. Threatening, "Say that again." Zhou Jing kicked him hard in the knee. Everyone watched as his knee bent backward. Instantly, they felt a pain in their own knees. After a scream, the man was kicked down by Zhou Jing. She then closed the lid. Zhou Jing turned to the stunned crowd and said, "I'm not someone with a bad temper. Can't we just take it easy? Please don't act half smiling like this in front of me. But at least while I'm here, I hope everyone present will not play this game of exchanging lives. I really very much dislike traitors. Even if that person isn't my teammate. The recent events serve as a wake-up call for everyone. Zhou Jing didn't actually care much about that girl. It was just that the man's actions disgusted her. After Zhou Jing finished speaking, everyone fell silent, not daring to speak again. Zhou Jing then slowly took out a large bus. The scene was like a magic trick, shocking these people who had little experience. They just happened to be arranged to a single vehicle. A mud house was destroyed, and only a few dozen people survived. Not trusting them, Zhou Jing had Qin Kong drive the bus. These people would eventually be taken to the city base, and after she handed over the crystal cores, they would be sent to the slums to fend for themselves. This was the last thing Zhou Jing could do for this group. The ones who came up were all young and strong, with only a few children. There were barely any women. Such a group could accomplish something if they put in the effort. So if they were willing to work, Zhou Jing believed they wouldn't go hungry. The bus drove on. Everyone was quiet, while Zhou Jing and her group rested their eyes. This silence was eventually broken by the sound of one person's stomach growling. After the stomach growled, the person awkwardly smiled at the crowd. Zhou Jing thought this might be the last time she did something for these people. So she quietly took out some bread from her space. Most people thanked her and took the bread, but a few looked at their bread and then at others' bread, particularly those who were quiet. A little boy sitting in the last row looked at his bread unhappily, stood up, and walked over to Xiaosha and Baobei. Zhou Jing naturally gave her children the best bread, filled with meat, which the two kids were already accustomed to. The little boy walked up to Xiaosha and Baobei, saw that their bread was also filled with meat, and instantly became unhappy, starting to cry. Zhou Jing was still quite annoyed by the child's crying. Her own children were fine, and Baobei was so well-behaved that she had never bothered her, but the little boy's whining really started to get on her nerves. "I want to eat your bread. I want to eat your bread." Zhou Jing remained silent, and Xiaosha also didn't say anything. Only Baobei quietly opened her bread, and just when everyone thought she was going to hand it over, Baobei took a big bite out of her own bread. Then she pulled out a strip of meat and fed it to Lizzie. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, and Zhou Jing was almost amused by Baobei's actions. After Baobei finished this series of smooth actions, the boy finally angrily threw his bread to the ground. "I don't care. I want to eat bread. I want to eat your bread." When he did this before, his parents would indeed give him what he wanted, but now his parents had already perished underground, and the remaining people had no obligation to indulge him. So after his performance, no one stood up to speak. Looking at the bread on the ground, Zhou Jing smiled gently. "Come on, little friend, pick up the bread from the ground." "I don't want to. You're a bad person." The whole bus gasped in shock. But Zhou Jing remained unfazed, asking, "Will you eat it or not?" "I want to eat it." That was the thought of everyone on the bus. Zhou Jing really wasn't too angry. She gently stroked the boy's head and then pressed him down to the ground. The boy knelt on the ground, his head pointing at the bread. Zhou Jing's tone remained very gentle. "Just tell me, will you eat it or not?" "I will eat it." Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he knelt there. Only then did Zhou Jing remove her hand, gently stroking his hair and saying, "Wasting food is not what a good child would do." The boy knelt there and finished eating the bread without making a sound. Zhou Jing was used to their faults and said, "Everyone, please pay attention. We don't have much stock, so it's better not to waste, right? If you're thirsty, just say we have water here." The bus remained quiet as everyone listened to Zhou Jing, nodding in agreement, no longer daring to provoke bad luck. The two little girls felt that Zhou Jing seemed to have become a bit violent this time. Well, maybe it's because she's been holding back these past couple of days. This is all forgivable. After this little episode, the people on the road finally settled down. The bus drove all the way to the city, where they could soon unload and return to their warm little nests. Zhou Jing felt so excited. Upon reaching the destination, everyone got off the bus. And after putting the bus away, the guards at the entrance appeared, looking at Zhou Jing and the others, saying, "These people have 50 level 2 crystal cores." The guard words made Zhou Jing's joyful mood turn a bit heavy. So expensive, this group. So expensive. She painfully took out her crystal cores, leaning her face against the green vine. So expensive. No matter what, these people finally entered the base safely. After Zhou Jingye revealed her identity, she entered the base. Bao Bei and Xiao Sang went back to call Xiao Luo, asking him to take these people to settle in the slums. They then returned to their home after Xiao Luo arrived. The stimulation of these past few days had been too overwhelming, scarier than a dream. They just wanted to have a good sleep. If possible, they hoped that place would never exist again. Oh, right. The group collapsed on the sofa, suddenly remembered that Xiao Bai still didn't have a place to stay. Xiao Bai, once you're here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. Feel free to choose any room here. Once you've picked one, you can move in. This is the bathroom, and there's hot water. You know how to use it. A good shower would be nice. If you want to buy anything, just let me know, and I'll take you shopping tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Bai didn't expect to receive such good treatment here. Nor did she think she would one day sleep on a soft bed and take a hot shower. She lay at her room and couldn't help but shed tears. Let that humiliating time be just a dream. A new chapter in her life had begun. From now on, she must repay the person who helped her. She secretly made up her mind. Xiao Luo returned in the middle of the night, collapsing onto his bed. And the next day, when Zhou Jing got up and reported to Zhou Jing, he vented his frustrations. What kind of people are they? Living in the slums and relying on their own labor to earn money and resources seems to be a grievance for them. They refuse to do anything. Just like old men, if it weren't for my connections in the slums, I'd probably be stuck there forever. Huh? What else did they say? Xiao Luo hesitated to say. It's fine, just say it. They also said you should talk to them, saying that since you brought them here, you need to take responsibility for them. Huh? I bet they said it in an even worse way. That group is just a pack of ungrateful wolves. I have no expectations at all, and I want to go. They can do whatever they want. I'm not afraid of them at all. According to the city's security, they shouldn't be able to come to me casually. If there's any trouble, let the Han family kick them out directly. Zhou Jing instructed Xiao Luo. After Xiao Luo understood, he ran off to deliver the message. Xiao Bai also came out after hearing Zhou Jing's words. I said not to save them. They're all greedy. It's fine, don't mind. Do you need anything? No, everything is fine. Well, is there anyone here who can teach me some self-defense? I'm afraid I want to have special abilities like you, but I can't hold you back. That's easy. Zhou Jing smiled and said, I know a girl named Chen Qingling. You two will definitely become friends. What does that have to do with me practicing self-defense? Meanwhile, Chen Qingling, who had been sold out by Zhou Jing, sneezed hard. What the heck? Is someone talking about me? Zhou Jing was calculating that sparring partner unscrupulously, while Xiao Luo had already contacted the Han family. Zhou Jing's grand return to the city also caught the attention of Zhou Xie and her group. Zhou Jing is back and brought a group of people? How interesting. This group might be useful. The rest is my task. Why has anyone completed their tasks after so many days? Zhao Xiu was anxious. At this time, Zhou Jing also casually went to submit her task, dragging Chen Qingling into her home, asking her to train her girls specifically. When Chen Qingling learned that her identity was just a special trainer, she was unhappy. What did you say? You want someone as capable as me to train your girls? Xiao Bai looked at her puffed-up appearance and nervously said, she wanted to be angry, right? It's fine, it's fine. Green Vine waved her hand skillfully. She just gets a bit riled up. She'll be fine soon. Sure enough, everyone saw the girl roll her eyes, and when it was time for them to get into position, she showed a knowing smile. Zhou Jing felt relieved upon seeing their expressions and turned to leave. Just then, she bumped into Shun Songji. Why did you take so long for this mission? Something held me up. What's wrong? Nothing, just came to check on you. Is that not allowed? Move aside, as long as you're happy. How can I not let you? Shin Songji walked into the room and saw a group of girls practicing self-defense with Chen Qingling. They were teaching seriously, one move at a time. You're not planning to create a female army, are you? Shin Songji was startled. I'm not that boring. I just happen to recruit suitable teammates. Oh, I see. Hee. Your new recruits are really pretty. What is the matter? Are you interested? A bit. Interested but want to share. How embarrassing. Go on your own. Shun Songji was confused, wondering what he did to deserve her disdain. Haha, what did you do? I just simply dislike you, that's all. Our Xiao Bai is so great. Her name is Xiao Bai. Passing the blame. Upft. Zhou Jing was too lazy to deal with this spring feverish person. If there's nothing else, you should leave. We have matters to attend to. If there's something or nothing, I can't just sit here, right? I'm not disturbing you. Yin Huan is also sitting here. ISNT she? You're not the same. This is my husband. You're just an outsider. If there is something, say it. If not, leave. Ah, there's something. A base near us has someone who arrived in our city, and they mentioned that there's zombies conducting large-scale organized actions to massacre the city. What the heck? Zombies are conducting organized massacres? Zhou Jing looked confused. Yes, we were also surprised to receive this news. We didn't expect that. Did you find out which base it was? If I remember correctly, it seems to be the base. Base? Are you sure? Yes. I'm sure because it's quite famous. I've seen many strong people there, but who knew they were so easily massacred? Okay, I got it. Where are they now? It seems they've set up a specific area for them to rest. After all, they're all ability users and different from a poor. It seems to be at the end of the ability user street, where there's a small garden. Okay, thanks. Zhou Jing didn't hesitate, telling them to continue practicing here while she took Yin Huan to the small garden. She remembered that in the base, there were people like Captain Liu and Yuan Feng, and also Sheng Ying from the Cherry Blossom mercenary group. These were the people who left a deep impression on her. She had indeed received a lot of help from them, so she hurried over without stopping. Upon reaching the small garden, she indeed saw a bunch of tents set up. Some people were drinking water outside, and some were lying in the tents, all somewhat injured. Seeing her arrive, they didn't react much, just glanced at her before lying back down. Zhou Jing looked at them and knew she wouldn't be able to ask anything. Moreover, she didn't recognize these people. They might be newly recruited or from other mercenary groups. Frowning, she walked deeper in. Fortunately, these ability users were relatively mindful, and there wasn't any strange smell. After looking around, she finally spotted someone she recognized in one of the tents. Are you from the Cherry Blossom mercenary group? The girl's eyes lost some of their numbness. Looking at Zhou Jing, she said after a long pause, "Who are you?" Zhou Jing was relieved that her memory was still good. She seemed to have seen this girl before. Your captain, right? Upon hearing Zhou Jing's words, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. The team leader was injured while fending off zombies, and now she looked like neither a human nor a ghost. Saying this, she pulled back the tent flap. Zhou Jing hurried inside, smelling an unpleasant odor. There on the ground lay none other than Sheng Ying. Sheng Ying, Zhou Jing called softly. Sheng Ying barely opened her eyes, stared for a while, and said, "You're Zhou Jing, right?" "Yes, it's me. How are you feeling now?" "Me? Just like this. Neither human nor ghost. What happened that day when the zombies surrounded the city? Why are you all in such a bad state?" Sigh. Sheng Ying shook her head. "I don't know what to say. I'm not in good spirits. Yuan Feng came along too. He's doing a bit better. You can ask him for specifics." "All right. Is there anything you need help with?" "I can't think of anything. It seems I still need your help after going in circles. Then I'll trouble you to help my team members. We have nothing right now. Just arrived and don't even have any food." "That's easy to say." Zhou Jing frowned, looking at their condition. "You can't go on like this. I'll have someone come to treat you in a bit. Your ability is level 5 now, right?" "Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be hanging on like this. I would have mutated long ago." "That's good. Just stay like that. I'll call someone to treat you shortly." "Thank you." After saying this, Sheng Ying fainted again. "Little girl." Zhou Jing looked at the young girl beside her. "Just call me Hong Cheng." "Hong Cheng. Take good care of your team leader. I'm going to find someone, and I'll bring someone back to help her." "Okay. Thank you." "You're welcome." Zhou Jing smiled and exited the tent. Her expression turned serious. The members of the Copper Gold Mercenary Corps, even if she didn't recognize them, should still seem familiar. But since she couldn't find anyone now, she could only go back and call for El Luo. As Zhou Jing was walking outside, she suddenly saw a somewhat familiar figure. That figure was waving her hands vigorously, as if trying to escape from something. Zhou Jing hurried forward, confirming that her eyesight wasn't faulty. The person blocked here was none other than the girl who had always looked down on her, Misai, and beside her was a rather unruly-looking man, who was grabbing her hand and incessantly talking nonsense. "Who are you?" Zhou Jing looked at the man. Upon seeing Zhou Jing, Misai hurriedly broke free from the man and hid behind Zhou Jing before the man could react. This man was obviously an ability user from the city, and when he heard the newcomer speak, he arrogantly looked up and said, "What does it have to do with you?" But when he saw that the person was Zhou Jing, he was dumbfounded. Zhou Darren. Who is your Darren? I'm asking you, what are you doing here? Is this a place for you to act wild? I'm sorry, I didn't expect this girl was under your protection. Isn't it obvious that this is not a place for you to act wild, just because I'm here? This is a specially designated area in B City. If I catch you doing this again, watch out or I'll ruin you. Yes, yes. The man hurriedly walked away, muttering something under his breath. Zhou Jing heard him say something about acting pretentious, and B City is completely giving up on these people. B City is giving up? Zhou Jing frowned, not understanding the situation. These people are all ability users, and once treated, they would definitely be a great asset to B City. Moreover, she heard that these people, they had clues about the zombie tide. Zhou Jing, eager to know the reason behind this, turned back to see Misai looking terrified. Where's Yuan Feng? Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng went to negotiate with the higher-ups in B City. Hasn't come back yet. Negotiate? Why wasn't I informed about this? Zhou Jing said to Misai, all right, stop crying. Go back to your tent for now. I'm going to look for Yuan Feng. Don't leave me. Misai shook her head, tears in her eyes. What? They? No one is protecting me. I will be. Zhou Jing understood the unspoken words and said to her, just stick with me. I'll find someone, and then you can come back with her. Okay. No matter how much Misai had disliked Zhou Jing before, she had no choice but to rely on Zhou Jing now, lowering her head and following behind her. Zhou Jing hurried back home and saw a house full of people. There's an emergency. Several girls turned around. El Luo saw Misai behind Zhou Jing and exclaimed, hey, isn't that Misai? Misai's tears welled up even more at the sight of El Luo. Chun Qingling impatiently said, I don't like seeing women cry. Just tell us. Zhou Jing, what's going on? Zhou Jing also realized the urgency of the situation and said, Qingling, take everyone to the W base to protect those people. El Luo, Youth and Qin Kong followed Chun Qingling to treat the leader of the Yinghua Mercenary Corps. Ah, how did they end up here? They were attacked by a zombie tide and managed to escape. I see. I understand. Qingling, you need to ensure their safety. It's chaotic there right now. After treating them, let them drink some water and eat something. Okay. Zhou Jing took out some food and said, distribute this to them, if it's not enough. We'll talk about it later. I can also treat. Misai said shakily. Just after she spoke, her stomach growled loudly. No wonder. Being this hungry, how can you have the strength to use your abilities? Zhou Jing handed her 2 packs of bread. Eat first, and if you have the strength, help El Luo. Thank you. Misai shouted as she started eating the bread hungrily. Split up and act. I need to rush to the central building. I really don't understand how these people are doing things. By the way, here are some medicines. When you get there, make sure to apply the medicine to those who can take it. Okay. Zhou Jing was really angry. Why was no one paying attention to such a big issue as a zombie tide? And it was organized too. Thinking of her identity and of Yin Xian and Qin Xing, Zhou Jing felt a wave of unease. If a wise zombie carried out an orderly massacre of the city, humanity would really be doomed. Meanwhile, over there, Zhou Shiyue was still hesitating. This man had been sitting in the waiting room for an entire afternoon. How annoying. Why wasn't he leaving? She originally didn't want to accept this group of refugees. Who would have thought that the final discussion among several families would result in a few being accepted, and they even threw all the blame on her? How annoying. She was a bit irritated. She thought this person would leave after dragging out a bit, seeing her attitude, but who knew he was so persistent? Yuan Feng also looked exhausted. Having not eaten and without any abilities, he rushed over without even getting a good sleep. Who would have thought that B City's attitude would be like this? He really wanted to give up, but then he thought of the people in his base and couldn't bear to do so. So he still sat down with a thick face. Unexpectedly, this wait lasted an entire afternoon. He smiled bitterly. It seems today won't work out. I don't know how disappointed everyone will be when I go back. Without medicine or food. Isn't that just waiting to die? Meanwhile, Zhou Jing, with a gloomy face, had already entered the central building. I want to see who is responsible for this matter. Zhou Jing angrily entered the central building, and the people there no longer dared to confront her. She remained quite calm. Accompanied by Yin Xian, she asked several people and soon learned what was going on. Get the people from these families to come to me. I'll wait for them in the conference room. Zhou Jing really didn't want to play the hero, but the current situation was beyond her control. When she reached the entrance of Zhou Shiyue's office, she indeed saw Yuan Feng waiting outside. Yuan Feng never expected to meet Zhou Jing in this situation. A bit flustered, he stood up. Zhou Jing nodded at him. I know what's going on. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Yuan Feng was truly taken aback by Zhou Jing's ability to say such things so easily. Ignoring the lackey blocking the door, Zhou Jing pushed the door open directly. Zhou Xiaoyue, I can't be bothered to talk to you, but don't go too far. Oh, isn't this my little sister? What are you doing here looking all pretty? What do you mean? I think you know everything, but are just pretending to be clueless. I'm in deep trouble now, and with your handling of things, B City will definitely be ruined by you. Zhou Jing, what do you even know to talk to me like that? Zhou Xiaoyue's confidence had its reasons. In her previous life, there was no so-called zombie wave, possibly because she was not in a significant position to know the situation. However, there really was no instance of zombies attacking cities in her previous life, which is why she remained calm and unruffled. And now Zhou Jing stepping forward only made her seem less justified. Zhou Jing didn't want to say much. I've already notified all the families to gather in the conference room. You have to come, whether you like it or not. She took Yuan Feng, who was standing at the door, looking confused, to the conference room, leaving Zhou Xiaoyue to angrily smash the things in her hand. This Zhou Jing says she doesn't want to get involved, but when something happens, she jumps in more eagerly than anyone else. Isn't she just looking to network with all these ability users? Nothing's going to happen anyway. When Zhou Jing arrived at the conference room, the others hadn't come yet. After letting Yuan Feng sit down, she asked what was going on. How did you end up being attacked by zombies? Yuan Feng's expression was complicated, but he understood the importance of the matter and said that this issue had long shown signs. We had been hearing that various shelters and bases were being attacked, but we didn't pay much attention, just thought their defenses were inadequate, so we only strengthened our own. But unexpectedly, one night the alarm suddenly went off, saying that zombies were attacking the city. While we were protecting ordinary people and trying to escape, our shelter fell that very night. Were there any signs? It seems there were. I heard that a zombie appeared in the base the day before, and then, after being captured by people that night, the city was attacked by zombies. Did this zombie scream? It did, and it appeared very suddenly, as if it was just waiting for us to catch it. So you think it might be an insider? Yes. Yuan Feng was also quite helpless. There was really no way out now, and he could only tell Zhou Jing everything he knew. Zhou Jing nodded and began to think. At that moment, people from various families arrived. Upon entering the conference room and seeing Zhou Jing sitting confidently in the main seat, they only frowned slightly. The Ling family clearly didn't have many plans, as they were in a stable position and not worried about the issue. Once everyone was seated, they noticed Yuan Feng beside Zhou Jing and realized that she was looking for a scapegoat. Has any family properly looked into the issue of W Base being attacked? Jing, don't worry. We have indeed looked into it. It's just an accident. W Base is a small base, not something we can compare to. You're being a bit too cautious now. How could zombies be intelligent? It was Zhou Qingquan speaking. After some time, he had recognized his position and no longer spoke so arrogantly, treating Zhou Jing with more politeness. However, after he finished speaking, everyone present nodded in agreement. So you're saying that zombies lack intelligence and W Base was attacked because it had no defenses? Yes. The reactions in the room were similar. But as far as I know, W Base's defense system is comparable to ours, and the so-called weak point you mentioned is just their main entrance. The zombie that came the previous morning was just scouting, and its screaming was meant to convey information. That night, the attack came unexpectedly. Do you still think this is an accident? Well, in other words, a necessary route to B City is W Base. Now that W Base has fallen, what do you think B City will be like? If they really attacked, and we were completely unprepared, what would happen? It wouldn't be that coincidental. I don't think it will happen so soon. Zhou Jing, you're being a bit too nervous. All right, let's not discuss this. Let me ask you, why haven't you rushed to settle the injured and ability users from W Base? Without medicine or food, are you planning to let them fend for themselves and turn into zombies to attack you? Everyone fell silent after hearing Zhou Jing's words. Han's family spoke up. We've already handed over the follow-up placement tasks to the Zhou family. And then what? What did Ms. Zhou do? Zhou Jing looked at the Zhou family members with a smile. You can't say that. It's pointless to say that. Why throw everything onto us and leave you to do nothing? That's not how it works. You can't say that. A member of the Han family slammed the table and stood up. With my current authority, the tasks I assign, you must be completed properly. Hearing them shirk responsibility, Zhou Jing felt a bit disheartened. Can these people really manage this base? Enough with the excuses. Each of you has already benefited plenty. The base should send a few healing ability users to support the injured, and each family should provide 20 kilograms of healing medicine. Don't tell me you don't have any. Those who don't contribute can get out of the rankings. Then, the base will ensure their daily meals. Just as someone from the Ling family was about to stand up, Zhou Jing shot them a glare. Remember, they're ability users. They're not ordinary people. Do you think saving them is a waste? Saving them is saving yourselves. Once they recover, they will be your fighting force. Do you think only ordinary people can survive? Put away your misplaced kindness and focus on what matters. The few families that Zhou Jing had reprimanded fell silent. Remember, I can give you positions. I can also make you lose them. Seeing Han's family, which had only just taken the lead in 2 days, already swelling with pride, Zhou Jing was genuinely angry. Not only for the people of W Base, but also for the inaction in B City. Do you have any other demands? Zhou Jing looked at Yuan Feng, who was sitting aside. No, none. They were all ability users. As long as they could recover, even if they weren't given food, they could still obtain supplies themselves. However, the current situation was too dire. The survivors were all injured or lacked offensive capabilities, and they couldn't use their abilities while starving. All right, let's leave it at that for today. I'll go check the small garden later. We need to feed them today. The injured must arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Everyone fell silent, but had no choice but to comply. Their rankings indeed held little weight, but there was nothing to be done, only to simmer in frustration. Meanwhile, Ling Jiu looked at Zhou Jing for a long time and said, "You and I seem to think differently." Indeed, it's different. I've also swelled with pride. After Zhou Jing said this, she left with Yuan Feng. Zhou Qingquan lowered his head, filled with regret. If only this daughter could be used for his benefit. B City was indeed a force to be reckoned with. What a pity. I taught my daughter myself, but she has become estranged from me. Is there anything more tragic than this? The more I see Zhou Xiwa gritting her teeth, the angrier I get. Did you all hear that? We'll start executing it today. If you really want to resist, you should at least be able to fight back. After Ling Jiu said this, she stood up, not knowing who she was mocking. Someone without brains still wants to sit in this position. Sitting in that position is just to flaunt their noble identity, without even knowing what they are thinking. After saying that, Ling Jiu left. The remaining people in the room looked around. Eventually, they closed their eyes. Zhou Jing left the conference room with Yuan Feng, heading towards the small garden. What about Captain Liu? He sacrificed himself. After Yuan Feng said this, Zhou Jing's footsteps faltered for a moment. How did he sacrifice himself? He was bitten to death by zombies while trying to protect our team members. I never thought that not being infected could be such a painful thing, because not being infected means you can only watch helplessly as you are bitten to death. I saw Misai, but I couldn't find your team members. They said they survived, but they were all placed in tents. I'll take you there right now. If you don't have anything to do, it's better not to run around. When I found Misai, she was almost bullied by someone. I understand. This really troubles you. It's not really a trouble. After all, I've received a lot of help from you. I didn't quite understand your position in this base. It seems quite impressive. Zhou Jing chuckled. There is nothing impressive about it. This base, although it seems okay now, is actually rotten to the core. I'm just afraid that with a little hammer, it will collapse. What will you do then? What to do? Let me put it this way. Whatever makes it collapse, I will help it back up. Yuan Feng looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief, not expecting her thoughts to be like this. After they finished talking, they had already arrived at the small garden, where some people were distributing food. The people from the Shun family had already brought over the medicine, while the other families were still unhurried. Zhou Jing felt a little displeased that the Han family hadn't returned. After greeting the people from the Shun family, Zhou Jing went to the Sakura Mercenary Corps. Sheng Ying had already been treated, and the girl taking care of her was constantly thanking her. Seeing that Sheng Ying had fallen asleep and her legs and body had already been bandaged, Zhou Jing asked Yuan Feng to lead the way and take them to the Tongjin Mercenary Corps. Tongjin was now just a small Zheng Peng, and the people inside were all injured. Misai, who had eaten her fill, was working hard to treat them. You can't do this. Zhou Jing didn't say much. She let Qing Tian release a wind blade to scrape off the rotten flesh above, then sprinkled medicine powder before allowing her to continue treating. This way it can heal faster. Leaving rotten flesh on is irresponsible to him and also irresponsible to yourself. You will waste a lot of abilities. At this time, Misai no longer argued with her. She was now dejected, feeling that she was truly useless. After treating all the people in the tent, the food had also been distributed. 2 pieces per person. Don't fight over it. Looking at the 2 pieces of bread, Yuan Feng didn't know how to feel. He should be grateful. If it weren't for Zhou Jing, he probably wouldn't even have 2 pieces of bread. All right, you guys make do with this for now. After a while, we'll properly investigate to see if there really is a problem. If the problem is serious, we will handle it well. Okay, then we'll trouble you. No problem. Don't take it too seriously. Zhou Jing smiled, knowing that they were indeed a bit at their wits' end. You guys should rest first. We'll head back now, and I'll come over tomorrow. Okay. Zhou Jing turned to leave. Zhou Jing. She turned back to look at Yuan Feng, not knowing what he was thinking. Thank you. Let us not mention thanks in our relationship. Watching Zhou Jing's departing figure, Yuan Feng let out a sigh of relief, as if the knot in his heart had finally unraveled. Zhou Jing was still the same Zhou Jing, and he could finally let go of her. He thought he would appear more confidently in front of her when they met again. But unexpectedly, Zhou Jing was still strong and even more powerful than before. He scratched his head and chuckled. This is good. Now I have one more reliable friend. After the people from B City finished distributing food, they left. Zhou Jing nodded, knowing that this matter had been mostly resolved. She relaxed a bit, but felt somewhat disappointed in the personnel from B City. Regardless, it was good that this problem had been solved. So what about the future? I wonder if the news about the zombies attacking in an orderly manner is true. If it is true, they need to strengthen their defenses. It seems that intelligent zombies are not just limited to herself and Yanhuan. The fact that Qingxing has developed her own intelligence indicates that there are other zombies that can also become intelligent. She returned to her room, worried the whole way. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she said to the people around her, aside from W base, there's also that base that is close to us. I'm not too sure about that. I'll go ask later. No need. You can ask tomorrow too, and also, I think we can't stay in the base any longer. It's time to go out and take a look. To see the movements of the zombies? Yes. Their movements always serve as a reminder. I think so too. After a few people discussed, they returned home to prepare for an early rest so they could set off early the next day. The next morning, Yicheng actually came. Why are you here? Lu Luo stepped forward to ask Yicheng. I heard yesterday that you guys are going out today. We're going far. Kind of what is up? It's nothing. I just feel that it's not very safe now. Nowhere is safe. Lu Luo comforted her, asking if something was wrong. It seems that the base wants to send you to deal with the zombies. That's amusing. They really can think outside the box. Although I think so too, their time is set for 3 days later, so you're afraid that after we leave, they will go out, and we want to get a share of the pie, right? Yicheng hesitated for a moment and nodded. There's no need to be afraid. We're going to walk around the surroundings, mainly to find out where those strange zombies have gone. All right, then you. Be careful. Since you're so worried, you should come along. This time, I really can't. I have to strictly monitor the movements of these families, which might take some time, and the information from the big practice needs to be filtered slowly. Then there's nothing to be done. I'll bring you a bug. If there's an emergency in B City, I'll let the bug self-destruct, so you can come back in time. All right. Will it affect you? Asked Lu Luo. No. The few people looked at Lu Luo and chuckled. All right, you all pack up. I'll take a trip to the garden, and when I return, we'll set off. Okay. Zhou Jing hurried to the garden. There wasn't too much time for her to hesitate. So after going to the garden, she directly asked, do you know if there's a base near B City? I do know about that. There's one base I. We went there before the fall. If I remember correctly, the people in that base are all special forces, so the defenses should be quite tight. All right, I got it. Zhou Jing nodded and returned home. Everyone set off directly towards base I. In B City, on the other side, Zhan Zhu was lying on the bed, while a chubby man next to her, with a blanket covering his belly, said to her, you really are impressive. You guessed the conflicts among several families correctly. He chuckled. Zhan Zhu turned over and lay on her stomach. My goal is not only to let them quarrel, but also to focus all their grievances on Zhou Jing. Why are you always targeting Zhou Jing? I'm not targeting her. It's just that she's basically provoked everyone's anger. Even if I don't target her, others will. He chuckled again. I don't care about that. I just need to know that my little treasure is clever and capable. After saying this, he leaned in to kiss her. Jinju rolled her eyes secretly before responding. After all, she now had power and everything else. She was just lacking. After playing around for a while, the man went out to handle some business. Jinju also tidied up and went out to stroll around. Nowadays, when people mentioned Jinju, they all had disdainful expressions. But Jinju knew this and couldn't be bothered to get angry at them. After all, she had her goals and wouldn't change because of a few words from others. While strolling outside, Jinju suddenly felt someone bump into her. Just as she was about to get angry, she looked up and saw an unexpectedly handsome young man in front of her. Although she no longer valued beauty as much, it was still okay to look at a good-looking man a bit longer. Her expression relaxed. "Did you just bump into me and run away?" The man turned around, looking at the playful expression on Jinju's face, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "I'm really sorry. I accidentally bumped into you just now. Did I hurt you? I have some urgent matters to attend to, so can I apologize to you later? You didn't pretend to be hurt. Forget it. It's fine. You can go about your business." Jinju waved her hand dismissively. If he had urgent matters, then he should go. However, she had never seen this person before. When did he come to be city? It was strange. She was puzzled in her heart and turned to leave. The man with urgent matters only smiled after watching Jinju walk away, but the smile on his face looked somewhat sinister. After Jinju strolled around for a couple of circles and found nothing she liked, she could only regretfully head home. However, she saw the man who had bumped into her waiting at the spot where they had just collided. Upon seeing Jinju, the man hurried over and said, "This beautiful lady, I sincerely apologize for bumping into you earlier. But when I wanted to apologize, I found it was already too late. So, I could only wait here, hoping for another encounter with you. Luckily, heaven favored me." Jinju was not easily swayed by a handsome man's sweet talk. Ling Sang had approached her forcefully, and this man was just too old and ugly. Even if he sweet-talked her, she wouldn't be happy. So, she could only keep going on like this, just thinking about the day she could crush Zhou Jing again, just like last time. Let her get lost in a pile of zombies and die. Then she would be happy. It was rare for a man to be willing to sweet-talk her, which threw her off balance. "What is your name? I've never seen you before." "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. How rude of me. My name is Li Qinkong." "Qinkong. So is it an empty journey?" "Maybe." A hint of gloom flashed in the man's eyes, but he still smiled. Zainkli Mun. This man was none other than Li Chengjuan's chubby brother, an older brother who had never been favored. Qinkong. One could tell from his name that his parents didn't have high expectations for him. "I don't know how to address you. I'm Jinju." "Jinju?" Qinkong smiled. She really is as pure and beautiful as a pearl. Hearing this, Jinju was naturally pleased. Regardless of the truth in his words, someone was willing to flatter her, which made her happy. So, she let her guard down. "Where are you from? I've never seen you around." "It's a harsh truth. I'm from the W base." "W-O. That was the one that fell a while ago, right?" "Yes, indeed, I feel a bit ashamed." "No need to be ashamed. It's normal. After all, maintaining a base is not as simple as we imagine, and this fortress can be broken with just a little slack. It's just a mistake." Qinkong looked at Jinju, feeling immense admiration as he listened to her speak. It's quite impressive for a woman to articulate things to this extent. "So, do you have nothing to do now?" Jinju asked. "Indeed, I'm a solitary person. Everyone in my group. So, since I came to be city, I've been alone." If you're interested, would you like to come with me?" "To your place?" "Yes, I currently have a small team, and the people in the team are all my confidants." "Oh, right. I forgot to ask what ability you have." "I am a level 5 ice ability user." "Wow, that is really good. It's a mutated ability. Would you like to join my small team?" At this moment, Jinju felt as if she had struck gold. If he had really escaped here, his identity must be fine. Those who escaped and those from the base had little connection. So upon hearing this, Jinju didn't think twice and invited Li Qinkong. "Really? If I can join your team, I will definitely perform well." "You don't need to perform too well. We want TB that's strict. As long as we need someone for a mission, you can come along." "Okay, thank you so much." Jinju looked at Li Qinkong with satisfaction. No matter where, he was a gem. She chuckled. Having found such a gem made her feel like she could smile even in her dreams. "Let me take you to where my team gathers." "Okay, thank you for your trouble." "Not a trouble at all." Jinju shot a meaningful glance at Li Qinkong. He returned a smile at the same time. "Jinju, Turned back again. A gem really is a gem. I almost got bewitched. While Zhenju encountered a gem, Zhou Jing was facing one as well. How can you be so heartless? These people are already like this. You don't want to take them in? Why are you all so cold-blooded? Zhou Jing looked at the scholarly man in glasses, Yin Huan, and felt her fists itching with impatience. She had never seen such a gem of a person. To rewind a bit, when Zhou Jing and her group were on their way to City Eye, they encountered a group of people. This group belonged to those who begged in the apocalypse. Although there wasn't much in terms of giving money anymore, they could still beg for some crystals or food. Therefore, encountering such people on the road was quite distressing. I don't want to give you anything, and I don't want to stop. So, as they continued forward, they saw a beggar suddenly leap onto their car and then roll onto the ground. What the hell? What is this? You're a professional. Huh? Unexpectedly, this group of people was not just beggars, but professional scammers. In this apocalypse, people's lives were not taken seriously at all. If there were truly malicious scammers, running them over would be effortless. Lu Luo rolled down the window and said, "If you don't leave, we'll run you over." The few people looked a bit panicked, and as they tried to leave, Zhou Jing's car was blocked by another vehicle in front. Looking at the car that was inexplicably blocking their way, Green Ivy asked, "Who are you? If there's nothing going on, could you please move aside? Don't you have anything to say after hitting someone?" What the heck? The people on Zhou Jing's side looked completely baffled, their expressions almost turning into a dog. Then, a man got out of the car blocking their way and furiously walked to the front of their vehicle, banging on the window. "You guys get out of the car." "Oh my goodness, have we encountered a lunatic?" "Hey, buddy, this is none of your business. If you have any sense, just leave quickly," Green Ivy shouted. "Leave? I don't believe it. Is there no law left in this apocalypse? This really is a lunatic. What to do?" Then they saw the man helping up the professional scammer who had fallen in front of their car. "It's okay, little brother. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of this for you." The scammer looked at the man with a dumbfounded expression, but since someone was helping him, he was also happy, so he just stood aside and watched how the man would speak. "You want to get out?" The man moved aside and banged on the window hard. Qin Kong finally rolled down the window. "What do you want? If there's nothing, hurry up and leave. We have things to do. Isn't hitting someone a thing? We hit someone? Did you see what happened to say we hit someone? How ridiculous. I saw that person lying in front of your car. You say you didn't hit him. Did he just throw himself on your car?" "Yeah, he threw himself on it. You think I'm an idiot?" "I'm not saying you're an idiot. You're an idiot." Time was tight, and Zhou Jing was too lazy to argue with this man. "Are you in cahoots with them? If you are, just say so. If not, get lost. This is none of your business. Cahoots or not, you people, really, you didn't obey the rules before the apocalypse. And now you're exposing the wickedness of your humanity after the apocalypse. I'm telling you, today, you not only have to get out and compensate this little brother, but you also have to apologize to him. Otherwise, watch out. If it weren't for the fact that this man was dressed quite well and looked decent, Zhou Jing would really think he was in cahoots with those people. This is simply a coordinated scam. You don't understand the situation. These people came to beg, and when we didn't give them anything, they directly scammed us. Is that so?" At this moment, anyone who admitted it would be the fool, and the few people hurriedly shook their heads, saying they weren't. The man looked at Zhou Jing and the others as if they were some kind of underworld force. "See, they all said they weren't. You don't suspect they're lying? They look so pitiful. How could they lie? I think you look quite pitiful too. Did your mother forget to give you a brain when she gave birth to you? How can you insult someone like that?" "I'm insulting you." Zhou Jing was really getting fed up with this person. She got out of the car and said to the man, "All right, how do you want to resolve this? You need to apologize to them and compensate them." Zhou Jing turned to the others and said, "What kind of compensation do you want?" The few people turned to look at the man, who was also anxious, and quickly said, "Say it." Only then did these people believe that good luck had really come to them, as they never expected such a fool to help them speak. "We want 10 level 3 crystal cores." Zhou Jing laughed. The man's expression changed. "You haven't been hurt at all, not even a scratch. And you want a level 3 crystal core? You should know that after fighting zombies for so long, it pains me to give you these things." So the man rarest fell silent. Zhou Jing turned to the silent man and said, "What? Why aren't you speaking? What is there to say? You hit someone and you need to compensate. 10 level 3 crystal cores. Stop joking. Can you really produce these things?" The man had nothing to say. He really couldn't produce them. These people were asking for too much. Seeing the man speechless, Zhou Jing asked, "So do you believe them now or believe me?" He really didn't dare to believe those people anymore. But he was also in a difficult position now. The few people also realized they had been asking for too much and hurriedly changed their tune, saying, 5 cores is fine, 3 cores is fine. The man's face was completely unable to hold its composure. These people's attitudes didn't seem justified at all. Did he really help the wrong people? I wouldn't give you even 1 core, let alone 3. Zhou Jing turned around with a look of disgust. You have hands and feet, but don't go work hard to beg here. If I didn't have something to do, I would have fixed you. And you, if you're having a savior complex, go treat it. Don't block our view here. If you really care about them, give them treatment. Give them crystal cores. You come here without distinguishing right from wrong and just slander us. The man's hands were flailing wildly as he defended himself. Don't you dare. You talk too much nonsense. I'm just telling you, in the future, don't be so impulsive without understanding the situation. After saying that, she punched the man in the face. Half of the man's face went numb, and he looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. You, what? Now I really hurt someone? Are you going to pay for it? The man was shocked by Zhou Jing's action. Not to mention compensation, he probably couldn't even beat this person. Take your car and get lost. The man clearly was used to being a savior and didn't expect to encounter such a tough nail here. After seeing Zhou Jing's cold face and the disdainful expressions of those around her, he finally got back into his car with his tail between his legs. At the same time, he looked at the group of scammers with some dissatisfaction. Now he knew who he could provoke and who he couldn't. And for the people he couldn't provoke, he could only silently feel dissatisfied, not daring to show it. Zhou Jing's punch hurt so much that he didn't dare to look for trouble anymore. He clearly understood the gap in strength between them. At this moment, he also regretted that he hadn't saved any of his companions back then. Leaving that strange savior man behind, Zhou Jing and the others drove on toward the base. The base was similar to a military factory. Most of the people inside were former soldiers. So when the apocalypse came, they successfully defended a piece of land. Zhou Jing looked at their gate and laughed. Isn't this gate just like a prison's? Could it be that they managed to protect themselves under such a gate? When they reached the entrance, Zhou Jing gently knocked on the door. A head popped out from inside, looking cautiously at the entrance. After confirming that Zhou Jing and the others were human, he nodded and said, "Come in." After the apocalypse, humans had long since lost their reservations in order to have more hope for survival. Except for some bases that were more troublesome, most other bases were quite friendly. As long as humans came to knock on the door, they generally opened it. You are. The guard looked at Zhou Jing and the others, unsure of what they were here for. Hello, we are from a city, and we came to understand the situation. From the city? It was no wonder they were suspicious. Although the city was thriving now, there had been no interaction between them, so they had always maintained a live and let live attitude. But now, suddenly appearing and saying they wanted to discuss issues with their commander, it was no wonder the guard was suspicious. Zhou Jing didn't mind their speculations. After all, if one wanted to survive a bit longer, the most important thing was to maintain a sense of doubt. You all wait here for a moment. I'll go report to the officer. Okay. After Zhou Jing nodded and thanked him, the guard walked inside. They took the opportunity to sit inside, observing the decor of the guard room. I can't help but feel like this place is a prison. I think so too. It looks quite simple. And the security is tight. It's hard to say. After all, there are quite a few places treating prisons as bases, which can actually further ensure safety. Is that so? They nodded, indicating their understanding. After waiting for a short while, the officer arrived. In the early days of the apocalypse, people could still wear military uniforms. But now they were clearly more practical, and this officer came in casual attire. The officer was surprisingly young, yet his face carried a composure not typical for his age. Upon seeing Zhou Jing and the others, he saluted, causing them to feel nervous. This was an uncle in the military, someone who protected people's safety before and after the apocalypse. How could he salute them? They quickly stood up properly. The two little girls felt intimidated in such a grand situation, so Zhou Jing stepped up to greet first. I wonder how to address you, officer. Oh, just call me Emo-chun. Emo-chun. Zhou Jing smiled. Hello, Officer Emo. Ha, don't tease me. You must be Zhou Jing, right? Huh, how do you know me? It's simple. Your name has truly resonated in this area. It's strange not to know you. Zhou Jing smiled shyly. I guess I'm just a bit flamboyant. There are many people stronger than me. She was just being modest. Now, there were really not many humans who could surpass her, and Mo Chen obviously recognized her humility. So he didn't say more. I still don't know what you came to ask about this time. If it's something I know, I'll definitely share everything. That would be a great help. Zhou Jing's expression became serious. How about we discuss this in the office? Mo Chen looked at them, as if he were receiving subordinates. Zhou Jing realized it wasn't suitable to talk about matters here, so she nodded. Let's go. The guard respectfully watched Mo Chen and the others leave. Entering the office building, people along the way kept their eyes on the girls, and this situation left Mo Chen feeling helpless. It was really unavoidable. Before the apocalypse, there weren't many girls in this place, and after the apocalypse, it was heavily fortified, so it was understandable why people reacted that way upon seeing girls. How embarrassing, he thought. Luckily, Zhou Jing and the others didn't mind this. Once they got to the office, they explained their purpose. So, you're saying that a while ago, your base was overrun by zombies? Yes, and when we looked later, we found that the closest place to our base isn't us but you. Mo Chen's expression then became serious. If that's the case, we really have to take it seriously. But how did you know their target was the city? We can't be sure. But regardless of whether it's organized or not, ultimately, all of our bases will fall. That was indeed the truth. So you need our assistance? No. Actually, I came without having thought about what I really wanted from you. If I were to say I wanted your help, that wouldn't be it. I might just want to give you a heads up. Haha, then I really have to thank you. Before you came, we didn't have much information. Yes, that is what I'm worried about. Now that information is scarce, I'm afraid the news won't get through. And we want to be able to take the best precautions, which would be bad if the zombies took advantage of it. All right, thank you. After Mo Chen spoke, he looked behind Zhou Jing. After a long pause, he finally asked, I haven't introduced you to the ladies behind you. Zhou Jing was a bit unsure what he meant, but composed herself and introduced, these are my friends. This is Leviu, this is Qin Kong, these are our 2 children. And this is Yin Huan, my husband. P.S. married? Hearing Mo Chen's strong reaction, Zhou Jing was momentarily taken aback. Why are you reacting so strongly? Well, we got together after the apocalypse, so. Oh, I see. Mo Chen's expression calmed down slightly. But he still couldn't help but keep looking at Yin Huan. Do you know my husband from before? No, I don't know him. He was clearly lying. Cough. Seeing that Zhou Jing had an expression that said she didn't believe a single word he said, Mo Chen cleared his throat. Well, we've met a few times. Yes, my husband has amnesia, so he doesn't remember anything from before. Amnesia? Mo Chen's expression became even more exaggerated, losing all his previous authority. Is there a problem? No. Your expression tells me there's a big problem. Okay? What is the benefit of hiding this? He couldn't even tell a single lie. Mo Chen felt a bit ashamed as he was collectively looked down upon by Zhou Jing and her group. Glancing at the calm Yin Huan, what to say or not to say. But Yin Huan remained expressionless, and after a long hesitation, Mo Chen finally said, It's getting late. Why don't you all rest here? We have rooms available. Yin Huan looked at Zhou Jing, who pondered for a moment before agreeing. After all, this place was still relatively safe, and Mo Chen clearly knew about Yin Huan's past, so staying here for a few days under normal circumstances would be fine. Mo Chen was so touched by their easy agreement that he almost shed tears. As long as you agree, everything will be easy from here. He was still apprehensive. After all, Yin Huan didn't recognize him now, and having heard about how powerful Yin Huan was now, if he did something wrong, it would be disastrous for him. After all, the memories of being beaten up by Yin Huan in childhood still lingered in his mind. Yin Huan forgot me, but I haven't forgotten her. If I provoke her while she is forgotten, once she remembers, I'm finished. Meanwhile, Yin Huan returned with Zhou Jing to their accommodation. After they finished eating, she prepared to sleep. I have something to do. I'll step out for a bit. Yin Huan looked at Zhou Jing and gently helped her smooth her hair. Go ahead. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Zhou Jing didn't mind Yin Huan. Even if the two didn't have much tacit understanding, there was still a level of trust. So, no matter what Yin Huan asked, Zhou Jing wouldn't disagree. Okay, you rest well. Yin Huan helped Zhou Jing with her hair and tucked her in. She turned and slipped out of the window. Following the scent, Yan-Huan didn't take too many detours and directly found Mo Chen's room. She knocked on the window. Mo Chen, who was preparing for something, was completely confused. "Who is knocking on my window on the 6th floor?" He curiously pulled back the curtains, just in time to see Yan-Huan standing at the window, coldly staring at him. Mo Chen shuddered, nearly wetting his pants. "What is happening? Why is this big demon king here? Wasn't he supposed to have amnesia? Is it really okay for him to suddenly appear and hurt my fragile heart?" Regardless of the internal monologue, the screen was filled with complaints. Mo Chen obediently opened the window and watched Yan-Xian walk in. He moved a stool for him and stood obediently to the side. "You worked hard these past few nights. I was wrong, okay?" Mo Chen was already prepared to apologize. But why was this person not following the usual script? Yan-Xian propped his legs up, closed his eyes, and wore a hint of fatigue on his face. "You've really worked hard during this time." He knew his cousin's temperament well. For him to maintain this act for so long and arrange everything so well was truly impressive. Mo Chen swallowed hard. When did this big devil ever speak to him so kindly? It's good enough that he didn't come over to hit him. He actually comforted him. "Whoa, I'm going to turn from black to pink." It was clear that he had been oppressed for too long. If Yan-Xian dared to speak to Zhou Jing like this, he would have been dealt with long ago. "Didn't you lose your memory? How come now?" A hint of darkness flashed in Mo Chen's eyes, and countless schemes crossed his mind. "I did lose my memory, but I remembered it not long ago." "Oh, you remembered? That's good. What about her?" "We are indeed married, although we haven't really acted like a couple." He was quite frustrated. Zhou Jing treated him like a child. Meanwhile, Mo Chen looked at the form in front of him, and countless impure 18 images flashed through his mind. "My dear cousin's pure body has been defiled like this." He chuckled. Thinking of it this way was rather exciting. If he could meet his aunt, he would definitely share this gossip. Yan-Xian could tell from the look on this kid's face what he was thinking and didn't say much. His mind was still a bit chaotic. Zhou Jing's mention of the zombie tide was indeed a significant issue, and they needed to be cautious. This zombie tide is clearly not just a simple zombie outbreak. It feels more like a large-scale, organized action, so you must not let it guard down. Okay. Mo Chen was a bit curious about how Yan-Xian had gathered so much information. "What's your source of information?" "The city, from the people at the attacked base." "That should be reliable. I'll issue orders to keep them alert." By the way, Yan-Xian closed his eyes, thinking if there was anything he had forgotten. "You have an emergency shelter here, right?" "Yes. That's good. Even if zombies come, you can escape quickly. Do you not trust us?" "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I have a bad feeling for some reason." "Brother, when are you going back?" "Not going back. It would just make them unhappy." "Don't be so stubborn. Bringing your wife back would definitely make them happy. Besides, they were like that before the apocalypse. They surely won't be so stubborn afterward." "We'll see. Those old stubborns just say nice things." "Well, brother, you handle it." Montauk Chen pouted. He still didn't dare to say too much about Mo Yan-Xian. After all, this brother. "Hee. The more you say, the more mistakes you make." "How are the abilities of the supernatural beings here?" "Well, there are about 100 high-level supernatural beings, slightly more low-level ones, and not many without abilities. It might be because their physical fitness was good before the apocalypse, so the awakening rate is still quite high." "Okay, you all handle it this way. I won't say much." "But brother, they used to be your soldiers. But now they're yours. I really have to thank you. I lost my memory after the apocalypse. If it weren't for you, these brothers might have met with misfortune." "Brother, don't say that. I feel quite embarrassed. You know in your heart that when the time comes, if you want to come back, I will gladly return your soldiers to you." Yan-Xian just nodded and said nothing. He was really fine like this. He had no intention of seizing power or taking credit for their hard work. After finishing all the necessary explanations, Yan-Xian moved his head. "All right, it's getting late. You should rest. I'll head back." "Okay, brother, be careful." "Got it." After speaking, Yan-Xian skillfully climbed out of the window, while Mo Chen, who had already opened the door, looked embarrassed. "Brother, you really don't follow the usual path." Yan-Xian returned to his room, looking at Zhou Jing sleeping soundly alone, unable to resist leaning in to smell her scent. It was a refreshing grassy fragrance. It seemed that he had also picked up this scent from spending time with her. At least the two of them, amidst the zombies, were living quite well. Thankfully, he could still meet her. Thankfully, it was not too late. The next day, when Zhou Jing woke up and looked at the food delivered by the base, she was in disbelief. Had we gotten to this point in our relationship? This food was a treatment reserved for honored guests. She ate everything in surprise. Yan Xian watched Zhou Jing's good appetite and also ate a bit more. There isn't much specialty here, but if you want to stay a couple more days, that's fine. I was thinking about that too, whether to stay a couple more days. It seems that these soldier brothers' lives are quite different from ours. They opened the curtains and looked at the people below who had already started exercising, feeling emotional. It really is different. Their mission has always been to defend the country. And now they're no exception, just with greater abilities. Oh, why is Yan Xian speaking so seriously today? Zhou Jing lay there. It's as if these soldier brothers are your subordinates. Yan Xian, startled by Zhou Jing's keen intuition, fell silent. He simply watched the people practicing below, feeling a faint sense of pride. The few people who originally planned to visit were chatting when suddenly, a little bug from Yichong crawled out from who knows where and crawled onto Zhou Jing's injury. Under everyone's gaze, it burst. A few people exchanged unhappy glances. What can I say? Just when we thought we could relax and play, why do they always have to stir things up? They seem afraid that others will forget about them. So Ying sighed. What a pity. It seems we can't play this time. It's okay. We can play next time. Yeah. Let's go say goodbye to Mo Chen. The few of them left their residence and headed towards Mo Chen's office. Mo Chen had just finished his morning exercise and looked very spirited. What? You're leaving? Yeah. Zhou Jing said apologetically. I'm really sorry. This happened suddenly, and we have no choice but to leave first. Mo Chen glanced at Yan Xian and found that he was basically transparent in this situation, not expressing any opinions or saying much. No other way. Mo Chen had to say to Zhou Jing, all right then, I won't say much more. Let our people escort you to the door. Oh, I'm honored. Zhou Jing smiled but did not decline. Mo Chen grinned and led them to the base's entrance. Time was tight. Otherwise, he would have taken a few of them out to have fun. It's okay. Next time will be the same. All right. A group of soldiers saluted in unison as Zhou Jing and the others left the city base with smiles. Once everyone got into the car, they headed back. So annoying. Yichong definitely had no choice either. Everyone calmly thought about the situation. If we return a bit late, who knows what kind of trouble might come up. Yeah. Now they were also glad that they left Xiaobai at home. At least Chen Qingling could protect her. Xiaobai sneezed. The training over the past few days had allowed her to master quite a few combat skills, and without relying on strength, she could now fight Chen Qingling a bit. Chen Qingling was quite excited about being a coach for the first time. She was even happier after seeing how much Xiaobai had improved, but at that moment, news from outside made her lips curl in disdain. What was the situation? Yes. Then they really couldn't wait, hopping around as soon as Zhou Jing and the others left, fearing they would miss out on the benefits. A bunch of ungrateful wolves. Xiaobai heard this and came out to ask what was wrong. Nothing. Just a bunch of ungrateful wolves have made a plan to take the top 6 families out to clear out zombies tomorrow. Do we need all the major families for this? Xiaobai asked curiously. Isn't that the issue? Someone reported that a zombie tide appeared in the east. It said there aren't too many, but their levels are decent, so they're all anxious. They want to take advantage of Zhou Jing's absence? Yes, that's definitely the intention. And it just so happens that those who saw it were from the Zhou family. And the plan was made with the participation of the top 3 families, with Han's family not raising any objections. Was this if not ungrateful wolves? They want the best without matching strength. And once they've used everything up, they'll just throw people aside. Xiaobai didn't know what had happened, so she didn't say much. Chen Qingling looked at Xiaobai and said, if Zhou Jing doesn't come back, you can hang on to their name and come to our family. With me around, you'll definitely get your share. Haha, then thank you. Zhou Jing and the others were rushing back. They said it wasn't far, but strictly speaking, it would take a whole day without rest. Fortunately, the ability users wouldn't tire easily, and they were lucky that there were no zombies on this stretch of road. They finally returned to the base the day before they set out. Zhou Jing didn't show up upon returning. She went straight back to her house to listen to Chen Qingling and Xiaobai recount what had happened over the past 2 days. Zhou Jing was not at all surprised by Han's actions. After all, she had made it clear that she wouldn't borrow their resources or act as their enforcer. So, They naturally wanted to skip over Zhou Jing to develop on their own. However, this was indeed an underhanded move. Zhou Jing looked at the two of them and smiled faintly. Aren't I back? Han's family was also conflicted when making this decision, but there was nothing they could do. Zhou Jing had made it clear early on that she wouldn't stay with them for long and had voluntarily withdrawn from their sphere of influence after the competition ended. Despite appearing to be busy alone, when she really needed them, she was not soft-hearted at all. This made them very dissatisfied. After all, they were still a family. And not to mention honor, they had to maintain some face. When Zhou Jing used them, it had left the Han family with no face at all due to the incident with those city ability users. So, under the old lady's nose, they secretly held a meeting focused on how to gain benefits outside of Zhou Jing's influence. They knew their position was given by Zhou Jing and that many in these families were familiar with her, so to avoid being left behind even more, they decided on this plan. After Zhou Jing left, they urgently began their offensive plan. They also quickly gathered some resources for their family members to upgrade. This was also where the Han family was not wise. If they had managed to befriend the city ability users when they first arrived, they wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament now. At least now, the only person the city ability users were thankful for was Zhou Jing, while they were merely a side note. After listening to their words, Zhou Jing nodded in understanding. Each family just needs to bring their own people, right? Yes. Then that's fine. Is there a limit on the number of people? No, how should I put it? The more people you bring, the less you'll get after dividing it up. If you bring fewer people, you might actually end up with more. I see. Then shall we mobilize everyone? Is that okay? Sure, why not? Chen Qingling seemed very pleased. Our family is not worried about not having anyone to hold the fort. Then we'll affiliate with your family, and we can split what we get 37 to 63. How about that? 37? Ha! That is still us making a profit. Chen Qingling was very happy. I believe in your ability to rake in profits. In the end, we'll get more than they do. That sounds good. Zhou Jing smiled. Meanwhile, Bao Bei and Li Zi secretly made a resolution. Li Zi, I'm counting on you. Li Zi licked Bao Bei. I'm a professional at taking crystal cores. To ensure they would succeed in battle, Zhou Jing and her team had a good night's sleep, while Qin Kong was secretly working on something unknown. The next morning, everyone got up and saw Qin Kong with two big dark circles under her eyes, holding a small bag. What is this? For Li Zi. After saying that, she placed the bag around Li Zi's neck, who had stopped struggling against them. Everyone looked at the bag, which was just the right size and seemed quite large, then looked at Qin Kong. Can't tell at all. It's because we're planning something big this time, so I made this. When Li Zi gets the crystal cores, she could just throw them into the bag and keep going. Only then did Li Zi realize that the bag on her was meant for this purpose. She scratched the bag, confirmed it felt fine, and accepted its existence. This made Qin Kong extremely excited. Once everyone was ready, they walked out, and in the astonished gazes of all, they approached Chen Qingling's convoy. Chen Qingling had specially prepared a vehicle for Zhou Jing and the others. And the elders of the Chen family looked at Zhou Jing with complex expressions. After all, she was a person that their current head of the family had befriended. They should be a bit more polite, so a warm smile squeezed out from their withered faces, making Zhou Jing shiver. Scared, Chen Qingling understandingly patted Zhou Jing's shoulder. Don't mention it. Sometimes I'm scared too. The two shared a mischievous smile, which startled the elder, making him shiver. What secret schemes were these two children discussing? Fortunately, the two girls were just joking around. When they saw the people from the Shun and Lu families appear, they happily greeted them. Thank goodness you're back. We really need to teach them a lesson. What ideas are they coming up with every day? Shen Songji scoffed. Zhou Jing saw his dissatisfaction with the Han family in his eyes. She comforted him. Am I the type to hold grudges about such things? There's no need to worry. They're just asking for trouble on their own. What can we do about it? Oh, so you're following the Chen family's vehicle? Yes, since she's here, we're going with them. Oh, what a great opportunity. If you go with us, we'll definitely have a big harvest. Get lost, don't be silly here. Be careful our Xiaobai sees. Xiaobai is here too. Shun Songji's expression was quite excited as he looked around. Yes, let her learn from Qingling on the way. She can also practice. Then you have to protect her well. She is an ordinary person. I know. Don't I have a sense of this? Hard to say, hard to say. Shen Songji jumped out of the car to avoid being lectured by Zhou Jing. Meanwhile, the Han and Ling families slowly approached. The Ling family felt nothing, while the Han family was still smug. After all, Zhou Jing wasn't he around. They were here. What could they do? Who was that person they saw in the crowd? Didn't they say Zhou Jing had already set out for a mission? When did she come back? Oh my god, the news was wrong. But at this point, it was too late to leave. Zhou Jing had already seen them and smiled friendly at them. The Han family members shivered slightly and awkwardly smiled back at Zhou Jing. Then Zhou Jing turned around, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. On the other hand, the Ling family nodded at Zhou Jing first. Mu Lian watched from the side, feeling slightly dissatisfied but knowing that she was no longer the same as before. So she had to endure. There would always be opportunities to deal with Zhou Jing on the battlefield. Zhenju looked at the people in front of her chatting and laughing, feeling a bit unfair. She had come alone with her small team, and although she was not within the bounds of any family, her man was now the head of the Task Guild. Who could say anything about her showing up? So Zhenju blended in, keeping quiet in the car, and the other person in the car was Li Changkong, whom she had just taken under her wing. Li Changkong looked at Zhenju's distracted expression and said softly, "Don't be nervous. Even if you don't trust others, you should be able to trust me, right?" Zhenju smiled at Li Changkong. This man may not say much else, but he was the best at making people happy. She was so nervous not seeing him every day, just waiting for an opportunity to have him under her command. This mission was also an opportunity, right? Zhenju chuckled and said, "Who else can I trust besides you?" Li Changkong smiled and said something that made her laugh heartily. Finally, the Zhou family arrived late. A group of people exchanged pleasantries with their own thoughts, and when the Ling family led the way to the front, everyone got in the car. Once in the car, Xiaobai began to feel nervous. I'm a bit nervous about facing zombies for the first time." Zhou Jing smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'll give you a knife. You can use this knife for both ranged and melee combat." Zhou Jing's technical jargon made Chun Qingling laugh. "Is that how you teach people? Do you think you're playing an online game?" Zhou Jing also realized and glanced at Xiaobai, smiling awkwardly. Okay, the general idea is like that. As long as you understand." "Yes, we understand, no problem." Xiaobai took the knife and cautiously weighed it. "It's a bit heavy." "Yes, I'm afraid it's too thin, one will break." "That makes sense." Saying this, Xiaobai picked up the knife and started to play with it lightly. Seeing that Xiaobai's mood was no longer so tense, Zhou Jing and Chun Qingling finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were just afraid she would be too nervous and wouldn't know what to do after they went down. They knew that the special training they had undergone over the time had prepared them well. Have you noticed that there seem to be a few more cars behind? I wonder which family they belong to. They don't belong to a family. Judging by their emblem, they should be from the Task Guild. I wonder what kind of people the Task Guild has inserted this time, but it doesn't matter, even though they often sit around without following rules. I have to say the people they bring are still quite capable. Zhou Jing hesitated and nodded. The smell coming from that car told her that the newcomers were not to be underestimated, and that one of them was someone she was quite familiar with. It really is surprising that they could all gather together. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. During the break, Zhou Jing and the others chose to eat inside the car, not getting out. The temperature outside was too high, and the air conditioning inside the car was a bit better. Zhou Jing and the others sat in the car and watched the people outside. Then, Lu Luo spat out the water in her mouth. "Isn't that Zhenju? She is here too. Who is that person next to her? You look a bit familiar." Hearing this, Zhou Jing turned her head. Sure enough, she saw Zhenju getting out of the car with a man, and her arm was linked with that man's. But wasn't she with a chubby man who seemed to be the head of the Task Guild? Wouldn't she get beaten up for doing this? Their actions were not subtle, and naturally, Ling Sang, who was getting out of the Zhou family's convoy, also saw this. He looked at Zhenju and that man joking around with a cold face, feeling a wave of nausea. He snorted coldly and returned to the car. Zhou Xiaoyue looked at Ling Sang's expression and provocatively smiled. "I really didn't expect this. Your head is still green. Every woman who has been with you has eventually run off with another man. I don't know whether to sympathize with you or to laugh. Ha ha ha." Zhou Xiaoyue's provocation was not very clever, but it struck directly at Ling Sang's heart. If Zhou Jing had abandoned him, Zhenju had truly abandoned herself. He felt that he had indeed made a fool of himself in these few matters. It seemed that since leaving Zhou Jing, he had not had an easy time. He turned his head irritably, ignoring Zhou Xiayue. Zhou Xia, however, was laughing so hard she was almost crying. She and Ling Sang had a facade of harmony while being at odds, and everyone present already knew, so there was no need to pretend. After the break, everyone made their way to the front. Zhou Jing hurried back, not clear on specifics. She just listened to them talking and nodded continuously. I see. No wonder they are in such a hurry. If this wave of zombies is really just a simple gathering of zombies, then that's actually a good thing. So they even threw away their face. They exchanged smiles. The car continued to drive. Those who had no deep grudges could occasionally gather together to chat. But with many people, conflicts were inevitable. Zhou Jing was confused when she saw a mysterious woman snort past her. What's going on? After returning to the car and telling the people inside, only Chen Qingling had a serious expression. What happened? Do you have a grudge against her? Not really. It's just that the guy is my ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend. Seeing me would inevitably make her unhappy. So transferring her anger onto you is understandable. I see. Zhou Jing and the others said this, but their expressions clearly showed big gossip. Chen Qingling laughed, saying that what happened in the past shouldn't be brought up again. It was meaningless. After all, don't be fooled by the fact that this woman is jumping around here. My ex-boyfriend is definitely not a good person. I don't even know how many ex-girlfriends he has had. The people in the car exclaimed, "Wow, that's impressive." Of course. After Chen Qingling finished speaking, her face showed a hint of helplessness, but there was definitely no sadness or nostalgia. The group chatted about gossip as they arrived at their destination. It's good to have privileges. If this good thing were to fall into the hands of capable ordinary ability users, it really wouldn't be their turn. Zhou Jing sighed at herself, this corrupted human. Having privileges is really nice. Upon arriving at the destination, the Ling family members got out of the car and told everyone, the destination is right ahead. After getting off the car, you can act on your own. You can make your own judgments if anything happens. I won't say much here. Everyone is skilled. Ling Jiu smiled and said, of course, being able to fight monsters together means we are still living humans. So rather than talking about unity, I hope everyone sticks to their principles. This meant not to harm each other. Zhou Jing understood and expressed that it was best to follow the principle of if people don't offend me, I want to offend them. If someone offends me, be careful, I'll eat you. After giving some instructions and seeing that everyone looked disinterested, Ling Jiu wisely closed his mouth. Then everyone be careful. After saying this, he led his people into the area where there were more zombies. This area used to be a school. Most schools are located in the suburbs and cover a large area. So when everyone saw this place, they were also worried. Because this school is too big, the buildings are too scattered, making it obviously difficult for everyone to navigate. However, the news here is equally stimulating to everyone. The Ling family's advance clearly triggered everyone's nerves, and their cars kept driving in one after another. Zhou Jing watched the crowd behind her without feeling anxious. She and Yin Xian were obviously better at sensing this. Outside, apart from them, there was only Zhen Zhu's convoy left. Looking at Zhen Zhu's convoy, Zhou Jing knew they would definitely cross paths. This time, even if it wasn't the end, there would definitely be some significant conflicts. She wasn't in a hurry, but there were others who were. Zhen Zhu stepped out of her car, looked at Zhou Jing, and provocatively said, "It's been so long, and you're still alive. Thanks to you, I couldn't bear to accompany you since you're not dead." You just have a quick tongue, Zhou Jing. I still want to tell you inside. You'd better stay away from me. Otherwise, I don't know what I might do. All right, I'll remember that, and I'll pass this message back to you. Zhou Jing truly wasn't anxious. After all, she wasn't afraid of Zhen Zhu at all. However, in Zhen Zhu's car, she caught a hint of a threat. This scent was quite familiar. It was the scent of her kind. No wonder Xiao Yaya said that once the ability users' levels rise, they can smell the differences on them. Although this scent was faint, those who lacked sufficient level probably wouldn't be able to smell it. Zhou Jing looked at Yin Xian and saw a hint of affirmation in his eyes. It seemed that many zombies were indeed blending into the human world just like them. She just didn't know what this zombie gentleman was planning. Watching Zhen Zhu's car drive into the school, Zhou Jing and the others finally started their vehicle slowly. Are we going to move together or what? Chen Qingling moved her arms. She had brought quite a few people this time. Let's split up. If you trust me, I have too many enemies here. I'm afraid there won't be peace once we go in. Chen Qingling laughed heartily and said, "Then let's split up. I'll come find you once I've collected enough here." "Okay." Zhou Jing nodded. "Remember to call us if you encounter any danger." "Sure. Stay safe." After they finished their instructions, Zhou Jing and the others got out of the car, took out a vehicle from the space, and got in. They waved goodbye to Chen Qingling, and the two teams split up to act. "We're not in a hurry. Let us head to the teaching building first." The teaching building in front looked somewhat dilapidated, but it was obvious that no ability users had come here yet. "Okay." They nodded and drove towards the teaching building. After checking that no strange people would appear around, everyone got out of the car. The smell inside the teaching building was a bit eye-watering. They didn't mind and moved forward, looking at the glass doors at the entrance. The doors were already locked from the outside, and inside, several zombies were pressing their faces against the glass, trying to reach out towards Zhou Jing and the others. It was clear that this group consisted of level 1 or 2 zombies, not high in level, acting purely on instinct. After a careful look, Zhou Jing noticed that there weren't many zombies at the entrance, and after confirming that there were no zombies behind, she smiled at Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, now is your moment to shine." Xiao Bai, with a pale face, asked, "Can I really do it? These zombies are easy to deal with. Trust us." She swallowed hard. "What are you afraid of? You might as well turn into a zombie. Anyway, you're like this now. Anything goes. First, chop this door open." Zhou Jing directed. She was very confident in the knife she found. Xiao Bai didn't think too much and chopped down at it. Surprisingly, it really did cut through. However, at that moment, the zombies inside, who had been pushing against the door, were pushed out by inertia. They piled up behind each other, with those at the front lying on the ground, all wanting to get up. Taking advantage of this moment, they struck at their necks or heads. "Okay." Xiao Bai gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and swung down at the nearest zombie. That zombie didn't disappoint her and was shot in the head. Red and white splattered everywhere. Xiao Bai didn't have time to scream, but gritted her teeth as she looked at the other zombies. One knife for each. One knife for each until the last one. She looked at the zombie that had already stood up and felt a bit timid. After all, she could directly harvest the other zombies, but this one was coming directly at her. Xiao Bai trembled in fear. Zhou Jing knew she couldn't let her handle it alone. She hurriedly said, "You can move a bit faster to the side. Just be careful not to let it touch your body." Xiao Bai took a deep breath, dodged to the side, and before the zombie reacted, she smashed her knife hard onto its head. Only when that zombie fell to the ground did she sit down, still trembling. Her face was filled with fear, unable to believe that all these zombies were her doing. "Good." Zhou Jing took out a bottle of water and handed it to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai mechanically drank the water and took a long time to recover. "I did it." She looked at Zhou Jing and the others, her eyes shining. "I did it. You were great." Everyone looked happy, even though they were low-level zombies. If one couldn't get over that mental barrier, they would never be able to overcome it. Therefore, everyone was happy to see Xiao Bai truly succeed. On the side, Lizzie jumped down from Bao Bei's arms. With her small bag, she rummaged for crystal cores in every zombie's brain, and after finding one, she would let it fall into her little bag and look for the next crystal core. During the rummaging process, her paws got sticky, and she naturally licked them off. Pretending to just be licking her paws, she was actually carrying out the necessary task of leveling up. Once everything here was cleared, Lizzie brought her spoils to Zhou Jing's shoulder, poured out the crystal cores, and gave them to Bao Bei. Xiao Bai watched on, stunned. "This cat is much stronger than me. It's okay. Soon you'll know that you are also a very strong human. I will work hard." Xiao Bai's face was full of confidence. After everyone smiled, they moved deeper inside. "Don't be afraid. We will deal with the stronger zombies. Just stand obediently next to Qing Kong." "Okay." Xiao Bai looked at Zhou Jing and smiled broadly. "I feel more motivated in my life." After advancing a bit further, everyone clearly felt that the number of zombies was increasing. Moreover, their levels were slowly rising. It felt like they were paving the way for small soldiers, consuming mid-levels, while the big moves were behind. How to put it? It felt similar to playing an online game, but now she was experiencing it firsthand. She looked at the level 3 zombies ahead and signaled Xiao Bai to hide beside Qing Kong, to make them retreat a bit faster. Zhou Jing and Yin Xin basically led the charge with LV Luo, while Qing Kong took care of Xiao Bai. Bao Bei and the small zombie were waiting in the back to release skills at unexpected times. Looking at the zombies rushing out of the school, most of them were wearing uniforms. Zhou Jing and the others felt uneasy. It seemed the zombies outside were a horde, while those in the teaching building were the local residents. Their levels hadn't risen too high, probably because they had been stuck in this place for too long. Round after round, the student zombies continued to rush out. Zhou Jing and the others could only keep harvesting. Chestnuts were picking up items nearby, while Yin Xian was assisting, occasionally letting Xiao Bai come up to help with a few hits. The group treated this as a warm-up, so they pushed forward particularly quickly. Soon, they reached the top floor, where the zombies had mostly been cleared out. They wondered what might be on the top floor, perhaps a high-level zombie? They speculated. I think so too, since the zombies they fought earlier were already level 4. It's surprising that they can grow so quickly in such a closed environment. Should we let Xiao Bai wait outside? I feel it's not a good idea. Qin Kong hesitated. Although it seems we've cleared the outside, we don't really know what might happen. What if a group of zombies encircles us while we are busy fighting the zombies inside? That would put Xiao Bai in danger. That does make sense. Under Zhou Jing's instruction, Lu Luo gave Xiao Bai a water bubble, completely wrapping her up, leaving aside the fact that a zombie's attack could still be withstood as long as she could hold up for a moment. Zhou Jing Wunti let her encounter a second attack. The group cautiously entered the office on the highest floor. The spacious office with floor-to-ceiling windows was quiet, and sunlight poured directly onto the floor inside. Surprisingly, there were no zombies in this office. It felt like reaching the final level of a game. Will they tell you to go out for a stroll? Could it be that the level 4 zombie they fought earlier was from here? But it felt distinctly different. Everything here seemed eerie, and the level 4 zombie didn't appear to have any special abilities. They cautiously circled around the office. Shoo! Zhou Jing glanced around several times and finally noticed something off in one spot. She signaled the others to be quiet and pointed to a certain area below. They looked at that spot. It was a patch of ground illuminated by sunlight. Logically, there shouldn't be anything there, but although there was no shadow, the light on that patch was subtly distorted. If it weren't for Zhou Jing's keen eyesight, they probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. After the others carefully examined that area, they looked at Zhou Jing in surprise, realizing it was an invisibility effect. Yes, it seems that that's the case. Since this is the situation, Zhou Jing instructed Lu Luo to give her 2 children water bubbles as well, while she and Yin Xian took a step back. Although this invisibility ability seemed strange, it didn't impact them too much. After wrapping everyone in protective water bubbles, Lu Luo declared she was exhausted and hid behind Xiao Bai. Zhou Jing walked toward the area where the sunlight was streaming in. The distorted shadow didn't move towards her, but instead headed towards the area with more people. He might not fully understand what the water bubble could do, and was more interested in it. Seeing he wasn't taking the bait, Zhou Jing had no choice but to give up. After exchanging glances with Yin Xian, the two proceeded to surround it. They struck at the phantom with a claw. The phantom didn't expect them to attack first. After dodging a few times, it revealed itself due to being injured. They looked at this zombie, feeling a bit surprised. It seemed that high-level zombies had a higher integrity. This zombie didn't have any visible injuries. It might be due to its abnormal recovery ability or something else. In any case, this zombie left the women present in awe because it looked really good. A few girls exchanged shy glances, decisively deciding to maintain their boundaries. This zombie is still a zombie. Without hesitation, they charged towards the zombie. Zhou Jing was in close combat, while Lu Luo and Qin Kong were still in their bubbles and couldn't attack. Although Zhou Jing was a melee fighter, she wasn't afraid of a zombie's attack, so she charged straight at it. Yan Xian also noticed Zhou Jing's moment of awe and angrily clawed at its face. The women who initially thought about keeping the zombie's face could only silently mourn for its wretched appearance. However, this zombie was clearly an ordinary one. Seeing that Zhou Jing and the others were tough opponents, it charged towards a group who hadn't attacked yet. With a swipe, it broke the precious water bubble in front. Xiao Bai screamed in fear, worried something would happen to the precious item. But the precious item remained calm. The chestnut in her arms jumped out and clawed at the zombie. The zombie couldn't dodge and got slashed across its face. It looked bewildered, but the chestnut didn't give it a chance to recover, jumping onto its neck and clawing and biting. The zombie, annoyed by the harassment, was unable to shake off the chestnut. Zhou Jing and the others took the opportunity to rush forward and strike at the zombie's vital points. Yan Xian also didn't hold back, kicking the zombie in the lower back. This hit was indeed effective. The zombie was instantly immobilized. Just when Zhou Jing was about to split its head open, an unexpected change occurred. Zhou Jing and Yan Xian heard the sound of a water bubble bursting. But, judging by their astonishment, it was impossible for those few people to have broken the bubble themselves. So, it was definitely external force. This sudden turn of events made their minds race, feeling tense. However, Yan Xian didn't hesitate and rushed towards the few people. Sure enough, over there, it was Qin Kong whose bubble had burst. At that moment, Qin Kong was still lost in thought, unaware of the imminent danger. The one who broke the bubble probably didn't expect their protection to withstand his full-force attack. Even a second was enough. Zhou Jing quickly took down the zombie in front of her, while Yan Xian charged in, taking it down just as the zombie was about to make a second move. Only then did Qin Kong realize she had been grabbed. She looked at the people around her in disbelief. That scared me to death. Don't be afraid. Zhou Jing comforted. These two zombies were hiding too well. They didn't even smell a hint of them, so they overlooked them. There was no choice but to have two people grab one and then burst their heads. The two zombies met a tragic end at Zhou Jing and the other's hands. The chestnut came over, happily rummaging through their heads for crystal cores, sneaking bites as she searched. Then she put the cores into her little bag and returned to the precious item. Xiaobai was already startled by Zhou Jing and their actions. Aren't you afraid of being hurt attacking zombies like that? Actually, to be precise, we no longer need to fear zombies. We have all reached level 5 and don't have to worry about being infected by zombie viruses. Oh, I see. Xiaobai felt a bit disappointed. However, our combat strategy still involves avoiding their attacks while dealing damage. Otherwise, if everyone gets scratched by a zombie, how could they survive the next wave of zombie attacks? Don't you think so? Yes, Xiaobai looked at them with admiration. They were truly clean, without scratches or injuries. These two had already seemed powerful in the basement. Now, it was just like amplifying that feeling. Seeing Xiaobai understand, Zhou Jing was also very pleased. After this fruitful harvest, they headed downstairs. Going downstairs is actually nothing to be afraid of. The zombies have already been cleared out, and this time haul is pretty good. If I had to say, it's mostly the two advanced zombie cores at the back that hold some value. When they reached the ground floor, just as they were about to drive to the next destination, they saw a familiar car pull up in front of them. It's Zhou Jing. This group is so annoying. The person who came was Zhou Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiaoyu looked at the already open teaching door and pretended to sigh dramatically. You got here first, huh? What a pity. I was hoping to come here for a harvest. Zhou Jing ignored her and got into the car, ready to leave. Zhen Zhu and the others are on the back playground. There are a lot of zombies there. There was no response, and Zhou Jing drove away. Zhou Xiaoyu really is irritating. So, are we going to the back playground? Asked Qin Kong, who was driving. No, there aren't many zombies at the back playground. And there aren't many people either. Even if there are zombies, they're mostly advanced ones, which are harder to deal with. Zhou Jing directly refuted Zhou Xiaoyu's lie. Xiaobai was surprised, but didn't speak up. How does Zhou Jing know so much? Qin Kong didn't suspect anything. Turn right, to the little garden. There are many surprises there. Okay. The word surprise made Xiaobai very scared because the surprises Zhou Jing mentioned definitely meant more zombies. As they drove in that direction, Xiaobai finally couldn't hold back and said, "Can I stay in the car for a while? I feel it will be safer." "That's fine." Zhou Jing turned around and looked at her with some concern. "But if you can't drive, it's easy to get separated from us." "Huh, I can drive." "What did you say?" Everyone stared blankly at Xiaobai, who looked completely calm. "What's wrong?" Xiaobai asked, noticing the uneasy expressions on everyone's faces. "What did you just say?" "I said I can drive." Everyone almost spat out blood, because among the reporters in the car, only Qin Kong could drive. So when they saw someone else, they naturally assumed that person couldn't drive. If he could drive, that would be great. Zhou Jing coughed lightly to cover the awkwardness. "Let us do this. In places with fewer zombies, you can switch places with Qin Kong and drive. Okay?" "Of course." Xiaobai was very happy to be useful, so she cheerfully switched places with Qin Kong at the next intersection. Qin Kong could finally take a break, collapsing in the back seat. Meanwhile, Greenvine was fluffing her hair. Keep going forward. Stop when you reach the front playground. Understood. After receiving the instruction, Xiao Bai drove forward, while zombies kept rushing towards them. If it weren't for Xiao Bai's good psychological quality, she would have been too scared to move. When you see them, don't panic or be afraid. Just charge straight ahead and run over them. That way, no zombies will hinder us. Run over them? Xiao Bai swallowed hard, but decided to listen to Zhou Jing. After all, running over them would just cause a bit of a bump. Finally, with Xiao Bai's efforts, they arrived at the little garden. The trees here were lush, but since no one was taking care of them, they had grown quite wild. However, one could imagine that before the apocalypse, this place must have been very popular among students. Will there be zombies here? Yes, there are many. Smelling the strong stench, Zhou Jing and the others didn't think too much and wished each other good luck before getting out of the car, leaving a confused Xiao Bai behind. How do I follow you? Do I just go where you go? At this moment, Xiao Bai felt how much of a hindrance she was. Outside the car, people had already started attacking, and at the same time, a group was there. Their coordination was quite tacit. Even the ambushing zombies were not spared. The most useless treasure was just standing there, and there was a mutated beast guarding it. Xiao Bai sighed in frustration. She really didn't know what she was doing out here. Was she just a burden? But before she could feel sad, she suddenly heard an unusual noise from her car. Suddenly, she saw the previously flat roof of the car sagging slightly. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing and the others were still unaware that something was wrong. Realizing something was off, Xiao Bai quickly calmed down and adjusted the car. The thing on top of the car had now revealed its true form. It crawled onto the front windshield. Knowing how fragile the glass was, Xiao Bai didn't dare delay and started the car, driving forward. Zhou Jing and the others heard the sound of the car starting and initially thought Xiao Bai was coming over. But when they listened closely and heard the sound getting faster and faster, they realized something was wrong. Sure enough, there was a zombie on the car. The zombie's body was blocking the front windshield. Trusting her instincts, Xiao Bai drove forward. Stop! Zhou Jing's voice was completely inaudible, and she felt a bit anxious, thinking she would have to jump into the car. But unexpectedly, Xiao Bai stopped just before reaching Zhou Jing, startling her. This little Bai really has a good sense of spatial distance. After pulling down the zombie that was trying to smash the glass and beating it up, she took out the crystal core. Only then did Xiao Bai dare to lower the car window slightly. You scare me to death, she said, almost whining. Zhou Jing looked at Xiao Bai and found her cute, quickly saying, Don't be afraid. You did great this time. Next time, don't stray too far from us so we can quickly come to help if something goes wrong. Okay. Xiao Bai then smiled happily at Zhou Jing. One could only say that Xiao Bai's character is really good. She stays calm in emergencies and quickly thinks about how to solve problems. How is the cleanup going? Xiao Bai looked around the woods, feeling a bit blind. How could they keep fighting zombies while she couldn't see a single one? Not much left. Zhou Jing and the others had already gathered a lot of loot, and even if they didn't have to fight too hard, more was always better. Should I stay a bit farther from you? No, it's fine right here. When they felt they had almost cleared the area, Zhou Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Almost done, looking at the sky, which was slightly darkening, Zhou Jing said to those around her that it was time to find their main group and gather. This had been decided long ago. No matter how chaotic the day was or how they hunted zombies, they had to gather together at night. At least it could ensure everyone's safety. All right. Everyone nodded and got into the car. Xiao Bai also took on the responsibility of driving, not daring to get distracted as she headed towards the designated assembly point. The sky darkened completely, and Zhou Jing saw the headlights of cars around her, knowing that everyone was now heading towards the gathering point. This would inevitably lead to encounters with teammates or enemies. Chen Qingling unexpectedly traveled alongside Zhou Jing's convoy. Looking at Zhou Jing and their expressions, Chen Qingling, looking exhausted, said, You guys must have had a great haul today. I didn't even see you. It's fine, what about you? Should be good, right? Not at all. You think we're just following the Ling family for the meat? Who knew they would start harvesting themselves upon reaching the destination? After one big move, how could we dare to claim those frozen zombies as ours? So up until now, the crystal cores we've got are pitifully few. If we teamed up with you guys, the big shots would definitely take care of us. Chen Qingling looked pitiful, but what she said was quite annoying. All right, stop pretending to be pitiful. You want to trick me into giving you a crystal core, but I want to fall for it. Boo-hoo. Xiaojing has forgotten about me now that she's successful. Yes, I am indeed a thankless person who kicks someone when they're down. If you have the ability, go ahead and hit me. Boo-hoo, this is really bad. A group of people, amidst all this noise, arrived at the gathering spot, where some families had already arrived and started cooking dinner. They didn't even look up when they saw the other teams return. Zhou Jing and the others didn't mind. Once they set up camp, they started a fire and put a pot on, while El Lu began cooking with Xiao Bai. You can't say Xiao Bai isn't the perfect wife. She's skilled in everything from stir-frying to cooking, and everything she touches turns out delicious. Sure enough, under the efforts of the two girls, a pot of delicious soup was simmering, and simultaneously, the stir-fried dishes were ready. The skewers of meat were roasting over the fire, and the aroma wafted out, tantalizing everyone's noses. Don't look at the group of ability users. They usually have plenty to eat, but when they're out on a mission, it's understood that they have to endure hardships. Watching others eat so well while they have such meager portions always leaves a sour feeling. How to put it? The more they look, the hungrier they get. It's really infuriating. This group of girls is well-fed and well-accommodated, with strong attack capabilities. I really don't understand how they grew up. So frustrating. Nearby, the shameless families of Shun and Chun walked over. No matter how Zhou Jing tried to shoo them away, she could only helplessly watch them drink soup and take some back for others, causing the crowd around them to grow larger. This is really too much, ladies. Meanwhile, Shun Songji was sipping soup while casting glances at Xiao Bai, who was focused on cooking. He was thinking about how to strike up a conversation with Xiao Bai, but she was so absorbed in cooking that every time he tried to chat, she would deftly change the subject, leaving him feeling so frustrated he could almost draw circles on the ground. Everyone was eating while enjoying the night scenery. The sky was particularly bright tonight. Yes, those who were full lay on the ground, while Xiao Bai was still cleaning up the leftovers. After they finished eating, El Lu used a cleaning spell to wash away the dirt from the bowls, and then extinguished the fire nearby. With so many people, one fire was enough. There was no need for more, since it could easily become dangerous. With so many people, it was reasonable to have one or two on duty. However, before anyone could say anything, Zhenzhu suddenly popped up. She first thanked the various families for giving her the opportunity to come out and broaden her horizons, then shared her gains from the day. After everyone started to feel sleepy, she finally revealed her true intention. I'll keep watch tonight. Everyone looked at this person with such high awareness and surprise. Who would have thought that the usually arrogant Jinju would voluntarily offer to keep watch? It was impossible not to agree to her. Refusing her would be disrespectful. So, without much hesitation, everyone accepted her offer after she assured them that her team would take turns keeping watch. All right, truly a woman worth our admiration. They all expressed their thanks, and then comfortably returned to their tents to sleep. Zhou Jing couldn't be bothered to watch her show. After Zhenzhu finished her declaration, she didn't care anymore and went straight back to her tent, lying down comfortably. With someone on watch, everyone could sleep soundly. And if they managed to gather more crystal cores tomorrow, they'd be happily heading home. Great. The girls were also quite happy. Only Zhenzhu, who had advocated for keeping watch, stood outside, watching the group that had said nice things before eagerly leaving, a sarcastic smile on her face. This group, speaking so grandly, but when someone offered to keep watch, they all ran off faster than ever. You offering to keep watch? Is there some ulterior motive? Li Qinkong suddenly appeared behind Jinju, seemingly asking with concern. It's nothing. You just focus on your watch tonight. I have a personal matter to resolve properly today. Zhenzhu had a determined look on her face. Her gaze swept over Zhou Jing's tent, and the malice in her eyes was impossible to ignore. Regardless, Li Qinkong had no intention of getting involved in this mess. He pretended to be unaware and smiled, saying, "All right then, I'll keep watch tonight. If you can, take a rest. I'd hate for your beautiful face to suffer because of staying up late." Zhenzhu turned to see the concern in Li Qinkong's eyes. She smiled and replied, "It's fine. I'll be careful. You should also take care to rest." Okay. The night was still deep. Zhenzhu and her team were keeping watch outside, though, in reality, if Zhenzhu left, no one would say anything. Meanwhile, Li Qinkong was secretly watching over the camp. With a faint red glow in his eyes that was difficult to see clearly, it seemed to disappear as soon as one thought they could see it. Zhang Zhu checked the time, calculating as she looked around, as if confirming something. Her mind was also racing with thoughts. Everything would end tonight. Her long-standing feelings of inferiority and humiliation would come to an end with that person's disappearance. She recalled her school days, thinking that if the apocalypse hadn't come, it would have truly been the happiest time of her life. It was such a joy to have a friend in class. Although this friend was born into a wealthy family, she had never looked down on her, and even when this friend sometimes said things that made her uncomfortable, she never thought much of it. Perhaps it was because this friend was now with the guy she had a crush on. Or maybe it was that this friend was showing off their affection without a care in front of her. Or perhaps it was that her own living conditions were nowhere near as good as this friend's. Or maybe it was that this friend spoke without regard for her feelings, only expressing their own emotions, and when it was her turn to speak, they would brush off her words as if they didn't matter until she saw the scene of them hugging the guy she liked. That moment had likely triggered her. Clearly, she was no different from her. In looks, education, achievements, everything was the same or even better than hers by 1,000 times. So why was the final choice her friend? Just because she was richer than her? Just because she could provide the life he desired? Because she could save him decades of hard work? None of these were excuses. I like you so much. I like you so humbly. With these thoughts, Zhang Zhu felt a bit dejected, her shoulders drooping. Behind her, Li Chenkong was surprised to sense the emotional change in this woman ahead of him. After all, she always presented a confident persona in front of anyone, and it was rare to see such sadness. Was this some form of self-loathing? Although surprised, Li Chenkong didn't take any other action, merely watching her every move as if it were a show. Zhang Zhu finally stood up. All of this had to end today. She walked towards Zhou Jing's tent. Zhou Jing, not fully asleep, became alert upon hearing the familiar footsteps and opened her eyes. She looked at the shadow in front of her tent without speaking. Zhou Jing, I need to talk to you. Come out. Zhou Jing recognized the familiar voice and felt a mix of relief and tension. She climbed out of her sleeping bag and, seeing Yin Xian watching her with sleepy eyes, gently shook her head. This matter can only be resolved by her. The conflict between her and Zhang Zhu has accumulated for too long, to the point where she herself is unclear about it. If at the beginning she blamed Zhang Zhu the most, now she no longer holds that resentment. After all, while the existence of a scumbag is detestable, one cannot simply accept someone who throws themselves at you, can they? Therefore, if Ling Sang's own stance had not been so unsteady, he would have fallen for anyone who tempted him. So when Zhou Jing heard that Zhang Zhu wanted to talk to her, she felt an unusual calm inside. Stepping out of the tent, she saw that there was no one else around Zhang Zhu, and Zhou Jing smiled slightly, but despite her seemingly relaxed demeanor, she became alert. She still did not trust Zhang Zhu. No matter how sincere Zhang Zhu appeared, she remained skeptical. This was the impression Zhang Zhu had left on her. And after all this time, Zhang Zhu's actions had completely eroded her trust. Is there something you want to talk about? It's nothing. Zhang Zhu's expression was faint, as if she truly wanted to take this opportunity to chat with Zhou Jing. Can we talk? Of course. Zhang Zhu lowered her head and walked forward, while Zhou Jing followed closely behind, carefully watching for any unusual movements from Zhang Zhu, all the while lost in thought. Zhou Jing, actually, I've always been quite jealous of you. Why? Zhou Jing didn't understand why there would be jealousy between them. I think someone like you, who has been spoiled since childhood, definitely cannot understand. You carry bags worth tens of thousands, and a lipstick costs hundreds or thousands. I don't want to know how wealthy you are. I also don't want to know how expensive your bags and clothes are. I don't want to know how happy you and your boyfriend are every day. I really don't care about those things, but you keep talking about them around me. I'm afraid that if I can't keep up with your topics, you would disdain me and abandon me. I didn't expect I would have such a big impact on you. Yes, you don't know, because you've never thought about it. You've never considered it. You keep saying we should be the best of friends, the best of sisters. But in the end, whenever I have a topic or something to say to you, you always change the subject nonchalantly and continue to talk about your own matters. I also want to share my troubles and issues with you. I also want to talk to you about my happy moments. But you've never given me that opportunity. Do you know how selfish you are? Zhou Jing fell silent for a rare moment. I'm sorry, I didn't realize my past behavior would cause you such distress. Of course you wouldn't realize. You were the proud Zhou Jing. You were the campus belle. All the men should revolve around you. All the women should align with your topics. I have always regarded you as my best friend, but I have never felt any sincerity from you. Jinju, every meal we've had together, I've paid for. Sometimes when I buy something from outside, there's always a portion for you, and occasionally I even treat you to travel. I've never taken pride in my wealth because to me, it's all normal. I wanted to be friends with you because I like you. I liked the way you shone when you worked, and I also liked how serious and hardworking you were. Stop saying such nice things. You say you like me? That's why you want to be friends with me? You say you like me? That's why you pay for me. Aren't you just looking to see me grateful for your kindness? I never thought of it that way, and I never imagined that what I did would appear like this in your eyes. What you say you didn't think of, yet you did it. And you did it in such a hurtful way, so piercingly. You certainly have good reasons to say it now because everything you did, whether wrong or right, can just be smoothed over with I didn't think. Zhou Jing, I never thought we would reach this point. Zhou Jing also hung her head in silence. This grudge had grown so deep, realizing that her friend was just one-sidedly devoted. Indeed, she should have known when she found herself trapped in a crowd of zombies, bitten to the point of being unrecognizable. Zhenju truly hated herself. She let out a weak sigh. Zhenju, what about your child? I remember the day you told me you were pregnant. But now, looking at Zhenju's belly, not only had it not grown, but there were no signs of life at all. Don't mention the child. Of course, I terminated it. After we left that place, once I told Ling Seng about it, he made me abort the child. He said the current situation wasn't right for having a child. It wouldn't be good for the child, nor for us. I wanted to keep the child, but I ultimately couldn't do it. Zhenju looked at her flat belly, devoid of any extra flesh. But she had once hoped for a little life to emerge from there, sweetly calling her mommy. Speaking of which, where did your child come from? I picked it up. It looked pitiful, so I brought it home. You really have good luck. Zhenju, if possible, I still hope we could go back to the past. I don't want to see you like this anymore. Is that so? You think I have fallen, right? Zhou Jing didn't respond. And Zhenju looked up and gave a self-deprecating smile. Zhou Jing, we can't go back. Before Zhou Jing could speak, she suddenly felt a strong force from behind, and she was pushed off the high platform by Zhenju. Below were a group of zombies that were already starving. You backstabber. Zhou Jing never expected Zhenju would betray her in this way, nor did she anticipate the strength she possessed to push her down. Perhaps she was lost in thought, or perhaps she was genuinely contemplating her own issues after hearing those words from Zhenju. But even so, ha. Zhou Jing, this time you won survive, right? Zhou Jing, I finally killed you. Ha. Zhou Jing, did you think I really wanted to say those sentimental words? It disgusts me. Even talking to you makes me feel sick. Now that you've fallen, you can finally die. Watching Zhenju, who had fallen into madness, Zhou Jing felt a mix of emotions. Sympathy was not exactly fitting, as the one who deserved sympathy the most was herself. Anger? Maybe a bit. But more than that was a sense of betrayal. Damn it, I was really just reflecting on myself. I felt so guilty, I wanted to cry in front of you. Yet you pull this on me, instantly making me feel no more guilt and wanting to kill you. Zhou Jing silently looked at the zombies around her. As soon as she fell, she adjusted her breath, and now, in front of the zombies, she was completely another type of zombie, one a higher level. So no zombies dare to come and bite her. Not only would they ruin their teeth, but this absolute level suppression indicated they wouldn't dare to do anything. Looking at Zhenju above, who was so happy, Zhou Jing suddenly felt reluctant to climb back up and shatter Zhenju's dream. If we talk about this person, she is pitiful, but one cannot continuously harm other innocent people for their own selfish desires. Zhenju was genuinely happy. Since the last time she saw Zhou Jing, she had never been this happy again. After all, the man beside her talked about this woman every day, and she could never let go of her hatred for Zhou Jing. So this is how you hurt me? Your appearance is also a kind of harm to me. Zhou Jing, I know my thoughts are wrong, but I don't know how to truly make myself happy, to truly let go of my knots. I feel that only when you are dead can I truly be happy. But have you ever considered that I don't want to die? Zhou Jing silently climbed up, one hand touching the platform, the other hand supporting herself below, just balancing enough to avoid falling. Zhenju already knew that level 5 and above supernatural beings wouldn't easily die, so he wasn't worried at all as he thought about Zhou Jing stepping down. Zhou Jing also timely avoided her foot and switched to the other hand. After Jinju tried to step on her a couple of times without success, he found it extremely boring and gave up this tedious struggle, thinking that Zhou Jing would naturally fall when she got tired. It wouldn't matter if she didn't want to die. There were zombies all around. Even if she hung on, the zombies below would grab her and drag her down until she fell to the bottom and was gnawed to nothing but bones. It was true that while level 5 beings wouldn't die so easily, it seemed they would suffer even more unless she committed suicide. She would have to watch her body being completely devoured by them. Did she find it interesting to see herself die? It was quite interesting. So Ying sighed. I didn't expect that you would be so unable to tolerate me now. Yes, I can't tolerate you anymore. I almost hate you. If you die, I can live in peace. Are you satisfied with that answer? I'm quite satisfied. I was still a bit reluctant to let you die. Haha, Zhou Jing. Don't talk big. It's not about whether you want me to die. It's about whether I want you to die. If you could, why not come and beg me? Let me give you a way out. How about that? Jinju, I just want to ask you one thing. Which of the things you just said was sincere? Not a single one. After Zhanzhu said this, he smiled cruelly. When Zhou Jing saw Zhanzhu smile, she felt relieved. At that moment, Zhanzhu noticed that something seemed off about the pit below. There were many zombies inside, and she knew that. So why hadn't any of them climbed up following Zhou Jing's scent or attacked her after so long? Zhanzhu finally realized something was wrong. You, So Ying sighed. You just noticed? Zhanzhu took a step back in disbelief. Zhou Jing slowly climbed up the platform. She looked at Zhanzhu, smiling. Zhanzhu, I died the moment you pushed me into the pile of zombies last time. The me now is a zombie. Zhou Jing didn't know why, but she felt like crying when she said this. All this time, she had been carefully guarding this secret, wanting to live like a normal person. Clearly, she was a normal person, but now she had to live in such a half-alive state. She couldn't fit into the human world, and she had already detached from the zombie world. So at that moment, when Zhou Jing saw Zhanzhu's indignation, she actually felt a trace of sadness. Clearly, I'm also living a tough life, suffering a lot. Why do you always push the responsibility onto me? I have been putting myself in your shoes to think about your problems. Why can't you understand me a bit? Later, Zhou Jing seemed to understand. Because of her state, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they wouldn't voice them. Because there was no evidence. How could you possibly? I'd already reached level 4 from the moment I met you, and at level 4, I could already appear before people in a normal human form. Jinju, you always talk about how pitiful you are. Have you ever thought that living like this is exhausting for me too? You're tired of living, so just die. Zhanzhu shouted in despair. I can't die. My original goal in living was to see my father, but now, my father is not the father I remember anymore. Do you know what my goal in living is? It's to defeat you, to make you experience the despair I went through. Zhanzhu stared blankly at Zhou Jing, suddenly at a loss for words. Zhou Jing was a zombie. Such a terrifying secret had to be revealed to others. She thought about running back, but was caught by Zhou Jing. Not for any other reason, but because she had to make Zhanzhu pay tonight. Do you think I revealed the secret just so you could go back and inform on me? Do you think you can still leave this place alive today? Zhou Jing smiled as she pulled Zhanzhu's arm and threw her towards the platform. The previously motionless zombies instantly reacted like wolves that had caught the scent of meat. Rushing towards Zhanzhu, Zhou Jing watched them and issued an order. They could take her, but they couldn't bite her to death. Nor could they leave her covered in blood holes. The zombies had limited comprehension, but still followed the instructions, biting gently and leaving only minor marks. Zhou Jing looked at their actions and finally smiled with satisfaction. Zhanzhu, are you scared? Are you scared of the scene now? Scared? What do I, Zhanzhu, have to be afraid of? Am I scared of you, a zombie? No, it's not about scaring you with my zombie form. But I want you to truly feel the fear I once experienced. Zhanzhu looked at Zhou Jing, and since the zombies were not biting her hard, she only had some faintly bleeding bite marks on her body. Zhou Jing's words also confirmed it for her. Zhou Jing was indeed a zombie now. These zombies listened to her, and wasn't she now walking straight into a wolf's den? Zhou Jing was not nervous at all. She squatted down and looked at Zhanzhu. To be honest, were you scared just now? Scared? How can I not be scared? That moment really terrified me. But even so, she gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing looked at her pale face and already knew the answer. All right, I wouldn't care whether you're scared or not. Anyway, they keep biting you like this. If you can really manage it, think of a way to climb up. If not, you can beg me. Zhou Jing repeated what Zhen Zhu had just said. Zhen Zhu gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite Zhou Jing to death. Zhou Jing still smiled. It seems you don't need any help? That's good. It saves me trouble. Zhou Jing turned around and stood up, ready to leave. Please take me up with you. Now you're being obedient. She squatted down, looking at the zombies still gnawing on Jinzhu, and then at Zhen Zhu's expression, saying, Wu Ti, it'd have been better if you had been this obedient long ago. Why be so stubborn? I can't really spare your life. It's just that now is not the time to take your life. A faint red light flickered in Zhou Jing's eyes. She extended a hand. Stop biting, come up. The zombies below indeed stopped their actions, standing there in a daze. And Jinzhu climbed up using Zhou Jing's hand. Zhou Jing, you really have no humanity, Zhen Zhu said angrily. Is it really fun to toy with someone like this? Humanity? Zhou Jing licked her nails and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that the moment you threw me into the tide of zombies, the moment I became a zombie, my humanity was completely gone. Jinzhu looked at Zhou Jing and lowered her head. I will take revenge. I'll be waiting. Now is really not the time to deal with her. There must be many people who know that she and Zhen Zhu came out together. If she goes back alone, she definitely wouldn't benefit. Then please go back. Jinzhu hesitated for a moment. Did Zhou Jing really let her go so easily? Without hesitation, she ran towards the camp. After Zhen Zhu ran far away, Zhou Jing silently jumped into the tide of zombies. After dealing with these zombies and retrieving the crystal cores, she breathed a sigh of relief and headed back. By the time she reached the camp, the sky was already dimly bright. She took a deep breath. It feels good to be alive. Before Jinzhu said those things, Zhou Jing had not realized that her temper was actually so bad. Nor had she thought that she and Zhen Zhu had become so estranged. What she thought was a good relationship turned out to be not good at all. So for all this time, Zhen Zhu had probably been blaming her. But so what? What is done is done, and she is already constantly correcting herself. So the one truly alienated by everyone is not her. This shows that she has genuinely changed. She doesn't need to be so anxious. Both of them are unknowingly comforting themselves. Back in the tent, Zhou Jing tiredly collapsed onto the quilt. The two girls, smelling the blood on her, curiously asked what happened. Did you kill Jinzhu? How could I dare? If I killed Jinzhu, wouldn't her guards kill me? Huh, then what is with that big smell on you? Don't mention it. She took me to a zombie pit and wanted those zombies to eat me. And then? The two seemed to have already foreseen the outcome. What else could happen? I killed all those zombies. Nice. Of course, I even took the crystal cores, not leaving her a single one. Let her do bad things. Well done. I'll reward you with a little star when we get back. So you're treating me like a treasure of your family, huh? Zhou Jing looked at Lu Luo with a hint of melancholy. Lu Luo laughed. You found that out. Incredible. Your salary might get docked. Xiao Bai watched them bicker and felt envious, but still quietly got up to pack her things. She couldn't hold them back anymore. Zhou Jing had really thought a lot. Now Lu Luo and Xin Kong's attitude towards her didn't seem fake. Although she currently felt very insecure about her ability to discern if even their feelings towards her were fake, that would make her truly useless. Zhou Jing was willing to believe in these two girls. They packed their things and were about to set off again. I say, let's follow you today. The one who came over was Kai Zhen, thick-skinned as ever. Zhou Jing and the others were still listening to Ling Jia talk. And when they saw this clueless Kai Zhen interrupt, they quickly told him to be quiet. Then, let us set a time to gather here at 3 in the afternoon. Okay, the group dispersed. Zhou Jing pretended not to hear Shen Songji's words and turned to get in the car with a few others. Hey, take me with you. Did I say I'd take you? Zhou Jing feigned surprise. Shen Songji immediately wilted. Zhou Jing, you're not human. That's right. I'm not human. Zhou Jing, you've lost your conscience. Zhou Jing laughed. Oh, you know that too. I'm just going to follow you. If you have the guts, you can shake me off. As long as you're happy. Zhou Jing indeed didn't stop him again. But having him follow behind like a little tail was quite annoying, and he occasionally popped up in front of Xiao Bai. Zhou Jing understood. This guy was being shameless just to chase after the person he liked. It was quite different from the aloof persona she first met. She covered her head. Forget it. It's none of my business. They each have their own fate. This time, they chose to stay closer to the main group instead of acting separately. With a sigh, she became indifferent to Shun Songji's shameless behavior. Xiaobai was truly not in the mood for romance, so when Shun Songji came over, she just smiled slightly as a greeting. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhu was completely in disarray. She didn't know how that night had passed. She only remembered Zhou Jing's slightly annoyed, red-eyed gaze and threatening tone, all of which made her tremble. Zhou Jing really killed the zombies that night, and Ling Sang was indeed dead at her hands, but she didn't understand why Zhou Jing had returned with consciousness. Moreover, so far, no one knew about her being a zombie. She trembled and hugged herself. Should she expose it? She didn't dare. The humans now seemed powerful, but the remaining ability users were still not enough to be considered. But Zhou Jing, she could control zombies now. If zombies were to attack the city, no. Zombies attacking the city could be Zhou Jing's doing? The more she thought about it, the more she felt her guess was plausible, and Zhen Zhu fell into contemplation. Exposing it was a must, but how to expose it was another matter. This had to be done in front of everyone at the base. And she couldn't let Zhou Jing run away. But the current situation clearly indicated that she couldn't compete with her. She could only find allies. But now choosing allies had also become a difficulty. She felt a bit troubled. She didn't know if there were any of Zhou Jing's physical data on that side. Perhaps when they reached the base, they could conduct a physical examination. Yes, that's the breakthrough. Zhen Zhu praised her own cleverness. On the other side, Li Chengkong watched Zhen Zhu perform a one-woman show for a long time and laughed. He wondered what this girl was thinking. Clearly lacking in abilities, yet she was so good at attracting men. It really made him have to admire her. However, while he was laughing internally, he didn't show it on his face and asked with a concerned expression, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Zhen Zhu was still a bit uneasy and really didn't feel like talking much. Li Chengkong, being perceptive, said, "I just noticed you've been looking uncomfortable since you came back from your assignment, so I thought I'd check on you. If you're fine, then I've overstepped." "I'm fine." Zhen Zhu closed her eyes. Life had to go on. There would always be a way to solve problems. What is the plan for today? Soon, the people who had gained a lot that day had gathered at the meeting place before 3 o'clock, each with smiles on their faces, perhaps because this trip would indeed yield great rewards. More importantly, the zombies at an important stronghold had been mostly cleared out, which reduced the likelihood of an attack on the base. Is anyone still not here? They're all gone. After taking a quick head count, Ling Jia led the group back. "It feels like we've been out for a long time after just 2 days. I think it's nice out here. Being inside requires dealing with them, which is uncomfortable. Don't you miss your family, Yichong?" Zhou Jing said softly. "Ha!" Qing Kong beside her couldn't help but laugh. "I don't miss him. I don't admit it. Umph." Lu Luo turned her face to hide her blushing cheeks. Xiaobai watched this scene, smiling. These days are really good. Quickly, they returned to the base, while Shun Songji could only return home with a face full of regret. As he left, he called out to them, "I'll invite you all to dinner tonight." Zhou Jing couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobai wasn't really foolish. She just remained silent. Her past experiences had been too painful, and being alone now was quite good. Zhou Jing didn't say anything more either. One's past experiences couldn't be changed. Only when she fully walked out of it could she talk about the future. Meanwhile, Shun Songji was still feeling pitiful. "She likes me. She doesn't like me." Zhou Jing refused to get involved in their matters. However, when someone invited them to dinner, she still went. So when Shun Songji said, "You all worked hard these days. I'll take you out to eat," Zhou Jing and the others readily agreed. Then he shamelessly chose the most expensive restaurant and the most expensive dishes, watching Shun Songji's pained expression while forcing a smile. "Zhou Jing, you vampire, you Zhou Bapi, you're not a good person." Zhou Jing smiled happily under his accusatory gaze, accepting these praises. After a delightful meal, Shun Songji finally decided to address the lifelong issue of his relationship today. "Xiaobai, I really like you and want to..." His face turned a bit red, but he firmly stated that he wanted to build a family with her. Zhou Jing and the others didn't rush to tease them and hurriedly stood up, giving them some time. On the way, LVLV asked Sister Jing, "Do you think they can make it?" "I don't know. It depends on whether Xiaobai can move on quickly." She brushed her hair. "It feels like the weather is about to change." "Who knows? The two girls didn't care at all. After all, as long as they could be together, it didn't matter much. Over there, Xiaobai wasn't surprised at all by Shun Songji's confession. She just lowered her head and let out a long sigh, feeling a bit exhausted. If only she had met such a person earlier. Unfortunately, no. The timing was wrong. Everything was wrong. You may not have truly understood me. I don't deserve you. Xiaobai looked up and honestly met Shun Songji's gaze. My real sister Jing must not have told you either, so I was wondering if I misled you. And if so, I'm really sorry. I'm a girl who has already been tainted. Don't say such things about yourself. Shun Songji interrupted her with a frown. I don't care what you've been through. I know you must have had no choice, so I won't look down on you for that. I'm just worried about you. I know my confession today might seem abrupt, but I believe that as long as I'm sincere, one day you'll understand me. My word might be a bit clumsy, but this is my heartfelt truth. You are the best in my heart. No matter what you've been through, you are the best. Xiaobai sighed and had to lower her head, saying to him, how about this? After some time, or when you know what I've truly experienced, you could say this again. Okay. Xiaobai smiled gently, but Shun Songji felt heartbroken. What kind of experiences could make a girl say such things? Late at night, Shun Songji was very disappointed, but still forced a smile, saying, let me take you home first. Xiaobai didn't want to trouble him too much. She was a bit sad, fully aware of her own identity. She just didn't want to think or admit it for a long time, so she had been delaying him. She was also very upset. Every time she thought about how there would be no one smiling at her stubbornly again, she felt completely dejected. Then thank you. She had already rejected him, and now she was being so coy. Even she couldn't stand it. Don't thank me. I'm doing this willingly. Xiaobai lowered her head, seemingly shy, following him back. As they walked back, they didn't speak. They thought they could go straight home, but unexpectedly, some clueless people came to cause trouble. Hey, the little girl is very pretty. Xiaobai looked up at the few lecherous men in front of her, feeling indifferent. Shun Songji also looked gloomy, thinking I just got together with her. And you come to bother me. Isn't that a bit too much? He had just been rejected and was in a terrible mood. Wanted to take action against those who were bothering them. Hey, borrow your girlfriend. A punch had already landed on a man's nose. What were you about to say? Say it again? Shun Songji had suppressed his anger. After all, if he used all his strength, the guy would be dead. Satisfied with his punch, he hurriedly turned to ask, are you okay? You weren't scared, were you? Don't let them scare you, and don't let me scare you. He wasn't sure if Xiaobai understood his double meaning. Xiaobai smiled and nodded, saying you are very impressive. Shun Songji instantly felt proud. Oh my, that's great. My crush thinks I'm impressive. I'm going to be proud, okay, as long as you're fine. Shun Songji looked at Xiaobai, still wearing that shy smile. It made those troublemakers uncomfortable. I'm causing trouble now. You're just flirting with girls in front of us. Have you considered the feelings of us single dogs? Sorry, but I really haven't. The troublemaker was dissatisfied. Why can you show affection in front of me? I'm clearly the boss here. The punch you just threw at me was just a mistake on my part to not dodge. Now I'm going to strike back. Thinking this, he threw a punch. All the while thinking, I'm so despicable, but I really like this kind of despicability. Then he was dramatically intercepted by Shun Songji halfway. Are you annoying? Can't you see I'm flirting here? I was almost successful. If you dare to interfere with me, I think we should go back first and consider this properly. Hearing Xiaobai say this, Shun Songji, who had been full of passion just a moment ago, deflated. All right. Those people saw that it seemed they really couldn't deal with Shun Songji, and even their sneak attack was blocked. They finally got scared and decided to sneak away. Then they saw that Shun Songji had a dark expression, and after leaving a hem mark on one man's face, he finally sighed and waved his hand in a good mood. All right, if there's nothing else, let's leave first. Okay. Xiaobai found it interesting and felt more and more that Shun Songji was an interesting person. But thinking about herself, a hint of inferiority flashed in her eyes. And in the end, she didn't say anything more. The two reached the door of her house. Shun Songji stopped and once again solemnly said, I will wait until you figure it out. Xiaobai looked up at the determination in this boy's eyes and eventually nodded. Okay, then I'll wait for your news. Good. Shun Songji turned and walked into the night. After Xiaobai watched him leave, she sighed. Just as she was about to go back to her room, she saw several heads crowded at the villa's entrance. He left. Yes, he left. Xiaobai found it amusing and was willing to talk to them like this. Did it work out? They continued to gossip. How could it be so fast? Xiaobai said with disappointment on her face. You all know my situation. Don't say that. The past is the past. People live one day at a time now. Let me tell you, if Sister Xiaobai really cared about your past, we might as well not be friends. Lavuo boldly said this. Her past was also not good, but everything would slowly fade with time. They were doing well now, and that was enough. You girl. Xiaobai laughed and scolded. I will think it over carefully. After saying this, she saw the originally gossiping people retreat, leaving only Zhou Jing cheering her on. Xiaobai chuckled. I will. After thinking all night, Zhenju finally decided to find Zhou Xiaoyue. Don't look at how she and Zhou Xiaoyue are enemies now, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She had already let go of Ling's saying, so cooperating with Zhou Xiaoyue was actually a good thing. After all, compared to Zhou Xiaoyue, she hated Zhou Jing, that woman, even more. She could never forget how Zhou Jing looked with red eyes. That kind of wickedness was really like a cold zombie. She felt a bit troubled. How should she talk to Zhou Xiaoyue? What if Zhou Xiaoyue thinks she's hysterical? That wouldn't be good. She frowned, thinking carefully. Behind her, Li Changkong walked over, gently resting his chin on Zhenju's shoulder, sending a wave of tingling through her body. Do you have something on your mind? I do have a little something. Zhenju was unwilling to say much. The man's breath made her body tingle. Is there something you want to talk about? I can help ease your worries. Seeing you so troubled really makes my heart ache. Right now, Zhenju does want to confide in someone, but Li Changkong is clearly not a suitable person. There are too many unspeakable secrets that she has to hide. She can't let more people know. Thinking this, she turned around with a playful smile, looking at Li Changkong's inquisitive face, and said, There's nothing, really. It's just that I'm feeling a bit unwell, and I want you to keep me company. Li Changkong naturally understood Zhenju's meaning, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. It's disappointing that even now Zhenju is unwilling to trust him. Such an untrustworthy person should be discarded. His eyes were filled with indifference, but reason told him that he couldn't do that now, or it might harm himself. So he took a deep breath, complied, and picked up Zhenju, his hands supporting her hips. Teasingly, he said, Our little treasure seems to have gained some weight. Huh? How could that be? Zhenju wriggled her body, dissatisfied. All right, I was just joking. Our little treasure has the best figure. Saying this, he kissed her lips. Zhenju smiled and raised her head in satisfaction. Li Changkong was indeed impressive. She couldn't help but admire him. Soon, the atmosphere in the room became heated. Zhou Jing was still wondering if Zhenju would tell others about her situation. Although Zhenju was bold, she was always cautious. So, the most likely scenario was that she might find an ally, and this ally was most likely Zhou Xiaoyue. However, it was uncertain whether Zhou Xiaoyue would be willing to cooperate. Thinking about these complicated matters with some distress, Zhou Jing collapsed on the sofa. Are you worried about something? Yes. I'm so worried that my hair is about to fall out. Do you want to talk about it? Yes. Zhou Jing said seriously. I accidentally revealed the zombie situation in my bedroom for the sake of the device. Ling Sang obviously didn't expect Zhou Jing to do such a thing. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but laugh. What should I do? Why are you still laughing? There's nothing we can do. It's out there now. If it really gets out, we could just hide in the deep mountains and forests. After all, life is not fun now. So it's better to go out and have fun with people who can accept it. That's true. Zhou Jing smiled as she looked at the few people in the kitchen. I wonder if they can handle this news. I think they can. After all, we've been together for so long. We can consider ourselves teammates, so I still want to believe in their character. Yan Huan was quite certain, but Zhou Jing pouted. No matter. When the time comes, we'll know their attitude. You're right. Yan Huan smiled, looking at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing was still worried, and sure enough, strange things began to happen throughout the base. The central authorities suddenly decided to collect blood from them, claiming that due to the changes in air and diet, people had undergone significant changes, and to ensure everyone's safety, a mass blood collection would be conducted for the entire city. The blood collection was not without purpose. All ordinary people who donated blood would have a chance to receive an injection of the zombie virus antibody. Therefore, all the ordinary people in the base were excited, while the ability users remained indifferent. They wondered what kind of trouble was brewing again. Shen Songji sat in Zhou Jing's house and pointed upwards. Who proposed this plan? Well, that goddess in the eyes of the common people. Who else could it be? Shun Songji said disdainfully. I wonder what kind of trouble she's up to again. Clearly, everything is in short supply now, and this antibody has just been developed and is unstable. I don't know what she intends to do. Using the people in the base as guinea pigs? Zhou Jing frowned and shook her head. I don't know what she wants to do. I know. Of course I know. Jinzhu and Zhou Xiaoyue are in cahoots. This blood collection is clearly aimed at me. I'm so anxious. What they really find out about me? I heard that we are exempt from blood collection. I think this is a bit inappropriate. With such a large consumption, can we afford it now? Naturally. We can't afford it. I just don't know why that person suddenly decided to act up. Shin Songji was also very unhappy. He closed his eyes, unable to figure out what crucial point he was missing. It's a mess. Zhou Jing looked at Yan Huan's unkind expression and felt completely defeated. What should I do? It's a mess. He laughed. See, you can't keep your cool. Oh, I don't want to. Who told her to provoke me? Boo-hoo. I'm so pitiful. I'm about to be kicked out. It's okay. I'll stay with you. Knowing Zhou Jing was joking, Yan Huan was not serious at all. Oomph. Zhou Jing looked at the unchanged faces of the few girls and felt utterly depressed. What should I do? She was really a bit worried, after all, if she turned into a zombie. No, wait. She suddenly realized that this matter was handled by Zhou Xie. I'm afraid that even if I'm not a zombie, I would still be reported as one. If that's the case, then it would be easier to deal with. Zhou Jing lowered her head, thinking, while Zhen Zhu was also contemplating. The moment this directive started, she knew this was her last chance to make a big move. If she succeeded, Zhou Jing would no longer be around her. But if she failed, she could also be killed in retaliation. She recalled the expressions of the people in front of her when she went to the central building to register her identity and mentioned Zhou Xiaoyue. Just tell her that I have something important to discuss with her. Also, Jinzhu, lost to her because of lack of skill, so there's no need for you to be so vigilant. After Zhen Zhu finished speaking, the door opened from the inside. Looking at Zhou Xiaoyue, whose expression was clearly not as good as before, Zhen Zhu couldn't help but secretly laugh. I didn't expect that the person you, Zhou Xiaoyue, chose after much deliberation would end up treating you like this. You two were flirting around me. Now you're tasting the bitter fruit. At this moment, Jinzhu felt like laughing. But then she remembered her purpose for coming here and swallowed her laughter. All right, if you have something to say, just say it. Zhou Xiaoyue clearly couldn't be bothered to be polite with her. After saying this, she turned and entered the office, and Jinzhu hurriedly followed her in. Speak. What is it? Zhou Xia sat down in the chair as soon as she entered, too lazy to be polite. Jinzhu also couldn't be bothered to be polite. Both of them knew what the other was like, so there was no need to hide anything. I have something to discuss with you. Benefits. Zhou Xiaoyue said directly. What could you possibly have to discuss? You must have come to ask for my help. Otherwise, you wouldn't care. The benefit is to take down Zhou Jing, and the city will be reshuffled. What do you think? If it were any other conditions, Zhou Xiaoyue might not have been so interested. But when it came to Zhou Jing, she was genuinely intrigued. Go on, what exactly is it? Zhou Jing is a zombie. After Zhen Zhu said this, she was already prepared to be laughed at by Zhou Xiaoyue. After all, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she certainly wouldn't believe that Zhou Jing could be a zombie. So she anxiously looked at Zhou Xiaoyue, but the anticipated reaction didn't come. Instead, she saw Zhou Xiaoyue frowning, as if she were pondering something before asking, how much of this news can you confirm? 99.9%. As for why not 100? I'm also afraid that Zhou Jing might deceive me. Did she tell you this? Yes. Then why do you believe it? Zhang Zhu recounted in detail to Zhou Xiaoyue what happened that night between herself and Zhou Jing. Zhou Xiaoyue looked astonished, unable to believe it. Could it be that the zombies now have anthropomorphic abilities? Or did Zhou Jing possess some secret artifact? As she spoke, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. If there really was something, it would certainly be beneficial for her as well. Seeing the somewhat greedy look on Zhou Xiaoyue's face, Zhang Zhu sneered. No wonder someone from a small family was so ignorant. She forgot that she and Zhou Xiaoyue were actually two of kind. Why are you not surprised at all when I mention this? After finishing her words, Zhang Zhu began to doubt Zhou Xiaoyue as well. Why did she believe her so unconditionally? Finally, Zhou Xiaoyue said, I once captured Zhou Jing at the Research Institute. I injected her with a refined zombie virus. But for some reason, after I released her, she didn't mutate. Instead, she lived well until now. Are you saying her mutation started from me? No, it started from me. Zhang Zhu sighed and said, this is something I never mentioned, but I thought you knew. I was getting along quite well with Ling Sangin back then. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyu squinting her eyes, Zhang Zhu honestly proposed, let's partner up. Zhang Zhu tricked her into a pile of zombies. You two really aren't human. Zhou Xiaoyu cursed, but no one knew what she was really thinking. Say whatever you want. Anyway, after we threw her in, the two of us just left. Do you know how shocked I was to see her here again? And this Ling Sang also doesn't know how he ended up believing that Zhou Jing saved her own life back then. Now it seemed that at that time, Zhou Jing had already turned into a zombie, but for some reason, she was still alive and living as a human in the city. A hint of unease appeared in Zhang Zhu's eyes. So, I came this time to discuss with you how to expose Zhou Jing's secret. Of course, if you want any benefits, I won't say much. You can't say much either. Zhou Xiaoyu's face was filled with confidence. Consider this news as a favor I owe you. If you need anything, you can come to me. I can also temporarily put aside my prejudices and work together with you on this matter. What do you think? That would be great. Zhang Zhu smiled at Zhou Xiaoyu. The two women had never been so harmonious, to the point that Zhou Jing suddenly felt a chill behind her, as if someone was plotting against her. Frightened, Zhou Jing hid in Yan Xian's arms, seeking comfort. 2 days later, the blood collection event for the main vaccine was announced. Even the higher-ups agreed. It was unclear how they had received benefits from Zhou Xiaoyu, but the event was underway with great enthusiasm. Zhou Jing watched as a group of people eagerly went to have their blood drawn, then vaccinated, and even received a piece of bread from someone, all looking cheerful, while Zhou Jing was filled with anxiety. 3 days later, this group would go for blood collection. She didn't know what to do then. She had asked the system about Xiao Xiao, the zombie, more than once, but received no response, only returning in disappointment. What's wrong? Yan Xian hugged the gloomy Zhou Jing. What are we going to do when it's time for blood collection? My blood isn't really red. How can it not be? If you don't believe me, cut yourself open and see if it's red. Good idea. Don't be silly. Seeing that Zhou Jing was really about to hurt herself, Yan Xian hurriedly stopped her. Don't be foolish. It's fine. Trust me, okay? But I was just thinking, if they fabricate something, what should I do? That's hard to say. Do you really think you have no friends to protect you? After hearing this, Zhou Jing only became slightly more cautious and nodded in agreement. All right then, thank you. Silly girl, don't say thank you to me. Although Yan Xian had eased her a bit, Zhou Jing still felt somewhat uneasy. But since things had already come to this point, there was no way to retreat. She wasn't thinking of escaping, since she had made up her mind. She needed to finish what she was worried about quickly, to avoid causing a lot of trouble later if she really went into hiding. She walked to the small garden in the back, looking at the people who had almost recovered their health, feeling slightly relieved. Watching Cheng Ying walk toward her, Zhou Jing smiled and helped her a bit. You look like you're almost better. Yes, I'm fine now. I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have made it this far. Don't say that. Aren't we friends? That's true. I won't say so many polite words then. Did you come today for something? No, I just came to see you. Now that you can move, can you take on tasks? Yes, I can't do big tasks, but I can do small ones. Clearing out the surrounding zombies still is quite a decent reward. That's good. Then you can leave here soon. Yes. Cheng Ying was still smiling when she heard a man's voice from the side. It's Yuan Feng. Zhou Jing. Yuan Feng. Are your teammates almost better? Yes. They're almost all better. The factions in the city are quite powerful. If your people can cooperate together, I believe it could become a force. Zhou Jing came this time to discuss this matter. Yes, I felt that too, so I had some calculations in mind. Thank you very much. Yuan Feng had completely let go of Zhou Jing now, and his eyes were filled with clarity. All right, you gather everyone when you have the chance. I won't participate much. If you can come together, there will be a place to talk here. Okay. Seeing that Zhou Jing was still thinking about them at this moment, Yuan Feng smiled slightly, feeling a bit ashamed. He just hoped his efforts wouldn't be in vain and that he could help her one day. After Zhou Jing finished greeting them, she returned home. Watching the people outside, still collecting blood, her eyes darkened. No matter what happens next, just come at me. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? With a smirk, Zhou Jing left the street corner. On the other side, a man also looked at the bustling street, his eyes flashing with something unknown. The timing is approaching. 2 updates. 3 days later, The day for blood collection arrived. Watching the calm crowd ahead going to have their blood drawn, Zhou Jing was still very anxious. What to do? What to do? Her secret of being a zombie was about to be exposed. It's over. I'm so exhausted. On the other side, Yan Xian was completely unhurried. With no other choice, Zhou Jing could only follow behind the crowd with a bitter expression, silently having her blood drawn. A few people wondered why Zhou Jing looked so unhappy, and they asked Yan Xian. Yan Xian, with a serious face, said, "Maybe it's because that thing is coming." "I see." The crowd instantly understood and looked at Zhou Jing with sympathy. "Don't worry, it's fine. Cheer up." Lu Luo patted Zhou Jing's shoulder and then ran off. Huh? Zhou Jing looked bewildered at the group around her. Have they gone mad? After having her blood drawn, Zhou Jing saw that everyone around seemed quite happy and could only suppress her own gloom. This is a sad story that cannot be told to anyone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Chunkong revealed an elusive expression after finishing his blood draw. He gently touched the needle holes on his body, looking up at the sky. The weather is about to change. After Zhou Jing and the others finished drawing blood, the personnel at the base quickly sent Zhou Jing's blood back. After all, Ms. Zhou said that Zhou Jing's blood is the most important. It must be sent to the Research Institute immediately after collection. So it's understandable that this person was anxious. Who would have thought that, just as he was about to rush to the Research Institute, he was seen by Wang Qian. "Xiao Lu, were you in such a hurry?" Xiao Lu looked at Wang Qian, a shy smile appearing on his face. Who doesn't know that Wang Qian is the flower of the Research Institute? Even though she is taken now, it doesn't stop them from admiring her from afar. "Oyan ye," he greeted with a smile. What is the matter? You look all flustered and are sweating." I'm just in a hurry to deliver the blood sample for research." Wang Qian became interested. "Whose is it?" "Zhou Jing's. It's specially instructed by Miss Zhou. Others can be delayed, but Zhou Jing's has to be analyzed quickly." Wang Qian thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You give me the sample, and I'll take it up." That wouldn't be good. They will blame me." "They won't. Why would they blame you? Do you have any doubts about my ability to handle this?" "All right then. Qianjia, be careful." "Okay, I got it." A smile appeared on Wang Qian's face. After the person left, she took out a small test tube from her pocket and poured some blood into it. No matter what, this was to prevent those people from doing anything to Zhou Jing's blood sample. "Zhou Jing, you should thank me." After delivering the blood sample to the Research Institute, Wang Qian entered her independent research room with a privately stored blood sample. While research was being urgently conducted on one side, she was also analyzing it urgently on her side. After seeing the color of the blood sample analysis, disbelief spread across her face. She immediately slumped onto a chair beside her. What to do? How is this possible? What on earth have I encountered before? This situation was truly something she hadn't anticipated. After thinking for a long time, Wang Qian finally stood up, as if she had made a determined decision. She took out a vial of reagent from the side, drew a drop, and added it to the test tube. After Zhou Jing finished drawing blood, she relaxed completely. After all, it was just a single cut, and she wasn't anxious at all. Generally, the health report of the blood would come the next day. Zhou Jing thought sadly. At least she still had one night to waste. Sob, sob, sob. That night, everyone was asleep in the room. Zhou Jing, however, couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed. Suddenly, her nerves tightened as she felt something. She sat up and saw Yan Xian beside her had also opened his eyes in alertness. "Did you feel that too?" Zhou Jing asked. "Yeah." Yan Xian sat up. The two left the room and walked to Xiao Sang's room. Xiao Sang also sat up, still looking a bit dazed, but forcing herself to sit up. "Visita here, Bao Bai was sleeping." At this moment, Li Zi was anxiously standing by, constantly patting Bao Bei's face, and Bao Bei opened her eyes in a daze under Li Zi's pats. After Bao Bei woke up, Zhou Jing quickly said, "Don't be afraid. It's us." "Jingjia, why are you here? Is it time to get up and eat?" Zhou Jing looked at the dark sky outside and said, "It's probably around 3 a.m. Their SA situation, so we can't sleep anymore. Get up quickly." "Okay." Bao Bei didn't ask too many questions and quickly sat up, hugging Li Zi with a confused look on her face. Looking at the child's adorable appearance, Zhou Jing felt her heart melt. She truly hoped to resolve this issue so that these children could live better lives. After waking them up, Zhou Jing hurriedly ran to the two girls' room. The two were still in a daze, but upon seeing Zhou Jing's serious expression, they became serious. Dressed, the people stood in the living room. Although they didn't know why Zhou Jing was acting unusually, they were still habitually willing to believe her. Jingjia, what's wrong? They asked while yawning. There are high-level zombies infiltrating the base. What? Everyone looked at Zhou Jing in shock. What do we do now? I don't know yet. Zhou Jing's expression was very grave. The major families have united, so what I fear the most is that if I tell them, they won't believe me. Moreover, I'm also very afraid that if we prepare for defense and the zombies don't attack, we will be suspected, right? This was Zhou Jing's biggest concern. She was worried that those who looked down on her would take the opportunity to turn things around, accusing her of having bad intentions. She silently sat down on the sofa. What do we do now? The two girls looked a bit panicked. This was their first time encountering such a situation, and they didn't know how to handle it. Wait. Yes, now is not the time for us to act. We need to wait until those zombies actually attack the city gate or enter the city. But that will sacrifice many innocent people. I know. Then shouldn't we? You should stay calm. I don't want this to happen either, but right now, there's nothing we can do. I think I've made myself very clear. I'm sorry, I was too abrupt. I'm just a bit. I'm also very upset, but this is not something we should worry about. I woke you up because I didn't want you to have any problems. We understand. No one hopes for sacrifices in such situations. There are always hardships behind it. Wait here for now. I'll go out and take a look. If there's any situation, I'll come back to tell you. Are you sure you'll be okay? I'm sure. Don't worry. Yin Xian, you take good care of them. Okay. After instructing them, Zhou Jing ran outside, leaving a room full of people anxiously watching her leave. We should be okay, right? Yeah, we'll be fine. As soon as Zhou Jing stepped outside, she felt the presence of the high-level zombies becoming more intense, but she didn't mind and headed straight for the city wall. The guards at the entrance were also fast asleep. At this time, to attack the city, one would be hard-pressed to believe there was no one orchestrating it. Zhou Jing climbed up the city wall. Smelling the strong stench ahead, she felt anxious. Here they come. Upon taking a closer look, the mass of zombies made Zhou Jing's heart sink. Who on earth could do such a thing? What's the point of attacking? Looking at the approaching zombies, she took a deep breath. They're here. Suddenly dodging an attack from behind, she cautiously watched the high-level zombie behind her. The zombie's body was nearly intact, but its pale skin still revealed its level to Zhou Jing, around level 5. However, its attacks were extremely fierce. Zhou Jing wasn't afraid. It was just that the zombies' attacks were becoming increasingly fierce, and the zombies below were also hastening their pace towards her. Seeing that things were not looking good, Zhou Jing dodged the zombie's attack and jumped down from the wall. As expected, the zombie did not chase her, but let out a roar. This roar also startled the ability users in the backyard. They had almost recovered, but this familiar scream made their hearts race. Suddenly, people from the backyard rushed out. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing had already seen the zombies attacking the city front at the entrance. After being awakened, the guards, frightened, ran to the center of the city to ring the alarm. They didn't expect this sudden raid to come so unexpectedly. The people in the city looked at the panicked crowd and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. You see, when we warned you, no one believed us. But now that it's really happening, you're all in a panic. The people who were still asleep rushed out, groggy and disoriented. Zhou Jing saw that people were coming out and felt relieved to return to her home, running out like everyone else, pretending to know nothing. The battle was about to begin. The gates were unguarded, and a large number of zombies were about to break through. If it were just a few zombies, people might dare to charge in, but with such a massive horde, rushing in would likely mean death. The people in the city felt anxious. However, Zhou Jing and her group regained their composure. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jing decided she wouldn't step forward this time. But the Ling family, after hesitating, decided to observe the situation. Watching them drag their feet, Zhou Jing finally lost her patience. Dragging and delaying, unwilling to take responsibility. How could the base improve like this? Fine, I'll take charge this time. Anyway, I'll be leaving in a couple of days, so regardless of the outcome, this will be my last attack. Just as everyone was watching and waiting, Zhou Jing finally stepped forward. When the Ling family saw her take the lead, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as they didn't want to take responsibility. At this moment, they welcomed anyone willing to step up. Ling family, bring out your strongest fighters. When the zombies break through the city walls, take your chance to unleash your strongest abilities. If you can freeze one, that's one less to worry about. All Earth-type abilities prepare. After seeing that Ice abilities can't control the Horde, build Earth walls to contain their advance. Fire-type ability users, attack as you can. Stop thinking about crystal cores. Surviving is all that matters. All ability users who can restrain the zombies should be unleashed. Those with strength-type melee abilities are responsible for protecting the civilian area, preventing infection among the civilians. This is the vaccine that has been administered over the past 2 days. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Do you really think this vaccine can guarantee we won't be infected? And even if we aren't infected, can you ensure that the defenseless civilians won't be torn apart by zombies? The person fell silent. They hadn't considered that. They just thought they'd be fine as long as they weren't infected. Well, let us leave it at that for now. We can't act recklessly. She felt exhausted. No one truly loves to be in charge. It's just a matter of being forced into it. The people around her didn't have time to consider Zhou Jing's attitude. They had to follow orders, as there was no one else to lead. Everyone spread out to surround the area, ensuring that they didn't allow the zombies to scatter. All eyes were on the front gate, listening to the creaking sound, and a sense of dread filled their hearts. This was truly nerve-wracking. Soon, when everyone was tense, they heard the sound of the gate opening. One by one, the zombies stumbled in. The tense crowd, having seen their share of horrors, instinctively became alert upon seeing the zombies enter, attacking from a distance like they were using their powers. The zombies behind them charged forward, trampling over the bodies of the ones in front. Everyone took a deep breath as they watched the zombies rush forward. Earth-type ability users raised several walls, and a few of them simultaneously wrapped around several charging zombies. While others didn't hesitate, several fire-type users directly threw in large fireballs. Flames erupted instantly. Soon, the inside was ablaze, and even without the ability to feel pain, the stench was unbearable. Everyone covered their noses, while the zombies behind rushed forward, attacking the earth walls. This was the most frustrating part. They didn't fear pain, so they could attack without restraint while humans would tire. If this continued for a long time, the zombies might really win. As the front lines began to tire, Zhou Jing quickly instructed them to fall back and replenish their strength. The remaining people continued to attack. Even so, many zombies managed to break through the encirclement and headed towards the civilian area. Seeing the zombies with such clear intent, Zhou Jing finally understood that their target was indeed clear. Moreover, their path was straightforward. If it weren't for the sheer number of people here, the zombies they had fought through would have been enough to cause several mutations among the civilians. Zhou Jing climbed onto the city wall, looking at the vast number of zombies outside, feeling a bit disheartened. No wonder the people in the city had fled. When would this endless assault end? Even when they went to the school to clear zombies, they hadn't seen so many. Watching the ability users still resting behind, Zhou Jing suddenly felt a bit lost. Should she shout out? No. She thought that proper attacks were more important than shouting. Moreover, they had to find a zombie leader. Otherwise, this situation would only worsen. She felt a headache coming on, but it was evident that someone behind her could no longer hold back. Zhenzhu and the others had finally figured it out at the last moment. Zhou Jing's blood indeed carried the zombie virus. So at this moment, Zhenzhu watched Zhou Jing directing everyone, her anger still burning inside. Zhou Jing, get down now. You're the zombie. These zombies clearly came because of you, and you're still pretending. Zhou Jing's heart tightened at Zhenzhu's words, but she forced herself to remain calm and turn around. Zhenzhu, you must take responsibility for every word you say. Zhenzhu looked at Zhou Jing with a smug smile and said, I'm certainly willing to take responsibility. Are you brave enough to see the results? Zhou Jing frowned at her, knowing that since Zhenzhu dared to say such things now, she must have her evidence. But this was clearly not the time for such accusations. Zhenzhu's actions were truly causing chaos among the troops. As expected, after she finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed subtly, looking back and forth between the two confrontational figures. Zhou Jing was genuinely too exhausted to argue with her. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress her anger. Zhenzhu, do Do you think this is the time to say such things? Can't you see the situation we're in? Whether you're framing me or trying to trap me, you should at least choose an appropriate time. Look at how many zombies are outside. If you want to die, we don't want to die either. Zhou Jing's words left all the ability users stunned. Because indeed, after Zhang Zhu spoke, they had all put down their work. And some even began to watch the drama unfold. In this situation, there was no time for them to be spectators. Zhou Jing's words truly reminded everyone. But still not backing down, Zhang Zhu said, "Zhou Jing, stop pretending. You clearly summoned these zombies. Hurry and send them back, and we can make your death easier." Zhou Jing was completely exasperated with Zhang Zhu's intelligence. If she had really summoned the zombies, would she be so eager to command the attack? Zhang Zhu, can't you use your brain to think this through? If it were really me, do you think you would still be alive now? But confident Zhang Zhu had completely shut out Zhou Jing's words, while the ability users below hesitated and were attacked by some high-level zombies. Seeing that Zhou Jing had fallen silent, Zhang Zhu felt increasingly triumphant, and Zhou Jing finally lost her temper. If everyone is willing to trust me, then don't stop using your abilities, quickly attack. Zhang Zhu suddenly shouted, "Zhou Jing, you just want to wait until our abilities are exhausted to seize the base, right? Haha, do you think it will let you succeed?" Looking at the blindly confident Zhang Zhu and some ability users who were skeptical after hearing her words, Zhou Jing suddenly felt a bit tired. So up until now, you can disregard any attacks I've made on this base and pretend to forget about them, right? Fine. Since you are so afraid that I will take over your base, I will leave now. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Zhou Jing jumped down from the city wall. Feeling cold at the sight of the suspicious gazes from the crowd, she thought, "These are the humans I wanted to protect." "Zhou Jing, are you scared?" Zhang Zhu said maliciously. "Do you think you can still leave?" The number of zombies surging towards the gate was increasing, and some ability users who had already believed Zhang Zhu's words were no longer acting, looking at Zhou Jing with dark expressions, as if they had truly confirmed that Zhou Jing was a zombie, and that as long as she shouted, the zombies would retreat. Haha, I said I'm not a zombie. But no one believes me, right? Since no one believes me, can I leave now? We won't let you go unless you make these zombies retreat. What a joke. I already said I'm not a zombie. How can I make them disperse? Then prove it. Zhang Zhu laughed maliciously. Zhou Jing felt disgusted. How can I prove it? She took a deep breath. You should commit suicide now, and after you die, see if these zombies retreat. If they don't retreat, then you're a good person, okay? After hearing Zhang Zhu's statement, everyone felt that this woman was too cruel, but what she said wasn't entirely unreasonable. Now, there was no other way. Are you crazy? Do you think I would listen to you? It doesn't matter whether you listen or not. I'm saying this because you definitely have the guts to say it. If you're not a zombie, I am willing to be beaten to death by everyone. After Zhang Zhu finished speaking, more people believed her, and almost everyone stopped what they were doing, looking angrily at Zhou Jing as if she were the culprit. Zhou Jing really felt exhausted. No one from the Han family dared to speak up, and they were just watching the commotion. Although the Chun and Shan families did not speak, they were still desperately fighting the zombies. Zhou Jing walked back feeling a bit weary. You dare to leave. Zhang Zhu blocked Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing looked up and said, I want to leave. Who do you think can stop me? Everyone fell silent at Zhou Jing's words, but the situation was quite awkward. If Zhou Jing didn't want to call the zombies back, they wouldn't leave, but if it wasn't Zhou Jing, they hadn't attacked for so long. What should they do? Others were troubled, but Zhou Jing continued to walk back expressionlessly. Zhang Zhu walked in front of Zhou Jing to intercept her. Zhou Jing was too tired to talk, and Lu Luo and Qin Kong stepped forward to block Zhang Zhu. If Sister Jing is a zombie, do you think we could have been safe for so long? Are all of us in this team zombies? After saying this, they walked inside with Zhou Jing. The crowd in the city watched this farce, frowning and shaking their heads, then retreated as well. If we can't stay in the city, then we should leave. Today's double update. Thank you, everyone. There were still some stubborn people wanting to stop Zhou Jing, but she didn't even lift her head and let Yan Huan handle it. Yan Huan said sternly, Whoever obstructs now will die. After saying this, he led a group of people forward. Zhou Jing walked a bit behind, looking dejected and heart-wrenching. The few people didn't speak. Anyway, what Zhou Jing needed now wasn't comfort. Even if those people break into the city and everyone dies, that's their fate, and it has nothing to do with us. Qin Kong calmly said, Yeah. Lu Luo looked at Zhou Jing's appearance and decided not to say much. Meanwhile, the ability users at the scene were angrily clearing out the zombies, and those who deeply believed Jinzhu were secretly cursing Zhou Jing. After studying for a long time, Wang Qian, after seeing that her sample was correct, ran towards the square. She knew Jinzhu wanted to frame Zhou Jing, but she didn't expect to actually detect the zombie virus in Zhou Jing's body. After thinking for a long time, she decided to take a risky move. At the beginning of their research, they had kept a sample of the zombie virus to develop a vaccine. And after successfully creating the vaccine, they found it could really clear the zombie virus. Therefore, Wang Qian dripped the vaccine into Zhou Jing's blood sample. Sure enough, the blood sample reacted normally. Wang Qian was selfish. She knew who could benefit her, so even if she did something so bold, she didn't regret it. She then carried another small test tube with her, carefully layering the vaccine inside, and ran towards the square. However, she didn't expect to be late. She saw a group of people discussing Zhou Jing's situation, looking left and right, and spotted people from the Shun family and the Lu family. She hurried over and, upon seeing members of the Chun family there, asked, "Where is Zhou Jing?" The faces of those few showed a hint of surprise as they looked at Wang Qian's anxious expression and asked, "What happened? Did Jinzhu come by?" "Yes." "Did she say anything?" The few exchanged glances and said, "She did say something. She said Zhou Jing is a zombie." "I knew it. What happened?" Upon hearing that there was a turning point, the few people quickly asked. "Yesterday, after they took blood samples, I saw someone hurriedly taking Zhou Jing's blood sample to the research institute. I realized something was wrong, so I kept a sample." She swallowed nervously and said, "I checked. Her blood sample is fine." The few people instantly stood up, shocking everyone present. Even though it seemed like the zombies were gaining the upper hand now, they hadn't suffered any losses. "What are you doing standing up suddenly?" "Everyone, Zhou Jing's blood sample is fine." After Shun Songji finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" "Because I just got the sample from the lab." Saying this, Shun Songji held up the sample in his hand, the blood reflecting a glimmer of light in the sunlight. "I don't know what you all think, but I have the test strips here." He then picked up the test strip and lightly dipped it. The test strip did not turn blue. Everyone's faces turned serious. They looked at this in disbelief and then turned to Jinzhu. Jinzhu, too, was in disbelief, saying, "But in the lab, they clearly said." "I don't know who you heard it from, but at least in my case, this sample has no problem at all." I don't know what you're trying to frame or slander, but at this critical moment for humanity to say such words, you truly have a heart that deserves to be condemned. Do you think you could defend against this? Clap, clap, clap. Well said. A male voice suddenly rang out, and then a man stepped forward. Everyone focused their eyes on him, feeling he looked somewhat familiar. Jinzhu, on the other hand, looked panicked as she stared at Li Chunkong, her face turning pale. "What are you doing coming out here? Hurry back. Will Li Chunkong turn against us now? He knows quite a bit about his own matters." "Oh, Miss Jinzhu, have I been serving you well these past few days?" Li Chunkong's hands revealed a hint of a malicious smile. Jinzhu's face turned pale. The matter between her and Li Chunkong had always been a secret. Meanwhile, the task guild leader, Fatty, also looked displeased. Who would feel good about being cuckolded and having everyone know about it? In fact, I quite enjoy watching you humans turn on each other. Why not continue? Li Chunkong said as he walked to the center. A few ability users, seeing Li Chunkong's unguarded demeanor, suddenly unleashed their powers. Li Chunkong merely smiled slightly, not even bothering to dodge, and called over a suddenly appearing zombie to block the attack. "You." Everyone stared at Li Chunkong in astonishment. Li Chunkong smiled faintly, as if he didn't care at all about what people thought of him. "Yes, I am a zombie. I am a zombie leader. You really believe that foolish woman's words? Ha ha ha. You are even more foolish than her. Ha! Li Chunkong lowa wildly." While the ability users around him felt a chill run through them. They had seen the divine beast of that zombie, and they feared that none of them could match it in combat. The only one who could compete, Zhou Jing, had already been driven away by their group. No wonder Li Chunkong dared to show his face now. His goal was simple, to eliminate every last one of them. Realizing this, the guild leader felt a wave of cold wash over him. Suddenly, unsure of what to do, they could only exchange glances. "Oh, why aren't you fighting? Come entertain me. If I'm not happy, I'll start attacking first." Li Chunkong's words snapped everyone back to the reality that they were in a battle but it was already too late. They saw Li Changkong scream, and a flock of zombie birds appeared in the sky, while the zombies outside charged forward as if mad. Zhenzhu couldn't believe what she was seeing, repeatedly shouting, "This is impossible! This is impossible!" Zhou Jing and the others heard a familiar scream on their way home and quickly turned around, seeing the mass of zombie birds at the city gate, blocking out the sky. "Evil deeds will lead to self-destruction," Zhou Jing said, feeling frustrated as she squatted inside the house. However, her eyes kept glancing towards the city gate. Yan Xian found Zhou Jing's demeanor amusing and could only advise her not to be angry, saying if she didn't care, then she shouldn't care. "I'm not angry." After saying this, Zhou Jing turned her head and huffed, but her eyes still occasionally glanced at the gate. "If you're worried, let's go take a look," Yan Xian suggested. Greenlow and the others also thought Zhou Jing's contradictory demeanor was particularly cute. After a while, Zhou Jing said, "Let's go check it out. I really don't want to get involved anymore." Okay. The group understood Zhou Jing's thoughts and knew she was quite concerned about the situation. Greenlow comforted her, saying, "It's okay, Sister Jing. We actually know everything. Just believe in us, and we believe in you too. All right?" After hearing Greenlow's words, Zhou Jing lowered her head. "What do you all know? You don't know anything." She wiped her eyes and stood up. "You don't know anything. All right, we don't know anything." Greenlow maintained a smile, but the clarity in her eyes warmed Zhou Jing's heart. She had never hidden anything from them, so it was normal for them to know. She just didn't expect them to be so forgiving towards her. What else could be wrong? After all, the people outside were outsiders. Only they were family. "Then let's go see. If our home is really breached, we will have lost everything." Okay. The group smiled at Zhou Jing. "I think the real zombie has shown up." As they walked, they discussed. "I think so too, and that scream just now also indicates they have further actions. Those zombie birds must have been attracted by that scream." "I think so too." Everyone nodded. They didn't know how things were over there. It might not be good. Before they even got close to the city gate, they could already smell the strong odor of blood. As they got closer, the stench mixed with the smell of blood hit them hard, and they frowned at the situation. The people outside also saw Zhou Jing and the others coming and called for them to go inside. Zhou Jing, not understanding the situation, didn't act rashly, but rather smelled to assess what was happening. The person with a shameful expression said, "The zombie leader has jumped out." "Who is it?" Zhou Jing wanted to know who the zombie was. "Li Changkong." After the person said the name, Zhou Jing finally recalled who Li Changkong was. That's right. He has always been the leader of the mercenary group in the city, hasn't he? So he was the one who orchestrated everything in the city. Then he came here with the main force. That makes sense. So Yingsight. This person's level must be very high. She couldn't even detect his presence. After thanking the person, Zhou Jing walked into the inner circle, where the people were already injured and some ability users had even fallen heroically. Zhou Jing looked at Zhenzhu, who had a disbelieving expression, and said, "So, how interesting is framing someone at this point?" "Zhou Jing, don't deny it." "Shut up." Zhou Jing smiled. Looking at Li Changkong, she said, "Team Leader Li, long time no see. It has been a long time. I didn't expect you to remember me." "Of course, you should remember." "Haha, didn't you leave? Why are you back?" Li Changkong knew Zhou Jing's abilities, so he didn't want to confront her directly. "It's nothing. I just want to take a couple of people away." "Taking a few people is fine. Feel free." Li Changkong gestured politely. Zhou Jing smiled and accepted. "All right, thank you." Upon hearing Zhou Jing's words, everyone was instantly stunned, and some hot-tempered one shouted, "Zhou Jing, have you considered the consequences of doing this? If the city is really breached, do you think there will still be a place for you?" Before Zhou Jing could respond, Li Changkong had already dealt with that person. He kept his head down, seemingly indifferent, and said, "This person talks too much." Zhou Jing smiled and agreed. Then she turned and said, "I don't know what you all think, but when you abandoned me just now, I felt the same way as you. The difference is that I will take some people with me, and it definitely won't be you, so don't overthink it." Zhou Jing's words were indeed infuriating, yet they left them speechless. Given the truth Zhou Jing had just revealed, they were also among those who had been silent, so they felt a rare sense of shame. Zhou Jing ignored them and waved to the Chun, Lu, and Shun families. The members of those families surprisingly stood up as if they understood the situation. Seeing Zhou Jing's actions, Li Changkong couldn't help but laugh until he couldn't stand up straight. Ha ha ha. You humans are indeed amusing. But you say you want to take 2 people. If you take so many, I will lose face. So what do you want? Do I need to meet any conditions to take them? Of course. Fight me. Li Changkong proposed a challenge, as if he had found amusement. He had already noticed Zhou Jing's uniqueness during that major competition and had wanted to truly fight her since then. Zhou Jing thought for a moment and surprisingly agreed. Because the situation was simple. If it came down to a fight, if she accidentally wiped him out, this group would be saved. Although Zhou Jing didn't really want to save them from the bottom of her heart, it was unavoidable. She had to do it. Otherwise, she would feel guilty for not helping so many people. She sighed and said, "All right, then I'll fight you. Do you have any requests?" "I have no requests." "Oh, then I don't have any either." Yin Xian beside her grabbed Zhou Jing, looking worried. Zhou Jing shook her head, indicating that she wasn't afraid. "It's fine, don't worry." Li Changkong over there watched the interaction between Zhou Jing and Yin Xian with interest and asked, "Are you two a couple?" "Yes," Zhou Jing answered boldly. "Why are you so nosy?" Zhou Jing said with a hint of disdain. "Ah, life is short. How can you live without gossip?" "What you said makes a lot of sense. I'll give you a 666. Haha, you're quite interesting." Li Changkong looked at Zhou Jing and said, "What if I take you away? Would your partner be unhappy?" "You can try." Zhou Jing felt quite confident about herself. The little Yaya beside her whispered, "His level is the same as yours. So, if you handle it carefully, it shouldn't be a big problem." "Okay." Zhou Jing silently stared at the man in front of her. "Let's get started." The man looked at Zhou Jing's calm demeanor and grinned as he charged at her. Zhou Jing only felt a flash before the man had already struck in front of her. She quickly raised her hand to block his attack, looking at him in disbelief. Zulfust. Her reflexes were already quite quick, but this speed was definitely not human. The man was also a bit surprised after Zhou Jing blocked his attack. "You really didn't disappoint me. So why do you still side with these foolish humans? Come with me, and let's rule the world together." Zhou Jing's expression was subtle, because they were high enough that the people below couldn't hear what they were saying. "I'm not interested in this world. I just want to be with the people I love and who love me. I think that's the life I want. But what you want definitely isn't to be surrounded by a bunch of people who doubt you, right?" Zhou Jing remained silent, but still had a clear gaze. "If I could be easily persuaded by you, then I wouldn't be me. I know very well what I want to do, and what I want to achieve. Thank you for your suggestions, but I think my current life is better." Zhou Jing didn't expect that just a few words could make this person give up his persistence. She just knew what she was doing, and that was enough. Hearing that Zhou Jing couldn't be easily swayed, Li Changkong felt a bit disappointed. If it were possible, he would still hope to have a companion. But now their views were different, their philosophies were different, and their goals were even different. Li Changkong's expression gradually darkened, and the smile on his face faded. "So thank you for your kindness. Let's just fight." Li Changkong sudanli lauga. This girl is so interesting when she rejects someone. Without any greeting, she charged forward, landing a punch before he could react. But Li Changkong wasn't afraid of this. Zombies, after all, weren't afraid of pain. It was well known that their bones were hard, so their fight didn't mean much. The people below were getting anxious as well. How long is this going to go on? Just then, while Zhou Jing was still attacking, she suddenly felt a force hit her head. Before she could react, she was pushed forward. Li Changkong, in front of her, smiled slightly and landed a punch on her stomach. Zhou Jing turned to look behind her. The black zombie that had been next to Li Changkong had charged at her at some point and took the opportunity to sneak attack Zhou Jing. Li Changkong, seeing this, quickly said, "Oh no, how did you get up here? I said it was a one-on-one match. You coming up here makes it seem like I'm not following the rules." Although he said that, the expression on Li Changkong's face didn't match his words. He was smiling, even looking a bit pleased. Seeing his expression, Zhou Jing realized that this attack was definitely not just the zombie acting out of line. They must have already planned this together. She understood the implication and took a deep breath. "Are you suggesting a 2-on-2? Seeing Zhou Jing's expression, Li Changkong pretended to be clueless. After thinking for a long time, he said, "You're a girl. Since you asked like this, I can only agree, right?" It seemed that this black mutated zombie was indeed his trump card. But since he could bring it out at this time, it meant he was confident of victory. He probably thought he could take them both down easily. Ah! Zhou Jing took a breath and let Yin Xian step forward. In fact, if she wasn't worried about Zhou Jing being unhappy, Yin Xian would have long since come up and kicked that black mutated zombie to death. After Yin Xian stepped forward, Zhou Jing patted his shoulder, indicating that she was fine. Yin Xian nodded after seeing Zhou Jing's condition and looked at Li Chengkong with fiery anger. Li Chengkong, seeing Yin Xian's expression, said with a grin, "Hey, don't be so agitated, buddy. Anger is harmful to your health." Before he finished speaking, he charged up along with the black shadow from both sides. Zhou Jing didn't react in time, although she instinctively wanted to protect Yin Xian. Her speed clearly couldn't keep up with him. Yin Xian, seeing Zhou Jing's expression, shouted, frowning, and leaped up, dodging the two's encirclement while also kicking the black shadow. The black shadow didn't expect Yin Xian to be so agile even in a fight with those two, and was a bit surprised watching them. Seeing Zhou Jing's silly expression, Yin Xian smiled and said, "Silly girl, you take a break. I'll handle the rest." Yin Xian indeed kept his word. In the next scene, everyone watched their attack in shock. Yin Xian attacked mercilessly as if venting his anger, while Li Chengkong looked at Yin Xian with surprise. You too. I'm not like you. I'm different from you." After saying that, Yin Xian knocked both of them to the ground. Bloodied, Li Chengkong lay on the ground with disbelief in his eyes. This speed, this strength, is definitely not that of an ordinary zombie. "If you're willing to rule the world, I would be willing to submit to you," Li Chengkong said to Yin Xian. Zhou Jing was speechless. How obsessed was this person with ruling the world? Yin Xian, however, ignored him and wrapped the borrowed water line around them. The two zombies were instantly captured, and the people below watched this scene in disbelief. After the captured zombies called for their companions, they suddenly scattered without any intention of fighting back. "What are you going to do with me?" The zombie casually flipped over, seemingly confident that Zhou Jing and the others wouldn't harm him. "Of course, we're going to kill you." "You won't." Li Chengkong looked at Zhou Jing and said, "I know you're soft-hearted, so I'm sure you won't kill me." Zhou Jing turned and walked down the city wall. Watching Zhou Jing leave, Li Chengkong smiled smugly at Yin Xian. From a distance, they heard Zhou Jing say, "I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't." Yin Xian grabbed the collars of the two zombies and headed out of the city. 10 minutes later, Yin Xian returned with a faint smell of blood on him, while Zhou Jing felt that this person seemed even stronger. She patted Yin Xian's back. "How do you feel now?" "Very good. Are you going to level up?" "Yes." "That's great." Zhou Jing smiled, seeing the crowd that had scattered starting to attack the zombies. Zhou Jing also smiled slightly and began to help clear the zombies with the others. Zhen Zhu, standing at a distance, watched Zhou Jing and suddenly felt an indescribable emotion. She stared blankly at Zhou Jing. "I want to kill you." Zhen Zhu's death made Zhou Jing sense the murderous intent around her. However, there were too many people, and even if she felt it, she couldn't pinpoint it. This malice came too suddenly. Zhou Jing frowned. She moved aside and began to talk with Yin Xian. Yin Xian looked at Zhou Jing and said it was okay, that if she wanted to come, she could. He truly feared nothing now. Seeing Yin Xian's firm demeanor, Zhou Jing felt relieved. Meanwhile, the people in front were still saying something. Their expressions towards Zhou Jing were quite complicated. How should they treat her? While everyone was lost in their thoughts, Zhen Zhu walked up to everyone. Although her face was expressionless, her words were straightforward. "There's zombies outside. I think we should clear them out before discussing anything else." "Okay." The people around looked at Zhen Zhu with complex expressions. They didn't know how to face her. After all, Zhen Zhu was also a very dangerous person. She was the one who brought Li Chengkong here. Zhen Zhu ignored the looks from the crowd and walked toward Zhou Jing. "You should clean up the mess you've caused." "Excuse me, I'm leaving." This left Zhou Jing, who was utterly confused. "Wait, didn't I save you all? What did I do?" "Meow, meow, meow." She was bewildered, while Zhen Zhu had already prepared her clothes, determined to follow the others out of the city gate. Outside the gate was a horde of zombies. Everyone, without any abilities, rushed towards them. Zhou Jing followed closely, disregarding the looks from the others. Then, everyone saw the zombies fall one by one. It was unclear who started it, but seeing more and more zombies and the excited humans, their voices became choked. Soon, they would reach a new world. Zhou Jing felt gratified watching them. Nothing made her happier than people working hard together. She smiled and moved forward with the group. Suddenly, someone pushed Zhou Jing hard to the side. Zhou Jing instinctively grabbed the person's arm. Zhen Zhu was behind her, filled with rage, as if Zhou Jing had done something to her. Zhou Jing was puzzled, but Zhen Zhu showed no signs of letting go. Instead, she kept pushing Zhou Jing towards the horde of zombies, as if to prove something. Zhou Jing understood her intentions, but couldn't comprehend why she was doing this. Was it for that Li Chengkong, the person who deceived and hurt her? If that person truly loved her, he wouldn't have forced her into such a situation, making everyone doubt her. Everyone was afraid of her, knowing she had been in a relationship with a zombie for so long. So Zhou Jing didn't understand the reason for her madness. In fact, Zhen Zhu had completely lost her mind. She had nothing left and only wanted to kill Zhou Jing. Her mind was filled with such thoughts. This was not only a last-ditch effort, but also a kind of liberation. She pushed Zhou Jing down. It turns out you're not so invulnerable after all. The people around rushed to help, but Zhen Zhu's consciousness was already fading. Her skin felt increasingly painful. Even Zhou Jing's figure became a blur. Tears clouded her vision, and it seemed she couldn't hear the cries for help around her. She looked at Zhou Jing, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Jing, you won. I ultimately lost to you. We were never in a competition. Zhou Jing sighed as she saw Zhen Zhu still lost in her obsession. I told you I never thought about competing with you or fighting over anything, so I never felt it was a competition, and there was no distinction between winning and losing. I just disdained to engage in those boring contests with you. This was what Zhou Jing didn't say. Zhen Zhu was lost in her own world, everything slipping away from her one by one. She had no choice. She had to find a spiritual anchor, or she would suffer more and more. So Zhou Jing became her spiritual anchor. She understood everything, but it was already too late. Zhen Zhu smiled, as if she understood everything, yet seemed to understand nothing. I live my life in a muddled way. Zhou Jing, if there is a next life, I truly hope not to meet you again. I don't want to live this kind of life anymore. People rushed to save them. Zhou Jing had a few traces of blood on her, but was otherwise unharmed. Zhen Zhu, however, had lost the will to live. Even when others tried to pull her up, she wouldn't rise. Zhou Jing watched as Zhen Zhu was gradually swallowed by the horde of zombies. For some reason, she felt a sense of release in her heart. The dead should be prioritized. She would never mention Zhen Zhu again. Zhen Zhu chose her final outcome. Zhen Zhu's misdeeds were too obvious, so in the end, no one came to speak for her. Not even those who had used her or those she had used. All of this had become the past. Zhen Zhu left without understanding. The city, after cleaning up the zombies outside, became even more fortified. Everything had returned to calm, but only seemed that way. The initial situation was gradually being disrupted. Zhou Jing's voice was getting louder, but she still remained inactive. While the Zhou family on the other side sat together, their expressions far from good as they discussed matters. It's fine that Zhen Zhu is dead. That means fewer people know about our affairs. Zhou Qingquan stroked his newly grown beard, his expression dark and cold. Zhou Xiuyue looked at the two men beside her, feeling a bit irritated as she slumped on the sofa. Do you have any ideas? If you don't have any plans, don't call me over to sit here idly. Zhou Xiuyue, you're getting more and more reckless. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing lately. It's really embarrassing for us. What is this? You're clearly married, yet you're still messing around with some boys involved in flesh trade. Zhou Qingquan looked at his daughter, regretting his decision even more. Looking at the two men, Zhou Xiuyue smiled. You two are the real father and son. Now you're probably thinking the same thing, right? How? Regretting not letting your biological daughter assist you. You're wondering why you abandoned Zhou Jing, right? Seeing the expressions of the two men, Zhou Xiuyue became increasingly wild. Haha, it's all retribution. You two men have already received your retribution. Zhou Jing was abandoned by both of you. Look at how well she is doing now. It only highlights how pitiful you are. The two men fell silent. After a long time, Ling Sang said, I think we need to make one last push. One last push, Zhou Xiuyue, smoking a cigarette with her legs crossed, said, where's the capital for one last push when you two are being suppressed like this? I have a hidden army. Once Ling Sang said this, Zhou Qingquan's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Ling Sang in astonishment. This boy truly had guts. He managed to pull this off, even under the watchful eyes of so many people. After all, he was unaware of this situation. So after learning about it, he was quite pleased. Very good. Let us do it 3 days from now. Zhou Qingquan looked at the sky outside. One last push is needed. Whether to live or die, It's up to fate. Zhou Sheiyue watched the two whimsical men. They must have lost their minds by now, wanting to battle a city's people with just one army. Forget it. She finished her last cigarette, stood up, and said, "You two figure it out. Just tell me what I need to do, and I'll assist you." With a scoff, she turned to leave. She really regretted being tied to these two fools. To outsiders, they looked like a unified front. If they started a war, even if she didn't act, she'd be labeled. It would be better to fight together and perish together. What if it actually worked? Zhou Sheiyue murmured to herself, but then immediately dismissed the thought. She was overthinking it. It was better to go play with her two little brothers. She thought as she walked outside. The two men inside were still discussing matters. Zhou Jing was in the room. Shen Songji had finally won over the little white girl with his shameless spirit. The two were showing off their affection in the living room. Meanwhile, Yicheng was playing games with Lu Luo, leaving the poor Qingkong, smelling the sour scent of love filling the room, in tears while holding her sister. Watching her was amusing, and she teased Yan Huan, flaunting their affection to provoke her loneliness. She rarely felt a bit better. Ever since the incident, she had been feeling down. Even though his death had nothing to do with her, it still felt uncomfortable. Lying in Yan Huan's arms, she closed her eyes. Recently, more and more people wanted her to lead the base. The members of several families, not to mention the Ling and Han families, were looking at her with increasingly strange expressions. She needed to keep a low profile. If she didn't act first, they might overthrow her instead. While she was deep in thought, Yicheng walked over to Zhou Jing with a complicated expression. "What's wrong?" Seeing Yicheng's face, she knew something bad had happened again. Yicheng had just heard the news and digested it a bit, walking over with a pained expression. The Zhou family was about to launch an attack, targeting the Ling family, with action set for 3 days later. "Does your family still have people left?" Zhou Jing's main concern was that, hadn't they already been sidelined? "I heard that Ling Sang has a small army of her own." "Oh, that's interesting." Zhou Jing smiled. "Something big is about to happen. How fun. Our task now is to see how the Ling family responds. Just don't involve me." This was a mouthful of bad luck. And Zhou Jing's bad luck ended up coming back to her. The Zhou family really did launch an attack on the entire city, but this attack was too rash. Early in the morning, 3 days later, while Zhou Jing and the others were still at home sleeping, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Knowing that today wouldn't be easy, everyone cautiously approached the door to see what was happening. Sure enough, the people outside were standing there like fierce gods, each with a gun in hand, their expressions cold, as if waiting for the people inside to come out so they could capture them. Zhou Jing wasn't actually panicking. In this world, even if you had a gun, as long as your ability level didn't exceed hers, she could absolutely suppress them. So, she let everyone step back from the door and opened it herself. As soon as she opened the door, the people outside extended their hands, holding a document that read, "Central Management Staff. Miss Zhou, hello. We need to take you to the central building now. The clan leaders have matters to discuss with you. Is this how you invite someone?" Zhou Jing looked at the armed men around her, smiling sweetly. "Sorry, we don't have the leverage. Even now, even if you don't want to go, we can't stop you." "That's true." Zhou Jing nodded in agreement and stepped out of the house. Looking at the confused civilians and some low-level ability users who had already been captured and gathered in one place, she noticed Zhou Sheiyue smiling and waving at her from above. She and T expected Ling Sang's idea to be so vicious, but it was also good. Besides Zhou Jing, no one could restrain her abilities, and the current situation was that Zhou Jing could protect 10 or 100 people, but could she protect everyone in the base? They were betting that Zhou Jing wouldn't dare to dispute with them in this situation, and they were also betting on the attitudes of the other families. Zhou Jing sighed as she looked at the smug Zhou Sheiyue. These people would do anything to achieve their goals. While Zhou Sheiyue was feeling pleased, Zhou Jing no longer wanted to see her, so she hurriedly told the black-clad men beside her, "I'll go with you to the central building. But please don't pull any tricks in front of me, okay?" "Of course, we wouldn't dare." Satisfied, Zhou Jing silently glared at the backs of these men as they headed towards the central building. Along the way, she saw many people being forcibly taken to that place by the black-clad men. Those people, upon seeing Zhou Sheiyue, displayed expressions of despair. If they really did what they were planning, the consequences would be unimaginable. Knowing they were betting everything, Zhou Jing thought about how to ensure the safety of those around her first. She also considered how to take down Zhou Xiaoyue before she could unleash her abilities. If that were the case, the only suitable candidate besides Yan Huan was no one else. But they would definitely be on high alert against Yan Huan. Zhou Jing's guess was correct. They were indeed keeping a close watch on Yan Huan, and any movement from him would make them nervous. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Jing was finally brought to the meeting room. This central building, if there was nothing going on, she really didn't want to come back again. Every time she came here, it was never for anything good. Inside, members of other families were already waiting there. When they saw Zhou Jing arrive, they were somewhat surprised. After all, Zhou Jing didn't hold a position here. However, whenever it came to matters related to Hui's family, Zhou Jing would always intervene. They didn't know if it was intentional or not. Didn't they know that Zhou Jing's involvement made the outcome unpredictable? Although the expressions of the first few families showed some dissatisfaction, they didn't say anything. The later families nodded at Zhou Jing, their attitudes relatively friendly. There was nothing much to say here. They had all seen what happened earlier. The issue was how they would resolve it, and what terms the Zhou family would offer. The Zhou family members have been dragging their feet, not showing up for a long time. It was unclear whether they were stalling or trying to intimidate everyone. Zhou Jing sat at the end, watching the members of the other families whispering among themselves. When they noticed Zhou Jing had arrived, they nodded without any hesitation and continued discussing their concerns. Seeing their attitude, Zhou Jing felt quite comfortable. After all, the earlier few were still scheming, unwilling to be the one to stick their neck out. Finally, when everyone's patience was running thin, the Zhou family finally made an appearance. Zhou Qingquan walked into the meeting room with Ling Sang, smiling broadly, and the joy on his face made everyone feel nauseous. After all, this was truly disgusting. Seeing the not-so-good expressions on everyone's faces, Zhou Qingquan felt a sense of revenge. This group of people usually didn't show him much respect, so being able to make them feel this way at such a moment was worth it. He said with a smile, "Everyone, you saw the situation this morning. There is not much for me to say, but I'd like you all to help me out a bit and be accommodating. What do you think about letting us regain the management rights of this base? Aren't you all managing it now? Yes, indeed. But the authority isn't as great as before, right? Don't you think so?" The person he was speaking to fell silent and began to rest with their eyes closed. Looking at Zhou Qingquan, who was neither soft nor hard, the crowd said, "How about this? We can still give the first place to you. Is that okay?" "How can I accept that?" Zhou Qingquan said, but his expression was telling everyone that just returning to the first place didn't seem satisfactory to him. "All right, Zhou Qingquan, you don't have to beat around the bush with us. Just say directly what you want, and we will handle it according to the situation," Ling Jiu said, looking at Zhou Qingquan with frustration. "See, the head of the Ling family is bold. Just like that, you got straight to the point." Zhou Qingquan's smile gradually faded as he said, "What I want is quite simple. I want complete dominion over this base. In other words, no more joint management by several families. I want to be the sole ruler of this base." "Zhou Qingquan, you're dreaming." The leaders of several families slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Zhou Qingquan. "I say, don't be anxious. Given the current situation, who do you think can save you? The outsiders are being treated as hostages by me, and you can't make any decisions here. Do you think this kind of management is acceptable? Therefore, the key point is that my management is the most effective here," Zhou Qingquan said proudly. Zhou Jing, however, was almost falling asleep in the back. Her appearance naturally caught Zhou Qingquan's attention, and he looked at his daughter and said, "Jing, you're welcome back anytime." "Ah, Mr. Zhou, thank you for your kindness." Zhou Jing yawned. "I'm really too sleepy. I didn't sleep well at all last night." Seeing Zhou Jing like this, Zhou Qingquan gave up on persuading her. He looked at the people sitting there in thought and said, "The agreement is already written here. You just need to sign or fingerprint it. I'll give you 20 minutes to consider, and after that, I can't guarantee everything outside." He pulled open the curtains so everyone could see the situation below. Zhou Jing looked at the people outside, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhou Qingquan sat there waiting for everyone's decision. Everyone fell silent. Zhou Jing was still playing with a bug that had come from somewhere, mumbling something about Yan Huan. No one took her words seriously, while on the other side, Zhou Xiaoyue clearly got the message and began to exude confidence while standing there. The 20 minutes quickly passed. And Zhou Qingkuan, seeing that no one moved, asked, "Are you all still not signing? Then our hell is about to begin?" The people from several families hesitated and sighed, then signed their names on the paper. The head of the Ling family also closed his eyes and took a long time before signing. Just as Zhou Qingkuan was overjoyed, a loud explosion came from Zhou Jing's side. It turned out the bug in her hand had exploded. Watching Zhou Jing's movements, Zhou Qingkuan's face turned cold, and he said indifferently, "Jing, you're not welcome back anymore." Zhou Jing then picked up the paper in front of her, crumpled it, and threw it into the trash can. "Mr. Zhou, I think you should take a look outside first." Hearing Zhou Jing's words, Zhou Qingkuan felt that things were going badly. He rushed to the balcony, only to see Zhou Sheua, who had originally been standing on the platform, now lying there covered in blood. And beside her stood Yin Huan. The guards who had been below were now being rounded up by another group. All the truths were revealed, and Yin Huan's eyes were fixed on Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing smiled. The crisis was over. "Mr. Zhou, if there is nothing else, I'll head down first." Ling Sang looked at everything in disbelief. His last card had been destroyed by Zhou Jing. He rushed forward, wanting to kill Zhou Jing. Little did he know that Zhou Jing had long anticipated his move. With a sigh, she shot a blood hole through his heart as he charged at her. This was something she didn't want to do. She just didn't expect Ling Sang would want her dead. She sighed and looked at Zhou Qingkuan, who was standing aside, and said to everyone, "Now they only have this Zhou Qingkuan left. You decide how to handle it." End of the story. Zhou Qingkuan looked at Ling Sang, who had collapsed on the ground, still in a daze, not understanding what had happened. When he saw his daughter looking at him with a cold expression, he felt empty. He saw disappointment in Zhou Jing's eyes, and then there was nothing left. Zhou Qingkuan watched as Zhou Jing left like that, unable to describe what he felt inside. In the end, he had lost. He bitterly smiled and shook his head, sitting on the ground with a face full of despair. "All right, I lost this round. You can deal with me as you wish." The people around looked at Zhou Qingkuan and hastily tied him up before quickly running out. The chaos outside was too much. They absolutely couldn't let Zhou Jing go out first and take advantage of it. Zhou Jing didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to go out and see what the situation was. The little bug that Yicheng had given her was still somewhat useful. It could remind her and also act as a listening device. With her thoughts back, she had already arrived at the square. The people sitting on the ground were embracing and crying, but Zhou Jing saw that person in the distance. That person reached out their hands towards her. Zhou Jing smiled and ran towards him. Yin Huan embraced Zhou Jing, inhaling her scent, feeling a wave of reassurance. He didn't know how panicked he had felt when he saw Zhou Jing leave just now. "You're okay, that's great. Don't underestimate me." Zhou Jing warned Yin Huan, "I can really stand on my own now." "Yes," Yin Huan smiled. Meanwhile, Mo Chun, who was coming over to report, couldn't help but feel that the two of them were very eye-catching. "I say, can you not show off your affection here? Do you believe I'll go on strike?" Unfortunately, his ungrateful brother had no intention of sympathizing with his feelings. After seeing him approach, he asked with a face full of disdain, "What is up? What is the matter? Hey, can you not be so obvious in your disdain?" Mo Chan was on the verge of tears. "We rushed over here overnight, enduring hardships, not to come see your indifference. Just wait, I'm definitely going to complain." Yin wouldn't care about him at all. Anyway, Zhou Jing was already by his side. He looked at the people outside. Yin Huan said, "Your usefulness has come to an end," and then turned away coldly. This made Mo Chun so angry that he wanted to fight Yin Huan. Zhou Jing laughed so hard she almost cried. Yin Huan had a look of indulgence. For the sake of his mental health, Mo Chun hurriedly finished his report and ran away. "There's nothing more to do here. Brother, you handle it." Yin Huan looked at Zhou Jing's confused expression and rubbed her hair, saying, "I'll take care of the rest. Okay?" Zhou Jing quickly nodded. If it was someone else, she might be a bit uneasy, but with Yin Huan, she was absolutely at ease. After receiving Zhou Jing's approval, Yin Huan slowly stepped onto the highest platform. "Everyone, can you listen to me for a moment?" Yin Huan knew what he was doing and was aware that his actions would inevitably make all the families hostile towards him. But so what? Why can't I let my wife, who is clearly more capable, perform better here? Zhou Jing looked at Yin Huan and felt completely enchanted. This person was too good-looking. She could never get enough of looking at him, especially under the sunlight, which made her heart dizzy. She didn't know what was happening. She only knew that when she regained her senses, the people around her had started looking at him with admiration and began calling her name. Huh? What's going on? She looked at Yin Huan. Yin Huan reached out to her. In a daze, she walked up to the stage. Since there are no objections from the group leaders, we will take on this position. What? Zhou Jing looked at Yin Huan. Seeing her dazed expression, Yin Huan realized she hadn't heard what he said and had to explain. The city is in chaos right now, and the other families have been weakened. Coming forward at this time is a good solution for this base and for these people. Huh? Is that so? Listening to you speak so grandly, how can I not doubt it? Zhou Jing thought to herself, but she didn't react too strongly. She reached out, took Yin Huan's hand, and addressed the crowd below. Thank you all very much. Now that we've reached this position, we will do what we should do. And thank you for your trust in me. She smiled. The people below began to applaud enthusiastically at their appearance. The major families could only sigh. It's okay. We will take this position back sooner or later. The sun was just right, the person she loved was by her side, and her best friend was nearby. What more could she want? So let's work hard to tidy up our home. Good. Extra. I am Yin Huan. I have a lover. She is the one I met at the beginning of the apocalypse, cute and clever, with a hint of innocence that makes me love her deeply. She has an ex-boyfriend, but fortunately, he is a straightforward person. Once he saw Zhou Jing had a new love, he stopped pursuing her. However, her fake best friend is rather annoying. We worked hard to return to the city, and at her father's suggestion, we took control of the city. Managing a base is not easy. The two of us work from dawn till dusk, dealing with people from other families. Fortunately, my wife is truly amazing, and through our efforts, we managed to stabilize the operation of the base. With the blessing of the people at the base, I put a ring on my wife's finger. This ring is our family heirloom. It was repeatedly emphasized that it could only bless the person you love the most and your one and only wife. I am willing to believe that. I thought we would complete our agenda like this. Who knew that Zhou Jing's sister suddenly appeared and disrupted our lives? Her name is Zhou Xia. When Qin Xingling brought Zhou Xia in, I saw Zhou Jing's eyes filled with disbelief and hurt. But this was my wife's father, and I couldn't blame him, so I could only stand there and comfort her continuously. Even so, I still saw her decline. She started to lose weight, became distracted, and occasionally cried. This made me extremely heartbroken. I just wanted to remove this woman from the picture. But the damage was done, and no amount of effort could make up for it. Later, Zhou Jing reluctantly forgave her father, but that sister began to become an eyesore in front of them, making her uncomfortable. I don't know what exactly happened that day. Clearly, Zhou Jing was still in the lab listening to the researchers talk. Clearly, she was fine when she left home. But when I went to find her, everything had changed. Her face was now gray, a sign of mutation. And her sister was holding a syringe, the liquid inside clearly being the zombie virus. In a fit of rage, I rushed up and shot Zhou Xia dead. But at that moment, Zhou Jing was already unable to speak. She just touched my face and ultimately said nothing before leaving me. I don't know how I got through those days. After a period of confusion, someone finally reminded me that I could create something to go back to the past, similar to a time machine. I had no choice. This was my last hope, even if it sounded ridiculous. But I still held onto that last glimmer of hope and made it. After years of effort, I succeeded. Looking at the thing that required me to channel all my mental energy to control, I became the first test subject. At that time, I was already a level 9 ability user, but even with my mental power, I still felt it was insufficient. I tried to split my mental energy into 3 parts. One became part of the space, which was Little Zombie, and another became another part, which was Little Zombie. But my power was still not enough. I didn't have the strength to go back yet. I could feel the crystal core shattering. Could feel my body unable to withstand it and spitting out blood, but none of that mattered. Even if I died, I had to go back. I had to see you. I succeeded. However, as soon as I returned to the beginning of the apocalypse, I was attacked by zombies, and my body, which had not undergone any tempering, actually mutated like this. But just before I lost consciousness, I saw my wife. That was enough. Yin Huan smiled. I believe in the fate of the two of us. Zhou Jing looked at the zombie beside her, which had been clinging to her, feeling a bit troubled. Whatever. After all, it was a high-level zombie. Just consider it holding onto a big leg.